In 1985, northeast China, the so-called darkest era, a teenage boy, a hunting rifle, a heart full of passion, and a world shrouded in gunpowder smoke. In this age ruled by raw strength, only those who lived with genuine emotion and unyielding integrity could rise. This was the ultimate secret weapon of a true northeastern man. Chapter 1. Hunting in the Primeval Forest. Ning Jie. Wake up! Quick, wake up! Ning Jie opened his eyes dazedly. The sky above was dim, and a biting cold air forced its way into his nostrils. Urgent barking echoed in his ears, making his already foggy head throb with pain. Uncle Air. Before him stood a man wearing a badger fur hat, his face windburned deep red by the northern gales. For a moment, Ning Jie felt disoriented. Hadn't he just been taking Chenruoyu for a stroll? Where was Chenruoyu? How was his beloved grandson? You must have hit your head hard. Get up. Our dogs have cornered a big one. His uncle yanked him upright and thrust a handful of bullets into his palm. Use the slug rounds. Damn, Dahe's nose never fails. That old Guju was hiding under the wild kiwi vines, but he flushed it out. The icy touch of the bullets instantly fused Ning Jie's fragmented memories together. The hunt at Ludao Ridge. He'd been reborn back to 1985. The barking grew sharper, clearer. The days slowly lifted from Ning Jie's mind. He looked toward the distance. Over 20 hunting dogs circled a massive beast, tearing at it relentlessly. A Guju. In the northeast, they say, first the boar, second the bear, third the tiger. An adult wild boar ranked among the fiercest large predators in the region. A Guju, an ancient sow that had lived so long it lost its fertility and transcended normal limits, was a legendary beast. Ordinary wild boars weighed around 500 jin, 250 kilograms, but a Guju tipped the scales at least 800 jin for 100 kilograms, a living armored vehicle bristling with needle-sharp bristles. Ning Jie unslung his broken-stock shotgun from his back and expertly loaded a slug round. It was 1985. Firearms and hunting weren't yet banned here. As the only hunter in Beijing village, he'd spent years helping the commune deal with beasts that ravaged crops and livestock. He raised his rifle, staring at the 800 gene monster before him. His hands trembled slightly. He had to see Chenruoyu again, the little boy who'd become the emotional anchor of his old age, and his wife, who'd walked beside him through most of his life. Dahe, the alpha dog of their pack, was crucial. Hunting in these parts was inseparable from dogs. Feeding over 20 hounds was only possible because they hunted for themselves in the mountains and even supplemented the family's meals. As the lead dog, Dahe possessed exceptional intelligence and perfect timing in the hunt. Right now, Dahe clamped his jaws firmly around the Guju's throat. Blood gushed down the boar's neck. His front paws hooked the beast's neck. His hind legs curled tightly against its chest. No matter how violently the enraged boar thrashed, Dahe clung on like a leech. The other dogs circled, darting in to bite whenever the boar's guard dropped, then fleeing instantly. These dogs were seasoned veterans. They targeted only the boar's hind legs. The rest of its body was coated in dried mud and pine resin, forming an impenetrable armor. A careless bite could pierce a dog's own mouth on those bristles. That's why the Guju ranked one in combat prowess. Its unnatural size, layered natural armor, and near immunity to ordinary bullets. Most shots only scratched the surface. And being sterile, the Guju was fiercely aggressive, a menopausal rage fused with Stallone-level combat power. Extremely dangerous. Uncle Air kept aiming his rifle, muttering anxiously, "This won't work. We can't get a clean shot without hitting the dogs." Ning Jie scanned for an opening too. But once the dogs had encircled the prey, there was no way to call them off. If they scattered, the boar would instantly kill Dahe, the dog still latched onto its throat. Hunting dogs were replaceable, but a true alpha like Dahe? Nearly impossible to find. They couldn't risk losing him. Yet this Guju was too massive. It wouldn't die quickly. Dahe was exhausting himself fast. Though he held the throat, the wound wasn't immediately fatal. The boar's neck was simply too thick for a dog's jaws to sever. "Uncle, should I go in close?" Uncle Air shook his head firmly. "Don't be an idiot. Losing a few dogs hurts, sure, but if that thing rams you, you'll lose more than skin. You might not survive." Just then, Da Huang, one of their bravest dogs, sank its teeth into the boar's hind leg. The Guju shrieked in pain and kicked back hard, striking Da Huang square in the belly. But Da Huang refused to let go, enduring the brutal kick, blood dripping from its mouth, some the boar's, some its own. Ning Jie's eyes burned red. These dogs were his father's legacy. In his past life, especially in his later years, he often dreamed of carrying his shotgun and leading this very pack into the mountains. Seizing the moment, the other dogs surged forward, 5 or 6 of them clamping onto the boar's left hind leg, pulling with all their might. Scree! Scree! The boar screamed, spinning wildly. Its tusks, thicker than thermos bottles, flashed as it whipped its head, spraying blood in every direction. Amid the chorus of canine whimpers and growls, Ning Jie drew his short knife and charged forward. Uncle Air reacted instantly, grabbing Ning Jie by the neck from behind, hooking his leg, and slamming him face first into the snow. You crazy fool! If anything happens to you, how am I supposed to face your mother? Hunting works like this. Your dad and I hunted our whole lives. Never move in until the prey is down and the dogs have secured it. You think you're helping? You're just getting in the way. Ning Jie froze. Of course, he'd known this rule since childhood. Why'd he lost control just now? I understand, Uncle. Uncle Air scowled, pulled him up, and handed back the fallen knife. A straight, razor-sharp blade salvage from a military rifle, complete with 2 blood grooves. When the boar goes down, you move in for the kill. Go for the neck. If not, slash the belly. Ning Jie took a deep breath. The battle had reached its climax. Without Da Huang's desperate sacrifice, it might have dragged on another 20 minutes. Once dogs encircled prey, gunfire was useless. This was a fight to the death. Only one side would walk away. Thud! With a final, furious glare, the 800-gene behemoth collapsed. Instantly, all 20-plus dogs swarmed it like madmen. And Ning Jie moved. Author's note: northeastern wild boars are notably larger than southern ones. Record individuals reach 800 to 1,000 gene, 400 to 500 kilograms. Adult Siberian tigers average around 600 gene. This is scientifically documented. Some argue about peak combat power. Peak means top-tier fighters. Boars, tigers, and bears all qualify. While tigers can kill boars, they avoid doing so unless necessary. Why? Because a boar won't stand still. It fights back viciously. One goring from those tusks, and without medical care in the wild, infection could cripple even a tiger's ability to hunt. Chapter 2. Leaving the mountains. Over 20 dogs tore into the fallen Guju, each with a roll. The larger ones pinned its limbs to prevent it from rising. The rest piled onto its softer belly, ripping furiously. Dahe finally released its grip, panting heavily, its body slashed with fresh wounds. Gritting his teeth, Ning Jie plunged his knife deep into the boar's neck. Splurt. Hot, foul-smelling blood sprayed across his face. The boar's eyes bulged as it thrashed, trying to rise. The dog strained to hold it down. With a violent shake, the boar flung one dog off its head and staggered upward. Ning Jie wouldn't allow it. Gripping the knife with both hands, he yanked downward. The tough muscle fibers resisted fiercely. His face turned crimson with effort, but he managed to carve a full, span-long gash across the neck. That was enough. Crimson blood gushed like an open faucet, mixing with pink foam, staining the hard snow crimson. The boar's death throes, its final surge of strength, faded into weak spasms and low moans under Ning Jie's second strike. Too exhausted to wipe the blood from his face, Ning Jie collapsed onto the snow, gasping for breath. Though it lasted mere minutes and took only 2 cuts, his body felt utterly shattered. The Guju's pupils dilated. Only nerve twitches remained. Life had fled. Dahe lay on the ground, tongue lolling, puffing clouds of warm vapor like a mythical beast breathing mist. Ning Jie reached out and stroked Dahe's head. The dog grunted softly, too drained even to lift its head. Uncle Air pulled Ning Jie up and offered him a cigarette from a pack of Golden Gourd. Cheap and golden wrapped with a tiny gourd illustration, Golden Gourd was made by Chongchun Cigarette Factory, just 9 for a pack. At the time, eggs cost 8 fin each, rising to 20 fin near New Year. Still better than coarse tobacco. Staring at the cigarette, Ning Jie felt a wave of emotion. Now he truly believed he was back. What? Shanxi, my smoke's too cheap. Uncle Air teased, reaching to take it back. Ning Jie quickly stuck in his mouth and grinned. No way. I'm thinking, once we sell this pork, I'll buy you a whole carton of Ingshun as thanks. Uncle Air rolled his eyes and handed him a match. That stuff's only 27 fin a pack. With pork at 80 fin per gene, I'd rather you get me Chongbai ginseng. That's 1.8 yuan. Uncle, Ning Jie laughed. They say, poor folks smoke Chongbai, rich smoke Marlboro, courtesans prefer bat. I'll get you a carton of 3.5 for sure. Dream on. Last time the village secretary gave me one. Tasted like smoke in my throat. I'll stick with Chongbai. Uncle Air knelt, sliced open the boar's belly with his machete, and outspilled the innards. The stench of viscera nearly choked Ning Jie, but Uncle Air acted unfazed. He plunged the knife into the snow and yanked out the entire set of organs with both hands. All right, come eat. You've earned it. At the command, the dogs gathered. Da Huang limped forward first. After Da He, it was the fiercest and always ate first. Local hunters always gutted prey on site and fed the offal to their dogs. Grain was precious, and these dogs had risked their lives. They deserved this reward. Ning Jie's hounds were all large and sleek-furred, thanks to generous feeding. They were partners in survival, never to be shortchanged. Da Huang grabbed the heart, wobbled over to Ning Jie, flopped down, pinned it with its paws, and began crunching loudly. Uncle Air cut the liver into pieces and hand-fed them to Da He, one by one. All 27 dogs bore wounds. Bigger, stronger dogs had deeper injuries. Thankfully, even the worst-off Da Huang could still eat. No fatalities. Losing even one dog would have devastated Ning Jie for days. After feasting, the dogs regained some strength. Da He slowly rose and nuzzled Uncle Air's cheek. Uncle Air patted its head. Ning Jie, open the sheepskin pack and tie the ropes. It's getting late. We need to haul this boar home. Yeah, looks like snow's coming, Uncle. Uncle Air glanced at the sky, confidently. Nah, it'll blow over to Baishan Mountain once the wind picks up. They tied ropes to the boar's front legs near the chest, attaching them to a sewn cloth harness. 8 of the fittest dogs were harnessed, and together they began dragging the massive carcass through the snow. Uncle Air and Ning Jie each shouldered a rope, leaning forward with bent backs. The remaining dogs limped behind, occasionally barking into the woods. They rotated the dogs, but only 2 humans pulled. Resting intermittently, it took nearly 3 hours to exit the mountains. Dusk fell. Thick snow blanketed the land like a heavy quilt. In the distance, yellow earth houses sent wisps of cooking smoke into the air, blending with the sinking sun in breathtaking harmony. Village dogs began barking. One triggered a chorus from every yard. Da Huang hopped onto a mound, mustered its strength, and howled fiercely. Within moments, the entire village fell silent. Ning Jie chuckled. Da Huang's a fighter, all right, but no match for Da He's brains. Uncle Air panted. Tell me about it. That rascal picks fights every other day. In this whole valley, not a single dog can beat him. He gazed at Da Huang, bathed in golden sunset light, wounded but head held high, like a proud warrior. He's 5 years old, doesn't have many good years left. Ning Jie sighed. Hunting dogs age fast. Like athletes, their bodies wore out young. Once past their prime, decline came swiftly. From afar, an old man in a padded cotton coat emerged from a house at the village entrance, pipe in mouth, shouting cheerfully. Well, Lao Air, not bad. You brought back quite the prize. Chapter 3. Just want to marry a girl from the city. Uncle waved his hand and called out, Old Zhang, have the sled ready for me. We need to head home before nightfall. Old Zhang nodded in agreement, saying, It's all set, just waiting for your return. As they approached, Old Zhang squinted, circling around the wild boar. Goodness, this creature must weigh around 800 or 900 pounds. Uncle handed Old Zhang a cigarette and remarked, Indeed. I estimate it to be about 500 or 600 pounds. This is quite a catch. Nowadays, the collective doesn't deduct meat anymore, and selling it all could yield quite a sum. Uncle lit Old Zhang's cigarette, adding, Currently, pork is just 80 cents a pound, while wild boar meat is considerably cheaper, let's say around 50 cents at best. Old Zhang nodded, responding, Although it has a good amount of fat, the meat is too coarse to tenderize properly. Nonetheless, it will suffice. Uncle took out the axe he had tucked at his waist, and, with a few hearty swings, severed the boar's head. Ning Jie, help me take the head to your grandfather's house. Grandpa quickly interjected, Oh no, that's not necessary. I haven't even finished the deer leg you brought last time. The child needs nourishment while growing. Ning Jie mustered his strength, realizing the weight of the boar's head. Grandpa, I'm already 20. I'm no longer growing. When my uncle was my age, my aunt was already expecting. Uncle playfully kicked Ning Jie, grumbling. Don't blame me for your situation. Grandpa laughed heartily, then leaned closer to Ning Jie, saying, Lu's daughter from Jinchang village is 18 this year, has completed high school, is cultured, and quite lovely. Shall I ask your grandmother to be a matchmaker? Ning Jie shuddered at the thought, recalling Lu Jinhua's fierce demeanor, which inevitably brought another woman to his mind. That woman had selflessly accompanied him for over 50 years, and even in another lifetime. He believed no one could ever compare to her. But no, Grandpa, I can't enjoy that. Then what kind of partner do you desire? I want someone from the city. Uncle retorted, Why seek someone from the city? They can't shoulder burdens or lend a hand. There are too many responsibilities, and we can barely manage our 10 acres. I'll go to the city then, you can come along with me. You've grown quite the mouth. Hurry and move inside. Once inside, the dim tungsten bulb flickered. Grandma Zhang stood by the stove, scrubbing pots. Upon seeing Ning Jie, she quickly set down the broom. "Oh, my dear child. I thought a wild boar had come to life. You startled me." Ning Jie set the boar's head down, chuckling. "Hee hee, Grandma, take your time. I must hurry home." "What's the rush? I'm preparing to wash pots so I can cook noodles for you and your uncle." "No need, Grandma. It's almost dark. I still have to prepare the pig for tomorrow's sale." "All right, take care on your way." After seeing Ning Jie off, Grandpa helped drag the pig onto the sled, and Ning Jie's cow began to pull it slowly forward. A pack of over 20 dogs erupted in joyous chaos, dashing out of sight only to return moments later. Uncle wrapped the rope around the ox's head, his hands clasped behind him, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his figure slightly stooped. As dusk fell abruptly, upon returning to their familiar home, Ning Jie felt a pang of emotion welling up in his nose. At the entrance, Ant stood alongside his mother, their silhouettes barely discernible. Suddenly, a beam of flashlight illuminated the scene, and Ant's voice rang out. "Ah, we finally caught you today, such a hefty creature." Ning Jie couldn't help but quicken his pace, catching a glimpse of his mother's face, lined with crow's feet. "Mom." His mother shuddered slightly and asked, "What's wrong, Xiao Jie? Why are you crying?" Ant, instantly displeased, hurried over and pinched Uncle's ear. "Ouch, that hurts. You know it hurts. Have you been hitting the child again?" "Ah, our elder brother is gone, and now you are Xiao Jie's father. Why do you keep being so rough?" Uncle, feeling utterly wronged, protested, "I did nothing of the sort. I merely kicked him lightly." Ant retaliated by kicking Uncle, who pitifully clutched his behind, grimacing in pain. "Oh, Xiao Jie, don't cry. I've just given your uncle a beating. Stop crying." As she spoke, she chided Uncle. "At your age, you still resort to such actions with a child. He's grown up now. You can't just kick him as you please. He's 20. When I was 20, you were already expecting." "Bah, you still remember he's 20? At that age, you haven't even introduced him to anyone. What kind of uncle are you?" Uncle seethed with frustration, thinking to himself, "That little rascal must be looking for trouble. Indeed, that kick truly hurt. That troublesome woman." Wiping his tears, Ning Jie chuckled softly. "Aunt, Uncle was just joking with me. I only felt a bit hungry and wanted to cry upon seeing you both." Aunt, feeling tender-hearted, remarked, "Oh, my child, did your uncle eat all the pancakes without sharing? Just wait until I deal with him." Uncle widened his eyes in shock. They dragged the pig into the yard, and Aunt and Ning Jie's mother began boiling water to scald the pig's hair. Uncle and Ning Jie sat at the table, where Aunt had thoughtfully prepared a piece of pork and stir-fried potato strips. It may not have been gourmet, but Ning Jie was indeed hungry, gnawing on a steamed bun. "Lu Jinhua, are you really not considering it? That girl I've met is quite a decent person." Ning Jie, not lifting his head, replied, "In this lifetime, I must seek Lin Yuezhi. Nothing anyone says will change that." "Not considering? You truly intend to find someone from the city?" Ning Jie sipped his water and nodded. "Yes, I wish to find someone from the city. But she cannot cultivate the land," Uncle exclaimed in frustration. "Uncle, why must it always be about farming and hunting? Our 10-odd acres yield so little profit. Moreover, have you considered that resources in the mountains are dwindling? What will happen when hunting becomes prohibited?" Uncle glared, insisting, "Impossible. Let me tell you, while our trade may not lead to great wealth, it is definitely sustainable." Uncle raised his thumb in approval, asserting that hunting could never be banned. Ning Jie found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to convey to his uncle that hunting had been prohibited since '96 and firearms since the early 2000s. Although many had circumvented these regulations and nearly every household possessed a gun, what would the future hold? The reform and opening up policy was not merely a gentle spring breeze. It also represented a golden mountain. With such an accumulation of firearms, incidents were inevitable. "Uncle, do you trust me?" Ning Jie implored. His uncle scoffed, "Not at all." Chapter 4. Evening Conversations in 85. A small faction of the populace in their city began to respond to the policies, venturing into private enterprises. Though these were modest transactions, the economic revival was subtly manifesting. Presently, Northeast China remained the economic leader of the nation. Despite numerous state-owned factories and skilled technicians being dispatched elsewhere, its prominence remained unshaken. Resources in the Northeast had yet to reach a state of depletion, and akin to the previous life, amidst the turbulence, abundant opportunities were ripe for the taking. In his past life, Ning Jie had ventured to the city in early '86, where he met Lin Yuezhi. After a romantic relationship, they married in '87 and returned to the city from the countryside. Now, his goal was to expedite that timeline. With policies considerably relaxed, ration tickets were gradually fading into history, presenting a challenge of how to amass more capital. What significant events occurred in '85? Suddenly, a thought sparked in Ning Jie's mind. recalling a conversation with old Zhou from 89. He had mentioned that in the winter of 85, two affluent merchants from Guangzhou sought to purchase ginseng from the Laos Hans. According to old Zhou, one merchant needed it as a primary medicine for an elderly family member, paying an astonishing 11,000 yuan for a 2 Ding root. In that era, this was a princely sum. Typically, ginseng was harvested in the summer and autumn, with most sellers offering their goods to supply and marketing cooperatives or state-run pharmacies at pitifully low prices. A root weighing over 2 Ding might fetch only 50 or 60 yuan, while a 2 Ding root would command around 150 to 160. At that time, ginseng resources were still abundant, with occasional specimens over 2 Ding appearing, and he recalled that his uncle possessed a root weighing over 3 Ding. "Uncle, do you happen to have an old ginseng root?" Ning Jie inquired. His uncle set down his chopsticks, responding warily, "What for? That root was harvested in autumn. I intend to keep it for your mother to stew for nourishment during the new year." Though his family was not particularly affluent, his uncle exhibited great care for his sister-in-law. Before marriage, she had tended to his dirty laundry, including arrangements for Ning Jie's own wife. 300 to 400 yuan was indeed a considerable sum, but spent on his sister-in-law, his uncle felt no remorse. "Hey, how about this? Give me the ginseng, and in a few days, I'll return from the city with a bride for you," Ning Jie joked. His uncle shot him a disapproving glare and retorted, "Get lost. What city girl would return with you for a mere 200 or 300? Have you been gambling again?" Ning Jie quickly waved his hands, insisting, "I truly haven't, uncle. I mean it. Just the other day, I overheard a post office clerk mention that a businessman from the south is buying ginseng in the city. So I thought I'd take a chance." He chuckled bitterly. What kind of madness is it for a southern businessman to come collect ginseng in the dead of winter? Lighting a cigarette for his uncle, he continued, "Come on, let me take a shot at it. If I can't sell it, I'll bring the ginseng back to you. If it sells, we can split the profits evenly." His uncle squinted, taking a deep drag from his cigarette, and with a smirk said, "You little rascal, you just want to go enjoy yourself in the city. Take the ginseng, but don't sell it to the supply and marketing cooperative. Our family isn't in dire need of that little money, if no one wants it. Just bring it back for your mother to restore her health." Ning Jie sighed in relief, grateful for his uncle's care. "Rest assured, uncle. I'm certain I'll sell it for a good price. We'll split it, just as I said. Get lost. I don't want it. If you make a fortune, keep it for your future wife," his uncle retorted. Pouring a drink for his uncle, Ning Jie inquired, "Uncle, do those ginseng diggers have any stock left?" Frowning, his uncle replied, "Have you lost your mind? Why would you need so much ginseng? That clerk has always been unreliable. If he leads you astray, will you end up with a pile of ginseng you can't sell? The diggers are different. They nurture the ginseng after harvesting it, so it doesn't lose weight during winter. That's why they aren't in a rush to sell to the cooperative. They hold out for better prices and sell in the spring, which means their ginseng won't come cheap. It's no wonder they prefer to wait rather than sell to the cooperative. A trip to the city could yield a significantly higher price from the right buyer. Trust me on this, uncle. You're well informed. Do they really have treasures on hand?" His uncle grumbled. "Lu Laosan has a piece weighing 3 taels and 7 grams. Likely asking for 800 yuan. The others hardly have any, but those two families are holding out as well. They don't bring their ginseng down from the mountains." Ning Jie felt a surge of excitement. 2 pieces weighing 3 taels each. Ginseng is valued at 7 taels, with 8 taels considered treasure. Even a tael more can fetch over 10,000. So, for 3 taels, wouldn't the price double? Though Lao Zhou could be quite a rogue, he was reliable. If he said it, it must be true. In the 80s, millionaires existed, though rare, but certainly not uncommon enough to be dismissed. "Uncle, after selling the pigs tomorrow, will you take me to collect it?" His uncle stared at Ning Jie, silent for a long moment. He wondered what had gotten into the boy. He had never noticed him being particularly money-minded before. What had sparked this sudden ambition? He raised his cup, downing the liquor in one gulp, feeling warmth flush to his face. If this venture turned out poorly, he would have to settle down and focus on hunting and farming. After a brief pause, his uncle added, "And while you're at it, don't forget to pick up Lu Jinhua." Ning Jie nodded vigorously. "I'll follow your lead." Yet, in his heart, he thought, "I could never marry Lu Jinhua. It's not that she is unworthy, but I have someone else in my heart. Besides, I truly wish to return and see my little granddaughter." Though the two families resided in a large courtyard, they occupied separate houses, each managing their own affairs. It was not until after 10 o'clock at night that the wild boar was finally prepared. Ning Jie and his mother entered their home, and he recounted to her the matter of his recent purchase of ginseng. His mother regarded this venture with skepticism. Although she had a sum of about 1,000 or 1,800 yuan set aside for Ning Jie to eventually marry, the money represented years of his hard-earned savings from his labor. If Zhuzi had indeed lied, they would incur a loss of 5 to 600 yuan, a considerable sum in their village where most families lacked such wealth. After much persuasion, Ning Jie's mother reluctantly retrieved a handkerchief from the cabinet at the head of the Kong and counted out 800 yuan for him, assuring him that any shortfall could be addressed with the proceeds from selling the pig the following day. Clutching the money, he returned to his room, where the familiar warmth of the Kong and the howling northern wind outside stirred feelings of unease within him. Be City, I have returned. Chapter 5, Be City. I have arrived at the break of dawn the next day. Ning Jie urged his mother to awaken him. After consuming 3 fried eggs, he felt a surge of warmth envelop him. He and his second uncle loaded the pork onto the sled, stepping out into the morning sunlight. The previous evening, his second aunt had gone door to door to notify the villagers, and upon reaching the Team S square, they were soon approached by numerous eager patrons. Oh, Lao heir, that pig is quite sizable. Aunt, which cut do you desire? As his uncle sharpened his knife, the elderly woman pointed at the wild boar. I want that piece. Make sure to include plenty of fat. As your wife mentioned, it's 50 cents per pound, correct? Indeed, 50 cents per pound, aunt. Very well. Slice off around 10 pounds. The elderly lady's family was prosperous, with ample land and many children, all of whom were laborers without familial obligations. After cutting a chunk of meat, his uncle waited, announcing, 10 pounds and 1 tael, just under 2 taels. 10 pounds and 1 tael? Look at the scale. 5 yuan will suffice. What are you looking at? Do you think I would cheat you? After paying, the elderly woman placed the pork into an enamel basin and departed. Their village was large and affluent, outpacing several neighboring settlements. Before the sun had fully risen, the pork was sold out. In these times, there was a strong preference for fatty meat, and it was fortunate that the wild boar was quite plump. Otherwise, they might have been forced to lower the price for leaner cuts. Upon returning home, the two men counted their earnings, totaling 310 yuan and 5 cents. His uncle took 150 yuan for himself, leaving the remainder for Ning Jie. After sharing a midday meal, his uncle carried a carefully set-aside piece of pork belly and took Ning Jie to Lu Laosan's house. As they entered the gate, the dog in the yard began barking vigorously. His uncle glared at it, causing the large dog to whimper and retreat to its kennel, leaving a mess in its wake. Lu Laosan, wrapped in a coat, emerged from the house, laughing as he saw the two men. I wondered why my dog was barking without cause. It appears you two have arrived. Is there something amiss? Lu Laosan glanced at the pork in his uncle's hand as he welcomed them inside. Is your sister-in-law not home? She has gone to her family's place. Her niece is in confinement, and she has gone to lend a hand. Upon receiving the pork, Lu Laosan inquired, Heir, if you have something to discuss, please do so. I shall certainly assist you. If unable, you may take your meat back. For I cannot partake in a free meal. Lu Laosan chuckled. Given our friendship, would I not offer you some meat, even without a favor in return? He cheerfully placed the pork in a basin. Let us step inside. Xiao Jie, your third uncle has prepared some stir-fried dishes. Help yourself. The three entered the house, where Lu Laosan poured tea for the two guests. His life had been quite prosperous, with tea leaves of the finest quality. So, have you taken a liking to my elder brother's daughter? Shall I have my wife act as a matchmaker? Lu Laosan and Lu Laoda from the gold factory were brothers, and Lu Jinhua had to address him as third uncle. Heir shot Ning Jie a disapproving glance and retorted, my son lacks such fortune. The matter I sought you for is different. Lu Laosan felt a tinge of disappointment. Ning Jie was handsome and sturdy, and if his elder brother's daughter were to marry him, she would surely lead a life of comfort. What is it, second brother? Do you still have the ginseng you dug up before the snow fell? The three tails one. Lu Laosan nodded, I do. This year, I started late, and such a large piece cannot be left on the mountain. If it fails to yield next year, it would be a significant loss. Heir directly stated, name your price, I shall purchase it. Lu Laosan furrowed his brow at Heir, thinking to himself that Ning Heir had never engaged in purchasing goods before. Brother, you know our customs. While our relationship is strong, I cannot cut corners when it comes to money. You know my wife, if I were to save money, she would surely raise a fuss. Heir nodded and offered, 800. If that works for you, we can proceed. If not, then let it be. 800 was indeed a considerable sum. Even in the market, it would likely fetch this price. All right, since you've spoken, I shall not haggle. I will fetch it for you now. Lu Laosan ascended to the small room and shortly returned with a large roll of birch bark. Upon unwrapping it, a thick layer of moss was revealed, which, when peeled back, unveiled a ginseng root thicker than a thumb. The ginseng was of excellent quality, with tightly packed roots and firm veins, especially the ginseng hairs, all intact, showcasing Lu Laosan's superb craftsmanship. This ginseng, originally weighing 3 taels and 7 was now estimated to be around 3 taels and 6. The weight loss was negligible. Er nodded and carefully wrapped the ginseng. Ning Jie promptly produced the money and handed it to Lu Laosan. The bills were all 10 yuan denominations. As the fourth series of the renminbi had not yet been issued, with 10 yuan being the largest denomination. After receiving the money, the group engaged in conversation for a while, and then Ning Jie and Er departed with the ginseng. Upon returning home, Er presented the ginseng he had dug himself, addressing Ning Jie with a serious demeanor. You are 20 now, should you wish to venture forth. Your second uncle will undoubtedly support you, but you must remain steadfast and not stray down the wrong path. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to break your legs. Ning Jie nodded, recalling that in his previous life, he had also remained on the right path, and his achievements were undeniably tied to his second uncle's influence. Rest assured. Second uncle, I will not. Very well, will you be heading to the city tomorrow? Ning Jie pondered for a moment and replied, I plan to leave shortly. I should arrive in the city by dawn. Er frowned and remarked, aren't you in a hurry to take the sled? I may not return from the city for several days, making it inconvenient to bring the ox along. Very well. Shortly, I shall ask your second aunt to prepare some salted sesame seeds and roll up a couple of pancakes for you to eat on the way. After gathering his belongings, Ning Jie placed the ginseng, wrapped in 2 layers of sheepskin, into a woven bag. He tied the 2 corners of the bag with a rope and secured the opening, transforming it into a backpack. With 2 ginseng roots on his back and a military knife at his waist, he felt no fear. Dahei followed closely behind, no matter how Ning Jie urged him. Dahei refused to turn back. They traversed 2 mountain peaks, and as dusk approached, Ning Jie patted Dahei on the head. Head back now. Dahei nudged Ning Jie's leg. Sitting in a snowdrift, Ning Jie took out a pancake, tore it into pieces, and fed it to Dahei. Return home. Be obedient, and guard the house well. Keep an eye on De Huang, and don't let it bully the dog. Dahei barked once, took a few steps towards home, then paused and looked back. Go back, stay away from people, and if you encounter anyone, run swiftly towards the village. Ning Jie waved his hand. Dahei glanced at him, then dashed off, soon disappearing over the ridge. Ning Jie inhaled deeply, the frigid air piercing his nostrils. Currently, there was no direct bus service, and the only way to reach the city was to wait for a bus in the town. In this era, the operation of long-distance buses depended entirely on the driver's mood, and he could not afford to wait. With keen eyes, Ning Jie watched the sun dip below the horizon as the moon shyly peeked out. A silver glow enveloped the earth, and in the snowy landscape, only Ning Jie remained, crunching through the snow with each step. Chapter 6. Price Negotiation? No way. After a full night's journey, Ning Jie finally arrived in City B. Just as dawn broke, bicycles creaked past him on the road, while several trucks roared by, hauling timber. He found a private breakfast shop, where a bowl of porridge and 4 large pancakes cost him a mere 2 yuan. After breakfast, Ning Jie sought a small inn. Paying 3 yuan for a modest room, he secured the door, propping a bedside table against it, and then shed his trousers and cotton coat, resting his head on his arm as he drifted off to sleep. Knock, knock, knock. It was unclear how much time had passed when the sound of knocking invaded his ears. Ning Jie sat up alertly, gripping a short knife. Who is it? Young man. It's 3 o'clock. Recognizing the innkeeper's voice, Ning Jie sighed in relief. In this era, inns were not particularly safe. State-run establishments required a letter of introduction, and small inns often had ties to pickpockets and unscrupulous owners. All right, understood. He donned his clothes, shouldered his bag, and exited the room. Ning Jie paid another 3 yuan, requesting the innkeeper to keep a kettle of hot water for him in the evening. After wandering the streets, he found a noodle shop where a bowl of noodles cost 70 cents, nearly equivalent to a pound of pork. After his meal, Ning Jie headed to the state-run guest house. There were several in City B, and the one old Zhou referred to was directly across from the municipal government. He waited from 4 o'clock until darkness enveloped the sky, yet he did not see any merchants from the south. According to old Zhou's timeline, the southern merchants were expected to arrive within the next few days. Ning Jie was not anxious. Good things come to those who wait, and this matter could not be rushed. Upon returning to the inn, Ning Jie visited the restroom and, carrying his thermos, made his way back to his room. In this era, entertainment options were scarce. One could hardly expect to find a television, which was prohibitively expensive for such establishments. He secured the door and resumed his slumber. At an indeterminate hour, Ning Jie was suddenly roused by a noise at the door. He swiftly opened his eyes, stealthily grasped his short knife, and silently descended from the bed. Bathed in the moonlight, he discerned the latch gradually shifting, and the intruder attempted to push the door open without success. After a half-minute of silence within, the outsider began to force the door ajar. It creaked open, revealing a hand reaching inside. This was the moment Ning Jie had been awaiting. With his left hand wielding the knife, he seized the intruder's wrist with his right. The assailant, caught off guard, struggled desperately to break free, but found his hand ensnared, unable to budge an inch. Ning Jie pressed the back of the knife against the intruder's hand and whispered, "Do not move. If you do, you shall lose your claws." The intruder, recognizing the gravity of the situation, remained still and murmured, "Easy now." Ning Jie retorted, "Spare me your cryptic language. I possess nothing of value. If you seek wealth, find another target. If you intend to harm me, only one of us will survive." The intruder, sensing Ning Jie's resolve, quickly acquiesced, promising to depart without causing further trouble. Ning Jie released his grip, secured the door, and propped it against the cabinet. This encounter had likely ensured that the intruder would refrain from troubling him for some time. The world was indeed tumultuous. One could find themselves targeted merely for a fleeting glance at the wrong person. As dawn broke the following day, Ning Jie approached the innkeeper to settle his bill before venturing out for breakfast. He then returned to wait at the entrance of the guest house. Night fell, yet the southern merchants he awaited never appeared. For 4 consecutive days, he remained hopeful, but impatience began to seep in. Could it be that old Zhou had been misleading him? He had not deviated from his position, and with no local market available, it seemed improbable that these individuals would not arrive. Had he chosen the wrong location? Extinguishing his cigarette, Ning Jie returned to the inn. As he prepared to enter his room with the thermos, the innkeeper spoke up, "My friend, are you here to conduct business?" Many patrons had stayed, some for several days. Yet few appeared as unrefined as Ning Jie, and his prolonged presence piqued her curiosity. "Oh, are you here to greet a relative?" Ning Jie remained silent and retreated to his room. On the 5th morning, he once again set out with his bag. After breakfast, he arrived at the guest house entrance and spotted 2 men clad in military coats, bundled against the chill as they exited. After so many days without news, the old man can no longer wait, one of them said with a look of frustration. The other replied, "There's nothing we can do. The supply and marketing cooperative has no old ginseng. At this season, it's impossible to procure any. The television station will not be of help." Ning Jie's spirits lifted. Finally, the moment he had been anticipating had arrived. He hastily approached the 2 men, who, upon noticing him, instinctively took a cautious step back. "Do not be alarmed." Ning Jie smiled as he opened his hands to the 2 men, saying, "I heard from Sister Wang at the supply and marketing cooperative that someone is looking to buy ginseng. I have 2 roots here. I wonder if you are interested?" The younger man's eyes brightened, but he still asked with a hint of skepticism, "Which Sister Wang are you referring to? You aren't trying to trick us, are you?" "It's Sister Wang from the supply and marketing cooperative. Didn't you inquire whether she had any ginseng available?" The 2 exchanged glances, and the speaking young man suddenly laughed. "Ah, I must have forgotten. I'm looking for higher grade ginseng, at least 2 liang or more." Ning Jie nodded. "I have roots over 2 liang, and there are 2 of them. But as for the price..." The older man grasped Ning Jie's hand, his excitement palpable. "If you have them, the price is negotiable. Let's discuss this inside. It's freezing out here." Ning Jie followed the 2 men upstairs, unperturbed by the prospect of being deceived. Even if there were more than 2 of them, he felt no fear. Upon entering the guest house room, which featured 2 beds, central heating, a 12-inch television atop a table, a coffee table, and 2 sofas, he noted the stark contrast to his own living conditions. The South was developing rapidly, with an abundance of wealthy individuals. The familial structures in the South differed from those in the Northeast, leading to prosperous families and fostering a harmonious and rapidly advancing business environment. Ning Jie opened his bag and revealed the birch bark wrapped in lambskin, unrolling it to unveil the 2 ginseng roots before the 2 southern merchants. He keenly observed the 2 men, whose breath seemed to halt at the sight of the ginseng, their joy unmasked. After a shared glance, the older one inquired, "Friend, may I ask your name?" "I am Ning Jie. Brother, we are from the South. Northeasterners value friendship in business. What do you think of offering you 15,000 for these 2 roots, as a gesture of friendship?" Ning Jie's expression darkened immediately upon hearing the offer. Had he not heard old Zhou mention that ginseng over 2 liang sold for 11,000 in his previous life, he might have accepted. However, now, without a word, Ning Jie swiftly wrapped the ginseng back up. "You 2 should keep looking for a few more days," he stated firmly. Seeing Ning Jie packing up, Lai Xingfu could no longer remain seated. He quickly pressed down on Ning Jie's hand, smiling. "Brother, there's no need to be so irritable. In business, it's about haggling. If the price is unreasonable, we can negotiate." Lai Xingwang nodded in agreement, pulling out a box of Zhonghua cigarettes and offering one to Ning Jie. Ning Jie was slightly taken aback. In 1985, tobacco and alcohol were not freely purchasable, and cigarettes like Zhonghua could only be bought with foreign exchange vouchers. He recalled that a pack cost over 70 yuan. In 1985, a worker's monthly wage barely reached 70 yuan, so the Lai family must have been quite affluent to afford such luxuries. He had conducted business with Southerners before, yet they typically embodied a low-key demeanor, making it difficult to gauge their wealth. Unlike the ostentation of Northerners, Southern merchants often concealed their depth. Lighting the cigarette, Lai Xingwang asked, "Brother, what price do you intend to sell these 2 roots for?" Ning Jie pondered for a moment, considering the price of 11,000 for 2 liang. With an additional 3 liang, it was nearly 4 liang, and would surely amount to at least 30,000. He had overheard the 2 men discussing the elder's ailment, surmising that the old gentleman was unwell and in need of mountain ginseng to prolong his life. At 50,000 per root, Lai Xingwang decisively shook his head and replied, "Brother, that is far too expensive." Ning Jie regarded Lai Xingwang and inquired, "What price do you propose? Let us negotiate." After some contemplation, Lai Xingwang responded, 2 ginseng roots for 50,000, that's my utmost offer. 60,000. If you are agreeable, then take it. If not, we must part ways. Lai Xingwang glanced at Lai Xingfu, and the two conversed briefly in Cantonese. Lai Xingwang then said, "Brother, my brother and I have only over 50,000 in cash. We can offer you a maximum of 55,000, but if that doesn't work, we are at an impasse." In these times, cash transactions remain popular. Despite the presence of credit cooperatives, remittances are cumbersome, and cash remains the primary currency of trade. It wasn't until the 1990s that remittances began to gain traction in business dealings. Observing the 2 men, Ning Jie sensed their honesty. The sum of 55,000 aligned with his expectations, and further deliberation would likely yield no fruitful outcome. He had been away for several days. His family must be anxious, and he had yet to seek out Lin Yuezhi. The back and forth would consume countless days, which he could ill afford. Thus, he resolved to forge a connection. 55,000 it is. The brothers exhaled in relief, retrieving a suitcase, which, upon opening, revealed neat stacks of crisp 10 yuan bills. After counting the money, Ning Jie promptly placed it into a bag, causing the brothers' expressions to twitch. "Brother, here is my number. Should you come across any fine goods in the future, do not hesitate to call." He accepted the business card they offered, a rare commodity in this era. Tucking the card away, Ning Jie remarked, "Very well, we shall be in touch." Declining their invitation to dine, he exited the guest house and made his way directly to the Rural Credit Cooperative. The cooperative was sparsely populated, with the tellers idly passing the time. Upon his arrival, Ning Jie placed the bag on the counter, causing the teller's brow to furrow instantly. "Comrade, what business do you wish to conduct?" "I would like to make a deposit." "Do you possess a bank book?" "No, but I have my ID and household registration." The female teller briefly scrutinized Ning Jie, her initial irritation quickly dissipating. "Very well. How much do you wish to deposit?" 50,000. 50 how much?" The entire staff turned their gaze towards Ning Jie. Their expressions varied. Ning Jie opened the bag and emptied its contents onto the counter. The teller swallowed hard, her mind racing with thoughts. This fellow. Could he have acquired this money through theft or robbery? "Comrade, where did you obtain this money?" the female teller casually inquired, while her colleague swiftly donned his coat and exited. "From selling ginseng." The teller wore a knowing expression. "Selling ginseng?" Her relatives work at the supply and marketing cooperative, where an old root fetches merely 100 to 800. How many roots must he have sold to amass such a sum? Most likely, it is either stolen or ill-gotten. Noticing the teller's sudden silence, Ning Jie furrowed his brow and pressed, "Is there a problem? I am in a hurry to deposit this money and return home." Just a moment before she could finish, the teller abruptly rose, pointing at Ning Jie and declaring, "Police officer, it is him." As Ning Jie turned around, he was momentarily rendered speechless. Damn it. Even the police have come for saving money? The officer, upon gazing at the stack of cash on the counter, shuddered. His monthly salary was merely 65.8 yuan. Goodness, how much money is this? Has a robbery occurred at the credit union? "Comrade, where did this money come from?" Ning Jie sighed, his voice laced with resignation. "I earned it from selling ginseng. If you don't believe me, you can inquire at room 308 of the guest house. The credit union should have a phone. You can call them. My name is Ning Jie." The officer glanced at Ning Jie and said, "Please wait a moment. Zhang, keep an eye on him while I head to the guest house." After more than 10 minutes, the older officer returned, his expression filled with contrition. "I apologize, comrade, we misjudged you." Ning Jie offered a wry smile and shook his head. In this era, storing 50,000 yuan in a woven bag could indeed lead to misunderstandings. Who could have imagined that in a few decades, one could transfer millions, even billions, with just a few taps on a smartphone? Having finally completed his deposit, Ning Jie carefully tucked the bank book away and exited the credit union. He found a restaurant where he spent 8 yuan on a dish of flying dragon stewed mushrooms accompanied by pig's head meat. And then he leisurely strolled to the train station. From a distance, he spotted a plump man clad in a tattered sheepskin coat, an axe dangling from his waist, boasting to passersby while seated on a cart. This man was Lao Zhou, a notorious local tough in B City, particularly around the train station. He was also a good brother who had accompanied Ning Jie for many years. Recalling his memories, Ning Jie made his way past the train station and arrived at the family quarters of the logging company. The tidy fences, brick houses, and towering stacks of firewood evoked a sense of nostalgia within him. During this era, the logging company was relatively prosperous, and Lin Yuezhi resided among the 3 households in the center. At this hour, she should be nearing the end of her shift. When Ning Jie had first met Lin Yuezhi, she was already engaged. According to her, during the winter of 1985, her mother fell ill, and her mother's colleague helped with the medical expenses, simultaneously arranging Lin Yuezhi's engagement. Tragically, in May of the following year, a fire broke out in the family quarters, and her fiancé perished while attempting to extinguish the flames. From that moment on, the entire community branded Lin Yuezhi as a harbinger of misfortune, leading to turmoil with the Nan family. Ning Jie envisioned various scenarios of their reunion. After being through so many years together, he still felt a surge of excitement at the thought. Would Lin Yuezhi feel frightened by his sudden appearance? What excuse could he possibly use to approach her? As he pondered these questions, a woman's voice pierced through his thoughts. Let go of me, Zhang Fan. Do you believe I will go back and chop you with a kitchen knife? Chapter 8. Do not fear. I am wealthy. Ning Jie extinguished his cigarette, bracing himself against his knee to stand. He glanced towards the alleyway, his expression darkening instantly. There stood the woman he had longed for, firmly grasped by the arm by a man wearing a cotton hat. Judging by Lin Yuezhi's expression, it was evident she did not favor this man. Was that her fiancé? Ning Jie had never seen him before, but the identity of the man was inconsequential. What mattered was that Lin Yuezhi was still there. What are you doing? Behaving like a rogue in broad daylight. Ning Jie exclaimed angrily, flexing his wrist as he approached the alley's entrance. The man released Lin Yuezhi and, with a displeased expression, retorted, Who the hell are you? Mind your own business. Ning Jie ignored him and turned to Lin Yuezhi, inquiring, Is he your boyfriend? Lin Yuezhi shook her head, feeling an inexplicable chill from the man's gaze, which sent shivers down her spine. It wasn't repulsion. Rather, it felt as if he had known her for ages. Moreover, the glimmer of tears in his striking eyes rendered her momentarily speechless. Well then, Ning Jie said, a slight smile gracing his lips, before suddenly bolting forward. Before the man could react, Ning Jie delivered a powerful kick straight to his chest. The man, weighing over 140 pounds, flew backward like a sandbag, landing heavily in a snowdrift. Ning Jie shielded Lin Yuezhi behind him, leaving her momentarily dazed as she gazed at his broad silhouette, her cheeks flushing with warmth. What a real man. The man, clutching his chest, staggered up from the snowdrift, glaring fiercely at Ning Jie, gritting his teeth as he spat, If you're so tough, don't run away. Ning Jie chuckled, I haven't heard that line in years. Go ahead and call for help. Just don't bring your old man. I have no desire to fight an elder. Lin Yuezhi couldn't help but giggle, while the man turned crimson with rage, glaring at both Ning Jie and Lin Yuezhi. Before shouting, You coward. Whoever runs is a grandson. With that, he dashed into the adjacent alley. Concern etched on her face, Lin Yuezhi tugged at Ning Jie's arm, urging, You should leave quickly. The young ruffians from the Lin estate listened to him. You might get hurt. In this day and age, brawls were commonplace, unless someone was killed. Almost no one reported them, and even if they did, it was often futile. Moreover, these groups were divided into factions: the Lin estate gang, the train station crew, the pharmaceutical group, constantly at odds with one another, beyond anyone's control. Ning Jie observed the slight flush on Lin Yuezhi's face, momentarily lost in thought. Her large, expressive eyes, her prominent nose, and the memories they shared together swirled in his mind. If he left, she would surely be heartbroken. Seeing the glimmer of tears in his eyes, Lin Yuezhi's heart skipped a beat, and she swallowed hard, lowering her gaze. Why are you staring at me like that? Run. Ning Jie gently adjusted Lin Yuezhi's woolen scarf. Speaking softly, You should go home. I'll be fine. Her face flushed. Lin Yuezhi turned away, unable to meet his gaze. Strangely, she felt no aversion to this intimate gesture. Instead, a sense of delight blossomed within her. I'll go get someone for you. Ning Jie grasped Lin Yuezhi's arm firmly. She struggled a bit, her voice resembling that of a frightened kitten. What are you doing? Let go. Be obedient. Go home. I promise I'm fine. Releasing her, Lin Yuezhi shot him an indignant glare, her cheeks ablaze, before hurriedly retreating home. Once she was gone, Ning Jie lit a cigarette, casually picking up a half-meter-long stick from the woodpile. Such a scene hardly warranted violence, merely a group of unruly youths, hardly deserving of his attention. As he inhaled the smoke from his half-finished cigarette, the swift sound of footsteps echoed nearby. Ning Jie glanced onto the street and was taken aback by the sight of 8 or 9 young men in their 20s, each wielding a pickaxe. Leading them was the very youth who had been previously beaten. "That's him. Damn it, let us get him," the beaten boy shouted, pointing with his hand as he charged forward, pickaxe in hand. Ning Jie deftly stepped back to evade the incoming weapon and, with a sharp bend of his right knee, thrust it directly into the assailant's chest. With one foe down, Ning Jie swung his axe with uncanny precision. Each strike brought another youth crashing to the ground, their cries echoing in the air. The thrill of the fight invigorated him. Youth was indeed a blessing, as his reflexes and strength kept pace with the chaos. After taking a blow from a pickaxe to his back, Ning Jie gritted his teeth, kicked away the boy in front of him, and swiftly turned to deliver a powerful strike that landed squarely on another's head. To his surprise, the fallen adversary rolled on the ground, clutching his head, while Ning Jie found himself facing 9 opponents with ease, having dispatched them with minimal effort. The commotion drew quite a crowd, as many stood in their yards, spectators to the familiar spectacle of brawling youths, reminiscent of dogfights. However, today's contender exhibited impressive prowess, one man taking down 9. In the Northeast, it was often deemed shameful for the older generation to intervene in such disputes. If you emerged victorious, you faced scorn, and if defeated, a likely beating awaited you at home. "Ah, I'll fight you all," Lin Yuezhi shouted, brandishing a kitchen knife as she sprinted outside, only to be met with the chaos she had just witnessed. Has it only been a moment? They're all down already. How useless can they be? 9 against 1, and they couldn't manage? Ning Jie couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Lin Yuezhi with her knife, while she felt an overwhelming embarrassment. Wishing she could hide her face, her cheeks flushed, she concealed the knife behind her back and attempted nonchalance, saying, I just came out to sharpen the knife." Ning Jie, not wishing to tease her further, took the knife from her and said, "Little lady, you shouldn't be wielding knives and axes every day." Lin Yuezhi murmured softly, "It's just that I'm worried you'll get hurt." Ning Jie, not catching her words, asked, "What did you say?" Nothing, she stammered, her voice flustered as she quickly changed the subject. "How about coming to my house for a drink?" "All right then." Ning Jie, contemplating how to foster a connection with Lin Yuezhi, felt fortune smiling upon him. His adversary had unwittingly provided an opening, and now his future wife was inviting him, making the rest of the interaction seem effortless. The beaten boy, gritting his teeth, rose to his feet and pointed accusatorily at Lin Yuezhi. "Lin Yuezhi, if you take him home, I swear my mother won't pay for your mother's medical expenses." Lin Yuezhi's complexion drained of color, biting her lip as she glanced at Ning Jie, utterly uncertain of how to navigate the situation. Ning Jie furrowed his brow, realizing that the boy truly was a fiancé of sorts. "So, you resort to involving parents when you can't win?" he mused, stepping forward. The boy, startled, stumbled backward and fell clumsily to the ground, caught up in the chaos. Ning Jie cast a disdainful glance at his fiancé, as if to say, "Is this all there is? What a trivial matter." Observing Lin Yuezhi on the verge of tears, his heart suddenly ached. This girl, why didn't she confide in me during her past life about the grievances she endured? "Do not fear, I have the means to help you," he reassured her. Chapter 9. Our purposes align. Lin Yuezhi looked at Ning Jie, uncertain of how to respond. Her mother was ill and required over 2,000 for surgery. In this era, where could she possibly procure such a sum? Together, they barely had more than 600, falling short by 1,005, and no one was willing to lend them money. Only Zhang Fan's family showed willingness to help, but it was clear they intended to use this opportunity to bring the two of them closer together. At 19, she was not naive, who would offer assistance without ulterior motives. However, she truly did not harbor any affection for Zhang Fan, despite having grown up together. His numerous flaws and lack of ambition made him unappealing to her. Without the support from Zhang Fan's family, her mother would be unable to undergo surgery and would face death. If her mother were to die, she would be left entirely alone. "Please, do not regard me with such skepticism. I genuinely possess the means. Will 5,000 suffice?" Ning Jie had set aside 5,000 when saving, having forgotten the exact amount needed for Lin Yuezhi's mother's surgery, but he was confident it would be sufficient. Lin Yuezhi nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes, that will be enough." "Very well, let us go to your home for a glass of water, and afterward, I shall lend you the money." Lin Yuezhi felt her mind buzzing, uncertain whether to trust Ning Jie, yet she harbored an instinctive feeling that he was reliable. Though they had only met for a brief 10 minutes, Ning Jie had instilled within her an unprecedented sense of security. All right. With her head bowed, she led Ning Jie to her doorstep, opening the door as he took a deep breath and stepped inside. The yard was small yet impeccably tidy, with firewood stacked neatly, resembling a concrete wall, a clear indication that such meticulousness was not the work of a man. Upon entering the house, a frail voice emerged. "One, who has come?" Lin Yuezhi was at a loss for how to introduce Ning Jie, stammering, "Mother, this is, a friend of mine." Ning Jie smiled and said, "Hello, Auntie. I am Lin Yuezhi's friend. She informed me of your illness, and since I happened to be in the city, I thought I would come by to check on you." Upon hearing a male voice, Lin Yuezhi's mother slowly descended from her bed, using the doorframe for support as she scrutinized Ning Jie. The young man seemed decent, handsome even, though his attire was somewhat shabby. If not for her own illness, Lin Yuezhi hurried to assist her mother, saying, "Mother, why have you gotten up? You should lie down." "I'm fine. I just grew weary of lying down." "Wen, please pour your friend some water. It's kind of him to brave the cold for a visit." Ning Jie smiled and replied, "It's the least I could do, Auntie. By the way, I heard from Wen that you still need some money for the surgery. I don't have much, but please take this." As he reached into a woven bag, Lin Yuezhi's mother waved her hand, thinking to herself that a mere woven bag could not possibly contain much. She realized this young man was struggling as well and felt it would be inappropriate to accept his money. Lin Yuezhi's face flushed once more. This person is truly something. Why does he immediately call himself by his nickname? After pouring a cup of hot water for Ning Jie, Lin Yuezhi noted that there were no men in their household, nor did they drink tea. Ning Jie produced 5 bundles of pristine 10 yuan notes, leaving Lin Yuezhi and her mother utterly bewildered. Lin's mother exclaimed, "How could this child be so wealthy?" Lin Yuezhi added, "He truly possesses 5,000 yuan. Ning Jie pressed the 5,000 yuan into Lin Yuezhi's somewhat dazed hands. Lin's mother hurriedly interjected, "Oh dear. You really don't need to. This is far too much. How could Annie accept your money?" Lin Yuezhi, gazing at the money in her hand, felt her mind swirl. First, he heroically came to her aid, and now he was gifting her such a sum. Could it be that he has taken a liking to her? He is quite capable and rugged, handsome as well, and possesses wealth. Lin Yuezhi's face flushed instantly. Observing Lin Yuezhi's expression, Lin's mother sensed there was more to the situation. Who would so generously offer such a large sum for medical expenses without any ulterior motive? Even after years of acquaintance with Zhang Fan's family, they never offered such assistance unless it was for their daughter. Although she was not particularly fond of Zhang Fan, who seemed rather frivolous and unreliable, this young man appeared commendable, albeit his background remained uncertain. "Never mind, Auntie. Your health is paramount. I have no need for this money. Please use it for now, and I shall repay you when I am able," Ning Jie assured her. Lin's mother could only chuckle nervously. How could one ever repay 5,000 yuan? Wen, why don't you give this money to your friend? It's far too excessive. For reasons unknown. Lin Yuezhi blurted out without thinking, "Why should I give it away? You still need treatment, and I certainly do not wish to marry that Zhang Fan." Lin's mother opened her mouth to respond, but merely sighed. Children will find their own fortunes. At this point, she felt powerless to intervene in certain matters. Lin Yuezhi neatly organized the money and then fetched a folding iron stool for Ning Jie, positioning it at the table and handing the water to him. "Don't just stand there. Have you eaten lunch yet? Are you staying for a meal?" Ning Jie glanced at Lin's mother and shook his head, replying, "No. I still need to head back this afternoon." Lin Yuezhi's expression fell slightly. After assisting her mother into the house, she shyly sat across from Ning Jie, casting furtive glances around before whispering, "What is your name?" "Ning Jie," he replied quietly, mirroring her secrecy. Lin Yuezhi expressed her confusion. "We don't know each other. Why would you lend me such a significant amount? I cannot repay you." Ning Jie observed the endearing expression on Lin Yuezhi's face, a mix of shyness and anxiety reminiscent of their previous encounter. Initially, he intended to act heroically, but upon hearing that someone was threatening her with her mother, he couldn't hold back. Lin Yuezhi remained skeptical. 5,000 yuan. You couldn't have lent it out so casually, could you? You're lying. Ning Jie, suppressing a laugh, nodded seriously and inquired, "Did that Zhang Fan imply that lending you money was contingent on you being with him?" Lin Yuezhi's face turned crimson, and she shyly acknowledged, "Yes. I share the same intentions as him." With that, Lin Yuezhi abruptly looked up, her eyes wide, staring intently at Ning Jie. Her expression shifted from astonishment to indignation, and then from indignation to embarrassment in an instant. She wrinkled her nose and feigned ferocity as she waved her fist, forcefully stomping her foot down on Ning Jie's cotton shoes, even grinding them a couple of times. While she indeed exerted force, the grinding was not particularly vigorous. Ning Jie pretended to be in agony, baring his teeth, which elicited a chuckle from Lin Yuzhi. After laughing, Lin Yuzhi hurriedly covered her mouth, casting a guilty glance towards the room, then glared at Ning Jie with irritation. Inside, Lin's mother sighed softly. These two were whispering in the living room. And her intuition was not mistaken. They indeed had something going on. However, seeing her daughter cherished and capable of producing such a sum of money, it seemed she must have compromised herself. Perhaps it was best to let things be. At the very least, he did not use money to threaten her, which was a considerable improvement over the Zhang family. Clearing her throat, Lin Yuzhi inquired, "Are you really not going to eat before you leave?" "I'm truly not," Ning Jie replied. "I need to buy a few things this afternoon and head back. My home is quite far from the city, and prolonging my stay would only incur additional lodging expenses." Lin Yuzhi felt an inexplicable pang of emotion. He readily offered 5,000 yuan, yet hesitated over a few dollars for a hotel. "Very well then," Ning Jie nodded, and the two fell into an unexpected silence, unsure of what to say next. "Please make arrangements for the surgery for your aunt as soon as possible. If you find you need more money, just send me a message," he suggested. Lin Yuzhi stared at Ning Jie, pondering how she didn't even know where he lived. Ning Jie minded writing, prompting Lin Yuzhi to scurry into the small room, retrieving a piece of draft paper and a pen, which she handed to him. With swift strokes, he completed the writing, and Lin Yuzhi glanced at it, surprised to find his handwriting quite beautiful. Northgang Village, New Factory Town, Baiyun County, Ning Jie. Carefully placing the paper aside, Lin Yuzhi bit her lip and said, "Shall I write you an IOU?" Ning Jie chuckled and shook his head. "No need. We can discuss it later." "All right, I must be going now. It's already noon." Lin Yuzhi looked at Ning Jie, feeling a sudden sense of loss. "Aren't you going to stay a while longer?" "No, I'll come find you next time." "Humph." Lin Yuzhi let out a light huff, which made Ning Jie chuckle. This girl's habit of acting coy would never change, and by his side, she would remain forever the little girl who never grew up. Rising to his feet and shouldering the bag, Ning Jie called out to the room, "Annie, I'm leaving now. Focus on your recovery, and I'll come to see you again after some time. Child, have a meal before you go." From inside came the rustling of movement, and Ning Jie quickly replied, "Auntie, don't come down. I really want to eat. I just had something on my way here. I'm leaving now." "Ah, Wenwen, see off your friend." "Sure. You stay put, Mom." As they exited the house and approached the gate, Lin Yuzhi suddenly grabbed Ning Jie's sleeve. "What's wrong?" Ning Jie turned back, and Lin Yuzhi, biting her lip, mustered her courage to say, "Although I still find it strange, I want to thank you for lending me the money to save my mom." "Is that all?" Lin Yuzhi's face flushed suddenly, and she fidgeted, saying, "Well, since we've just met, you cannot use money to coerce me into being nice to you. If that's the case, I'll return the money and find another way." Ning Jie extended his hand to ruffle Lin Yuzhi's hair, which made her glare at him in frustration. "Just relax. I'm not that kind of person. All right, I won't keep you any longer. Take good care of your mother. I shall take my leave." As she watched Ning Jie disappear into the alley, a faint blush lingered on Lin Yuzhi's cheeks. She touched her head with her hand and smirked, "Bah, rogue." Upon reaching the city's marketplace, she spent 10 yuan to purchase 4 boxes of malt extract and 2 long ginseng roots for her uncle. Unable to find any ginseng for Sanwu, she settled for 2 barrels of biscuits, stuffing them into a bag before heading out of the urban area with a clatter. The journey was peaceful. There were no highwaymen nor lumber trucks on the road. Typically, once one left the city, the vehicles would be headed towards the Yalu River. In the 1980s, the river's ice was particularly thick and smooth, making it far easier to traverse than the dirt roads. At around 3 in the morning, Ning Jie arrived at the entrance of Beijing Village, where he could hear a distant thumping sound. Soon after, Dehei appeared in the beam of his flashlight, panting with its tongue hanging out. He patted Dehei's head. Despite the cold night air, a warmth filled Ning Jie's heart. Upon returning home, Ning's mother, draped in a coat, took the bag from Ning Jie and inquired, "What did you buy that's making all that noise?" "Biscuits and malt extract. I'll take some to Uncle tomorrow." Ning's mother nodded, then asked, "Did you really sell the ginseng?" Ning Jie grinned, pulling a passbook from his pocket and handing it to her. Under the dim light, she scrutinized the numbers, checking them repeatedly. "My goodness, how could it sell for so much?" Ning Jie smiled and replied, "See, I told you it could fetch a good price. When Zhuzi comes to the village, you must treat him to a meal." A sudden stiffness crossed Ning Jie's face as he realized he had spoken carelessly. "All right, I'll treat him when the time comes." Footsteps approached, followed by his uncle's voice from outside. "Sister-in-law, is Xiao Jie back?" "Yes, Lao Air, come inside." "Hey." His uncle opened the door, glancing at the unkempt Ning Jie, and remarked grumpily, "I thought you were lost. Last night, I told your second aunt that if you didn't return, I would go to the city to find you." Ning Jie felt warmth in his heart and said, "Lost? Mom, show the passbook to uncle." Ning's mother handed the passbook to his uncle, who held it with both hands, furrowing his brow as he examined it under the light, even rubbing his eyes. "Am I seeing things? Why does it look like I'm seeing double?" he murmured. "Double? It's 50,000. You sold it for 50,000. His uncle glanced at Ning Jie, then looked back at the passbook, swallowing hard. 2 ginseng roots. You sold it for 50,000? Ning Jie nodded and replied, "Such opportunities may not come often. I was fortunate to encounter a big buyer." His uncle's breath quickened as he recalled that the two of them could barely hunt 3 wild boars of such size in a year. And altogether, they might only earn 6 or 700 yuan, not to mention the costs of bullets and daily expenses for the dogs. With such a sum, it would take him a century to earn it, requiring the hunting of 200 wild boars. Now, it was uncertain if there were even 200 ancient boars weighing 800 jin left in the entire Changbai mountain range. Uncle struggled to calm himself, his voice still trembling. "Well, you know, after the new year, I'll find you a wife." "Yes, a wife. Uncle, you needn't worry about that. I can find a partner myself." Uncle shot a glare at Ning Jie, letting out a heavy sigh. Children grow up in the blink of an eye. They become so independent. "Here, take this back. I couldn't find the sanwu, but I bought you 2 pieces of Changbai ginseng and some barley milk essence. Drink it whenever you like." Uncle, with a pained expression, replied, "You know, this stuff is incredibly expensive. Why did you buy it? Save the barley milk essence for your mother. Your aunt and I have no use for it. Please, just take it. There will be plenty of this in the future. This brand of barley milk essence is superior to what we get from the supply and marketing cooperative." Uncle gazed at the contents of the bag, feeling a mix of emotions, as if he were trapped in a dream. He still couldn't fully comprehend the situation. "By the way, Uncle, the next time you go to the county, take half the money and deposit it into your savings account. We'll split it equally." Uncle widened his eyes. "I said I'll give it to you, so just take it. No need for this unnecessary talk." "All right then, I'll head back now. Get some rest. It's snowing outside. Tomorrow when the snow stops, we'll go set some traps for rabbits and check if that herd of elk has returned." Chapter 11. Setting traps. The snow had fallen throughout the night, and no one knew exactly when it had stopped. By morning, there was a foot of snow accumulated in the yard. Dressed warmly, Ning Jie took a snow shovel and began to pile the snow into heaps, later loading it onto a wheelbarrow to transport it to the front yard. As dawn broke, Uncle finally awoke. "You're up quite early," he remarked, carrying a metal bucket filled with soybean cake and cornmeal. Ning Jie hurriedly set down the shovel and ran over to take the bucket. "Yes, I couldn't sleep." "That is fine then. Your mother hasn't cooked yet, has she? Your aunt made some fried pancakes and chopped pickles to prepare a savory porridge. I'll call your mother to join us." "Sounds good, Uncle." Ning Jie brought the bucket to the cow shed, where the family's small cow eagerly began to eat. During winter, Uncle fed her a bucket of soybean cake and cornmeal daily. The cold weather made it difficult to maintain good health. Uncle then started preparing dog food for his 27 dogs, which consumed a considerable amount each day. He boiled 2 buckets of cornmeal, mixing in chopped cabbage and potatoes. The little creatures devoured it noisily, like pigs. Uncle refrained from feeding the dogs soybean cake. Although it was high in calories, its oiliness would impair their sense of smell. After finishing the chores, he called Ning Jie's mother to join him for fried pancakes. It had been years since they had tasted his aunt's pancakes, and they were still as delicious as ever. "Xiao Jie, your uncle mentioned your ginseng selling venture. Keep the money for yourself. It will come in handy when you need it for your future wife. When your brother graduates and gets married, you can lend him a hand." Ning Jie shared a close bond with his uncle's younger brother, akin to that of biological siblings. Unlike him, his brother was more academically inclined. An absolute bookworm currently boarding at a high school in the county, with no knowledge of when the next break would come. "Rest assured, dear aunt, I possess but a single younger brother, and I shall certainly cherish him dearly." With a smile, Aunt added a fried egg to Ning Jie's bowl, advising, "Do eat more, and be cautious when you ascend the mountain later. Do not act too rashly." "Indeed, I shall take care, dear aunt." After finishing dinner, it was around 7:30, still shy of 8 o'clock, and the chill in the air was biting. The winters of the 80s and the 20s were like night and day. Even a foot of snow was considered trivial, as it was common for 2-meter-high snowfalls to occur twice a year, often leaving us snowbound at home. Together with Uncle, Ning Jie harnessed the sled and set out with Defy. The day's primary goal was to set rabbit traps. There had been no reports of larger game in the vicinity. After laying the traps, they would take a look around, and if any larger game was spotted, Defy would return home to fetch the hunting dogs. If not, they would return home before dark. In the event of encountering a moose, the rifle would suffice. At present, the snow in the forest was approximately 1 meter deep, with a hard crust on top. The dogs could traverse the surface without issue, but a person would sink in with each step. The same applied to moose. Their considerable size would hinder swift movement in such deep snow. While the He might not be able to take one on single-handedly, he was clever enough. If he could corner a moose, it would be a straightforward matter to dispatch it with a single shot, rendering additional dogs unnecessary. As they arrived at the sunlit grove, it was noted that wild rabbits tend to gather in winter, primarily because such sunny groves are scarce and still provide some dry grass and small branches. Additionally, as spring approaches, these creatures begin to pair off. Comparatively, winter offers the simplest opportunity for rabbit hunting. The use of a firearm is entirely unnecessary. The hunters depicted on television who shoot rabbits are merely deceiving children. Ammunition is far more precious than rabbits, and due to their diminutive size, retrieving them after a shot can be quite troublesome. For seasoned hunters, a simple length of wire suffices for capturing rabbits. The technique of waiting for rabbits is effective. Rabbits have a habit of traversing the same paths repeatedly. After a snowfall, one can easily identify whether rabbits have passed through that day. The method for capturing them is straightforward. One end of the wire is twisted into a loop using chopsticks, while the other end is threaded through, creating an inescapable snare. Once a rabbit's head enters, the more it struggles, the tighter it becomes, and before long, it will have strangled itself. Currently, capturing rabbits must be done early. Typically, by spring, they cease to venture into traps, as most female rabbits are pregnant by then. At times, a captured rabbit may be laden with young, which is detrimental to one's moral standing. After traversing the grove twice, the trails made by the rabbits were distinctly visible. These little creatures are quite amusing to observe. They leave behind 3 holes in the snow as they scurry. When running, their front paws move together while their powerful hind legs propel them, leaving tracks that span approximately half a meter to 1 meter apart. By observing these tracks, one can determine the direction and size of the rabbits. A fundamental knowledge for any hunter. When setting rabbit traps, it is essential that the tracks show a clear, singular direction. Otherwise, the traps would be futile. At the very least, there should be 2 sets of tracks indicating that the rabbits have recently traversed that path. Ning Jie discovered a rabbit trail, blanketed by fresh snow from yesterday, which had smoothed its surface but left subtle depressions. Distinctive rabbit tracks caught his eye. He found a narrow space between 2 trees, securing a snare to one of them, and suspended the loop over the rabbit's path. He then broke off 2 branches, each about 30 centimeters long, and filled the gaps on either side of the trail, ensuring the rabbits could only traverse this route. After setting the first snare, Ning Jie set out in search of a second. This small grove was teeming with rabbit trails. It appeared that numerous rabbits had been mating in this sunny hillside this year. Following the same method, he established a total of 10 snares and retraced his steps to the edge of the forest. The He awaited him outside the woods, wagging his tail vigorously upon seeing Ning Jie emerge. Rabbits, by nature, are timid creatures. If their path is disturbed, they may avoid it for 10 days or even longer. Yet their vigilance is limited. As long as one does not tread on their tracks and smooths the snow nearby, they remain largely unconcerned. Lighting a cigarette, Ning Jie had barely smoked half of it when his uncle descended from the slope. "How did it go, uncle? Was there much up there?" Ning Jie inquired. His uncle nodded with a smile, replying, "In that thicket of scrub trees, I've already laid down about 10 snares." "What about you?" Ning Jie responded, "I had similar luck. I also set 10 snares, and the footprints are fresh, just made." "Well then, let us head to the north slope of the 6 Paths Ridge to see if any elk have returned. If not, we can venture deeper, towards the large pit." The snares were set. They could check them tonight or tomorrow morning. With the number of meat-eating animals dwindling in the mountains, leaving them overnight would not be a problem. Rabbits serve as an appetizer, while elk are the main attraction. The 2 men, armed and trudging through the snow, made their way toward the north slope. Chapter 12. The Bird Expert. The He. As they walked, they changed direction frequently. In winter, the absence of leaves allowed the wind to carry their scent throughout the mountains, necessitating that they walk against the breeze. They trekked from morning until noon without spotting any elk tracks. The snow was excessively deep, reaching up to their thighs, making progress particularly arduous. Panting heavily, Uncle found a snow-free warm patch of ground, squatting to enjoy a smoke. Changbai Mountain is remarkable in the depths of the forest. Winter temperatures can plummet to -40 or 50 degrees, yet some areas remain completely devoid of snow and exude warmth. Although the space was small, resting their legs was certainly sufficient. After finishing their cigarettes, Uncle produced some pancakes, rolling them with pickled vegetables, and they sat down to munch heartily. The He gnawed on a piece of cornbread, his coat encrusted with ice. After their meal, Uncle grabbed a handful of snow, chewing it before spitting it out, and then took another handful to swallow. Let Dahé scout the path ahead. If it proves unfruitful, we'll retrace our steps and circle back from the fourth field. If nothing is found in this area, it's likely the game has moved into the large pit or the ginseng factory. Ning Jie nodded and remarked, "We must manage to catch one this month, and afterward, we can take a break." With less than a week until December, his uncle shot him a sidelong glance and said, "If we truly manage to get one before the month's end, I'll prepare a hen for you." "Indeed, I shall surely enjoy the hen," Ning Jie replied. His uncle patted Dahé and instructed, "Go take a look around and see if there are any elk. If not, return." Dahé barked once and swiftly disappeared into the snow, leaving the two men behind. An hour later, Dahé returned, panting heavily. Disappointment clouded his uncle's expression as he said, "It appears these creatures will not be returning this year." "No worries, Uncle. We can try again tomorrow at the fourth venue." Ning Jie helped his uncle to his feet, then squatted down to remove the snow clumps from Dahé's legs. "We'll hunt some wild chickens and flying dragons, and then head home." A rabbit fetches $1.50. Despite its size, it is not particularly plump in winter, and wild rabbits tend to have a strong gamey flavor. Wild chickens can be sold for $2 to $3 each, and flying dragons similarly fetch $2 to $3, though their sizes differ considerably. The primary distinction being that flying dragons are deemed more palatable. Ning Jie led Dahé into the pine forest, where flying dragons are colloquially referred to as tree chickens. In winter, they typically rely on the remaining wild fruits and pine cones for sustenance, resulting in a meat infused with a natural pine aroma. Some of the older generation who have tasted flying dragon describe its freshness and fragrance as familiar yet elusive, failing to recall that it is indeed the scent of pine resin. In the past, when Ning Jie roasted flying dragon in the mountains, the aromas of pine and fruit were particularly pronounced, making it a rare delicacy. It is precisely for this reason that, over 2 decades later, flying dragons have become a protected species. Some individuals often confuse the pine jay with the flying dragon. The former belongs to the pine family, while the latter is part of the crow family, completely distinct from one another. Moreover, the pine jay is more aesthetically pleasing, particularly with its wings adorned in a tricolor plumage of black, white, and blue, making it easy to distinguish. Like flying dragons, pine jays also prefer the company of pine forests. Not long after, Ning Jie spotted a pine jay perched on a nearby yellow-flowered pine. He loaded his rifle, resting the stock against his shoulder. Despite its appearance as a rifle, the recoil was substantial, likely enough to topple a slender adult after a single shot. Exhaling, Ning Jie aimed at the pine jay and squeezed the trigger in a steady line of sight. Bang! The sound of the gun echoed far and wide. The pine jay flapped its wings a couple of times, soaring no more than 2 meters before crashing to the ground. The flapping of wings filled the air, akin to disturbing a hornet's nest, as various bird calls erupted in a cacophony. Dahé dashed out, and shortly thereafter, returned with the pine jay in his mouth. Circling around Ning Jie jubilantly, Ning Jie extended his hand, and Dahé gently placed the pine crow into his palm. Ning Jie casually tossed the bird into the backpack slung behind him and continued forward. After walking for 5 or 6 minutes, he spotted another tree chicken, which bore some resemblance to a quail, albeit larger in size, with more attractive plumage on its wings and a charming tuft atop its head. He raised his gun and pulled the trigger. With a single shot, the creature fell lifeless. After securing the flying dragon, Ning Jie circled the woods once more. However, after 2 shots, the birds had all fled, signaling it was time to change locations. In the distance, a gunshot echoed. Ning Jie tilted his ear to listen, but he did not hear his uncle's voice or a second shot. Relieved, he made his way out of the forest. The ammunition he used was shotgun pellets, which consisted of gunpowder and steel balls sealed with paper and wax. A single shot unleashed a torrent akin to a rain of needles. While its long-range lethality was poor, its close-range firepower was overwhelming, much like a devastating barrage. As long as one wasn't a fool, hitting the target was almost assured. As Ning Jie and Dahé emerged from the woods, Dahé suddenly froze, softly barking towards a distant thicket. Ning Jie focused intently on the bushes and felt a surge of delight. Lo and behold, a bushy tail was swaying in the trees, proving that this foolish creature, akin to a silly roe deer, was unperturbed by the gunfire. Some individuals, lacking firearms, could still capture wild chickens, for these birds did not fly very far and became particularly lethargic in winter, often believing they were well concealed. As long as one possessed the spirit to pursue, they could follow the bird wherever it flew. When its stamina waned, it would plunge into the snow, exposing only its rear, akin to a clumsy thief. Ning Jie loaded another bullet and gestured downwards towards Dehei. Instantly understanding, Dehei crouched low, moving stealthily like a spy, and quietly stalked the wild chicken. When they were just 5 or 6 meters away, the chicken suddenly reacted, spreading its wings. At the same moment, Dehei accelerated with vigor, while Ning Jie raised his gun to approximately 70 degrees in the air. Dehei was swift, and the chicken was no slouch either. It took flight. Utterly unprepared for the fact that the seemingly bumbling Dehei would leap into action the very moment it took off, even slightly ahead of its ascent. Alas, the dog had anticipated his every move. With a sharp snap, followed by the crisp sound of bones shattering, Ning Jie withdrew his gun and returned the spent cartridge to his ammunition pouch. Dehei, the seasoned hunting dog, proved himself adept at capturing birds. He returned, proudly wagging his tail as if seeking praise, and Ning Jie smiled as he accepted the tree chicken, stroking Dehei affectionately, much to the dog's delight. Bang! Bang! The 2 gunshots rang out, separated by less than 10 seconds, and Ning Jie's expression changed abruptly. Something was amiss. Chapter 13. The lynx under ordinary circumstances. One would not fire a second shot shortly after missing with a shotgun. This is precisely why Ning Jie listened intently for any sounds from his uncle after firing the first shot. The discharge of 2 shots in quick succession would imply that his uncle had encountered a formidable foe, and the distinctly sharper sound of the second shot indicated the use of a slug. As Ning Jie ran, he loaded a slug into his firearm, while Dehei had long since vanished, barking fervently in the distance. Ning Jie felt a twinge of discomfort. His uncle, being fond of dogs, had only brought Dehei along. If he had taken at least one more dog, they might have had a better chance of holding their ground. They had covered approximately 2 miles, or about a kilometer, but traversing this snowy terrain was no small feat and could not be accomplished in just a few minutes. Panting heavily, Ning Jie heard Dehei's fierce and menacing growl. They had encountered something. The mountain was home to several formidable creatures. Bears were hibernating, leaving only the northeast leopard, northeast tiger, and ancient boar awake. Typically, wild boars would flee upon encountering humans, with only the older ancient boars or those previously wounded by bullets showing aggression. From the sound of Dehei, it appeared they were not facing a true giant. Had it been a large creature, Dehei would have emitted a more provocative growl to draw its ire and lead it away. This was consistent with Dehei's past behavior. "Uncle, are you all right?" Ning Jie shouted as he ran, needing to ascertain his uncle's condition. "Damn it, I nearly had a run-in with a lynx. It almost got me." Ning Jie's heart raced. Lynxes rarely attacked humans, typically fleeing at their approach. He surmised that this one must have been injured by another hunter, for it would not have been inclined to attack otherwise. The lynx, also known as the bobcat, was relatively common in their region, and he recalled his uncle once spotting one that measured around 1.3 meters in length, an impressive size. Furthermore, these creatures possessed formidable combat abilities. Some referred to them as wolf cats. A typical dog would be no match for a lynx in direct confrontation. There were foolish assertions online claiming that lynxes were merely leopard cats, but the two were vastly different. In fact, a lynx could easily overpower 2 or 3 dogs, rendering the smaller leopard cat completely insignificant. Years ago, there were reports of lynxes entering yards and killing dogs, underscoring their fierce nature. "Uncle, are you hurt?" They were nearing the foot of the mountain, where his uncle was situated at a plateau known as Dang Tai, resembling a terraced landscape. "No, I climbed a tree. Before it could reach me, Dehei came to my aid." Ning Jie sighed in relief. As long as his uncle was unharmed, that was what mattered. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, Ning Jie looked down to see Dehei engaged in a fierce struggle with the lynx. Dehei was an exceptional hunting dog, possessing a lineage that included wolves, making him both intelligent and powerful. The lynx was approximately a meter in length, a rather sizable specimen. Seizing the moment, Ning Jie reclined and slid down the slope, raising his shotgun to fire a shot into the air. Bang! At the sound of the gunshot, the lynx instinctively ducked, while Dehei, accustomed to the noise of gunfire, seized the opportunity to clamp his jaws around the lynx's neck. The lynx possesses a notably thick coat. Were it an ordinary cat, Dehei would have swiftly severed its neck with a single bite. Yet this creature appeared unharmed. With a powerful twist of its body, it left several gashes on Dehei's form. Dehei yelped and turned to flee, just as Ning Jie readied his second bullet. The lynx emitted a fierce cry and gave chase, while Ning Jie steadied his rifle and aimed for the lynx's neck. Bang! The bullet grazed the lynx's neck, missing its target, prompting the lynx to charge at Ning Jie. Ning Jie hurriedly reloaded. The lynx sprinted ahead, with Dehei barking vigorously behind, and Uncle Air leapt down from the crooked tree, picking up the fallen shotgun to load it. The lynx moved with astonishing speed across the snow, its large paws resembling 4 snowshoes, covering hundreds of meters in mere seconds. Ning Jie held his breath, focused intently, and raised his shotgun once more. In a critical moment, the lynx leaped aside, and the bullet struck its hind leg. Blood splattered as the lynx let out a mournful wail and rolled on the ground. Before it could regain its footing, Dehe lunged again. Uncle Air, gun in hand, found himself momentarily helpless. Age had dulled his reflexes. Dehe wore a leather collar studded with several 5-centimeter screws, designed to prevent smaller animals from snapping the hunting dog's neck in a single bite. Driven to desperation, the lynx unleashed its primal instincts. It struck Dehe across the face with a paw and then sank its teeth into Dehe's neck, forcing him to the ground. The screws pierced the lynx's mouth, yet it was blinded by rage and refused to release its grip, blood pouring forth. Dehe, too, became frenzied, using his hind legs to kick at the lynx's abdomen. With great effort, he managed to push the lynx away and, taking advantage of its injured hind leg, lunged again with bloodshot eyes. Both the lynx and Dehe were wounded, with the lynx suffering more severe injuries. Uncle Air's first shot had been with buckshot. Although the lynx had evaded some, several small wounds bled profusely. In nature, compassion is a foreign concept. Dehe and the lynx were each other's prey, and their encounter was a struggle for survival. To speak of mercy to a hunting dog is sheer folly. Seizing the moment of weakness is instinctual. Both creatures scrambled to their feet, but the lynx, with a punctured leg, could not match Dehe's speed. In a mere half-second, Dehe, like a bolt of black lightning, seized the lynx by the throat. The two rolled together, staining the snow with their blood. The lynx clawed desperately at Dehe, who remained silent, gripping the lynx's throat with unyielding tenacity. Uncle Air and Ning Jie could only watch helplessly as the two battled in the snow. After 2 long minutes, the lynx finally ceased its struggles, emitting a series of weak, breathless whimpers. Ning Jie and his uncle did not deliver the finishing blow. That was the prize of Dehe. After 5 minutes, the lynx's chest ceased its rise and fall, and Dehe staggered to his feet, wagging his tail at Ning Jie and his uncle, emitting soft sounds of contentment. Ning Jie, with a heavy heart, gazed at Dehe, who resembled a blood-soaked gourd, and gently patted his head, simultaneously removing the collar from his neck. The leather collar, adorned with 4 small holes, was speckled with remnants of bone. Fortunately, Dehe had only suffered superficial wounds, and with some time, he would recover. He applied medicinal powder to Dehe's injuries, who whimpered in pain yet remained steadfastly still. The uncle, puffing on a cigarette, inspected the lynx's carcass, muttering, "No wonder this creature dared to confront me." Chapter 14. The uncle's inner thoughts. What's the matter, uncle? The uncle dragged the mountain weasel over, flipped it onto its back, and pointed at its left eye, saying, "Look, it was blinded by iron sand." He then indicated several bare patches on the weasel's side. These spots are devoid of fur, clearly shot by someone. Ning Jie glanced at it and replied with irritation, "It's not the 70s anymore. The fur of a mountain weasel isn't worth much, and the meat isn't palatable. What is the point of shooting such a creature?" The uncle stroked Dehe's head and sat down heavily on the ground. "Who knows? Damn it. Nowadays these hunters are becoming increasingly reckless." Ning Jie joined him on the ground, lighting a cigarette. He then gazed at the crooked willow tree where his uncle had just been sprawled, remarking, "Uncle, that tree must be over 3 meters tall. You climbed it in one go." At over 40, wearing a thick cotton coat and pants, it was remarkable that the uncle could even leap that high, let alone scale it swiftly. The uncle retorted with annoyance, "Damn it. I was driven by the weasel. I tossed my gun aside and went straight up. I've never scrambled onto a bed so quickly." Ning Jie could hardly contain his laughter, prompting the uncle to playfully slap the back of his head. "Laugh all you want. If that creature had caused me harm, you would have plenty to lament." Ning Jie rolled his eyes, responding, "You're not incapable of handling a mountain weasel." "Humph." The uncle grunted in displeasure. "Damn it, I'm getting old. When I was your age, I could fight a 400-pound wild boar with just a military knife, but now, I feel like I'd barely survive a skirmish with a mere weasel." Ning Jie nodded earnestly, stifling a laugh. "Indeed, at 20, you faced a wild boar, and it broke 3 of your ribs." The uncle's mood soured at Ning Jie's words. "You little rascal, go ask around. How many can claim to have battled a 400-pound wild boar? Your uncle is one of a kind in these mountains." Ning Jie gave his uncle a knowing glance, saying, "Oh, spare me. Didn't you tell me that my father could kill a black bear with a long whip in his youth?" Upon hearing Ning Jie mention his elder brother, the uncle's demeanor noticeably darkened. He sighed and said, "Ah, back in the day, your father learned the art of the whip from an old gentleman in Hebei. Your father possessed considerable strength, and he could strike the millstone with the whip, making it move a full 10 centimeters. That day, when he was covered in blood, shouting for help to go up the mountain, We were all bewildered. Such a massive black bear, and aside from its head and neck, it bore no wounds. Your father had even stripped the bones from its neck. Later, your father went to the battlefield, serving as a guard for a commander. Ah, Uncle sighed deeply and continued. The elders often remarked that your father was a master of the whip. If he didn't perish himself, he would ensure the demise of others. Yet, I do not share this sentiment. While I do not consider your father to be a good parent or an exemplary brother, I believe he was a true man. Ning Jie's gaze darkened. He had heard his uncle recount this tale many times. He was well aware that his father had taken a bullet for that commander, who, after transitioning to civilian life, had risen to become the secretary of the municipal party committee in City B. He had learned of this in his previous life in 1987, when he had gone to the city, married Lin Yueji, and ventured south to trade in clothing. A local ruffian, akin to a toad, had sought trouble with him, and in a fit of rage, he had stabbed the ruffian in the neck. Before he could escape south, he was apprehended by the police. The toad had connections with the head of a local police station in City B, who had made it clear that Ning Jie should be dealt with severely. After learning of his predicament, his uncle had retrieved him using his father's military honor and a black and white photograph with the secretary. He wished to avoid such events in the future. He had long prepared for this, and in the preceding year, he had taken his father's belongings to seek out that secretary, knowing that establishing connections was vital in the waves of reform. Uncle, that commander is now the secretary in our city. Uncle gazed deeply at Ning Jie, pausing for a long moment before asking, "Do you wish to find him?" Ning Jie nodded. With each step he took, his plans advanced a little further. "Uncle, I do not wish to remain in the village for my entire life." "Oh." Uncle sighed deeply, patting Ning Jie on the shoulder. "He owes your father a life. What can be gained from that depends on you. But remember, your father walked the righteous path. Do not tarnish his name." Uncle, lacking education and resources, could not offer much assistance. "The other day you asked me, if one day the state were to prohibit hunting and confiscate firearms, what would I do?" That night, I hardly slept, pondering. Initially, during the days of the production team, I thought, as long as I could have a warm meal, that would suffice. Later, grain coupons and various forms of currency lost their value. Having money without coupons was useless. Who could have imagined a day would come when no one would want to use grain coupons? I later realized, you may be right. If that day truly arrives, people need to hunt to fill their stomachs or exchange hides for money. In such times, we hunters may no longer have any purpose. You may seek out that individual, Uncle consents, but he wishes to make it clear to you. Regardless of the task at hand, one must embody righteousness. One may act with cunning and harbor a fierce heart, yet one must not be malevolent or irksome to others. Otherwise, when one is met with gratitude, the response may turn to vengeance. Ning Jie took a deep breath. These were words his second uncle had imparted to him in a previous life. It was precisely due to his uncle's counsel that he had weathered numerous adversities, standing resolute despite his formidable reputation. "Rest assured, Uncle, I shall heed your advice." His uncle patted Ning Jie's shoulder and inquired, "When shall we go?" "Next month. I will familiarize myself with the area and return once more before the year ends." "Very well. In the meantime, gather some game and forage for mushrooms to deliver." After finishing their smoke, the two of them made their way up the hillside, with Dehei trailing behind, his wounds no longer bleeding, but his breathing noticeably labored. Upon reaching the sunny slope, the sun began its descent, seemingly eager to conclude its day. The two ventured to their respective traps, and from a distance, Ning Jie spotted several rabbits lying along the path. Out of 10 traps, 6 had been successful. It must be said that rabbits were still quite abundant, though their meat was scarce and rather unpalatable. In northeast China, culinary practices involving rabbits were not as distinct as those in the south. In the past, catching rabbits was merely a means to satisfy hunger, but as life improved, fewer people cared for such fare. After a brief wait, his uncle appeared, laden with a basket, trudging through the terrain. Chapter 15. A letter arrives. "Uncle, how many did you catch?" His uncle, frowning, replied, "Don't mention it. I caught only 4. And one was snatched by a weasel. When I arrived, 2 weasels were at it, wasting my box of ginseng." Ning Jie chuckled. It was quite normal for weasels to pilfer their catches, and sometimes even eagles would swoop in for leftovers. "What about you? How many did you manage?" 6. "Well then, that's quite satisfactory. Today, with our game, we could rival the monthly wage of a forestry worker." In these times, forestry workers were well compensated. Although their monthly salary was just over 40, the perks were substantial, particularly for the few leaders at the forestry station, each possessing a Jeep 212. These Jeeps were still a popular choice, due to poor road conditions and affordability. A Jeep 212 cost approximately $31,000 to $32,000, while a Santana would set one back over $200,000. Given the current wages, saving for a Jeep would take decades, let alone a Santana. His uncle, with a cigarette in his mouth, remarked, "If you keep at it, one day you'll return with a Jeep and let me flaunt it." Ning Jie smiled. "By then, I'll come back with a Havel." His uncle shot him a disapproving glance. "A Havel? That vehicle is too grand for mere officials. Think of Marshal Yi." "Yes, his vehicle is that one. Can you truly compare yourself to a marshal? Where did you learn such audacity?" Ning Jie grinned. "Perhaps from you. You little rascal. Hey, don't run. Let me kick you." Two individuals descended the mountain and visited the esteemed Elder Zhang to retrieve a bull. This time, they brought no offerings. My second uncle casually took along 4 ancient boar tusks, each measuring approximately 10 centimeters. These exquisite items could be fashioned into several small trinkets. As darkness enveloped the land, the two returned home. My second uncle prepared a piece of frozen meat, allowing it to thaw before tossing it to Dai. The creature devoured it voraciously, gulping it down with little regard, causing it to choke slightly, eyes wide and neck extended. My second uncle chuckled and playfully scolded Dai, saying, "You gluttonous rascal. Just like your mother. How could she have ever caught the eye of a black wolf?" Dai looked up at him with a pitiful expression, ears drooping against its head, emitting soft whines while shaking its rear and wagging its tail. Dai's mother was a hunting dog with a black back and a yellow belly, possessing a rather scruffy appearance, and was notably aged. On 2 occasions, my second uncle had gone hunting in the mountains, only to discover that one of the dogs had gone missing. This happened twice in succession, with Dai's mother returning home on her own at night. On another hunting trip, my second uncle kept a vigilant eye and witnessed Dai's mother entering the woods. Following her discreetly, he soon realized she had been approached by an aging lone wolf. There exists little reproductive isolation between wolves and dogs. Indeed, previous attempts to mate them have often ended with the wolf dispatching the dog. This particular black wolf, presumably driven by hunger, was indifferent to appearances, seizing the opportunity presented to it. My second uncle pondered this scenario, though he could not ascertain the wolf's perspective. Perhaps to the wolf, this scruffy dog appeared as a radiant beauty, or maybe the old wolf simply favored mature companions. Come spring, Dai was born. Resembling its father in stature and intelligence, its gaze colder than that of an ordinary dog. However, when it came to food, its gluttony mirrored that of its mother. This prodigious eater grew rapidly, reaching the size of an adult dog within a year, while most hunting dogs typically take 2.5 years to mature. Among the household dogs, only Da Huang rivaled Dai in size. Da Huang, too, was an anomaly. Though a hunting dog, it embodied the spirit of a brash warrior, unyielding and combative. My second uncle once likened this creature to a lion shorn of its mane, or perhaps the epitome of canine masculinity. There exists a breed in Russia known as the Caucasian dog, which can stand nearly 90 centimeters at the shoulder and weigh between 160 to 70 pounds. Da Huang's dimensions were comparable to this robust breed. After ensuring Dai had a hearty meal, my second uncle returned it to the doghouse. With many dogs in their household, my second uncle constructed a shelter larger than a cow shed, with Da Huang and Dai overseeing it. Generally, they refrained from fighting, should a scuffle arise. Both Da Huang and Dai would swiftly intervene, making it a hassle-free arrangement. As time flowed on, it was now December 10th. They had pursued a herd of deer for over a week without a trace, likely indicating that the deer had not returned this year and had ventured into the Beidou mountain range. During this period, I accompanied my uncle to the market 3 times, where we distributed some scattered game. Unfortunately, we have not encountered any significant prey, not even a roe deer. Currently, the timber industry is recklessly extracting wood, and in areas where trees have been felled, ginseng is being cultivated in the second year, resulting in diminished habitats for wildlife, which have retreated deeper into the mountains. My uncle increasingly finds merit in Ning Jie's observations. He wonders why, in previous winters, we did not manage to hunt any elk or sika deer, and this year, we only captured a wild boar, leading to a substantial decline in our harvest. Having just returned from the market, my uncle purchased quite a bit of sorghum candy, which is coated in a layer of dough and is far more delicious than the typical snacks. Upon reaching home, Ning's mother entered the house while wiping her hands on her apron, saying, "Juzi came by earlier and mentioned that someone wrote you a letter. I offered him a meal, but he declined. You should buy him 2 packs of cigarettes when you see him." Ning's mother still remembers Juzi's visit vividly. Ning Jie nodded in agreement, feeling a curious intrigue about who might have written to him. After finishing junior high, he chose not to continue his studies, not due to poor performance, but because he wished to help his uncle support the family. His uncle had insisted on not sending him to high school, and most of his classmates were now settled in the valleys, with only 2 attending normal school, both of whom were female. In these times, A girl would only write to you if she held a genuine interest, quite unlike the fast-paced internet era of the past, where messages could traverse great distances effortlessly. Who could it be? He wondered. I have no idea. I haven't opened your letter, as I cannot fully read or comprehend it. Upon receiving the letter, he noticed that it was sent from the B City Forestry Bureau. The handwriting was elegant and unmistakably familiar. He recognized it immediately as Ning Jie's. Entering his room with the letter, Ning's mother chuckled discreetly, observing her son's demeanor, suspecting he was embarking on a romantic venture. Unfolding the letter, he discovered 2 sheets filled with meticulous handwriting. After reading through it carefully, he realized that Ning Jie's mother had previously scheduled a surgery, and the day he heroically came to her aid coincided with the day both families had arranged their engagement in a past life. He had not anticipated being an obstacle. He had merely provided the surgical fee, and Lin's mother underwent surgery successfully on the 3rd day after his departure. Chapter 16. An unexpected delivery. The letter was postmarked 8 days prior. Though it was within the same city, mail delivery was still rather sluggish in those days. Ning Jie mentioned that the Zhang family had arrived that very evening, but she declined their assistance, leading to a discord between the 2 families. Following that were Ning Jie's musings about trivial matters, such as the overpriced wonton stand beneath the hospital, which was 2 times more expensive than one on another street, and the overly warm heating in the hospital, making it difficult to sleep even in a sweater. Each small detail filled the 2 pages of the letter, culminating in a brief message that conveyed Ning Jie's anxiety. Her handwriting appeared slightly altered. When will you come to the city? Ning Jie calculated the time. Surgeries in that era typically required lengthy hospital stays. In a previous life, Ning Jie had mentioned that her mother was hospitalized for over 20 days before returning home. Currently, both mother and daughter must still be at the hospital. After tidying his clothes, Ning Jie informed his mother, "Mom, I'm heading to the city today. I'll be back in about 10 days. Ning's mother smiled and teased. "Oh, are you going to see your girlfriend?" Despite having lived for several decades in his previous life, Ning Jie felt a wave of shyness wash over him upon hearing his mother's inquiry. With a flushed face, he replied, "No, I'm just going to take care of some business and visit a friend." "Oh, a friend." Ning's mother deliberately elongated the word friend, a mischievous smile playing on her lips as she teased, "When will you bring your friend home to meet me?" "Well, I'm heading to my second uncle's place. Mom, I'll be back for dinner soon." As Ning Jie dashed out of the house, his mother chuckled softly, murmuring, "That rascal. Already neglecting his mother now that he has a girlfriend. What is the rush? Is he being chased by wolves?" At that moment, Ning Jie nearly collided with his second uncle, who was just stepping out. With a playful grin, Ning Jie ruffled his hair and said, "Hey, uncle. I'll be in the city this afternoon to pick up something from you." His uncle furrowed his brow. "Didn't you say you'd come in a couple of days? We just sold the game birds and rabbits. Are you really going to fetch mushrooms now?" "Oh, it's fine, uncle. It's not about the cost. It's the thought that counts." "All right then, I'll pack some extra for you. You head back now, and I'll bring it over shortly." "Sounds good, uncle." By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Ning Jie set off with a large backpack, carrying 70 yuan he had earned over the past 2 weeks. The day proved fortuitous. By 5 o'clock, he reached the riverbank and flagged down a driver of a lumber truck. "Hey there, brother, what's up?" The driver, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, inquired. "Excuse me, could you give me a lift to the city?" Ning Jie asked. The driver was about to decline when he noticed the golden gourd-shaped cigarette Ning Jie held. Most truck drivers smoked unfiltered tobacco, not because they couldn't afford filters, but because they simply preferred it. "All right, hop in." Ning Jie climbed aboard, enveloped by a blend of tobacco and diesel scents that made him feel slightly dizzy. The vehicles of that era were notorious for their potent odors, even the Jeeps, which could easily overwhelm even those who typically didn't suffer from motion sickness. Unlike modern vehicles, which were quiet and odorless, these older models had a distinct character. Placing the cigarette in the empty space on the back seat, the driver glanced back and began to navigate across the solid, smooth ice, finding it far more comfortable than driving on the bumpy dirt roads. "Where are you from, brother?" the driver asked. "I'm from Beigang Village." The truck driver chuckled. "Oh, Beigang Village. You know the Wu family, right? Wu Detsai's household?" "Of course. We have a great relationship with them." "What a coincidence. Wu Detsai's wife is my great-aunt." That worked out well, as Ning Jie found himself on equal footing with the driver, sparing them both the awkwardness of addressing one another as uncle. "What a stroke of luck. Which logging area are you from?" Ning Jie inquired. "From Dapingchuan logging area. We're delivering timber to Dan City in the neighboring province." "Goodness, doesn't that take several days?" "Not at all. Now that the river is frozen, we can glide right across the ice. Just a quick refuel in Tong City, and we'll reach Dan City by tomorrow morning." If it were any other time, it would take 2 days, but winter is much more pleasant. No need to navigate mountain roads. The two conversed and shared cigarettes along the way, but as midnight approached, the driver suddenly stopped the truck. "Brother, wait here and don't make a sound," he instructed, pulling a bag from the back seat and stepping out with a flashlight. Under the gentle glow of the moonlight, Ning Jie discerned several figures standing upon the icy expanse in the center of the river. They were nearing City B, with the city of North Korea visible across the water. Ning Jie was acutely aware of their origins. In 1985, North Korea was still quite affluent, boasting greater wealth than South Korea, a condition that would gradually decline over the years. During this era, it was not uncommon for truck drivers to engage in trade beneath the moonlight. Not only drivers, but also those who specialized in transporting goods from the opposite side to sell here. Moments earlier, as the older man retrieved a bag, a corner of it was exposed, and Ning Jie immediately recognized it to be a leopard skin. Such an item held considerable value. If the supply and marketing cooperative were to buy it, an intact specimen could fetch over 300 yuan, with reports indicating even higher prices in the border regions, where it could soar to 1,000. He surmised that the older man was likely trading the leopard skin for cigarettes and liquor from across the river, intending to sell them in Dan City. In a few years, North Korea would descend into poverty, and the older man's pursuits would evolve beyond mere exchanges. During the early 1990s, a truck driver could take 2 packs of instant noodles and bring back a woman from across the river, seeking warmth in each other's company amidst the biting cold. Even as the millennium approached, one could barter a bag of rice for a genuine North Korean girl, devoted to a life together. Those fortunate enough might even secure an educated individual, as the census of that time was not particularly meticulous, resulting in many remaining on our side. After a short while, the older man returned, dragging a large box. "Brother, lend me a hand." Ning Jie quickly exited the vehicle, and together they placed the box in the back, covering it with a few burlap sacks. The older man chuckled. "I've gathered some goods. This should buy your nephew a couple of outfits." He was forthright, and Ning Jie replied with a smile, "That's only natural. Everyone aspires for a better life." The older man nodded, retrieving a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offering one to Ning Jie. "We have these cigarettes for sale here as well. A pack costs 2 yuan. I traded a single skin for a whole box, making 50 cents per pack." Ning Jie calculated that with this large box, he could easily net 100 yuan. In these times, honest labor yielded little profit, their essay saying, "A lifetime of hard work is worth less than a moment's fortune." The older man was undoubtedly taking risks to earn his keep, yet the rewards were evident. Upon reaching the riverside near the city, the older man stopped the vehicle. "All right, brother, we have arrived. I want to venture further." "All right, brother," Ning Jie replied. "You keep the cigarettes. We're familiar enough that I can't take your things." Ning Jie would never entertain such a notion, quickly waving his hand as he disappeared into the night. At around 1 o'clock, he approached a small inn, knocking on the door, which was secured with a latch. The light flickered on, and the innkeeper, yawning and draped in a robe, opened the curtain. Through the glass, upon seeing him, her eyes narrowed with delight. Well, a plump pig has come knocking at my door." Chapter 17. Carve out a path. Ning Jie remained silent, producing 3 coins and placing them into the elder sister's hand. She deliberately grasped Ning Jie's hand, and upon noticing the blush on his face, she covered her mouth and giggled incessantly. "Is there hot water?" the elder sister inquired, pressing close to Ning Jie, her eyes glistening with anticipation. "Would you prefer it warm?" Ning Jie took a step forward, evading her proximity, and whispered, "Hot water, room." This woman appeared to be around 30, with permed hair and a rather attractive visage. In this day and age, a woman running an inn could hardly be an innocent soul. In his previous life, Ning Jie had crossed paths with this woman. In 1991, she had been fatally stabbed by her lover, her head severed from her body. The woman's gaze flickered as she cheerfully handed Ning Jie a thermos, saying, "The second room from the left." After Ning Jie entered the room, she traversed the corridor to the backyard. A light illuminated one of the rooms in the rear, and faint voices could be heard within. Upon entering the back room, 5 men engaged in a game of cards turned their attention to the woman. One of them, in his 30s, asked, "Sister Xia, are you back?" Sister Xia closed the door, reached for a cigarette from the table, and lit it with the assistance of an older man. After taking a drag, she exhaled smoke towards the man's face and remarked, "Monkey, do you remember that kid who deposited 50,000 last month?" Monkey's eyes brightened instantly. "How could we forget? Did he come by?" Sister Xia nodded, stating, "I later discovered that he was the same one who stayed in room 106 for several days last month." A hiss escaped Monkey's lips as his expression shifted to one of discomfort. "The one from room 106? Isn't he the same guy we almost had trouble with that night?" The recollection of Ning Jie's strength and the knife pressing against his wrist made Monkey's legs tremble slightly. Noticing Monkey's reaction, Sister Xia expressed her disdain. Pathetic. Are you truly intimidated by a mere country bumpkin? There are no guests tonight, and the 5 of you cannot handle just one? Monkey furrowed his brow, glancing at the other 4 thieves, and with a surge of determination, declared, Damn it, let us do it. Sister Xia extinguished her cigarette, swaying her hips as she prepared to leave. For room 109, I want 30% this time. After Sister Xia departed, Monkey spat on the ground. Ugh, that shameless woman. Demanding 30% just for flapping her lips. Normally, she takes 20. 30% of 50,000 is 15 grand. That's downright extortion. A younger fellow licked his lips, his expression somewhat deranged. Monkey, when can we have a go with Sister Xia? She has something else. Monkey shot him a glare, retorting curtly. She's a toad's mate. If you want to end your life, be my guest. The young man, somewhat defiant, replied, What's wrong with toads? One day I'll take her. Monkey dismissed him. Enough of your nonsense. Once we finish this job, you can do as you please. Afterward, we'll make our escape. The 4 men nodded in agreement as Monkey continued. That kid has some skills. He clearly has endured hardships. Last time, I was overly cautious and still failed. This time, we shall employ a more sinister approach. At that moment, we will. Despite the previous incident, Ning Jie still positioned the table against the door. In this day and age, it is not uncommon for one to wake up to find their undergarments stripped away. Far too many rely on thievery to scrape by. To speak bluntly, these small inns are akin to nests of thieves. Even if one were to alert the authorities, it would be of little consequence. Once lost, it is lost. Worse still, one might find themselves at the receiving end of a beating after reporting the theft. Years of a hunter's life have rendered Ning Jie a light sleeper, rarely entering a profound slumber. The sound of a zipper breaking the silence of the deep night was jarringly loud. Ning Jie abruptly opened his eyes and grasped his military knife. He stealthily descended from the bed, his mind racing with calculations. The last time this scoundrel failed. Yet he dares to return, undoubtedly prepared. Just moments after he had barely drifted off, this individual arrived. Ning Jie could hardly believe that he was unaware of who occupied the room. Approaching the door quietly, he noticed the lock being manipulated from the outside. Suddenly, the door opened a crack, and this time, rather than seizing the intruder's hand, Ning Jie delivered a swift kick to the door as the assailant grasped the edge of the table. Bang! The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, followed by a sharp crack. A piercing scream echoed from outside, and almost immediately, the door was forcefully kicked open, accompanied by a chorus of wails. Seizing the moment, Ning Jie shut his eyes and yanked on the light cord before stepping back. As he adjusted to the brightness, he opened his eyes just a slit. Under the soft yellow glow, a figure resembling a monkey clutched his wrist, sweat streaming down his face, his expression one of venomous hatred. At the forefront stood a young man, approximately 175 meters tall, considerably more robust than his companions. He shielded his eyes with one hand and, with renewed vigor, kicked the half-open door wide. This was the moment Ning Jie had been waiting for, with the door now fully ajar. He took a running leap and drove his knee into the sturdy young man's chest. With Ning Jie's considerable strength, augmented by the momentum of his run and the brute surprise of the assailant, the impact sent him flying. The 2 companions standing behind were also knocked aside, leaving only 2 thieves standing in the corridor, one of whom was severely injured. Seizing the moment of their bewilderment, Ning Jie grasped the monkey-haired thief by his remaining hair and yanked him inside. The other would-be pursuer hesitated at the sight of Ning Jie brandishing his knife, swallowing hard and remaining rooted in place. The monkey, with his one good hand, futilely struck at Ning Jie's grip. Ning Jie sheathed his knife, using his free hand to drag the table into the center of the room. The other 3 had scrambled to their feet and were about to charge in when they witnessed a scene they would never forget. With an expression devoid of emotion, Ning Jie seized the monkey's head with both hands and forcefully slammed it against the table. Bang! With a single blow, the monkey's eyes rolled back, blood gushing forth. Ning Jie showed no sign of relenting, continuing to pound the monkey's head against the table, reducing it to a grotesque mass of blood. He released his grip, and the monkey collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon. The 4 individuals swallowed hard, bewildered by the emergence of such a formidable character. Had the table not been made of solid wood, the monkey's head would likely have smashed into it. Ning Jie unsheathed his military knife, flicked the blood from his hand, and with a reverse grip, thrust it forcefully into the table. He then procured a cigarette, ignited it, and took a deep drag, his eyes narrowing slightly. Chapter 18. The ruthless one. In this era, one must either possess wealth and power or exhibit ruthlessness. Otherwise, one is perceived as insignificant in the eyes of others. Ning Jie may not be wealthy, but he is undeniably unafraid of anyone. He was aware that he had only exerted real force in the initial strikes. The subsequent blows were mere theatrics. The monkey was not dead, but he would undoubtedly require hospitalization. Furthermore, individuals like him would never dare to seek retribution against those who had harmed him, nor would they contemplate involving the authorities. The burly lad met Ning Jie's gaze for less than 2 seconds before his expression shifted, averting his eyes. They were thieves, not desperados, nor were they gangsters. There was no need to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Even if it came to that, they knew they were no match for Ning Jie. They possessed that much self-awareness. Listen, we seek wealth, not death. Ning Jie scoffed. Death? With such a motley crew, do you think you are worthy? Previously, he had granted the monkey a chance, refraining from severing his hand, and had no intention of making bitter enemies with this group. However, their lack of awareness was disappointing. As he spoke, Ning Jie seized the monkey's already broken right wrist and pressed it onto the table. The 4 of them stiffened, their hearts dropping. You broke the rules first. With that, Ning Jie pressed the monkey's palm down with his left hand, the knife in his right hand tilting slightly, the tip poised against the table like a guillotine. Big brother, can you do me a favor and let this matter rest? Ning Jie raised his head to look at the proprietress. She remained composed, only now revealing herself, seemingly unafraid of the repercussions of injuring the monkey. He recalled that she was associated with a local thug, though the details eluded him. In these times, there were many big brothers and their women. What favor do you think you are owed here? Ning Jie mocked. After stirring up trouble, did he expect to simply walk away unscathed? The enmity had already been established. By sparing the monkey, he would earn no goodwill from them, and they might even contemplate how to stab him in the back later. Rather than risk that, it was wiser to incapacitate them first. At the very least, he needed to instill fear, so that if he ever found himself in peril and encountered them again, they would think twice before acting against him. No sooner had he finished speaking than Ning Jie's right hand pressed down hard. Ah! The unconscious monkey suddenly screamed, struggling to retract his hand, rolling on the ground in agony. Sister Xia glared at Ning Jie with a stormy expression, though a flicker of unusual sentiment crossed her eyes. Such a man truly attracted admiration from women. Sister Xia nodded, stating, "You've got guts. This matter is far from over." Ning Jie dragged the monkey out of the house as if he were disposing of a lifeless dog, casting him aside with disdain. He then flicked away a piece of the monkey's severed fingertip, his face twisted in contempt. The monkey's subordinate, with a stubborn resolve, picked up the fingertip, while the monkey glared at Ning Jie with a mixture of resentment and fear. His life felt irrevocably ruined. Much of his prowess resided in his right hand, and now, with a segment of his index finger missing, many of his skills had become unusable. Regret gnawed at him, despite Ning Jie having offered him a chance. He had succumbed to the lure of 50,000 yuan and chosen to take another risk, only to be outmatched. Although resentment simmered within him, he felt powerless to change his fate. Ning Jie regarded him with disdain, questioning whether he had allies lurking behind him. Should this matter be settled so easily, he would be disinclined to stir the pot further. However, if the monkey wished to continue, he was ready to engage. Sister Xia inhaled deeply. She knew that the toad would certainly take charge of this situation, yet she could not ascertain the extent of Ning Jie's limits. As a woman in this line of work, she understood that the toad, for all his ferocity, might not be inclined to escalate matters to bloodshed on her behalf. If this young man had support or chose to flee, her own safety would be jeopardized. She was acutely aware that in her profession, notions of male superiority and female inferiority held little weight. With a heavy heart, she gazed intently at Ning Jie, conceding defeat. However, the city was vast, fraught with dangers, and she hoped not to cross paths with him again under dire circumstances. Ning Jie, dismissing Sister Xia's harsh words, perceived them merely as an attempt to save face. He was too weary to argue further, shouldering his bag as he exited the room. The door to the inn swung open, and a gust of wind rushed in, mingling with falling snowflakes that stung Ning Jie's face. Without a backward glance, he stepped into the street, where the sky loomed dark and heavy, snowflakes whispering as they descended, each step echoing with a crunch beneath his feet. The burly young man inquired, "What is the plan, Sister Xia? What else can we do?" "Off to the hospital," she replied. The burly young man's face fell. "But we don't have any money." Sister Xia let out a cold laugh. These individuals had profited handsomely under her wing, yet where had all the money gone? It had been squandered on indulgences. With the monkey now incapacitated, she wished to avoid offending Ning Jie and had no intention of cleaning up his mess. "I'm short on funds too. All my money went to the toad for supplies. Why don't you ask the toad for a loan?" By invoking the toad, Sister Xia made her intentions clear. The monkey felt a chill as he grasped her meaning. Had he not been injured today, she would likely have advocated on his behalf with the toad and Ning Jie. Now, however, with his hand ruined, there was no reason for her to risk antagonizing Ning Jie. The adage about a woman's heart being the most treacherous rang true. A wave of bitterness washed over him, and he clenched his teeth. Fine, let us head to the hospital. I still have a bit of money. Ning Jie, oblivious to the time, found the street cloaked in darkness, the moon concealed behind clouds, rendering only the outlines of buildings discernible. He located the city's guest house from memory, and the night watchman, still awake, opened the door upon seeing him, a cigarette dangling from his lips. What's up, comrade? Here to stay the night? You're quite late. We've already closed for the evening. Ning Jie extracted 5 yuan and placed it into the old man's hand, saying, Sir, I have just come down from the mountains, and I truly have nowhere to stay. Please help me. It's snowing heavily outside, and if I wander out here all night, I might not make it till morning. The old man scrutinized Ning Jie for a moment, then nodded slightly, stepping aside to allow him into the room, while cautiously tucking the money into the waistband of his long johns. Please wait a moment. I will fetch the receptionist for you. Donning a coat, the old man entered the corridor, and shortly thereafter returned with a young woman whose expression was marked by irritation. Do you have an introduction letter? She asked, her tone brimming with annoyance. Ning Jie produced his prepared identification card, pressing 2 yuan beneath it as he placed it on the counter. The young woman glanced at the slightly curled card, discreetly taking it into her possession while maintaining her composure. All right, the ID will suffice. However, there are no standard rooms available for 5 yuan. The only one left is 20. After a brief mental calculation, Ning Jie realized he still had over 60 yuan remaining. And since he had initially intended to stay at the guest house for a couple of days, he figured the money ought to be spent. Comrade, does the 20 yuan room have a telephone? Yes, local calls are 1 yuan per minute, long-distance calls are 2 yuan per minute, and receiving calls costs 50 cents per minute. Chapter 19. What nonsense is this? Ning Jie grimaced slightly. Truly, it was exorbitantly priced. However, there was little choice. To install a telephone now would require at least 3,000 yuan, and even that was uncertain and would necessitate connections. 3,000 yuan. The average monthly salary was only 40 or 50 yuan, requiring years of toil just to afford a telephone installation. All right, please book me for 2 days. Ning Jie paid 50 yuan along with a 10 yuan deposit, and upon completion of the transaction, the young woman led him to a luxurious room on the 3rd floor. While it was dubbed a luxurious room, it merely featured a small living area, an additional table, a 12-inch black and white television, a telephone, and, of course, a bathroom. Yet, this was quite satisfactory. In the 1980s, this was essentially the pinnacle of accommodation. Comrade, there is hot water in the room. I will be downstairs in room 111. Feel free to come find me if you need anything. Thank you. Upon entering the room, Ning Jie couldn't help but marvel at how useful 2 yuan could be. Just look at the significant improvement in service quality. After setting his belongings down and glancing at the clock, he noted it was only 3:20. He poured himself some hot water, sipping and blowing on it, taking nearly 20 minutes to finish a cup. After using the restroom, Ning Jie climbed into bed without even taking out his knife. The guest houses had remained state-run over the years. Though expensive, they at least offered safety. Around 9 o'clock the next morning, Ning Jie awoke, washed his face, locked the door, and descended the stairs. He went to the state-run department store to purchase 2 cans of malted milk, 2 pounds of brown sugar, 2 bags of milk powder, and a bag of apples. Expending the last of his 10 yuan, with the gifts in hand, he made his way to the City People's Hospital. Upon reaching the 2nd floor of the hospital, Ning Jie located Lin Mu's ward. Peering through the glass, he saw Lin Yujie sitting against the wall in a chair, absorbed in a book. He knocked on the door, and Lin Yujie looked up, her face instantly lighting up with joy. Who is it? Mom, it's Ning Jie. Lin Yujie quickly slipped on her shoes and hurried to open the door, her heart inexplicably filled with happiness upon seeing the items Ning Jie was carrying. Joyful as she was, she still remarked, "Oh dear, why have you spent so much money? It's all for the elder. After all, arriving empty-handed feels inappropriate." Once inside, Ning Jie set the items aside. Lin's mother still appeared somewhat unwell, yet significantly better than during his previous visit. The more she observed Ning Jie, the more pleased she became. The boy was sweet-tongued and generous, endearing himself to anyone who beheld him. "My dear child, why have you brought so many gifts? You've truly been a great help. You must take some back for your parents to enjoy." Ning Jie waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need, Auntie. My mother specifically instructed me to bring something for you. If I were to take this back, she would surely scold me with a broom. Oh dear, look at this situation. You must convey my gratitude to your mother. Once I recover, you should bring her here so I can express my thanks properly. Lin's mother was not oblivious. Ning Jie's omission of his father hinted at a child raised without one. Lin Yuzhi felt her face flush at her mother's words. She had just overheard her mother nearly calling out to her future mother-in-law. Inviting someone's mother for a meal was typically a prelude to engagement. Stealing a glance at Ning Jie, she couldn't deny that although his cheeks were slightly flushed from the cold, he was quite handsome. Oh dear, why am I indulging in such thoughts? Rest assured, Auntie, once the weather warms, I shall bring my mother here, and then we will trouble you to host us. Trouble? Not at all. By the way, Wenwen, please give the money to Ning Jie. Lin Yuzhi hurriedly retrieved 3 envelopes from her knitted bag and placed them in Ning Jie's hands. The hospital expenses amounted to 2,000. I originally had 1,000 on me, and I'll keep 500 for myself. The rest is for you, and I shall repay you slowly thereafter. Ning Jie pushed the money back, saying, you should keep it for emergencies. I feel uneasy carrying so much cash. If I find myself in need, I will let you know. Lin Yuzhi insisted and pushed the money back into his hands. Ning Jie, in need of the funds, accepted without further protest, placing the money into the blue cloth bag his mother had sewn. All right, if you need money, just tell me. Lin's mother inquired. Ning Jie, where are you staying now? I'm at a guest house, Auntie. I've come to see you and plan to visit my father's comrade, and then I shall return in a couple of days. Oh dear, guest houses are so expensive. Wenwen, give the house key to Ning Jie. You won't be home tonight, so he can stay at our place. And you can return the key after he leaves. Observing her mother's eagerness, Lin Yuzhi felt increasingly embarrassed. What was this? Why was she suddenly inviting another man to stay in their home? Before Lin Yuzhi could respond, Ning Jie spoke up, sensing her discomfort. No need, Auntie. I've already paid for everything, and I will need a phone over the next couple of days, which the guest house provides. It would be too much hassle to run around. Very well, if you finish your business and need a place to stay, you can come to my house. Woman must keep me company these days, as there's no one else at home. All right, Auntie, if it doesn't work out, I'll come stay with you. Just as the words left his mouth, Ning Jie's stomach let out a loud growl. Lin Yuzhi looked at him with amusement and asked, what's the matter? Haven't you eaten? Embarrassed, Ning Jie nodded. He had spent all his money after buying supplies and was planning to withdraw some from the credit union after visiting Lin's mother. Who would have thought his stomach would rebel now? Come on, let us go downstairs. I'll treat you to some wontons. Ning Jie glanced at Lin's mother and inquired, Auntie, is it all right for me to leave? Lin's mother waved her hand, saying, go ahead, I have no issues. I can manage going to the restroom myself. I'm just too lazy to move. All right then, Auntie, you rest. I'll go grab a bite. Okay, off you go. Watching the two exit the room, Lin's mother felt a sense of joy. These two youngsters seemed quite compatible. Once outside the hospital, Lin Yuzhi tightened her scarf and noticed Ning Jie wearing a badger fur hat. Frowning, she asked, don't you have a scarf? I have a fox fur collar. But I thought it looked unpleasant, so I didn't wear it. Lin Yuzhi pouted and suddenly asked, how tall are you? 180 centimeters, why? Lin Yuzhi muttered softly, what's the point of being so tall? It's a waste. What did you say? Ning Jie didn't catch it. Nothing. Just read my letter when I write it. Look at that wonton shop across the street. It's expensive and tastes terrible. If you walk 3 more minutes down the street, you'll find something both cheaper and tastier. I've seen it, of course. Every word is etched in my mind. Lin Yuzhi's body stiffened, her face feeling unbearably hot. What nonsense is this man talking about? Chapter 20. The bet. Lin Yuzhi remained silent, with Ning Jie trailing behind, chuckling at her gloomy demeanor. Upon reaching the wonton shop, Lin Yuzhi ordered 1 large and 1 small bowl of wontons, the large bowl costing 30 cents and the small bowl 25. Once the wontons arrived, Lin Yuzhi said, try it. Is it delicious? Ning Jie took a wonton, blew on it, and took a bite. To his surprise, despite it being merely pork and scallions, it was quite tasty. Nodding, he replied, it's pretty good. Lin Yuzhi, beaming with pride, said, of course. I'll tell you, the one at the hospital entrance isn't is good. And they charge 50 cents a bowl. What a ripoff. It's normal for places near hospitals to be a bit pricier. Normal? More like a scam. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. How do you manage to live at home? Ning Jie sipped his soup and replied, in spring, summer, and autumn, I forage for mushrooms in the mountains. In winter, I hunt when it snows. Lin Yuzhi nodded, her curiosity piqued. Do you earn a lot from hunting? It's all right. A couple of years ago, there were plenty of game. Sometimes I could even catch a leopard. A single pelt could fetch 400 to 500 in the provincial city. Now it's tough. I only make about 500 to 600 over the winter. Lin Yuzhi remarked, that's not too shabby. That's more than I earn in a year. The money you borrowed from me, you must have saved over the years, right? Don't your parents scold you for giving it to me? Ning Jie chuckled and shook his head, saying, it's not savings. It's what I earned from selling ginseng. Selling ginseng? In the middle of winter. Lin Yuezhi suddenly recalled something. She had heard rumors in town about a country boy who sold 2 mountain ginseng roots to a wealthy businessman from the south for 55,000. It had created quite a stir. At first, she thought it was nonsense. How could the forest farm offer shares when the supply and marketing cooperative only dealt with a few hundred at most? It seemed implausible for such a high price. She swallowed hard and asked, so, you sold it for 55,000? Indeed, if it weren't for 55,000, I wouldn't be able to lend you any money. My mother isn't in good health and has to take medicine and see doctors all year round. I've only managed to save a little over 800 in recent years. Lin Yuezhi felt her mind spinning. 50,000 yuan. It would take her 100 years of work to earn that much. If she had 50,000 yuan, she would simply save it, lying around doing nothing instead of enduring this kind of pressure. Ning Jie noticed Lin Yuezhi staring blankly at him and playfully tapped her smooth forehead, saying, what are you staring at? Go eat. Lin Yuezhi pouted and rubbed her head, glaring at Ning Jie as she retorted, bah, you rich dog. Ning Jie chuckled, what's wrong? Is my wealth upsetting you? The higher-ups have said that some people should get rich first. It doesn't mean farmers can't prosper. Lin Yuezhi shot him a disdainful glance, feeling a tinge of jealousy as she remarked, oh, I didn't expect you to be a local tycoon. You want it? If you desire it, I can give it to you. Lin Yuezhi was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing in an instant. She lightly spat, turning her head away. Too shy to meet Ning Jie's gaze. Forget it. You need to save it for your future wife. Besides, your mother would definitely disapprove. Ning Jie observed Lin Yuezhi's expression, his heart racing with warmth. How do you know my mother wouldn't approve? Why don't you come back with me and see for yourself? Lin Yuezhi glanced at Ning Jie, her face paling instantly. She lowered her head, nervously tugging at the hem of her clothes, and after a while, she finally managed to lift her gaze, tears swirling in her eyes. Didn't we agree not to pressure me with this? What are you doing? Ning Jie felt as though his heart had been tightly clenched and quickly put on a reassuring smile to comfort Lin Yuezhi. I just thought about showing you what my home is like. Look, don't cry. If you do, the boss will think I'm being inappropriate and will catch me. Lin Yuezhi had some fondness for Ning Jie, but felt somewhat uneasy about borrowing money from him, as it made her feel lowly. Humph. She huffed, turning her head away, forcing her tears back. Ning Jie sighed with relief, narrowly avoiding a scene of tears. After dinner, I need to visit the credit union, and in the afternoon, I have to go to the guest house to make a phone call. In the evening, I'm going to my father's comrade's house. Lin Yuezhi didn't even glance back. Why are you telling me all this? This girl still felt uncomfortable. Her anger had not subsided. I need to let you know, you're my only friend in the city. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuezhi's heart softened instantly. She turned her head, reluctantly stirring her spoon in the wonton bowl. How many days are you staying this time? Ning Jie shook his head, saying, I don't know yet. I need to see if the deal goes through. What deal? Ning Jie smiled patiently and explained, I have 50,000 yuan, and with the new year approaching, I'm planning to get some jeans and sell them. Lin Yuezhi frowned and replied, jeans can be found in department stores, and several shops sell them too, at 35 each. If you sell them now. Ning Jie set down his bowl and inquired, would you purchase it for 30? Lin Yuezhi furrowed her brow and replied, everyone else is selling it for 35. How can you profit from selling it at 30? Of course I can profit. I'm not foolish. If it's cheaper than others, I will certainly buy it, he asserted. A piece of dacron is 10 yuan, and a piece of chiffon is 15. Will you buy it? Lin Yuezhi gazed at Ning Jie and asked, how can it possibly be that cheap? Even the department store sells it for 15. Moreover, what is chiffon? Ning Jie suddenly recalled that chiffon had only begun to gain popularity in City B the following year. It had yet to emerge. It's a very cool fabric. Dacron is rather stifling, he explained. Lin Yuezhi nodded, acknowledging that while dacron was durable, its breathability was lacking, making it quite warm to wear in summer. If that's the case, it should indeed be superior to dacron. Thus, 15 is truly not expensive. Aren't you going to eat? Lin Yuezhi instinctively remarked, I wasn't even hungry. I was just keeping you company. As soon as she finished speaking, Ning Jie directly took Lin Yuezhi's bowl of wontons and began eating with her spoon. Lin Yuezhi's face flushed again. How could he be so shameless, even consuming her leftovers? This was not an intentional act on Ning Jie's part. Their bond in a previous life had been exceptionally strong. Even after becoming a prosperous businessman, he remained accustomed to eating Lin Yuezhi's leftover meals, a habit formed over decades that he could not break. When are you planning to go south to procure goods? Ning Jie asked without lifting his head. What do I need to go south for? I can simply wire the money to the post office and have them send me the goods. Lin Jie frowned, saying, "You truly are quite bold. It's said that Southerners are shrewd. Aren't you afraid of being deceived? That's 50,000 yuan we're talking about." Ning Jie mumbled, "Southerners are shrewd because they are business people. Although 50,000 yuan is a considerable sum, it's not worth being tricked over such a small amount. Even if I were scammed, it wouldn't matter. It's just 50,000 yuan, a matter of a month or two. You really know how to boast." Lin Jie rolled her eyes. "Why don't we make a bet?" "A bet on what? You tell me. If I can earn 50,000 before the new year, you will come back with me after the new year when it gets warm, and I'll take you to the mountains to dig ginseng." Lin Yue's heart raced, and she blushed as she asked, "What if you cannot earn it?" "If I cannot earn it, you can command me to do anything you wish." Chapter 21. The astonishment of Lai Xingwang after finishing the wontons. The two exited the small eatery. "All right, it's quite cold. I should head back. You should hurry home to take care of your mother. I'll come again tomorrow," Lin Yue said. She nodded in response, and after Ning Jie left, she took a detour to the department store. In no time, she emerged carrying 2 bags of yarn and a set of aluminum needles for knitting sweaters. Upon arriving at the credit union, Ning Jie made an appointment at the counter to withdraw 50,000 yuan. In those times, withdrawing such an amount was no trivial matter. The director of the credit union spoke with Ning Jie for quite some time and asked him to return the day after tomorrow to collect the funds. There was no other option. The credit union could not process wire transfers yet, and such transactions were not mainstream. Only the post office could handle them. Once back at the guest house, Ning Jie took out Lai Xingwang's phone number and dialed. After a long wait, the call was answered, and Lai Xingwang's voice came through. "Hello. Who are you looking for?" "Brother, this is Ning Jie, the one selling you ginseng." "Ah, my dear brother Ning, do you have some exquisite goods once more?" The prices for such treasures are rather modest nowadays. The last batch was merely around 1 or 2,000. Lai Xingwang has not been pressing for lower prices, as the previous purchase of ginseng was made to aid my elderly father, allowing for a higher price point. Now that my father is in good health, we must revert to the standard market rates. Ning Jie, smiling, responded, "There aren't that many fine items available. I sought you out to discuss a business proposition." "What business? Pray, enlighten me, brother." Ning Jie got straight to the point. "I wish to procure a batch of clothing and trousers. I wonder if your family has any ventures in that domain." In his previous life, Ning Jie amassed his fortune through the renovation of the old town, a project that will not be finalized until next year and will not commence until the year after. During this interim, he has ample opportunity to pursue other endeavors. In his previous life, the renovation was fraught with challenges. He initially built his enterprise through small jobs, eventually securing a loan from a credit cooperative thanks to a connection. The struggles he faced were beyond words. Now, however, as long as he manages his current operations adeptly, with capital and a construction team at his disposal, he can seize substantial opportunities. Lai Xingwang chuckled, "Of course we do, brother. Why don't you come and take a look? We have splendid garments at reasonable prices." Ning Jie articulated his thoughts. "Boss Lai, I cannot visit your establishment in the immediate future, but I have faith in your integrity. Thus, I wish to converse over the phone." After a moment of contemplation, Lai Xingwang, though uncertain of the quantity Ning Jie desired, regarded him with newfound respect for his boldness. Such decisiveness is indeed rare. "All right, brother, tell me what you need." "My brother handles this aspect, and I assure you, I will provide a fair price. I need denim, chiffon, and polyester, primarily before the new year, with additional items to follow afterward. Please provide your quotation. I intend to invest 50,000. Lai Xingwang's demeanor shifted to seriousness. While 50,000 is not a substantial amount for their family, for a rural northerner, it could represent a lifetime of earnings. He now regarded Ning Jie as a businessman capable of engaging in meaningful dialogue. "Boss Ning, while 50,000 is not insignificant, can you truly manage such an order?" Ning Jie responded confidently, "There is no reason to doubt, Boss Lai. Let me put it this way. Once I sell this batch, I will reinvest 80% of the profits in your establishment for the next order as well. Furthermore, I can assure you that the turnaround time will be short. However, in the spirit of commerce, I hope the prices remain reasonable, and I would like to secure exclusive pricing in our northeastern provinces." Lai Xingwang tapped the table, his mind racing. Their family's garment factory was not a cornerstone of their enterprise, and they did not place great emphasis on it at present. While he could readily agree to Ning Jie's requests, his business acumen compelled him to feel that such an arrangement might ultimately disadvantage him. Even with Ning Jie expanding their market, he believed he ought to propose additional terms. "Boss Ning, I will acquiesce to your initial request, but the matter of exclusivity poses a challenge. I am indeed a businessman, and naturally, if there are others with the capability to procure goods, I must consider the potential for profit." Ning Jie had long anticipated that it would not be so straightforward. He declared, I can assure you that before the new year next year, we will at least handle 5 million worth of goods at your factory. Of course, this is not mere talk. During your next delivery, you can arrange for someone to draft a contract. If I fail to fulfill this by the end of the year, I will certainly face legal consequences. Lai Xingwang's breath quickened at the mention of 5 million worth of goods. How could Ning Jie dare to make such a claim? If he failed to deliver, he would indeed find himself in legal trouble. Not to mention 5 million. Even if Ning Jie proposed 2 million, he would not hesitate in the slightest. What do you think, Mr. Lai? Should you discuss it with your family? Lai Xingwang took a deep breath and replied, here's the deal. When we tally all our costs, the profit margin on jeans is approximately $2.90 for wholesale. I can offer you $3.50. Ning Jie felt a jolt of realization. He had calculated that this item was cheaper in the South, and he was aware that traders from B City were paying $8 for jeans in the South. With this understanding, the potential for profit widened significantly. As for chiffon and polyester, these materials have higher costs with lower profit margins. I can provide you chiffon at $4.50 and polyester at $3.50. I will cover transportation costs, and I will send you the latest styles. However, Mr. Ning, you must be certain about signing this contract with me. Ning Jie was nearly elated. At this price, handling 5 million worth of goods was certainly within his grasp. Rest assured, as long as you can offer me this price, I will guarantee that I sign this contract with you. However, let us agree that for the entirety of next year, this price shall only decrease, never increase. Very well, I will draft the contract for you to review, indicating how much stock you require. 11,000 jeans, and for the remaining items, let us split them evenly. I will transfer the money to you the day after tomorrow. If you encounter any issues during this time, feel free to call this number, and I will respond promptly. You don't have a pager, never mind. I await your good news. After hanging up, Ning Jie excitedly lit a cigarette. Is retail profitable? The answer is undoubtedly affirmative. However, Ning Jie aspired to be a wholesaler. From northeast to Guangzhou, taking hundreds of pieces at a time, with travel expenses factored in, the price remained around 7 to 8. Such small transactions do not warrant the factory's time. They can take it or leave it. But Ning Jie was different. 5 million in volume translates to nearly 200,000 jeans. Given the current market environment, who else possesses the audacity to absorb such a quantity? Thus, Ning Jie's boldness inexplicably led Lai Xingwang to join him in this audacious venture. Lai Xingwang lit a cigarette, rubbed his face, and murmured to himself, what have I done? I must be out of my mind. Chapter 22. Contrasting attitudes from two lives. Lai Xingwang hastily pushed open Lai Xingfu's door, startling him. I must be mad. I have actually signed such a contract with a country bumpkin. Lai Xingfu looked at his brother in bewilderment and asked, what contract with a country bumpkin? Lai Xingwang recounted the wager he had with Ning Jie, and in an instant, Lai Xingfu's expression shifted dramatically. No way. We are waiting here to wholesale items at 7 or 8 yuan apiece. It is impossible to sell them so cheaply. Lai Xingwang shot him a glare and retorted, what do you understand? 5 million. An annual procurement volume of 5 million. Although our wholesale prices are high at present, let me ask you, does our factory possess any renown? Can we compare with others? Look at those other factories. Which of them does not boast a monthly turnover in the millions? And then look at us, barely reaching 200,000 a month. Do you know why? It's reputation, reputation. Our family lacks it. Lai Xingfu, visibly unconvinced, responded. Isn't it because the big house does not support us? Otherwise, would we be in such a predicament? Lai Xingwang, exasperated, replied, what business does the big house engage in? And what business does our Lai family pursue? In this branch, I handle machinery, while you deal in clothing. Both are merely trials for the family. The machinery sector is showing a slight improvement, but the clothing line remains stagnant. If this continues, the clothing business will be cut off. At that point, you will have nothing. Do you still expect the big house to assist you? What we can do now is to save ourselves. Lai Xingfu felt a flicker of persuasion but countered. Do you really place so much importance on that countryside fellow? 5 million worth of goods. How can one person handle that? Lai Xingwang, however, surmised Ning Jie's intentions. He must be aiming for wholesale. After all, the logistics from northeast to here are rather cumbersome. At the same price, they would undoubtedly opt to procure locally. Why don't we simply establish a factory or company over there? Lai Xingwang, frustrated, exclaimed. This isn't our first venture to the northeast, is it? Conducting business there requires more than just wit. Our methods work there. Understand this. Ning Jie cannot earn that money without risking everything according to the contract. If he succeeds, our reputation will rise accordingly. We can stipulate in our contract with Ning Jie that our brand is prominently featured. China is vast. Even if our brand captures a share in just one province, It could rival those larger factories. Lai Xingfu furrowed his brow and said, "The economic downturn in the Northeast is quite severe. I remain somewhat apprehensive. What if Ning Jie fails and simply denies it? What can we do then? What loss would you incur? Or what alternatives do you have?" Lai Xingwang pressed. "Business is akin to gambling. Should we win this bet, our standing within the family will surely elevate significantly. Moreover, if Ning Jie succeeds, our brand's value would surpass that of your factory. In business, one must think long-term. Ning Jie has also inspired me. If we collaborate with other provinces, we can negotiate in the same manner as with him. If we secure several partnerships, our gains could far exceed our current projections. Allowing others to profit is preferable to us merely holding our ground." Lai Xingfu, swayed by Lai Xingwang's arguments, nodded and said, "All right, let us proceed as you suggest." Lai Xingwang nodded and remarked, "When the time comes, you should personally accompany the goods and, while you're at it, bring a Chinese-English dictionary for Ning Jie. Otherwise, it would be quite inconvenient to contact him." After taking a brief nap, Ning Jie, carrying a bag of mushrooms, ventured out to purchase some malted milk and fruit powder. Heading towards the municipal committee compound, the guards at the entrance halted him, and after a conversation, they placed a call to Secretary Fu's residence. After completing the registration, Ning Jie entered the municipal compound with his bag. Arriving at the entrance of a small courtyard, he spotted a man in his 50s, clad in a military coat, smoking beneath a 3-story building. Ning Jie instantly recognized him as Secretary Fu. "Hello, you must be Secretary Fu?" The secretary scrutinized Ning Jie for a moment, appearing somewhat dazed. "Are you Ning Wei's son?" Ning Jie smiled and replied, "Indeed, that's me." "Ah, come in, come in. It's not easy for you, a child with a single mother. Why have you brought so many things?" Ning Jie scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "My mother said that since you are my father's superior and my elder, I should not neglect courtesy when visiting an elder." Secretary Fu nodded, his eyes shimmering with tears as he firmly patted Ning Jie's arm. "Good boy. You resemble your father much more than I expected. You're sturdier than he was. You have the makings of a fine soldier." He led Ning Jie into the house, where Mrs. Fu, donning an apron and wielding a spatula, emerged from the kitchen. "Ah, you must be Xiao Jie. Your uncle often speaks of you. You truly are a chip off the old block. Please stay for dinner tonight," she added warmly. Having served as a medic on the battlefield, Mrs. Fu now worked in the Women's Federation. "Thank you, Auntie." Despite their high positions, the Fu couple possessed considerable wisdom and did not exhibit the disdain for rural folk often portrayed in dramas. Instead, they greeted Ning Jie with genuine warmth. After all, Ning Jie's father had saved Secretary Fu's life. In essence, he was a benefactor to this family. In these times, sentiments hold considerable weight, particularly towards the offspring of one's benefactor. Secretary Fu took the bag from Ning Jie and inquired, "Are these all mushrooms?" Ning Jie nodded and replied, "These are what my uncle and I foraged in the mountains during autumn." Secretary Fu shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "Your uncle is quite stubborn. He visits me every year bringing gifts but refuses to stay for a meal, leaving as soon as he drops them off. I suggested he come to the city, yet he refused. I thought to have him bring you along for a visit, but he was adamant against it, fearing gossip. When I heard the guard mention your arrival, I was a bit bewildered and asked several times if it was indeed your uncle. You should have informed me beforehand of your visit, so I could have your aunt prepare more dishes." It had her quite flustered. Ning Jie sensed a stark contrast in Secretary Fu's demeanor compared to the previous life. In that life, although Secretary Fu had helped him significantly after rescuing him, an invisible barrier had always lingered between them. The current Secretary Fu felt more like a loquacious elder, a far cry from the stern figure of the past. Ning Jie smiled wryly and said, "Sir, I plan to come to the city to conduct business next year. My second uncle suddenly informed me of your presence here, encouraging me to pay a visit. Otherwise, I would still be unaware of your location in the city." Secretary Fu's gaze flickered with interest. "Oh, business you say?" In Chapter 23, Secretary Fu's Favor. It is evident that Secretary Fu is no fool. Having lived for so many years, he has encountered all kinds of people. Ning Laoer has always kept the child away from him, and now that the child has come to the city and is suddenly associating with him, Fu understands the underlying motives. Ning Jie nodded and replied, "Yes, last month I sold 2 mountain ginseng roots and earned 55,000. I plan to venture into selling clothing." Secretary Fu had heard of someone making a considerable profit from selling mountain ginseng. Nowadays, it is not uncommon for a new millionaire to emerge. Those ruffians who sell clothing and run nightclubs also make substantial profits. Secretary Fu inquired, "There are several clothing retailers in the city, yet the department stores still perform better. After all, individual businesses are just beginning to take off." Ning Jie smiled and explained, "I have a different perspective. Most of those individual entrepreneurs source their goods from the South. I plan to sign contracts with factories there and obtain the agency. The term agency, a rather novel concept, piqued Secretary Fu's interest. Ning Jie is unlike his father, Ning Wei, who is rather taciturn. Ning Jie possesses a spark in his eyes that reveals his cleverness. Yes, the goods from my family can only supply me in our province, allowing me to secure a favorable price and profit from the difference. Secretary Fu remained silent. As there is a popular term currently in vogue, daoi, middlemen. Ning Jie's idea of an agency is quite similar to that of a daoi. This group is neither good nor bad. It is an emerging phenomenon that requires gradual acceptance. However, Secretary Fu is not particularly fond of the daoi profession, as it appears to be mere speculation and opportunism. Ning Jie continued, I intend to apply for a company this year, focusing on wholesale trade. This way, those selling clothing can avoid sourcing from the South and can procure directly from me. Secretary Fu nodded and said, next year, a number of private slots will open in the department stores. Would you like me to arrange a stall for you? Ning Jie shook his head, declining Secretary Fu's assistance. At this stage, pursuing wholesale trade would be better suited to renting a small factory rather than engaging in wholesale through a state-run department store, which would undoubtedly cast a negative light. No need to trouble yourself, sir. I will look for a place in the next few days and see if there are any small factories available for rent. Not opening a store? Secretary Fu asked. Furrowing his brow, Ning Jie nodded and replied, no store, I need a factory. Secretary Fu nodded and said, I will keep an eye out for you. This time, Ning Jie did not refuse, readily agreeing, I appreciate your help, sir. Secretary Fu reminisced, I remember the first time I met you. You were still in your mother's arms. Not even a year old. Back then, I thought you would surely grow up to be a soldier, never imagining you would venture into business. Ning Jie chuckled and replied, sir, embarking on business endeavors nowadays is quite commendable. Did not the leaders say that a portion of the population should prosper? Moreover, they have open slots for individual entrepreneurship. So I believe this presents a splendid opportunity. Secretary Fu's interest in Ning Jie grew increasingly evident as he produced a packet of cigarettes, extending it towards him. The plain white paper bore the black characters of Zhonghua, its packaging remarkably unremarkable. Accepting the cigarette, Ning Jie lit it for Secretary Fu before igniting his own. Pray tell, what makes you believe this is a fortuitous opportunity? He inquired. Understand that laborers' wages are not insignificant these days. They possess ironclad job security. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Ning Jie articulated his perspective. Currently, the average salary of forest workers hovers around 46 yuan. Last year, pork cost merely 0.6 yuan per kilogram, and this year it has risen to 0.8 yuan, with expectations of further increases as the new year approaches. However, the wages of forest workers have, regrettably, remained stagnant. Secretary Fu nodded, signaling Ning Jie to elaborate. Moreover, the government has recently permitted private purchasing and construction of homes, issuing property certificates, indicative of the nation's economic transformation. Last year, a nearby city inaugurated a residential complex available for purchase, which I perceive as a burgeoning trend. I surmise that in the next couple of years, a wave of urban renewal will sweep across the nation. Given that relatively few individuals possess the financial means to engage in such endeavors, I aim to accumulate wealth over these 2 years, hoping to participate in the revitalization of the old city. Suddenly, Secretary Fu's demeanor shifted dramatically. He inquired with a grave expression, who have you heard this from? Ning Jie feigned embarrassment, replying, please don't be upset, sir, these are merely my conjectures. Over the past 2 years, I've been listening to the radio and reading newspapers, and in my spare time, I've been pondering. If I've erred, I hope you won't take offense. Secretary Fu's inquiry stemmed not from any inaccuracies in Ning Jie's statements, but rather from the unsettling similarity to what he himself had learned. Ning Jie's observations were indeed accurate. He had received notification during a provincial meeting that his city would serve as one of the first pilot locations for urban renewal, with plans for complete resettlement by next year and construction commencing the year thereafter. If Ning Jie could deduce so much from mere radio broadcasts and newspapers, he truly possessed the makings of a shrewd businessperson. Secretary Fu regarded Ning Jie with a penetrating gaze, remarking, you possess a keen intellect, young man. While I cannot predict what will unfold in the coming years, I concur with your notion of accumulating funds. Work diligently. A surge of joy filled Ning Jie's heart. Unlike his previous life, where he began selling sand, in this 1985, he had already garnered Secretary Fu's endorsement, an exhilarating commencement. Rest assured, sir, I shall endeavor with utmost diligence. The two engaged in casual conversation until the door swung open unexpectedly. A young man, bespectacled and remarkably refined in appearance, glanced at Ning Jie before addressing Secretary Fu. "Father, have we a guest?" Secretary Fu beckoned his son closer, stating, "Jianya, come here. This is Ning Jie, the son of the Ning family I mentioned to you." Ning Jie quickly rose to his feet. This seemingly gentle young man was destined to become a significant figure in the future. "Greetings, Jianya, I am Ning Jie. Fu Jianya." 2 years Ning Jie as senior at 22, shook his hand and replied, "Hello, I am Fu Jianya." Secretary Fu smiled and said, "Jianya, you and your brother are of similar age. You should spend more time together." Ning Jie is quite broad-minded, which genuinely surprises me. Fu Jianya perceived that the elder's praise for Ning Jie was heartfelt. It was the first time he had heard such commendation for a young man from the elder's lips. Observing the somewhat bashful Ning Jie, Fu Jianya felt intrigued. It is often said that a tiger does not father a dog. He had often heard the elder recount tales of Ning Jie's father, Ning Wei. According to his father, once Ning Wei entered the woods, he became a formidable presence, capable of dispatching a group of 20 or 30 men without a hint of pressure. Initially, he thought his father was referring to Ning Jie's physical prowess, but it turned out to be his vision that was being praised. What perspective could a rural child possess? Chapter 24. Fu Jianya inquired with a smile. "I shall take the liberty of addressing you as brother. My father seldom extols others in such a manner, and hearing him say that piques my curiosity." Ning Jie, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head and replied, "Uncle, you flatter me. I merely fabricate and speculate, at best. I am akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse." "Please, elaborate," Fu Jianya urged, as he picked up the elder's cigarette and offered one to Ning Jie. After lighting the cigarette, Ning Jie recounted his conversation with the elder. Initially, when he heard that Ning Jie aspired to engage in the business of goods distribution, Fu Jianya felt somewhat dismissive. However, as Ning Jie began discussing real estate development, Fu Jianya's expression turned serious. It was evident from mere snippets in the news that Ning Jie possessed, as his father had said, both insight and audacity. The willingness to risk 50,000 yuan merely to seize a potential opportunity showcased a boldness that compelled Fu Jianya to take Ning Jie seriously. Currently, he served as a section chief in the Forestry Bureau, with promising prospects ahead, noting that in the 1980s, such aspirations were entirely plausible. Furthermore, the elder had mentioned urban redevelopment, with the family quarters of the forestry station and railway likely to be among the first areas to undergo transformation next year. Based on Ning Jie's current demeanor, setting aside the halo of being a benefactor's child, Fu Jianya was inclined to befriend him. Upon concluding his remarks, Fu Jianya gave a thumbs up. The elder was indeed correct. Ning Jie possessed a keen perspective, coupled with boldness and meticulousness. Ning Jie, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head and humbly stated, "It's all just idle speculation." Fu Jianya chuckled and remarked, "You manage to conceive ideas that others cannot even dream of. Won't that incite their envy?" He then asked, "By the way, you are looking for a factory, correct?" Ning Jie nodded and replied, "Yes, just something not too large. I was thinking of taking a look tomorrow." Fu Jianya smiled and said, "Even if you were to search, you wouldn't find anything today. You have already come to the right place." In October, the agricultural machinery factory merged with the second machine tool factory, and the agricultural machinery factory is now vacant. It has been empty for some time. Moreover, the space is not extensive. It would suffice for use as a warehouse. Fu Jianya glanced at the elder, who remained silent, sipping his tea. The old gentleman is certainly aware of the matters concerning the agricultural machinery factory. He has likely calculated that he is willing to do this favor and has held back from mentioning it. That's splendid. Brother Jianya, would you be so kind as to take me to have a look tomorrow? If we can secure a rental, I shall proceed to obtain the business license. Very well. Let us meet at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you immensely, Brother Jianya. After finishing a meal, night fell. Ning Jie, having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, felt a bit lightheaded and declined Jianya's offer to stay over. He staggered out of the courtyard. Once he crossed the street, the intoxication evaporated from his face, replaced by an uncontainable excitement. Everything has gone more smoothly than anticipated. Now, all that remains is to await the loan from the credit cooperative and the subsequent transfer for the goods. During this period, Jianya has graciously agreed to assist with the business license, saving considerable effort. After Ning Jie departed, Jianya's own drunkenness gradually faded. Although not as clear-headed as Ning Jie, he was certainly in a better state. A man like him would never allow himself to become utterly inebriated. Upon returning home, the old gentleman was still seated on the first floor. How did it go? Jianya plopped onto the adjacent sofa and lit a cigarette. This lad appears quite honest, yet he possesses a cleverness beneath the surface. He reveals certain things effortlessly and seems to understand your thoughts, maintaining a remarkable sense of propriety. Even when he enlists your help, he is not at all bothersome. Old Fu nodded in satisfaction. His son was indeed a standout of this generation. Unlike the boys from the grand courtyards, his son was astute and untainted by trivial distractions, focusing solely on his ambitions. Few could capture his attention favorably. Moreover, he offered Jianye a choice. Should Jianye wish to form a deeper connection with Ning Jie, he could assist him in finding a venue. If not, it would be left for himself to manage. Clearly, Jianye chose the former. Foster a good relationship with him, but do not entangle yourselves in excessive matters. After all, your father owes a debt of gratitude to his father, making him, in a sense, half a son to me. Jianye did not dispute this, merely nodding in agreement, saying, "Let us see how far he can take this. If he is indeed capable, it would benefit our family. We can trust him with certain tasks. However, if his intentions are not pure," Old Fu interjected. "If his intentions are not pure, let him reap the rewards. This is a debt our family owes." Jianye nodded, remaining silent thereafter. The following morning, at 7 o'clock, Ning Jie rose. After freshening up, he first went to the hospital. "Why are you here so early?" Lin Yuezhi was having breakfast, a bowl placed on the table, while Lin's mother appeared to have already eaten. "I came to check on Auntie. I have some matters to attend to shortly." Lin Yuezhi, frowning, inquired, "What matters?" "I'm going to rent a factory and handle the business license, among other things." Lin's mother, smiling, asked, "Have you secured the deal?" Ning Jie nodded, replying, "Yes, Auntie, the deal is done. We are just waiting for the payment and shipment." After sitting in the hospital for a while, around 8 o'clock, Ning Jie stood up, saying, "Auntie, I must take my leave now. I will come by again when I have the time." "Go on, my child. Attending to important matters is paramount. Wenwen, you should accompany them as well. Your Aunt Zhang will be here shortly. She assured me yesterday morning that she would keep me company today, and you can return in the afternoon." Lin Yuezhi felt a surge of joy. Having spent enough time in the hospital, she was also eager to be in the presence of Ning Jie. For reasons unknown, she found his scent comforting, yet she feigned reluctance, saying, "Is Aunt Zhang really coming? It's freezing outside. I don't want to go." As Lin's mother, who knows her daughter well, she understood Lin Yuezhi's true feelings. "Yes, your Aunt Zhang is indeed coming to keep me company. Do you think I would deceive you?" she replied. "Ning Jie is unfamiliar with the city and has no friends here. If you don't go, who will accompany him?" With a pout, Lin Yuezhi pretended to be unwilling as she donned her clothes, put on her hat and scarf, and shot Ning Jie an irritated glance. Ning Jie chose not to confront her. Her joy was evident on her face, yet she insisted on putting on this act. There was something endearing about her, almost making him wish to take a playful bite. As they descended the stairs, Lin Yuezhi inquired, "Where are we headed?" "First, to the municipal government compound," Ning Jie replied. "What business do you have there? Do you have relatives in the municipal government?" she asked skeptically. Ning Jie nodded and smiled. "Sort of." Lin Yuezhi fell silent, taking a few steps ahead, then suddenly stopped and turned around, nearly colliding with Ning Jie as he halted. The close proximity between them made her cheeks flush. She stepped back, rummaging in her pocket, leaving Ning Jie curious about her intentions. Suddenly, she produced a small box and placed it in Ning Jie's hand. After doing so, she lowered her head and turned to leave. Ning Jie glanced down and couldn't help but smile. This girl, who was shy, had unexpectedly bought him a watch. It was a domestic brand from Shanghai, priced at 116 yuan, equivalent to 3 months of Lin Yuezhi's salary. "Hey, walk slowly. I don't know how to wear this." Lin Yuezhi halted and turned back, her flushed cheeks betraying her embarrassment, her sparkling eyes making Ning Jie's heart race. Ning Jie approached her and whispered, "I truly don't know how to wear this. It's my first time seeing one." Lin Yuezhi rolled her eyes at him, took the watch from his hand, and bashfully placed it on his wrist. To his surprise, it fit perfectly. She had quite the eye for purchases. "One day, I shall gift you one as well," Ning Jie quietly suggested. Lin Yuezhi rolled her eyes again and replied, somewhat annoyed, "Wait until you start earning. I want a Meihua brand." Ning Jie nodded. "All right, I will buy you a Meihua watch then," feeling the eyes of passers-by upon her. Lin Yuezhi's face grew warm again. She turned and continued walking, her pace quickening. Ning Jie followed behind, both of them silent. Upon reaching the compound, Lin Yuezhi glanced at the watch, noting it was only 8:40. The guard on duty today was the same as yesterday. Upon seeing Ning Jie, he inquired, "Comrade, would you like me to have the security department call Secretary Fu's home?" Ning Jie waved his hand dismissively and replied, "No need. Brother Jianye will be here shortly. So there's no trouble." Lin Yuezhi tugged at Ning Jie's sleeve and asked, "Which Secretary Fu is your relative?" Ning Jie lowered his head and whispered into Lin Yuezhi's ear, The secretary Fu from the municipal committee. With only half of her scarf wrapped around her neck, Lin Yuezhi exposed one ear. When Ning Jie breathed gently by her ear, it sent a shiver down her spine, leaving her momentarily flustered. Although society had become more open, such intimacy still felt unprecedented. Blushing, she shot Ning Jie an indignant glare and playfully slapped his arm. "You silly boy." Ning Jie chuckled, cradling his arm, and couldn't help but find Lin Yuezhi's bashfulness somewhat charming, reminiscent of the enchanting stars in films, shy yet radiant. The sudden honk of a car horn made them turn their heads. Across the street in front of the municipal compound, a jeep had come to a halt. Upon closer inspection, Ning Jie recognized that it was driven by Fu Jianye. "The car's here, brother. I'll head over now," Ning Jie said to the guard, giving Lin Yuezhi, who appeared a bit dazed, a gentle push. "Come on, the car has arrived." You go ahead. I want to be joining," Lin Yuezhi replied hesitantly. Ning Jie frowned and asked why not. "Didn't we agree to go together?" "Well, that's my department head. I took leave to care for my mother at home. It would be inappropriate for him to see me out with you," she explained. Ning Jie chuckled, having momentarily forgotten this detail. Lin Yuezhi had indeed mentioned in the past that Fu Jianye was her superior. "It's all right. He has family," Ning Jie said, taking hold of Lin Yuezhi's sleeve and urging her to move forward. He refrained from holding her hand just yet, knowing that if he did, she would likely turn and run. Lin Yuezhi's heart raced, and she muttered softly, "Who said we're family?" Yet, despite her words, a smile betrayed her demeanor. Once they boarded the jeep, Fu Jianye looked at Ning Jie with mild surprise and inquired, "Is this your friend?" Ning Jie nodded, noting how Lin Yuezhi had bundled herself up tightly, leaving only her eyes visible. Fu Jianye momentarily did not recognize her. "Yes, she is my friend. We're just going to check something out together," Ning Jie replied. Fu Jianye chuckled, patting Ning Jie on the shoulder. "You're doing well, making friends." Ning Jie said nothing, while Lin Yuezhi's face flushed crimson as she kept her head down in silence. Fu Jianye then addressed Lin Yuezhi, "Sister-in-law, are you cold? It'll warm up once we're on the road." Lin Yuezhi murmured a quiet affirmation, while Fu Jianye, feeling that Lin Yuezhi looked somewhat familiar, did not dwell on it. As the jeep began to move, Fu Jianye turned to Ning Jie and asked, "What unit does your friend belong to?" "She is from the Forestry Bureau." "Isn't today a day off for the Forestry Bureau?" "Which department?" Lin Yuezhi internally panicked, realizing she couldn't evade the inquiry. She decided to lower her scarf and, with a resigned expression, said, "Department head, it's me, Lin Yuezhi." Fu Jianye abruptly slammed on the brakes. Fortunate that there were no vehicles around. Had this been in his previous life, a rear-end collision would have been inevitable. He glanced at Ning Jie, then turned to look at the bashful Lin Yuezhi, and suddenly burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. "Ha! I knew it. This fellow with thick eyebrows and big eyes isn't as innocent as he pretends. He has been acting all proper at my place. Yet turns out he is quite the restless spirit." "Ning Jie, did you give Zhang Fan a beating?" Ning Jie grinned and replied, "Yes. I couldn't stand him bullying a girl, so I taught him a lesson. This guy has got issues. He can't handle being hit himself, but calls his friends over to join in. I just took care of all of them." Fu Jianye gave a thumbs up and remarked, "You're impressive. Do you realize you've become quite the sensation at the Lin Yard? Everyone knows Zhang Fan has been pursuing the yard's flower for years and got himself beaten up. Turns out it was you who did it." Ning Jie was at a loss for words. He had never seen Fu Jianye like this in his previous life. Normally, this guy was cold and distant, keeping his distance and rarely being friendly. Now, this behavior was somewhat disconcerting. Ning Jie helplessly said, "Brother Jianye, why are you so nosy? You sound like an old woman." Fu Jianye rolled his eyes at Ning Jie and replied, "I'm just surprised. Wow, I didn't expect you to have such skills, even stealing our yard's flower. Impressive." Lin Yuezhi blushed and interjected, "Section chief, we are just ordinary friends." Fu Jianye nodded solemnly. "Yes, I understand." Suddenly, Ning Jie extended his right hand and earnestly asked Fu Jianye, "Brother Jianye, how did you know this watch was a gift from Lin Yuezhi?" Fu Jianye. Chapter 26. Signing the contract. Fu Jianye looked at Ning Jie with a mix of melancholy and confusion, feeling as though he had been fed a mouthful of nonsense. He drove in frustration, while Lin Yuezhi sat in the back, stifling her laughter. Upon arriving at the agricultural machinery factory, Fu Jianye parked the car and knocked on the tightly shut door. After a short while, a small door creaked open, revealing an elderly man in his 50s. The old man surveyed the three of them and inquired, "Who are you looking for?" "We're here to see Factory Director Yang. We have an appointment to look over the place today." "Oh, come in." Once inside the yard, the old man shut the door behind them. The yard was modest, covering around 800 square meters, just enough for their needs. The agricultural machinery factory was not a manufacturing plant, but rather a repair facility, situated in a mountainous area. This factory had always existed, yet its usefulness was questionable. Farmers tended to repair their own tractors, and at most would come by to purchase a part. For the lumber yard and the railway-esque trucks, this factory seemed somewhat redundant. Many such factories have faded into the annals of history. It is inevitable, as times progress, and obsolete establishments must be phased out. Ascending to the second floor of the small building, the three knocked on the door of the factory director's office. A voice from within called out, "Come in." Upon entering, Factory Director Yang stood up and exclaimed, "Ah, little brother, I thought you might arrive a bit later. I just lit the furnace. The water isn't even boiling yet." Fu Jianya smiled and said, "Let us sit here for a while, and soon we shall go to the Korean restaurant for a meal." Director Yang chuckled and nodded. Turning to Ning Jie, he remarked, "Is this our younger brother? Goodness, quite a tall fellow, and he possesses a remarkable appearance." Ning Jie extended his hand and shook hands with Director Yang, saying, "Hello, Director Yang. My name is Ning Jie. A fine young man indeed. This must be your sister-in-law. She resembles a star. You have quite the charm." Director Yang was aware that Fu Jianya was single, nearing 40, and merely a subordinate at the machine tool factory. Being associated with Fu Jianya was beneficial. He would not only flatter him, but would even call him father if necessary. Ning Jie nodded and replied, "Yes, indeed, I am fortunate." Lin Yuezhi did not contradict him. Although she felt immensely shy, she did not allow it to show on her face. Regardless of the circumstances, she could not embarrass Ning Jie in front of others. "Please, have a seat." After they settled down, Director Yang bypassed pleasantries and directly inquired, "Brother Ning, I hear you wish to lease our factory space?" Ning Jie nodded and said, "Yes, I would like to rent the entire space." The agricultural machinery factory is in a prime location. Although it is somewhat distant from the department store, it is still on the main street. The area is suitable, and, crucially, it is close to the train station, just a street away. Director Yang glanced at Fu Jianya and then back at Ning Jie, asking, "So, how long do you wish to lease it for?" Ning Jie replied with a smile, "The longer, the better. If it weren't public land, I would consider purchasing it outright." Director Yang nodded with a smile. "Our factory consists of 2 buildings, plus this small second floor and the yard, totaling over 800 square meters. Here's the deal. I can offer you a rate of 350 per year for a 5-year contract. What do you think?" This price was reasonable, though the duration was slightly short. After calculating his finances, Ning Jie had an idea. He contemplated for a moment and proposed, "How about this? 300 per year for a 20-year lease, with the payment split into 2 installments. First, a 3-year deposit, and the remaining balance settled by next May." Director Yang shook his head, saying, "Brother, that's too steep a reduction. Let us say 345 per year for a 20-year lease." Ning Jie offered a cigarette to Fu Jianya and then to Director Yang, helping him light it. "Yang, this is quite expensive. Let us negotiate further. How about 330 per year for a 20-year contract?" Director Yang still disagreed, stating, "Brother, the lowest I can go is 340. I truly cannot go lower." Ning Jie feigned a pained expression and nodded. "Very well, 340 it is, but we must draft a contract." "Of course, we must have a contract," Director Yang chuckled. "What I mean is, if we ever decide to renovate or sell the factory, I want to have the right of first refusal included in the contract." Director Yang did not take this seriously. Such a provision was mere lip service. To put it bluntly, the machine tool factory, though struggling, would not reach a point of desperation where they would sell the land. "All right, it's settled then." Having paid 1,020, signed the contract, and stamped it with the seals of the agricultural machinery factory and the machine tool factory, Ning Jie felt an immediate sense of security. However, Fu Jianya understood that Ning Jie's willingness to part with money so readily was undoubtedly driven by the additional clauses in the contract. The 4 of them descended the stairs together, with Fu Jianya driving the trio to the Korean restaurant. Ning Jie and Lin Yuezhi sat in the back. Lin Yuezhi feeling a bit flushed, unable to meet Ning Jie's gaze. Yet, witnessing Ning Jie's lavish spending made her uneasy. She pondered how such extravagant expenditures could bode for their future if they were to marry. With this thought, Lin Yuezhi playfully kicked Ning Jie, her face growing even redder. Ning Jie, bewildered, looked at Lin Yuezhi's rosy cheeks, mistakenly believing that her displeasure stemmed from his earlier comment in the office about her being his girlfriend. Regardless, he was confident that the woman he had chosen would not stray. It was merely a matter of time. Upon arriving at the Korean restaurant, they selected a room, removed their shoes, and ordered 2 bottles of erguo 2, along with a variety of dishes, pollock fish tofu, 4 bowls of dog meat soup, a salad of sand ginseng, a potato and rib soup, and spicy kimchi with pork belly. The portions were generous, ample enough to satiate their appetites. Their meal extended into the early afternoon. One of the benefits of the restaurant was that if one drank too much, they could simply close the door and sleep for an additional 3 yuan. Director Yang had indulged, while Ning Jie and Fu Jianye remained relatively sober, with Lin Yuezhi abstaining entirely, merely listening to the 3 men boast. She refrained from interjecting. In this era, it was still somewhat conservative, with women typically not interrupting men's conversations, and in some places, women were not even allowed at the table. She graciously supported Ning Jie, sitting beside him, serving tea and pouring drinks for the 3 men, which made Fu Jianye enviously appreciative. They assisted Director Yang into the car, and Fu Jianye drove them to drop him off at home before the 3 proceeded to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to register for a business license. They opted for a sole proprietorship, as the limited liability company required a substantial capital investment that he did not possess. To put it bluntly, having a license at this stage signified legitimate operation, as many local regulations were not overly stringent, providing ample loopholes. With Fu Jianye's assistance, the license application went smoothly, and they could return the next day to collect the documents. After seeing the 2 settled in the guest house and offering a few parting words of advice, Fu Jianye departed. Once he left, Lin Yuezhi gazed at Ning Jie with an intense look, her heart racing. Fueled by the effects of the alcohol, Ning Jie felt a burning desire as he looked at Lin Yuezhi. Shall we go sit for a while? Chapter 27. What are you staring at? Lin Yuezhi swallowed hard. Glancing at the guest house door, her fists clenched tightly. She felt a surge of anxiety, having heard from the older women at the logging site about such matters. She understood that if they went upstairs, something would likely transpire between them, and it was all happening too quickly for her to accept. See, can I not go up? Lin Yuezhi looked at Ning Jie with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Ning Jie, noticing her vulnerable expression, realized that if he declined, she would probably still follow him upstairs. Yet, for the conservative Lin Yuezhi, this might not be a favorable turn of events. Foolish child. I merely meant for you to quench your thirst. Very well, I shall escort you back to the hospital. Lin Yuezhi exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet a sense of melancholy lingered within her. With her head bowed, she softly murmured in acknowledgement and turned towards the hospital. Ning Jie, observing Lin Yuezhi's troubled silhouette from behind, gently shook his head and smiled. How can one not be fond of such a girl? After walking for a few minutes, Lin Yuezhi suddenly turned around and asked Ning Jie, are you upset that I want to accompany you upstairs? Ning Jie reached out to ruffle Lin Yuezhi's hair, chuckling. Why would I be upset? That would be quite foolish, wouldn't it? Then why haven't you spoken to me? She retorted, her brow furrowed. I thought you might be angry, so I didn't dare to say anything. If I were truly upset, would that mean you wouldn't talk to me? How can you be like this? Lin Yuezhi scrunched her nose, feeling considerably more at ease. Observing her playful demeanor, Ning Jie couldn't resist suggesting, shall we return then? Bah! Lin Yuezhi's face flushed as she waved her hand at him. You rogue, how shameless. Who am I to accompany you? You are my girlfriend. As stated earlier at the factory. Shameless. Who claims to be your girlfriend? Lin Yuezhi playfully shot him a glare before skipping ahead, appearing exceedingly cheerful. You are. Whether you accept it or not, you agreed to it just now. Without looking back, Lin Yuezhi scoffed. Humph, how shameless. The absence of a rebuttal implied her acquiescence. Upon reaching the hospital, Ning Jie, reeking of alcohol, did not accompany her upstairs. He waved goodbye to Lin Yuezhi and meandered back to the guest house. As Lin Yuezhi watched him depart, she hummed a little tune and ascended the stairs. Upon entering the ward, a woman in her 40s sat by the bedside, conversing with Lin's mother. Aunt Zhang, have you eaten? Aunt Zhang smiled. Of course, I had some tofu soup with your mother. Lin's mother inquired. Why are you back so soon? Lin Yuezhi rolled her eyes at her mother. What would I do staying overnight? You little imp, you speak without restraint. Has Xiaojie completed the factory lease? Lin Yuezhi nodded. Yes, the entire agricultural machinery factory has been leased. Aunt Zhang chuckled. I was hoping to see what your boyfriend is like, but it seems he left without waiting. Lin Yuezhi's cheeks flushed as she explained. He had a bit too much to drink and sent me back before leaving, saying he reeked of alcohol, which wouldn't sit well with my mother. Lin's mother's eyes flickered with realization. It seemed her daughter had taken a liking to someone. Nonetheless, it was acceptable, for despite being from the countryside, he possessed wealth and demonstrated considerable capability, albeit not in a secure position. What a shame. By the way, Aunt Zhang, how is the large knitted sweater for Uncle coming along? Could you teach me? Aunt Zhang nodded with a grin. Teasing. Are you planning to knit one for your mother? Lin Yuezhi's face turned crimson as she tugged at Aunt Zhang's sleeve and stomped her foot in jest. You are truly insufferable. After a deep slumber until 4:30, Ning Jie gazed out at the dimming sky, dressed, and descended the stairs. Bicyclists occasionally whizzed past, and now and then, a jeep would drive by. The sound of footsteps crunching on the road echoed, and the breath exhaled formed a misty white cloud. The sunset hung at the horizon, a vivid red reminiscent of a dying elder clinging to life. Thick snow blanketed the low-roofed houses, mingling with the white smoke rising from chimneys, while dark logs on the distant mountains contributed to a vibrant oil painting. Suddenly, the elderly man pushing the cart broke into song, his voice infused with the essence of northeast China, leaving Ning Jie momentarily entranced. The setting sun over the western hills, the beauty returns to the embroidery room. The peach blossom's rosy face reflects the candlelight, the bride's makeup remains untouched, sitting alone on the ivory bed, echoes of similar voices sighing unbeknownst to him. Snow began to fall, and the old man with the cart walked further away. Braving the wind and snow, Ning Jie strolled leisurely to the train station. At 7 in the evening, the last train of the day awaited, while many who had been waiting had returned home, leaving just a few lingering by. From afar, Ning Jie spotted a plump figure. As he approached, 3 boastful individuals turned to face him, and the stout man spoke up. "Hey buddy, got any work?" Ning Jie pulled out cigarettes and distributed one to each, saying, "Nothing today, but there will be work in a couple of days that requires a vehicle." The stout man examined the cigarette, inhaling its scent. "Ah, Changbai ginseng. Good smoke. How long until it's ready?" Lighting up, Ning Jie took a drag. "About 5 or 6 days." "How much is it?" The stout man squinted and took a puff, remarking, "Can't deny, Changbai ginseng smokes better than the golden gourd. Less than 30,000 pounds. The stout man's eyes lit up, his demeanor shifting as he smiled. "What are you transporting?" "Cloth and such." "To the agricultural machinery factory on the back street." "You name your price." The stout man swallowed hard. "How about you let us handle the whole thing?" Ning Jie shook his head. "I know you, Zhou, the chubby guy from the station. I'll give it to you, but how you arrange it is your business. As long as the goods arrive, I have more coming in the future, especially after the new year." Zhou Bin frowned, eyeing Ning Jie warily. "You trying to get in with me?" Ning Jie chuckled. Although Zhou Bin is a notorious thug in B City, I haven't reached the level of mingling with him. I simply think you're a decent person and wish to befriend you. I'm a businessman, not a thug. Zhou Bin's expression softened considerably. "All right then. What is your name?" "Ning Jie." Zhou Bin pondered for a moment. 10,000 pounds at 20. Does that sound good? Ning Jie nodded. "No problem. As I said, I trust you, as long as you can deliver." Hearing this, Zhou Bin felt a sense of discomfort wash over him. It was their first meeting, yet the way Ning Jie looked at him felt off. Is there still someone who appreciates a chubby guy in these times? Zhou Bin shivered involuntarily, feeling a tightening in his gut, and instinctively took a step back. "What are you staring at? Do you have a problem?" Chapter 28. Release my brother. Observing Zhou Bin's reaction, Ning Jie couldn't help but find it amusing. According to Zhou Bin's character, if he were to respond with a "what are you going to do about it?" this fellow would undoubtedly fight tooth and nail. What is the matter? Was Zhou Bin ever afraid of being scrutinized before a confrontation? With a darkened expression, Zhou Bin glared at Ning Jie and, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Your gaze seems to suggest you want to throw me under the bus." Ning Jie chuckled and replied, "Oh, spare me. Someone like you isn't worth my trouble. To be honest, I sought you out solely for your reputable name." Ning Jie spoke the truth. Zhou Bin commanded a considerable number of loyal followers. Before Ning Jie's arrival, whenever goods were fetched from the train station, some items would invariably go missing. However, once this fellow showed up, those under him became remarkably disciplined. Now, should anything go missing during transport, as long as it was handled by his crew, one could count on Zhou Bin to rectify the situation. Though some harbored resentment towards him, Zhou Bin, despite his rotund appearance, was notably agile, wielding an axe with such prowess that he could command respect from street to street. With such a formidable figure in the mix, troublemakers were drawn to him in droves. He had clashed with several notorious thugs in the city and had rarely come out on the losing end. These individuals were initially attracted by his growing reputation, only to realize, much to their dismay, that his notoriety was on the rise. The labor of transporting goods was hardly appealing to them, and gradually, fewer were willing to engage with him. Old Zhou's expression softened a tad as he muttered, "If you had spoken like this earlier, we wouldn't be in this situation." "Very well, I'll stick to the price we discussed. When the goods arrive, just come to me, and I'll handle the delivery." "All right, we'll see each other then." Ning Jie waved his hand and leisurely strolled out of the train station. Zhou Tao watched Ning Jie's retreating figure, mumbling indistinctly to himself. After finding a place to eat, Ning Jie headed towards the guest house. Night had fallen, and the houses lining the streets were illuminated. The snow continued to fall, and during winter, the streetlights here were more ornamental than functional. They usually ceased to operate once snow settled. With the exception of the street in front of the city government, which had some illumination at night. The guest house was located on a street behind the city government, and that entire street remained shrouded in darkness, with only the glow from residential windows providing a faint light. From a distance, the lamp outside the guest house was visible, and as he drew nearer, Ning Jie noticed a group of about 10 individuals squatting by the entrance. Upon seeing Ning Jie approach, they stood up, silhouetted against the light, obscuring their faces, though the objects in their hands were distinctly visible. A premonition washed over Ning Jie. These individuals were clearly here for him. He cautiously placed his hand on his waist, gripping the hilt of his short blade, and advanced towards the light as they moved towards the shadows. "Hey, you must be Ning Jie," called out a robust man, approximately 175 meters tall, who stood at the forefront. Ning Jie recognized that voice all too well. He had encountered this man in a previous life. It was none other than the Toad. Only now did Ning Jie recall that the Toad had boasted about a woman named Sister Xia, who ran a guest house and was his partner. To venture into the clothing business, one could not bypass the Toad. This fellow was among the earliest in B City to dabble in clothing trade, having accumulated a modest fortune over the years, and he had amassed a band of petty ruffians under his wing. Ning Jie had been pondering how to navigate his dealings with the Toad, and as fortune would have it, the Toad had come knocking at his door. In this day and age, if one wished to pursue anything, one must either possess patience or be ruthless, having indulged excessively in free meals. If one lacks a modicum of skill, these ruffians may well bring about one's demise. Without delving into further details, when they frequent restaurants, the question arises, will you extend credit or not? If you decline, they may resort to vandalism. If you agree, prepare to support this band of miscreants. Countless business ventures have been obliterated by such ruffians, as was the case in my previous life, where I had to contend with a Toad multiple times, ultimately subduing that obstinate creature. In this era, it is not as simple as avoiding conflict. Sometimes, these individuals deliberately gravitate towards you, and one must exhibit ferocity. Otherwise, prepare to be relentlessly bullied. I asked, "What is the matter? Do you have business with me?" A figure, reeking of arrogance, puffed on a cigarette and declared, "Kai Xia is my woman. I've heard you're quite formidable. Did you really destroy my woman's establishment? Do you think I, a mere Toad, am to be trifled with? Either pay me 20,000 to settle this, or I shall cripple you today." Ning Jie chuckled inwardly, audaciously demanding payment. The pretense of seeking revenge was merely a ruse. The true motive was financial gain. "If you possess the ability, come and retrieve it yourself." With narrowed eyes, the Toad commanded, "Finish him." A mob brandishing pickaxes surged forward, cursing menacingly. Ning Jie, unwilling to squander time, recognized that defeating this band of minions would yield little benefit. For every one eliminated, another would emerge. If a confrontation were to ensue, it must be directed at the leader. With minimal dialogue, Ning Jie sheathed his dagger, crouched low, and with a sudden burst of speed, launched himself into the fray, colliding knee first into the chest of the first adversary. The impact sent the unfortunate soul sprawling, while the others swung their pickaxes towards Ning Jie. Crafted from sturdy oak, these implements, akin to the hardest wood in the northeast, could easily inflict grievous harm. Who was Ning Jie? A lifelong hunter, trained under the tutelage of his father and uncle, both skilled in combat. He had absorbed their teachings. In a fluid motion, he embraced one assailant's waist, and before the individual could react, Ning Jie thrust him forward, causing multiple blows to rain down upon the hapless victim. "Ah, damn it. Wrong target." The man gasped in pain, unable to utter a sound as Ning Jie executed a swift maneuver, sending him crashing to the ground. A brief opening appeared before Ning Jie, with the Toad standing 5 or 6 meters away, squinting through the smoke of his cigarette. This was not a task for him. A mere country boy could not possibly contend with such a skilled entourage. Even if he were to succeed, the Toad harbored confidence in his own prowess. As he pondered, the Toad suddenly felt a flash before his eyes, and before he could comprehend the situation, a firm grip encircled his throat. The overwhelming sensation of suffocation left him momentarily stunned. How could this fellow move so swiftly? Without realizing it, I found myself in a state of shock. "Let my brother go. Damn it, if you have the guts, then release your hold. Today." Ning Jie, disinterested in the rabble around him, tightened his grip on the Toad's neck with his left hand while drawing a dagger with his right, plunging it into the Toad's thigh. The Toad's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? Chapter 29. No time for empty threats. The Toad was momentarily stunned, as were his lackeys. Although the night was dark, obscuring Ning Jie's face, the glint of the blade was unmistakable. They had engaged in fights and wielded weapons before, but they had never encountered someone like Ning Jie, who, without uttering a word, would strike with such ferocity. In the past, When their leader was captured, it typically ended with threats and a mutual retreat. However, with Ning Jie, a single stab forged a lasting enmity. The toad felt his face flush, acutely aware that his trousers were now soaked with blood. The agonizing pain made him tremble uncontrollably. Yet he stifled his cries. Ning Jie, you truly possess courage. Ning Jie was about to embark on a venture in the clothing business, and it was unlikely he would cultivate any goodwill with the toad. It was better to start with a decisive blow. Although the toad did not intend to kill him, bringing along so many men was enough to incite significant trouble. Being capable of fighting does not equate to being unscathed. Anyone struck by a blow would feel discomfort. Moreover, the toad had no intention of paying, and even if he triumphed this time, this scoundrel would undoubtedly continue to harass him, likely escalating to blades and axes in the future. I am but a lowly life, not akin to you, toad, a true thug. You may have many lackeys, but I stand alone. If you wish to pursue me, think carefully. No matter how numerous your men, as long as you do not kill me, I shall have my chance to bring you down next time. Ning Jie spoke with a remarkable calmness, as if he were discussing the most mundane of matters with the toad. A chill ran down the toad's spine. He sensed that Ning Jie was not merely issuing threats, but laying out the truth. Yet, as a thug, could he truly allow this young man to intimidate him? The toad sneered. There is no need for such talk, Ning Jie. Just wait, The toad's eyes widened, his mouth agape in shock. Rendered speechless, the nearby lackeys shuddered. This scoundrel was ruthless indeed. Before their leader could finish his menacing words, this fellow had already stabbed the leader's left leg. Ning Jie narrowed his eyes and said coldly, You need not threaten me. The knife is in my hand. If you provoke me further, the next strike will not be to your leg. The toad's face twisted in hatred, his teeth grinding as he forced out 3 words. I concede. In the northeast. Uttering those words signifies acceptance of the situation. Ning Jie released his grip and delivered a sharp kick to the toad's rear, sending him sprawling. Several lackeys rushed to support the toad, while the remaining ones gripped their clubs, glaring at Ning Jie with fury. The toad cast a penetrating glance at Ning Jie, the shadows on his face and the murderous intent in his eyes betraying no subtlety. Ning, this time I have fallen short, but next time, do not let me catch you. A cold chuckle escaped Ning Jie as he pressed his knife against the snow, wiping it clean before sheathing it at his waist. A dozen men carried the toad, racing towards the people's hospital. 13 against 1, they managed to incapacitate 2 and severely injure another. Ning Jie's name was indelibly etched in the minds of these underlings. Upon returning to the guest house, the gaze of the doorman and the receptionist towards Ning Jie had transformed. They had seen the toad long ago and were aware of the ruffian's intentions, never expecting them to target Ning Jie. The young man appeared quite courteous, handsome, and generous. Initially, they had contemplated taking him to the hospital after a beating, but who could have imagined that he would confront 13 and emerge victorious? Such individuals instilled a natural fear in the common folk, and for the young receptionist, Ning Jie was the type of man who made her unwilling to close her legs. Are you injured, sir? The receptionist was even more attentive than before, her eyes glistening with admiration. Ning Jie smiled and shook his head. Just a minor scuffle, nothing serious. Is there anything you need in your room? She inquired, her cheeks flushed. By dawn, Ning Jie's reputation would surely spread, and he knew that should he jokingly request someone to warm his bed, she would undoubtedly knock on his door in the middle of the night. I lack nothing. Thank you, he replied before heading upstairs. Once inside his room, he shed his clothing, washed his face, and turned on the television, which only offered a local channel broadcasting a traditional performance, nothing of interest. He switched it off and lay on the bed, contemplating that with the toad's temperament, this matter would not simply fade away. He understood that by the following day, his name would reach the ears of various ruffians in B City, which would ultimately be advantageous, as it might deter some petty troublemakers from seeking him out frequently. The toad's surname was Lai, and he was known as Lai Kabao, which in the dialect of Sichuan and Chongqing translates to toad. His moniker mirrored his character. As the saying goes in northeast China, a toad may not bite, but it is certainly repulsive. This young man held grudges and retaliated for the smallest of slights, as long as he did not seek vengeance. He was capable of resorting to unsavory tactics. The toad had gained notoriety through his confrontations with the notorious three-eyed leopard. For a year, they clashed, initially with the toad on the receiving end of the beatings. However, unlike an ordinary person, when the three-eyed leopard was caught off guard, the toad would retaliate fiercely. Even while sleeping, he would wreak havoc, smashing windows with an axe. Ning Jie held no fear of the toad. He simply found him repulsive. In these times, many would resort to violence for a mere 5 or 600 yuan. Some actions he would prefer to avoid did not mean they were beyond his capability. However, after the 2 strikes he dealt, the toad would likely have learned his lesson. The following morning, Ning Jie visited the credit union. After withdrawing some money, he made his way to the post office, where he sent the funds to Lixing Wang. The process of remitting money at the post office had become rather cumbersome, often taking a week or more for the transaction to reach its destination. After completing the forms, Ning Jie carefully stored the receipt and returned to the guest house. He called Lixing Wang to inform him that the money had been sent, and Lixing Wang, being a man of principle, assured Ning Jie that he would dispatch someone with the goods the very next day. He deliberately did not mention sending Lai Xingfu for the delivery, intending to impress upon Ning Jie the sincerity of their brotherhood. After ending the call, Ning Jie took a leisurely stroll to the hospital. He had already had breakfast while transferring the money, and most matters in the city were settled. Today, he contemplated his return to the village. The village still lacked a telephone service. It had once been available, but for reasons unknown, it had been discontinued. Upon arriving at the hospital, he noticed that Lin Mu's complexion had improved significantly. Upon seeing Ning Jie, Lin Yuezhi set aside her knitting and cast a frustrated glance in his direction. "What on earth are you doing growing up like this?" she lamented. "Good morning, Annie. You look much better today," Ning Jie greeted her. Lin Mu smiled and nodded, replying, "Yes, I should be able to be discharged in a couple of days." Ning Jie, feeling somewhat guilty, said, "I'm really sorry, Annie. I need to head back this afternoon. My family has been quite worried. Perhaps I should wait until you're discharged before I leave." Lin Mu regarded Ning Jie with increasing fondness and waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No need to worry about me. You should attend to your own matters. I can manage to get around now. When the time comes, your Aunt Zhang can drive me back on her tricycle." Ning Jie nodded in agreement and turned his attention to Lin Yuezhi, who shot him a glare and resumed her knitting, a subtle pout on her lips. He understood that his impending departure was causing her some discomfort. "Hey, Wen, is there anything you'd like me to bring back from the mountains?" he inquired. Lin Yuezhi shot him a disapproving look and replied, "I don't want anything. How long will you be gone?" "I'll be back in 3 or 5 days. I suspect I'll also have to spend the new year here," he replied. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Lin Yuezhi's face as she feigned a stern expression and asked, "Are you still staying at the guest house?" Ning Jie shook his head. "I certainly can't afford to stay there every day. Renting a room now costs only 2 yuan a month. I chose the guest house primarily because it has a telephone. I spoke with our brother about getting a phone installed. I've already paid the deposit, and it should be set up by next month. That will certainly make things more convenient." Upon hearing Ning Jie mention their brother, Lin Yuezhi's face flushed again, yet her heart swelled with joy. "Well then, you need to hire a couple of people? Can one person manage all that work? We'll cross that bridge when I return. We can discuss it then," he replied. Lin Yuezhi turned her head away, muttering, "What do you need to consult me about? I have no say in your matters." Despite her words, a sweetness filled her heart, akin to honey. Lin Mu observed the two young people with a knowing smile, yet a tinge of bitterness lingered within her. Had it not been for her own laziness in the past, her husband would not still be idling around, and her younger brother would not have met his untimely demise. Though Lin Yuezhi treated her kindly, she was acutely aware that Lin Yuezhi harbored resentment towards her. As the children grew older, they became more perceptive, and it was not difficult for them to uncover the truth behind certain matters. A good man to accompany Lin Yuezhi would suffice for her contentment. "By the way, I need to visit our brother's place. Will you accompany me?" Lin Yuezhi glanced at her mother, defiantly stating, "I want to go." Lin's mother, well aware of her daughter's nature, understood that she was merely being stubborn. "Wen, you should go. Aunt Zhang will come over to keep me company shortly. After Xiaojie leaves, you can return." "How annoying," Lin Yuezhi muttered, setting aside her knitting as she donned her clothes and scarf before stepping out of the house. Ning Jie chuckled and shook his head, addressing Lin's mother. "Annie, I'll head over first. Please take care of yourself, and I shall visit you in a few days." Lin's mother waved her hand dismissively. As Ning Jie opened the door, he noticed Lin Yuezhi waiting at the entrance. The two meandered down the street, Lin Yuezhi grumbling, "I want to eat frogs." Ning Jie laughed. She adored frogs more than anything else, and he remembered vividly her fondness for flying dragons as well. "All right, I'll catch some for you when I return, and perhaps bring some flying dragons for your mother to bolster her health." Lin Yuezhi nodded, responding, "Sounds good. We still have mushrooms at home. We can stew the flying dragon. By the way, don't buy any sweaters for the new year. I'll knit one for you. With Auntie's health being poor, she shouldn't be burdened. The sweaters sold in department stores are uncomfortable and scratchy." Ning Jie felt warmth in his heart and nodded in agreement. In this era, love was pure and understated. Lin Yuezhi was not a flamboyant person. Though stubborn, she possessed a gentle core. Upon arriving at the farm, they found Fu Jianye in his office. After knocking, they entered. "What brings you two here?" Lin Yuezhi blushed deeply. turning her head away to avoid looking at Fu Jianye, discreetly pinching Ning Jie's waist. Ning Jie found it amusing. Such a shy girl who was reluctant to lose face was rare to find. I hadn't planned to go home today. I wasn't sure if the elders were home, so I didn't visit. I wanted to inform you so you could relay it to them. Fu Jianye nodded and asked, when will you be back? Perhaps in 5 or 6 days. Just enough time to gather some wild game to bring back for the elders. Fu Jianye did not object. Your uncle loves wild rabbits. I don't see what's so great about them. They have little meat and a strong gamey flavor. Everyone has their own tastes. What do you like? I can arrange something for you. I'm not particularly picky. We have plenty of that at the farm to eat every day. My uncle won't let me take any home, and others can't deliver it either. That old man is quite stubborn. The two lit cigarettes, gathering around the stove to sip tea. Shall I drive you back? Fu Jianye inquired. Ning Jie shook his head. No need. I'll stroll back. I'll arrive by midnight. Fu Jianye frowned. What nonsense. I'll drive you to your town. Just cross a mountain, and you'll be there. Ning Jie did not refuse. The more casual they were with each other, the closer their bond became. All right then, that saves me a lot of trouble. By the way, brother, can you get a vehicle over there? What kind of vehicle do you want? All I need is a jeep. No other vehicles can traverse the roads near my home. After some contemplation, Fu Jianye remarked, a brand new model costs 31,000. If it's inconvenient, you may use mine. I have no pressing need for it. Next year, Ning Jie will undoubtedly have many engagements, necessitating a vehicle. It is impractical to rely solely on Fu Jianye's car. I truly wish to purchase one for myself. If there are any used options available in the city, that would suffice, he replied earnestly. Fu Jianye, stroking his chin, shook his head and responded, vehicles are a luxury. Nowadays, every spot is filled, and there aren't many old ones for sale. A new one would suffice. And there's no rush. We can arrange for it after the new year. The three of them had lunch together, and afterward, they visited the hospital, where Aunt Zhang was indeed admitted. Lin Yuezhi accompanied Ning Jie to the town. By the time they arrived, darkness had enveloped the village, and after bidding farewell to the two, Ning Jie ascended the mountain with a flashlight in hand. The night was pleasant, with the moon illuminating the surroundings. An owl perched on a tree, producing a cough-like sound reminiscent of an elderly man. The path up the mountain had been worn into a narrow trail, marked by a series of deep footprints, with snow accumulating to over half a meter on either side. Upon reaching the ridge, the bright moonlight cast shadows of towering trees. And for some inexplicable reason, the nights of the late 1980s seemed less shrouded in darkness. The distant village below was still visible. Lifting his hands to his mouth, Ning Jie called out, Dehei. His voice echoed far and wide. Startled from slumber in the shed, Dehei bolted outside. The other dogs in the shed began to bark, and the sound of chains rattled as De Huang rose in the darkness. The remaining dogs merely grunted, remaining motionless. Satisfied, De Huang lay back down, ready to bite anyone who dared to make noise. Descending the slope was more challenging than climbing, yet for Ning Jie, it was significantly quicker. He shifted the cloth bag to the front, placed a plastic sheet beneath him, and sat directly on the ground, sliding down the slope. The speed was exhilarating, but it posed the risk of tumbling, and he could easily end up in a snowdrift. After several tumbles, he heard the barking of dogs and the sound of hurried footsteps. Before long, Dehei appeared in Ning Jie's line of sight, leaping into his embrace. Ning Jie reached out, stroking Dehei's head, and chuckled, Well done, you're quite fast. The dog responded with soft whines as they slid down together. One person and one dog, reaching the bottom in just over 20 minutes. Upon arriving home, Ning's mother, draped in a robe, turned on the lights. Have you completed your errands? She inquired. Ning Jie nodded, recounting the city matters to her, earning a look of satisfaction from his mother. Work diligently, and don't bring shame to your father. Tomorrow morning, accompany your second uncle up the mountain, prepare everything, and set off. I will make you 2 quilts to take with you. Ning Jie chuckled wryly. What is the point of making quilts? They're too heavy. I'll find someone in the city to make them. Ning's mother opened her mouth to respond, saying, Very well, but when you have them made, ensure you keep an eye on the cotton to prevent any shortages. Rest assured, mother. By the way, these items were purchased by my friend. Tomorrow, I will also take some to Aunt Air. Ning Mu gazed at the full bag of belongings in Ning Jie's hands and chided gently, My dear child, why let the young lady spend her money? Although she spoke thus, a smile lingered on her face. When will you bring a girl home for me? Next year when the weather warms up, mother. I want to be coming home for the new year this year. There are many matters in the city, and an abundance of goods to manage. I must avoid any mishaps. Ning Mu nodded. Her child was growing up, with his own responsibilities, and as a mother, she could not hinder him. All right, just take care of yourself. Now go and rest. Tomorrow, I I will buy some yarn to knit you a sweater and some long johns for the new year. There's no need to trouble yourself, mother. My friend has already knitted for me. A flicker of surprise crossed Ning Mu's eyes, yet she smiled and nodded. Very well, after the new year. Bring it back for me to see. After a good night's sleep, Ning Jie arose early. He delivered the items bought by Lin Yuezhi to his uncle heir, who incessantly inquired about this and that, causing Ning Jie's face to flush with embarrassment. Finally, with the dog in tow and a gun slung over his shoulder, they ventured into the mountains. This time, Uncle Heir did not overreach. Ning Jie took to hay while he managed to huang. As time passed, 3 days slipped by. The duo had successfully hunted numerous wild creatures, catching a fair number of rabbits. Ning Jie retained what was needed for the city, while Uncle Heir took the remainder to sell in town. At dawn, Ning Jie ascended the mountain carrying a sack of fertilizer. Winter had driven the frogs up the hills. They could be found in the river, yet the ice made them nearly impossible to catch. At the eastern edge of the village, a small river meandered, and a few sections upstream remained unfrozen year-round, making it a suitable spot for frogs. Northeast China is a remarkable region, with land that never thaws and springs that remain unfrozen, even at temperatures plunging to -40 or 50 degrees. Upon arrival, Ning Jie donned his boots and waded into the river. This stretch was modest in size, merely 4 or 5 meters long and less than 2 meters wide, with a bed of stones beneath. The water was shallow, about 30 centimeters deep, as winter's chill had rendered the river largely shallow. The surface was veiled in mist, and the willows on both banks were adorned with shimmering frost. Turning over a stone, he discovered 2 frogs lying lazily beneath. With a swift motion, Ning Jie captured both, and despite the biting cold, they managed a feeble kick before being tossed into his sack. This secluded area in the mountains deterred others from braving the frigid weather to catch frogs. Thus, the warm water spots attracted a multitude of them. At this time, the frogs were substantial, with the female leopard frogs particularly plump. After toiling for a while, Ning Jie had amassed no fewer than 50, most being female leopards, with a couple of males among them. After changing locations several times, he filled half a bag with frogs. He placed them on his handmade sled and began the journey home. He selected some female leopards to leave for his mother and aunt heir, then set off with a backpack and a bag in tow. Unbeknownst to Ning Jie, the streets of B City were abuzz with excitement over the notorious Toad. While it may not be said that the Toad is the kingpin of City B, he is certainly a figure of considerable renown, rivaling the likes of Zhang Qianzhou, Ji Chuang Factory S. Long Fei, and even the old scoundrel known as San Yin Bao. This formidable leader, accompanied by 12 subordinates, managed to confront a single adversary, sustaining injuries in the process. 2 of his underlings suffered grievous wounds, one with a fractured rib and the other enduring several blows, still confined to his bed at present. The instigator of this chaos, rumored to be named Ning Jie, is the same young man who purportedly earned 50,000 yuan through ginseng sales. As the tales surrounding Ning Jie proliferate, they grow increasingly fantastical, depicting him as towering over 2 meters, more robust than the already imposing Long at 1.95 meters. Whispers suggest that he possesses supernatural abilities, capable of appearing before others in the blink of an eye, with claims of emitting blue light from his posterior and breathing fire. Particularly unsettling is his alleged penchant for brandishing knives against the legs of his foes. The embellishments continue to escalate, straying far from reality. The seasoned ruffians merely chuckle. In these times, the sudden emergence of a fierce individual is hardly unprecedented. Consider Brother Park from the Korean ethnic group, who carved out his own formidable reputation with a blade. Whether one engages in criminality is of little concern to them, provided they remain unprovoked. Should they be challenged, however, the consequences could be dire. When Jobin first caught wind of this news, he could not suppress a shiver. Although he was not particularly daunted by Ning Jie, he was acutely aware of the tenacity of the Toad. It must be said, that seemingly polite individual is indeed formidable. Such a companion is worthy of friendship. Fu Jianye also learned of this development. Ning Jie, after all, was his younger brother. The fact that this fellow managed to deal with a group of rascals at the logging site was already surprising enough. He had not anticipated that this brooding character would take on the notorious ruffians of City B, bringing considerable astonishment to his older brother. Regarding Ning Jie's confrontation, Fu Jianye held few reservations. Reform and opening up may have ushered in new economic pursuits, yet the essence of humanity remains unchanged. Wherever there are people, there exists a complex social fabric, particularly in Northeast China, where many have ancestral ties to the region. Given its unique geographical position, the area is rife with a certain ruggedness. To navigate this territory successfully, mere intellect is insufficient. One must be prepared to engage in real conflict. Fu Jianye found himself quietly anticipating how far Ning Jie might go. Chapter 32. Lin Mu prepares to unleash the red card, having missed the earlier ride. Ning Jie arrived in the city around 3 in the morning. He found a place to rest until 6:30 and then, burdened with bags, made his way to Lin Yuezhi's residence. It was now 6:40. The skies were still somewhat dim, with the sun lazily beginning to ascend. After knocking on the door, he soon heard the sound of it being opened. "Who is it?" "It's me, Ning Jie." Lin Yuezhi, in the courtyard, lit up with joy and hurried to open the door. Seeing Ning Jie, weary from his journey, brought a sense of reassurance to her heart. "You've just arrived?" she inquired, reaching for the bag of fertilizer in his hands. Ning Jie quickly withdrew his hand, saying, "I arrived at 3. Don't take it. It's ice cold. Let me in to warm up first. Come in quickly. I just got up and am preparing to make some noodles. I'll roll out a bit more dough," she said. As the two entered the house, Lin's mother leaned against the doorframe, smiling, and said, "Welcome, Xiao Jie. How are you feeling now, Aunt?" Lin's mother replied, "The incision still hurts. I can't sleep well at night. It feels prickly. But otherwise, I feel quite good, and I'm not in discomfort anymore." "That's good to hear. I brought back a lot of chicken. I'll have one stew some mushrooms for you." Lin's mother observed Ning Jie carrying several bags and felt a twinge of discomfort. "You child, why go through all this trouble from so far away? This girl is just greedy. Don't spoil her." Lin Yuezhi pouted and huffed softly, while Ning Jie smiled and said, "It's nothing." The items had already been divided. The bag was for Lin Yuezhi, and the backpack was for Secretary Fu. Ning Jie placed the backpack outside, and then took out the frogs from the bag. Lin Yuezhi's eyes instantly brightened. "So many." Ning Jie nodded and said, "Yes. I caught these in the river up in the mountains. It's a long way, and no one wants to go there." Lin Yuezhi felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy and said, "Why don't you lie down in my room for a bit? I'll call you for dinner." Ning Jie scratched his head, feeling a bit shy, and replied, "I think I'll just take a nap at the guest house later." Lin Yuezhi frowned and said, "What's the matter? Are you burning through your money? I'll be going to work soon. My mother will be home alone, so you should just relax." "What about tonight?" Lin Yuezhi hesitated for a moment, blushing as she replied, "I'll sleep with my mom tonight. Tomorrow is a day off, so I'll go with you to the department store to get some things, and then you can stay at the factory." Ning Jie chuckled. "Aren't you worried about what others might say?" Lin Yuezhi scrunched her nose and defiantly lifted the rolling pin, saying, "Let them try." Lin's mother chimed in, "Xiao Jie, just stay here with us. You need to save money where you can." "All right, thank you, Aunt." Ning Jie took off his shoes, realizing his socks and long johns were wet. Lin Yuezhi glanced at him, washed her hands, and placed Ning Jie's cotton shoes on her stove. She then brought him a basin of warm water. "Wash your feet. Don't soil my blankets." Ning Jie nodded with a smile, soaking his feet in the warm water as he began to feel drowsy. After soaking, Lin Yuezhi handed him a piece of cut-up autumn clothing to use as a rag and offered him a pair of her slippers. Ning Jie slipped one foot into the slippers and tiptoed into the room. Lin Yuezhi, like a little bride, followed him in and took out a quilt from her nightstand, spreading it for him. "You lie down for a bit to warm up. I'll go cook." Ning Jie crawled under the covers and soon drifted off to sleep. It felt like he had just closed his eyes when Lin Yuezhi came in carrying a bowl of noodles and a bowl of pickles, waking him up. After drowsily consuming the noodles, Ning Jie turned over and fell back asleep. Lin Yuezhi climbed onto the bed, pulled the curtains, and sat beside Ning Jie, watching him sleep peacefully, a sweet smile gracing her face. Gently closing the door, Lin Yuezhi said to her mother, "Mom, I'm off to work now. If Aunt Zhang or anyone else comes by, please keep the noise down so you don't wake him." Lin's mother shook her head, realizing that the girl was truly infatuated. "All right, you should hurry off to work. You haven't even crossed the threshold yet, and you're already fretting unnecessarily." Lin Yuezhi, her cheeks flushed, rolled her eyes and muttered, "I never said I was with him. Stop saying nonsense." Lin's mother was puzzled as to where her daughter had learned the art of fabricating tales with such ease. With a sigh, her expression turned serious. "Yuezhi, I must emphasize this. Dating is acceptable, but do not engage in idle chatter about marriage. If you find yourself in a delicate situation before marriage, it would be quite the embarrassment." Lin Yuezhi's face was crimson, nearly dripping with embarrassment. She stomped her foot defiantly and replied, "How annoying. I get it. Oh, I must get to work." With Ning Jie's basket on her back, Lin Yuezhi rode her bicycle to the forest farm. After waiting for a while outside, she spotted Fu Jianye's car. She waved at him, and he parked beside her, a bewildered expression crossing his face as he noticed the basket on her back. "Sister-in-law? What's going on?" Lin Yuezhi had grown immune to his repeated calls of sister-in-law over the past few days. She explained, "Ning Jie came by this morning, so I brought his things along to save him another trip." Fu Jianye chuckled. "All right, You can put it in my car. Is he staying at the guest house? Suddenly, Lin Yuezhi's face turned red. She closed the car door and hurriedly pushed her bicycle away. Fu Jianye couldn't help but laugh heartily at her flustered demeanor. As dusk approached, Ning Jie was roused from his slumber by Lin Yuezhi's call. Groggily, he looked at her face, momentarily bewildered. Wife, what time is it? 5. Huh, how shameless can you be? Lin Yuezhi blushed fiercely and gave him a playful shove. It dawned on Ning Jie that they were not yet married. I was just dreaming. You lecher. Lin Yuezhi's heart raced. Her mind was flooded with the sweetness and fear of Ning Jie calling her wife. Especially when he mentioned dreaming. How could he be so bold as to dream of marrying her? Ning Jie chuckled and playfully poked Lin Yuezhi, eliciting a fit of laughter from her. In another room, Lin's mother listened with bated breath, ready to intervene if necessary. Get up. Our brother is waiting outside. He wants you to come over for dinner. Ning Jie, wishing to tease Lin Yuezhi, whispered, Did our brother say you should go? He did, but I feel embarrassed. Ning Jie reclined back into the covers. Then I won't go either. Get up. You're so lazy. Oh, fine. I'll go too, just hurry up. Lin Yuezhi managed to turn Ning Jie's head, finally coaxing him out of bed, and brought him his shoes and socks. I washed your socks. Wear them. They're foul. Chapter 33. Brother, sister-in-law, is with Ning Jie. After exchanging pleasantries with Lin's mother, the two stepped out of the yard, where Fu Jianye was waiting at the alley's entrance. They climbed into the back seat, Lin Yuezhi holding 2 jars of peach preserves and 2 tubs of malted milk. Ning Jie couldn't help but chuckle, despite her protestations. She had already prepared everything. Upon entering the municipal party compound, Fu Jianye parked the car at the entrance, and the 3 of them disembarked. Lin Yuezhi, carrying 2 bags of gifts, appeared somewhat flustered. Ning Jie reached out and ruffled Lin Yuezhi's hair, reassuring her, Don't be afraid. My uncle is quite amiable. Lin Yuezhi nodded, following Fu Jianye and Ning Jie into the courtyard. Upon opening the door, they found Secretary Fu seated on the sofa, engrossed in a newspaper. Seeing their arrival, he hastily set aside the paper and stood up. Is this your friend, Xiao Jie? Young lady, please sit down. Make yourself at home. Lin Yuezhi felt a bit disoriented. In her eyes, department heads and factory directors were significant figures, and the prospect of dining with the secretary seemed surreal. Suppressing her nerves, she understood the importance of not embarrassing Ning Jie and gracefully said, Hello, uncle. My name is Lin Yuezhi. I wasn't sure what you and Annie like to eat, so I brought a few things. You child, why spend so much money? Jianye mentioned your mother is still unwell. You mustn't squander money in the future, he replied, accepting Lin Yuezhi's gifts, which eased her anxious heart. Thank you, uncle. Lin Yuezhi was quite charming and well-mannered, which pleased the elder Fu. Mrs. Fu entered with dishes, exclaiming, Xiao Lin has arrived. Just in time, dinner is ready. Come, let us eat. Lin Yuezhi nodded in slight panic, greeting, Hello, auntie. Mrs. Fu smiled warmly. This girl is truly lovely. Come, sit beside me. Turning to Jianye, she added, Jianye, bring your father's liquor. You 3 can have a drink together. Fu Jianye went upstairs to fetch 2 bottles of Maotai, which at that time cost 8 yuan each, a price unaffordable for most. Dinner lasted until after 8 in the evening. With a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere, Secretary Fu and his wife were quite down-to-earth, and Mrs. Fu enjoyed a delightful conversation with Lin Yuezhi. After driving the young couple home, Fu Jianye departed. In those days, the concept of drunk driving was non-existent. There were fewer people in vehicles, and cars didn't travel fast. Ning Jie stayed in Lin Yuezhi's room to sleep, while Lin Yuezhi and her mother whispered through the night. The next morning, Lin Yuezhi rose early to prepare porridge, which was made from rice and favored by Ning Jie. She also prepared a basin of sliced, warm steamed buns, a plate of pickled vegetables, and a dish of spicy cabbage, a simple yet hearty breakfast. After finishing their meal, the two set out. Their first stop was the factory, where the watchman, Ning, was now on duty for Ning Jie, earning 25 yuan a month with meals and lodging provided at the factory. The storeroom was immaculate. Items had long been taken by factory manager Yang, and with Fu Jianye's influence, the place was kept tidy, ready for loading goods when needed. Ning Jie arranged for numerous racks with Fu Jianye, knowing that clothes should not be left on the floor. The lumber mill provided ample wood, with each rack costing 2 yuan, featuring 2 tiers and standing about 2 meters high, of good quality. The small building had 4 floors, with 8 rooms on the first floor where the watchman resided. Ning Jie chose the spacious conference room on the second floor, convenient for living. After installing the stove provided by Fu Jianye, they lit a fire and arranged a bed. Then, Ning Jie and Lin Yuezhi headed to the general store, where they purchased bedding, a thermos, a wash basin, and a water kettle, as well as a radio. The items were returned to the factory, and Ning Jie boiled a kettle of water while Lin Yuzhi busily tidied up the room and made the bed. After completing her tasks, Lin Yuzhi lay down on the bed, feeling thoroughly exhausted from the morning's work. How does it feel? Comfortable? Ning Jie poured 2 cups of water and teased Lin Yuzhi with a playful glint in his eye. It's not bad. The spring mattress is quite soft. Should we take a nap here? Upon hearing Ning Jie's suggestion, Lin Yuzhi shot up like a startled cat. Her face flushed, and she regarded him with caution. You better not get any ideas. My mom said no fooling around before marriage, or I'll be in big trouble if I get pregnant. Ning Jie looked at Lin Yuzhi and asked, so, after marriage, it's fine? Yes. Ah, this is so frustrating. Lin Yuzhi flopped her legs and buried her face in the pillow. I'm so embarrassed. After finishing their water, Ning Jie rode his bicycle back to the Lin family courtyard with Lin Yuzhi. As they entered the house, a boy rushed breathlessly into another alley. Fan Gu. That Ning Jie is really with your sister-in-law. Zhang Fan, sitting on his bicycle, kicked the boy down, causing himself to tumble over as well. The two of them climbed up, grimacing. Zhang Fan scowled and said, that woman is truly with that country bumpkin. Dong Hui rubbed his chest, a flicker of darkness crossing his gaze. Damn it. I could tolerate being made a lackey, but you hit me too? No wonder your wife ran off with someone else. Fan Gu, what should we do? Should we find someone to take care of him? A hint of fear surfaced on Zhang Fan's face. He wanted to retaliate, but knew he couldn't win. Besides, that boy had already crossed paths with a notorious thug who was a significant figure in B City. If Ning Jie could take him on, they stood no chance. What are we waiting for? We need to think this through, got it? Zhang Fan kicked Dong Hui again, who smiled apologetically and replied, thinking it through. Damn it. Let's go home for dinner first. We can gather Dong Zi and the others tonight to discuss. Zhang Fan hopped on his bike and rode home, while Dong Hui watched him leave, spitting in disdain. If he lays a finger on me again, I'll set his house ablaze. What kind of rubbish is this? He can't even keep his wife in check and still wants to be the boss of the Lin family. Bah! Zhang Fan suddenly stopped his bike, causing Dong Hui to shiver. What are you standing there for? Aren't you going home for dinner? Dong Hui nodded and smiled deferentially. Going home. Take your time riding, brother. At noon, Lin's mother stewed some tree chicken and cleaned the frog, preparing a dish of frog stewed with potatoes. 2 bowls of dishes were served at the table, and Lin's mother had specially steamed a large pot of buns, worried that Ning Jie might go hungry. Lin's mother was quite skilled in the kitchen, and Lin Yuzhi had inherited her talents. Ning Jie had never had enough of her cooking. After satisfying their hunger, the couple strolled to the back street dog market, which was held weekly. It wouldn't close until 2 in the afternoon, and it was still just past noon, so the vendors were mostly still present. Ning Jie led Lin Yuzhi through several rounds, and the dogs for sale were mostly local breeds and hunting dogs, with small frames that would ensure they wouldn't grow very large. As for the so-called wolf dogs, they are merely mixed breeds. Having even an eighth of wolf lineage would be remarkable, and Ning Jie wouldn't give them a second glance. For guarding the home, Ning Jie had 2 choices, a German Shepherd or a wolf dog, both of which are excellent guardians. Currently, Tibetan Mastiffs have yet to become widespread, and acquiring one is no easy feat regarding the purpose of home protection. These 2 breeds are decidedly more reliable. Oh my goodness, Ning Jie, come quickly. This little puppy is so plump I can hardly lift it. Upon glancing in Lin Yuzhi's direction, Ning Jie's eyes instantly gleamed with excitement. Chapter 34. Next time, I shall put an end to you. A Caucasian Shepherd. To his astonishment, they actually had Caucasian Shepherds. Ning Jie approached to find 2 chubby little creatures continuously squeaking. They boasted a fine appearance, unmistakably purebred. Despite their seemingly large size, they were merely a couple of months old. The vendor, noticing the 2 were intrigued, eagerly began to promote the pups. He had no choice but to push for a sale, having already accumulated 4, and with the pups now 2 months old, they were proving difficult to sell. Although these dogs were sizable, they had quite the appetite. Just 2 years prior, his brother-in-law had acquired a pair from the Russians. Had he not had a fondness for dogs, they would have long been sent to the butcher. Listen, you 2, if you fancy this breed, I must tell you, they come from the Russians and can grow taller than a person. They are incredibly fierce. Ning Jie found himself somewhat impressed by the vendor's enthusiasm. What kind of household could sustain such voracious eaters? The dog market had been selling both large and small dogs since the 1960s, but in the 1970s, the crackdown on dogs caused a decline in the market, which had only recently begun to revive. How much? Ning Jie inquired. 15 each, or 25 for both. Ning Jie took Lin Yuzhi's hand and started to leave, prompting the vendor to shout, Hey, buddy, how about negotiating? The vendor was genuinely struggling. These little pups could consume half a basin of corn per meal, and his household was just average. With corn prices exceeding 10 cents per pound, how could he manage? 15 for both. I'll take them. The vendor hesitated. Previously, someone had offered 15, but he hadn't sold. Now, 2 weeks later, selling for that price felt disheartening. Come on, add a little more. Just 15. If you agree, we'll take them. If not, that's fine. Lin Yuezhi noticed Ning Jie's eagerness for the puppies and, with a clever glint in her eye, pulled him aside. It's too expensive. They look like they eat a lot. Let us not buy them. All right, we won't buy them. Let us just look around some more. The vendor, realizing that if he didn't sell soon, he would have to return and feed them, gritted his teeth and said, wait. 15. I'll sell them for 15. After the transaction, the two each carried a puppy back to the factory, handing them over to the gatekeeper, Mr. Zhang. They then went to the supply store to purchase 2 bags of corn and 2 feeding bowls, wheeling their cart back to the factory. Fortunately, the factory had a pot to boil the dog food, and as they watched the 2 little creatures devour their meal, Lin Yuezhi couldn't help but beam with joy. These pups, grunting as they ate, resembled little piglets. Lin Yuezhi squinted her eyes, gently stroking the little creatures' heads. Before long, one small basin of food was completely devoured, and the puppies' bellies were round and full. Shall we name them? Ning Jie said with a smile. Let us do it. What do you think we should call them? Lin Yuezhi pondered for a moment and remarked, the male is called hazelnut mushroom, while the female is referred to as wood ear. Well, it seems this girl's naming skills remain as abysmal as in her previous life. So be it, they shall be named hazelnut mushroom and wood ear. The two spent the afternoon at the factory, playing with the 2 dogs. As the clock approached 5, Ning Jie rode his bicycle to escort Lin Yuezhi back home. After enjoying dinner at her residence, Ning Jie lingered for a while before meandering his way back. No sooner had he exited the alley than he sensed a subtle disturbance behind him. Though faint, his years of hunting had honed his auditory perception to a razor's edge. Casting a sidelong glance, he noticed 2 shadowy figures trailing him at a distance of 5 or 6 meters. One held a burlap sack, while the other brandished a pickaxe. Ning Jie's expression darkened instantly. Zhang Fan, that scoundrel, was still up to no good, clearly intent on causing him trouble. In these times, the act of using burlap sacks was all too common. These rascals relished such antics, ensnaring their targets, striking, and swiftly fleeing, leaving little chance for identification. Ning Jie gradually halted his steps, feigning a search for cigarettes. Zhang Fan and Dong Hui exchanged glances, realizing they had unwittingly walked into a trap. They hastily accelerated. Dong Hui hurled the burlap sack towards Ning Jie's head. Anticipating this, Ning Jie deftly sidestepped, causing Dong Hui to miss entirely and stumble forward. Zhang Fan swung his stick, which landed squarely on Dong Hui's back. Ouch! Dong Hui cried out in pain. Zhang Fan's countenance shifted dramatically, and before he could swing the pickaxe a second time, Ning Jie delivered a precise kick that sent Zhang Fan tumbling into a snowdrift. Seizing the pickaxe from the ground, Ning Jie aimed a powerful strike at Dong Hui's rear, eliciting a howl as Dong Hui scrambled forward, as if his backside were ablaze. Dongzi, help! He shouted as he fled. Outside, Dongzi and his gang, alerted by the commotion, charged in with pickaxes in hand. The alley was narrow, flanked by snow, leaving only a 1-meter-wide path in the center. Ning Jie, on a whim, directed another blow at Zhang Fan's rear, grinning as he wielded the pickaxe. Commanding the advancing group with a cold voice, "You lot better stand still." Dongzi and his companions, witnessing the scene, realized their attempt to ensnare Ning Jie had utterly failed. Not long ago, they had all been bested by him alone, and now, seeing his legs quiver slightly, they understood they could not even manage a sneak attack, let alone confront him head-on. What nonsense is this? You lot, with nothing better to do, thought you could provoke me again? Do you believe yourselves to be tougher than a toad? As Ning Jie spoke, he discarded the pickaxe and reached behind his waist, grasping a short knife firmly in his hand. Under the chilling moonlight, the blade glinted ominously, illuminating half of Ning Jie's face while casting the other half into shadow. He took a step towards Dongzi and his gang, and the sight of the knife sent a shiver down their spines. The group of over 10 retreated in unison, a palpable fear evident in their demeanor. Ning Jie lowered his head to light a cigarette, then swiftly turned and executed a whip kick, sending the scheming Zhang Fan sprawling once more. With a disdainful smile, he cast a glance at Dong Zi and the others, who stood frozen at a distance. Did they really think they could mingle with the likes of him? Approaching Zhang Fan, Ning Jie grasped the collar of his jacket and yanked him upright from the snow. In front of a gathering of onlookers, he delivered another kick, sending Zhang Fan crashing into the crowd. He fell rigidly to the ground, merely a few meters away from his companions, yet none reached out to assist him. Ning Jie strode slowly to Zhang Fan, placing his foot upon his chest. Zhang Fan felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation gradually tearing him apart. You ought to have some pride. At least, you're 20, right? Using your mother's medical funds to coerce a girl who has no affection for you into a relationship. Refusing to lend you money if she declines? And you dare bring a group of friends to trouble me? Do your friends even know? Upon hearing Ning Jie's words, Dong Zi and the others were expressions of shock. They were aware that Zhang Fan had been pursuing Lin Yuezhi, but they never imagined he would resort to threatening her with her mother's surgical expenses. In an instant, the sympathy in their gazes transformed into disdain. Think carefully. Do you truly like Lin Yuezhi? Do you believe yourself worthy of her? Why are you chasing after her, if not to flaunt before these people? Ning Jie continued. There are limits to everything. Considering your parents have already attempted to save Lin Yuezhi's mother, I won't stoop to your level this time. But should there be a next, I will not hold back. Ning Jie squatted down, tapping Zhang Fan's face with the blade. I will ruin you. Chapter 35. Brother-in-law passing over Zhang Fan. Ning Jie sauntered through the crowd, resembling a lion amidst a pack of wolves, with no one daring to meet his gaze. Zhang Fan felt a surge of fear, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Ning Jie. The cold blade bore the lingering scent of blood, a grim reminder that it had recently pierced a formidable foe. Ning Jie had crushed his pride and obliterated his courage. Dong Zi reached out to pull Zhang Fan up, regarding him with a complex expression. Do not trouble her again. Zhang Fan nodded silently. And do not bother Lin Yuezhi either. Ning Jie is right. You are unworthy of her. Zhang Fan glared at Dong Zi, his eyes brimming with anger. What do you mean by that? What the hell do you mean? Dong Zi looked at him with disdain. Enough with the shouting. Ning Jie hasn't gone far. If you have the guts, confront him. Li Xiaodong. You're mocking me too. Zhang Fan exclaimed, charging forward. Dong Zi shoved him back, while the others quickly restrained him. Li Xiaodong regarded Zhang Fan with contempt. We have known each other since childhood, so I can help you fight and take a beating for you. But using money to threaten a girl? What distinguishes you from a beast? I associate with you because of our friendship. I can't be bothered to compete for reputation. But do you truly think I am beneath you? Li Xiaodong pointed at Zhang Fan and declared, from now on, let us keep it this way. If there is anything, don't bother me. Dong Hui, covering his behind, interjected, Brother Dongzi, it's unnecessary. We're all brothers here, no need for this. Li Xiaodong patted Dong Hui on the shoulder and remarked, only you would let him bully you every day. With that, Li Xiaodong exited the alley, prompting the remaining 10 or so individuals to glance at each other and decide to leave. After all, they were all from the same courtyard. It was merely a matter of lending a hand when needed. Now that Li Xiaodong and Zhang Fan had fallen out, they had no desire to linger. Zhang Fan, relying on his father's position as a director, had been quite arrogant. Were it not for their shared childhood, they would have been indifferent to him. Once the crowd dispersed, Dong Hui supported Zhang Fan, saying, Fan Gu, don't be angry with Brother Dongzi, we. Suddenly, a slap caught Dong Hui off guard, and he covered his face while staring at Zhang Fan, who, in a fit of rage, retorted, do I need your guidance? Watching Zhang Fan limp away, Dong Hui squinted, his gaze darkening ominously. Li Xiaodong's words echoed in his mind like a cursed refrain. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Lin Yuezhi bit her lip and entered the house. Her thoughts consumed by Ning Jie's earlier words. Her resolve solidified. Encountering such a man was indeed a rare fortune. Back in the courtyard, Zhima and Mir circled around Ning Jie, playing with the two little ones for a while. After greeting old Zhang, Ning Jie meandered upstairs. He stoked the fire, boiled water, and switched on the radio. After some adjustments, he tuned into JL radio, where Master Ma's comedic dialogue filled the air. The warm, soothing voice gradually calmed Ning Jie's spirit. Once the performance concluded, the news began, continuing until 7:30, followed by various policy announcements. At 8 o'clock sharp, the storytelling by Shan Tianfang commenced. The current tale was the romance of Sui and Tang, narrated by the magnetic voice of the venerable Shan Tianfang. A voice so distinctive that it left a lasting impression after only one listen. Soaking his feet while listening to the tale, Ning Jie added more wood to the fire and nestled into bed. At dawn the next day, a loud knocking echoed against the iron gate. Old Zhang, draped in a coat, stood at the entrance and asked, who is there? Zhima and Mir trailed behind him, barking softly, resembling vigilant guardians. Excuse me, does Ning Jie live here? Old Zhang inquired. Who are you? And what do you want with Ning Jie? Outside. Li Xiaodong's face lit up with joy as he quickly replied, Sir, I'm from the forest farm. My name is Li Xiaodong, and I need to speak with Ning Jie about something. Please wait a moment. I'll check for you. My boss hasn't woken up yet. The old man ambled upstairs, and just then, Ning Jie, dressed, was descending. Who is it, Uncle Zhang? He asked. A fellow from the forest farm, named Xiaodong, says he needs to speak with you. Ning Jie frowned, recalling the boy who had been beaten the previous night, who had called out to Brother Dongzi. What does he want with me? He pondered. All right, you go back to sleep. I'll go take a look. Ning Jie led 2 dogs into the courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, he opened the small gate. Li Xiaodong, noticing Ning Jie, awkwardly greeted him. Ning Jie go. I am Li Xiaodong from the forest farm. Ning Jie furrowed his brow, regarding Li Xiaodong with a hint of skepticism. What brings you here? He held little esteem for this group of youngsters, those in their late teens and early 20s, who seemed to squander their time in idle camaraderie, leaving their wives and children to suffer the consequences. Li Xiaodong nodded slightly and replied, Well, Ning Jie go. Please don't hold it against Zhang Fan. He has been spoiled by his family. Ning Jie, taken aback, chuckled and asked, Is that all? Li Xiaodong, feeling a bit shy, said, Actually, Ning Jie go. I was hoping to find some work with you. Ning Jie smiled, replying, I am not a ruffian. I am merely a businessman and do not take on underlings. Li Xiaodong waved his hand dismissively, his cheeks reddening. No, Ning Jie go. I genuinely wish to find some work to do. My mother is good friends with Aunt San, and she mentioned that you are quite capable. You will surely achieve great things in the future. Suddenly, Ning Jie recalled that Lin Yuezhi's mother had the surname San. Lin Yuezhi had mentioned that Aunt Zheng's husband, surnamed Li, had a son who died on the front lines during the floods of '98, for reasons he could not quite fathom. Ning Jie felt a surge of goodwill towards Li Xiaodong. Your mother is Aunt Zhang? Li Xiaodong nodded, his face aflame with embarrassment. Yes, Ning Jie go. I had no idea that Zhang Fan was threatening Sister Wenwen with money. I thought you. Enough of that. Let us go upstairs, Ning Jie interjected. He locked the door behind them and led Li Xiaodong to the 4th floor. Have a seat. He gestured toward a chair before pouring Li Xiaodong a glass of water. Thank you, brother-in-law. Ning Jie smiled faintly. This young man seemed somewhat astute and articulate. Why haven't you started working at the forest farm? Li Xiaodong hesitated before admitting. My parents are just ordinary workers, and it has become quite difficult to get a position at the forest farm. I have been waiting for 2 years without success. I had originally planned to enlist after the new year, but then I met you, brother-in-law, and I thought perhaps I could find some work alongside you. Chapter 36. Take your time. This seemed fortuitous. Had he not appeared, Li Xiaodong would likely have enlisted. Can you endure some hardships while working with me? Li Xiaodong, barely able to conceal his excitement, nodded vigorously. I can, brother-in-law. I can endure hardships and am quite capable of fighting. At this, he shyly glanced at Ning Jie. Of course, I cannot compare to you. Ning Jie retorted with irritation. What good is being tough? Look at those seasoned rascals, all flashy on the outside. How much do they really have in their pockets? He continued, business is the right path. Only with wealth can one attain status, understand? Li Xiaodong, somewhat confused yet eager to please, nodded, understood, brother-in-law. Ning Jie instructed, for the next few days, come here every day. If there's nothing else, feel free to stay here. I will start you off with 30 a month, and once your clothes arrive, I will gradually introduce you to the business. When you are capable enough, you can venture out on your own. Li Xiaodong nodded excitedly. Selling clothes was quite lucrative these days. Those in the apparel business, who among them did not ride a bicycle and occasionally dine out? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wasn't the toad akin to those selling clothes? He tentatively inquired, brother-in-law, did you confront the toad because of the clothing business? Ning Jie chuckled as he gazed at Li Xiaodong, making him feel a bit uneasy. To be fair, this lad was quite astute. Although the toad had walked into a trap, Ning Jie had initially intended for the toad to serve as a stepping stone for his ascent. It was a 50-50 situation. That old fool had a penchant for self-sabotage. Li Xiaodong nodded, his face beaming with excitement as he looked at Ning Jie. Despite being only 19, he was still a child, his mind filled with dreams of chivalrous adventures. After chatting for a while, Ning Jie led Li Xiaodong downstairs to Mr. Zhang's room, where there was an extra single iron bed. They moved the bed into the room next to Mr. Zhang's, planning to buy a stove for Li Xiaodong once Lin Yuezhi arrived. Li Xiaodong returned home exuberantly and immediately began packing his belongings, leaving Aunt Zhang bewildered. What are you doing, child? Why are you packing? Has someone bullied you? Li Xiaodong, brimming with excitement, replied, bullied? No way, Mom. I went to see my brother-in-law today. Brother-in-law? Which brother-in-law? Aunt Zhang was even more confused. Li Xiaodong had a younger sister, but no older sister. Wenwen's boyfriend, Ning Jie, my brother-in-law, he clarified. Aunt Zhang's expression turned peculiar. Did he not beat you last time? Didn't you say you wanted to take revenge on him? Why have you gone to see him again? Flushing with embarrassment and frustration, Li Xiaodong exclaimed. Didn't you say he was capable? I'm just idling at home. So I thought I'd go work with him. Does he even want you? Aunt Zhang pondered, her concern deepening as she realized her son was quite the restless spirit. Yes, he asked me to help with night watch duties first for a month, and once I learn the ropes of business, I'll manage my own. Aunt Zhang felt somewhat reassured but still harbored doubts. She couldn't help but think her son didn't seem cut out for business. Perhaps Ning Jie was merely accommodating due to his good relationship with Wenwen's mother. Did he really say that? Li Xiaodong nodded earnestly. Indeed. Why would I lie to you? Aunt Zhang opened her mouth. Well then, just be sure not to stir up trouble and stay sharp and observant. Li Xiaodong patted his chest, assuring her, don't worry, Mom. I'll work diligently with my brother-in-law and one goof off with Zhang Fan and the others. Mom, that Zhang Fan, he's really despicable, threatening Sister Wenwen with money. I always thought it was my brother-in-law who was after Zhang Fan's girlfriend. Aunt Zhang was well aware of the situation. She wasn't naive. The reason she hadn't told her son was that she hoped Zhang Fan's father would encourage the friendship between the two children, allowing Li Xiaodong to find his place in the forest farm. Now, she understood. Zhang Fan's family looked down upon hers, and her son was merely a lackey, with Zhang Fan dangling the prospect of a job in front of this naive boy. It must be said, there isn't a single good person in the Zhang family. Well, you know this, so refrain from speaking indiscreetly. Aunt Zhang is still wary of offending the Zhang Fan family. After all, the couple is still working under them, and they must endure any petty grievances that come their way. Li Xiaodong nonchalantly remarked, Mom, you're a bit late with that. Our group is well aware of the situation. I am too lazy to investigate my wife's gossip. Who knows what others say? Aunt Zhang nodded in agreement, with her son saying it. There was no point in being afraid. Moreover, hearing her son express this sentiment inexplicably brought her a sense of relief. Indeed, they truly deserve it. Let them look down on others. Li Xiaodong, carrying his luggage and bundles, exited the courtyard. Just as he stepped out of the alley, he bumped into Lin Yuezi, who was carrying a lunchbox. Lin Yuezi glanced at Li Xiaodong and inquired, What are you doing with all those bags? After Ning Jie had beaten Li Xiaodong previously, she had refrained from speaking with him. However, after hearing his words last night, her anger had subsided. After all, they were unaware of the situation, and Zhang Fan's father was a director. Most people wouldn't dare to offend him. Li Xiaodong's face lit up with surprise. Oh, Sister Wenwen, are you delivering food to your brother-in-law? Lin Yuezi rolled her eyes and, blushing, retorted, Who are you calling your brother-in-law? Ning Jie, isn't he your boyfriend? Lin Yuezi did not refute him, but instead, with a peculiar expression, asked, You're not going to Ning Jie's place, are you? Li Xiaodong nodded excitedly. Brother-in-law said he would let me work with him and teach me how to do business. Lin Yuezi opened her mouth in disbelief. What a situation. Had he really developed feelings through the beating? All right, you can put your luggage in my car and push it over. Carrying it must be exhausting. Thank you, Sister Wenwen. Li Xiaodong placed his belongings in the back seat and followed Lin Yuezi forward. Upon arriving at the factory, the dogs, Zhen Mushroom and Wood Ear, swirled around Lin Yuezi's feet. Dogs are peculiar creatures. Whoever brings them home, they consider to be their master. Even if you only care for them for a few days, they will remember you for 5 or 10 years. Be good. In a bit, I'll let you two play. Otherwise, the dumplings will be spoiled and not tasty. Ascending the stairs with the dumplings, Ning Jie had just finished brushing his teeth and washing his face. Lin Yuezi frowned. How many cigarettes did you smoke last night? The room reeks of smoke. Ning Jie smiled as he took the lunchbox. Not many. What did you make? Dumplings with pickled cabbage and pork. Do give it a try. See if it's good. Whatever you make is bound to be delicious. You're just flattering me. You eat first. I'll tidy up the room. Lin Yuezi removed her coat, folded the blankets on the bed, and straightened the sheets. She sat beside Ning Jie, resting her chin on her hand, watching him devour his food, unable to suppress a laugh. Oh dear, eat more slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you. Chapter 37. The restaurant with 4 signs. What made you think to call Li Xiaodong over? Ning Jie took a sip of water and replied, I didn't call him. He came looking for me early this morning. That guy kept calling me brother-in-law in a daze, and I just agreed. Lin Yuezi, blushing, playfully pinched Ning Jie's waist. Not applying much force, but Ning Jie exaggeratedly cried out twice, causing Lin Yuezi to giggle incessantly. Are you truly serious about wanting to partner with him in business? Ning Jie nodded affirmatively, remarking, This lad is clever and possesses a sense of integrity. He can achieve something substantial. Lin Yuezi nodded in agreement, saying, That seems reasonable. Just keep an eye on things. After their meal, the trio went to purchase a stove. Once it was installed, they spent the entire morning playing with their 2 dogs. Following lunch, Lin Yuezi returned home, realizing it was unfair to leave her mother alone. If any mishap occurred, it could lead to significant trouble without anyone nearby. Time swiftly passed, and it was now December 22nd. In the past few days, Ning Jie and Li Xiaodong found themselves with little to do. So they decided to clean the entire factory once more. Around 8 in the morning, Zhou Bin arrived on his tricycle, opened the factory door, and along with several others, transported the goods into the warehouse. Zhou Bin was meticulous in his work, while most would simply deliver the goods and leave. He and his companions carefully arranged each load on the shelves. Once they finished, Ning Jie pulled out 10 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Bin, saying, "Old Zhou, buy a pack of cigarettes for the guys." Zhou Bin was momentarily taken aback by Ning Jie's generosity, realizing that his efforts had not gone unappreciated. "Thank you, Ning boss. No problem. I'll let you know in advance when the next shipment arrives." "All right, just find me at the station," Ning Jie replied as Zhou Bin departed. After seeing Zhou Bin off, Ning Jie headed upstairs. Lai Xingfu, who had come with Zhou Bin, was to be escorted upstairs by Xiaodong, while Ning Jie planned to join them shortly. Ning Jie anticipated Lai Xingfu would come in person. A business deal worth 50,000 yuan hardly warranted such a visit, given the slim profit margins. "Boss Lai, my apologies for the wait." Ning Jie greeted as Lai Xingfu set down his teacup and extended his hand for a handshake. "No rush. I was surprised to see that in just a month, Ning boss has expanded to such a large factory. It truly astounds me." Ning Jie humbly replied, "It's merely small-scale endeavors, nothing compared to what you manage. By the way, this is something my elder brother asked me to bring you. All the numbers are activated, so you can use it directly." Lai Xingfu handed Ning Jie a box, and upon opening it, Ning Jie was taken aback to find a pager. In this era, pagers were a rarity, as communication was typically limited to landlines or letters, with the exception of beepers. The pager Lai Xingfu held was worth at least 2,000 yuan. As Ning Jie gazed at the pager, a story came to mind from 1993 about a man named Wang Laowu who had stolen a batch of pagers and was apprehended, only to be released in 2008. The first thing he did upon his release was to dig out the pagers and attempt to sell them in the city, completely unaware that they had become obsolete, with no service providers remaining. Such absurdities were not uncommon in their era. Many believed that electronic products would retain their value like gold, never anticipating the rapid advancements in technology. Receiving the pager, Ning Jie smiled and said, "Thank you, Boss Lai. This is perfect, as I was in need of a communication device. This certainly resolves a significant issue for me." Lai Xingfu waved his hand and said, "It's quite normal for friends to exchange small gifts. By the way, I have the contract here for you to review. If everything is satisfactory, we can sign it. And I shall return to Guangzhou tomorrow. Not staying for a couple more days, Boss Lai." "I've already told my friends that I plan to treat you well during your visit," replied Ning Jie. Lai Xingfu shook his head and tightened the coat around him. "It's too cold in the northeast. I'll take the opportunity to visit again in the summer." "Then it's settled. You must come in the summer." "Absolutely," Ning Jie affirmed. As he spoke, Lai Xingfu retrieved the contract from his bag and handed it to Ning Jie. Ning Jie examined it carefully and nodded when he reached the trademark section, recognizing Lai Xingfu's discernment. As Lai Xingfu sipped his tea, his gaze remained fixed on Ning Jie's expression, anxious about his response. When Ning Jie took out a pen and signed, Lai Xingfu's heart finally settled. Ning Jie kept his copy of the contract and said to Lai Xingfu, "After the new year, I will likely need another batch of goods, around 100,000 yuan. By then, my phone should be set up, and we can contact each other in advance." Upon hearing this, Lai Xingfu squinted and nodded. At this rate, it was certain that Ning Jie would be ordering goods worth no less than 500,000 yuan. However, with the contract signed, the Lai family would not suffer any losses. "Rest assured, Boss Ning, we will certainly provide you with top-quality goods," Lai Xingfu assured him. The two engaged in lively conversation, and as they talked more, Lai Xingfu increasingly felt that Ning Jie was no ordinary person, despite being a rural dweller. His words occasionally gave Lai Xingfu the impression of conversing with his own father. Ning Jie was over a decade younger, yet his demeanor and insights were remarkable. "Oh dear, it's already noon. Shall we go out for a meal, Mr. Lai?" Ning Jie suggested. Lai Xingfu nodded, recalling that he had enjoyed several delectable northeastern dishes during his previous visits, albeit they were quite rich in flavor, necessitating copious amounts of water. Instead of heading to a state-run restaurant, Ning Jie led Lai Xingfu around the municipal government building to a 4-story establishment. Outside, 4 red canopies fluttered in the wind. In the northeast, the presence of canopies carries specific significance. Han Chinese establishments typically display red canopies, while those of the Hui people are blue. 1 canopy signifies a snack shop, such as a noodle house or bun shop. 2 indicate a regular restaurant with a wide menu. And 4 canopies denote a grand dining establishment, capable of preparing any dish one might request from their cuisine. Previously, there had been instances where businesses were targeted for removing their canopies, which could tarnish their reputation. Thus, Only those with considerable capability would dare to display for canopies. Boss Lai, please, Ning Jie invited, sensing Lai Xingfu's excitement. He was well aware of what the canopies represented. In Guangdong, where culinary finesse was revered, encountering such a distinguished restaurant was indeed exhilarating. Welcome, the staff greeted them. A female hostess bowed gracefully to the two gentlemen. A gesture that in this era was typically reserved for nightclubs. Even in upscale restaurants, one would rarely encounter such courtesy, let alone in a state-run establishment. Ning Jie inquired, "Are there private rooms available?" "Indeed, sir. Please proceed upstairs," was the reply. Lai Xingwang regarded the poised hostess with newfound admiration. Ah, now we're talking. Chapter 38. Orchid Bear Paw. Upon entering the private room, they were greeted by a redwood table surrounded by 8 grand armchairs, an exquisite setting that undoubtedly ranked among the finest of this age. After perusing the menu, Lai Xingfu rubbed his hands together and ordered 2 dishes, Orchid Bear Paw and Flying Dragon White Mushroom Soup. It must be noted that Lai Xingfu was quite the Epicurean. These dishes were exclusive to the present day, as after 1988, bear paw dishes were banned, marking the beginning of a nationwide hunting prohibition. The ban on Flying Dragon would follow later, and it soon became something one could no longer simply order at will. The Orchid Bear Paw was priced at 88, while the Flying Dragon White Mushroom Soup was 18, an astonishingly steep cost. Ning Jie ordered 4 additional dishes, squirrel fish, classic spicy shredded pork, stir-fried mixed mushrooms, and ginseng stewed lamb. With 6 dishes in total, the bill had already reached 200. Before all the dishes had arrived, Lin Yuezhi and Li Xiaodong made their entrance. Ning Jie promptly introduced Lai Xingfu, saying, "Boss Lai, this is my girlfriend, Lin Yuezhi, and my brother-in-law, Li Xiaodong." Lin Yuezhi greeted them with poise. "Hello, Boss Lai. Welcome to B City." A flicker of admiration crossed Lai Xingfu's eyes. Lin Yuezhi was exceptionally beautiful, reminiscent of Lan Jieying, with fair skin that suggested she hailed from the picturesque southern waterways. Hello, Ning Jie, my brother. You are indeed fortunate to have found such an outstanding partner," he remarked. Ning Jie replied with a smile. "Indeed, I've always had good fortune." Li Xiaodong felt a twinge of anxiety. This was his first encounter with a prominent southern businessman. Initially reluctant to attend, he had been compelled by Ning Jie's stern insistence to join, under threat of having to pack his belongings and leave. Suppressing his nervousness, Li Xiaodong steeled himself and accompanied Lin Yuezhi to the Bafang Zhai. "Hello, Boss Lai. I've often heard my brother-in-law speak of you. Today I finally have the pleasure of meeting you," he said, a line he had pieced together during the journey, inspired by tales he had heard. Lai Xingfu extended his hand for a shake and responded, "Not bad, young man. With your looks, you would surely captivate many young ladies back in our region." Li Xiaodong blushed slightly and replied modestly, "Not quite as handsome as my brother-in-law." Lai Xingfu laughed heartily. "Please, take a seat. As you Northeasterners say, we are all family here, so don't stand on ceremony." Many Northeasterners hold a stereotypical view of Southerners as cunning and shrewd, just as many Southerners see Northeasterners as brutish and violent. The cultural differences between the North and South are palpable. Southerners tend to address matters directly and conduct business with a transactional mindset, while Northeasterners prioritize friendship before commerce. This often led to Southern con artists, equipped with nothing but a briefcase, managing to swindle certain businessmen out of their fortunes. In every place, there are both good and bad individuals. Ultimately, it depends on one's character. A person of good character will find Southern folks more inclined to befriend those from the North. As for the ne'er-do-wells, one cannot blame them for being looked down upon. In the eyes of genuine merchants, such individuals are utterly inconsequential. As the dish known as Orchid Bear Paw was presented, Lai Xingfu's eyes nearly bulged with anticipation. The intricate preparation of Orchid Bear Paw involves the bear paw as the primary ingredient, accompanied by fresh shrimp, rapeseed hearts, ham, and winter bamboo shoots as supplementary components. The dish, resplendent in color and fragrant in aroma, immediately revealed the culinary prowess of the chef. Lai Xingfu rubbed his hands together, picked up his chopsticks, and declared, "Orchid Bear Paw must be enjoyed while hot. Let us savor it together." Ning Jie, aware of Lai Xingfu's impatience, chuckled and replied, "Indeed. This dish should be relished while warm. Please, do sample it and discern its authenticity." Lai Xingfu swallowed hard, lifted a piece to his mouth, and was instantly enveloped by a salty, savory flavor that surged through his palate like a tidal wave. The meat was tender and richly infused with flavor, making him feel as if his tongue were indulging in the utmost comfort of a sauna. "Delicious. Absolutely exquisite," he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Ning Jie had tasted Orchid Bear Paw once before, but that was a distant memory. since the dish had secured first place in a national competition. A cookbook detailing Northeast wild delicacies had effectively become a list of forbidden dishes. Is Northeast cuisine not refined? It is not a lack of refinement. Rather, the exquisite dishes of the Northeast are often laborious to prepare. As dishes continued to arrive at the table, Lai Xingfu offered commentary on each one, resembling a true gourmet. After a hearty meal, Ning Jie escorted Lai Xingfu to the guest house, while Lin Yuezhi had to return to work at the forest station. After returning home and resting, he anticipated that once Lai Xingfu departed the next day, he would need to sell clothing. He had examined the garments upon their arrival. The quality was undoubtedly commendable, comparable to market standards, and quite a bargain. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a loud clanging echoed from the large iron gate. Old Zhang, draped in a coat and holding a flashlight, approached the entrance and inquired, "Who is it?" "I am Lai Xingfu, seeking Ning Jie urgently," came the response. The elder opened the gate and, observing the anxious expression on the southern man's face, said, "The boss is upstairs. Take care not to rush." Li Xiaodong also emerged, dressed, and upon seeing Lai Xingfu's frantic demeanor, asked, "What is it, Lai? What has happened?" Lai Xingfu dashed up the stairs without pausing to respond to Li Xiaodong's greeting. Li Xiaodong, unfazed, recognized that such urgency indicated a pressing matter. After a moment's contemplation, he opted to return and dress properly, waiting downstairs instead. Ning Jie, alerted by the commotion, opened the door just as Lai Xingfu arrived, breathless and panting. "Lai, what troubles you?" Ning Jie inquired. Gasping for breath, Lai Xingfu managed to articulate, "My bag, it's missing." Furrowing his brow, Ning Jie asked, "Where did you lose it?" Originally, they had planned to dine at Bafeng's High in the evening. But who would have thought Lai Xingfu would awaken so early, at just past 4 o'clock? "In the department store, I lost my bag after purchasing a pack of cigarettes. I carelessly placed my bag on the counter, and by the time I bent down to light my cigarette, the bag had vanished." Lai Xingfu was in a state of panic. Not only did it contain his 3 essential documents, but also a contract and a considerable amount of cash. While he was indifferent to the money, the loss of the contract and documents was critical, as without them, he could not return to Guangzhou. Ning Jie furrowed his brow, aware that in these times, surveillance was scarce, and thieves lurked in every corner. Losing something meant accepting one's misfortune. However, Ning Jie understood that these thieves operated within their own circles and territories. If he recalled correctly, the thief lingering around the department store was likely associated with the notorious admiral. Ning Jie had encountered the admiral in his previous life. He was a sinister man with slanted eyes, and a significant portion of the thieves in B City were his apprentices. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the king of thieves in B City. For Lai Xingfu, the loss was of money, a contract, and identification. For Ning Jie, it was a matter of personal dignity. This bag must be recovered. Chapter 39. The Admiral, do not be hasty. "Are you certain you lost the bag in the department store?" Lai Xingfu nodded emphatically, stating, "It was indeed lost in the department store." "What was inside?" "Over 4,000 in cash, along with the contract and my 3 documents." Ning Jie took a deep breath and replied, "Very well. Wait here while I retrieve it for you." Lai Xingfu nodded, having sought out Ning Jie precisely because he was his only friend in this predicament. Truth be told, he had not anticipated retrieving his lost belongings. He had merely acted out of panic and instinctively sought Ning Jie's help. Dressing swiftly, Ning Jie showed no hesitation, attaching a short blade to his waist before stepping outside. Upon descending, Li Xiaodong inquired, "What is the matter, brother?" "Lai boss's bag has gone missing. I'm going to pay a visit to the Admiral." Upon hearing the name Admiral, Li Xiaodong shuddered involuntarily. The man's infamy was rivaled only by that of a toad, and, in fact, surpassed it. Though he engaged in unsavory dealings, the Admiral was particularly ruthless, earning a reputation that eclipsed that of ordinary ruffians. Gritting his teeth, Li Xiaodong said, "Brother-in-law, I will accompany you." Ning Jie chuckled, "Why would you come with me? Stay put and keep Lai boss company. Offer him some water, and I shall return shortly." Li Xiaodong shook his head, insisting, "No, brother-in-law, the Admiral has many underlings. You will undoubtedly suffer alone. I'll go to the forest and rally some support." Ning Jie patted Li Xiaodong's shoulder, feeling touched. "It's all right, don't worry. Your brother-in-law isn't foolish. Now hurry back upstairs." Clenching his fists, Li Xiaodong nodded, "Be careful, brother-in-law." Rest assured. Once outside, Ning Jie traversed several streets and, after more than 20 minutes, arrived at the outskirts. According to his memory, he sauntered to a small courtyard and knocked on the door. Shortly after, a young man in his 20s opened the door, frowning as he asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" Ning Jie smiled and replied, "I am Ning Jie, seeking the Admiral." The young man squinted, sizing Ning Jie up before responding, "Please wait a moment." He closed the door and hurried into the room. Father, there's someone named Ning Jie looking for you. The commander, in his 40s and rather robust, was reclining on the bed, smoking a pipe, while 7 or 8 young men in their 20s occupied the space. 2 of them sat on the bed with a leather bag placed between them, alongside a stack of cash. The commander glanced at the young man who spoke, sneering coldly. It seems he is here for the bag. They say Ning Jie is ruthless. And now it appears he is not only fierce, but also quite audacious. The 2 young men who had stolen the bag asked, Father, what should we do? The commander waved his hand dismissively, saying, a fellow known for his connection to a toad, how much skill can he possess? No need to worry. Xiao Wu, go and bring him in. I wish to see what he intends. Xiao Wu nodded and exited the room, returning shortly with Ning Jie. As Ning Jie entered, the young men scrutinized him with predatory gazes. Ning Jie immediately spotted the leather bag on the bed and realized that the commander had little regard for him. The commander remained reclined under the covers, his eyes narrowed, exuding an air of authority. Speak, what brings you here? Ning Jie responded with polite demeanor. Sir, my friend's bag was mistakenly taken by your brothers. I wonder if you could show some leniency and return it. I don't wish for my friends to labor in vain. Here's 500 yuan for a meal and some clothing. The corners of the commander's mouth curled slightly. Not long ago, you incapacitated my godson, and I have yet to settle that score. Now you come to demand something from me. Has no one taught you about decorum? Ning Jie realized the commander was referring to the one called Monkey. Sir, I spared your godson the first time he came to my door. The second time, he brought men to rob me. When did thievery become the norm? The commander's expression darkened as he straightened up. Even if he broke the rules, you could have brought him to me, and I would have given you an explanation. You have disabled him, which is a direct affront to me, and that creates a lasting enmity. Ning Jie chuckled coldly. The courtesy has been exhausted. If respect is discarded, then I shall not hesitate to tear apart the very fabric of this matter. Sir, I have said what I needed to say. I recognize your status as a prominent figure in B City, and I have no desire to offend you. However, I must take this bag today. Let us draw a line here. Upon hearing Ning Jie's declaration, the commander's disciples stood up with grim expressions, brandishing small knives while glaring at Ning Jie. The commander leisurely sat on the edge of the bed, donned his shoes, and knocked his pipe against the floor. You, Ning Jie, are indeed a notable figure in B City. You may take the bag and its contents, but the money must remain. On the 8th of this month, you shall host a gathering at Bafang Zhai. Bow to me, call me Godfather, and we shall consider this matter resolved. Ning Jie's expression darkened abruptly. The commander was truly overstepping. Commander, how many men do you have? The commander, momentarily taken aback, instinctively asked, what did you say? Ning Jie did not respond. Instead, he gripped his short knife backwards and charged at the commander. The others, still on high alert, witnessed Ning Jie's attack and lunged forward with their small knives aimed at his chest and abdomen. The space within the room was confined. Ning Jie dispatched the approaching boy with a swift kick, blocking with his left hand while his right hand deftly twirled the knife in his grip. A piercing scream echoed as the assailant clutched his wrist, retreating in anguish. 2 minutes later, apart from the commander, the remaining individuals lay on the ground, groaning and writhing, cradling their injured wrists. The commander's countenance darkened as he crouched defensively, eyeing Ning Jie with malice, and hissed, You have now made a mortal enemy of me. Ning Jie nodded and replied, This is the second time you've uttered those words. Rest assured, I do not have many mouths to feed at home. Starting tomorrow, I shall roam the world with my companions. Whenever I encounter one of your followers, I will incapacitate them. After all, since we have forged enmity, it matters not. The commander inhaled deeply, his conviction in Ning Jie's words unwavering. Few possessed the same level of insight. If Ning Jie was indeed intent on opposing his offspring, then unless his own men could eliminate Ning Jie beforehand, it was likely that Ning Jie would annihilate his entire clan. Aren't you afraid of death? The commander threatened. Ning Jie spun the short blade in a flourish, mockingly asking, Shouldn't I be posing that question to you? Aren't you afraid of death? Or do you believe yourself to be my equal? Observing the commander's silence, Ning Jie continued, If I were to dispose of you in an icy grave, do you think your disciples would dare report it? Even if they did, do you believe the authorities would take your claim seriously? Chapter 40. Living is of utmost importance. The commander regarded Ning Jie, his expression shifting between uncertainty and dread, losing the earlier air of composure and disdain. He recognized Ning Jie's prowess, yet his own charges, skilled as they were, wielded knives that merely grazed Ning Jie's coat without drawing blood. He fancied himself superior to a mere toad, yet faced with the unreasonable Ning Jie, he felt a pang of insecurity. If you possess the ability, then in me. Ning Jie shook his head, aware that the commander was nearing his breaking point. I am a businessman. I cannot bring myself to kill you. As he lit a cigarette, he addressed the commander. Do not blame me for incapacitating the monkey. He sought not only my wealth, but my life. Thus, his downfall was only logical. I have stated before, I am a businessman, unfamiliar with your codes. If it comes to it, I am prepared for mutual destruction. I have wealth, and I am certain there are many in this world willing to act foolishly for money. However, Ning Jie paused briefly before continuing. I respect you, Commander. As a man, your charges do not resort to stealing from hospitals or consorting with beggars. Therefore, I wish to engage in a proper discussion with you. The commander felt a surge of frustration. Having had 9 of his charges incapacitated by a single individual, how could he even consider negotiation? All his subordinates were orphans, born to mothers who did not nurture them. Without the skills he imparted, many of these children would likely perish from starvation. Speak, he finally relented. Though internally he calculated that this time he could let it slide. Should Ning Jie ever fall into his grasp again, he would ensure that everything endured today would be repaid in full. I shall take the items with me. I will give each of these children 100 yuan. Once their hands have healed, I shall provide them with a means of sustenance. The commander furrowed his brow and inquired, Are you certain you can offer them a way to earn a living? Ning Jie nodded affirmatively, stating, I assure you, should I fail, you may confront me at any time. As a businessman, I hold integrity in the highest regard. You may rest assured of that. The world of thieves is ultimately not a legitimate trade, and there will inevitably be moments of failure. If one were to be caught red-handed and rendered incapacitated, it could be accepted. However, should they be imprisoned for 3 to 5 years, how are they to survive upon release? The commander inhaled deeply and remarked, If you can accomplish this, then the matter shall be settled, yet our dealings are far from concluded. Ning Jie understood that the commander was referring to their mutual engagement, and he recognized the commander's reputable nature. His words could be trusted. As long as those underlings do not cause trouble, he finds no issue with the commander himself. They share no personal ties, and coming to demand items disrupts the established order. Very well, he said, I am open to whatever strategies you propose. The commander organized the items and handed them to Ning Jie, who then produced a stack of 10 yuan notes and presented them to the commander. Accepting the money, the commander bowed slightly to Ning Jie, stating, After the new year, I shall send these youngsters to seek you out. Should you deceive me, I will risk my life to demand an explanation. Ning Jie nodded, assuring him, Rest assured, you may find me at the agricultural machinery repair shop. After Ning Jie departed, several individuals stood up, clutching their hands. Xiao Wu, sweating profusely and gritting his teeth, exclaimed, Father, is this matter truly resolved? The commander glanced at the children and sighed. Ning Jie had indeed acted ruthlessly. All their tendons were severed. With such injuries, it would be nearly impossible for them to continue in this line of work. What could be done? Father, I shall call brother and the others back. Our family is numerous. And then the commander furrowed his brow and interjected. And then what? Even if you were to kill Ning Jie, what would follow? This scoundrel has severed your tendons. How will you survive henceforth? Since he has promised to provide you with work, you should seek him out. The purpose of your training was to ensure you could make a living, was it not? If he proves to be untrustworthy, rest assured, the matter will not end there. Xiao Wu remained defiant, asserting, Father, we would rather die than allow you to lose face. The shadow on the commander's face gradually dissipated, revealing a touch of tenderness on his otherwise unappealing visage. My children, remember, I have taught you that in this world, nothing is more important than simply living. He harbored an unspoken thought. If there were any other path to take, who would willingly choose a life of crime? Enough. Hurry to the hospital and see if they can reattach the tendons. At the agricultural machinery repair shop, Ning Jie pushed open the door and ascended to the 4th floor. It was already 5:30, and darkness enveloped the sky. This evening, Lin Yuezhi was absent. Lai Xingfu, upon seeing Ning Jie enter, stood up in surprise, noticing the bag in Ning Jie's hand. Earlier, Xiaodong had informed him that the thieves of his bag were likely part of the commander's crew. Who, one might wonder, is the commander? In the present day, the leader of the thieves in City B has become a significant figure, regarded as the most influential person in the area. Ning Jie ventured alone, feeling somewhat uneasy. In his region, clan power is substantial, yet there exists a degree of organized crime, with which he has had frequent dealings. The Northeast is rather chaotic, teeming with both the virtuous and the nefarious. To seek out the governor alone, in Lai Xingfu's imagination, equated to Ning Jie daringly confronting a gang leader in their den. His willingness to undertake such a risk for a mere package elevated Lai Xingfu's regard for him immensely. Brother, oh dear, it's entirely my fault. I was quite flustered earlier. Had it not been for Xiaodong's warning, I would have been oblivious to your solo venture into enemy territory, Lai Xingfu lamented. Ning Jie smiled and waved his hand dismissively, replying earnestly, "You are my business partner and my friend. As a friend, I cannot allow you to suffer injustice on my turf." Lai Xingfu, visibly moved, grasped Ning Jie's arms and scrutinized him, asking, "Brother, are you unhurt?" Ning Jie chuckled and shook his head, saying, "We are both businessmen. Reason prevails. Do check if anything is amiss in your bag." Upon inspection, Lai Xingfu's expression turned peculiar as he remarked, "There's 37 more yuan than expected." Ning Jie. That evening, they returned to Bafang's High, where Lai Xingfu ordered the stewed monkey head dish, which refers not to an actual monkey's head, but rather a unique variety of mushroom found in the northeast. After a hearty meal, Ning Jie asked Li Xiaodong to escort Lai Xingfu home while he meandered toward the factory. Ning Jie hummed a tune, considering that with Lai Xingfu's train scheduled for 6 o'clock the following morning, there was no need for him to see him off. He felt he had clarified matters with Lai Xingfu, ensuring that at the very least, Lai would not tamper with the goods in the future. Tomorrow at noon, he would set up his stall, having already chosen the location at the entrance of the lumberyard. As he entered the alley leading to the agricultural machinery factory, Ning Jie suddenly halted, squinting as he slowly reached for his lower back. Chapter 41. Selling Pants. Governor, no need to hide. Come down. As soon as the words left his mouth, the governor leapt down from a 2-meter-high wall, landing steadily over 10 meters away from Ning Jie. He squinted, a tempest brewing within him. How did this fellow discover his hiding place? Quite impressive indeed. Ning Jie smiled and said, "Since childhood, I have accompanied my uncle on hunts. My senses are rather keen. Thus, hiding in the dark won't serve you here." The governor's face darkened. He possessed his own pride. Having crossed paths with Ning Jie, he was determined not to allow his underlings to act against him. Initially, he intended to catch Ning Jie off guard, but he did not anticipate such vigilance. In a one-on-one confrontation, he recognized his chances of victory were slim. Approaching 50, even the best of skills could not withstand the ravages of time. Had he been in his 20s, he might have stood a better chance against Ning Jie in a direct clash. However, now, he felt somewhat lacking. Time is unrelenting. The governor lit a cigarette, the flickering flame illuminating his snake-like eyes, which sent chills down the spine. "You must remain ever vigilant. Who knows when I might find myself at your bedside?" Ning Jie nodded, reassuringly saying, "Rest assured, as long as you can resolve matters on your own, I will not seek vengeance." The admiral exhaled a heavy sigh and remarked, "Exercise caution in the coming days. It seems there are quite a few who harbor ill will towards you. Be wary not to fall victim to their schemes." He alluded to the fact that certain individuals might be inclined to take action against him, subtly warning him that they would not intervene should trouble arise. "Thank you." Ning Jie replied with a respectful fist clasp. The admiral said nothing further and retreated into the shadows. Once the admiral departed, Ning Jie entered the alleyway and opened the large iron gate. 2 little creatures bounded toward him, their playful antics endearing. After ascending to his quarters, he rested. And by noon the following day, Ning Jie spent 220 yuan to purchase a bicycle. Around 10 o'clock, he donned his clothing and, accompanied by Li Xiaodong, made their way to the logging yard. The entrance of the logging yard featured a sizable open space. Ning Jie presented the gatekeeper with 2 packs of cigarettes and hung a rope to display his denim trousers, a cotton shirt, and a chiffon dress. Currently, the shirt and dress were out of season. The real question was how well the jeans would sell. In this era, the legs of denim trousers were quite wide. Resembling flares, Ning Jie found little appeal in them, yet they represented the prevailing fashion. At 11:30, as the logging workers finished their shifts, many people rode out on their bicycles. Seizing the moment, Ning Jie began to call out, Southern brand denim jeans and quality cotton shirts, all at discounted prices. His shouts attracted a crowd. As the art of street vending relied heavily on such calls and the spectacle of display, the more items showcased, the greater the allure for potential customers. A woman touched a pair of jeans, noting the good material, albeit skeptical of the brand, Jinwan, which she had never heard of. "Comrade, how much for these jeans?" she inquired. Ning Jie held up 3 fingers and replied, "These are from a renowned Southern brand, crafted with top-notch fabric and workmanship, only 30 yuan. Upon hearing this, the woman was pleasantly surprised. In department stores, similar jeans priced at 35 yuan, while those from the Toad brand were slightly cheaper at 34. Ning Jie's offer was 5 yuan less, a sum that could purchase 7 jean of pork. Coincidentally, today was payday for her. She remained unmarried and had only an older brother who had wed years ago, leaving her with a modest amount of cash in hand. "Lower the price, and I'll buy them," she urged. Numerous onlookers were examining the clothes, prompting Ning Jie to lean closer to the woman and whisper, "How about this? For the opening, I'll sell you one for 28, or two for 55, deal?" The woman, after a moment's hesitation, agreed. "All right, I'll take two." Once the payment was tendered, the sales began to flow easily. Li Xiaodong, his face flushed, awkwardly haggled with the customers, his verbal skills notably lacking compared to the young women around them. "Boss, what material is this dress made of? It feels different from the cotton," one woman asked, as she felt a chiffon skirt. Ning Jie had 200 such skirts, primarily in solid colors adorned with large polka dots, samples priced by Li Xingfu for his business. "This fabric is called chiffon. It is particularly popular in the South," he explained. "The fabric is indeed somewhat thick, and its breathability is not as good as this one. Women tend to feel the heat. And this material is comfortable without being clingy." "How much is it?" "The skirt is a bit pricey. This one is 27, but if you take it, I can let it go for 25. The young woman felt a twinge of interest, yet still considered 25 a bit excessive for a skirt. She thought about purchasing some fabric to make a skirt herself, which would cost only around 10. Ning Jie seized the moment. "Let me tell you, it's winter now. I'm just testing the waters. Come summer, this piece will undoubtedly fetch a much higher price. Just look at the size of this fabric, with the craftsmanship and style. I could easily sell it for over 30 in the summer. Still a bit expensive." The young woman mused. "Women ought to treat themselves well. You've worked tirelessly all year. Why not splurge a little on a skirt? It's not just a skirt. It represents our independence and showcases our status as women." The young woman chuckled at Ning Jie's words. "You certainly have a way with words. All right, I'll take one." After purchasing the skirt, she happily rode off on her bicycle. The reason for choosing the logging site was that the workers there were now financially comfortable. It could be said with certainty that among the employees in northeast China, those in logging and ginseng factories were indeed among the better off. He had already calculated that payday was approaching, and with the year-end near, everyone was keen to buy something new to wear. "Ah, this conversation is quite pleasant," Lin Yuezhi remarked as she parked her bike nearby, a hint of jealousy in her tone. Ning Jie smiled and adjusted her scarf, asking, "When did you arrive?" "I came early. I saw you chatting so well with that young lady that I didn't dare approach," she confessed. "Feeling jealous?" Lin Yuezhi turned her head away with a huff. "Oh, Yuezhi, is this your friend?" A girl selecting pants inquired. Lin Yuezhi nodded. "Yes, he is my partner." Although there were many people at the logging site, their social circles were small. Everyone knew about Lin Yuezhi and Zhang Fan's relationship, and they were surprised to see her partner selling clothes at the entrance. "Oh, your partner. Given our friendship, you must make sure he gives me a discount." Lin Yuezhi glanced at Ning Jie, silently indicating he should handle it. Ning Jie, keen not to lose face in front of Lin Yuezhi, approached and wrapped up the pants. Whispering, "For Yuezhi's friend, let us just charge the cost price. 20 will do." In chapter 42, "Brother-in-law, you go ahead. All right, consider it a favor. When you and Yuezhi get married, I'll give you a big red envelope." The young woman cheerfully paid and said to Lin Yuezhi, "I'm heading home now." "Okay. Ride slowly." Once the girl left, Lin Yuezhi quietly asked, "How much did you charge her?" 20. Lin Yuezhi frowned and pinched Ning Jie, saying, "You're foolish. You could have given her a discount of just a few dimes. But you said she was your friend, so I thought I'd give her a better deal." "What friend? We just work together. If we were really close, I would have gone up myself without needing you." "All right, I understand. You should head home. It's quite chilly." Lin Yuezhi nodded, saying, "Okay, I'll bring you both something to eat later." As the clock struck 12, most of those who needed to depart had already done so, with only a few passers-by lingering to observe, more spectators than purchasers. The crew from the logging site, however, had not been remiss in their shopping. Within this half hour alone, they had sold over 20 pairs of trousers, 2 skirts, and 4 shirts. The polyester shirts were reasonably priced at 10 yuan each, non-negotiable, while the skirts were sold at 25 yuan, and the trousers generally ranged from 28 to 29. At 12:30, Lin Yuezhi arrived carrying 2 lunch boxes, each containing rice accompanied by braised cabbage and tofu, along with some pork belly. The two settled on a tricycle to dine, with Lin Yuezhi continuing to sell clothing. By 1:30, Ning Jie began to pack up, preparing to relocate to the entrance of the cultural palace. Meanwhile, a toad lay sprawled on the kong, while several young men played cards inside. One young man hurried into the room, exclaiming, "Boss, it's bad news. That Ning Jie is selling clothes." The toad, somewhat displeased, pondered why this Ning fellow seemed intent on opposing him at every turn, even encroaching upon the realm of clothing sales. There were many selling garments in the city, and he could not confront each one. After all, one could never be sure if someone might suddenly draw a knife. Though frustration simmered within him, he managed to respond. "Let him sell. He's not the only one in the business." But boss, he's selling a pair of bell-bottoms for 30, for yuan cheaper than ours. What nonsense. The toad braced himself to rise, tugging at his wounded leg, grimacing in pain. Damn it, does that fool not understand? Selling so low? Is he trying to ruin others' livelihoods? The other young men, having discarded their cards, one with long hair remarked, Boss, just give the word, and we'll gather a crowd to deal with him. The toad, gritting his teeth, felt even more agitated. He envisioned the day when he would recover and summon a larger group to teach Ning Jie a lesson, ensuring he would lie incapacitated for a year or so. But the impatience was overwhelming. Xiao Ku, go rally more people. The more, the better. Once we have enough, we'll smash his stall and, most importantly, break his legs. The long-haired youth grinned, replying, Got it, boss. Just watch. Dressed and ready, several of them exited the house. And shortly thereafter, a throng of over 50 people marched toward the youth palace. Below the cultural palace, which was officially named the Railway Cultural Palace and comprised 5 stories, the 5th floor served as a dance hall, hosting late-night events known as Black 4. Unlike elsewhere, where these events lasted around 20 minutes, here they extended to half an hour, often featuring 2 shows in one night. Half an hour was ample time for various escapades. As the dance floor thrived while in the back, a husband's jealousy simmered. This locale was frequented by many young people, with various small eateries lining the street and a row of poplar trees along the roadside. Ning Jie selected 2 poplar trees to hang ropes on, while Li Xiaodong began to display trousers. He was exhilarated. Selling clothing was indeed lucrative. By midday alone, he had already earned several hundred yuan, equivalent to his father's annual salary. The Cultural Palace is not far from the state-owned department store. Currently, B City boasts only this single department store, and to reach it, one must pass by the Cultural Palace. As the stall was set up, a considerable number of people gathered around. Hey, how much for these trousers? One inquired. Ning Jie replied, Choose any pair, they're all 30. Buy 2, and it's even cheaper. Such a low price? The quality must be poor, another remarked skeptically. Ning Jie chuckled, Look at this fabric, and check the label. Jinwan, a prominent southern brand. Even celebrities wear this. And our cotton blend is just 10 yuan each, while the department store sells it for 14.80. I'm just moving stock, otherwise, it wouldn't be this affordable. The man removed his sunglasses and examined the trousers. Ning Jie was indeed correct. The quality was satisfactory. All right, I'll take 1 pair of trousers and 1 cotton shirt. Since we're friends, I won't charge you 40. Let us make it 37. You'll still have 3 yuan left for 2 packs of cigarettes on me. Deal? Fine. Give me 2 pieces. I need the trousers in size 27. In no time, Ning Jie had sold 3 pairs of trousers, and Li Xiaodong managed to sell 1 cotton shirt. Just as the crowd was at its peak, it suddenly dispersed. Ning Jie turned around to see over 50 individuals marching toward them, wielding steel pipes and other implements. At the forefront was a long-haired man. Ning Jie furrowed his brow. He anticipated trouble, but not this soon. He recognized the leader, one of the underlings of the notorious Toad. This fellow had once fought fiercely against Pu Yidao in the 1990s, both emerging from the clash bloodied but standing firm. Since then, his notoriety had eclipsed even that of Toad. However, he had since engaged in forced demolitions and had vanished for years. He returned to B City in 2013, but soon met a grim fate when he was brutally killed in a dog meat restaurant. Li Xiaodong, observing the approaching crowd, felt a chill run down his spine. At just 19, he appeared robust, yet these men were in their mid-20s, exuding an intimidating presence that dwarfed his youthful vigor. Brother-in-law, you should run. I'll hold them off, Li Xiaodong urged. Ning Jie found this amusing, noting how the young man's legs trembled beneath his thick cotton trousers. Yet he was suggesting that he should flee first. Just stand aside. It's fine, Ning Jie reassured him, patting Li Xiaodong's shoulder. In a confrontation with over 50 men, he knew he would certainly take a beating. He was no superhero capable of prevailing against such odds. Yet, Ning Jie had never been one to confront force with force. Now was not the time for heroics. Besides, the youth at the youth palace were all streetwise. He had ways to defuse the situation. As the crowd at the cultural palace swelled with spectators, they stood by, watching the unfolding drama with a mix of curiosity and caution, unafraid of becoming collateral damage. In this day and age, one can seldom find respectable individuals loitering around the cultural palace. Just observe the attire of those present. Among them are a few dressed in school uniforms. Hardly a promising sight. Ning Jie lit a cigarette and nonchalantly approached, but just as Li Xiaodong was about to leave, he was halted by a portly man riding a cart. This rotund figure appeared familiar to Li Xiaodong, yet he could not recall from where. What is going on, buddy? Li Xiaodong glanced at the hefty man, withdrawing his hand as he spoke. I'm here with my brother-in-law selling clothes. It seems this toad has come looking for trouble. The portly man nodded in response. Once Li Xiaodong finished speaking, he dashed towards Ning Jie, unaware that the man had parked his cart beside their three-wheeled vehicle and was now pulling out a hefty axe, approximately a meter in length, striding towards Ning Jie. The short-haired man in a school uniform frowned, muttering, "It seems that Zhou, the portly one, is acquainted with Ning Jie." The speaker was none other than the local tough, known as the monk, who was rumored to have studied martial arts at the Shaolin Temple. The veracity of this claim remains uncertain, but his fighting prowess is undeniable. And his father holds a prominent position in the B-City Railway Bureau. With such accolades, he has become the local authority, even earning the respect of some seasoned ruffians. The man in the school uniform nodded, stating, "It appears Zhou is ready to defend Ning Jie. This is bound to be entertaining." Slightly shorter than the monk, he was lean and sported a trendy hairstyle, complete with glasses. Known as Xiaocai, his father is a high-ranking official in the Education Bureau, and he possesses a refined appearance. Yet his strikes are formidable. He once fought with a subordinate of the Toad, and neither emerged victorious. He is indeed a skilled fighter. "What is this? The Toad can't sit still and has sent you misfits to confront us?" Naturally, since the Toad is still resting on his bed, he wouldn't dare come without backup. Ning Jie, undeterred by the presence of over 50 individuals, faced them with confidence. Xiao Ku, recognizing the crowd surrounding him, felt his dignity slipping away as Ning Jie effortlessly countered his bravado. With his older brother still incapacitated, Xiao Ku had brought so many companions. Yet Ning Jie easily put him in his place. Having not witnessed Ning Jie's fighting skills firsthand, he was unaware of the latter's true capabilities. However, he harbored a deep-seated defiance, failing to regard Ning Jie with any seriousness. "Enough of your pointless chatter. I want to bully you. Hurry and fetch your people." Xiao Ku pointed at Ning Jie with a look of disdain. Just as he was about to retort, the voice of Zhou, the portly man, rang out from behind him. "Ah, who is this audacious enough to trouble my brother? It turns out to be the Toad's little tadpole, huh? So, Xiao Ku, do you think you can outnumber me?" Ning Jie turned around, surprised to see Zhou. Initially, he had hoped that the monk would be watching the spectacle. Thinking a fight in front of the monk would make Xiao Ku reconsider. He had even contemplated challenging Xiao Ku to a duel, knowing the monk would likely support such a confrontation. After all, the Toad's men were causing a ruckus at the cultural palace, blatantly disregarding the monk's authority. Yet he had not expected Zhou to show up. Xiao Ku's expression shifted. Although he was capable of fighting, there were limits to his abilities. The rotund figure before him, known as Zhou, was no mere target despite his portly appearance. He was genuinely formidable. Moreover, this individual was audacious enough to strike without hesitation, wielding his axe with reckless abandon. Regardless of who stood before him, "Zhou, this matter does not concern you." Li Xiaodong finally grasped the situation, realizing that this hefty man was indeed Zhou, whom he had previously encountered at the repair shop. Zhou grinned widely and remarked, "You intend to bully my brother because of your numbers? If I see it, then it becomes my concern. You mentioned gathering people? Just wait, I shall rally mine." Xiao Ku, incensed, ground his teeth in frustration. How could this troublemaker be allied with Ning Jie? Ning Jie glanced at Zhou and inquired with a smile, "What brings you here?" Zhou patted his belly and replied, "I was just about to head home for a nap when I stumbled upon this. No worries, I'll handle this matter for you today." Ning Jie felt a warmth in his heart. He shook his head and turned to the monk clad in graduation robes, saying, "Brother, I apologize for causing a disturbance in your territory." The monk's eyes twinkled. Ning Jie's words instantly garnered him some favor. Although Ning Jie was not yet a prominent figure, he had a certain standing. With Zhou stepping in, Ning Jie extending such courtesy was indeed a source of comfort for the monk. As the monk sauntered over to Ning Jie, Xiao Ku's face darkened instantly. Damn it, he had forgotten that the monk was also present at the cultural palace. As the monk moved, a following of more than 50 individuals trailed behind him, causing Xiao Ku to feel a twinge of trepidation. If the monk intervened, their visit would not merely result in a confrontation with Ning Jie. Rather, they would be the ones on the receiving end of a beating. The monk did not address Ning Jie, but instead turned to Xiao Ku, stating, "Xiao Ku, creating a ruckus in my territory. Do you not regard me at all?" To speak honestly, Xiao Ku had not given him due consideration. Had it not been for the Toad's warning against acting impulsively at the cultural palace's entrance, he would have engaged Ning Jie directly without hesitation, leading his subordinates into battle. Xiao Ku, steeling himself, replied, "Brother monk, I merely came to find Ning Jie and did not intend to resort to violence." Despite his disdain, he was acutely aware of the situation. He was in the monk's domain and was not foolish enough to provoke him, as it might lead to the monk siding with Ning Jie. Zhou bellowed, "Are you out of your mind? You bring all these people here, intending to buy pants for my brother?" Ning Jie patted Zhou on the shoulder and turned to the monk, saying, "My friend, I sincerely apologize for dragging you into this. Now that the situation has arisen, I must shamelessly request your assistance once more." The monk regarded Ning Jie with a hint of surprise, finding him quite intriguing, and could not help but ask, "Oh? What assistance do you require?" Ning Jie explained, "Since this matter has arisen, it must reach a conclusion. We cannot allow your efforts to go to waste. How about this? I will draw a circle with him, and I would appreciate it if you could serve as a witness. What do you think?" The monk found himself increasingly fascinated by Ning Jie. Initially, he thought the matter would simply conclude with his intervention. But Ning Jie's request for him to preside over the circle was unexpected. What does drawing a circle entail? In the northeastern province of Jilin, it is not uncommon to form a circle, akin to an octagonal cage, where a group of individuals encircles two contenders engaged in a duel, devoid of any weapons. Should anyone inadvertently touch the perimeter of the circle, they would receive a kick as a reprimand. Moreover, no one is permitted to interfere with the duelists. Otherwise, they would be deemed as breaking the rules, which could lead to dire consequences, as it would signify a lack of respect towards the host. The host is typically a person of considerable esteem, known to both parties. Disrespecting the host equates to declaring war against them. The monk's eyes brightened at the sight of this individual named Ning Jie, recognizing his intelligence. Chapter 44, The Circle 2. The monk nodded, as he was already harboring frustration. Even if Xiao Ku were to incapacitate Ning Jie today, he would still have to deal with the troublemaker afterward. Unexpectedly, Ning Jie turned the tables, avenging himself while simultaneously resolving his own affairs, all while preserving the monk's dignity. He had no choice but to take on the role of a supporter. Feeling respected by his peers, the monk turned to Xiao Ku and inquired, "So, Xiao Ku, do you dare to continue this duel?" Xiao Ku cast a shadowy glance at Ning Jie, initially believing he would leave empty-handed today, but now faced with an unforeseen surprise. A duel? Did he fear Ning Jie? With the monk as a guarantor, he felt assured. "I accept the duel." The monk, squinting, nodded and said, "Very well, let us see your weapons. I trust the rules are clear. Until one party concedes, no one is allowed to intervene, lest they disrespect me." Ning Jie handed his knife to Li Xiaodong and removed his outer coat, wearing only a sweater. Xiao Ku also passed his mountain knife to a subordinate and took off his cotton coat, glaring intently at Ning Jie. A crowd swiftly formed around the cultural palace, encircling Ning Jie and Xiao Ku, who sized each other up. Xiao Ku inhaled deeply, his squinted eyes suddenly widening as he lunged at Ning Jie. Ning Jie sidestepped. Anticipating Xiao Ku's initial attack, he stepped forward, and as Xiao Ku's fist came crashing down, Ning Jie deftly seized his wrist, pivoted, and with a powerful motion, hurled Xiao Ku to the ground. Xiao Ku was caught completely off guard. Ning Jie mounted him, unleashing a flurry of punches that fell upon Xiao Ku's face like raindrops. Xiao Ku quickly shielded his head, but Ning Jie offered him no respite. With one hand pinning Xiao Ku's arm, he delivered several heavy blows, rendering Xiao Ku motionless in an instant. Gasping for breath, Ning Jie shook the blood from his hands and stood up, flashing a grin at the monk. The monk, still reeling from shock, realized that this was Xiao Ku, not just any common adversary. He knew Ning Jie was formidable, yet he had not anticipated such an effortless display of prowess. Xiao Ku was a person who could contend with scholars. Even he, if victorious, would have to endure some hardship. But Ning Jie? It was as if he were striking a child. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ku lay defeated on the ground. The subordinates of the troublemaker were equally stunned. The anticipated exchange of blows had been mere moments. And before they could even finish a cigarette, their second-in-command had already fallen. They are still waiting for the dark foot to drop. This script is not right. The surprise in Zhou's eyes flickered away as he jovially patted the monk's shoulder, chuckling. "Monk, isn't my brother quite adept?" The monk, returning to his senses, managed a somewhat forced smile and replied, "Adept indeed, very adept. By the way, why don't you take Xiao Ku away? Tell that toad that if he dares to cause trouble at the cultural palace again, I shall certainly smash his shop." The toad's underlings hurriedly carried Xiao Ku away, not daring to cast a glance at Ning Jie. Once the toad's men slinked off, the monk proactively offered a cigarette to Ning Jie, saying, "Not bad, brother. Have you trained?" Ning Jie grinned and replied, "Yes, my ancestors were hunters. I know a thing or two about martial arts." The monk gave a thumbs up and remarked, "Your skills are the best I have seen." Ning Jie laughed and said, "Oh, do not flatter me. It's merely rudimentary skills, nothing remarkable." The monk patted Ning Jie on the shoulder and said, "You resonate well with my temperament. If anything arises, just call for me in the ballroom upstairs. In this domain of the cultural palace, no one dares to lay a hand on you." The monk's tone shifted, however, That toad is inherently petty. A grudge has been formed between you two, so be cautious. Ning Jie responded, thank you. When faced with soldiers, I shall meet them. When confronted by water, I shall build a dam. This is unavoidable. The monk nodded and inquired, should I wait until you close up to send someone for you? Ning Jie declined the monk's kindness, saying, one toad is not worth your trouble. I am here for business, not to mingle in society. The monk could not be expected to offer his assistance constantly. He must resolve this matter himself. Ning Jie's words were pleasing. The monk and the toad were of the same ilk, and the toad's insignificance inadvertently elevated the monk's stature. Do you have plans for the evening? Care for a drink? Noticing the monk's eager expression, Ning Jie smiled and said, I was just about to ask you, why did you steal my words? You choose the venue tonight. I shall treat. All right, just call for me when you finish up, the monk replied. After the monk departed, Lao Zhou handed Ning Jie a cigarette. The two moved aside. And Zhou inquired, really not going to gather some men? That toad plays dirty. Today, they refrained from acting directly out of respect for the monk, but in another setting. Those men would not heed any boundaries. Ning Jie understood that Zhou was repaying him for the extra money he had given last time. Zhou, being inherently righteous, could not ignore this matter. Dealing with the toad would not require gathering men. After all, he had faced that fool before. If I retaliate today, he will undoubtedly seek revenge tomorrow. I merely wish to conduct my business in peace and not get entangled with that toad. Zhou shot Ning Jie a disapproving glance and said, your reluctance does not mean the toad will let you be. No matter how skilled you are, can you fight 50? Can you take on 100? Ning Jie chuckled but did not respond to Zhou's query. Instead, he asked, how about we go for a drink tonight? I'm not familiar with the monk, and it would be good to have someone to back me up. Zhou, not foolish, recognized that Ning Jie's mention of support was a guise. He genuinely wished to forge a deeper connection. Very well, what time shall I come to find you? Around 4:30, Ning Jie replied. Until 4:30, Ning Jie estimated that he had sold around 2,000 units today. The purchasing power at the Cultural Palace was commendable. After finishing his match with Xiao Ku at noon, he found that there were more customers here buying clothes than at the logging site. Particularly a host of idle young ladies, who incessantly cast flirtatious glances in his direction. In this era, not all girls were demure. The term motzi originated from the demeanor of such young women. People naturally gravitate towards the strong, especially someone like Ning Jie, who was both capable and handsome, rendering them utterly captivated. Li Xiaodong also basked in some of that allure. Although he and Ti fought, simply being by Ning Jie's side elevated his status, causing those fierce older sisters to blush like ripe peaches. After closing the stall, Li Xiaodong went to the Cultural Palace to summon others, while the rotund Zhou appeared on his tricycle, the setting sun casting a warm glow behind him. Chapter 45. This is within my capability. The monk had found a place behind the Cultural Palace, a small shop adorned with 2 signs. In this day and age, shops were often single-story. What they called a hall was merely a front room with a few tables, with 4 adjoining rooms serving as private areas. Inside, a heated Kong was set up, with a round table atop it, thus sparing the expensive chairs. The 6 of them, Ning Jie, Zhou, Li Xiaodong, the monk, the scholar he brought along, and Tai Jun, gathered together. Tai Jun, akin in age to the monk, was around 21 or 2, lean and marked with scars on his face. Unlike the scholar and the monk, Tai Jun hailed from an ordinary family, lacking any notable background. The 6 ordered 8 dishes and Ning Jie requested 6 bottles of erguo too. They removed their shoes and settled onto the Kong, encircling the round table as they began to boast. After a few rounds of drink, the monk's tongue grew slightly heavy. Squinting his eyes, he handed Ning Jie a cigarette. Accepting it, the monk burped and said, Ning Jie, let me tell you something. I'm not exaggerating. You are the most formidable fighter I have ever encountered in all these years. The scholar nodded in agreement, adding, Xiao Ku and I have fought twice, and both were draws. Neither of us gained the upper hand. But your move today truly astonished me. Ning Jie took a puff from his cigarette, narrowing his eyes as he replied, in this day and age, being strong is of little use. Wealth outweighs strength by far. The monk waved his hand dismissively, stating, no, you're mistaken. Listen to me. What is the purpose of life? Isn't it to achieve fame? With fame comes women, food, and drink. That is what constitutes a good life. The scholar nodded in agreement, but Tai Jun remained silent. It was evident that these 2 young masters had not yet faced the harsh realities of life. In this era, among 10 brothers, 8 were destitute. Their days were spent indulging in excess, either fighting or on their way to a brawl. The other 2, however, were astute, understanding the importance of maintaining relationships, generating wealth, and ensuring a good life for their families. The disparity might not be apparent in the short term, but in 3 to 5 years, the gap would widen significantly. To illustrate, even among brothers, some drove luxurious vehicles, flanked by bodyguards, dining in fine establishments. Some individuals, akin to monks who barely qualify as elder brothers, hesitate to even seek out those who display ostentation. Clad in a school uniform, they appear remarkably out of place. Ning Jie did not contest the monk's assertions. The two shared a fundamentally different understanding, rendering any argument unnecessary. Indeed, you speak the truth, the monk chuckled, grinning broadly. To share a table is to be brothers. Let us not dwell on anything else. In the future, at the cultural palace's entrance, in all matters, simply raise your voice, and no one shall dare to oppose you. Friends are forged at the table, and that is how it is done. Right, we are all brothers. Come, let us drink. After downing their cups, the monk and the scholar appeared slightly dazed, each having consumed half a gene, revealing their limited tolerance for alcohol. Tai Jun, on the other hand, exhibited a faint blush but remained quietly seated, smoking. He was a man of few words and minimal presence, yet undeniably formidable. Presently, he was the most impoverished of the trio, yet he would ultimately be the one to succeed, despite his current state. Tai Jun leaned closer to Ning Jie, offering him a cigarette and lighting it for him. Meanwhile, the monk and the scholar were engaged in a drinking contest with old Zhou, while Li Xiaodong, lacking in drinking prowess, slurred his words as he encouraged old Zhou to drink more. Brother, could you assist me with your clothing business? Tai Jun's approach to Ning Jie was not surprising. He had always come from a less fortunate background. Although he held the position of deputy at the cultural palace and stood on equal footing with the scholar, he still lagged considerably in various aspects. What do you wish to do? Ning Jie posed the question to Tai Jun. He shook his head, earnestly replying, Brother, I am not well versed in this area, but I genuinely wish to earn some money. He glanced at the boisterous monk and scholar, shaking his head in disbelief. Ning Jie and Tai Jun exchanged knowing smiles, reflecting on how those born with a silver spoon in their mouths could scarcely comprehend the true significance of money. I have 2 proposals. The first is for you to procure goods from me and sell them. The price for denim jeans would be 8 yuan each, while others would be 6 yuan each. Chiffon skirts would be slightly more expensive at 10 yuan each. Tai Jun's eyes gleamed. It was evident that Ning Jie was still making a profit on the prices offered, hinting at how low his acquisition costs must have been. A surge of excitement coursed through him. If he sold a pair of jeans for 30 yuan, he would profit 22 yuan. Selling just 2 pairs in a day would equate to what others earn in a month of hard work. Suppressing his exhilaration, he turned to Ning Jie and inquired, What about the second option? The second involves being a middleman, Ning Jie replied. A middleman? Tai Jun looked skeptical. While the concept of a middleman was known, it was not widely embraced. Ning Jie nodded, explaining, being a middleman has its advantages and disadvantages. Tai Jun gazed at Ning Jie with anticipation, prompting him to elaborate. A middleman requires no capital investment, but does necessitate human resources. For instance, in our city, there are only a few shops selling clothes, and a handful of vendors operating clandestinely. However, if they wish to acquire inventory, do they not have to travel south to source their goods? Tai Jun nodded thoughtfully. He had inquired about the sources of clothing vendors and learned that they personally traveled to the south for their supplies, often returning empty-handed. As for you, he continued, you could approach those who sell clothes and persuade them to procure their stock from me. Their purchasing cost in the south is around 8 yuan, whereas my prices are significantly lower. If you can convince them to source from me, you can dictate the purchase amount, provided it does not fall below my minimum price. The profits from this transaction are entirely yours. Tai Jun's eyes sparkled with realization as he took a deep drag from his cigarette, his mind racing with possibilities. He was well acquainted with many clothing sellers in City B, most of whom were quite successful. If just a few of them were to take dozens or even hundreds of items, he could easily pocket a substantial sum. Moreover, beyond the city, there were clothing vendors in the surrounding counties. City B alone had 3 counties and a prefecture-level city, where the number of clothing sellers surpassed that of City B. Not to mention the larger towns nearby. The prospect grew ever brighter for Tai Jun. He recognized that this was undoubtedly a golden opportunity for him. Ning Jie clapped Tai Jun on the shoulder, adding fuel to the fire. Consider this. Our province comprises 8 cities and an autonomous prefecture. Are these merchants more inclined to come to us or travel to the south? From now on, they will be your financial benefactors. Tai Jun inhaled deeply, the scent of the monk's feet making him slightly nauseous. I can handle this. It's just the pricing. Chapter 46. Speak to the king of hell. This matter is not urgent. Think it over tonight. And come find me at the agricultural machinery repair factory tomorrow. Tai Jun nodded, poured himself a drink, and stated, let us not discuss it further. We'll settle it in action. Agreed. By 8 o'clock, the monk and the scholar were quite inebriated to the point of losing their bearings. Such establishments had one advantage. For just 3 yuan, one could secure a place to sleep for the night. Ning Jie settled the bill and handed over the money, with Tai Jun following him out of the establishment. Ning Jie, let me escort you home. It's safer with company. Ning Jie waved his hand dismissively, replying, no need. Just ensure you take care of the monk and the scholar. We wouldn't want them choking on their own vomit. Tai Jun nodded, and Ning Jie supportedly Xiaodong, addressing the still sober Zhou Bin. Old Zhou, can you take my cousin back with you for the night? Zhou, slightly furrowed with concern, replied, you're going back alone? Ning Jie affirmed, this matter must be resolved. Until it is clarified, there will be no peace. I cannot allow one toad to disrupt my business. He is not worth it. Tai Jun observed Ning Jie's retreating figure, a unique gleam in his eyes. The maturity and decisiveness with which Ning Jie conducted himself inspired an inexplicable admiration in Tai Jun. Zhou nodded, helping Li Xiaodong onto a cart before returning with an axe in hand. He extended it towards Ning Jie, saying, take this for protection. Ning Jie drew his short knife, its blade glinting in the moonlight. This will suffice. Now, let us head back. It's bitterly cold. With that, he lit a cigarette, sheathed the knife at his back, and braved the snow and wind towards the distant repair factory. Lao Zhou took a deep breath, mounted his tricycle, and pedaled homeward. He was acutely aware of the daunting challenge that Ning Jie would face that night, and for reasons unknown, a heaviness settled upon his heart. Cursing under his breath, Lao Zhou accelerated, the clattering of the wheels piercing the stillness of the night, accompanied by a chorus of barking dogs. Flurries of snow danced in the air as dark clouds obscured the moon, leaving only the whispers of falling snowflakes and the crunch of Ning Jie's footsteps in the snow. The biting wind howled, prompting Ning Jie to instinctively pull his coat tighter around him. In the distance, a figure darted forth, making eye contact with Ning Jie before breaking into a sprint and vanishing into the shadows. Ning Jie paused, aware that he still had some distance to cover to reach the agricultural machinery factory, while remaining in the old district, surrounded by uniform, low-lying houses. These modest abodes loomed like slumbering beasts in the night, silent yet imbued with an oppressive weight. Taking a deep breath, the icy air surged into his lungs, invigorating him. The residual alcohol lingered in his system, sending shivers through his body, yet he felt a surge of vitality, stirring excitement within him. The sound of hasty, disordered footsteps gradually spread through the night, akin to a tranquil pond suddenly disturbed by a stampede of wild horses, transforming the stillness into a tempest. This was the northeast of the 1980s, a vibrant underworld. The innate defiance of the northeasterners was palpable. On this fertile land, they contended with nature, humanity, and beasts, snatching sustenance from the jaws of death. Only through ferocity could one carve out a warm morsel in this frigid expanse. Ning Jie slowly turned, observing the dense throng in the distance, the indistinct figures prompting him to bend slightly, his right hand instinctively brushing against his waist. If a confrontation was inevitable, he resolved to disregard the consequences. Even alone, he would stir the stagnant waters into a tempest. With a fierce cry, Ning Jie roared, reminiscent of Zhang Fei's battle cry at Changban Slope, declaring, though there be thousands, I shall advance. Facing the dark mass of people, Ning Jie wielded his dagger, each thrust met with a bittersweet resistance. In a near-manic state, he resembled a cleaving blade, tearing through the frenzied crowd. He swung his knife, retracted it, delivered punches, and unleashed kicks. Blows rained upon him, yet he felt no pain, enduring the assault of dozens, forcibly carving a breach through their ranks. A sudden tingling sensation coursed through his back, igniting his spirit with exhilaration. Fear is a natural human instinct. No one truly wishes to bear a blade for the sake of a so-called leader, especially when confronted by someone as deranged as Ning Jie. Beneath the disintegrating clouds of uncertainty, his eyes gleamed with madness and murderous intent, sharper than the dagger in his hand. Gradually, a vacuum formed around him. The snow-strewn ground littered with groaning thugs rolling about, leaving dark stains upon the once white snow, akin to rags scattered across a quilt under the moonlight. They were afraid. Ning Jie wiped the blood from his face, suddenly glancing at the crowd, where the small figure of Xiaoke resembled a pig's head, and burst into laughter. Ha ha. Xiaoke took a step back, panic evident on his face. Ning Jie's gaze pierced through him like a knife, ravaging his courage. Despite being accompanied by over 70 men, he trembled uncontrollably. What manner of creature is this? He is no human, but a beast. Come on, charge at him, he is but one. Xiaoke. In a state of utter disarray, pushed his lackeys forward. His own voice quaked as if shaken by an earthquake, his throat parched like the flames of August. Ning Jie looked mockingly at the hesitant subordinates, slowly raising his knife. To obstruct my path is akin to slaying my kin. Life is but one. A knife knows no mercy. Should misfortune befall anyone today, remember to report my name to the king of hell. He lifted his foot and stepped on a fallen subordinate. Squinting his eyes, I am called Ning Jie. With that, he charged into the crowd, where the spirit to fight had dissipated. Those in front retreated, while those behind shoved each other, too frightened to advance. The road was narrow, and the front line was soon overwhelmed. Several more fell, and the remaining lackeys lost all morale, disregarding any notion of loyalty, turning to flee. In the chaos, Xiaoku was knocked over, trampled by unknown feet, howling in pain. Stand still, you fools! Ning Jie roared, and a few timid souls halted, while the rest, undeterred, fled even faster. Taking a deep breath, Ning Jie pointed at the 10 or so individuals sprawled on the ground, coldly declaring, "Take these people to the hospital. I have not dealt fatal blows. So cease your wailing." His furious shout rendered the area silent. Chapter 47. No regrets. A few individuals cautiously stepped past Ning Jie, assisting the fallen. Xiaoku, dragging a wounded leg, attempted to escape but was swiftly kicked into a nearby snowbank by Ning Jie. Grasping Xiaoku's hair, he plunged a short knife into the snow beside him and began to rain down punches. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, until Xiaoku was rendered unconscious. Ning Jie did not relent. The lackeys of the toad-like Xiaoku fled in terror, dragging their injured comrades towards the hospital. Once the crowd dispersed, Ning Jie shook his hands, kicked the unconscious Xiaoku, and sat down heavily on the ground, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. His hand brushed against his back, sticky with blood, a sharp pain radiating from the area. The sound of a tricycle echoed in the distance, and Ning Jie, cigarette in mouth, turned to see old Zhou, drenched in sweat and wearing a fur hat, riding towards him. Ning Jie smiled and, pressing down on Xiaoku's face, rose to his feet. As Zhou came to a halt, he circled Ning Jie, staring at him as if he were a monster, swallowing hard. "I must express my astonishment at your audacity. As I observed the minion of that wretched toad making his swift escape, I genuinely believed you had perished. I exerted every ounce of strength to reach this place, only to discover you remain unscathed." Ning Jie chuckled and replied, "It's not entirely true. I am unaware of which scoundrel managed to stab me." As he spoke, Ning Jie removed his cotton jacket and lifted his sweater, prompting Lao Zhou to shine his flashlight upon him, causing his lips to twitch in disbelief. "What in the world are you wearing?" Lao Zhou exclaimed, patting the brown vest adorning Ning Jie. It was the first time he had encountered someone in battle dressed in such a manner. Indeed, Ning Jie bore a cut on his back, resembling a gash from an axe. Fortunately, it merely sliced through his attire, resulting in a superficial injury. With a proud expression, Ning Jie proclaimed, "This is a leather vest. When hunting elk in winter, sometimes a male elk charges at the chest. Those antlers are as sharp as blades. If one is not careful, they could easily pierce through. My uncle crafted this, having soaked it in a medicinal solution, rendering it remarkably resilient." Lao Zhou spat in irritation. "What a waste of concern." Ning Jie rolled his eyes in exasperation, retorting, "With your demeanor, if I don't collapse and allow you to carry me, drenched in tears, to the hospital, you'd be utterly miserable." Zhou chuckled heartily. "Damn, you're truly a tough one. Turn around. Let me see how deep it is." Ning Jie complied, and Zhou meticulously examined the wound on his back. It was shallow, merely a laceration of 4 to 5 centimeters in length. Nothing of consequence. "It's nothing serious. We'll go to my place shortly, and I'll disinfect it for you. A dose of tetracycline should suffice." "Sure, disinfecting is fine. But I'll pass on the tetracycline. Suit yourself, it saves me money. How will this fellow manage? 1 tea he frees overnight." Ning Jie offered Zhou a cigarette, lighting one for himself as well. "Let us load him up. You'll accompany me to that toad's residence." Zhou's expression turned hesitant. Isn't it inappropriate to simply approach without warning? Ning Jie shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm not out for mischief. Besides, I'm merely delivering him. I can't very well escort Xiaoku to the Grand Tavern, can I? They come to assault me, and I'm expected to pay. Absurd." "Very well. Let us load him up and leave him at the doorstep." Zhou added, "When the time comes, I'll depart. I must clarify matters with that toad, or we'll never have peace." Zhou appeared wary. "Are you planning to eliminate the toad?" Ning Jie retorted with irritation. "Am I insane? I am, after all, a small business owner. What worth does that lowlife's life hold against mine? Is it worth my trouble?" The 2 men loaded Xiaoku into the vehicle, and Ning Jie hopped in, taking a seat in the back. Zhou pedaled the tricycle, grumbling, "Damn it. This is a loss. In the dead of night, I'm dragging you two around. You'd better settle up with me later, or I won't sleep a wink tonight. Ning Jie boldly replied, pay you? I've already treated you to a bottle and a half of liquor tonight. That was merely to shield you from the drinks. You saw how the monk and scholar almost wet themselves. Ning Jie observed Zhou, the hefty fellow, panting as he pedaled, his broad back gradually bringing tranquility to Ning Jie's heart. Old Zhou, what are you doing? Have you considered a different way of living? Zhou's body trembled slightly, his voice dropping significantly. What kind of different way? My family is so impoverished that even the mice leave in tears. What can I change? In the future, my goods will certainly not be lacking. When the time comes, I'll have you haul them. Save some money, and come spring, you can take over a sand pit in Xiaking near Lianjiang town. A sand pit? Zhou halted his bicycle, looking at Ning Jie as if he were delusional. What are you drinking? We are by the Yalu River, and sand is everywhere. Why bother with that? Ning Jie retorted, there are still plenty of people around, including foreigners. Although there's an abundance of sand by the Yalu River, fine sand for construction is quite scarce. Construction? Zhou regarded Ning Jie skeptically. How many houses would we need to build to require a stretch of riverbank? This is nonsense. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and he swallowed hard, asking, wait a minute. Is our city undergoing urban renewal? Ning Jie was not surprised that Zhou was aware of the urban renewal, with daily freight at the train station. Anyone coming and going would have heard something. If he were unaware, it would be a wonder if Zhou didn't drown in his own ignorance. Indeed, Ning Jie affirmed. Zhou's eyes widened, and he whispered, do you have connections above? Ning Jie nodded and advised, if you want to earn more, keep your loyalty to yourself and be discreet. If even one of your group learns of this, it would be as if the entire city knows, and you would surely miss out on profits. Zhou nodded seriously, then turned, visibly troubled, and exclaimed, damn it, I wish you hadn't told me. Now, I want to even dare to drink too much. Ning Jie chuckled but remained silent. Zhou turned back to pedaling, his expression devoid of joy, replaced instead by a grave demeanor. The urban renewal was indeed becoming a reality. Ning Jie had just bestowed upon him a remarkable opportunity to alter his fate. If this information were to slip from his lips, any thoughts of a sand pit would be rendered irrelevant. Despite Zhou's imposing stature, he was merely a porter at the train station. There were plenty of others far more capable than him. Moreover, with no whispers of the urban renovation circulating, Ning Jie's boldness indicated that his connections wielded significant power. This was certainly not a wasted evening. Chapter 48. It seems I've been struck twice upon arriving at the doorstep of the toad's abode. Ning Jie yanked Xiao Ke down, who fell with a thud, slowly opening his eyes to meet Ning Jie's half-smirking gaze. Terrified, he scrambled back like a startled insect. Unwilling to meet Ning Jie's eyes, Zhou's lips twitched. Xiao Ke was a notable figure, and one could only imagine how Ning Jie had managed to instill such a profound psychological scar in him. Ning Jie disdainfully remarked, "What this? Where's that audacity from earlier today? Enough of the running. We've arrived at your brother's place." Xiao Ke abruptly turned his head, gritted his teeth, and stood up with a limp, positioning himself before the entrance. Ning Jie, well versed in the ways of the underworld, remarked disdainfully, "I am not immersed in such circles. Besides, I am only seeking Lai Kabao. You need not intimidate me. Lai Kabao's parents have long ceased to live with him, and his wife seems to be working the night shift at the hospital. Who else could possibly be home at this hour?" Xiao Ke's gaze suddenly sharpened, and swallowing hard, he inquired anxiously, "How do you know that?" Ning Jie responded with a cold chuckle, "That's of no concern to you. Now, let me knock on the door. You cannot stop me." Turning away, Xiao Ke rapped on the door, and shortly thereafter, the sound of it opening was heard, followed by hurried footsteps. "Who is it?" "It's me. Brother Ke, you're back. The boss is..." "Oh no." Upon seeing Ning Jie standing outside, the young man gasped and hurriedly attempted to shut the door. However, Ning Jie was prepared. He thrust his hand against the door and pushed hard, sending the young man stumbling back several steps, nearly falling to the ground. With a knowing smirk, Ning Jie entered the courtyard, while the young man, terror-stricken, scrambled into the house, losing his slippers in the process. Once inside, he swiftly bolted the door and shouted, "Boss, it's bad. Ning Jie is here. Ning Jie is here." Reclining on the Kong, the toad was consumed with worry, reflecting on how many of his brothers had been hurt by Ning Jie. He was compelled to pay up. Although he had earned a fair amount from selling clothes, he had squandered most of it on indulgences, leaving him with barely over 200 yuan, while the rest was tied up in inventory. He lamented the expenditure, but was even more troubled by the news that 7 or 8 of his men had fallen to Ning Jie, with a few sustaining injuries. Yet, Ning Jie himself seemed entirely unscathed. Deep down, he understood that he had suffered a significant setback at the hands of Ning Jie. Even if he were to reclaim his territory in the future, His reputation would never recover to its former glory. Such a reality was inescapable. He had nurtured a formidable persona, and now he found himself with no place to express his sorrow. Now, things had worsened. The wretched man was at his door. Why has he come? The toad's heart raced in panic, knowing that Ning Jie's arrival surely signaled a quest for vengeance. With only a handful of individuals remaining in the house, the rest either at the hospital or home, he realized that a mere 10 or so could not possibly thwart Ning Jie. Regret overwhelmed the toad as he pondered what sort of monster he had provoked. Was this scoundrel a reincarnation of Neza? How could one man contend against so many? The young men in the room instantly fell into a state of frenzy, scouring for weapons, grabbing kitchen knives and stools, while one desperate soul even seized a water kettle. I don't know, brother. He came with Brother Ku. This fellow is utterly unprincipled. How dare he show up unannounced, without a shred of decorum? The toad seethed with frustration, pondering the audacity of those individuals who, regardless of the circumstances, would never dare to confront him unarmed. Nor would they threaten the families of others. Otherwise, they would surely face a united retaliation. How could Ning Jie possess such audacity? Did he not fear that word of his actions would spread, inciting the underworld to seek him out? Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air, prompting the toad to grit his teeth and exclaim, "Damn it, open the door. I want to see what this scoundrel is up to. Big brother, open the door, for heaven's sake." The toad's resolve hardened. No matter Ning Jie's intentions today, he would confront him. However, if he survived this encounter, he vowed to risk everything to ensure Ning Jie met his demise. Was he truly that formidable? The toad refused to believe that such a raucous individual could escape unscathed. Trembling, his subordinate opened the door, and Ning Jie strode in without so much as glancing at them, heading directly inside. Xiaoke, inhaling deeply, snatched the kitchen knife from the trembling subordinate, silently following in Ning Jie's wake. The toad observed Ning Jie and then Xiaoke, quickly grasping that they had come specifically for Xiaoke. "Ning, I concede defeat today. Do as you will, whether it be to kill or to maim. If I, like Keba, so much as frown, then I am at your mercy." Observing the toad's fearless demeanor, Ning Jie felt a newfound respect. It seemed the notorious ruffian had not squandered his reputation and indeed possessed some backbone. Ning Jie retrieved 2 cigarettes, lighting one before offering it to the toad. The toad eyed him with suspicion, uncertain of his intentions. "What do you mean by this? Are you attempting to humiliate me?" Ning Jie gestured for the toad to accept the cigarette, which he reluctantly took, turning the filter disdainfully before placing it between his lips. "Toad, do we harbor any animosity towards one another?" Upon taking a drag from the cigarette, the toad nearly choked, coughing violently as tears streamed down his face. "You've wounded me deeply and left me with 20 of my brothers in disarray, and you dare ask if we have a grudge?" His expression was one of pure resentment, resembling that of a scorned lover. Ning Jie furrowed his brow and replied, "So, according to your logic, when you first sought me out, I should have knelt and allowed you to strike me." The toad opened his mouth, suddenly realizing that he had, in fact, instigated the trouble. Ning Jie continued, "Did that innkeeper not inform you that I visited twice? The first time, I let the thief go. The second, they brazenly robbed me. So, I pay for a room and am expected to allow them to rob me without retaliation? Toad, you are a well-known figure in this city, while I am merely a humble country boy, wishing to conduct my business honestly. Tell me, whom have I wronged?" At a loss for words, the toad realized that Sister Xia's business dealings were well known to him, and Ning Jie's assertions were indeed valid. It was the other party that had instigated the conflict. Had he been in Ning Jie's position, he too would have resisted. Reflecting on the 2 stabs he had received, he concluded that they had indeed been in vain. Taking a deep breath, the toad asked, "Are you seeking a resolution?" Ning Jie shook his head, gazing intently at the toad as he uttered words that the creature found incomprehensible. "No, I wish to discuss a business venture with you." Chapter 49. Settling matters. The toad regarded Ning Jie with a peculiar expression, bemused by his serious demeanor. What did this fellow just say? A business discussion? Shouldn't it be a matter of life and death instead? Are you truly serious? Ning Jie nodded affirmatively, saying, "Why else would I seek you out at this hour? To give you a beating?" The toad scoffed, pride evident in his tone. "Speak then, what business do you propose?" Ning Jie turned to Xiaoke and said, "Could you fetch Fat Zhou? It's far too cold for him to linger outside." Xiaoke glanced at the toad, who encouraged, "Go on, bring the fat fool in." Nodding, Xiaoke limped out the door. Ning Jie continued, "You are currently engaged in the clothing business, correct? What a coincidence. I am in the same line of work." The toad's expression darkened instantly. "This rascal is here to provoke me, isn't he? Did I not already know he was in the clothing trade? Otherwise, Would I be seeking him out today? The toad grumbled, as if I didn't know you were in the clothing business. Ning Jie chuckled and replied, your garments are sourced from the south, aren't they? If I'm not mistaken, they should cost around 8 yuan each. The toad nodded, affirming, indeed. Everything in the city comes from the south. Even within our province, the supply is sourced from there. The neighboring province has factories, but their production capacity and fabric quality simply cannot compete with the south. Ning Jie acknowledged the toad's straightforwardness, appreciating his honesty. I also procure my goods from the south, and the quality is comparable to yours. If you were to source from me, I could also offer you the same price of 8 yuan per piece. Should any quality issues arise, you may return or exchange them at any time. Furrowing his brow, the toad inquired, then how do you make a profit? Ning Jie smiled and explained, rest assured, I do have a profit margin. This is merely the first business proposition I wish to discuss with you. There is a second. Just as the toad was keenly listening, Fat Joe opened the door, bellowing with his usual boisterousness. What is going on here? Goodness, you've even lifted the kettle. The toad seethed with irritation. Who would dare intrude so brazenly? In this world, unless one bore a deadly grudge and was prepared to annihilate their enemies, no one would venture into another's home. That's simply the unwritten rule. Why don't you take your inane chatter outside? The toad snapped, clearly vexed. Fat Joe, unfazed, accepted a cigarette from Ning Jie and jovially remarked, oh no, I prefer it warm inside. Today, I'm riding on the coattails of my brother. Otherwise, I'd be planning my escape tomorrow. The toad's gaze sharpened, understanding Zhou's implication. If Ning Jie were to encounter any trouble, Fat Zhou would abandon all decorum and charge right in without hesitation. Since when did their relationship become so close in just a few days? Reflecting on his tumultuous year and a half of rivalry with Fat Zhou only intensified the toad's frustration. Ning Jie smiled as he handed the toad another cigarette, lighting it for him before continuing. Now, let me elaborate further. The toad nodded appreciatively, and after Ning Jie had rolled another one for himself, he began to speak. The second business proposition is considerably simpler. I can offer you jeans at 6 yuan apiece, but you must purchase at least 500 units at once. I am indifferent to whom you sell them, or how many you sell. Even if you bring others to buy, I will charge them 8 yuan, and you will receive a 2 yuan commission for each pair sold. The toad's eyes widened in disbelief as he took a deep breath, staring incredulously at Ning Jie. Are you trying to deceive me? He asked. Ning Jie shrugged casually. Does it amuse me to deceive you? Let me be frank. I still profit from this. It all depends on how you proceed. Frankly speaking, even if you only buy for personal use, at 6 yuan apiece, you will save a considerable amount. This does not even account for travel expenses. Moreover, any clients you introduce will be obligated to purchase exclusively from you thereafter, still at 8 yuan per piece. You need only direct them to me for their orders. At 30 years old, the toad had been around long enough to understand the significance of money, or else he wouldn't have ventured into the clothing business. Both methods presented to him would significantly reduce costs, with the second even offering a profit. After years of experience, he was not without his wits. In a city as large as B, there were at least 50 or 80 clothing vendors. Even in the larger villages, during market days, one could find sellers, all sourcing their garments from the south. Now, even if the price were 8 yuan per piece, these vendors would still save on considerable costs, especially given that a round trip to the south would cost several dozen yuan. The more goods they transported, the higher the fees, and if they carried too few, the trip would hardly be worth it. They also had to be cautious of thieves and the possibility of inspections, which could lead to confiscations, making their endeavors all the more arduous. With the prospect of acquiring clothing at 8 yuan within the city, how could they resist? And this was merely one city. The entirety of Jie province was filled with numerous counties and cities, all ripe for profit. Even neighboring provinces. As these thoughts raced through his mind, the toad felt a surge of excitement. He took a deep breath and asked, can I trust your words? What if others come and you fail to give me my share? Ning Jie smirked slightly. Do I truly need your meager contributions? Rubbing his hands together, the toad's eyes darted around as he contemplated the offer. After 2 or 3 minutes, he made up his mind. I will pursue this venture, and our previous dealings will be settled. Ning Jie nodded with a smile, recognizing that in this bustling world, most conflicts could indeed be resolved through mutual gain. He advised, I cannot allow you to handle this completely alone, yet you have many capable subordinates, which is a significant advantage. How you navigate this is up to you. I will not inquire into the process. I shall only take my share. The toad nodded, aware that Ning Jie could not entrust such matters solely to him. However, given his current limitations, he would rely on his capable underlings. Certainly, there is no need for you to concern yourself with these matters. As for my own brother, I assure you he shall not be treated poorly. Ning Jie nodded, rose to his feet, and remarked, "Very well, it is getting late. I shall take my leave now. Should there be anything, feel free to seek me out directly." With that, Ning Jie and Zhou Pengzi strolled out the door. Chapter 50. You should run. Zhou Pengzi felt a flicker of interest and approached, producing a golden gourd to present to Ning Jie, inquiring tentatively, "Am I able to partake in the commission you discussed with the toad?" "Why not? If you wish to engage, you may do so at any time," Ning Jie replied. Zhou Pengzi's face brightened, and he laughed. "In that case, I shall also endeavor to earn some money." Ning Jie got into his vehicle, while Zhou Pengzi leisurely pedaled his bike, humming a tune. "Shall we head straight to my home? Just drop me off at the fork ahead. I can make my way back from there. Did we not agree that I would apply some iodine to your injuries? We must prevent any inflammation." "No worries. I have medication at home that is more effective than iodine." "Very well, I shall escort you home." Zhou Pengzi turned the corner, showing no signs of stopping. "After tonight, your name, Ning Jie, will carry even greater weight." Ning Jie smiled wryly. "What weight are you speaking of? I do not concern myself with such things." Zhou Pengzi, with a cigarette dangling from his lips and his eyes squinted, replied, "It is not a matter of your indifference. It is about how others perceive you. In this era, one must be somewhat ruthless to stand out and avoid starvation. Those who are timid are destined to remain in obscurity. Some troubles will not simply vanish because you choose to ignore them. You must either endure or confront them. It is truly vexing. Old Zhou is right. This age is such that a mere glance can provoke a fight. The measure of one's strength seems to be dictated by numbers, the ability to fight, and sheer dominance, revealing a profoundly distorted value system. Old Zhou, you want to keep a closer watch on your affairs. That is the priority." Old Zhou nodded, saying, "Rest assured, I will attend to it in the coming days." Upon arriving at the agricultural machinery repair factory, Ning Jie disembarked, while Zhou Pengzi wobbled his tricycle out of the alley. As he opened the gate, two little ones rushed out from the doghouse, circling around Ning Jie. He squatted down to pet the two dogs, noticing how quickly they had grown plump in just a few days. Old Zhang turned on the corridor light, donned in a cotton coat, and holding a flashlight, opened the door. "You are back." "Indeed, I have returned, sir. Did anyone come by this evening?" Old Zhang shook his head, replying, "No visitors. I just added wood to the stove and boiled water. You can use it directly." "Thank you, sir." Old Zhang, with a cigarette in his mouth, shook his head. "No trouble at all. I shall return to rest. Do sleep early." After applying his medication, Ning Jie slipped into bed and fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, a plump little figure reached out to touch his face, repeatedly calling out, "Grandpa, Grandpa." As he groggily opened his eyes, he was startled to find Lin Yuezhi pouting and frowning at the head of his bed, staring intently at him. "Ah, when did you arrive?" Ning Jie glanced at the clock. It was 7:30. Lin Yuezhi huffed and turned her head away, not sparing him a glance. Ning Jie rubbed his nose, aware that Lin Yuezhi likely knew about the altercation from the previous night. He reached out and tugged at the corner of her garment, speaking softly, "See, I'm perfectly fine." Lin Yuezhi pouted, forcefully pulling her clothing free from his grasp, causing Ning Jie to wince and exclaim in surprise, which startled her. Her face turned pale, and in a flurry of concern, she asked, "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" Ning Jie quietly chuckled to himself, realizing this tactic was always effective. He steadied himself against the bed and pointed to his back, grinning through gritted teeth. "My back. I got struck with an axe yesterday." Lin Yuezhi hurriedly lifted his autumn shirt, revealing the wound on his back. Her heart ached as she exclaimed, "It's so long. We should go to the hospital for stitches." Ning Jie pinched her cheek playfully, saying, "Stitches? Just grab the medicine from the drawer and apply it for me." Lin Yuezhi found the medication and gently applied it to Ning Jie's back. After dressing, he remarked, "What time is it? Aren't you going to work?" She retorted, "What do you mean? I got someone to help me take a leave." As she spoke, she began tidying up the bed, muttering, "What's with that big toad? Is he out of his mind? We're just trying to run a business. Why is he causing us trouble? This isn't the first or second time." Ning Jie, brushing his teeth, reassured her, "Don't worry, it's all sorted out." Lin Yuezhi's body jolted in disbelief as she turned to Ning Jie, her eyes wide. "Did you kill him?" Before he could respond, she began rummaging through drawers. "You should run away, go south and hide. Come back in a few years. Just don't." Ning Jie felt a surge of emotion and embraced the flustered Lin Yuezhi from behind. She struggled momentarily before bursting into tears. "You must run. I promise I'll wait for you." Ning Jie's heart ached at her words. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered softly, "Don't be silly. How could I kill someone? The situation with that toad is complicated, but it's resolved now. We've come to terms." "Really?" Ning Jie turned her to face him, wrapping one arm around her waist while he gently wiped away her tears with the other. Lin Yuezhi gazed at him with tear-filled eyes. her pitiful expression causing his heart to race. Why would I lie to you? Ning Jie felt his throat dry as he looked at her rosy lips. Unable to suppress a gulp, sensing his intense gaze, Lin Yuzhi suddenly realized how close they were, hastily turning her head away, her cheeks ablaze. She struggled to break free, but Ning Jie held firm. Her heart raced as she balled her fists against his chest, shyly closing her eyes. Ning Jie took a deep breath and slowly lowered his head. Sister-in-law, you. Suddenly, Ning Jie's expression froze. They were mere inches apart. He angrily turned his head to find Li Xiaodong awkwardly circling them. Sister-in-law, I didn't see anything. Get lost. Ning Jie snapped irritably. Fine, I'm leaving. Li Xiaodong immediately opened the door and rushed outside. Ning Jie turned his head, while Lin Yuzhi, clenching her fist, playfully punched Ning Jie in the chest, her face adorned with a mischievous grin. Let go, it's broad daylight. How shameless. However, Ning Jie was resolute, unwilling to heed Lin Yuzhi's words. Having finally secured his place in the bowl, he could not let it slip away. Noticing Ning Jie's unwavering gaze, Lin Yuzhi's eyes darted away, embarrassment washing over her. Oh, come on. Let go, you. Lin Yuzhi's eyes widened in surprise. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Lin Yuzhi finally pushed Ning Jie away, her cheeks flushed like the hues of a sunset, gasping for air. She glared at Ning Jie, who was grinning cheekily, and playfully pinched his waist. You nearly suffocated me. Chapter 51. Your luck is truly remarkable after a brief respite. Ning Jie opened the door and called Li Xiaodong, who had been crouched in the corner, into the room. Hey, Yuzhi, aren't you working today? Lin Yuzhi shot Ning Jie a glare and replied, Work? I went out to buy tofu this morning, and the vendor mentioned that someone in the workers' village was stabbed last night. I bet it's your brother-in-law. Li Xiaodong, feeling a bit embarrassed, glanced at Ning Jie and said, Brother-in-law, I'll try to drink less next time. Ning Jie quickly interjected, You better not. With you as a burden, I might just end up flat on my back. Lin Yuzhi could not help but ask, How did you resolve things with the toad? As Ning Jie recounted his encounter with the toad, Lin Yuzhi's heart ached. 6 yuan each? How much are we losing? Can't we just go out and ask around? Ning Jie playfully pinched Lin Yuzhi's cheek and reassured her, Don't worry, they're better suited to handle this than we are. You'll just sit back and count the money. Li Xiaodong, feeling somewhat tempted, asked, Brother-in-law, can I join in on this? Ning Jie shook his head, saying, You have other matters to attend to. Trust me, you won't miss out on future earnings. Although Li Xiaodong felt a twinge of disappointment, he chose to trust Ning Jie, knowing he wouldn't deceive him regarding such matters. After their meal, the trio set out to set up their stall. Within a day, tales of Ning Jie's exploits began to circulate among the local ruffians. It was rare to find someone who could take on 70 or 80 opponents and emerge unscathed. What astonished them even more was the Toad's declaration of brotherhood with Ning Jie, leaving the hardened thugs bewildered. They criticized the Toad for lacking backbone, believing he had been intimidated into submission. The Toad, however, paid no mind to their comments. Early the next morning, dozens of his underlings set off on their respective missions. Iron Army had initially intended to head toward the county town, but upon hearing the Toad's intentions, he realized that Ning Jie and the Toad had indeed formed an alliance. He had never anticipated that Ning Jie would entrust this lucrative opportunity to him. Truth be told, he could not handle it all alone. By noon, he purchased a train ticket and headed straight to Ping City. Around 1 in the afternoon, a lone cyclist stopped at their stall. Li Xiaodong nudged Ning Jie, who looked up to see that the newcomer, named Li Dong, whose name differed from his only by one character, was also a clothing vendor. Is there something you need? Ning Jie set down the garments in his hands, and Li Dong nodded, saying, I've heard from Lao Lai that your price for clothes here is 8 yuan per piece. Is that correct? Ning Jie affirmed with a nod, replying, The jeans are indeed 8 yuan. The prices for the others vary, but they come with a guarantee for returns and exchanges. May I take a look at the clothes? Li Dong inquired. Ning Jie casually handed him a pair of jeans, stating, Feel free to inspect them. Let's discuss the details after you assess the quality. Upon examination, Li Dong quickly recognized that Ning Jie's jeans were indeed of commendable quality, matching those he sourced himself in craftsmanship, style, and material. He set the jeans down and glanced at the Dacron shirts and chiffon. When he touched the chiffon, his eyes lit up instantly. This fabric was undoubtedly lighter and more comfortable than Dacron. Li Dong placed the garments aside and pulled out a cigarette, offering it to Ning Jie. After receiving it, Ning Jie lit it with a diesel lighter. Listen, my friend, the quality of these clothes is genuinely impressive, and the prices are certainly more favorable than what I encountered in the south. I won't beat around the bush. You should have Lao Lai contact us directly, as he has probably benefited from this arrangement. From now on, I will procure directly from you. Just give me a slight discount. Ning Jie frowned and shook his head, responding, "My friend, since I have entrusted this matter to Lao Lai, I cannot bypass him. That would be rather disrespectful." Li Dong was unfazed, laughing. "I thought it might be more convenient for us to deal directly." Ning Jie regarded Li Dong with a certain disdain. This was akin to purchasing a house while circumventing the agent and the owner, leaving the agent's efforts in vain, an utter lack of integrity. It's a different matter altogether. I believe in integrity. If I offer you a favorable price today, I could just as easily raise it tomorrow. Wouldn't you agree? Money is something we should all earn together. It is not worth creating trouble over a trivial amount. Ning Jie shifted the conversation. If Lao Lai were to discover this, how would he perceive you, right? Li Dong nodded awkwardly, conceding, "All right then, with the new year approaching, could you supply me with 500 pairs of jeans to start? What are the prices for the dacron and chiffon?" Ning Jie had not given Lao Lai or the monk any leeway on these items, as their profit margins were slim, making it unwise to share with them. Dacron is 5 yuan per piece, which is 50 cents cheaper than what you would pay in the south. The chiffon garments are slightly more expensive at 7 yuan each, while chiffon skirts are priced at 10 yuan. After some contemplation, Li Dong replied, "I'll take 10 skirts, 100 dacron pieces, and 100 chiffon blouses." Ning Jie nodded affirmatively, saying, "All right, Xiaodong, take your brother to our place to pick up the goods. Ensure all the invoices and shipping details are meticulously noted, and then return shortly." Xiaodong, filled with excitement, nodded eagerly and rode off on his bicycle, leading Li Dong away. Shortly after they departed, the monk and the scholar approached, exhaling puffs of breath in the chilly air. From a distance, the monk called out, "How did sales go today?" Ning Jie smiled, replying, "Just a small hustle, nothing extraordinary." "What time did you wake up?" "Awake early. The word on the street is that you have become quite the spectacle, rumored to possess extraordinary skills." As the monk spoke, he generously offered some cigarettes. "You truly are formidable. To confront so many people head-on is quite impressive." The monk, with a look of admiration, gave a thumbs up. He spoke his heart, introspecting that he certainly could not match Ning Jie's prowess. With so many people, a single misstep could lay him up for a year and a half. How could he possibly triumph? Ning Jie accepted a cigarette and remarked, "Every challenge must be faced. One cannot rely solely on friends. I aspire to engage in business, and there will be many troubles ahead. It would be wise to confront a significant challenge first, to deter those who seek to cause trouble. Otherwise, I would be overwhelmed daily." The monk nodded in agreement, saying, "You speak the truth. Is that your partner?" The monk gestured towards Lin Yuezhi, who was busily attending to customers. Today, the crowd was particularly large. After Li Xiaodong left, she was somewhat overwhelmed. Ning Jie understood that most of these people were drawn by his reputation, akin to visitors flocking to see a two-headed bear at a zoo, eager to glimpse something extraordinary. Ning Jie's clothing line was stylish and affordable, compelling him to reach for his wallet. He nodded, glancing at the industrious Lin Yuezhi, and smiled knowingly. "Indeed, she is my partner." The monk, with a hint of envy, remarked, "What a splendid girl. You are indeed fortunate." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, his expression darkened. Chapter 52. Just a spark away following the monk's gaze, Ning Jie noticed 2 individuals on bicycles, their handlebars adorned with briefcases, wearing wide-brimmed hats as they approached his stall. Ning Jie frowned. Why were the business inspectors arriving at this hour? The 2 halted their bicycles, and the elder of the pair, with a grim demeanor, inquired, "Who is the stall owner?" Ning Jie quickly comprehended the situation. With the recent relaxation of regulations on private enterprises, sporadic street vendors had emerged. The inspectors, upon seeing them, typically turned a blind eye, preferring to avoid unnecessary complications. However, their arrival now indicated that someone had reported him. He scanned the vicinity and noticed 2 figures peeking from a distant alley. Upon meeting Ning Jie's gaze, they hurriedly concealed themselves within the shadows. Ning Jie's expression darkened. These 2 were none other than Zhang Fan and his lackey, Dong Hui. Taking a deep breath, Ning Jie approached with a smile. "Hello, comrades, I am the stall owner." The older inspector, still frowning, sternly asked, "Do you have a business license?" Ning Jie nodded, replying, "Yes, I have a license." He retrieved the document from his bag and presented it to the enforcement officer, whose expression softened somewhat, yet he still stated, "Setting up a stall without proper authorization is not acceptable. The address on this license is for an agricultural machinery factory, which constitutes a violation of regulations." Ning Jie hastily responded, "Well, you see, I apologize. My family has been installing a phone line these past few days, and I've been awaiting payment. All my funds are tied up in inventory. I thought to sell some goods to ease the financial burden and not keep anyone waiting." The enforcement officer, perceptive as he was, recognized that in these times, Only organizations could afford to install phone lines. Individuals rarely undertook such expenses, as a single line could cost 4,000 to 5,000. Ning Jie's words were a clear indication that he had connections, subtly warning the inspector to tread lightly to avoid creating a nuisance. The law enforcement officer scrutinized Ning Jie for a moment and cautiously inquired. The wait time for phone installation is rather lengthy. It must be quite inconvenient. Ning Jie replied with a smile. My brother just happened to free up a line and directly transferred it to me. Initially, he intended to have it installed, but my uncle mentioned that the municipal government compound had already been equipped, so there was no need to spend more money on another installation. The officer's gaze flickered. Those residing in the municipal compound were certainly not ordinary individuals. He feigned casualness and asked, I've also been wanting to install a phone, but I haven't managed to do so. What is your brother's name? Fu Jianye, from the Forestry Bureau, Ning Jie responded. The officer abruptly held his breath. He had heard of Fu Jianye, who was indeed the child of a prominent figure. It was surprising that Ning Jie had such influential connections. It is often said that while one may easily send a small ghost to the king of hell, dealing with troublesome matters is another story. Although Ning Jie need not invoke Fu Jianye's name, it was prudent to address the situation decisively to avoid recurring troubles from these individuals. Comrade Fu, well then, your street-side business is indeed inappropriate. I will issue you a warning today. Please clean up promptly. Next time, a fine will be imposed. As he spoke, he mounted his bicycle and added, let us go ahead and take a look. If you're still here when we return, it won't merely be a verbal warning. Ning Jie quickly nodded. Understood, understood. Once the two departed, Lin Yuezhi hurriedly began to pack up, but Ning Jie restrained her hand, saying, what are you packing up for? Keep selling. Lin Yuezhi, with a hint of worry, replied, but that official said to pack up quickly. What if they return and find us? The monk chuckled and said, oh, my sister-in-law, you are truly earnest. Since they did not see you packing up, it means this matter has passed. Lin Yuezhi, feeling a bit embarrassed, nodded slightly. Ning Jie patted her hand, saying, go on and keep busy. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. After sending Lin Yuezhi off, the monk regarded Ning Jie with a knowing look, remarking, brother, you are indeed remarkable. I didn't realize you were related to Jianye. Ning Jie waved his hand with a smile. Nonsense, you actually believe that? The monk shook his head, sighed lightly, and said with a hint of jealousy, brother, do you consider me an outsider? How could I regard you both as outsiders? Perfectly. You two can watch the stall while I take care of some matters and return shortly. The monk and the scholar exchanged glances, chuckling. All right. You truly don't see us as outsiders. Go on then. Ning Jie nodded and quietly maneuvered through the crowd towards a distant alley. Zhang Fan, witnessing the business officials leave, kicked the ground in frustration. Damn it, what are those two doing? How can they so brazenly set up a stall without any consequences? Ridiculous. Dong Hui consoled him. Fan, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Zhang Fan, with red eyes, cursed, opportunities my ass. We can't even fight back. Those bastards must have someone backing them. Damn it, it's all Lin Yuezhi's fault for causing this trouble. Currently, Zhang Fan was clearly losing his composure. Dong Hui mused inwardly. Is it truly Lin Yuezhi's fault? If she really ended up with you, that would be the real folly. Had it not been for the coveted position at the forest farm, he would have ceased to serve Zhang Fan long ago. However, the opportunity was firmly in someone else's grasp, and the announcement was just around the corner. Despite not being an employee of the forest farm himself, he had toiled for 2 years to at least establish a semblance of familiarity there. Zhang Fan had assured him, with a thump on his chest, that his father had promised to secure him a position at the farm, and he refused to abandon this aspiration so easily. Indeed, he lamented. It was all the fault of that wretched Lin Yuezhi. With a swift strike, Zhang Fan slapped Dong Hui, causing his face to swell visibly. He endured the pain and the bitterness of his situation, forcing a smile and a bow. Damn it. How dare you insult Lin Yuezhi? What are you anyway? Forgive me. Fan Gu, it was just the anger speaking. You have both talent and looks, not to mention a favorable family background. How could she possibly choose a country bumpkin like Ning Jie over you? Dong Hui babbled foolishly, excessively flattering Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan squinted, clearly enjoying the praise. Just wait. Lin Yuezhi will surely regret her choice. Absolutely, she will regret it, Dong Hui hastily concurred. By the way, isn't Ning Jie in the clothing business? I heard from Xiao Dong that they rented a farm machinery repair factory, which is stocked with quite a bit of inventory. Zhang Fan's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Though he recognized Dong Hui's cowardice, he lacked the courage to take action. Affecting an air of arrogance, Zhang Fan spoke. Well, Huier. It seems the formal worker list for the forest farm will be released soon. I believe it just needs a little spark. Chapter 53, Brother-in-Law. Who did you let hit you? Dong Hui felt a surge of frustration, his kidneys aching with anger. Zhang Fan, the wretched scoundrel, dared to use this situation to threaten him, knowing full well that he would not dare to ignite that fire himself. He regretted his own loose tongue. If Zhang Fan did not take action, he would undoubtedly create obstacles for him at work. Dong Hui forced a smile and nodded. I'll look into it over the next few days. I won't let you down, Fan Ge. Zhang Fan nodded in satisfaction. Rest assured, I will take care of your job. Dong Hui had heard this reassurance countless times before. Just as he was about to respond, a figure emerged at the alley's entrance, casually smoking a cigarette. Damn, Dong Hui instinctively cursed, feeling his legs weaken and his throat parched, as if he hadn't had a drop of water in days. Zhang Fan frowned at Dong Hui. What is going on? Turning his head suspiciously, Zhang Fan's eyes widened in shock. Damn. As he turned to flee, he realized Dong Hui had already sprinted to the mouth of the alley without him. Zhang Fan's frustration boiled over. That coward had abandoned him in this critical moment, just as he intended to run. An overwhelming force seized him by the scruff of his neck, yanking him violently in the opposite direction. It was over. A chill ran through Zhang Fan's heart as he instinctively curled into a protective ball, clutching his head tightly, his movements so practiced that it was almost heartbreaking to witness. Immediately, a flurry of fists and kicks rained down upon him, the excruciating pain eliciting involuntary cries of surrender. I give up. Please, stop hitting me. Zhang Fan's voice dwindled. While a crowd gathered at the alley's entrance, none daring to intervene. Dong Hui, hiding at the far end of the alley, cautiously peered through the cracks of a wooden stick, reveling in the sight of Ning Jie relentlessly pummeling Zhang Fan. Serves him right, letting that scoundrel bully him day in and day out. Yet, Dong Hui realized this could not continue. Given Zhang Fan's temperament, he would certainly retaliate if Dong Hui fled. Gritting his teeth, he seized a wooden log about 1.5 meters long from beside the stick and charged forth, taking a deep breath. Ning Jie, you bastard! Let go of my brother. With a fierce shout, Dong Hui raised the log above his head, charging at Ning Jie like a valiant samurai. Ning Jie, having kicked Zhang Fan into a snowdrift, sidestepped Dong Hui's strike with ease, then deftly tripped him, sending Dong Hui sprawling in the snow. Lying there, too weary to rise, Dong Hui covered his head, bracing for the worst. A heavy kick landed on his back, and tears sprang to his eyes. Damn it, this familiar sensation is truly excruciating. After venting his frustrations, Ning Jie lit a cigarette and kicked the prostrate Zhang Fan, saying, At least have the decency to confront me directly instead of resorting to such underhanded tactics. Spitting disdainfully, he swaggered out of the alley. Zhang Fan seethed with anger, thinking, if I could defeat you, would I need to resort to dirty tricks? He lay in the icy snow for a while, chilled to the bone, his abdomen aching from the cold. He remained there, reluctant to rise, unsure if that scoundrel had departed. Dong Hui lifted his head cautiously, scanning the surroundings. Upon seeing Ning Jie leave, he sighed in relief and hurried to help Zhang Fan to his feet. The moment Zhang Fan stood, he kicked Dong Hui to the ground. A flash of malice crossed Dong Hui's face, but he quickly scrambled up to brush the snow off Zhang Fan. Brother Fan, don't be angry. I was just trying to fetch you some help. Zhang Fan, filled with resentment, raised his hand, prompting Dong Hui to instinctively flinch. Yet he grit his teeth and leaned in closer. Brother Fan, if you're upset, let it out. Don't let it harm you. Observing Dong Hui's expression, Zhang Fan felt a pang of discomfort. Dong Hui came from a poor family, with 5 siblings, making a total of 6 children. Their parents worked as laborers at a timber yard. In winter, his father could earn a mere 300 yuan for hauling timber, a sum woefully inadequate for the family's needs. Typically, Dong Hui spent his days with Zhang Fan, often hauling heavy loads at the white clay mine, desperately trying to secure a position for himself at the timber yard. Aware of Dong Hui's motives for ingratiating himself, Zhang Fan had dangled the prospect of employment at the timber yard before him. Initially, his father had agreed to help, but suddenly informed Zhang Fan the previous day that the position could not be granted to Dong Hui, and he would have to wait another year. Recently, a new 12-inch television was added to his home. He was not oblivious. He understood that someone had likely bribed his father. Unsure of how to communicate with Dong Hui, he felt utterly isolated, knowing that after confiding in Dong Hui, he would surely have no friends left. Well, it is what it is, Zhang Fan sighed. Waving his hand dismissively, he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and offered one to Dong Hui. After lighting up, Dong Hui reassured him, Brother Fan, rest assured, I will pay a visit to his storage tonight. If he runs out of money, won't Lin Yuezhi be begging to stay close to you? Zhang Fan nodded, feeling a surge of excitement within. All right, just be careful and await your good news. Dong Hui gazed intently at Zhang Fan, causing him to feel a twinge of guilt. Turning away, he muttered, Don't worry, I will certainly handle the matters at the lumber yard for you. With a sigh of relief, Dong Hui adjusted his demeanor, plastering a smile on his face as he followed Zhang Fan back to their stall. At the stall, the monk and the scholar were busy selling goods. It must be noted, these two possessed a certain reputation, with numerous underlings and friends. As soon as people noticed them assisting in the sale of clothing, they rushed over, eager to buy a piece just to become familiar faces. Lin Yuezhi's hands were nearly cramping from counting the money. In just a short while, they had sold hundreds of dollars worth. When Ning Jie returned, Lin Yuezhi whispered, "Where have you been? This fellow is driving me crazy with all this busyness." Ning Jie, captivated by Lin Yuezhi's flushed cheeks, felt a stir of emotions. Seeing his fervent gaze, Lin Yuezhi blushed and retorted, "Don't be mischievous. There are so many people on the street. While you may have no shame, I do." With a mischievous grin, Ning Jie replied, "No worries. We'll save it for when we get home." Lin Yuezhi shoved the money pouch into Ning Jie's hands and impatiently urged, "Go sell your goods. This is so annoying." They worked tirelessly until past 5 in the evening. As Ning Jie noticed the sky darkening, he decided to close up the stall. Upon a rough calculation, they had sold over $3,000 that day, a substantial amount. He estimated that they could sell here for another day, but sales would likely dwindle by the day after. After a busy afternoon with the monk and the scholar, Ning Jie instructed them to wait at the small restaurant they had visited the previous day, insisting they must enjoy a meal together that evening. After dropping Lin Yuezhi off at her home, Ning Jie left the alley with a silly grin, humming a tune as he rode Lin Yuezhi's bicycle to the restaurant. Upon entering, Li Xiaodong scrutinized Ning Jie, frowning as he asked, "Brother-in-law, who hit you? Why is your lip swollen?" Chapter 54. This is not a task for women. The monk and the scholar exchanged knowing glances and remarked, "It seems your sister gave your brother-in-law a taste of her strength." "My sister?" Li Xiaodong pondered for a moment before Ning Jie playfully tapped the back of his head, inquiring, "Why hasn't Zhou Pengzi arrived yet?" "He'll be here shortly." He went home to change. Today, not only Li Dong had come to the city, but 2 other clothing vendors had also arrived, one found by Tai Jun and the other by Lai Hua. Ning Jie couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. In his past life, Lai Hua had met his demise at his hands, and now they were engaged in business together. A twist of fate indeed. "All right, we'll wait for him then," he replied. They waited for over 20 minutes, and once the dishes were served, Zhou Pengzi finally entered the room. "Why have you only just arrived, Fat Zhou? You'll have to face a penalty drink soon." Monk feigned dissatisfaction as he patted the table. Zhou shot him a glance, shrugged off his military coat, and retorted, "Even if I have to drink 2 pounds, you two aren't innocent either." With Zhou's boldness, the monk's mood soured instantly. "Hey, I can't accept that. Let's make it clear. Whoever shows fear today is the real loser." The room erupted into lively banter. In winter, darkness descends quickly, especially on the 1st and 2nd days of the month when even the moon is absent, leaving the sky enveloped in pitch blackness, with only the vague outlines of houses visible. Dong Hui stealthily approached the agricultural machinery repair factory, having visited once before and knowing the factory buildings were situated in the west. The buildings were constructed of brick and tile, and the courtyard walls towered over 5 meters high, making them impossible to scale. To ignite a fire, one must enter the premises. Earlier that afternoon, he had met Li Xiaodong, who mentioned that the only person on site at night was an old watchman. Now, the timing was right. He just needed the advantage of location. Driven by his desire to escape the backbreaking toil of hauling dirt at the White Earth mine, he gritted his teeth and stuffed a kerosene bottle into his coat, climbing up the cement piles beside the iron gate. The wall was already difficult to climb, and in the biting cold of winter, with layers of clothing, he struggled several times, only managing to ascend 2 or 3 meters before falling back down. As he prepared to scale the wall again, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder from behind. His body stiffened in shock, and he bolted forward. Just 2 steps away, he felt a numbness in his left leg, and he collapsed to the ground. As he struggled to rise, a heavy foot pressed down on his back, forcing him back down once more. The kerosene bottle dug painfully into his chest, and in a panicked voice, he pleaded, "I won't do it again. I won't do it again. What are you up to, kid?" The voice from behind was unfamiliar, neither Ning Jie nor Li Xiaodong. He strained to turn his head, but the weight on his back felt like a mountain, rendering him immobile. "Save your breath. My weight is not something an ordinary person can bear. If we had a grudge, that foot would have cost you your life. Now, tell me, what brings you to the agricultural machinery repair factory?" Trembling, Dong Hui stammered, I was hoping to steal a couple of clothes to sell." The person behind him sniffed, their expression turning peculiar. "With that strong smell of kerosene, you're telling me you're out to steal clothes? Are you trying to play tricks on me? I'm curious what you and Ning Jie have against each other." to be sneaking kerosene into his warehouse. Dong Hui's heart sank. He swallowed hard and replied, "No, no, I brought the kerosene. It's for my family." The figure, uninterested in further conversation, heard the incessant barking of 2 dogs in Ning Jie's yard and the sound of old Zhang opening the door. He withdrew his foot, yanked Dong Hui up, and vanished into the alley before old Zhang could step outside, lighting a diesel lighter against his shoe sole. The dim glow illuminated Dong Hui's face, allowing the figure to finally discern his features. The young man appeared unfamiliar, and it was evident at a glance that he was not one of those from the underworld. Those involved in such affairs typically targeted individuals, capable of seizing business or engaging in conflict, but certainly would not resort to burning down someone's home. Such conduct is utterly unacceptable. "What is your name?" he inquired, gazing at the man in front of him, who appeared to be in his 40s, his triangular eyes glimmering ominously in the firelight, sending a chill down Dong Hui's spine. I am Dong Hui, from the forestry station. This matter is not of my own volition. It is Zhang Fan who has compelled me." The commander scoffed coldly, delivering a kick that sent Dong Hui sprawling to the ground. "You little brat. Let me impart some wisdom. A man must conduct his affairs with integrity. Setting fire to another's property is an act unbefitting even a woman. Get lost, and should you entertain any further ill intent, I shall ensure your demise." Dong Hui felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, scrambling away from the alley and disappearing into the vastness of the night. Around 8 in the evening, Ning Jie stumbled into the alley alongside Li Xiaodong. The two had indulged in considerable drinking that night, with Li Xiaodong having vomited several times. Such was the nature of drinking among Northeasterners. They drank and vomited, then drank again, driven by a camaraderie that dared one another to continue. Upon entering the alley, Ning Jie suddenly halted, gripping Li Xiaodong's arm. Li Xiaodong, bewildered, asked, "What's wrong, brother-in-law? Do you feel nauseous?" Ning Jie did not respond, but instead tilted his head to observe the top of the surrounding wall, exclaiming helplessly, "My friend, do you not feel the cold? Why not come inside and warm up?" Li Xiaodong, somewhat dazed, pondered whether his brother-in-law had consumed counterfeit liquor. As he appeared to be speaking to the air, a shadow gracefully descended from the 5-meter-high wall, landing with a remarkably soft thud. Li Xiaodong jolted, instinctively placing himself in front of Ning Jie, who felt a surge of gratitude and pulled Li Xiaodong behind him. The commander stood motionless, hands tucked into his sleeves, and said irritably, "You must be a dog. Your hearing is remarkably keen." Ning Jie chuckled, gesturing, "Care to sit for a moment?" The commander shook his head, replying, "No need. By the way, a fellow named Dong Hui was scaling your wall with a can of kerosene. Be cautious. The youth of today lack decorum." Ning Jie's gaze sharpened, and he inhaled deeply, cupping his fist in salute to the commander. "Thank you. No need to thank me. I would relish witnessing your misfortune. But should he ignite your warehouse, the blame will likely fall upon me, and I shall not bear that burden." With that, the commander departed the alley. Once the commander had left, Li Xiaodong erupted in anger, cursing, "That scoundrel Dong Hui is utterly deranged, endlessly fawning over Zhang Fan. Damn it, that fool is using his formal position to obstruct us. Dong Hui genuinely believes Zhang Fan can assist him. Today, I even encountered Li Jian, who mentioned that his father had gifted a television to Zhang Fan's family, and after the new year, he would be working at the forestry station. What a complete imbecile Dong Hui is for still doing Zhang Fan's bidding." Chapter 55. Choice. Ning Jie was no fool. He bore no grudge against Dong Hui, who had no reason to incinerate his warehouse. He found it hard to believe that such an act could occur without Zhang Fan's instigation. Li Xiaodong's words sparked a memory for Ning Jie. In his previous life, Zhang Fan had perished in a fire that claimed the lives of an entire family. Moreover, this matter has circulated within the forest farm for several years, with claims that Lin Yuezhi was responsible for the fire. However, Lin Yuezhi never clarified the situation, merely telling Ning Jie that she did not start the blaze. Now, combined with what Li Xiaodong has said, Ning Jie's expression grew peculiar. Could it be that Dong Hui was the one who ignited the fire? "Brother-in-law, rest assured, I will handle this matter tomorrow. It is far from over." Li Xiaodong was genuinely angry, not merely expressing loyalty under the influence of alcohol. He now understood Ning Jie's intentions. Henceforth, all scheduling for shipments in and out of the venue would be entrusted to him, while the exact profits remained uncertain. Ning Jie's implication was clear. The management of this establishment would be his responsibility moving forward. The fire set by Dong Hui was not merely an attack on Ning Jie's interests. It was, in fact, an assault on his own future. Ning Jie patted Li Xiaodong on the shoulder, dismissing Dong Hui as an inconsequential figure. However, the individual named Zhang Fan was rather repugnant. Ning Jie had already spared him several times. This incident had thoroughly provoked him, severing his financial lifeline, akin to plunging a knife into his back. Do not panic. Some matters require careful consideration. Li Xiaodong looked at Ning Jie in confusion and asked, "Brother-in-law, what do you mean?" Ning Jie handed Li Xiaodong a cigarette, lighting it before unzipping his pants to relieve himself against the wall. Li Xiaodong stood beside him, mirroring his actions. With a cigarette between his lips, Ning Jie inquired, "Do you think the matter concerning Li Jian's father is credible?" Li Xiaodong nodded, affirming, "Absolutely, brother-in-law. Li Jian is my distant cousin. He informed me to avoid mingling with Zhang Fan, who is merely using our opportunity to gain entry without any intention of assisting us." Ning Jie nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Can your cousin share this information with anyone else?" Li Xiaodong shook his head, responding, "Certainly not. That would undermine the reputation of the Zhang family." Ning Jie fastened his pants and squinted as he posed another question. "Xiaodong, what do you think Dong Hui would do if he learned of this?" Li Xiaodong shuddered, turning his gaze toward Ning Jie, feeling a chill run down his spine. Dong Hui had been Li Xiaodong's loyal servant for several years, enduring hardships without complaint. If this information reached Dong Hui, one could only speculate that he would be driven to eliminate Zhang Fan. Li Xiaodong did not doubt that Dong Hui harbored suspicions about Zhang Fan's reliability. However, for Dong Hui, Zhang Fan represented his most significant and recent opportunity for altering his fate. There is a saying, "One who cannot reach the Yellow River is never dissuaded." This aptly describes someone like Dong Hui. "Sister, brother-in-law, this does not seem right," Li Xiaodong said hesitantly. Ning Jie regarded him, recognizing the youth's naivety and kindness. There is a saying that goes, "The kind-hearted are often bullied." Whether navigating society or conducting business, one must possess a ruthless spirit. Ning Jie could not compel Li Xiaodong into action. Forcing growth was futile. He needed to weigh the situation himself. He shook his head and remarked meaningfully, "I am merely suggesting. How you choose to proceed is entirely up to your own will. However, manipulating the predator to consume the wolf is the most straightforward approach. At the very least, it requires some thought." After patting Li Xiaodong on the shoulder, Ning Jie opened the iron gate, and the two returned to their respective rooms. Lying in bed, Li Xiaodong tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. No matter how flawed they were still childhood friends. And he couldn't bring himself to betray them. However, Ning Jie had hinted at expectations, leaving him to ponder whether failing to act as Ning Jie suggested would lead to Ning Jie harboring ill feelings towards him. Deep down, he yearned to comply with Ning Jie's wishes. Over the past few days, Dong Hui had been probing him for information. Today, he felt too embarrassed to mention that while inviting Zhou Bin to dinner that afternoon, Dong Hui had inquired about the presence of others at the venue, which ultimately led to the incident of the arson that night. He was genuinely astounded that Dong Hui, with such a meek demeanor, could engage in such a reprehensible act. After a restless night, he drifted into a fitful sleep and awoke early the next day, yawning as he prepared to head out for some pickled cabbage buns. He hadn't slept well, and after breakfast, he still needed to sort out some goods. As he stepped out the door and hadn't yet reached the alley, he spotted Dong Hui lurking suspiciously at the entrance. Upon noticing Li Xiaodong alone, Dong Hui feigned nonchalance and emerged, exclaiming, "Ah, Xiaodong, you're up so early." Li Xiaodong felt an inexplicable wave of aversion at the sight of Dong Hui. "What are you doing here?" Dong Hui had already concocted his excuse, inquiring, My family is slaughtering chickens today. My dad is returning from the logging site tonight, and I thought I'd invite you over for dinner." Li Xiaodong couldn't help but sneer inwardly, fully aware of Dong Hui's intentions. He realized that Dong Hui was undoubtedly trying to ascertain whether word of his involvement in the warehouse fire had reached Ning Jie. Initially, Li Xiaodong felt torn, but now he knew precisely how to respond. Adopting an air of ignorance, he replied, "Oh, spare me. Your dad finally returns, and I shan't interfere." As he spoke, he pulled out a cigarette and offered it to Dong Hui. After lighting it, Li Xiaodong asked, "Is this why you came so early? Are you short on cash?" Dong Hui felt a pang of discomfort at the question, cursing Zhang Fan internally. "No, not short on cash. It's just that my dad is back, and I thought you might want to come over for a bit. Have you eaten? Let us share a meal." The invitation only deepened Dong Hui's unease. He didn't wish to linger a moment longer. "No, Xiaodong, I think I'll head back," he stammered, waving his hand dismissively as he walked away. Suddenly, Li Xiaodong called out, "Oh, by the way, Hui, my cousin mentioned he got into the logging site. What did Zhang Fan say to you?" Dong Hui's body tensed at the revelation, and he turned back to Li Xiaodong with a look of complex emotions. You're serious?" "But Zhang Fan promised me that I would definitely get in this time." Feigning surprise, Li Xiaodong responded, "Oh dear, I thought Zhang Fan had informed you. It appears he didn't mention it at all. But please, don't tell anyone I shared this, or my brother will be quite displeased. Dong Hui nodded. Dazed and lost, I understand, Xiaodong. He staggered out of the alley, his mind swirling with Li Xiaodong's words. The opportunity for this year was gone, taken by Li Xiaodong's cousin, leaving him to wonder why Zhang Fan had continued to deceive him. Some truths, once known, remain unacknowledged by certain individuals. For the final straw that breaks the camel's back has yet to manifest. Before reaching home, Dong Hui spotted his younger brother in a state of panic, dashing through the streets. Brother, no, something terrible has happened. Our father is gone. Chapter 56. Do not allow others to discard you after used. Dong Hui stood there, utterly dazed, as all vitality drained from him in an instant. He gazed at his brother, his eyes filled with terror and confusion. How could this be? How could his father suddenly be gone? He turned to walk in the opposite direction, but his brother grasped him tightly, weeping. Brother, where are you going? Our father is gone, he is gone. Please come home with me. Dong Hui seemed not to hear, his face pale as he murmured, Father is coming home today. I need to buy chicken. I will get chicken from the supply store to cook for him. Brother. The younger sibling clung to Dong Hui desperately, crying out, What is wrong with you? Don't scare me. Our father is truly gone. He isn't coming back. We must go home. Our mother. Dong Hui fought to open his eyes, causing his brother to stumble back, landing in a heap in the snow. Father will come back tonight. He loves chicken. I will go get a pound of liquor. The sorghum kind. Father loves sorghum. The younger brother pounded the ground with both hands, heart-wrenchingly shouting, Dong Hui, wake up. Our father is dead. Dead. How can you leave our mother to cope with this? Dong Hui's body trembled violently. He did not turn around, with hands covering his face. He slowly sank to the ground. Bystanders on the street, indifferent to the cold, gathered to gawk, their own joys and sorrows distinct from his. What felt like hell to him was merely a form of entertainment for others. Dong Hui's quiet sobs escalated into wails as he knelt on the ground, hands braced against the earth. His world plunged into darkness, void of any light. Suddenly, he bolted upright, running desperately towards home, crying out without pause. Upon entering the small courtyard, he beheld several uncles and aunts, along with the coffin that pressed down on him like a weight, shattering his heart into fragments. Hope was extinguished, utterly lost. Father. Dong Hui knelt before his father's coffin, forcefully bowing his head. His uncles and aunts hurried to lift him up, while his mother, sobbing, placed a mourning cap upon his head. Your father. He was trying to do one more load and hurt himself while lifting the heavy load. The vehicle wasn't secured properly, and the wood collapsed, burying him beneath it. My son, your father is gone. From now on, you are the pillar of this family. Do not blame your mother. Your siblings are too young, and I am powerless to help. What will we do now? Dong Hui's mother cried inconsolably, collapsing onto the frozen ground, her hands striking the hard, cold surface. Oh heavens! Why have you turned a blind eye? Return my husband to me. After purchasing some steamed buns, Li Xiaodong and Ning Jie had their meal before heading to the storage room to gather the clothes for today's market stall. Just as they settled down to catch their breath, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, Li Xiaodong was greeted by a cheerful subordinate of the Toad. Brother Xiaodong, is Boss Ning home? I've brought some people to check out the clothes. Li Xiaodong glanced behind him and saw 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, accompanying the subordinate. He is here. Come in, please. Ning Jie was amusing himself with a dog and looked up at the commotion, rising to his feet after spotting the 3 newcomers led by the Toad's lackey. Ning. Boss Ning. The subordinate still harbored a degree of fear towards Ning Jie, recalling his first encounter when a single kick from Ning left him incapacitated for days. Who would have thought that this fierce individual would abandon a life of delinquency to embark on business? He dismissed such thoughts. His brother had informed him that he would earn 50 cents for each piece of clothing sold. With 3 customers, he could make a considerable sum. Enough to enjoy a prosperous year ahead. Come upstairs to warm up. We can look at the clothes shortly. All right, Boss Ning. Let's head up for a bit, shall we? Following Ning Jie upstairs, Li Xiaodong quickly poured tea for everyone, using the fragrant Monkey King tea, sold in bulk at the supply cooperative. How much merchandise are you all planning to take? Asked Boss Zhang. By the way, Boss Ning, will your clothes always be 8 yuan? They 1 tea increase in price later, will they? Ning Jie shook his head, responding, I will sell at the same price as the South, so you need not worry. It's certainly 1 tea be pricier than down there. Sister Wang chimed in with a smile. Boss Ning, if we order more, can we get a discount? Ning Jie shook his head again, explaining, you can discuss that with this young brother later. My role is solely to supply the goods. I can assure you of the quality and availability, but I cannot speak to other matters. The 3 exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. In business, It is customary to express one's thoughts openly, otherwise, it feels disconcerting. 8 yuan was already a reasonable price compared to sourcing from the south, which was quite satisfactory. Ning Jie continued, in the future, there will be new additions, including jackets and school uniforms. The mention of school uniforms piqued the interest of the three, as they were currently hard to procure due to supply issues, making it nearly impossible for the average person to obtain them. If they could sell school uniforms, their profits would undoubtedly increase significantly. Observing their expressions, Ning Jie added, aside from school uniforms, there are no limits on other items. When new stock arrives, this young brother will reach out to you, and I will ensure to reserve some for you, as I cannot let you leave empty-handed. The three nodded in delight, and after a brief while, they proceeded to the storage room. They collectively took 1,200 pieces, cautious not to overextend on their first order, planning to test the waters. With the new year approaching, Ning Jie was not the least bit worried about their return for more stock. The Toad's subordinate was positively beaming, 1,200 pieces. With this transaction, he earned 600 yuan, equivalent to an entire year's wage for many. His cheeks flushed with pride as he accepted the commission from Ning Jie. His fear transformed into respect. Boss Ning, I sincerely thank you. Ning Jie replied with a smile, what is there to thank? Just don't foolishly hand over all your resources. One day when the wheels of fortune turn against you, you'll find yourself with nowhere to weep. The little brother of the Toad flickered his gaze, nodding vigorously, and said, thank you, Boss Ning. I will return to deliver the money first. Then I will gather more people. All right, be cautious on your way. It was already past 9 o'clock when the two rode their bicycles to the entrance of the cultural palace. They had arrived a bit late today, and a few people were already waiting. Even before the stall was fully set up, several garments had already been sold. With the new year approaching in a month, more individuals from the nearby villages were coming into the city. After a year of hard work, even though each piece of clothing was priced at 20 or 30, they could still muster the resolve to make a purchase. Dong Hui knelt beside the coffin, his complexion pale, his gaze vacant. Zhang Fan entered the courtyard and felt a chill as he looked at the coffin's spine, a sense of unease enveloping him. He hastily performed several bows. Dong Hui stood up and pulled Zhang Fan aside. Brother, my father has passed. My family is counting on me. Is there still a chance for the lumberyard's quota? Chapter 57. The second purchase. Seeing Dong Hui's unwavering gaze, Zhang Fan's eyes shifted uneasily. He felt a pang of guilt. He knew full well that the quotas for this year were gone, yet he found himself at a loss for words. He wanted to explain, but now he lacked the courage. Dong Hui had just lost his father. Who knew how he would react if Zhang Fan told him the truth? Despite his bluster, he was fundamentally timid. Well, I will certainly do my utmost for you. Brother, can you really make it happen? Dong Hui repeated his question, his lifeless eyes sending a chill down Zhang Fan's spine. Steeling himself, Zhang Fan replied, yes, it can be done. Dong Hui let out a couple of mechanical laughs, saying, all right, thank you, Brother Fan. I will express my gratitude to you properly in the future. Zhang Fan felt that Dong Hui's demeanor was unsettling. His heart raced with anxiety. He hastily nodded, saying, well, I'll take my leave now. If you need help, just have Dong Jin call for me. Go ahead. Once Zhang Fan departed, Dong Hui's expression gradually twisted into one of malice as he gritted his teeth, staring at Zhang Fan's retreating figure. The hatred on his face slowly morphed into a murderous intent. Even now, you dare deceive me, my brother Fan? Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, Ning Jie experienced a bountiful harvest. Yesterday, the phone was installed, and a steady stream of customers had come to pick up goods. Tens of thousands of garments and trousers quickly sold out. As soon as the phone was set up, Ning Jie called Lai Xingfu, requesting a shipment of 100,000 worth of goods, with payment to be made within 5 days. Lai Xingfu, unperturbed by the prospect of Ning Jie defaulting, readily agreed to send the goods. Ning Jie had surprised him. If things continued this way, Ning Jie might truly fulfill the 5 million agreement. Retail sales had also been quite satisfactory, although other vendors in the city sold similar products. Ning Jie had cleverly arranged for the injured boys to come help, paying each 30 a month. While it wasn't as swift as thievery, at least it was a legitimate means of livelihood. The enterprise has grown so vast that it inevitably attracts those with unscrupulous intentions. With their presence, few dare to challenge the status quo. Ning Jie continues to sell goods at the Cultural Palace entrance, while in recent days, Li Xiaodong has set up shop outside the machine tool factory. Besides the logging site, the machine tool factory is the most prosperous establishment in the area, surrounded by state-owned factories, which draw a significant flow of customers. Amidst the bustling sales, Lin Yuezhi arrived on her bicycle. Glancing at her watch, she noted it was barely 10 o'clock. Ning Jie, surprised, inquired, what brings you here at this hour? Lin Yuezhi replied. I heard from a colleague that you were here alone today, so I came to lend a hand. Brother is on leave from the factory. Goodness. Aren't you making it difficult for him? Ning Jie responded. Rolling her eyes, Lin Yuezhi retorted, enough of your banter. What will you do when customers come looking for goods? It's far more reassuring to have family overseeing things. Nearby, several of the governor's protégés appeared taken aback, muttering amongst themselves, goodness gracious. Are you two speaking so openly now? Observing Lin Yuezhi in her industriousness, Ning Jie felt a sudden impulse. He approached her and asked, could we discuss something? As she tucked the money into her wallet, Lin Yuezhi asked, what is it? Speak your mind. You see, I'm overwhelmed with the workload. And as demand for goods increases, I will certainly need more assistance. You work as an accountant at the logging site. Will soon require help with inventory and bookkeeping. I could hire someone, but I wouldn't feel secure. What if you were to resign from your position? In this day and age, losing a stable job is akin to being told, stand still while I stab you twice. In his previous life, he had worked alongside Lin Yuezhi for quite some time, and he was uncertain how much effort it would take in this lifetime. Lin Yuezhi furrowed her elegant brows, biting her lip as she replied, I have no objections. But you should discuss it with my mother. Ning Jie nodded, feeling relieved. Lin's mother lacked strong opinions and was primarily motivated by financial matters. Though everything seemed fine at present, no one understood Lin's mother better than Ning Jie. For her, as long as the money was right, everything else could be negotiated. Lin Yuezhi's visit proved fruitful. Throughout the day, Ning Jie made several trips back and forth, and the stock was nearly depleted. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he packed up his stall, while Lin Yuezhi sat at Ning Jie's desk, surrounded by bundles of goods, deftly manipulating an abacus, calculating and recording figures. After a long day's work, Lin Yuezhi stretched, revealing her impressive figure, which stirred something within Ning Jie. Aware of his gaze, she shot him an exasperated look. Blushing as she pushed the abacus away, exclaiming, the total is 98,532. Over 40,000 of that is retail. At this rate, we're averaging over 5,000 a day. Ning Jie nodded, responding, sales have been strong lately. This trend should continue until the new year, as the holiday approaches. The sales should improve further. After the new year, we could consider hiring someone to run a store in the department store, eliminating the need for us to sell goods ourselves. Lin Yuezhi frowned, questioning, the department store is state-owned. How would we sell there? Besides, we have plenty to do ourselves. Why hire someone and waste money when you could buy yourself a couple of new outfits instead? Ning Jie chuckled, ruffling Lin Yuezhi's hair. Provinces are beginning to initiate cooperative pilot programs. I believe we might also be able to do so next year. Lin Yuezhi nodded, her heart aching as she said, but we can't hire anyone. That would be a waste of money. We have other matters to attend to. This year, we are only dealing with the neighboring counties. Just think about it. Next year, the entire Northeast will come here to procure goods. The volume of transactions will be immense, and we will have to cater to numerous clients. You will surely be exhausted next year, pleading with me to hire someone. Lin Yuezhi wrinkled her nose and pouted, speaking with a hint of pride. Humph. Who do you look down upon? Taking advantage of the moment, Ning Jie stole a kiss. Lin Yuezhi wiped her mouth, her face flushing as she exclaimed, you lecher. Ning Jie chuckled and proceeded to close the door. Lin Yuezhi cast a furtive glance, but did not resist. In the next moment, she found herself pulled onto the bed by Ning Jie. After a considerable while, Lin Yuezhi finally pushed him away, her cheeks still flushed as she said, let us go to my house. I haven't cooked for my mother yet. All right, first let us talk to your mother and discuss our matters with her in advance. Ning Jie replied. Lin Yuezhi felt a surge of happiness inside, though her words remained stubborn. Who would want to be with you? How shameless. Hand in hand, they descended the stairs, just in time to encounter Li Xiaodong returning. Brother-in-law, are you two going out? Li Xiaodong inquired. Yes, we're heading to your sister's house. Have you visited Dong Hui's family? Li Xiaodong's expression darkened as he replied, I went. By the way, please take the money from today's sales. I've noted how many items we sold, and after we check the inventory, everything should match up. Ning Jie patted Li Xiaodong on the shoulder, sighing, all right. Make sure to eat something and get to bed early. There's much to be done in the coming days. In the residential area of the logging camp, a shadow, clutching a butcher's knife, hurriedly vanished into the alley. Chapter 58. We are living life, not fighting over inheritance. Riding his bicycle. Ning Jie soon arrived at the residential area of the logging camp with Lin Yuezhi. Once inside her home, he placed the bicycle down, and Lin Yuezhi busily began preparing dinner. Little Jie is here, she announced. Lin Yuezhi's mother, now in much better spirits, had a rosy complexion and looked quite well. Oh, you're here, Aunt, Ning Jie replied. Lin's mother handed him a cup and poured some water. Aunt, don't trouble yourself. I came to discuss something with you. Lin's mother sat across from Ning Jie, smiling as she regarded him. Go ahead, what is it? Lin Yuezhi slowed her dishwashing, though she had her back to them. Ning Jie was aware that she was eavesdropping. Taking a deep breath, he said, Aunt, my company has stabilized now. Yesterday, I sent out goods worth 100,000 yuan from the south. Lin's mother's heart tightened, and her gaze softened significantly as she looked at Ning Jie. 100,000 yuan. Her son-in-law truly had capabilities. I wanted to let you know that when the weather warms up, I plan to bring my mother and my uncle and aunt to discuss my marriage with Wen. What do you think? Lin's mother's eyes crinkled with joy, and she nodded in satisfaction. Everyone in the logging camp was aware that her daughter was with Ning Jie, who was well-regarded and respectful, and most importantly, financially stable. A man like him would undoubtedly be a reliable support for the two of them. As long as you two have discussed your matters, Aunt has nothing more to add. Once the new year has passed, you should bring your future mother-in-law over. I do not have many relatives on my side, so we can discuss the wedding arrangements together. Lin Yuezhi's pace in scrubbing the pot quickened noticeably, and she ceased to voice any objections, her heart swelling with joy. Ning Jie nodded and said, All right, there's another matter, Aunt. Lin's mother, in high spirits, replied, Speak freely. What is there that we cannot discuss as family? Seizing the moment, Ning Jie hurriedly explained. You see, Aunt, regarding my company, the revenue is bound to increase significantly. Once the money starts flowing, managing accounts will become quite a hassle. For inventory management, we can find someone to assist, but when it comes to accounting, I am hesitant to entrust it to an outsider. I was contemplating whether Wen could resign from her job at the farm and come over to manage the finances for me. Lin's mother's expression darkened considerably, longer than the Changbai Mountains. Ning Jie had anticipated this reaction and smiled as he delivered his prepared reasoning. Currently, my monthly revenue is potentially in the hundreds of thousands. Leaving aside what an accountant might earn, even a small oversight could result in significant losses. He reassured her about Wen's job, stating, My brother is the section chief at their office, so even if problems arise, she could return at any time. Though the farm job is a stable one, Wen must take charge of the family business. After all, it is said that a virtuous partner is essential. No matter how capable I am, without support at home, I cannot achieve success. His words served to comfort Lin's mother, especially when he mentioned the potential losses due to careless accounting. She was almost eager to take action herself. Aware that the two had already discussed this matter, she nonetheless asked, Wen, what do you think? Lin Yuezhi, while putting rice in the pot and scrubbing a smaller pot, replied, What opinion could I possibly have? Next year, he is expected to manage at least 5 million in goods. I do not trust others with the accounts. She continued, He is working as if he has 10 people at his disposal, and I cannot simply sit back and watch. Moreover, there's also Uncle He's side. If things go awry, we can always figure something out. Lin's mother nodded and said, Very well, you two can manage as you see fit. From now on, it is your life together, and I cannot be of much assistance. Ning Jie internally mused that indeed, she would not be able to help much longer, as time would take its toll. However, outwardly, he replied, Aunt, how can you say that? It is said that having an elder in the family is like possessing a treasure. Whenever we encounter difficulties, I will still rely on your wisdom. Lin's mother felt a wave of delight at his sweet words, knowing well that he was merely trying to win her favor, yet her heart brimmed with happiness nonetheless. Wen, check if the frozen pork can still be thawed for a dish of sauerkraut for Xiao Jie. After dinner, it was already 7 in the evening. Lin Yuezhi intentionally opened a bottle of white liquor and poured half a bottle for Ning Jie. You must not return tonight. Stay in my room. My mother and I will share a bed. Lin Yuezhi had made up her mind long ago, and Lin's mother did not contest it. In her heart, she cherished this son-in-law she genuinely favored. Yes, tomorrow morning we will go to the farm together. Lin Yuezhi placed shoes on the Kong for Ning Jie, prepared a basin of warm water, and gently began to wash his socks. Ning Jie nestled into the quilt, enveloped in the familiar scent of Lin Yuezhi's bedding, which inexplicably brought him a sense of solace. He recalled the words she once spoke in a previous life, No matter what happens in the future, where I am, there will always be a home for you. As he drifted into slumber, Lin Yuezhi carefully closed the door behind her. Upon entering Lin's mother's room, Lin's mother shut the door and beckoned Lin Yuezhi to join her on the Kong. What is it, mother? Is there something amiss? Lin's mother, with a stern expression, replied, I do not oppose your relationship, but you must be more discerning. Ning Jie will grow more ambitious, and he may develop ulterior motives. You need to keep your eyes wide open and not let anyone take advantage of you. Lin Yuezhi inwardly scoffed, but responded nonchalantly, Oh, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Lin's mother, exasperated, poked Lin Yuezhi lightly on the forehead and said, You never heed my advice. A man must be managed. If you cannot control him, control the finances. Money must be held tightly. Frowning, Lin Yuezhi retorted, "What do you mean, if you cannot control a man? Control his money? The money belongs to him. I'm living my life with him, not vying for his inheritance. Can one truly live happily by calculating every aspect of life?" Before Lin's mother could respond, Lin Yuezhi interrupted, "Mother, I know how to lead my own life. So you can rest easy. To put it bluntly, our love is based on freedom." When Ning Jie extended his hand during our family's difficult times, even if we were to face adversity, I could never speak ill of him. Consider Zhang Fan's family. Despite their close ties to you, they hesitated to spend money to help. They demanded I marry Zhang Fan in return for assistance, yet Ning Jie never pressured me. "Mother, people are not the same." Lin's mother sighed, about to speak, when urgent knocking erupted from outside. Sister-in-law, trouble. Their fire. The two exchanged glances and hurriedly dressed. As they opened the door, Ning Jie also donned his clothes and stepped outside. The couple rushed out, and as they opened the door, a pungent smell of smoke filled the air. Standing in the yard, they could see the dark night sky illuminated by a faint red glow, a harbinger of chaos. A thought struck Ning Jie suddenly. Zhang Fan's house was on fire. Lin Yuezhi shouted as they ran, "Uncle Wang, whose house is ablaze?" "The Zhang family's house is on fire. The entire structure and the firewood pile are engulfed, and sparks are threatening nearby homes. You two should gather your valuables and flee." The sounds of barking dogs and frantic shouts created a cacophony beneath the night sky. Ning Jie climbed atop a firewood pile to survey the scene. The southeastern corner of the two alleys had transformed into a sea of flames. With the wind howling that night, every household in the logging community had dry firewood in their yards, and as the wind picked up, sparks landed on the firewood stacks, igniting the flames fiercely. Many residents rushed with buckets toward the inferno, and within minutes, the entire logging community was bustling with activity. After stacking the firewood, Ning Jie spoke to the somewhat anxious Lin Yuezhi. "You should head back and tidy up your things. Come over to my place tonight to stay the night." Lin Yuezhi looked at Ning Jie, her voice trembling. "What are you planning to do?" Ning Jie gently patted Lin Yuezhi on the head, removed a water bucket hanging from the shed, and replied, "I am going to help extinguish the fire. As it stands, we can still control it. Otherwise, the entire logging community will be lost." Lin Yuezhi grasped Ning Jie's hand and shook her head vigorously. "No, it doesn't have to be you. Come with me." Ning Jie felt warmth in his heart and tenderly caressed Lin Yuezhi's face, saying softly, "Be obedient. I am a man. If I encounter this and do not take action, I want to be able to sleep soundly in the future." Lin Yuezhi took a deep breath and said, "I will wait for you at home. Don't be foolish. If you can't save it, run quickly." Ning Jie playfully pinched Lin Yuezhi's nose and affectionately replied, "Don't worry, I'm not foolish. I have a wife now, and my life is precious." He handed the keys to Lin Yuezhi, fetched a bucket of water from inside, and hurried towards the fire. Along the way, many men from the logging community were hastily carrying buckets of water, rushing towards the flames. The current staff quarters were comprised of long single-story houses, some of which were joined together, separated by wooden boards, with small yards that primarily contained firewood for winter. The leaders of the logging community were directing everyone to extinguish the fire. Ning Jie stayed in the crowd, and when it was his turn, he threw the water from his bucket onto the source of the flames. The fire noticeably diminished, but in the blink of an eye, it returned to its former intensity. The scorching heat of the flames could be felt even from a distance, and the crackling sound of burning would fill the air. One of the leaders was searching the crowd, calling out loudly, "Has Director Zhang's family come out yet?" "Director Yang, we haven't seen them." "What do you mean come out?" "Their entire house just caught fire, discovered by the neighbor. They must be trapped inside." Director Yang looked at Zhang Fan's house, now engulfed in flames, and felt a chill run down his spine. This was disastrous. Losing a house was one thing, but if people perished, especially a director, the blame would fall heavily on him. What was happening with this fire? As Ning Jie returned with the bucket, he noticed Dong Hui, expressionless, carrying water. Frowning, he caught a fleeting glimpse of relief and madness in Dong Hui's eyes as they passed each other. A shiver ran down Ning Jie's spine. It was often said that one should not bully honest people, and reflecting on the past, he suspected that the tragedy that befell Zhang Fan's family was likely orchestrated by Dong Hui. Could one blame Dong Hui for this? Dong Hui's family was impoverished, and the boy had followed Zhang Fan for 2 or 3 years like a dog, hoping to secure a better life for his family. The death of his father had been the final straw. Taking a deep breath, Ning Jie resolved not to involve himself. He couldn't, nor did he want to. In his previous life, he had failed to uncover the arsonist's identity, and the authorities had provided no explanation. The feud between Dong Hui and Zhang Fan had nothing to do with him, Ning Jie. More and more individuals joined the firefighting efforts, and gradually, the blaze was finally brought under control. The officials arrived tardily, and after they took over, Ning Jie returned to Lin Yujie's home, placed the water bucket down, locked the door, and rode his bicycle back to the scene. He knocked on the large door, and soon, the sound of old Zhang's cough echoed from the courtyard. "Who is it?" "Zhang Yi, it's me, Ning Jie." Upon opening the door, old Zhang, with a pipe in his mouth, inquired, "How did it go? Is the fire out?" Ning Jie nodded and replied, "The authorities have sent people. There's essentially nothing to worry about now, so I came back first." Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, and in the light, Ning Jie saw Lin Yujie running towards the door, frantically fastening the buttons of her cotton coat. Upon seeing Ning Jie, the tension visibly eased from her face. Breathing heavily, she asked, "Are you hurt?" Ning Jie shook his head, saying, "No, I went to extinguish the fire, not to fight." "Has your mother gone to sleep?" Lin Yujie shook her head, responding, "How could she sleep? Her heart is all worried about you." Old Zhang chuckled, shaking his head. "This girl has been up and down all night. I told you, boy, that you'd be fine, but she wouldn't listen. Her soul must have followed you away." With a blush, Lin Yujie lowered her head. Ning Jie reached out, taking her hand, and although she made a token struggle, she obediently stood by his side in silence. "What about Xiaodong?" Old Zhang asked. "He went to help extinguish the fire." "Lin, he left just after you arrived. And he hasn't returned yet." "All right, I'll go keep him company for the night. You should sleep early, Zhang Yi, it's already 11. "Yes. You two should also turn in early." After escorting Lin Yujie upstairs and reassuring her mother through the door, Ning Jie went to Xiaodong's room, washed his face, and changed into autumn clothes. He stoked the fire in the stove and then slipped into bed. Dong Hui, carrying a shoulder pole, walked with empty water buckets that clattered noisily. He lowered his head, a cigarette dangling from his lips, lost in thought. "Dong Hui." He suddenly halted, raising his head to look at the figure emerging from the darkness, a hint of panic flickering across his otherwise dull expression. "Xiao, it's you, Xiaodong, go." Li Xiaodong's face was ashen, and with gritted teeth, he slowly approached Dong Hui. The distant cacophony resembled an incompetent background score, noisy yet unable to mask the heavy breaths of the two. "Did you set the fire?" Chapter 60. How colorful can it be? Dong Hui's expression twisted momentarily as he struggled, clenching his fists tightly. Yes, Dong Hui did not lie to Li Xiaodong, who raised his hand high. Dong Hui looked up, his face devoid of expression, his vacant gaze causing Li Xiaodong's heart to ache sharply. "Brother, go ahead and hit me. Or take me to the police station. It's fine." Li Xiaodong's outstretched hand slowly formed a fist, his teeth grinding audibly. "Why?" Dong Hui abruptly inhaled from the cigarette wrapped in newspaper, then spat it out at his feet, extinguishing it with his toe. He kept his head down, like a child who had erred. "Brother, I cannot bear this any longer. For 3 years, I have been nothing but a dog to him. Even a single word of sincerity from him would suffice. When my father passed away, I asked him if I could still enter the forest farm. And what did he say? He assured me that I could. He told me to wait." Dong Hui inhaled deeply, his voice quivering with suppressed tears. "That bottle of kerosene was given to me when he instructed me to set fire to Ning Jie's warehouse. I could commit wrongful acts for him. I would do anything to secure a better life. Yet he deceived me, brother, right in front of my father's coffin." Li Xiaodong reached out and gently stroked Dong Hui's head. His heart ached as if gripped tightly, with a relentless knee pressing into his stomach. He was engulfed in guilt and anxiety. If he had not disclosed this matter to Dong Hui, would the Zhang family still be alive? This panic and remorse made him yearn for an outlet, a way to unleash all the turmoil and fury upon Dong Hui. However, witnessing Dong Hui in such despair felt like striking a fist against cotton. Dong Hui lifted his head, tears streaming down his face. "Brother, all I desire is to live well, for my mother and my younger siblings to have a better life, free from the darkness of the mines. Brother, every year in our mine, there are fatalities. In October, the mine collapsed, burying Uncle Wang and Uncle Li beneath. Each day I emerge from the mine. I feel grateful to have lived another day. I do not know if I will be able to escape again. My death is inconsequential. But what will become of my younger siblings? Brother, why did he deceive me? Why?" Li Xiaodong opened his mouth, inhaled deeply, and placed a comforting hand on Dong Hui's shoulder. "Get a good night's sleep. I will not speak of this. From now on, live well and refrain from these foolish actions." With that, Li Xiaodong turned and left the alley, feeling lost as he carried the bucket. The next morning, he returned to the factory. "Brother-in-law." He bore dark circles under his eyes, his voice hoarse like that of a duck. Ning Jie offered him a cigarette. After lighting it, Li Xiaodong coughed twice and slowly crouched down. Ning Jie looked down at him and softly inquired, "Are you feeling unwell?" Li Xiaodong nodded, his voice laced with guilt. "If only I hadn't said anything." Ning Jie interrupted, "Do you truly know Dong Hui?" Li Xiaodong raised his gaze to Ning Jie, hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Ning Jie took hold of Li Xiaodong, observing his reddened eyes, and calmly remarked, "The way Zhang Fan treated Dong Hui, it was only a matter of time before Dong Hui acted." Li Xiaodong abruptly realized, his eyes widening in panic as he looked at Ning Jie. "Brother-in-law, do you know that Dong Hui started the fire?" Ning Jie chuckled softly, saying, "Was that so difficult to deduce? You once told me that Dong Hui's family lived in hardship, barely having meat to eat twice a year. He knew well that Zhang Fan was not a good person, yet he remained steadfastly loyal to him. What was he hoping for? Zhang Fan was his beacon of hope. With his father gone, it felt as if the world had collapsed, yet that alone should not have driven Dong Hui to such actions. When Dong Hui discovered that Zhang Fan had deceived him for 3 years, one might ponder how Zhang Fan would react in such a scenario. The deadline for your targets is approaching at the end of this month. With merely 20 days remaining, do you believe Dong Hui will be able to overcome this predicament?" He patted Li Xiaodong on the shoulder and remarked, "Some matters are difficult to accept once executed. Yet one must grasp a fundamental truth. To live is to not always dwell in the light. For individuals like us, aspiring to be a bodhisattva necessitates first having a temple. If one lacks even a place to stand firm in life, desiring to become a bodhisattva is futile. When the deluge arrives, it is undoubtedly you who will be the first to perish. Enough of the mournful countenance. Tidy up and let us dine, for we must soon set up our stall." Li Xiaodong nodded, although he found it hard to fully digest Ning Jie's words at that moment. He felt somewhat alleviated internally. After their meal, Li Xiaodong and the godsons of the commander pushed their cart to the machine tool factory. Ning Jie rode his bicycle, escorting Lin Yuezhi to the forestry yard. After approximately 20 minutes, Lin Yuezhi emerged from the yard, her expression one of relief. "How did it go?" Ning Jie inquired. "What do you think?" "Our brother didn't ask anything and simply approved my request," Lin Yuezhi replied. "To be honest, I feel quite liberated since resigning." Ning Jie chuckled. "Indeed, you'll have to endure the cold with me for a while longer." Lin Yuezhi waved her hand dismissively. "It's not like I haven't experienced the cold before. Let us go. We can sell more if we set up our stall earlier." 5 days swiftly passed. In recent days, Ning Jie's stock had nearly sold out. This morning, due to circumstances, he and Xiaodong had to allocate their prepared goods to others. 2 days ago, he transferred funds to Lai Xingwang, and upon Lin Yuezhi's accounting, he found he still had a little over 11,000 remaining. He withdrew 500 to give to Li Xiaodong, whose hands trembled as he accepted the money. Recently, Ning Jie had deliberately let Li Xiaodong interface with those procuring goods. The lad had a keen intuition and was naturally suited for business. Whether it involved procurement or accompanying clients for drinks, he was becoming increasingly adept. Notably, many newcomers had sought them out, having no connection to the previous dealings, simply drawn by word of mouth. This group constituted about a third of their clientele. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to wholesale 5 million worth of goods. While they were enjoying lunch, the previously elusive Tai Jun finally made his appearance, bringing a delightful surprise for Ning Jie. Leading over 20 merchants from the temporary market, Tai Jun entered Ning Jie's premises with great fanfare. After disappearing for more than 10 days, his return was marked by such a significant display. Ning Jie greeted everyone warmly, exchanged pleasantries, and then guided the group to the meeting room on the 3rd floor. Recently, Lin Yuezhi had tidied up the meeting room. It would be inappropriate to discuss business in Ning Jie's bedroom. "How fortuitous that you all arrived. I just finished clearing out the old stock this morning. We have new arrivals today as well," he announced. "Let us take a brief respite. I will have Xiaodong arrange accommodations for everyone. In the evening, I shall take you all to experience the unique Korean culture of B City." The men's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of unique. "I find it hard to believe it could be that remarkable." Chapter 61. Truly relatives. The reason for this statement lies in the fact that Ning Jie was indeed out of stock. He could not foolishly inform others, "Oh, you arrived too late. There are no clothes left. Please wait," for that would be utterly nonsensical. Ning Jie was aware that the little brothers of the Toad had already packed their bags and left town, having reaped their dividends. Perhaps in 10 or 8 days, a large number of merchants would arrive in City B. Given his current cash flow, he could hardly guarantee a steady supply of goods. Presently, there were only 2 options. First, to request a deposit from interested parties, which would be quite troublesome. Second, to secure a loan. This was an era of revival. In 1983, the government introduced interest-free and open-ended loans, which were subsequently overturned. However, he recalled that in 1985, this policy was still in effect. A loan was one avenue, and Fu Jianye could assist with this, but at present, the banks were nearly devoid of funds. Even with Fu Jianye's help, it was uncertain how much could be borrowed. As he chatted with everyone, Ning Jie was simultaneously contemplating how to amass a fortune. Though the times were impoverished, opportunities abounded, despite the common folk rarely encountering them. Many had shared tales of their fortunes over drinks in his past life. After arranging matters with the crowd, Ning Jie hurriedly rode his bicycle to the logging station. "Why are you here? Is there something on your mind?" Fu Jianye inquired, observing Ning Jie. He knew Ning Jie had been busy with wholesale ventures lately, and unless there was a significant matter, he wouldn't have sought him out. "Brother, may I inquire about someone? Do you know Engineer Li from the machinery factory?" Fu Jianye furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before asking. "Are you referring to Engineer Li Weigua?" Ning Jie nodded and replied, "Yes, that's the one." With a puzzled expression, Fu Jianye asked, "What do you need him for?" Ning Jie offered Fu Jianye a cigarette, lighting it before chuckling. "I heard that Engineer Li plans to embark on a research project in the south after the new year, but he hasn't received funding. Instead, he was given 2,000 vouchers for Westlake televisions. Recently, it seems he has been searching for people to sell those vouchers to raise funds. I was wondering if I could acquire them." Fu Jianye's lips twitched in annoyance as he remarked, "I suspected you had no good intentions in coming to me. Currently, Westlake televisions are priced at 400 each. Even if they were to offer you a deal at 300, that would still amount to 60,000. Do you possess such funds?" Ning Jie smiled and replied, "I do not have that money, but neither do others. Otherwise, those televisions would have been sold long ago." Fu Jianye furrowed his brow in silence, and Ning Jie seized the opportunity, pressing on, "If I were to take a loan from the credit cooperative, how much do you think I could secure?" Fu Jianye abruptly stood up, his expression darkening as he exclaimed, "What on earth? So you were waiting for me here?" Ning Jie shamelessly continued, "Well, brother, 200,000 would suffice. I promise to repay it before the new year. I guarantee it with my name." 200,000? Fu Jianye's eyes widened in disbelief, and in a fit of exasperation, he grabbed the ashtray and said, "Here, take the ashtray and do me in." Even if the credit cooperative had funds and were inclined to help me, they would never approve such a sum for you all at once. This is pure nonsense. Ning Jie took a deep breath and said, 5,000. I will give him 5,000 when the time comes. Fu Jianye glanced at the door, lowered his voice, and darkened his expression, saying, "Are you out of your mind? That's bribery." Ning Jie chuckled and replied, "Brother, all you need to do is help me arrange a meeting with him. The rest is on me. I am certain to secure this money. So rest assured that my dealings will be pristine, and this matter will have no bearing on you." Fu Jianye grimaced in frustration, looking at Ning Jie and retorting, "Is this business truly indispensable?" Ning Jie offered a wry smile, saying, "A massive fire broke out at the timber yard, claiming the life of a director. If this matter is reported to the higher-ups, they will surely decide to overhaul the old city. If private construction firms are indeed able to bid next year, how can I compete without funds? By then, trying to secure a loan will be a struggle. Even a few tens of thousands will be hard to come by. To put it bluntly, working for a construction company at least places me under your watchful eye. Now with private firms of varying standards, who can guarantee quality?" Fu Jianye shot Ning Jie a disdainful glance. "And you can guarantee that?" Ning Jie suddenly grew serious. "My father and your father share a bond akin to that of brothers. My father was your father's soldier. If I falter in this matter, I would not dare face my father." Upon hearing this, Fu Jianye's demeanor softened instantly. "Here's the deal. I can assist you in making contact regarding the funds, but you must not provide any money." Ning Jie sighed in relief, saying, "I will do as you say." Fu Jianye rolled his eyes at Ning Jie and stated, "All right. Let us go now. We must settle this quickly. Afterwards, I will introduce you to Engineer Li. We cannot let the money arrive without being utilized. That would render my goodwill worthless." With that, Fu Jianye donned his military coat, put on his hat, and the two descended the stairs and got into the car. Shortly thereafter, Fu Jianye and Ning Jie arrived at the credit union, where Fu Jianye directly sought out the head of the city credit union. "Jianye, what brings you here so suddenly?" The head of the credit union smiled as he poured tea for Fu Jianye and Ning Jie, casually accepting the cigarette offered by Ning Jie. Fu Jianye smiled and said, "Uncle Lu, my brother is conducting some business in the city. He has encountered a significant volume of purchases before the year-end and finds himself short on liquidity." Director Lu glanced at Ning Jie and inquired, "How much do you need?" Fu Jianye replied with astonishing boldness, 600,000. Director Lu sputtered tea, momentarily losing composure as he looked at Fu Jianye. "What? Nephew, you're putting me in a difficult position. Where am I supposed to procure 600,000? Ning Jie's lips twitched as he thought to himself that he had anticipated 20,000 would suffice, and here his brother asked for 600,000 outright. Fu Jianye, with a wry smile, replied, "There's no other option, Uncle Lu. If I had any means, I wouldn't be seeking your assistance. Our supply and marketing cooperative is so large, surely we can manage this amount?" Director Lu appeared troubled. "It's not that we lack it. It's just that your brother is asking for such a considerable sum all at once. How would I explain this to the higher-ups?" Fu Jianye then made a compelling case. "My brother's name is Ning Jie. His father was my father's bodyguard and saved his life. I will certainly mention this to my father, so rest assured. I will remember this favor." When Director Lu heard the name Ning Jie uttered by Fu Jianye, he felt a slight easing in his heart. Ning Jie was indeed a rising star in B City, having made a name for himself within just a month, transitioning from selling ginseng to trading in toads, and then to clothing. His reputation was undeniably remarkable, a true legend in its own right. Coupled with Fu Jianye's request, even if it wasn't directly from Secretary Fu, this transaction would still prove beneficial for Director Lu. He feigned reluctance as he said, "Very well, since we are indeed relatives. I must ensure this matter is taken care of." Chapter 62. A low offer. Securing a loan these days can be quite troublesome. Although Director Lu had acquiesced, the necessary processes would take about a week. There was no alternative. The sum of 600,000 was substantial, and without the internet in those times, everything moved at a sluggish pace, leaving them no choice but to wait. That evening, Ning Jie invited Fu Jianye to dinner, but Fu had other commitments, stating that he had guests at home. Observing Fu's hesitant demeanor, Ning Jie suddenly realized that Fu was likely being taken away for a matchmaking session. Upon arriving at the Korean restaurant, Ning Jie's clients had already gathered, having ordered the food. 20 individuals removed their shoes and settled onto the heated platform, filling 2 large tables. After a brief meal, Ning Jie left Li Xiaodong and Tai Jun behind and returned to the factory. The following day, after the fire was lit, Lin Mu moved back in. Over the past few days, Lin Yuezhi had been shuttling between home and the factory, and as of now, she had yet to return. Soon, Lao Zhou would be delivering goods, and she needed to keep the accounts. Around 7 o'clock, Lao Zhou and a group of over 10 individuals entered the factory on their 3 donkeys, just as they had before. Lao Zhou took the lead in organizing the goods, and Ning Jie, not one to be stingy, rewarded him with an additional 200 yuan. After inventorying the goods, it was already past 9 in the evening. Darkness enveloping the surroundings. Li Xiaodong had yet to return, likely spending the night at the Korean restaurant. Lin Yuezhi, working under the light of a lamp, finished the accounts and stretched in her chair. It was just 100,000 yuan worth of goods, yet it took such a long time to manage. How would they handle things in the future? Lin Yuezhi murmured to herself, and Ning Jie poured her a glass of water, smiling as he said, "This is just the beginning. Next time, I plan to bring in goods worth several 100,000. Frowning, Lin Yuezhi replied, "Aren't you taking a loan to buy televisions? Where would you find that much money?" Ning Jie lit a cigarette, and Lin Yuezhi handed him a match, her expression filled with curiosity. "Televisions move quickly. When my crew of underlings seeks out clients, I'll have them mention that for each television sold, they earn 5 yuan. They will surely be eager to comply. Although 2,000 units seems daunting, it's not much when divided across the city. At over 400 yuan each, there are still plenty of buyers." Lin Yuezhi nodded. Televisions are a form of hard currency. Despite the recent relaxation on purchases, production capabilities remain limited. Simply put, supply cannot meet demand. While a person might only earn enough for a television in a year, if a pathway opens up, they would willingly part with their money. Once you secure the televisions, I'll inquire at the timber yard. By the way, aren't you going to deliver a set to our uncle? Ning Jie shook his head, stating, "Let us not worry about our uncle for now. Once the televisions are settled, I'll return home for a couple of days and bring some wild game back with me. At that time, I will send a unit to your mother, and I will also bring 2 back home." Lin Yuezhi nodded and said, "I shall return now. Make sure to rest early tonight. I will prepare hand-pulled noodles for you in the morning." Ning Jie glanced at the darkening outside and remarked, "It's nearly 10 o'clock. Your mother surely hasn't left the door open for you. You can't possibly spend the night here." Lin Yuezhi blushed, decisively shaking her head. No, we cannot engage in such activities before marriage." Ning Jie feigned surprise and asked, "What do you mean?" "I'm just letting you rest. I never suggested anything else." "Huh." Lin Yuezhi spat, biting her lip into silence. Ning Jie, upon seeing her reaction, felt a surge of joy and quickly fetched a basin of water, placing it by Lin Yuezhi's feet. "Wash your feet and rest early. We must rise early to prepare the goods tomorrow." Lin Yuezhi murmured in agreement, removing her shoes and socks to wash her feet. Ning Jie locked the door, and Lin Yuezhi glanced at him before hastily lowering her gaze. As he turned on the radio, Ning Jie leaned against the headboard, watching Lin Yuezhi wash her feet. Feeling his intense gaze upon her, Lin Yuezhi blushed as she finished, slowly making her way to bed. Her heart raced as if it contained 10 rabbits, and her hands clutched the blanket tightly when a large hand suddenly reached out. Lin Yuezhi stiffened, wanting to speak but at a loss for words. Just as her anxiety peaked, that hand gently patted her back. Sleep now. Gradually, she relaxed. And before long, her weary body and mind succumbed to slumber. The next morning, Lin Yuezhi called out to Ning Jie, waking him up. After enjoying the hand-pulled noodles, the two headed to the storeroom to organize the goods. By 9 o'clock, the clients arrived. After entertaining the guests, Ning Jie rode his bicycle to the forestry station. Shortly thereafter, Fu Jianye drove Ning Jie to Engineer Li's office. Engineer Li was somewhat puzzled by their arrival. One was the son of the secretary, while he was unfamiliar with the other, though they appeared quite close. In truth, these three had no previous connection. Why were they seeking him now? Li had been overwhelmed with work lately, as he had received orders from above to undertake a research project in the south before the 15th of the Lunar New Year. They had only allocated him 2,000 televisions, which posed a dilemma for him. He was an engineer, not a businessman. Who would he sell these televisions to? Out of courtesy, Engineer Li poured water for the two and contemplated a brief conversation before sending them on their way. Director Fu, what brings you here? He asked directly. Fu Jianye glanced at Ning Jie and then smiled. Engineer Li, I heard that you received approval for 2,000 televisions? Li sighed with a bitter smile. Yes. I was instructed to go south for research, but now there are no funds from above. They only approve these 2,000 televisions. Sigh. His heavy sigh indicated the frustration this situation brought him. Ning Jie had anticipated this. He recalled that in his previous life, around the time of the approaching New Year, a businessman from the provincial capital had paid 600,000 for these television orders, making a quick profit of 200,000 upon resale. This matter once made headlines, and it was precisely this incident that sparked Ning Jie's desire to venture into the city. Tentatively, Ning Jie inquired, Engineer Li, how much funding does the higher-ups intend for you to allocate for research? Why the sudden approval for so many televisions? Engineer Li cast a glance at Ning Jie, then turned his attention to Fu Jianye. Fu Jianye quickly interjected, This is my younger brother, the child of my uncle. Engineer Li nodded, letting out a sigh. The higher-ups instructed me to bring 50,000 for research, but where am I to procure such funds? 2,000 televisions sound impressive, but even if there's interest, they'll sell one or two at a time. When will they ever be sold out? Upon hearing Engineer Li's words, Ning Jie's eyes sparkled with realization. He had always assumed Engineer Li's bottom line was 60,000. He never expected it to be 50,000. This old man had remarkable psychological resilience, managing to hold out until nearly the new year. However, it was quite possible that the local bosses offered 60,000 outright. Such things are uncertain. Feigning contemplation, Ning Jie appeared resolute. Engineer Li, if it's 50,000, then I will take this batch of televisions. Engineer Li shivered, his expression shifting to one of complexity. Damn, he had undersold himself. Engineer Li was filled with frustration. He never anticipated that these two were there to purchase televisions. Yet, reflecting on it now, it made sense. These two had no other connection to him. If they weren't there to buy televisions, what else could they possibly want? He had been completely unguarded with Ning Jie, divulging the higher-ups' requirements without a second thought. If he had known, he could have easily added another 10 or 20,000 to the request. But now that the words were out, he couldn't possibly say in front of Fu Jianye. The upper management said 50,000, but I think that's rather insufficient, as it would be a blatant slap in the face to this young man. Ning Jie's sudden declaration left Engineer Li feeling as if he had swallowed a fly, wanting to curse, but feeling nauseated instead. He awkwardly replied, Well, I'm not in a hurry to sell. Understanding Engineer Li's implication, Ning Jie realized that the engineer believed he had set the price too low. Those who have dedicated their entire lives to research seldom resort to deceit. Observing Engineer Li's current demeanor, his neck flushed red. He appeared more bashful than a young maiden. Ning Jie held no animosity towards him. Individuals like Engineer Li have devoted their lives to the service of their country. Even if he was presently dissatisfied, it wasn't directed at Ning Jie, but rather a desire to secure additional funding for research. Ning Jie was a businessman, yet he also identified as a Chinese citizen. In a previous life, there was a real estate tycoon who rose from northeast China, nearly exhausting his family fortune to repay bank loans. Someone once asked his son if their family would face bankruptcy under such circumstances. Although the young man had a less than favorable reputation, he possessed true grit. responding with words that deeply resonated with Ning Jie. We can sell our houses and land, but we will never sell our country. Taking a deep breath, Ning Jie looked at Engineer Li and said, Engineer Li, let us speak candidly. My presence here today is driven by a genuine desire to acquire this batch of televisions. I am a businessman, naturally inclined to seek the best possible price. However, being a Chinese, I understand your investment is directed towards research. Thus, let us reach a compromise. Propose a price that you deem acceptable, and if it aligns with my expectations, I shall not negotiate further. In 7 days, we shall settle our accounts. If it does not seem fitting, you may wait and reassess. Does this arrangement suit you? Upon being exposed by Ning Jie, Engineer Li felt a tinge of embarrassment. Nevertheless, Ning Jie's candidness left him unable to harbor any resentment. The truth was, he was indeed in need of funds. Ning Jie offered him a cigarette and lit it for him. Clasping the cigarette between 2 fingers, he gently tapped the table with his other hand, his gaze gradually becoming distant. He was certainly reluctant to accept 500,000, yet should he raise it by 100,000? What if the other party found it unacceptable? If there were no buyers, would he ultimately be forced to sell at a loss? What if he failed to accomplish the task altogether? Engineer Li found himself trapped in a dilemma. It was not until the burning cigarette touched his fingers that he snapped back to reality, extinguishing it and exhaling a cloud of smoke. He looked at Ning Jie and said gravely, let us settle on 550,000. If that is agreeable, you may take the note. Ning Jie stood up abruptly, causing Engineer Li's heart to skip a beat. Goodness, was this young man truly so straightforward? It was expected to engage in some haggling, yet he was resolute in his departure. To his surprise, Ning Jie approached him and extended his hand, saying, Engineer Li, may our collaboration be fruitful. As they shook hands, Engineer Li breathed a sigh of relief, though an uneasy feeling lingered, suggesting he had perhaps settled for less. Words alone would not suffice. They formalized their agreement in writing. In 7 days, Ning Jie would transfer the funds to Engineer Li, who in turn would provide him with the necessary tickets, ensuring a complete transaction. Fu Jianye escorted Ning Jie back to the logging yard. After a brief conversation, Fu had a midday appointment, leaving Ning Jie to ride his bicycle back to the factory. Today, Li Xiaodong and the others were absent from the market stalls due to a shortage of manpower. The group of thieves had dwindled to a few usable hands, making it difficult to procure goods efficiently. Noticing this predicament, Ning Jie called Lai Xingfu to order 200,000 worth of goods, promising to transfer the funds within a week. Once this batch was cleared, combined with the unexpected reserve of 50,000 set aside today, 200,000 should suffice. From morning until afternoon, old Zhou and his team worked diligently alongside him. Once the goods were located, they were promptly transported to the train station. Ning Jie covered all delivery expenses for old Zhou today, which significantly improved the merchant's perception of him. The clientele present was not limited to those brought in by the Iron Army. Many had come seeking the goods, including several individuals old Zhou had recruited, resulting in a substantial profit. 100,000 worth of goods vanished within a day, and Ning Jie understood that this was merely the beginning. In the evening, Lin Yuezhi labored until past 11. Ning Jie prepared water for her foot bath, and as Lin Yuezhi watched him attentively, her cheeks flushed with delight. In these times, it is typically women who wash men's feet. How rare it is for a man to do so for a woman. If this were to spread, she would surely become the subject of ridicule. After he finished pouring the foot bath, Ning Jie switched on the radio and climbed into bed. Lin Yuezhi, having completed her chores, shed her sweater and thermal pants, snuggling under the covers. Lin Yuezhi gently prodded Ning Jie, who promptly enveloped her in an embrace. In that instant, she felt as if she were ablaze, her heart pounding like a war drum, the rapid rhythm echoing in her ears. What are you doing? She stammered, pushing Ning Jie away twice, her gaze fixed timidly on the ground, avoiding his eyes. Ning Jie turned off the radio and said, time to sleep. Lin Yuezhi bit her lip, insisting, no, we can't do this. We're not married. Ning Jie chuckled, tilting his head back slightly to admire her bashful demeanor, unable to resist planting a kiss on her forehead. All right, just sleep. I promise I won't do anything. With one hand gently patting her back, they slowly closed their eyes. The following morning, Lin Yuezhi, her cheeks flushed, prepared breakfast, and called Ning Jie, still nestled in bed. The previous night, he had behaved well, but as the hours wore on, he had become restless, leaving her unable to sleep peacefully. At one point, she half-joked that he must have been harboring an axe in his dreams, only to realize later that her thoughts had wandered too far. After breakfast, a group of people busied themselves, and around 8 o'clock, old Zhou arrived with the two of them at the factory. Well, Zhou fatty, bringing more introductions, are we? Ning Jie offered Zhou and a few other cigarettes. Zhou Fatty grinned and replied, "Not at all. This one came directly for you. I just drove them over." Ning Jie appreciated working with Zhou Fatty. Unlike others who would require negotiations and insist on claiming credit for introductions, thus earning a substantial sum, Zhou operated differently. "You're genuinely straightforward," Zhou Fatty chuckled, squinting as he took a drag. "If it were anyone else, I would have certainly charged a fee." Just as Ning Jie was about to respond, a blood-soaked man burst into the courtyard, shouting for help. Chapter 64. The three-eyed leopard. The crowd in the courtyard was startled by his sudden appearance. The man rushed behind Ning Jie and the others, his body resembling a blood-soaked gourd, making it impossible to discern his identity. The merchants, who had come to inspect goods, hurried indoors, leaving only Ning Jie, old Zhou, Tai Jun, Xiao Dong, and a handful of others, including a severely injured individual with a hand hanging limply from his neck. In mere moments, over 20 panting figures entered the courtyard, their eyes fixed menacingly on Ning Jie and his companions. They remained still, parting to create a pathway as a man clad in a mink coat sauntered into the courtyard, smoking a pipe. His slicked-back hair showcased a scar the size of a fingernail on his forehead, reminiscent of a third eye. Standing approximately 6 feet tall, he towered above most in that era, his build robust, and at around 40 years old. He bore a face marked by excess flesh that suggested he was no stranger to conflict. The moniker Three-Eyed Leopard was bestowed upon him not only for the scar on his forehead, but also due to the legend that he had once slain a leopard with his bare hands. The veracity of this legend remains uncertain. However, as a figure of greater notoriety than Lao Zhou and his ilk, the formidable San Yin Bao possesses both strength and reputation that far surpasses theirs. His gaze swept over Ning Jie and his companions before settling with an indifferent air on the young man cowering behind Ning Jie. "Xiao Shandong, be a man and do not hide behind others. This is your affair. There is no need to drag others down with you." Ning Jie was taken aback, realizing that the one facing the brunt of this confrontation was none other than Xiao Wei, the infamous Xiao Shandong, who shared a notoriety comparable to that of Fat Zhou at the train station. Fat Zhou, equally astonished, regarded Xiao Shandong with disbelief. Indeed, it was him, the very person he had a contentious relationship with. Despite their differences, they both operated in the same territory. And seeing San Yin Bao bully him did not sit well with Fat Zhou. Xiao Shandong grasped Fat Zhou's arm, seeking assistance. "Fat Zhou, lend me a hand, and I'll owe you a favor this time." Fat Zhou withdrew his arm, aware that this was Ning Jie's establishment. Xiao Shandong had been working diligently here for the past few days, seemingly calculating his approach to drag them into this mess. This scoundrel had no good intentions. Though he and Xiao Shandong were not on good terms, the situation was precarious. He felt compelled to refuse any involvement, especially since Xiao Shandong had dragged him into this predicament. San Yin Bao slightly tilted his head, a disingenuous smile spreading across his face. "Oh, I hadn't noticed you were here too, Fat Zhou. What's the matter? Do you wish to intervene?" The anger simmered within Fat Zhou. San Yin Bao's demeanor exuded a blatant disregard for him. Initially, he had no desire to get involved, but San Yin Bao's words made it seem as if shunning this matter would imply fear. Ning Jie perceived Fat Zhou's discomfort and interjected with a smile, "Gentlemen, this is my establishment. If you have matters to discuss, kindly step outside. I am conducting business here, and your presence with such a raucous group is rather unbecoming." San Yin Bao squinted at Ning Jie, letting out a sinister chuckle. "Oh, I see it's the infamous little King Yin who has made quite a name for himself recently. Do you think your uncle's request for someone hinges on your influence?" With that, San Yin Bao's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes darkening ominously. "Do you genuinely believe you are the king of hell? Take a good look at yourself." Ning Jie's countenance darkened instantly. In B City, if anyone were to be considered the most arrogant, aside from the monks, it would undoubtedly be this old scoundrel. San Yin Bao. He meddled in the affairs of others, indulging in gambling and overtly engaging in usury, conducting business that drove many to ruin. He had a considerable entourage and even a few desperate souls from the south, known for their reckless behavior. It was no wonder that a high school student had been driven to take such drastic measures against him. Though Ning Jie had no desire to meddle in the sordid affairs between Xiao Shandong and San Yin Bao, the latter's blatant disregard for him could set a precedent, making him seem like an easy target. Ning Jie coldly replied, "San Yin Bao, do you truly overestimate your own importance? You are being given face, and yet you return it with insolence. Do you really believe that you hold sway in B City?" The three-eyed leopard did not issue any threats, but merely waved his hand, prompting the 20 or so individuals behind him to charge towards Ning Jie and his companions. Leading the charge were two twins, sporting crew cuts. Not particularly tall, but remarkably robust. Each wielded a machete as they advanced menacingly towards Ning Jie. Zhou, the plump man, was quick to react, seizing an axe and confronting one of the assailants, while Tai Jun also joined the fray, grabbing a wooden plank to engage the other. Ning Jie's group, although outnumbered, was not without their own resolve. Old Zhang, his face darkened with determination, emerged from within, carrying a kettle of boiling water, and shouted a fierce battle cry as he hurled the scalding water at the oncoming attackers. The sudden assault caused a cacophony of yelps from the assailants, and Ning Jie, seizing a plank, rushed into the fray without a backward glance. Though the remaining members of the Admiral's crew had seen better days, they were no pushovers. Having conducted business with Ning Jie, they held a genuine respect for him and were unwilling to merely stand idly by while trouble brewed. The tide of battle quickly became a stalemate. With a swing of his plank, Ning Jie felled one adversary, only to have the weapon splinter in his hands. As he gripped the knife with his right hand, he found himself facing only the three-eyed leopard, who stood with a changed expression. Without further ado, Ning Jie reversed his grip on the military knife and swung it towards the three-eyed leopard. The latter, demonstrating considerable agility, retreated a step. Yet Ning Jie's blade swiftly sliced through the leopard's fur. The leopard's expression shifted dramatically as he felt a weapon emerge from his waistband. In the ensuing clash of blades, a sharp sound echoed through the air. The three-eyed leopard felt a tingling in his wrist. Realizing the tremendous strength behind Ning Jie's blows, it felt as though his wrist had been struck with tremendous force, and he struggled to maintain his grip on the knife. Desperately, the three-eyed leopard aimed a vertical strike with his blade, but Ning Jie deftly sidestepped and delivered a powerful kick to the leopard's left leg. The impact caused the leopard's face to turn an alarming shade of purple, his left leg losing all sensation. With over a decade of experience fighting beasts and possessing formidable skills, Ning Jie seized the moment, expertly flicking his foot to strike the leopard's wrist, dislodging the weapon with a sharp crack. The three-eyed leopard clutched his right arm, howling in agony, as Ning Jie sent him flying with a kick. Following this, Ning Jie mounted the three-eyed leopard, gripping a short knife, and aimed it menacingly at the leopard's head. Chapter 65. The Shandong Behemoth. The three-eyed leopard's face was a mask of terror, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Instinctively, he raised his arms to shield his face, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. In that moment, all combatants froze. They beheld Ning Jie atop the three-eyed leopard, the latter cowering with arms around his head, a military knife pressed against his face, half buried in the snow. Ning Jie tore the leopard's arms away and delivered a punch that sent stars dancing before the leopard's eyes. Withdrawing his knife, he pressed the blade against the leopard's throat and coldly inquired, "Do you yield?" The three-eyed leopard glared at Ning Jie with trepidation, yet his lips remained defiant. "Ning Jie, you dare to slap." Ning Jie swiftly delivered a resounding slap, causing the leopard to stiffen entirely. He felt a tingling warmth radiating along his neck, the sharpness piercing his skin as if he had one foot in the realm of the dead. His eyes widened in fear, frozen in place, even his breath deliberately restrained. Faced with Ning Jie's murderous gaze, his composure shattered. This audacious fiend truly intended to end his life. "I shall ask you once more, do you submit?" The three-eyed leopard gulped, terror-stricken. I submit." Ning Jie retaliated with another slap. "Damn it, have you not eaten? Speak louder." The leopard, humiliated, looked at Ning Jie with a face full of shadows, and he bellowed, "I submit. I submit." Ning Jie spat, drawing his knife as he rose, towering over him. "Your people await you outside." With one hand braced against the ground, the three-eyed leopard staggered to his feet. He wiped the wound on his neck. Fortunately, it was shallow, merely a scrape. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Ning Jie, venomous hatred surging in his eyes. "Ning, this matter is far from over." Ning Jie brandished his knife, and the leopard recoiled in terror, Ning Jie displaying palpable disdain. "Get out of my sight." Just as the words left his mouth, a shriek from Lin Yuezhi pierced the air, causing Ning Jie's heart to skip a beat. He turned sharply, his expression shifting to one of bewilderment. There stood Lin Yuezhi, panic-stricken, clutching her missing firearm, the dark muzzle aimed at the crowd, her face a mask of fear and concern. The young man at gunpoint froze, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Ning Jie rushed forward, snatching the gun from her grasp, gently patting her head. "It's all right now." As Lin Yuezhi noticed the varied expressions of the crowd, her face flushed crimson. She hurriedly retrieved her firearm and dashed into the building, head bowed. Fatty Zhou erupted into laughter, slapping Ning Jie on the shoulder. "Your wife? I am truly impressed. What a dog of a life you lead." The three-eyed leopard, his face darkened, glared fiercely at Ning Jie, threateningly declaring, "Ning Jie, you will regret this. It is not over." Ning Jie, filled with disdain, replied, "Rest assured. Even if you declare it so, I certainly do not acquiesce. Let it be known today, should you dare to challenge me again, I will not hesitate to end you, and I shall no longer bear the surname Ning." The three-eyed leopard clenched his teeth, his jaw grinding, then waved his hand, "Let us go." As his group reached the door, Ning Jie interjected, "Wait outside for a moment." The leopard, his gaze shadowed, turned to speak, but froze when he saw Ning Jie approaching Xiao Shandong. Xiao Shandong swallowed hard, embarrassment etched on his face as he looked at Ning Jie. "Brother, thank you. Thank you for your help." Ning Jie chuckled coldly. "You are thanking me a tad too early. Xiao Shandong, do you truly believe I, Ning Jie, am a fool? You possess quite the talent for mischief, entangling me in your quarrel with the three-eyed leopard, dragging me into the mire. We share little camaraderie, and I have neither the inclination nor the time to involve myself in your affairs. You ought to resolve your own disputes with the three-eyed leopard." With that, Ning Jie seized Xiao Shandong and began to make his exit. Xiao Shandong, his face etched with terror, feared that should he be cast out at this moment, he would surely face the wrath of the three-eyed leopard and his gang. He clung desperately to Ning Jie's arm, refusing to budge. Already injured, he could only watch in helplessness as Ning Jie dragged him along. The three-eyed leopard observed the unfolding scene with a furrowed brow, a flicker of respect for Ning Jie igniting within him. Regardless of his own grievances, he recognized that Ning Jie was indeed a man of substance. With a sly grin directed at Xiao Shandong, the three-eyed leopard muttered, "Xiao Shandong, you dared to gamble at my establishment, and now you resort to such trickery. Even if your brother were to arrive today, he could not save you." Just then, hurried footsteps echoed in the distance. The three-eyed leopard's lips twitched as he glanced toward the street corner, his expression morphing into one of disbelief. "What in the world? I speak of Xiao Shandong's brother, and lo, he appears?" Lao Zhou and his companions followed closely behind Ning Jie, spotting Defy leading a group of men hauling large bags. Xiao Shandong's eyes widened with hope. Salvation was at hand. He struggled momentarily and shouted, "Let me go." Yet Ning Jie paid him no heed, maintaining a firm grip on his collar. Defy, Xiao Shandong's elder brother, had made a name for himself in B City years ago. Unlike Xiao Shandong, Defy embodied the very essence of a Shandong man. Not only was he imposing in stature, but he also held a deep respect for tradition and integrity, treating his friends with utmost loyalty, a stark contrast to his younger brother. Observing Xiao Shandong in Ning Jie's grasp, Defy furrowed his brow in silence, directing his gaze toward the injured three-eyed leopard. "What transpired here, old friend? Is it truly necessary to resort to such violence against a child?" The three-eyed leopard, already seething with indignation, replied through gritted teeth, "Your brother attempted to cheat at my establishment. After being caught, he even stabbed one of my men. Defy, how would you handle such a situation?" Upon hearing this, Defay's frown deepened. He had heard whispers of Xiao Shandong's recent gambling obsession, but had dismissed them as mere gossip. He had not anticipated his brother would venture into another's territory and provoke such chaos. The three-eyed leopard, having shown restraint by not ending his brother's life, had indeed spared Defay's face. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Defay, filled with remorse, said, "Old three, my brother is in the wrong here. You've already delivered a beating. Can we consider this matter settled? Allow me to extend my apologies on his behalf. I will cover the medical expenses for your injured companion, and one day, I shall host a gathering where my brother can personally apologize to you. Would that be acceptable?" Mention of the injuries only served to further ignite the three-eyed leopard's fury. The three-eyed leopard, with a scowl on his face, retorted, "With your brother's meager skills, do you think he can harm me?" Chapter 66. The television ticket secured. Defay glanced at Ning Jie, who was holding his younger brother, and instantly realized that it was Ning Jie behind the incident. However, observing their demeanor, it was evident that they did not share a friendly rapport. Defay, not one to be easily fooled, quickly understood that his unfortunate brother had attempted to employ another's hand, only to find himself ensnared. With a fist salute, Defay smiled and said, "Brother, I appreciate your assistance in this matter today." Ning Jie, pushing Xiao Shandong away, frowned and replied, "I run a legitimate business, and your brother's antics have caused me considerable trouble." Displaying a face of sincere regret, Defay responded, "Brother, my sibling is at fault here. I am Defay. Though not widely known, I have a commendable reputation. If you could extend me a favor, I would owe you one." Ning Jie nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "I trust your name, and I am willing to grant you this favor. However, your brother must bear the consequences of his mischief." He gestured towards the three-eyed leopard. The three-eyed leopard glared at Ning Jie, while Defay appeared equally troubled, mentally berating Xiao Shandong. Taking a deep breath, Defay addressed the three-eyed leopard, saying, "Old three, consider this. With an impatient wave of his hand, the three-eyed leopard interrupted, "Whatever grievances we have, do not involve me. Ning Jie, remember this well. If I do not reclaim what is mine, I shall have no choice but to hold you responsible." Ning Jie remained silent, merely shrugging in response. Defy, gritting his teeth, continued, "Old 3, my previous offer still stands. Choose a date. Once my brother has made amends and apologized, we can settle our differences with Ning Jie properly." The three-eyed leopard, still scowling, nodded towards Defy and Ning Jie, saying, "Fine, you two have guts. Just wait. This matter is far from over." With that, the three-eyed leopard led his entourage out of the alley. Defy clasped his fist in salute towards Ning Jie, saying, "Brother, should the three-eyed leopard trouble you again, do inform me. I am at the inn near the train station, always available." Ning Jie nodded. He knew that his issues with the three-eyed leopard were not yet resolved, but with Defay's intervention, he could avoid a significant amount of trouble. "Thank you. What for? It was ultimately my brother's fault. Are you free this evening for a drink?" Ning Jie replied with a wry smile, "Defy, it's not that I don't want to oblige you, but look at the chaos I'm managing. By the time I finish, it will be past midnight. Rest assured, we will share a meal soon. I'll treat you in a few days." Seeing that Ning Jie was a person of principle, Defay's fondness for him grew considerably. "Very well, brother, I shall await your invitation for that drink." After bidding farewell to Defy, the merchants emerged from the storeroom. Among them were not only outsiders, but also locals. While outside the atmosphere was bustling with activity, inside felt akin to a tea gathering, with endless chatter. Seeing that Ning Jie had resolved the situation with the three-eyed leopard, the merchants felt a renewed sense of security. Engaging in business with such individuals, though fraught with anxiety about potential deceit, at least afforded them the comfort of not fearing theft. After a week of bustling activity, the goods were sold out by the third day of arrival. Numerous merchants have visited during these days, and Ning Jie has arranged accommodations for them at the guest house or Defay's inn. Defay, in gratitude for Ning Jie's kindness, has taken good care of these merchants, alleviating much of their dissatisfaction. Moreover, during these days, Ning Jie has ensured they were well-fed and well-hydrated. Although he has yet to witness the charm of Korean ethnicity, the flavor of the Korean-style spicy soup was truly delightful. In the cold Northeast, the cuisine is rich and hearty, laden with high calories and saltiness. A bowl of the spicy soup, warming and invigorating, made him break into a hot sweat. The funds from the credit union have also been approved. Ning Jie exchanged the television vouchers with Engineer Li, transferring the difference along with the proceeds from recent sales to Lai Xingfu. He then requested Lai Xingfu to send over 400,000 worth of goods, promising delivery within 10 days. Lai Xingfu, aware of Ning Jie's limited cash flow, recognized through these transactions that Ning Jie's wholesale business was indeed thriving. Although the 10-day time frame carried its risks, his cautious business instincts told him that Ning Jie was trustworthy. Once the television vouchers were in hand, accompanied by special approval documents from Engineer Li, Ning Jie approached the director of the department store. After a meal at Baifeng's High, the director assured him that the televisions could be delivered to the provincial capital within 5 days. With this assurance, Ning Jie gathered a group including Defy, Lao Lu, the monk, and the scholar, to dine together at Baifeng's High. While they were all acquainted, they had never convened in such a manner before. Lao Hulu had nearly recovered, and any lingering resentment towards Ning Jie had been buried under layers of camaraderie. Now, he was enjoying the fruits of his labor, sporting a pager and a cheerful demeanor. With his wife having returned from her family home, making life exceedingly pleasant. Money can indeed be a splendid thing. After his wife discovered his infidelities and left with their child, she had now returned. Even his extramarital affairs were met with a forgiving eye, as long as he kept them discreet. As Lao Hulu would say, as long as the red flag at home remains upright, the colorful flags outside can flutter freely. Among the gathered company, the highest-ranking individual was the admiral. Lao Hulu's associates had informed him that the admiral's child was working for Ning Jie, many of whom bore injuries. Though he was unsure how the admiral became involved with Ning Jie, the mention of injuries inevitably led Lao Lu to reflect on his own circumstances. As the dishes were served, Li Xiaodong tactfully lit cigarettes for the assembled ruffians. Ning Jie raised his glass and began with a toast. "I have invited you gentlemen today. Firstly, to treat you to a proper meal as we have spent considerable time together, and secondly, to express my gratitude for the help you have extended to me recently. I assure you, I appreciate this kindness. We are all brothers here. I cannot keep good fortune to myself." Upon hearing Ning Jie's words, Lao Hulu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This lad must have found a new path to prosperity. Ning Jie was not lacking in wealth or fame. What he truly sought was companionship. Setting aside other matters, It is evident that the individuals present here have numerous subordinates at their disposal, while others may remain oblivious. The frog knows all too well how lucrative the avenues available to Ning Jie truly are. His own underlings are each pocketing a small commission, and that fellow has even managed to acquire a Phoenix bicycle, all while contemplating the purchase of an entire Jeep. Unable to restrain his curiosity, the frog inquired, "Brother, what new prospects for wealth have you discovered?" Zhou the Fat grinned broadly, responding, "Frog, look at you getting all anxious. What is it? Are you considering a change in partners again?" Chapter 67. What are you up to? The frog took no offense. After all, Zhou the Fat had become a favored companion of Ning Jie. If he still regarded him as merely a bag carrier, then his years of effort would have been in vain. With everyone sharing the same pot of rice, their ties had naturally grown closer. Indeed, who could ever have too many companions? Not everyone is fortunate enough to have a spouse as enchanting as Ning Jie's. Ning Jie chuckled. "Let us first raise a glass. We will discuss matters in due course." After downing a cup of liquor and savoring a bite of food, Ning Jie spoke directly. "I have procured a batch of television tickets for Shihu, totaling 2,000 units. Each unit is priced at 400, the same as retail, and I can offer you a commission of 5 yuan per unit." The frog furrowed his brow. "Only 2,000 units?" Ning Jie retorted. "You find 2,000 insufficient? I am purchasing each for 400, and currently, acquiring Shihu televisions is no easy feat. How much you sell them for is up to your own skill. In any case, you will net 5 yuan per unit." Defy pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, then remarked, "Back in August, I bought a Shihu television from someone else for 425. I can confidently say that they are now selling for around 420 to 423. There will certainly be buyers." The monk nodded in agreement, stating, "I have had inquiries about whether I could procure television tickets. They are indeed a hot commodity right now, and even those with money have to wait several months. With the new year approaching, an additional 20 or 30 units would surely find buyers." The prefect also nodded, adding that, frankly speaking, Ning Jie was practically handing them money. Even if someone deemed the price steep, selling at 400 still allows for a 5 yuan profit. In this day and age, how many individuals can earn 5 yuan in a day? The scholar asked, "Brother, is the source of these televisions legitimate?" Ning Jie affirmed, "Rest assured, I am not concealing anything from you. You are familiar with Engineer Li from the machine tool factory, right? The televisions were allocated to him by higher authorities, and I exchanged real money for them." The group breathed a sigh of relief, regarding Ning Jie with newfound respect. Setting aside other considerations, 2,000 televisions, even at 300 each, amounts to over 60,000. In these times, convincing a supply and marketing cooperative to produce 60,000 in one go would likely be an impossible task. Given the funds Ning Jie currently possesses, he would be considered a significant player in B City. Defy raised his glass with a smile, declaring, "Then let us take advantage of this opportunity, brother." Ning Jie quickly interjected, "Fei Ge, you speak as if you are an outsider. We are all brothers here, and this money should be prioritized for our kin. Since everyone deems this matter feasible, let us refrain from further discussion. There is profit to be made, and it is essential that we do not harm our camaraderie. In the future, there will be ample opportunities for us to earn together, and what I gain will certainly not exclude everyone else." These words instantly instilled a comforting sense among the crowd. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Ning Jie leisurely rode his bicycle home. With several children from the admiral's household cautiously trailing behind him, a deliberate arrangement by the admiral. The past grievances between the admiral and Ning Jie had long dissipated. The admiral was a formidable individual, yet every fierce person possesses a tender side. For him, that softness resided in the orphans he had taken under his wing. In this era, there are indeed many who have been abandoned or have fled. Regardless of their age, the admiral has nurtured each of them with care. His only skill was to impart his knowledge, ensuring these children could earn a livelihood. He wished for them not to scurry like rats, living in the sewers daily, yet felt utterly powerless to change their circumstances. Ning Jie, a man of his word, genuinely provided a means of survival for these children, and in his heart, he was grateful to Ning Jie. Upon arriving home, Ning Jie waved his hand at the group of boys behind him, saying, "All right, it's a chilly night. You all should head back and get some rest. Come early tomorrow to distribute the goods, and then you can take some merchandise to sell on your own." The boys responded with silly grins and quickly vanished into the night. Currently, Lin Yuezhi rarely returned home as Lin's mother had nearly fully recovered and was capable of cooking for herself. Lin Yuezhi would take brief moments during the day to return, wash some clothes, and buy groceries, only to rush back to her responsibilities without pause. There was simply too much merchandise coming in and out, and she was busy managing it closely. Once home, Lin Yuezhi helped Ning Jie out of his coat, and prepared warm water, removing his shoes and socks before kneeling down to wash his feet. "How much did you drink tonight?" Lin Yuezhi asked, frowning and pouting. Ning Jie chuckled, blowing his breath towards her. "Give it a whiff." Lin Yuezhi scrunched her nose in disdain, shaking her head. "It stinks. Don't come near me while sleeping tonight, or else I'll have a headache." Ning Jie lit a cigarette, squinting at Lin Yuezhi as he said, "With the new year just a month away, the television and other items will take 4 to 5 days to arrive. Shall we find some time to visit my home tomorrow?" "Find time? What do you mean?" Lin Yuezhi suddenly lifted her head, her face flushed with shyness. Yet her eyes sparkled with anticipation. "I meant we could visit my home. Once we return and settle things, we won't need to go back before the new year." Lin Yuezhi, blushing, lowered her head and replied, "You go back by yourself. It's too busy now. How can I leave?" Ning Jie recognized her reluctance and quickly sought to ease her discomfort. "Isn't Xiaodong capable of handling the accounts now? Didn't you say he is nearly proficient? I can ask old Zhou to assist with the shipment, and besides, the Admiral has entrusted his people here, so there shouldn't be any issues. An ugly daughter-in-law must meet her in-laws," he added with a grin. Lin Yuezhi, her face still warm, raised her head, her large eyes glaring fiercely at Ning Jie. "PSSH. You are the ugly one." Ning Jie chuckled, pulling Lin Yuezhi into his embrace. Lin Yuezhi symbolically struggled a couple of times, resting her head on Ning Jie's shoulder, her eyes sparkling and a smile gracing her face. "Isn't it like a dream? Suddenly, you appeared and tricked me into this," she remarked. Ning Jie's gaze also seemed a bit dazed as he leaned against Lin Yuezhi's head, softly murmuring, "Indeed, it feels like a dream." Decades have passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuezhi lifted her head, gazing at Ning Jie with a silly grin, playfully tugging at his ear. She teased, "How much did you drink to be so silly, talking about decades gone by?" Ning Jie held Lin Yuezhi tightly in his embrace, grinning foolishly as he replied, "Yes. I drank too much. I must sleep it off." The following morning, Ning Jie organized everything and took Lin Yuezhi to the forest farm. Upon entering Fu Jianye's office, Fu Jianye shivered at the sight of the couple together. "This rascal brings trouble. Now he has his wife with him. It's surely worse," he thought warily. "What do you want?" Fu Jianye asked with a guarded expression. Not long after, Ning Jie and Lin Yuezhi joyfully drove out of the forest farm. Fu Jianye, with a dark expression, watched the pink seat-covered bicycle locked in the shed, gnashing his teeth in frustration. "Damn it. I need to arrange for this kid to buy a car." Back at the office, Fu Jianye called the municipal committee, and after hanging up, he leaned back in his chair, glancing at the television ticket for the peony television set on his desk, unable to suppress a smile. That rascal. The couple drove to the department store, purchased 4 peony television sets along with many other items, dividing them into 3 portions. They first delivered to Lin Yuezhi's home, where they installed the television and antenna for her mother, tuning it in by noon. After lunch, Lin's mother took Lin Yuezhi aside for a lengthy admonition before watching the young couple get into the Jeep. Around 6 in the evening, they arrived at Beigang village. Parking the car at the entrance, Ning Jie honked the horn, and shortly after, his uncle, draped in a coat and holding a flashlight, opened the gate. The dogs in the yard barked incessantly. Ning Jie rolled down the window and called out, "Uncle." Initially startled by the sight of the Jeep, his uncle's heart raced, wondering if something had happened to Ning Jie in the city. After all, there had been a murder in the village last year, and the police from the county drove similar Jeeps, causing him to shudder. But then he saw Ning Jie's mischievous face. He nearly uttered a derogatory remark, but swallowed it upon noticing Lin Yuezhi seated in the passenger seat. This rascal actually brought a city wife back? Lin Yuezhi, blushing, greeted, "Hello, uncle." Instantly, his uncle's stern expression melted into a broad smile as he replied, "Hello, hello." His uncle was even more flustered than Lin Yuezhi, holding the flashlight in one hand and rubbing his clothes with the other, unsure of what to say. Ning Jie, with a cheeky grin, said, "Uncle, could you please open the gate? I'll drive the car in." "Sure, I'll open it right away." His uncle, feeling pleased, opened the gate. And soon Ning's mother and aunt joined them in the yard. "Old two, who has come?" His uncle proudly announced, "Sister-in-law, Xiao Jie has returned." Ning Mu's body trembled with anticipation. Before she could utter a word, the second uncle chimed in. He has brought back his wife, from the city. Ning Mu clapped her hands on her thighs, and she and the second aunt leaped with joy, while the second uncle, with a look of disdain, muttered, "Not a hint of depth." With that, he hummed a tune about love. As the vehicle halted in the courtyard, Ning Jie and Lin Yuezhi stepped out. Lin Yuezhi shyly glanced at Ning Jie, her heart racing with anxiety. Throughout the journey, she had inquired repeatedly whether her attire was appropriate. She had even applied snowflake cream twice, which amused Ning Jie immensely. He took Lin Yuezhi's hand and called out, Second aunt, mother, this is Lin Jie, my girlfriend, and she comes from a forestry family. Ning Mu and the second aunt scrutinized Lin Jie with delight, their smiles wide. Ning Mu took Lin Jie's hand and exclaimed, "Oh my, this girl is truly beautiful. What is your surname, dear?" Lin Jie sweetly replied, "Auntie. My name is Lin Jie, but you can call me Wen. Ning Mu nodded approvingly, saying, "All right, Wen. My goodness, dear, look at her. She resembles a star from a magazine." The second aunt shared in the joy, genuinely pleased. Lin Jie was not only lovely but also gracious in her speech. Their nephew had found such a partner. It was indeed a stroke of luck. "Indeed, sister-in-law, isn't she stunning?" Lin Jie, feeling a bit bashful, replied, "Second aunt, your compliments make me shy. Both you and auntie are the truly beautiful ones here." Ning Jie interjected, "Mother, second aunt, let us discuss this later. First, we should unload the things from the car. I've bought each of you a color television, so you can enjoy watching the performances at home." Ning Mu frowned, her concern evident. "Why did you buy that?" "Oh dear, you should save that money for your wedding." Lin Yujie's face flushed as she said, "Auntie, we'll keep the television. I also bought clothes for you, second aunt, and the second uncle. I'll bring them out shortly for you to try on." "Oh dear, why spend that money?" Though she protested, Ning Mu tightened her grip on Lin Yujie's hand. Once they carried the items into the house, the commotion attracted the neighbors, who came to see what was happening. Upon seeing Ning Jie return in a jeep with a television, their eyes filled with envy. Before long, a dozen neighbors had poured into Ning Jie's home, both inside and outside, eager to catch a glimpse of the excitement. Ning Mu and the others ushered Lin Yujie onto the calm, pulling a quilt over her lap. Aunts and cousins gathered around, praising Lin Yujie's beauty, which delighted Ning Mu immensely. While Lin Yujie felt bashful, she mustered the courage to greet everyone with a smile, responding appropriately to their mundane inquiries. Outside, the second uncle, Ning Jie, and several other uncles sat smoking. With not enough stools for everyone, many stood around. After some conversation, Ning Jie unwrapped the television and set it on the table. A neighbor from the east remarked, "Wow, that television is quite large, must be at least 16 inches. A neighbor from the west chimed in, "It's gotta be 18 inches. That must be a color television, right? Goodness, that must have cost quite a bit." Ning Jie smiled and remarked, "Indeed, it's an 18-inch model, not very expensive." A few uncles exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with envy. The elder from the back room sighed. "Ning Wei truly has a wonderful child. Your sister-in-law is fortunate." Uncle Air, with an air of pride, said in a somewhat ostentatious manner, "This little rascal doesn't care for farming. He insists on dabbling in business, and lo and behold, he has actually succeeded." The elder from the front room retorted, "Old Air, could you refrain from grinning like a fool while pretending to be humble? This fellow is hardly worth your boasting." Laughter erupted throughout the room as several uncles ventured outside to erect a pole and hang an antenna, while Ning Jie busied himself with the television indoors. A group of women sat on the heated Kong, watching as Ning Jie adjusted the channels. Before long, a clear image appeared on the screen, featuring Zhao Zhongxiang in a suit, alongside a female host presenting the news. "Oh my, this television is so vivid. Indeed, it's far more appealing than the black and white set at the village chief's house. Ah, your sister-in-law is truly blessed, a dutiful son, and such a good daughter-in-law. Quite enviable." Lin Yujie, blushing, lowered her head, having become the center of attention, even more captivating than the television itself that evening. After fine-tuning the channels, Ning Jie joined his uncles in the front room to assist Uncle Air with the television. A group of elderly folks, typically asleep by 8 or 9, remained animated until 11 that night. After washing his feet, Lin Yujie was still giggling, and Ning Jie gently nudged her, signaling it was time for bed in the west room. To his surprise, Ning's mother firmly grasped Lin Yujie, saying, "Wen, you'll sleep with your aunt tonight." Ning Jie, according to my research, domestic 18-inch color televisions were only available in 1986. I asked several elders, and their memories were unclear. But surely imports were available by then. Let's just say it's a domestic Huanghe brand. My family's first color television was a Huanghe as well. Just a nostalgic mention. Don't take it too seriously, my friends. Chapter 69, Magical Birds? Early the next morning, Ning's mother prepared hand-pulled noodles with a savory chicken and shredded meat sauce. Uncle Air and Aunt Air also joined for breakfast. After the meal, Ning Jie inquired, "Uncle Air, is my younger brother not coming home for the new year this year?" Uncle Air shook his head, replying, "Ah, that child is staying with his teacher. After the new year, the teacher plans to take him to the capital for some project." Ning Jie sighed with relief. His younger brother's path had not altered, mirroring the previous life. As he ventured to the capital and gradually became a significant researcher in the heavy industry sector, Feeling somewhat bashful, Ning Jie stated, well, I have several 100,000 worth of goods at my company, so I probably won't return for the new year. Uncle Air paused, then nodded, no problem, business is paramount. Suddenly, Uncle Air raised his head, fixating on Ning Jie, his voice trembling slightly. Did you just say, several 100,000? Ning Jie nodded. There should be around 60 to 70,000 left, not counting clothing. I have about 5 to 600,000 worth of goods just for the television. Uncle Air swallowed hard, asking, where did you acquire such funds? I earned a portion through business and borrowed some from the credit union. Rest assured, I'll repay the credit union before the new year. Uncle sighed, feeling at a loss for words regarding his nephew. Hundreds of thousands, even millions. Such sums were beyond his comprehension. How could this young man dare to venture forth? Uncle, if you find it unfeasible, perhaps you should refrain from hunting in the mountains. I am quite preoccupied in the city, and I cannot help but worry about your safety. We are not lacking in finances. There is no need for such exertion. Uncle wished to retort, yet a bitter sense of resignation washed over him. Although he was only in his 40s, his prowess in the mountains and rivers had diminished significantly since his youth. It is often said that the most seasoned hunters grow ever more formidable with age, yet that is merely fanciful nonsense. As the saying goes, youth is strength. He had to concede that while he was only 40, his physical capabilities had waned, leaving him reliant on experience alone. In his 20s, he could effortlessly traverse the mountains for days, dragging heavy game over considerable distances with a mere rope. Now, even a brief excursion left him weary for days. Uncle grunted softly, smoking his cigarette without furthering the conversation. Ning Jie recognized his uncle's discomfort. This was not the moment to persuade him to come to the city. After pondering for a moment, he suggested, Uncle, once the snow has melted after the new year, why don't you, my mother, and my aunt accompany me to the city? Uncle looked up, suddenly invigorated. Are we going to arrange a betrothal? Ning Jie nodded, affirming, yes. We need to finalize our engagement. Wenwen's mother has no objections, so we ought to visit her family. Uncle agreed, stating, that makes perfect sense. We cannot allow the girl's family to initiate. When the weather warms, you shall come down to escort us three. Ning Jie smiled, replying, indeed, without your guidance, this marriage could not possibly proceed. Uncle felt a sense of comfort from his words, yet he still wore a frown, lamenting, our family's land has been squandered. After their meal, Ning Jie dressed Lin Yuezhi in a warm coat and pants, fully equipped for the outing. Carrying his rifle and accompanied by the dogs, De Huang and Xiao He, they ventured into the mountains. Initially, Ning's mother was reluctant, questioning the appropriateness of bringing a girl home while hunting. However, upon seeing Lin Yuezhi's eager eyes, she begrudgingly consented. As they made their way, they exchanged greetings with various uncles and elders, cheerfully ascending the mountain. Lin Yuezhi was particularly curious about the hunt. She had read tales of hunters outsmarting black bears and subduing fierce tigers, her imagination ignited by such thrilling stories. De Huang and Xiao He, aware of the bond between Ning Jie and Lin Yuezhi, allowed her to dote on them. Having entered the mountains by mid-morning, Ning Jie planned to set rabbit traps before pursuing some forest fowl, hoping to catch frogs and fish before nightfall. Their plans were sound. Upon arriving, they set the rabbit traps. Lin Yuezhi examined the iron wire snares with a puzzled expression. Can this truly catch rabbits? Is it not supposed to be a single shot for a plump rabbit? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Why not use a gun to catch rabbits? As Ning Jie set the trap while explaining, he remarked, certainly, firearms are not an option. The guns we possess here, apart from those designed for larger game, are equipped with iron shot that is short-ranged. Not only do they render the rabbit unrecognizable, but they also complicate the skinning process. Lin Yuezhi nodded thoughtfully and inquired, did you not mention that an abundance of rabbit tracks indicates a larger population? Why not set the trap in that thicket? Ning Jie studied the rabbit tracks and patiently elucidated, this year, spring arrived early, and the rabbits are engaging in mischief within that grove. Many of them are pregnant females. Trapping one would mean the demise of all its offspring. Observe the tracks. The pregnant do not leap as far, and their prints are deeper. It is prudent for us to target the males. With newfound understanding, Lin Yuezhi and Ning Jie finished setting the traps, and Ning Jie guided her into the red pine forest. After a short while, he pointed toward a tree and whispered, look over there, a tree chicken. Lin Yuezhi squinted at the pine tree for quite some time, but failed to spot the elusive creature. Unlike the yellow pine, red pines belong to the evergreen coniferous family, characterized by dense branches that obscure visibility. In winter, tree chickens favor this habitat for shelter from the wind and access to seeds. Can you see it? Ning Jie asked, covering his ears. With a grin, he loaded his firearm, resting it against his shoulder, and took aim before firing. The shot reverberated through the woods, eliciting a cacophony of flapping wings and startled birds. Following the gunfire, the little black dog dashed out, returning shortly afterward with a tree chicken in its mouth, circling around the couple with a wagging tail. The larger dog, disdainful, scoffed at the sight. Moments later, the larger dog perked up its ears and darted off into the distance. Da Huang, Lin Yuezhi called out in haste. Ning Jie chuckled and reassured her, "It's fine. It's just investigating something. Let it be." After tossing the tree chicken into the backpack, Lin Yuezhi, brimming with anticipation, asked, "Could I have a turn to shoot?" Ning Jie nodded in agreement, saying, "Sure, next time you can take a shot. However, be mindful. The recoil is substantial and could injure your shoulder." "Who do you think I am?" Ning Jie refrained from retorting as they journeyed further, soon spotting another tree chicken. This time, Lin Yuezhi caught sight of it and eagerly extended her hand. Ning Jie prepared the firearm, handing it to her while whispering instructions. "Notice the sights align with the tree chicken, line them up and pull the trigger." He cautioned, "Be careful. This weapon has significant recoil. You wouldn't want to fall." Lin Yuezhi waved her hand dismissively, holding her breath as she aimed at the tree chicken and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The moment the shot rang out, she found herself sitting in a snowbank. The little black dog tilted its head in confusion, hesitating to retrieve the prey. Its small mind was consumed by a singular thought. This bird, does it possess magic? To those who cherish this book, kindly lend your support with a like and a place on your bookshelf. It is currently in the recommendation slot, and your assistance would mean the world to me. Chapter 70. The badger. Lin Yuezhi sat bewildered in a snowdrift. Her mouth agape. Ning Jie, with a mischievous grin, helped her to her feet. Lin Yuezhi grimaced, clutching her shoulder, and looked at Ning Jie with a mix of indignation and innocence. "Why are you still laughing? You're truly wicked. Why didn't you warn me about the force?" Ning Jie affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, "I did tell you, but you didn't believe me. Does it hurt?" Pouting in annoyance, Lin Yuezhi stomped on Ning Jie's foot and retorted, "Of course it hurts. It feels like my shoulder is about to dislocate. Who would have thought it would have such a powerful recoil? You could have braced me." Ning Jie continued to chuckle at her, which only fueled Lin Yuezhi's frustration. She lunged at him, playful and fierce, attempting to wrestle him down. Xiaohe hesitated, unsure of what to do as he watched the two. What on earth is happening? Why are they suddenly at each other's throats? At that moment, Da Huang returned, interrupting the scene with a dead badger clamped in his jaws, circling around the pair. Lin Yuezhi, her cheeks flushed, shoved Ning Jie aside in annoyance. "You're so bothersome. I don't want to play with you anymore." Ning Jie grasped her hand, pleading, "Don't be like that. I thought you might enjoy the experience. Why are you upset?" Lin Yuezhi pouted in silence, while Xiaohe suddenly remembered he had yet to retrieve his tree chicken and dashed into the woods. Da Huang, tilting his head, pondered, "What is going on? Are badgers no longer of interest to you? Very well, I shall retrieve something truly remarkable." He nudged Lin Yuezhi's pant leg, prompting her to exclaim, "What is this? It resembles a little dog." Da Huang dropped his catch at Lin Yuezhi's feet, proudly lifting his head as if to say, "Aren't I impressive?" Amused, Lin Yuezhi patted Da Huang's head, saying, "You're amazing. You managed to catch such a large creature. But why is its face injured?" Ning Jie replied, somewhat exasperated. "This creature just wanted to show off. Badgers can be quite fierce in a fight. This one is a European badger. If it were another breed, it wouldn't just have a bruised face." Curiously, Lin Yuezhi asked, "Is this a badger? Don't they hibernate in winter?" Ning Jie explained, "Not at all. This creature resides alongside the badger rats. Its meat is unpalatable, and its fur is not valuable. However, the fat on its body can treat frostbite." Lin Yuezhi remarked to Da Huang, "Oh, you can dig holes too." Ning Jie sighed, "What holes?" "The sunny slope near the oak tree is warm and doesn't accumulate snow. Generally, when spring arrives, they emerge. The shaded slopes don't see them until late February. It seems this one got lucky." At that moment, Da He returned, proudly holding a tree chicken in his mouth, wagging his tail enthusiastically. It must be said, the novice aura is indeed quite effective, as Lin Yuezhi, on her first hunting expedition, managed to catch a tree chicken, much to Ning Jie's surprise. Ning Jie placed the badger and the tree chicken into his backpack and remarked, "After a while, when the weather warms up, I shall take you to hunt for badger rats. Their fur is layered in 3 thicknesses, far more comfortable than that of foxes or minks, though they are rather elusive." Lin Yuezhi shivered and replied, "I have no desire for such creatures. Wearing their skins daily feels rather unsettling." "What exactly is this badger rat you speak of? Is it a mouse?" "No, it is a dog badger. They are somewhat scarce around here, but their pelts surpass those of wolves." "Are there several varieties of these creatures?" Lin Yuezhi inquired. "Indeed, Ning Jie affirmed as he lit a cigarette. In our region, the most common are the wolf badgers and the pig badgers. The dog badgers are less frequent and typically inhabit shady slopes. Their burrows are quite fascinating. Lin Yuezhi's eyes sparkled with curiosity, momentarily forgetting her earlier irritation. Ning Jie brushed the snow off her backside and asked, "Are you ready to continue hunting?" Lin Yuezhi nodded vigorously, saying, "Yes, you hunt, and I shall observe." The two wandered through the red pine forest for a considerable time, securing 2 more tree chickens, but soon found nothing else. Meanwhile, the 2 dogs were also busy. De Huang had somehow retrieved a wild chicken, while Xiao He remained a diligent companion, rarely leaving Lin Yuezhi's side. His gaze filled with wisdom as he observed the foolish De Huang. "Silly dog, do you not comprehend the significance of courting that female? Last time, a disobedient hunting dog was reprimanded by its master, and the next day, it ended up as a stew. Look at this female, who nearly caused her master to lose his breath while he dutifully attends to her." This indicated status. As Xiao He contemplated how to impress the female, he suddenly dashed in front of Lin Yuezhi, spreading his front legs and glaring fiercely at the trees ahead, baring his teeth and emitting a low, threatening growl. Ning Jie quickly grasped Lin Yuezhi from behind, deftly loading his firearm with a single bullet, his expression alert as he surveyed the yellow-flowered pine forest. De Huang joined Xiao He, standing side by side and growling menacingly at the yellow-flowered pines, their fur bristling in response to an unseen threat. The atmosphere grew tense, and Lin Yuezhi's heart raced as she hid behind Ning Jie, gripping his military coat tightly. "If something large comes, roll down the mountain. Don't run. Just roll quickly down the hill." Lin Yuezhi swallowed hard and whispered, "What could it be? Surely it isn't a bear?" Ning Jie shook his head, responding, "The black bears are hibernating now and generally do not emerge at this time. I fear it may be a tiger." Ning Jie himself was uncertain about the source of the disturbance. They had yet to enter the deep mountains, and tigers typically avoid the vicinity of villages, usually trailing behind deer or roe deer. As for black bears, they certainly hibernated during winter and would not emerge now. The only remaining creature capable of instilling such fear in Xiao He, who bore half-wolf blood, eluded his imagination. Even a solitary wolf dares to engage in a fight, and the combat prowess of the formidable De Huang is not inferior to that of the fierce Ao Quan. In fact, it may even surpass it when it comes to hunting and battle. Could it be the elusive northeast leopard? If so, today would indeed present a significant challenge. Typically, northeast leopards live in pairs, and with the advantage of a firearm, they could be repelled, but in a 2-on-2 scenario, victory would be improbable. Ning Jie held his breath, intently gazing into the dimly lit yellow-flowered pine forest. The sound of hurried footsteps intensified the gravity of his expression. From the disordered sounds of the animals, Ning Jie deduced that they were certainly not encountering just one, but rather a group. A multitude of northeast leopards seemed far-fetched. What could it be? A pack of wolves? Weren't they nearly eradicated by these people in the 1970s? Ah, so many foxes. Chapter 71. The jackal dog. Ning Jie abruptly inhaled, disbelief washing over him as he observed a group of small creatures standing outside the yellow-flowered pine forest, scrutinizing the 2 men and their dogs. A tumultuous wave surged within him. Jackal dogs. He finally comprehended the source of the fear exhibited by the 2 little creatures. When it comes to what mountain dogs dread most, it is certainly not tigers, but rather the jackal dogs that had vanished from the scene during the 1970s. Upon seeing them, Ning Jie felt a sense of relief, lowered his firearm, and grasped the collars of De Huang and Xiao He. What dogs are these? Aren't they foxes? They were over 200 meters away, separated by a patch of grassland. From a distance, they did indeed resemble foxes. But Ning Jie knew that these little creatures were not even remotely related to them. He explained to Lin Yuezhi, "From afar, it is difficult to see clearly. These beings are called jackal dogs, or in some regions, simply jackals. In the 1970s, when we ventured into the mountains to hunt, the jackal dogs had essentially retreated to the foot of Changbai Mountain. I encountered a few during my childhood, but they were mostly solitary, never in packs. Let us proceed. Rest assured, they do not harm humans. I will explain everything to you shortly." Ning Jie firmly held on to De Huang and Xiao He, slowly retreating along the mountain path. In the distance, the largest and shiniest-headed jackal emitted a couple of low growls towards the jackal dogs behind it, prompting the entire group to turn and disappear into the yellow-flowered pine forest. Once they descended from the peak to the mountainside, Ning Jie finally released the 2 dogs. Collapsing onto the ground, Lin Yuezhi sat beside him. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, "Could you tell me about those jackal dogs?" Many children in the Northeast Forest region have heard tales of jackal dogs from their elders, often recounted by grandparents or fathers, becoming part of oral tradition. Lin Yuezhi could not recall her father, who vanished while tending to the fence, and her grandparents were even more of a mystery. Since her father accidentally killed Lin Yuezhi's uncle, that family had not shown their faces again. Lighting a cigarette, Ning Jie gently patted the trembling yellow dog and remarked, "The so-called wolf dog is essentially the same as the wolf found in the northeastern forests. Each region has its own nomenclature. These creatures typically possess a coat of yellow or brown fur, resembling foxes, yet they are significantly larger. Furthermore, they are not of the same species. Wolf dogs are generally social animals, and when they form a pack, they can confront even the likes of black bears and Siberian tigers with a high probability of success. In some areas, it is said that wolf dogs are as small as a pug, but in reality, they are not much smaller than domestic dogs, though they are considerably less massive than wolves. In times when wolf dogs were more abundant, if one were to get lost in the mountains, encountering these creatures would result in them encircling you and marking their territory, making all other mountain animals wary of approaching. Once, my uncle was walking alone at night when a wolf dog followed him for over 20 miles, only returning once he was safely out of the mountains. While it cannot be said that these creatures are particularly fond of humans, I have never heard of them harming anyone. Rather, tales of them escorting people or marking their territory about." Lin Yuezhi, with a look of contemplation, responded, "So, these little creatures are rather amiable." Ning Jie nodded in agreement, stating, "There is a legend here that wolf dogs are the spirits of those who got lost in the mountains and transformed after death, which is something I do not believe. However, it is indeed true that as long as humans do not harm them, they will not retaliate against us." Gazing out over the vast snowy expanse, Ning Jie sighed. In truth, many animals in the mountains, such as wild boars, northeastern leopards, and wild martens, including tigers, do not attack humans upon sight. However, this is not absolute. Many carnivorous or omnivorous animals, if injured by humans and fleeing, will certainly seek revenge upon encountering a solitary human. Lin Yuezhi nodded, saying, "Much like a snake seeking vengeance, then?" Ning Jie replied, "Precisely. Upon reflection, there are indeed ample animals in the mountains to sustain these carnivores. However, human activities such as logging and hunting have encroached upon their habitats. Moreover, some animals are not palatable, like the northeastern leopard or tiger, and it is the allure of their beautiful pelts that has led them to become victims of human hunting." Upon hearing Ning Jie's words, Lin Yuezhi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and her mood turned somber. "So, are we committing wrongs?" Ning Jie reached out to gently stroke Lin Yuezhi's head, reassuring her, "Our family is different. Although we are hunters, since the liberation, our hunting has primarily been for sustenance. My father, my uncle, and I have encountered northeastern leopards and tigers, but we only take what is necessary for our own needs. It is a matter of survival of the fittest. In recent years, with the armed forces disbanded, although many villagers possess firearms, they primarily use them for protecting crops from black bears. When a true threat arises, they often turn to our family for assistance. Before I ventured to the city to sell ginseng this year, there was a dog belonging to a ginseng farmer that was ravaged by a wild boar. My uncle and I pursued that beast for 2 days before we finally managed to slay it." Lin Yuezhi, resting her chin on her hand, inquired, "By the way, why didn't you mention the black bear earlier?" "The black bear?" Ning Jie shook his head, chuckling bitterly as he replied, "That creature appears rather foolish. But in the mountains, it is indeed the most formidable threat. To put it plainly, throughout my life in this valley, the number of people taken by tigers and wild boars does not exceed the fingers on one hand, yet each year, there are many who fall victim to black bears." Lin Yuezhi furrowed her brow and said, "When I was in kindergarten, my teacher taught us that if we encounter a black bear, we should play dead, and it would simply leave. Why not just play dead?" Ning Jie rolled his eyes at Lin Yuezhi and remarked, "If you heed their advice, you might not see another year. The black bear is notorious for torturing its prey, and it feeds on carrion. If you pretend to be dead, its first action will be to come over and sniff you, followed by swiping at you with its claws, which are as sharp as steel. Those few swipes could easily be fatal. Moreover, this creature is known to stand on its hind legs and pat your shoulder. If you turn around, you can be certain it will take a bite, and you might lose half your face in the process." Lin Yuezhi shivered and said, "Oh dear. If I encounter one and cannot run away, I would just have to wait for death, wouldn't I?" Ning Jie shook his head, stating, "It depends on luck. If you happen to be on a downhill slope, you could simply curl up and roll down, which might spare your life. If you try to run, however, forget it. 2 legs cannot outrun 4. And climbing trees? Don't even think about it. They can ascend much faster than a human." Chapter 72. The foolish road deer. Lin Yuezhi pouted and said despondently, "Wow, it's that terrifying? I thought black bears were just silly looking and rather amusing." Ning Jie laughed and replied, One must never judge by appearances, much like the wild chicken. Despite its vibrant colors, it possesses the greatest toxicity in our region. Now, let us go and check on the rabbits, gather some frogs and fish, and then return home. If you are keen to explore the mountain, we shall come back tomorrow. Lin Yuezhi nodded and said, we should return. Otherwise, there will be a crowd at home waiting for me, and I would feel quite embarrassed. Ning Jie chuckled and took Lin Yuezhi's hand, saying, all right, we shall return tomorrow. The two wandered around the rabbit traps and, after a considerable time, managed to catch a single rabbit. After collecting the traps, Ning Jie ventured into the nearby woods and retrieved several leftover branches from their firewood gathering. What do you need those for? They burn well and are rather heavy, Lin Yuezhi remarked. Ning Jie arranged the 4 branches neatly, binding their ends with rope, and said with a smile, you can sit on these branches. I will take you on a fun adventure. Upon hearing the word fun, Lin Yuezhi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her cheeks flushed with enthusiasm as she hurriedly perched herself atop the branches. To her surprise, with the 4 branches combined, it was quite comfortable to sit on. Ning Jie slung the rope over his shoulder and called out, hold on tight. Upon finishing his words, Ning Jie burst forth like a wild stallion, darting out in an instant. Oh dear, Lin Yuezhi gasped, leaning back just in time to avoid being toppled. Fortunately, she had a firm grip, the descent was swift, and the wind whistled past her ears. Watching Ning Jie gallop ahead while dragging a furry object behind him, Lin Yuezhi felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart. She was a girl who had been forced to mature from a young age, harboring envy for many things. Envy for the father who narrated stories to other children, envy for the grandfather who pulled her along on a sled through the streets, and envy for the carefree abandon exhibited by other children as they played. Deep down, she was a girl yearning for affection and indulgence. Today marked a rare occasion of unadulterated joy. Perched atop the furry object, she laughed heartily, her laughter ringing out continuously. As they descended the mountain, Ning Jie, equally breathless and perspiring, caught sight of old neighbor from the east, who was herding a cart laden with firewood, puffing on his pipe. Old neighbor regarded Ning Jie with a puzzled expression. What on earth are you doing dragging that furry thing? Didn't your uncle gather plenty of firewood? Ning Jie replied with a grin, I'm just playing with my partner, old man. You just got back? Partner? What partner? Old neighbor looked utterly bewildered. Ning Jie turned around, and his smile abruptly froze on his face. Where is my tall, beautiful wife? He exclaimed, realizing with dismay that she was nowhere in sight. De Huang and Xiao He, bewildered, stared at the furry object, their eyes wide with confusion. The north wind swirled the snowflakes, creating a moment of palpable awkwardness. Ning Jie dropped the furry object and sprinted back up the hill. The 2 dogs, tails tucked, quickly outpaced him. Old neighbor laughed heartily, slapping his thigh, but his amusement was short-lived as his cigarette rolled down his collar, burning him and causing him to leap in surprise while leading his ox. Ning Jie glanced back while running, amused to see the old man dancing in unexpected rhythm. After traversing a couple of slopes, Ning Jie finally spotted Lin Yuezhi, limping and covering her rear, flanked by the 2 dogs. Even from a distance, he could sense the palpable resentment emanating from her, sending a shiver down his spine. What was supposed to be a delightful escapade has turned into an ordeal, he thought. As Lin Yuezhi approached, she seized Ning Jie's ear, twisting it painfully, causing him to grimace. The 2 dogs, frightened, tucked their tails and sat frozen, ears down. You 3 were incredibly fast. I nearly flew off on that sharp turn, shouting at the top of my lungs. Yet the more I yelled, the faster you ran. Was that intentional? Ning Jie, grinning through the pain, clutched Lin Yuezhi's small hand and pleaded, ouch, ouch. I truly didn't hear you. I swear on my conscience. Lin Yuezhi, far from appeased, tightened her grip on his ear, hands on her hips, and pointed at the 2 dogs. You think they didn't hear you? You were clearly being mischievous. De Huang and Xiao He, terrified, whimpered, and even wet themselves, daring not to meet Lin Yuezhi's gaze. This is truly frightening. She is genuinely intimidating. Oh, at such an age, still acting like a child. Is it? Lin Yuezhi scolded with her hands on her hips for over 10 minutes, leaving both dogs utterly silent and submissive under her reprimand. After sufficient chastisement, she released her grip and, noticing Ning Jie's flushed ears, asked with a hint of concern, does it hurt? Ning Jie quickly shook his head, replying, I dare not feel pain. Lin Yuezhi couldn't help but laugh at Ning Jie's immediate response, playfully rolling her eyes at him, her demeanor exuding charm that left Ning Jie utterly captivated. You foolish boy, go catch some frogs. Observing the 2 figures ahead, De Huang and Xiao He felt their entire worldview crumble. They couldn't shake the feeling that their master resembled a lovesick puppy. Lin Yuezhi limped slightly from a fall, but her desire for food remained unquenched. It is difficult to comprehend the nature of a glutton. Bravely following Ning Jie, they arrived at a small river in the ditch. After more than an hour of effort, Ning Jie had successfully caught a fair number of river fish and frogs. Satisfied, she wiped her drool and happily accompanied Ning Jie home. Where the small river met another, it transformed into a vast ice lake during winter, the water freezing into a large expanse of ice that glimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. From a distance, De Huang and Xiaohe grew excited, and Ning Jie glanced over to see a small yellow creature performing a clumsy ballet on the ice, its stark white bottom conspicuously visible. Wenwen, look over there, Ning Jie exclaimed. Following his gaze, Lin Yuezhi gasped, spotting a half-grown roe deer on the ice, stumbling and falling with each step, struggling to regain its footing, only to fall again. De Huang and Xiaohe, faces brimming with excitement, were eager to chase, but Ning Jie quickly called them back, thinking how unfortunate it was for the little creature to be on the ice. Typically, these animals are social, often found in groups, but it seemed this one had strayed from the pack. Scanning the area, Ning Jie indeed noticed 7 or 8 sizable, foolish roe deer standing on the slope across the ice lake. Lin Yuezhi tugged at Ning Jie's sleeve, asking, "What is that?" Ning Jie, filled with affection, replied, "Silly roe deer." Lin Yuezhi's face turned slightly red, puffing up her cheeks in indignation. "If you're not going to explain, there's no need to insult." Chapter 73, Get Lost. Seeing Lin Yuezhi's pouting expression, Ning Jie couldn't help but chuckle. He pointed at the little roe deer that kept tumbling on the ice, saying, "I mean, that's a silly roe deer." Lin Yuezhi's cheeks flushed, and she huffed, proudly declaring, "Isn't roe deer meat delicious?" Ning Jie pondered for a moment before saying, "As for game meat, I personally find it rather unpalatable. Yet it possesses unique characteristics. Some chefs, however, can prepare it excellently, making it exceptionally delicious." Lin Yuezhi murmured, "What you said is no different from silence." Ning Jie inquired, "What do you wish to partake?" Lin Yuezhi swallowed, replying, "If you prepare it for me, I shall eat." "Very well, let us go catch it," Ning Jie declared. Lin Yuezhi tugged at Ning Jie, expressing her concern. "If we approach, it will surely flee." Ning Jie reassured her, "What is there to fear? If it could run, it would have done so already." As Ning Jie and his companion drew nearer, the roe deer on the icy surface grew increasingly agitated. Its limbs scrambled desperately across the mirror-like lake, emitting frantic cries. Typically, a calm roe deer produces a melodious sound, a crisp and pleasant emblem, but when startled, that sound transforms from a gentle tone into a shrill cry reminiscent of a northeast girl. The roe deer on the hillside also called out anxiously, yet they showed no intent to flee. Had this been a previous encounter, Ning Jie and his uncle would have found it utterly amusing. There are certainly a fair number of foolish roe deer in the mountains. Their hides may not be as valuable as those of the sika deer, yet they are not particularly inexpensive either. Moreover, these creatures possess a strong curiosity, always intrigued by their surroundings. Even if you were to hold a gun and aim at them, as long as they feel a safe distance away, they would watch you with keen interest. Should you miss your shot, fret not. Once the roe deer has fled, light a cigarette, and by the time you finish, it will likely return. One might question their intelligence. On the one hand, they seem quite foolish, yet they exhibit a certain awareness akin to that of cattle. However, if they are not entirely foolish, then it is true that good fortune often leads to unfortunate ends, as the majority of such creatures have fallen victim to gunfire. Lin Yuezhi shuddered, her face contorting in distaste, exclaiming, "Oh dear, why do they make such an unpleasant noise?" Ning Jie explained, "They make that sound when frightened. Ordinarily, their calls are quite melodious." Upon approaching, De Huang and Xiaohe could barely contain themselves, yearning to nip at the little roe deer's rear. They were now quite close to the roe deer on the hillside, which continued to call out without any inclination to flee. Lin Yuezhi pointed toward the thicket, asking, "Why don't they run?" Ning Jie, somewhat exasperated, replied, "They are curious about how we will treat this little roe deer, waiting to see what unfolds." Lin Yuezhi, mouth agape, glanced at the roe deer on the hillside and then at the little roe deer struggling beneath her feet, suddenly shook her head. No, I shan't eat it. Consuming its meat might make me foolish." Ning Jie burst into laughter, asking, "What, truly not going to eat it?" Lin Yuezhi shook her head, slightly embarrassed, saying, "Well, I just find this little creature quite charming. It would be a pity to eat it." "Do you think those roe deer on the mountain believe that we might carry the little one down the hill?" Ning Jie pondered for a moment, catching the glimmer of hope in Lin Yuezhi's eyes, and replied, "It is indeed possible." Lin Yuezhi's eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she crouched down, gently stroking the trembling little fawn. She then turned to Ning Jie and said, "Could you pick it up?" "I can't manage." Ning Jie nodded, squatting to lift the fawn into his arms. Despite its earlier struggles, once in Ning Jie's embrace, the little creature desperately kicked and squirmed, its cries escalating to what resembled a plea for mercy. Lin Yuezhi's heart softened in an instant, urging, "Let us release it quickly. It's too pitiful." "All right, we shall," he replied. The two of them, accompanied by their dogs, ambled across the vast icy lake, gently placing the fawn in the snow at the mountain's base. The moment it touched the ground, it bolted toward its herd with all its might. The two dogs instinctively wanted to chase after it, but Ning Jie swiftly called them back. "Da Huang, Xiaohu, stop chasing." The dogs paused, looking at him with puzzled expressions. He reached out to pat their heads, saying, "No chasing. Let us head home." Only after they had walked some distance did the herd disappear over the hillside. Lin Yuezhi hummed a sweet tune, "Tomorrow will be better," her melodic voice infusing a touch of vitality into the desolate landscape. Upon returning home, Ning's mother grasped Lin Yuezhi's hands and, with concern etched on her face, said, "Why are you back so late? Look at your little hands. They're freezing. Hurry, get warm." Lin Yuezhi glanced inside the house and noticed several people waiting. As soon as she entered, Ning's mother began introducing her to the guests. "This is your grandmother, and this is Aunt Lu." Lin Yuezhi obediently greeted everyone. But Aunt Er urged, "Quick, get warm. Look, your pants are damp. Hurry and take them off." Once on the bed, Aunt Er promptly began to remove Lin Yuezhi's cotton pants. Lin Yuezhi instinctively recoiled, feeling a sharp pain in her backside. "Ouch," she gasped, causing Aunt Er to jump back in alarm. "What happened? Did I hurt you?" she asked. Lin Yuezhi shook her head, whispering, "Aunt Er, I fell when Ning Jie dragged me with a branch, and I didn't hold on." Aunt Er hurriedly helped her out of her pants, and, upon lifting her thermal underwear, gasped at the sight of a palm-sized bruise on her backside. Blushing, Lin Yuezhi quickly pulled up her pants and grabbed a blanket to cover her legs. Ning's mother, her face darkened with anger, stormed out of the room wielding a feather duster. Seeing his mother with the duster, Ning Jie felt a jolt of apprehension. He had merely been playing with his cousin, and hadn't he done anything wrong? Why was this happening? Uncle Er, frightened, stood up, realizing that he had likely faced his fair share of reprimands from Aunt Er as well. After all, with their parents gone early, Aunt Er had taken care of him for many years. It was only natural for him to be wary. With a sharp crack, the feather duster struck, and Ning Jie quickly stood up, gritting his teeth and shrugging his shoulders, attempting to escape. "What's the matter, Mom? Why are you hitting me?" Seeing her son's pitiful expression only fueled Ning's mother's ire, and she swung the duster again, causing Ning Jie to yelp in pain. "You're still a child. Look at what you've done to Wanwen. Her backside is bruised." Ning Jie's eyes instantly brightened. "What? I don't believe it. I'll go take a look." Mother Ning retorted, "Get lost." Chapter 74. Wang Wansheng, after spending 4 days at home and leaving 1,000 yuan each for his uncle and mother, Ning Jie drove Lin Yuezhi back to B City. After returning the car in the evening, they sat for a while at Uncle Fu's place before heading back to the factory. For the past couple of days, Old Zhou had been staying with Ning Jie, sharing a space with Xiao Dong, fearful of any mishap. After distributing cigarettes among Old Zhou, Xiao Dong, and Uncle Zhang, Ning Jie addressed Old Zhou. "I appreciate your help here these days." Old Zhou waved his hand dismissively and said casually, "What is the trouble? You two have only been gone for 5 days, not 5 years. Xiao Dong can handle the accounts. There's hardly anything for me to do aside from watching the door and processing some goods." Li Xiaodong quickly chimed in, "Brother-in-law, we owe it all to Brother Zhou these past couple of days. Yesterday, the three-eyed leopard came looking for trouble, and Brother Zhou, along with the tricycle driver, got into a scuffle with him." Ning Jie furrowed his brow and inquired, "Has Defy not shown up?" Old Zhou chuckled and replied, "Of course he came. The other day, we had so few people. Thankfully, Defy and the few kids from the Admiral were around. One of them even injured his tendon and is still in the hospital." Ning Jie took a deep breath, his expression darkening. The problem with the three-eyed leopard remained unresolved. A persistent nuisance. Old Zhou nodded and suggested, "Even though you lack manpower, you still have friends. If worst comes to worst, you can call on the toad, the monk, and Defy. I can rally some more people to deal with him." Ning Jie shook his head firmly. "That won't do. They may help when needed. But we can't be constantly engaging the three-eyed leopard in conflict. That old turtle isn't one to back down easily. We must devise an alternative solution." Old Zhou squinted and pondered for a moment before lowering his voice. "I can get in touch with someone across the river. How about?" Ning Jie quickly interrupted, "Hold on, fatty. Let me be clear. We are going to conduct legitimate business from now on, so let us refrain from discussing such matters." "All right. I will think of a way to tackle this problem gradually. This wasn't due to Ning Jie's reluctance, but rather because he understood that such matters were akin to a Pandora's box. Once opened, it would be difficult to close it again. Old Joe nodded and said, "All right then, we'll see how it goes. We're not afraid of that old turtle. If he gets too heated, I'll go take care of him. That's unnecessary. By the way, Xiaodong, how have sales been these past few days?" Ning Jie swiftly redirected the conversation. Li Xiaodong replied, "Brother-in-law, there are just over 3,000 items left in the warehouse, and they're all reserved for pickup tomorrow. This afternoon, we received a batch from out of town, which I've arranged with Brother Defy." Ning Jie expressed surprise. "So much inventory has already been sold?" Old Joe rolled his eyes and remarked, "You have no idea how many people came. It's astonishing. At least half of them didn't even come through us second-hand dealers. Those who took stock back, once they inquired, came directly here." Ning Jie had anticipated this scenario. After all, people's perspectives often vary. Even if I were to say to you, you should mention me when you go there, the majority would first inquire about the price before discussing connections. This is the psychology of caution. No worries, the goods will arrive the day after tomorrow. And there is ample stock this time, sufficient for replenishment before the year ends. After chatting for a while, with the ledger and cash prepared by Xiaodong in hand, Ning Jie and Lin Yuezhi ascended the stairs. After washing their feet, Ning Jie climbed into bed. The stove was ablaze, and outside, the wind howled, reminiscent of a woman's helpless lament. Lin Yuezhi, draped in clothing and adorned with fuzzy slippers, sat beneath the desk lamp, diligently calculating on an abacus. The table was cluttered with bundles of large denominations, causing Ning Jie a slight headache. The fourth series of renminbi was only issued in April 1987, while the third series still utilized the units of fun, jiao, and yuan. Only in recent years, as the economy improved, did larger denominations of 50 and 100 yuan emerge, sparing one the tedious task of counting 10 yuan notes. The sound of the abacus beads clattering filled the air, and Ning Jie, resting his head on his arm, was preoccupied with thoughts on how to deal with the three-eyed leopard. In this era, violent crime was all too common, with makeshift firearms proliferating. In the neighboring province's city, there were factories producing single-barrel shotguns and even double-barrel hunting guns. Some individuals could even procure semi-automatic weapons. In the forested cities of their region, firearms were still rampant during this time. Ning Jie had no desire to resort to murder, even if it meant not getting his hands dirty. Unless he was driven to a desperate situation, he preferred not to resolve issues through such means. Struggling to find clarity, he felt a wave of frustration. His current foundation remained too fragile. There were many ambitions he wished to pursue, but could not. Moreover, excessive reliance on others was not necessarily advantageous, particularly concerning the likes of Defay and his associates. Business dealings were acceptable, but one shouldn't entangle too deeply in the affairs of the underworld. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, Lin Yuezhi's voice, infused with exhaustion yet excitement, broke through. "Can you guess how much this batch of goods sold for in total?" Ning Jie furrowed his brow and asked, 350,000? Lin Yuezhi shook her head and replied, 447,000. Ning Jie sat up straight. Initially, he thought a 20,000 worth of goods could only fetch 350,000 at most, never anticipating such a staggering sale. "So much?" Ning Jie exclaimed in astonishment, pulling out a cigarette to light. Lin Yuezhi nodded, producing a receipt and stating, "The day before yesterday, a businessman from the provincial capital of a neighboring province ordered goods worth 170,000 in one go. He came personally, a significant deal." Ning Jie frowned as he took the receipt, glancing at the name of the purchaser. His brow instantly relaxed. Wang Wanqing. He had crossed paths with this individual in a previous life. Wang Wanqing was somewhat of a legend. In the 1990s, he was nicknamed Wang Million. With the evolution of the times, state-run supermarkets gradually transformed, moving from cooperative outsourcing to private ownership, and state-run enterprises slowly exited the stage. During that era, some audacious individuals seized opportunities and became the first to reap the benefits of the commercial supermarkets, among them Ning Jie himself. It was during that period that Wang Million opened the largest clothing and department store in the provincial capital of the neighboring province, marking the first specialized wholesale and retail market in the three eastern provinces. Wang Million's ability to acquire wholesale information is not particularly challenging. Once he has sold this batch of goods, his keen business instincts will undoubtedly drive him southward, and I anticipate that by next year, I shall have an additional competitor. However, this is of little concern, as his primary business has never been in apparel. Handing the receipts to Lin Yuezhi, Ning Jie remarked with a smile, "Xiaodong is not entirely foolish. He has even made annotations on the retained receipts." Lin Yuezhi nodded, furrowing her brow as she tucked the receipts away turned off the lamp, and nestled into bed. I have a distinct feeling that Wang Wanqing is not to be underestimated. Chapter 75. The Greater the Storm. The fatter the fish. Ning Jie held Lin Yuezhi close and inquired, "What makes you think he is extraordinary?" Lin Yuezhi, still frowning, replied, "Well, I have calculated the accounts for 2 batches of goods, and there are instances where the amount exceeds 10,000. However, someone who takes several tens of thousands at once seems a bit lacking in common sense. Yet, how can a person devoid of sense possess such wealth? In other words, how could he have the audacity to act?" Ning Jie nodded, encouraging her to continue. Lin Yuezhi continued, "Currently, there are only 3 to 5 individuals from neighboring provinces coming to collect goods, and he is the only one from the provincial capital. This suggests that our information has not yet spread too widely. If it were me, upon receiving this batch of goods, I would sell them at the original price to local merchants." Ning Jie asked, "Oh, why is that? Wouldn't you incur transportation and travel expenses?" Lin Yuezhi glanced at him, a look of you don't understand on her face. "Even a fool knows that if you do it this way, you are bound to profit. But why isn't anyone doing it? The first reason is a lack of audacity, and the second is insufficient capital. This individual, taking more than 100,000 worth of goods, must certainly have capital and considerable audacity. How could he bear to watch others profit while he remains reliant on middlemen for his goods? If he manages to distribute those 100,000 worth of goods successfully, it would prove his choices were correct. The next year, he would definitely venture south with money in hand, just as we do, selecting suppliers and acting as a middleman himself." Ning Jie nodded, recognizing Lin Yuezhi's astute deductions. Indeed, Wang Million had prospered in precisely this manner in his previous life. He ruffled Lin Yuezhi's hair, feigning surprise. "Ah, how did I not realize this? My wife is truly brilliant. How shameless," Lin Yuezhi muttered, her cheeks flushing. Suddenly realizing the inappropriateness of her reaction, she looked up at Ning Jie, her big eyes sparkling, her face instantly reflecting a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. "You are truly wicked. You must have guessed it all along, didn't you? You did this on purpose." Ning Jie chuckled. "No, it was you who deduced it first." Flustered, Lin Yuezhi playfully struck Ning Jie on the chest. "Do you think what I said is correct?" Ning Jie nodded, affirming, "You are absolutely right. If he manages to sell these goods, he will certainly head south. There are others in this world with similar acumen. We are not the only ones." Lin Yuezhi frowned with concern. "If that is the case, won't we have an additional competitor?" Ning Jie took out a cigarette and placed it between his lips. Lin Yuezhi, in a habitual manner, lit it for him. After he took a puff, Lin Yuezhi urged, "You should speak up." Ning Jie replied, "Why the rush? Many people will certainly engage in this matter in the future. Even if Wang Wanqing does not exist in this world, there will still be Li Wanqing and Sun Wanqing. We cannot possibly halt this." However, his thoughts did not imply that the manufacturers would willingly sell their goods at low prices. After all, in the South, clothing is still a sought-after commodity, with no shortage of buyers, who would take the trouble to wholesale goods at a few dollars less just for that bit of market. It is undeniable that a few companies might do so, but even if they did, their prices would not be lower than ours, and the intermediate profits would be pitifully small. In contrast, we are different. Ning Jie took a drag from his cigarette and said, "The materials from Lai Xingfu's family are smuggled from abroad, significantly reducing costs. Their clothing business has always been lukewarm. To break the deadlock, they must find someone with ambition to undertake this venture. For Lai's family and me, it is a gamble. I have presented Lai Xingfu and Lai Xingwang with an offer they cannot refuse, which is why they are willing to sell us their goods at such a low cost. Thus, they might earn a profit of 10 to 30% on a single shipment, while we can achieve nearly double the profit. Once we accumulate capital, we will be able to accomplish even more. I can think of what he thinks, but if I can act faster, he will have no choice but to follow our lead. So, rest assured about this matter, at least for next year, and even for the coming years. Our industry will rank at the forefront in the 3 eastern provinces. By then, you can simply wait to count the money." Lin Yuezhi gazed at Ning Jie with admiration and remarked, "Does that mean our family will be the wealthiest in the future?" Ning Jie shook his head with a wry smile and said, "It's not that simple. Have you noticed a particular issue? The reason we find it easy to make money now is that we have seized the opportunities presented by reform. People today have yet to realize the importance of money. Many still cling to their iron rice bowls. Once they wake up to this reality, more people will enter business, and then the capable individuals will emerge one after another. Every time the country implements policy changes, there will be numerous people who grow wealthy through those policies. This is akin to the survival of the fittest. What we need to do is to remain discreetly in the shadows, ensuring we do not miss any wave of opportunity. Only then can we become the wealthiest group you speak of." Lin Yuezhi nodded, half understanding, and said, "I get it. It's about getting fat first, then letting others find it hard to compete with us, and finally seizing opportunities in the gaps, right? That's about the gist of it. The two engaged in conversation for a long while before embracing and drifting off to sleep. Lin Yuezhi was particularly willing to let Ning Jie hold her while she slept. Although he often took small liberties, he at least respected her boundaries and did not cross the line, which provided Lin Yuezhi with a sense of security. If one were to say she felt resistance, it was hardly significant. At times, she even looked forward to it. Yet, her thoughts remained simple. The best things should naturally be shared on the most significant days. Fortunately, Ning Jie understood and respected her feelings. Early the next morning, Ning Jie made his way to the department store, where he sought out the manager. The television had arrived the previous evening and was being stored in the back room, awaiting Ning Jie to collect it. Before heading home, Ning Jie deliberately set aside a ticket for the television for the manager, ensuring that no one would labor in vain alongside him. The manager proved to be reliable, including the same-sized Westlake televisions in the 2000, clearly providing Ning Jie with an opportunity to exploit. The agricultural machinery factory was spacious, with an empty storeroom available. Old Joe's fleet marched majestically to the department store, making several trips to transport all the televisions to the agricultural machinery factory. By noon, the monk and the scholar arrived, accompanied by a few cyclists. Once these individuals finished loading the televisions, the monk, with a beaming smile, produced a cigarette and offered it to Ning Jie. His expression tinged with pride as he remarked, 430. These folks didn't even blink. Each person earned 30. You needn't give me those 5. Let it go. Everyone has their own business. I stand to earn more than you, Ning Jie replied. But before he could finish, a bloodied young man dashed into the courtyard, heading straight for Ning Jie. Ning Jie go, fatty go. I was attacked by San Yin Bao's men. Everyone nodded in agreement, eager to assist. There was a call for comments on any discrepancies in the writing, and a collection for minor roles was underway in the book circle. Those interested in the character Zhang Xianyan were informed that he would be revealed tomorrow. This young man, whom Ning Jie recognized as Zhang Xianyan, worked alongside the plump Zhou. He had a brother, Zhang Qingming, who worked as an accountant at a copper mine. Their parents, lacking formal education, named them rather whimsically. Zhang Xianyan was a year older than Ning Jie, of short stature, muscular, and somewhat dark-skinned, known for his cheerful demeanor that endeared him to many. Upon hearing that Zhou had been attacked by San Yin Bao's men, the monk ground his cigarette into the ground and glared fiercely, resembling a wrathful deity. Damn it! Is this wretched business never-ending? Ning Jie looked at Zhang Xianyan and said, Xianyan, go to the hospital and check your head. Just tell me where Fatty is, and we will head there immediately. Zhang Xianyan, visibly agitated, insisted, No, I will take you there. Zhou Gu was cornered by San Yin Bao's men at the supply and marketing cooperative. I must return to seek revenge. Damn it! I've never seen a fight conducted with a furnace hook before. I must retaliate, he declared. Ning Jie did not press further, saying, All right, brothers, shall we go? The monk nodded, stating, We certainly must. The group mounted their bicycles, carrying steel pipes from the factory, as they clanged their way towards the supply and marketing cooperative. Ning Jie's factory was not far from the cooperative, and within 5 minutes, they spotted old Zhou, bloodied, leading a confrontation against San Yin Bao's men by the roadside adjacent to the cooperative. The road was narrow, and the chaos of the crowd resembled a pot of congee. With Zhou, the stout fellow, finding himself outnumbered by the throngs gathered near the three-eyed leopard. Although Zhou had managed to push his way to the front, it was evident that his group bore the marks of battle. A few of them tossed their bicycles aside, grabbing their weapons and charging in. Zhang Xianyan, the young rascal, struck with uncharacteristic ferocity, seizing a wooden plank with nails from Ning Jie's side and aiming a blow at the back of a youth. Brawls do not unfold like they do in movies, where fights can last indefinitely. No matter how tough one is, wearing thick winter clothing quickly exhausts one's stamina. Both sides were beginning to tire. However, Ning Jie and his comrades were still in high spirits, despite being only 5 or 6 in number. Their arrival was akin to pouring hot water onto a candle, instantly weakening their opponents. The three-eyed leopard's men were not fools. They would not stand idly by to be beaten. Upon seeing reinforcements arrive, they promptly fled. Zhou, clutching his weapon, pursued them, only to be halted by a monk. Enough. Zhou, let it go. We'll settle the score another day. Zhou, his eyes ablaze with anger, retorted, Let go? What do you mean settle the score? Today I've realized that the three-eyed leopard is nothing but a lowly swindler. The monk, eyes wide in disbelief, asked, What are you talking about? Is that true? Zhou, flailing his arms in frustration, watched as the assailants vanished into the distance, stomping his feet in exasperation. Am I deceiving you? Just now, I saw a little brat with a cart. There was a sack in it, and I thought these scoundrels were stealing dogs. But as I passed by, I heard the sound of a child whimpering. I stopped the boy and opened the sack, only to find a bound little boy inside. That scoundrel lunged at me with a knife. Thankfully, I was bundled up today, or I would have been skewered. Ning Jie furrowed his brow and asked Zhang Xiaoyan, "Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Zhang Xiaoyan, equally bewildered, replied, "I had no idea. I just saw someone hitting my brother and rushed in without knowing what was going on." Breathing heavily, Zhou waved his hand dismissively. He didn't know. Damn it. The child is in the supply and marketing cooperative, and this bunch of big-hatted thugs is playing dead, not showing their faces even now. Zhou's face was smeared with blood, and several cuts adorned his body, while the others bore only minor injuries. Ning Jie said, "Zhou, you and the others should head to the hospital. I'll go check on the child." Zhou opened his mouth to protest, but Ning Jie continued, "Rest assured. You must remember that the monk and the scholar come from reputable families. We are better suited to handle this situation." Zhou nodded. "I appreciate the camaraderie of my brothers today. I won't forget it." The monk waved his hand. "All right, just go to the hospital. You are bleeding profusely and still here dawdling. Once you've healed, treat us to a meal." After Zhou and his companions departed, Ning Jie and the others entered the supply and marketing cooperative. A sizable crowd had gathered outside, and upon entering, the staff inside regarded Ning Jie and his companions with wary eyes. Ning Jie addressed the woman at the counter, saying, "Excuse me, I would like to inquire about the child we just rescued." The woman, cautious, responded, "What is your purpose here? I must inform you that the police will arrive shortly, and do not entertain any malicious intentions." With a wry smile, Ning Jie replied, "Well, I am associated with the chubby lad who brought the child in earlier. There are plenty of people outside. You may verify with them. We merely wish to check on the child's well-being." The woman scrutinized Ning Jie before exchanging glances with the other three women behind the counter, then said, "Please wait." Afterward, she circumvented the counter and stepped outside. Moments later, she returned, her demeanor considerably more amiable. "Young man, the police will be here shortly. The child is in the back room. Let us discuss this further once they arrive." Ning Jie nodded and instructedly Xiaodong, "Please head to the logging yard and summon my brother." Although this matter did not fall under Fu Jianya's jurisdiction, Ning Jie was well aware that San Yin Bao was brazenly involved in dubious affairs, and it was inconceivable that there were no ulterior motives at play. Xiaodong nodded and dashed out the door. Several monks accompanied Ning Jie to the entrance, lighting cigarettes and standing guard like sentinels. At that moment, Defy arrived, panting heavily, and asked, "Where is everyone? Where have they gone?" The monk retorted, "You, my friend, always arrive too late. They have long since vanished." Defy, unperturbed, sensed from the monk's tone that Zhou Pongzi had undoubtedly faced some misfortune. He had been nearby when Zhou Pongzi's associates returned to the train station to rally support. As he had been momentarily occupied, turning to Ning Jie, Defy inquired, "What is going on?" Ning Jie offered Defy a cigarette, his expression grave. "Brother Fei, are you aware that San Yin Bao is involved in trafficking?" Defy was momentarily taken aback, his face reflecting disbelief. "Surely, that cannot be true. Isn't that rascal engaged in running gambling operations? How could he be entangled in such illicit activities?" Ning Jie shared Defay's astonishment. In his previous life, San Yin Bao had been infamously killed by a high school student, an incident that had stirred significant public uproar. Even after San Yin Bao's demise, Ning Jie had not heard of him being involved in trafficking. Reflecting on it now, it seemed improbable that San Yin Bao could afford a Jeep in 1985 solely through legal gambling activities. It appeared he had been engaged in reprehensible dealings all along. Some claimed that child trafficking did not exist in Northeast China, but such assertions were patently absurd. During this era, the Northeast was rife with trafficking schemes, employing various tactics, often targeting remote villages. Instances of luring children with mere confections were alarmingly common. However, those in the underworld typically looked down upon such trades, leading to the clandestine nature of these operations, as the locals were quite astute regarding their children, ultimately causing many of these perpetrators to fade into obscurity. If the people on the street were to discover who was responsible for the child trafficking, they would surely face dire consequences. Ning Jie shook his head as he looked toward the house and remarked, "The child is lying inside. Fortunately, old Zhou discovered this today. Otherwise, the child could have vanished without a trace." Defay wore a contemptuous expression, muttering in anger, "How can this scoundrel dare to profit from such a heinous act? This cannot go unpunished. We must ensure this foul creature pays dearly." Ning Jie did not dispute his words, but instead suggested, "Brother Fei, with your extensive connections, it would be prudent to spread the word immediately." Brother Singh will soon gather people to block the entrance of San Yanbao's home. We cannot allow this scoundrel to escape. Brother Singh nodded in agreement, for he was not foolish. He understood what Ning Jie was implying. It was inconceivable that San Yanbao could engage in such activities without any backup. Although they now proclaimed their virtuous intentions, the reality of society is that where there is light, there are also shadows. Being enraged is futile. After the others departed, Ning Jie remained at the entrance alone. Before long, police arrived on their Changjiang 750 tricycle, 3 officers in total. Upon alighting, they first dispersed the onlookers, and seeing that the brawl had dispersed, they prepared to leave. This sudden action left Ning Jie bewildered, prompting him to call out to the officers, "Comrades, wait." The lead officer turned with a puzzled expression, inquiring, "Is there something wrong?" Ning Jie approached, gesturing toward the supply and marketing cooperative, stating, "Didn't someone just engage in a brawl? It all started when someone discovered a child trafficking incident. The child is still at the cooperative." The 3 officers dismounted their motorcycle and turned off the engine. The lead officer, frowning, scrutinized Ning Jie and asked, "Who are you?" Ning Jie replied, "I am here to assist in rescuing the child." "Oh." The lead officer's voice rose sharply. "So you were involved in the brawl as well?" Ning Jie smiled and responded, "Comrade, this is not a brawl. I am acting in the spirit of altruism, following the example of Lei Feng." The lead officer scowled, admonishing, "Do not give me that cheeky attitude. A brawl is a brawl, regardless of your so-called altruism." Ning Jie, suppressing his frustration, pointed to the cooperative and said, "Comrade, why not enter the cooperative and inquire? The child is still inside." The lead officer glanced at Ning Jie and instructed his 2 colleagues, "Keep an eye on him. Do not let him escape. I will go inside and take a look." With that, the lead officer entered the building. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, whispering to his colleagues, and one of them produced a pair of handcuffs, placing them on Ning Jie's wrists. Throughout the ordeal, Ning Jie did not resist, silently observing the lead officer with an inscrutable expression. Perhaps it was his demeanor that incited the officer's ire, for the lead officer suddenly struck Ning Jie's back with a baton. In this era, the baton was short, 3/4 of it was plastic, while the remaining quarter was steel, earning it the fearsome moniker of electric baton. Ning Jie inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze on the lead officer, and demanded, "Give me a reason." To his surprise, the officer replied mockingly, "A reason? How about child trafficking?" Ning Jie's gaze sharpened, and he realized his suspicions were indeed correct. That wretched 3-eyed leopard had someone backing him. A grin spread across Ning Jie's face as he nodded and said, "All right, let us settle this as you propose. Just ensure you don't regret it." This remark incited the other party's ire, and wielding a baton, he struck Ning Jie's back forcefully several times before forcibly dragging him into the vehicle. "Damn it. Keep talking, and I'll take you down." As the 2 men escorted Ning Jie back, another individual entered the supply and marketing cooperative. By the time Fu Jianye arrived, the crowd had dispersed, leaving only a few women and a handful of onlookers discussing the earlier events. Upon seeing Fu Jianye enter, a woman inquired, "What do you need?" Fu Jianye surveyed the surroundings, failing to spot Ning Jie, and asked, "Excuse me, did a tall fellow with short hair leave here?" The woman's expression shifted dramatically as she replied, "He was taken away by the police." Fu Jianye's brow furrowed, an inexplicable surge of anger welling within him. Earlier on the road, Li Xiaodong had briefed him on the situation. Ning Jie was no fool. There was no way he would allow Li Xiaodong to deceive him regarding the matter. This signified that Ning Jie had taken it upon himself to deal with the mess left by that gang on motorcycles. A person who had just rescued a child was taken by the police. Only Ning Jie could endure such injustice. Had it been an ordinary individual, they would surely face wrongful imprisonment, left without any means of resistance. Contemplating this, Fu Jianye felt a sudden flare of fury. He loosened his scarf, feeling uncomfortably warm, as if pricked by needles. "Thank you." After uttering this, Fu Jianye and Li Xiaodong hastily exited, driving straight to the city government. Meanwhile, Ning Jie, seated on a motorcycle, was subjected to the curious stares of passers-by. The 2 men accompanying him seemed to relish the spectacle, deliberately slowing their pace, as though inviting others to recognize Ning Jie's face. As they passed a restaurant, Ning Jie suddenly spotted a boy of around 11 or 12, weeping profusely, his face awash with tears and snot, calling out for air bao. Ning Jie felt a nagging familiarity with the boy, but could not place him. It was only upon entering the police station that the memory struck him. Wasn't he this the same boy who had once confronted the 3-eyed leopard in a previous life? Chapter 78. The reluctant denial. Ning Jie found this world to be remarkably peculiar. Zhang Fan had toyed with Dong Hui, ultimately leading him to acquire a house. while in a past life, it had been Dong Hui who facilitated his own and Lin Yueji's ascent. The boy he had just seen, despite being in his senior year when Ning Jie encountered him previously, was unmistakably the one calling out for Air Bao. By connecting the dots between the three-eyed leopard, Air Bao, and this boy, it was evident that Air Bao was the child stolen by the three-eyed leopardess gang. In his former life, it had seemed that the boy was seeking to rise by confronting the three-eyed leopard, but now it appeared that he was merely avenging his brother. With this realization, Ning Jie couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. The officer glared at Ning Jie, who was foolishly grinning, and in a fit of anger, pulled him into a room, delivering a swift kick to his rear. Ning Jie furrowed his brow, shifting slightly, and turning to face the officer with a cold smirk. Shaking his head, "You laugh, you bastard." Ning Jie replied earnestly, "Indeed, I laugh at your grandmother." The officer raised his baton and struck Ning Jie on the head, causing a momentary dizziness, as warmth trickled down from his scalp. Ning Jie burst into laughter, infuriating the officer, who retaliated with several blows from the baton. Seeing that Ning Jie was utterly unyielding, the two officers shut the door, dragging him to the radiator. They removed his handcuffs, securing his left wrist tightly, while the other end that was meant for his right hand was fastened to the radiator. The two lit cigarettes, narrowing their eyes at Ning Jie. As the electric baton crackled ominously in their hands, the metallic tip sparking, he understood their malicious intentions. In this era, for those who found themselves in police custody, those faring better would eventually return home, while the unfortunate ones became the targets of these officers' frustrations. Moreover, in their jurisdiction, when a fight broke out, the police would not intervene immediately. They would wait until the altercation seemed nearly over before arriving in their vehicles to apprehend the unfortunate souls who had been beaten. Often, even if one was the victim, they would endure a beating upon entry, only to be branded as a brawler. With the advent of the electric baton, it had become a tool of torment for some. Just like now, as they watched Ning Jie half-crouched, they wickedly pressed the baton against the radiator, sending a fierce current coursing through his body, tightening every muscle. The searing pain mixed with a tearing agony caused his veins to bulge, his face reddening in an instant. He gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at the officer wielding the baton, suppressing the urge to cry out. "Quite resilient, aren't you? What are you looking at? Not convinced?" Ning Jie mumbled, "If you have the guts, kill me." The baton struck the radiator once more, causing Ning Jie's body to convulse involuntarily. His mind clouded in chaos, the intense pain only fueling his anger further. After several rounds of electric shocks, until Ning Jie succumbed into unconsciousness, the younger officer voiced his concern. "Zhang, if we continue like this, he might die. Let us stop." Officer Zhang scoffed, kicking the unconscious Ning Jie. "In a moment. Write up the confession and let this kid provide his fingerprints." The younger officer hesitated, but Zhang, he's the one who saved the child today, doing this. Zhang shot a sharp glance at the younger officer, threateningly stating, "Money, ice, and tea only coming from me. What if my little nephew gets locked up? Do you think we can escape? Letting this kid take the blame is just perfect. Once he provides his fingerprints, he won't be able to retract his statement later. Listen, in this day and age, one must be ruthless. With our meager monthly salary of just over 60, what can we even afford? We can't even buy a damn television." Shaoli gritted his teeth, and the scales of his inner turmoil tilted dramatically. "I understand now, Brother Zhang, Suddenly, the door was forcefully kicked open. The two individuals stared in astonishment at the entrance, where Fu Jianye stood with the police chief. A dark expression etched across his face as he regarded the shocked duo. Upon seeing Ning Jie unconscious on the ground, Fu Jianye's eyes instantly reddened. The police chief, drenched in sweat, could hardly believe that his subordinates were capable of such acts. "Chief, we were interrogating a suspect," stammered the officer named Zhang, beads of sweat forming as a chill coursed through him, reaching his very core. Slap. The chief delivered a stinging blow to Zhang's face, causing him to stagger backward several paces. Clutching his face and bowing his head, his mind was a tumult of confusion, and his body trembled uncontrollably. It was over. Everything was lost. In a fit of rage, the chief kicked Zhang again, his frustration boiling over. How could a police officer aid in the cover-up of such malfeasance? Had it not been for Fu Jianye and the city secretary's arrival, he would have remained oblivious. If this had been an ordinary citizen, would they not have been wrongfully condemned to death? A criminal? How can you label a brave young man as a criminal? He shouted, directing his ire at Zhang. "I have always valued you, yet this is how you repay my trust in you and the organization?" Another slap followed, as he roared, "Do you even deserve this uniform?" The chief's hatred for Zhang grew. If this incident reached higher authorities or implicated him, his career could be irrevocably shattered. At just over 40, He still had opportunities to advance, but if his career were to be ruined by Zhang's incompetence, he would long to flay him alive. While reprimanding Zhang, he kept a peripheral watch on Fu Jianya's reaction. Fu Jianya, seemingly unfazed by the chaos, approached Ning Jie and coldly instructed, "Release him." Zhang hesitated, realizing that if he freed Ning Jie now, it would solidify his reputation as a corrupt officer. No, this man is a child abductor. Li Chunhua from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative can testify. Fu Jianya lifted his gaze to Zhang, regarding him as though he were a mere corpse. You lack common sense in your duties. You attempted to silence someone with money, yet you gave it all to Li Chunhua. Do you truly believe he would share it with others? Zhang froze. Terror etched on his face as he stammered. You are accusing me unjustly. You must have threatened them. The chief, his face darkened, kicked him over, hastily retrieving the keys from Xiao Li's waist to unlock Ning Jie. The city secretary adjusted his glasses and remarked blandly, "Director Sun, our city's police ethics are truly commendable. There are many areas where this should be documented, but I shall refrain from lengthy exposition here. Everyone is aware of the situation. Rest assured, matters should be reported in advance, allowing for delays but not absence." Chapter 79. The confinement period. The face of Director Sun turned ashen in an instant, and he hastily exclaimed, "This matter is a result of my inadequate supervision. I never anticipated that such a rogue could exist within our revolutionary ranks. I bear responsibility for this incident, and when the time comes, I shall report to my superiors and ensure justice is served for these valiant youths." Secretary, who remained silent, directing his gaze toward Fu Jianya. Fu Jianya and Li Xiaodong assisted Ning Jie, who had just regained consciousness, settling him onto a nearby chair. Upon awakening from his stupor, Ning Jie felt as if his mind had been wiped clean, his thoughts lagging behind his vision. Seeing Ning awake, Fu Jianya breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiao Jie, Xiao Jie?" Ning Jie opened his mouth, nodding numbly. The pent-up frustration within Fu Jianya surged forth. He turned to Li Xiaodong and inquired, "That fellow known as Three-Eyed Leopard, is he involved in the gambling schemes?" Li Xiaodong nodded, responding, "Indeed, that is him. Not only does he engage in gambling, but he also partakes in the collection of debts. He is involved in all sorts of nefarious activities." Officer Zhang felt as though the sky had collapsed upon him. In B City, he was not the only one engaged in debt collection. Although his brother-in-law had some notoriety, other thugs were still brazenly operating under their noses. Now that his brother-in-law had been singled out, it was tantamount to a death sentence, no matter how he struggled, even if he were innocent. Ning Jie was indeed involved in gambling, and he would not emerge unscathed. In the blink of an eye, the situation had shifted from Ning Jie to himself. The director, with a grim expression, recognized that the young lord was delivering a veiled message. "Zhang Zheng, what is the relationship between you and this three-eyed leopard?" Observing the director's clenched teeth, Zhang Zheng understood that his fortunes had turned. He hung his head, his face ashen. Noticing Zhang Zheng's silence, the director kicked him and seethed. "Speak. What is your connection to that thug?" The young officer standing nearby stammered, Director, Zhang Gu is the brother-in-law of Three-Eyed Leopard." The director's mind buzzed. He was aware that his subordinates had varying degrees of contact with such individuals, but he never imagined that Three-Eyed Leopard was Zhang Zheng's brother-in-law. No wonder this scoundrel was so brazen in his actions. Fu Jianya exchanged a glance with Secretary Hu and stated, "Director Sun, since this matter does not pertain to my brother, I shall take him home." Director Sun, drenched in cold sweat, hastily replied, "Very well, Jianya. I will report this incident to your father later, you." Fu Jianya took a deep breath, supporting the still weak Ning Jie, and assured, "Rest assured, I shall convey the truth of this matter to my father." The expression on Director Sun's face stiffened, becoming increasingly anxious. Watching Fu Jianya and his companions exit the room, he commanded the officers behind him, "Detain these two scoundrels. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. Leave no stone unturned. Damn it, anyone with connections will feel my wrath." Several officers promptly restrained Zhang Zheng and the young officer, who struggled half-heartedly, while Zhang Zheng showed no inclination to resist. Director Sun contemplated for a moment and exclaimed, "Ah, yes, that so-called three-eyed cat. Bring people. Equip them with firearms. Capture them all." Following his words, Director Sun furiously kicked Zhang Zheng twice before storming out of the room. Fu Jianya drove to the hospital, and as the cold wind blew, Ning Jie regained some consciousness. Pain coursed through his body. His muscles felt as though they had been soaked in vinegar, sore and aching. "Brother, we don't need to go to the hospital. I'm fine," Ning Jie insisted. Fu Jianya shook his head, supporting Ning Jie as he said, "We need to observe you in the hospital overnight and see how things unfold." Observing Ning Jie, Fu Jianya added, "Even if you are well, you must stay here for the night." Ning Jie understood Fu Jianya's implication. He surmised that Uncle Fu would certainly pay him a visit later that evening, and it was likely that the director's surnamed son would accompany him. That's troublesome, brother, Ning Jie remarked. Fu Jianya chuckled. Troublesome? You did a commendable deed. How could your brother not stand up for you? Ning Jie nodded with a smile and turned to Secretary Hu, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, big brother. Secretary Hu smiled and shook his head. What Jianya said is true. For the good you've done, we must ensure you do not suffer any grievances. After arranging for Ning Jie's hospitalization, Secretary Hu greeted the hospital leadership and secured a private room for him. In this era, having connections often proved more advantageous than wealth. Two directors examined Ning Jie's condition, prescribed medication, and exchanged pleasantries with Fu Jianya before leaving the ward. After a brief stay, Fu Jianya and Secretary Hu departed, concerned that Lin Yuezhi might worry. Ning Jie instructed Li Xiaodong to return to the factory. By noon, Lin Yuezhi, looking worn and weary, entered the hospital room. Upon seeing Ning Jie lying on the bed, tears streamed down her face, causing Ning Jie immense heartache. Oh dear, what happened to you? I'm fine. Please don't cry, he urged. Quickly, he embraced Lin Yuezhi, who gazed at him with tear-filled eyes and said, You're fine. Xiaodong told me you fainted. Ning Jie reassured her, Really, I'm all right. It's just that my brother insisted I stay in the hospital. Please, do not cry. Seeing you in tears breaks my heart. Lin Yuezhi shot him a disapproving look and said, You're such a tease. I made you dumplings filled with pickled vegetables. You better eat them. This afternoon, I'll buy a hen to make soup for you. Ning Jie accepted the aluminum lunchbox she offered and grinned. What's this? It's as if I'm expected to be in confinement. Lin Yuezhi pouted and playfully scowled. I'm asking you, are you going to drink it or not? Ning Jie promptly patted his chest in assurance. I promise to drink every last drop. After finishing her visit, Lin Yuezhi left. Many were at the factory to collect televisions, and she feared something might go amiss. The foreman, upon learning of Ning Jie's troubles, had gathered all his workers at Ning Jie's factory. A group of thieves was now guarding the merchandise, a sight not often seen. In B City, there were indeed many notorious figures, and the antics of the three-eyed leopard had become widely known, thanks to the promotion by the monk, the scholar, and the notorious toad. In northeast China, the local customs remained notably fierce. Should one be apprehended for engaging in the despicable act of soliciting, they can expect to meet a most gruesome fate at the hands of a ruthless mob. Even the police, who harbor a deep disdain for such scoundrels, would be powerless to intervene. The anxious San Yin Bao sat on the bed, peering through the window, which was covered with a thin film, allowing but a vague glimpse of the shadows moving about outside his yard. It was a dire situation indeed. Chapter 80. Inciting wrath. The dozen or so underlings within the room were equally terrified, fully aware of the means by which San Yin Bao had amassed his fortune. Having participated in such undertakings themselves, they understood that should these individuals burst through the door, their own fates would undoubtedly be grim. Regret was futile, utterly worthless. San Yin Bao felt an overwhelming surge of rage. The act of soliciting was never a solitary endeavor, but rather a collaborative effort under the guise of protection. His subordinate, who had indulged in excessive drinking that morning, had rashly decided to seize the moment upon witnessing a 2-year-old boy playing in the yard with his brother. In a fit of impulsiveness, he fetched a tricycle and a sack, setting off with the child in tow. It was inevitable that trouble would ensue. Upon arriving at the house, the little boy's brother was just entering the courtyard when his subordinate forcefully silenced the child, dragging him into the alley. Once the deed was done, he rode homeward, only to cross paths with the rotund Zhou. Misfortune indeed. One could even choke on cool water. Ever since encountering Ning Jie, he had not known a single stroke of good luck. To speak of normalcy, who would boldly engage in such abominable acts of solicitation, brazenly employing a sack? Their actions could not escape notice, as they invariably involved women and administered sedatives. Today, he was destined to face the consequences. When the situation began to unravel, his first instinct was to flee in his jeep, but he never anticipated the swift response from the other party. Before he could gather his wits, his home was besieged. The crowd outside swelled, and San Yin Bao's heart sank further into despair. The monk and the scholar observed the unfamiliar faces, their lips twitching in disbelief. Goodness, look at that. Men, women, and children alike, all armed to the teeth. It was unclear who initiated it, but 2 men in their 40s leapt into the yard and threw open the gates, instantly prompting a surge of armed individuals into the courtyard. The thugs waiting outside were momentarily stunned, their scalps prickling at the sight of the dark wave crashing into San Yin Bao's home. The power of the masses was truly terrifying. Amid the clamor outside, San Yin Bao anxiously paced, fervently wishing for a secret passage akin to those described in the tales of Shan Tianfang, allowing him to slip away unnoticed. His underlings, now utterly disoriented, clutched the door in panic, casting helpless glances at San Yin Bao. "Big brother, what do we do?" One of them whimpered. San Yin Bao was seething with frustration. If he knew what to do, would he be pacing in circles? The madness of the crowd outside was palpable, axes crashing against the door, while others smashed at the windows with pickaxes. The door and windows were as fragile as paper, easily breached. "Who the hell is San Yin Bao?" A man burst into the room, his eyes aflame with fury, while those behind him gasped for breath, their eyes gleaming like ravenous wolves. The gang of followers cast a glance inside, and the three-eyed leopard, standing on the bed, widened his eyes in alarm, swallowing hard, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "Curse it! Finish him off!" In the next moment, the panicked three-eyed leopard was swiftly overwhelmed by the throng. The gang members fared no better. They were unaware which angelic voice had declared them accomplices, and in an instant, the dozen or so of them were swallowed by the crowd. The cries for mercy were heart-wrenching, sending chills down the spines of the onlooking monks outside. What does it mean to provoke the wrath of the masses? This is what it means. The three-eyed leopard had never wished more fervently for the police to arrive swiftly. His mind couldn't process where the pain was emanating from, feeling as if he were being minced like filling for dumplings, sliced into pieces with a cleaver. In mere minutes, the three-eyed leopard became a bloodied husk, his gaze vacant, his body convulsing, gradually succumbing to silence. Ultimately, the three-eyed leopard perished. At least he departed with some semblance of dignity, with so many attending his farewell. The gang members outside fared little better. Two of them were gasping for breath, barely able to draw in air, yet the onslaught showed no signs of relenting. Finally, the police arrived, and upon witnessing the dense crowd, they too felt a wave of apprehension wash over them. "This is absurd." Some of the onlookers were furiously venting their frustrations by tearing down buildings. "Comrades, cease the fighting, step aside. I am the police," the leading officer shouted with determination. But none of the assembled crowd deigned to acknowledge him. What of the police? Even they must wait in line. Indeed, let them queue. Once those inside have settled their affairs, grant an opportunity to those waiting outside. "That fellow, refrain from striking the head. Wouldn't that be fatal? Aim for the backside." "Yes, strike the backside." A group of officers exchanged bewildered glances, and through the gaps in the crowd, they could see several individuals sprawled on the ground, groaning softly. At this rate, there would be fatalities. Gritting his teeth, one officer drew his firearm and fired 2 shots into the air, which finally brought a semblance of calm to the crowd, all eyes shifting toward the police outside. "The police have arrived. Run, the police are here." A swarm of people surged from the building, and in no time, the place was cleared. Peering inside, the scene was grim. The floor was drenched in blood. A dozen individuals lay on the ground, devoid of the strength even to roll over, gazing at the police with a look of desperation more sincere than that of a lost child. 2 elderly men in their 70s, smoking and leaning on shovels, stood by, and upon noticing them, the old officer realized they were already prepared to take the fall. "Aren't you 2 running?" The slimmer of the 2 chuckled and said, "We can't move anymore. We'll stay behind to account for you 2. The old officer opened his mouth, gesturing helplessly. "No need for that. You 2 should head home." The 2 old men did not argue. Who wouldn't he want to live a few more years? They ambled out of the building, leaving behind a group of perplexed officers still grappling with the situation. Wu, the team leader, expressed his frustration, questioning how they would explain the situation now that the people had escaped. With a sigh, he replied, "What else can we do? We must face the music." He then urged, "Quickly take them to the hospital, or they will perish here." As he spoke, Wu furrowed his brow and stepped into the inner room. Inside, chaos reigned. The cabinets had been dismantled by the intruders, and remnants of televisions and thermoses lay strewn across the floor. The window frame remained, with the wind howling through, a testament to the thoroughness of the destruction. Upon glancing at the bed, Wu shuddered involuntarily. The corpse of the once formidable San Yin Bao still bore a faint semblance of humanity, now lifeless. Wu hastily poked his head out, exclaiming in exasperation, "Quick! Check if those 2 old men have fled far." News of San Yin Bao's demise spread like wildfire. A notorious gangster had fallen at the hands of the common folk, much to the public's satisfaction. As the monk animatedly recounted the grim fate of San Yin Bao, Ning Jie couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Why choose such a wretched path, becoming a beggar, when there were so many other options? He mused. The fate of human traffickers was universally met with violence, often resulting in death. In certain southern regions, even dog thieves could face fatal consequences, let alone those who abducted children. Old Zhou, with his head wrapped in bandages, listened intently, while Zhang Xiaoyan, having been pricked by a hot pot hook, felt a surge of excitement, slapping his thigh in frustration for not being present. A group of men smoked in the hospital room when a young nurse entered, her face contorted in disapproval as she waved her hand dismissively. No smoking in the ward. Go outside if you must. Noticing the nurse's irritated demeanor, the men quickly extinguished their cigarettes. The monk chuckled at her reaction, prompting her to glare back and demand, "What are you laughing at?" To which he replied, "Your beauty is simply irresistible. It brings a smile to my face." The nurse shot him a disdainful look before attending to Ning Jie, checking his pulse, and then sashaying out of the room. "Ah, that girl is quite charming," the monk remarked, nearly drooling as the others erupted in laughter. Old Zhou, with a mischievous grin, teased, "What's this? Have you taken a liking to her?" The monk nodded thoughtfully, stating, "She's far superior to those pretentious women at the cultural center. Look at that slim waist. It's even smaller than your thigh." As the clock approached 4, the group prepared to leave. Old Zhou sat on the adjacent hospital bed, munching on a guoguang apple alongside Zhang Xiaoyan, making a crunching sound reminiscent of 2 large rodents. By 5 o'clock, Lin Yujie arrived, carrying a thermal container from Tianjin. "Ah, my sister-in-law has come," Old Zhou said, reclining comfortably on the bed. Zhang Xiaoyan immediately stood up, nervously exclaiming, "Sister-in-law is here." Lin Yujie nodded and said, "Just in time. I've made chicken soup for you both to enjoy." Old Zhou quickly sat upright, signaling to Zhang Xiaoyan with a glance. "No, we just had a meal. We are full." Lin Yujie, skeptical, inquired, "Are you sure you don't want any? I made plenty. I can always take some back." The 2 men hastily waved her off, understanding the unspoken cue, and exited the hospital room, leaving Lin Yujie and Ning Jie behind. Lin Yujie placed the thermos on the bedside, poured soup for Ning Jie, and retrieved a whole chicken leg to place on a plate. Opening the lunchbox revealed frozen tofu and vermicelli stewed with pickled cabbage and pork belly, while another box was filled with rice. "Hurry and eat. Make sure to finish the chicken soup," she urged. Ning Jie gazed at the large pot of chicken soup, feeling overwhelmed by the quantity. "What if I can't finish it?" he pondered. "You can always drink it like water," she replied. Ning Jie dared not argue, lifting the thermos to take a sip of the chicken soup. A subtle herbal aroma filled his palate. The soup lacked distinct saltiness, but had a hint of sweetness and no fishiness, making it quite enjoyable. After a couple of gulps, he felt warmth spreading through his body. Lin Yujie, resting her chin on her hand, observed Ning Jie eat with squinted eyes, a look of satisfaction evident on her face. "So what do you think? I only added ginger, scallions, and a whole drumstick. Tasty, right?" Ning Jie nodded in affirmation. "Very delicious. Have you tried it?" She nodded, responding, "Yes, quite a bit today. We had many helpers, and I couldn't keep up with cooking, so I sent Xiaodong to take them out for a meal. By the way, we sold quite a few televisions today, over 200 units, both inside and outside. The toad told me his brothers have all gone to the countryside. We might sell even more tomorrow." Ning Jie nodded, aware that every sizable town in the county now had a forestry station, some even more prosperous than those in the city. "No worries about selling televisions. We might finish the stock before the new year." "Were there many inquiries about clothing today?" Lin Yujie confirmed, "Absolutely. Defy couldn't accommodate everyone. Today's visitors were mostly from out of town. I asked the old fellow to help arrange things for the evening." "Old fellow?" Ning Jie paused, then realized Lin Yujie was referring to a young man named Wu Ye from the commander's side, nicknamed Crow. She had forgotten his name and casually referred to him as Old Fellow. In their dialect, Old Fellow is synonymous with Crow, and some even refer to him as Old Crooked. Wu Ye was quite capable and astute, with a bit of knowledge to boot. The commander regarded him with great affection, repeatedly urging Ning Jie to mentor him properly. Ning Jie had considered this as well, having enlisted Wu Ye for several tasks, which he handled quite adeptly, exhibiting more steadiness than Li Xiaodong. This young man was determined to follow Ning Jie, and now he and Li Xiaodong were primarily assisting him with various matters. Lin Yujie nodded. "Yes, the one named Wu Ye. Didn't you mention you wanted him to train more?" Shortly after finishing their meal, while Lin Yujie was busy mopping the floor, Uncle Fu Jianya, and Director's son entered the room. Lin Yujie quickly set down the mop, feeling a bit flustered, and asked, "Uncle, what brings you here?" Secretary Fu, observing Lin Yujie's industriousness, felt a sense of comfort, regardless of Ning Jie's struggles. This girl truly excelled at managing a household. "I came to check on Ning Jie. I heard from your brother that you resigned from the forestry station," Lin Yujie responded. Somewhat shyly, "Our factory needs an accountant, and Ning Jie is overwhelmed managing everything alone, so I'm just helping out." Secretary Fu nodded with satisfaction and remarked that it is best for one to manage their own affairs. Ning Jie, having dismounted from the field, addressed Secretary Fu, saying, "Uncle, Why have you come out on such a frigid day? I have no significant matters at hand that warrant your visit. Secretary Fu shot Ning Jie a stern glance and replied, What do you mean by significant matters? You rascal, you never give anyone a moment's peace. Your aunt is quite frightened, worried that something might happen to you. Ning Jie chuckled and scratched his head, saying, There's nothing to worry about. I am in good health, and my brother and secretary who left early today, otherwise it would indeed be difficult to say. Director's son, overhearing from behind, could not help but shudder. The esteemed gentleman had quite the temper, and after finally calming down the elder, this young one seemed intent on stirring trouble. Secretary Fu subtly turned his head and cast a sidelong glance at Director's son, who, noticing the gaze of his superior, shivered once more. Secretary Fu beckoned Ning Jie to sit on the bed and said, You, young man, are my nephew by blood. If anything were to happen, I would certainly come to see you. On a professional level, it is unacceptable for our law enforcement system to harbor such miscreants, allowing a valiant youth like you to be wronged. As the secretary, I must extend my condolences. In both personal and official matters, we must not betray the trust of the people. Would you not agree, Director's son? Chapter 82. We are all family. Director's son lamented silently. He understood Secretary Fu's meaning all too well. It was evident that he was standing up for Ning Jie, and this matter required a resolution. Taking a deep breath, Director's son forced a smile and said, Indeed, Secretary Fu. Regarding Ning Jie's act of bravery, I have already begun drafting a report to submit. We cannot allow such a noble youth to feel disheartened, can we? The title of heroic action will surely be bestowed upon him. Ning Jie suddenly turned to Director's son, saying, Director's son, the act of bravery was not solely mine. The first to discover the situation was Zhou Bin, who was injured and is currently hospitalized nearby. Both Director's son and Secretary Fu were taken aback. Such accolades are best shared among few. Yet, Ning Jie willingly offered part of his recognition to another, which genuinely surprised both men. Nevertheless, the character displayed by Ning Jie was greatly appreciated by those present in the room. Director's son quickly said, I was unaware of this. Very well, Secretary Fu and I will sit with you for a while, and then I shall extend my regards to Comrade Zhou. Ning Jie nodded and replied, Thank you. Director Sunday Ning Jie was indifferent to the title of heroic action. Old Zhou, whose integrity was beyond question, needed this recognition more than he did. In these times, such titles and certificates hold significant weight, in a certain sense, serving as a shield against misfortune, though it depends on how one wields them. Initially, Ning Jie contemplated reporting the matter to the monks, but then reconsidered, realizing that they might not value it. As they were quite different from Old Zhou, the monks and scholars were truly the rogues in society. For them, these titles carried a more ironic connotation. To speak candidly, given the family's resources, acquiring such items is a matter of mere moments. The act of embellishing one's credentials is a time-honored tradition, prevalent throughout various dynasties. This is what we refer to as a political characteristic. Director's son continued, stating, Moreover, regarding the handling of those 3 police officers, I have already reported the matter to the municipal committee. These 3 will undoubtedly face severe punishment. Ning Jie chuckled, recognizing that old son had deftly redirected the responsibility, implying that he had delivered the heads of these individuals to his superior, who could decide their fate. Secretary Fu was fully aware of Director's son's intentions, acknowledging that this matter could only be elaborated upon to a certain extent. Old son's candor regarding his stance was sufficient. Some matters hinge on one's origins, encompassing lineage, the extent of one's roots, and numerous other factors. However, through this incident, Director's son had undeniably become a part of Fu Jianya's network. It could be argued that Ning Jie's situation was not entirely unfavorable. For Secretary Fu, it was indeed a significant boon. Secretary Fu nodded and remarked, All right, little Jie, I understand your grievances. However, your uncle's son was not privy to this matter beforehand. Your uncle's son is a good comrade. He handled this situation justly. We are not outsiders, so let go of that resentment. Ning Jie grasped Secretary Fu's implication. By positioning him as a younger relative, it undoubtedly fostered a closer bond with Director Sunday. Even if Director's son recognized Ning Jie as a source of trouble, he was now compelled to accept this relationship. Ning Jie nodded and replied, You should have mentioned this earlier. How was I to know about Uncle's son's connection to our family? We are all kin. So what grievances could there be? Director's son breathed a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat uneasy, yet recognizing that he had already committed himself to this alliance. Regardless of its nature, he smiled at Ning Jie and said, Secretary Fu is right. We are family. There is no need for further concern. Let South maintain close ties, as we are indeed true relatives. After conversing for a while, Director Sun and Secretary Fu took their leave, followed closely by Fu Jianye and Secretary Hu. As they departed, Fu Jianye discreetly gave Ning Jie a thumbs up. Shortly after their exit, Zhou Pengzi entered Ning Jie's room with great enthusiasm, plopping down on the hospital bed and exclaiming, "Well done, old Ning. I didn't expect to earn a commendation for bravery." Ning Jie chuckled as he handed Zhou Pengzi an apple, saying, "That is well deserved." Zhou Pengzi studied Ning Jie intently for a long moment, nodding vigorously, wincing in pain. He had intended to express his heartfelt gratitude, but found himself at a loss for words. Ning Jie playfully kicked Zhou Pengzi, saying, "All right, I'll be discharged tomorrow. Take care of yourself. I'm off to sleep with my wife." Zhou Pengzi grinned, stuffing 2 more apples into his pockets, and said, "Sister-in-law, please take good care of my brother tonight. I'll be on my way. Get lost." Lin Yuezhi chuckled as she closed the door, saying, "Get in here and sleep." The hospital bed was pitifully small, with 2 beds in the room, evidently indicating that Lin Yuezhi had no intention of sleeping on the other one. Ning Jie shifted slightly, and Lin Yuezhi removed her outer jacket, cotton pants, and shoes before burrowing into the quilt. She then took Ning Jie's hand and placed it in front of her. "Quickly sleep. We shall return home tomorrow morning." Ning Jie murmured in acknowledgement, burying his head in Lin Yuezhi's neck, where a sweet fragrance instantly filled his senses. Before long, he fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, Ning Jie and Lin Yuezhi ventured to the nearby street for wontons, and they rode back on their bicycles. It was only 7:30 in the morning, yet from a distance, they could hear the clamor emanating from the factory. The clothes had not yet arrived, which undoubtedly meant they were purchasing a television, with the year drawing to a close and money in hand. Waiting for a television from the department store might take an eternity. Ning Jie had undoubtedly provided them with a superior option, considering the additional 30 yuan. Purchasing a television from the department store would still require some negotiation with acquaintances, and they would be in debt to someone, making Ning Jie's offer more appealing. Upon entering the courtyard, a large number of people had gathered. Li Xiaodong and Crow were busy, with many of the patrons' godsons collecting money and maintaining order. After exchanging greetings, Ning Jie joined in the bustle for a while. By 8 o'clock, he sent the payment to Lai Xingfu. Returning to the venue, Ning Jie called Lai Xingfu. As soon as the call connected, Ning Jie said, "Mr. Lai, the money has been transferred. Please check your accounts in the next couple of days." Lai Xingfu was somewhat astonished. It had only been a few days, and all the goods had been sold. A thrill of excitement welled up within him as he inquired, "How much merchandise are we talking about this time?" Ning Jie smiled and replied, "This time, the order can be somewhat varied. If you have socks or anything like that, please send me some. By the way, have you managed to prepare the school uniforms we discussed last time?" Lai Xingfu laughed and assured him, "Rest assured, I will prioritize what you requested. Let me put it this way. Our factory's uniforms are virtually indistinguishable from those in reputable stores." Chapter 83. A new vehicle this time. Ning Jie did not place an excessively large order, as holding too much inventory posed a risk for him. He ordered merchandise worth 400,000, knowing there was a month until the new year. He anticipated a potential surge in sales before the holiday, allowing for a cushion to avoid chaos later on. That evening, the second batch of goods arrived, delivered by Zhang Xiaoyan and his team. This lad, with 6 stitches in his head, insisted on leaving the hospital to help oversee the operation. The unloading continued until after 9 o'clock, and with the assistance of many, the goods were stacked neatly. Ning Jie distributed cigarettes and bonuses, sending his brothers off from the yard. The following morning, the goods merchants flooded into the courtyard. Ning Jie was overjoyed to see them, as they represented bundles of potential success, infused with the scent of ink. After those dealing in clothing departed, buyers for televisions arrived, and over 500 units had been sold in total, far exceeding Ning Jie's expectations. Upon reflection, the situation made sense. Their region, rich in mines and forests, and with the railway as a hub, offered the best conditions for employment. Why did Dong Hui strive so fervently to enter the forestry sector? Was it merely for the few extra yuan in wages? In this day and age, timber has become a coveted commodity, with timber permits being exceedingly sought after. Once one steps into the forest farm, with a bit of ingenuity, one could easily earn a year's salary in a single winter. As for the railways and mines, they are merely matters of leveraging connections. Those who engage in such dealings are positively thriving. Observing this situation, it seems unnecessary to wait until the end of the year. It is likely that this matter will reach its conclusion by the end of this month. Around 8 o'clock, the monk, defy, and the toad arrived. This group had visited the hospital the previous day and returned this morning for some camaraderie. The animosity between the toad and Ning Jie had seemingly vanished. Their rapport now akin to that of brothers sharing the same trousers. After exchanging pleasantries, Ning Jie beckoned the monk and the scholar aside and recounted the events of the previous day's act of bravery. Upon hearing this, the monk and the scholar burst into laughter. Let me tell you, brother, not involving us was indeed the wisest decision. Otherwise, we would have had to confront you. The scholar nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, our propensity for fighting would have turned that act of valor into a source of ridicule for those women. What matters is that we, as brothers, find joy in each other's company. We seek no accolades. Ning Jie chuckled as he clarified. Do I not know how you both feel about such things? Had it not been for yesterday, I would have reported it. However, given your contributions, I felt it essential to acknowledge you both. The monk patted Ning Jie on the shoulder and remarked, your thoughtfulness is appreciated, brother. Just as he was about to respond, Lin Yuzhi opened the window of the fourth-floor corridor, calling out to Ning Jie. Ning Jie, our brother is on the phone. He wants you to go to the forest farm. Ning Jie inquired, what did our brother say? Lin Yuzhi replied with a smile, he didn't specify, just urged you to hurry. Knowing the relationship between Fu Jianyi and Ning Jie, the monk gave Ning Jie another encouraging pat on the shoulder, saying, all right, you should go. Jianyi must have something important to discuss with you. We'll keep an eye on things here. Ning Jie nodded in agreement. All right then, don't leave for lunch without me. Let us have a meal together. The monk waved his hand in impatience. All right, go on. Ning Jie hopped on his bicycle and made his way to the forest farm without delay, fearing that Fu Jianyi might have urgent matters to discuss. Upon arriving at the forest farm, Ning Jie greeted the security guard and signed in before hastily making his way upstairs to knock on Fu Jianyi's office door. Come in. Upon entering, Ning Jie removed his cotton hat and, panting, asked, what is the matter, brother? Why the urgency? Fu Jianyi tossed him a cigarette, saying, it's good news. Would I call you for anything else? Ning Jie, grinning widely, queried, what is it? Is there timber work available? Fu Jianyi shot him a glare, retorting, do you think such good fortune would come your way? I'm a department head, not the farm manager. Besides, do you really need that little bit of money? Brother, dear brother, I am indeed in need. Could you possibly grant me a permit? Fu Jianyi, in exasperation, tore up a piece of writing paper, crumpled it, and tossed it at Ning Jie. Get lost. You're always dreaming of opportunistic schemes. I've arranged a vehicle for you. It's downstairs if you want it. Ning Jie's eyes lit up. Oh, what kind of vehicle, brother? Fu Jianyi took a puff of his cigarette, a hint of pride in his voice as he remarked. What else could it be but a Jeep? A new one, of course. I managed to intercept it, but you must settle the payment as agreed. I cannot afford to cover your expenses. Ning Jie rubbed his hands together and replied with a smile. All right, I'll have someone deliver it this afternoon. But first, let me take a look at the vehicle. Fu Jianyi shot Ning Jie a disapproving glance, tossed the car keys from his drawer to him, and then donned his coat as he descended the stairs. The two made their way to the rear courtyard of the 5-story building at the logging site, where beside the boiler room stood a brand new Jeep 212. This vehicle, typically priced around $21,000 to $22,000, proved to be far more practical than a sedan in their mountainous region. After starting the engine, Ning Jie grinned at Fu Jianyi and said, brother, aren't you going to give it a try? Observing Ning Jie's childlike enthusiasm, Fu Jianyi couldn't help but chuckle. All right then, go back and show off. As if I have no part in this. By the way, the paperwork is in the passenger seat. Mention my name if anything arises. Ning Jie leaned out, cheerfully suggesting, shall we go for a drink together at noon? Fu Jianyi waved his hand dismissively. You go ahead. Our cafeteria is serving hearty meat at lunch. I have a meeting in the afternoon, so perhaps another day. Then when should I deliver the money for your meeting? Should I bring it later? No rush. Tomorrow or the day after will suffice. Now, hurry back. I've heard you've been swamped with work. Stay focused and don't waste time. Ning Jie nodded, assuring him, rest assured, I will handle things well and won't let anyone down. Waving goodbye to Fu Jianyi, Ning Jie drove back to the yard. And his return in the Jeep 212 sparked envy among the likes of Toad and Monk. Toad circled the Jeep, enviously commenting, look at that, driving a Jeep now. Ning Jie chuckled, what is the rush? You can afford one now too. Toad shook his head, being able to buy it and being willing to are two different matters. This thing guzzles fuel. I can't maintain it. Monk, after a puff of smoke, added, you might as well give up. At this rate, you'll barely be able to afford a small car. Toad chuckled softly. Iron Army has been making quite a bit lately, yet we hardly ever see him. Monk's eyes narrowed. That old rascal is still trying to meddle in our affairs. Chapter 84. Toad's unsavory business. Ning Jie glanced at Toad, but chose not to engage, while the Fae turned away, leaning against a machine cover, pretending not to listen. With a smile, Monk remarked, among the three of us, Iron Army is the least fortunate. We can't assist him, so we're genuinely happy he has a good job. However, I've heard you Haven T settled debts owed to several younger brothers, and they've come seeking you. Is it true you even hospitalized one of them? Upon hearing Monk's words, Ning Jie's expression darkened instantly. He turned to Toad, inquiring with a smile, "Is that true, Toad? You, a big brother, wouldn't he do such a thing, would you?" The Toad's face flushed crimson, and his thoughts were rather simplistic. The fewer individuals who could collaborate with Ning Jie, the better. Ideally, he aspired to be the sole intermediary beneath Ning Jie, envisioning a future where he could simply lounge about, counting his riches. By mentioning the Iron Army, he aimed to intensify the discord among the trio, directing the ire of the two monks towards Ning Jie. However, the Toad miscalculated. No matter the circumstance, the monks would never turn against Ning Jie. They acknowledged their inability to best Ning Jie, yet they harbored no fear of him. Rather, they were apprehensive of Fu Jianye, the formidable figure behind Ning Jie. To the Toad's astonishment, the monk was aware of his indiscretions. Ning Jie had previously cautioned him against greed, emphasizing that he could not pilfer from his brothers. Now that the matter had come to light, the Toad found himself at a loss on how to confront Ning Jie. "Well, my brother has been disobedient, his hands unclean. A little reprimand is in order," he chuckled nervously. Ning Jie regarded the Toad with a penetrating gaze and responded, "Brother, this may sound harsh, but I must speak plainly. If your brother approaches me claiming you have withheld his earnings, we shall indeed need to discuss this matter." Seeing that Ning Jie offered him no favor, the Toad's expression darkened. Narrowing his eyes, he forced a smile and nodded, saying, "Rest assured, I will not engage in such actions." At that moment, Lin Yueji's voice broke the tension in the air. Ning Jie smiled and replied, "Indeed, I mentioned it casually last time, and our brother took it to heart. He even intercepted someone else's goods." Lin Yueji gleefully opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat, her hands caressing the cool steering wheel as she squinted and smiled. "Having my own car is splendid. I can return home to hunt whenever I wish." Ning Jie observed Lin Yueji with amusement. She was delightful in every regard, albeit insatiably greedy. Now that she possessed a vehicle, convenience was at her fingertips, allowing her to indulge her cravings at home. Nevertheless, a significant workforce was still lacking, and with such a vast enterprise at stake, departing at will was not an option. "All right, if you wish to return, we can do so anytime," he assured her. The monks chuckled. "Next time, we should accompany you too on your return. We have yet to experience hunting in our lives." Ning Jie nodded with a smile. "All is agreeable. We can go whenever you wish." After a while, the Toad departed with defy. Once they left, Ning Jie inquired, "Monk, is what you mentioned true? Are you referring to the Toad's actions?" Ning Jie nodded. If the Toad truly committed such an act, he would be in grave trouble. In these times, employing one's intellect was far more pleasurable than brawling. The Toad had numerous subordinates who were aware of his earnings. Should he begin to pilfer from others, what would they think? Ning Jie had chosen to collaborate with the Toad primarily because of his numerous followers and a sense of guilt. As this man had perished at his hands in a previous life, he recognized that the Toad was not of commendable character. Yet he had treated his subordinates decently in the past. However, it was evident that his kindness was contingent upon the Toad's financial gains. Once the amount became enticing enough, the Toad would readily cast aside any fraternal bonds. The monk, with a look of disdain, remarked, "He has a younger brother named Xiaoguang, who often comes to dance at my place. A few days ago, Xiaoguang's partner came and said that Xiaoguang had been beaten by a Toad. I was initially puzzled, as Xiaoguang and the Toad had a rather amicable relationship, and the Toad was typically quite reasonable. Why would he cause trouble for Xiaoguang? Upon further inquiry, I discovered that a group of the Toad's followers had earned over 1,200 in commissions, and, after repeatedly requesting their share from the Toad, were denied. Eventually, when they pressed the matter again, the Toad sent them to the hospital." Ning Jie's expression darkened instantly, and noticing his displeasure, the monk sighed. "This is partly my fault. I thought you and the Toad were in a cooperative relationship, and it would be better to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Today, let us address the matter directly." The Toad deliberately brought up the issue regarding Tai Jun, inciting discord in hopes of severing our ties with him, which would ultimately lead to a rift between you and Tai Jun. "I know you are not the petty type. If Tai Jun is doing well, we are genuinely pleased as well. Do not overthink this. Even if my brother and I are aligned with Jianye, we would never turn against you." Upon hearing Tai Jun's words, Ning Jie felt considerably relieved. He smiled and replied, "With you saying this, how could I not understand your connection with Xiaocai? Regardless of my brother's stance, the three of us have been through thick and thin together. I have never thought highly of the Toad's character, so there is no need for you to worry." Lin Yueji remained silent, standing aside, while the monk and Xiaocai exchanged knowing nods. Among men, It suffices to clarify matters without harboring lingering resentment. It is unseemly for tempers to flare and faces to redden. The monk inquired, "Brother, I must ask, what are your plans regarding the toad? I understand you are short on manpower, but my men are at your disposal, should you need them." Ning Jie thought this inquiry was indeed superfluous, yet he recognized the monk's genuine support. Had it been anyone else, they might have perceived the monk as a potential threat. This matter is not urgent. The toad is as he is. Years ago, he had some notoriety, and with more followers, he has become quite a bully. However, his lack of integrity is evident. His subordinates are not foolish. If they are denied their rightful earnings and face violence in return, they will undoubtedly question his leadership. Since this incident has indeed occurred, let us wait a couple of days. Given the toad's character, he will surely assume I will not take action against him. Even if our relationship deteriorates, he will think I will not retaliate for the sake of money. At this point, Ning Jie narrowed his eyes. Resembling a wild snake in the forest, his gaze cold yet brimming with lethal intent. The monk and Xiaocai shivered involuntarily under the intensity of Ning Jie's stare. However, he may be overestimating himself. In the face of absolute profit, brotherhood can often seem as fragile as paper. Chapter 85. The head and the old head. The monk and Xiaocai exchanged glances, choosing not to respond. After toiling until around 11 o'clock, Ning Jie left Li Xiaodong and Wu Ye behind at the factory and drove with the monk, the scholar, and Lin Yuezhi to Bafeng's High. Following their meal, he returned home with the monk and the scholar before heading back to the factory with Lin Yuezhi. After enjoying a couple of drinks, Ning Jie parked the car in the courtyard and took Lin Yuezhi upstairs to sleep. At around 3 o'clock, the couple emerged from their warm cocoon, donned their clothes, and lingered affectionately for a while before Ning Jie sauntered downstairs. Old Zhang sat in a chair by the door, listening to the radio, where an unknown author recounted tales from northeast China. In the courtyard, people were busy with shipments. Wood-ear mushrooms and hazel mushrooms frolicked about, circling around Ning Jie's feet upon his arrival. He offered old Zhang a cigarette, and after the old man lit it, he angrily turned off the radio, grumbling about the nonsensical tales being spun. Amused by old Zhang's antics, Ning Jie sensed that the old man was not to be underestimated. During their previous altercation, despite being in his 60s, old Zhang had displayed remarkable vigor, proving to be quite formidable. The radio had just narrated a story about foraging for ginseng, recounting the experiences of two individuals from the 1940s and 1950s. Truth be told, the rules of foraging varied by region, yet the essence remained similar, with some sayings and legends differing. Ning Jie inquired, "Grandpa Zhang, have you ever foraged before?" Old Zhang took a puff of his cigarette, squinting with pride as he replied, "Of course. Your Grandpa Zhang was once a cannon head." Ning Jie couldn't help but regard old Zhang with newfound respect. While many were familiar with the leaders of foragers, few knew of the cannon heads. What is a cannon head? In the past, those who ventured into the mountains for a living were not limited to foragers. The Northeast also had its share of bandits, each claiming dominion over the hills. Some had scores of followers, while others had only a handful. The portrayals of robbing the rich to aid the poor on television were but a fraction of reality. Most engaged in harassing the common folk, akin to plucking feathers from a passing goose. The foragers were no different. Ginseng was valuable, and experienced leaders served as the backbone for the foragers, significantly increasing their chances of success. The bandits, not foolish, would stealthily shadow their movements, waiting for an opportunity to strike once a lucrative haul was secured. This is when the cannon heads came into play. These individuals, some hunters and others long-term workers for landlords, were skilled with firearms, seeking to earn a living alongside the foragers. They formed a sort of collaborative effort. In modern parlance, these cannon heads were akin to bodyguards. Among them, the sharpshooters earned the title of cannon head. Such individuals often held a modest reputation in the underworld, characterized by their fierce temperament and ruthless actions, essential for keeping the bandits in check. Old Zhang's past as a cannon head undoubtedly attested to his formidable skills in his youth. "Well, Grandpa, I never imagined you were once such a capable individual," Old Zhang proudly proclaimed. "Indeed, I was once a prominent figure in my younger days. Back then, our beards were still unshorn, and not just our beards, but the mountains were abundant with all manner of treasures. Let me tell you, with my trusty homemade rifle, I could hit my mark without fail." Ning Jie chuckled and gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive." Old Zhang shot a glance at Ning Jie and said, "Don't flatter me too much. You, my young friend, are quite the marksman yourself. From the moment we met, I could sense the scent of gunpowder on you. I guessed you must be a hunter, and it seems my intuition was spot on." At that moment, Lin Yuezhi happened to descend the stairs and overheard their conversation. With a smile, she inquired, "Grandpa, I've heard them say that the headman is the mountain god. Is that true? Old Zhang chuckled and explained, well, it depends on how you look at it. If we refer to the old headman, we have a saying here. He is the first person who ventured into the mountains. One of those who sustains himself by the mountain's bounty, and thus, he is revered as the mountain god. The headman differs. He is someone with extensive experience in the mountains, knowledgeable about the patterns of mountain goods. In other words, the headman is the eyes of those who roam the mountains. As for the mountain god, the old headman has a name, and there is a legend associated with it. Upon hearing that there was a story, Lin Yuezhi eagerly sat down on a small stool beside them, her face alight with anticipation. What is the legend, Grandpa Zhang? Old Zhang took a sip of his tea and began. Our mountain god, the old headman, is named Sun Liang, hailing from Liang in Shandong. One year, during a severe drought in Liang, in search of a livelihood, Sun Liang decided to venture eastward to dig ginseng. After crossing the sea and enduring myriad hardships, he arrived at the Changbai Mountains, where he encountered a fellow villager, Zhang Lu, and they became sworn brothers. The Changbai Mountains are vast, and being unfamiliar with the terrain, they decided to split up to search for ginseng and agree to meet at their parting spot 3 days later. After walking for a while, Sun Liang stumbled upon a ginseng patch, which included a rare 6-leaf specimen. Overjoyed, he returned to share his find with Zhang Lu. However, on the 3rd day, he still hadn't seen Zhang Lu return. Sun Liang thought to himself, regardless of whether Zhang Lu was alive or dead, he was a brother who had risked his life for him. Even if he had perished, he would bring Zhang Lu's remains back to Liang. Thus, Sun Liang ventured into the mountains in the direction Zhang Lu had taken. He searched for several days, but the vastness of the Changbai Mountains made it impossible to find any trace of Zhang Lu. At this point, old Zhang let out a sigh. Oh, exhausted and famished, Sun Liang collapsed beside a stone known as the cow resting stone. Before he passed away, he used his own blood to inscribe a poem on that stone. Old Zhang leisurely extinguished his cigarette and prepared his pipe, while Lin Yuezhi looked on anxiously, her eyes wide with curiosity. Old Zhang chuckled and shook his head, amused by the girl's eagerness. The poem read as follows. My home is in Liang. My surname is Sun. Across mountains and seas, I came to dig ginseng. 3 days. I feasted on a humble locust. Do you not feel sorrow for my plight? If someone comes looking for me, they should follow the ancient river upstream. And for those who lose their way in the mountains, I shall serve as their guiding spirit. Later, during his 3rd Eastern tour to pay homage to his ancestors, Emperor Kangxi heard of this tale and, moved by Sun Liang's loyalty and bravery, bestowed upon him the title of the mountain god, the old headman. To commemorate Sun Liang, we, the mountain dwellers, have designated his birthday, which falls on the 16th day of the 3rd lunar month, as the festival of the old chief, also known as the Mountain God Festival. In our province's Kuaidamao town, we have reconstructed his tomb. In the past, after the new year, our most significant festival was the Mountain God Festival. For many years, this festival has gradually faded from memory, much like us old-timers. Chapter 86. What is the matter? Do you two have a grudge? Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the 8th day of the 12th lunar month. The goods worth 400,000 vanished in less than 10 days, and just a couple of days ago, we ran out of stock, with many still waiting for supplies. The next shipment is expected to arrive tonight, but at this rate, it seems this batch will be gone before the little new year. The rapid depletion of stock can be attributed to the fact that the urban areas of our province have largely been infiltrated by these small-time thugs, some drawn by reputation and others referred by acquaintances. Moreover, Ning Jie has garnered a good reputation. People know that even if they arrive and find no goods, he can arrange accommodations without extra costs. Ning Jie's fame has steadily grown, and many are aware of his considerable renown in B City. Even when conflicts arise in B City, they feel assured. In these times, what is the greatest fear when venturing outside? It is encountering reckless individuals who care not for local or foreign status. Once entangled, it could lead to dire consequences. In the first couple of days of the 12th month, 2 such reckless individuals assaulted an outsider merchant. Upon learning of this incident, Ning Jie single-handedly stormed into the machine tool factory to confront DeLong. DeLong is indeed a notable figure. His father and mother both worked with lathes. And after his mother's passing, he inherited her position at the factory. Standing an imposing 195 meters tall, DeLong is a mass of muscle. Although he is inherently honest, he cannot withstand the provocations from the troublemaker San Yen Bao, who frequently seeks to pick fights with him, knowing of his formidable reputation. In these times, merely wishing to be good does not guarantee acceptance, especially for someone like DeLong, who is visibly strong. Those ruffians are particularly eager to assert their dominance over such individuals. After a confrontation, They boast on the streets, claiming prowess, while in reality, they barely manage to escape with their dignity intact. Some endure this humiliation, while others, unable to tolerate the indignity, fight back, only to be met with harsher retaliation. DeLong belongs to the latter group, yet he is astute, loyal, and notably ruthless. It is said that even the fiercest tiger fears those who are reckless. And DeLong is indeed among the reckless. The machine tool factory lacks for steel, and this fellow, undeterred, sought a craftsman from the foundry to fashion a formidable weapon, the Konglong Jian, which, when wielded, could inflict severe damage. Gradually, DeLong established his reputation, eventually leading a group to seek vengeance against San Yin Bao. It is rumored that after that night, San Yin Bao did not show his face for over 3 months. As for San Yin Bao, his nature is such that he prefers to indulge in the support of others. The assailants were workers from the machine tool factory under the command of DeLong. After indulging in too much drink, the two young men, provoked by a mere glance, resorted to violence with a taunt of "What are you staring at?" The victim, unable to bear the humiliation, sought out Ning Jie late at night. The following morning, Ning Jie took him to the entrance of the machine tool factory. Without unnecessary words, Ning Jie drew a circle with DeLong. Upon seeing the two had arrived, DeLong, adhering to his sense of honor, agreed to a one-on-one duel. Ning Jie lost, and the matter could have ended there. However, had he emerged victorious, DeLong would have handed over the two assailants to him. In matters of combat, DeLong had never feared anyone, not even the formidable Zhou Fati, who had often found himself at a disadvantage under DeLong's prowess. It was unexpected that DeLong would fall so swiftly. In just a few exchanges, he found himself sprawled on the ground. Ning Jie, with fingers aligned and forecurled, pressed his knuckles against DeLong's throat, causing beads of cold sweat to form. The gravity of the situation was palpable. This strike could easily prove fatal. True to his principles, DeLong subsequently dragged the two culprits out of the factory. Ning Jie did not utter a word but delivered a sound beating to them and left behind 40 yuan for medical expenses before departing with the supplier. Both parties maintained their dignity, and there were no grievances. Ning Jie was pragmatic, and DeLong had no desire to escalate matters with him. Such events tend to spread rapidly, and as a result, Ning Jie's reputation among the merchants grew significantly. Word of mouth transformed into a tidal wave of rumors. And with the year-end approaching, merchants sought to stockpile goods, wary of potential shortages. Luckily, the day after Ning Jie received his latest shipment, he placed another order worth 400,000. Otherwise, given the current circumstances, it was unlikely his stock would last until the factory resumed normal operations after the new year. Having cleared all his television inventory today, Lin Yuezhi reported the accounts. After settling his principal debt with the credit union, he found himself left with just over 410,000. With cash in hand, Ning Jie drove to the credit union, repaid the principal, and discreetly slipped the director a television ticket. He then made his way to the post office on the adjacent street to settle the payment for this batch of goods. As the year turned, changes were on the horizon for the old city, and Ning Jie contemplated how far his remaining funds would stretch for substantial projects. Mindful of the need to maintain his relationships. Relationships are forged through mutual benefit. One's goodwill is often reciprocated with profit. Cheerfully, he returned to the factory where Lin Yuezhi had prepared a large pot of coarse grain porridge, enriched with various beans, culminating in 8 distinct ingredients. Reminiscent of the traditional labo porridge, she had also pickled garlic in advance, and, knowing Ning Jie's fondness for Korean kimchi, had sought advice from a Korean sister at the logging site last month to prepare a small vat of it. A jovial group gathered around 3 tables, relishing the porridge. Kimchi, pig's head meat, braised pork knuckles, and a dish of sauerkraut blood sausage with pork belly, thoroughly enjoying the feast. Recently, the adopted sons of the admiral have mostly gathered at Ning Jie's place, while a few remain in their old professions, reluctant to exert themselves. Old Zhou savored a bowl of coarse porridge and nibbled on 2 large steamed buns, patting his belly with a look of complete satisfaction. The coarse porridge prepared by his sister-in-law was truly delightful, and the stir-fried dishes were equally delectable. "Old Ning, you are indeed fortunate," he remarked with a grin. Lin Yuezhi, beaming with joy, replied, "If you enjoy it, have some more. There's plenty left in the basin." Old Zhou filled his bowl again, took a piece of blood sausage dipped in garlic paste, relishing every bite as grease dribbled down his chin. The other youngsters eagerly called out to their sister-in-law, making Lin Yuezhi's heart bloom with delight, her smile hardly fading. Ning Jie set down his chopsticks and turned to the hefty Zhou, inquiring, "Old Zhou, have you found any news about the person I asked you to inquire about?" Zhou swallowed the morsel in his mouth, wiped his lips, and brushed his hands on his trousers. "I was just about to tell you." Initially, it was quite difficult to gather information about this individual. My neighbor works at the Public Security Bureau, and this morning he mentioned to me that a university student had harmed a junior high girl and was currently detained at the police station. I was quite curious. What do you need him for? That lad is quite ruthless. After he finished with the girl, he even drew blood. Do you have a grudge against him? Chapter 87. What it means to be unlucky. Ning Jie shook his head, staring blankly at the coarse porridge in his bowl. The person old Zhou was searching for was Feng Yujing, one of the most significant figures in his past life, who bore the title of master. The last time Ning Jie encountered Feng Yujing was in 1987. Feng Yujing had mentioned that at the end of 1985, during his university break, he returned home. A diligent and earnest individual, he was truly a young man of ambition at that time. In an era with limited entertainment options, Feng Yujing would read at home. And after dinner, he would stroll along the river, where he happened to hear a girl's cries for help. Instantly, his sense of justice surged, and he rushed into the river, but the perpetrator fled upon hearing the commotion. Under the moonlight, Feng Yujing reached the girl only to discover that her throat had already been slit. Blood flowed profusely as he helplessly watched the girl succumb before him. To make matters worse, a logging truck's headlights illuminated both Feng Yujing and the girl's lifeless body. Two individuals emerged from the vehicle and, without hesitation, assaulted Feng Yujing before delivering him to the police station. With no way to defend himself, and the drivers having seen no sign of the rapist, Feng Yujing found himself unjustly imprisoned, branded as a rapist loathed by all. Upon entering the prison, Feng Yujing vowed to uncover the true culprit. In those times, a combination of rape and murder meant one could expect a grim fate. Desperate, he swallowed a caustic substance but was eventually bailed out. Not long after his release, while recovering in the hospital, the real murderer was apprehended. At that moment, Feng Yujing felt an overwhelming desire to end his own life. For the following decades, he survived solely through a feeding tube, enduring immense suffering. His life shattered, Feng Yujing withdrew from his studies. Such harrowing experiences often lead to profound changes in one's character. Feng Yujing could not escape fate. This studious bookworm had transformed into a cunning strategist. Life has a peculiar sense of humor, as evidenced by the fact that a mere 4 days separated his ingestion of caustic soda from the arrest of a rapist. Those 4 days irrevocably marred his existence. Ning Jie had also gleaned a piece of information from him. In 1985, that beast had committed more than one crime, and the authorities had mistakenly shifted the blame onto Feng. They had not anticipated that the true perpetrator would eventually be apprehended. As for the consequences faced by the two officers involved in the case, in 1988, during a brawl at a dance hall, those two just happened to be on duty. In the ensuing chaos, once the fighting parties had been separated, those officers found themselves battered and bloodied. Reflecting on this, Ning Jie shook his head and remarked, "A friend." Zhou, the rotund man, furrowed his brow and muttered softly, "Huh? Your friend? How could he engage in such actions?" Ning Jie offered Zhou a cigarette, while the other patrons in the room lowered their voices, straining to eavesdrop. Lighting the cigarette, Ning Jie squinted and inquired, "I recall several incidents like this occurring in the city this year, correct?" Zhou paused momentarily. His connections often kept him informed of such matters. After some contemplation, he replied, "Indeed, it seems a young girl met her demise in the south this September, also due to foul play, with her neck slashed. There was another incident just as the snow began to fall, involving a distant cousin of Parky Dao, a Korean girl, who suffered a similar fate. And now we have this." He scrutinized Ning Jie's enigmatic smile and suddenly realized something was amiss. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Wait a moment, if that's the case, all 3 of these victims must have been killed by the same person. However, during the mid-September and mid-October deaths, Feng Yujing should have been at school." As this thought crossed his mind, a chill ran down old Zhou's spine. If I can deduce this, how could those officials in their caps not see it? It dawned on him that poor Feng Yujing had been made a scapegoat. Ning Jie squinted and stated, "In these times, there are many who don the guise of virtue while engaging in nefarious deeds. Well then, enjoy your meal. I must step out for a moment." He patted Lin Yueji's hand, took the car keys, and drove straight to the municipal police headquarters. Upon entering, Ning Jie inquired about the necessary contacts and ascended to the 3rd floor. Following the previous incident, he had gained a certain notoriety within the police department, particularly after the chief had instructed that any matters concerning him should be reported immediately. The officers were astute and quickly discerned that Ning Jie had influential backing. Arriving at the chief's office, he knocked gently on the door, and the voice of Chief Sun beckoned him to enter. Upon entering, Sun noticed Ning Jie and momentarily paused, then smiled and asked, "What brings my dear nephew here? Please, have a seat." Ning Jie settled onto the sofa with a smile and replied, I happened to be passing by and thought I would drop in for a visit. Sun, discerning that Ning Jie had a matter of importance on his mind, refrained from probing further, poured him a glass of water, and took a seat beside him. Business has been quite prosperous lately, I presume? Ning Jie nodded and said, thanks to Uncle Sun, business has been quite good lately. By the way, Uncle Sun, I wish to inquire about something. As he spoke, he offered a cigarette to Director Sun, then lit it for him. After taking a puff and settling back on the sofa, Director Sun replied, what is it? We're family here. Feel free to speak your mind. With a smile, Ning Jie asked, it's about a friend of mine named Feng Yujing. I've heard he has gotten into some trouble, and I wanted to ask how he is doing. Feng Yujing. Director Sun squinted, one hand holding the cigarette while the other tapped on the table. The name felt eerily familiar. As realization struck, his expression shifted slightly, becoming more serious. Nephew, your friend is in serious trouble. Last night, that scoundrel assaulted a girl and even strangled her. The poor girl died on the spot. You know how these matters are. They are impossible to cover up. Today, the victim's family came here, demanding severe punishment for that scoundrel. How could someone like him be your friend? Director Sun's message was unmistakable. His detailed explanation was meant to convey to Ning Jie that his friend's situation was dire and not easily resolved. You are upright and well-rooted. Do not involve yourself in such sordid affairs. It would be best for you to keep your distance. Ning Jie anticipated this response from Director Sunday. He nodded with a smile and said, I understand, Uncle Sunday. We're not very close, to be honest. By the way, I just remembered something. In September and October of this year, there were indeed 2 other young girls who met similar fates, right? Chapter 88. Director Sun nodded, a hint of confusion in his voice. Yes, there is indeed such a matter. These 3 cases share similar modus operandi. Your friend is quite ruthless. Ning Jie inquired with a smile. Uncle Sun, haven't your subordinates reported that this Feng Yujing is a university student? Director Sun paused momentarily. He had attended a meeting at the municipal committee early that morning and had only just returned when his subordinates informed him that the perpetrator had confessed, identifying himself as Feng Yujing. However, they had not provided him with much additional information, nor had they even submitted a formal report yet. A university student? As an experienced officer, Sun's mind began to race. The girl who died in September had passed away on the 18th, and another had succumbed in late October. The connection was elusive. Suddenly, Director Sun straightened up, his expression darkening. If these 3 cases could be confirmed as the work of the same individual, then it was impossible for this university student, Feng Yujing, to have had the opportunity to commit the crimes. Earlier that morning, his subordinates had mentioned that the young man was adamant in his denial of guilt. How could he confess so suddenly? Director Sun took a deep breath and fixed a penetrating gaze on Ning Jie. If he had harbored any reservations about the young man before, the fact that Ning Jie sought him out today had completely dispelled any lingering discomfort. Should this case be revisited in the future, he, as the director, would surely face repercussions. Nephew, please wait for me here for a moment while I go downstairs to inquire. We shall discuss matters further upon my return. Ning Jie nodded and replied, please attend to your business, Uncle Sun. If it takes too long, I shall return home. What is the purpose of returning? We will depart later. For now, let us converse, Sun Bureau said with a reassuring pat on Ning Jie's shoulder as he hastily exited the room. Upon reaching the first floor, he proceeded directly to the detention room. There, he beheld Feng Yujing, slumped beside the radiator, eyes vacant and face bruised. Sun Bureau's expression darkened further. His position was not achieved solely through charm, but rather through a profound sense of responsibility and sentiment. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, are you Feng Yujing? Feng Yujing, in a daze, glanced at Sun Bureau before lowering his head, muttering as if in a trance, I did not kill anyone. I did not kill anyone. Sun Bureau clenched his fists in frustration and stormed upstairs, pushing open the door to an office. A police officer within quickly stood to attention, nervously stating, Director Sun, what brings you here? Observing Sun Bureau's grim countenance, the officer's heart raced with apprehension. What could have transpired to provoke such ire? He stood rigidly, fearful that any misstep might further incite Sun Bureau's wrath. Sun Bureau scanned the room and, with an unfriendly tone, demanded, where are Wang Chuang and Li Tao? The officer promptly replied, report, sir, Wang Chuang and Li Tao just left for home to eat. Claiming the case was solved, they requested leave from the captain for the afternoon. Damn it, those 2 scoundrels. Go find them and bring them back immediately. The officer's heart tightened, yet he breathed a sigh of relief internally. Understood, sir. With that, he rushed out, and as he passed Sun Bureau, the latter added, and summon your captain as well. Tell him to meet me in the conference room upstairs. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Li Tao and Wang Chuang were enjoying drinks with their captain at Galley Village. Li Tao raised a glass of liquor, ingratiatingly addressing the captain, Captain Zhang. With this case solved, the deputy position will surely be yours next year. Then, we shall rely on your favor. Captain Zhang squinted and clinked glasses, feeling elated. He took a sip of the fiery liquor, its heat rushing to his head. Being comrades, such matters were easily settled. Wang Chuang glanced at Li Tao, lit a cigarette for Captain Zhang, and inquired with a grin, Captain, what if we let this fellow take the fall? If he commits another crime, or if we catch the real murderer? Captain Zhang shot Wang Chuang a sidelong glance, sneering as he replied, let him commit crimes. That merely adds to our accolades. Who says there cannot be similar methods of operation in this world? If we indeed capture the murderer, leave no witnesses. Dead men tell no tales. Thus, it becomes two separate cases. As for justification, there will be ample. For instance, Feng Yujing imitating others' methods to frame someone else and escape scrutiny. Who can prove Feng Yujing did not kill that girl yesterday? Even if the other cases bear no relation to him, could this case not be tied to him? Wang Chuang and Li Tao sighed with relief. From the moment Feng Yujing was apprehended, they had a profound sense that she was wrongfully accused. However, the absence of evidence to exonerate her, coupled with the unwavering testimonies of the two drivers who insisted that Feng was the perpetrator, posed a significant dilemma for them. At that moment, Captain Zhang approached them. Although the serial rape and murder case fell under their jurisdiction, Captain Zhang was their direct superior and had faced disciplinary action twice concerning this case. He candidly asserted to them that Feng Yujing was indeed the murderer. Instantly, they grasped Zhang's intentions. After a brief discussion, they resorted to severe interrogation methods. Yet, Feng Yujing proved to be resilient, refusing to divulge any information. Despite their reluctance, they felt compelled to follow orders from above. Consequently, they prepared a confession in advance, and, after exhausting her to the point of unconsciousness, they affixed her fingerprints. Li Tao hastily complimented, Captain Zhang, your experience is unmatched. We shall follow your lead without question. Zhang, taken aback by the appellation of captain, felt a surge of satisfaction. In the end, it was merely a matter of power and wealth. Having gained the former, the latter would surely follow. He raised his glass and exuberantly declared, let us drink without further ado. The three clinked their glasses, with Li Tao and Wang Chuang lowering theirs almost to the ground in a subservient gesture that further gratified Captain Zhang. Just as they were reveling in their moment, Xiao Lu rushed into the room, panting heavily. Zhang frowned and inquired, what brings you here in such a hurry? Before Xiao Lu could respond, Li Tao interjected, Captain Zhang. Just in time. I haven't had the chance to introduce you. Xiao Lu is actually my brother-in-law, and I've been too shy to mention it. Zhang's demeanor softened slightly as he patted the couch and beckoned, come, sit beside me. Xiao Lu, you've erred. You owe me 3 drinks for not treating me as family. Xiao Lu, observing the 3, felt a pang of bitterness. What a farce this was. With Zhang being addressed as captain while he anticipated the inevitable downfall of the man. Captain, brother-in-law, it seems that Director's son has instructed you 3 to return immediately. A chill ran down their spines, especially for Zhang, whose face drained of color as the effects of the alcohol vanished in an instant. This was disastrous. Chapter 89, Nephew, I owe you one. The 3, reeking of alcohol, entered the conference room, trembling as they faced Director's son, whose expression was as grim as the long white mountain, their legs involuntarily shaking. Son, detecting the pungent odor of alcohol, seethed, Zhang Jingguo. Is this how you lead your team? Drinking heavily during work hours? Zhang, with a woeful countenance, stammered, Director's son. We solved a murder case today and thought we could relax a bit. We barely slept last night while interrogating Feng Yujing. Solving a case? Son's voice rose sharply as he slammed his hand on the table. Tell me how you managed that. Is this confession penned by Feng Yujing? It's blatantly fabricated by you. Director's son had long since discovered the testimony. After years of service as a police officer, he could easily discern that the writing was not that of Feng Yujing, which only solidified his conviction that Feng was undoubtedly innocent. Zhang Jingguo, with a stubborn demeanor, retorted, well, Director's son, this really is written by Feng Yujing. Look, there's even his fingerprint on it. To his astonishment, Director's son abruptly stood up and, with a running kick, struck Zhang Jingguo squarely in the chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. Observing Zhang Jingguo lying there, Xiao Lu instinctively sidestepped, his mind racing with doubts. What did I say? Zhang, the so-called expert, has now fallen flat. Li Tao and Wang Chuang felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Their prospects for retaining their positions were bleak. They could only shift the blame onto Captain Zhang, hoping for leniency in the face of inevitable dismissal. Zhang Jingguo, disoriented, struggled to rise, clutching his chest, which throbbed painfully. This old man still has some strength. Director's son, his expression dark, demanded, I ask you once more. Is Feng Yujing truly the murderer? At this point, Zhang Jingguo could only muster the courage to deny it, reasoning that as long as Li Tao and Wang Chuang stood united with him, the worst outcome would be a reprimand for his overzealous interrogation and a misjudgment in the case. Taking a deep breath, he began, Report, leader. Feng Yujing is. Before he could finish, Li Tao raised his voice, drowning out Zhang Jingguo. Hearing Li Tao's words, Zhang Jingguo was momentarily stunned. Report, leader, yesterday, Wang Chuang and I discovered inconsistencies in this case. However, Captain Zhang insisted there was but one criminal, and that is Feng Yujing. Li Tao continued, his expression calm and unwavering. Furthermore, Captain Zhang claimed his experience was sufficient to ascertain Feng Yujing's guilt and threatened Wang Chuang and me, stating that if we did not heed his words, we would face dire consequences once he ascended to the role of instructor. Zhang Jingguo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Li Tao, wishing he could silence him. Damn it! Just yesterday, you were singing his praises. And now you stab me in the back? In a frenzy, Zhang Jingguo shouted, You're talking nonsense. Director's son, do not listen to him. Director's son glanced at Zhang Jingguo and then at Wang Chuang. The tension in Li Tao and Zhang Jingguo's throats rose alarmingly, especially for Li Tao, who feared Wang Chuang might not catch on quickly and fail to align with him. If the blame fell onto them, and Zhang Jingguo retaliated, it would spell disaster. When Li Tao uttered the words report, Wang Chuang understood his intent. They had been partners for years, both equally culpable, and each knew the other's character well. It must be said that Li Tao's current strategy could very well save their reputations. Director's son pointed at Zhang Jingguo and ordered, Silence. Wang Chuang, I ask you, is what Li Tao said true? Wang Chuang promptly stood at attention, his face serious as he replied, Report, leader, what Li Tao said is indeed true. Zhang Jingguo coerced the two of us, threatening that if we did not comply with his demands, once he became an instructor, we would surely suffer dire consequences. Zhang's face was ashen, realizing he had truly made a grave mistake. However, the two individuals were equally complicit, eager to curry favor, and there was no actual coercion involved. It can be asserted that all three were fully aware and willingly engaged in this affair. Yet, with their words, the nature of the situation shifted dramatically. Director Sun cast a knowing glance at Li Tao and Wang Chuang, who were too guilt-ridden to meet his eye. Having served as a police officer for many years, Sun understood Zhang Jingguo's character. Zhang was merely an official sycophant, lacking intelligence and relishing flattery. Otherwise, he would have long secured the position of deputy instructor. It was unsurprising that Zhang would resort to such actions for personal advancement, but to claim he had genuinely threatened these seasoned officers was beyond belief. Sun let out a cold laugh, and an ominous premonition washed over Wang Chuang and Li Tao. Very well, Sun said, his anger transforming into a sardonic smile as he pointed at the trio. You three are utterly devoid of sense, with one lacking a brain and two being mere fence-sitters. At this moment, you have shown me what it means for dogs to bite dogs. What an eye-opener. Li Tao's face turned pale as he hastily attempted to explain. Director Sun, but Sun raised his hand to silence him. Enough. There is no need for your words, he declared. Zhang Jingguo, your family has now shed its police uniforms and entered the realm of disgrace. Is this not enough to serve as a wake-up call? We are police officers, not mere brigands. Our purpose is to uphold social stability and provide the public with a forum for justice. Yet, here you stand, employing severe coercion, forcefully attributing guilt to others. Do you comprehend the devastation you've wrought? You have not only ruined the life of a university student, but also shattered the hopes of 3 families awaiting fairness and justice. Gasping for breath, Sun directed his finger at Li Tao. You have served as an officer for 8 years, correct? And you, he pointed at Wang Chuang. You have been a police officer for 7 years now, right? I ask you, where are your original declarations and beliefs? Do you believe you are worthy of the public's affection and the nation's nurturing? Await the consequences. You 3 shall find that the removal of your uniforms will not suffice to escape the repercussions of your actions. Before their eyes turned dark with despair, they realized it was truly over. After an exhausting ordeal, Director Sun arranged for Feng Yujing to be taken to the hospital and ascended the stairs with a grim demeanor. Upon entering his office, Ning Jie promptly stood up. Uncle Sun, you're back? Sun waved his hand dismissively, settling onto the sofa with a sense of melancholy, lighting a cigarette and remaining silent for a long while. Eventually, he managed a bitter smile. My dear nephew, I owe you a great debt this time. Chapter 90. Who is the killer? Ning Jie shook his head with a smile, replying, What trouble is there? We are family, after all, with your countless responsibilities. It is difficult to uncover the truth when others are intent on concealing it. By chance, I overheard a conversation today regarding this matter. Upon hearing it, I thought to myself, is not Feng Yuqing a friend of mine? After a few inquiries, I realized something was amiss. As I proceeded along the road, I pondered that my uncle's son was surely unaware of this incident. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would never tolerate such a situation. Director Sun listened with great satisfaction, unable to refrain from casting admiring glances at Ning Jie. This young man had managed to quell his own anger with just a few words, and moreover, provided himself with a rational justification. Ah, indeed, your friend has been taken to the hospital by my subordinates. You ought to have a good talk with him over the next few days and advise him to lay low for a while. While we are aware he is not the murderer, the victim's family may not be so understanding, and any complications could be detrimental. Ning Jie nodded. Acknowledging that attempting to reason with the bereaved would likely be futile, they would most probably cling to the belief that he and the true culprit were in cahoots, seeking to exonerate the latter. He had heard from his advisor that the actual murderer was a butcher from the meat processing plant, a man in his 30s with a slight limp in his left foot, and a confirmed bachelor. When the police apprehended the real perpetrator, they were taken aback. Yet the case regarding Feng Yuqing had already been resolved, and reversing such a conclusion was no easy feat. Although a certificate had been issued for Feng Yuqing at that time, so much time had passed that even if he were to proclaim his innocence to anyone who would listen, it would matter little. His life had been irrevocably shattered due to the corrosive effects of caustic soda on his esophagus. Initially, Ning Jie had no desire to meddle in affairs that were not his own. However, the thought of another young life potentially being extinguished weighed heavily on his conscience. He turned to his uncle and inquired, "Uncle, do you have any leads on the murderer?" Director Sun shook his head with a wry smile. "Not a single clue, alas." Ning Jie remarked, "Uncle, I may not be well versed in police work, but it strikes me as peculiar that 3 individuals have met their demise in the same manner, all having had their throats slit and their blood drained. This method bears a striking resemblance to that employed in the slaughter of livestock." Director Sun paused momentarily, his eyes lighting up at Ning Jie's insight. "Please, continue." Ning Jie nodded. "I am merely speculating, but if my assumption holds true, it stands to reason that the murderer is likely a butcher. The manner of execution, particularly the method of bloodletting, is most commonly associated with the slaughtering of pigs and sheep. This narrows down the circle of suspects considerably. Such a brutal method of killing suggests a profound sense of insecurity and psychological distortion in the perpetrator. Typically, individuals of this nature are either unmarried or experiencing significant discord in their domestic lives. Noticing the growing intensity in Director Sun's gaze, Ning Jie felt a tinge of embarrassment and rubbed his nose. "Well, uncle, I must emphasize that this is merely conjecture. Do not take it too seriously." However, upon hearing Ning Jie's thoughts, Director Sun's perspective shifted dramatically. He inhaled deeply and said, "Nephew, you are not merely rambling. I have an inkling that each of your statements strikes at the heart of the matter." Ning Jie, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, "Uncle, please do not elevate my musings. I have simply indulged too much in tales of exoneration and listened to countless stories. Do not give them undue weight. If I happen to be correct, it would be sheer happenstance." Director Sun scrutinized Ning Jie intently and remarked, "Nephew, have you ever considered a career in law enforcement? Your intellect is remarkably suited for such a vocation." Ning Jie hastily waved his hand in dismissal. What a jest! Choosing to forego a lucrative opportunity to serve as a police officer, lacking any profound sense of justice. "Uncle, please do not exalt me. I am but a simple merchant, devoid of any deeper understanding." Sun Ju let out a sigh and remarked, "You rascal. Very well, I shall not keep you. What you just articulated holds considerable merit. I will convene a meeting to initiate a comprehensive investigation. That works for me. I shall make a brief visit to the hospital and return at my convenience." Upon descending the stairs, Sun Ju gathered his team for a meeting, and shortly thereafter, officers from the municipal bureau surged towards the slaughterhouse. Arriving at the hospital, Ning Jie inquired about Feng Yuqing's room. Peering through the glass, he observed Feng Yuqing lying in bed, receiving in 4 drip, while 2 officers sat beside him. After knocking on the door, the officers regarded Ning Jie with caution. One, having previously encountered him, informed Feng Yuqing, "Feng Yuqing, Ning Jie has come to see you." Feng Yuqing struggled to sit up, and the 2 officers quickly assisted him, propping him up with a pillow. The name Ning Jie had only reached his ears on the way to the hospital. When the officers informed him that the higher authorities had verified his innocence, he felt as if the torturous hell he had endured from yesterday to today had suddenly dissipated. A wave of joy and grievance surged within him. Upon learning that the officer handling his case had been contacted by his friend Ning Jie to advocate for him, he was left bewildered. Ning Jie? Who was this individual? Straining to recall any connection he might have had with someone named Ning Jie, he could not fathom why this person would leverage his influence on his behalf. Upon hearing the name, a profound sense of gratitude welled up inside him, and he was eager to understand the motivations of this man, Ning Jie, who had come to his aid. The officers opened the door, and Ning Jie, wearing a broad smile, produced 2 packs of cigarettes, offering them to the 2 men. They hastily pushed them back, looking somewhat embarrassed. They were well aware of Ning Jie's close relationship with Sun Ju and felt unworthy of accepting such a gift. Officer Wu, while declining, remarked, "Brother, look at this. There's really no need for such gestures." Officer Chen echoed, "Indeed, brother, it is truly unnecessary. Come now, Wu Gu and Chen Gu. Do you regard me as a stranger? Please accept them. It is merely a token of goodwill. It can be rather dull for 2 gentlemen to tend to a patient alone. Allow me to take your place for a while, so you may step out for a smoke or a bite to eat." Exchanging glances, Wu and Officer Chen readily accepted the cigarettes. Wu grinned and said, "Very well. We shall take a stroll and return in half an hour." Ning Jie nodded with a smile, expressing his gratitude. "I appreciate it, Wu Gu and Chen Gu." Once the 2 exited the ward, Ning Jie settled onto the bed opposite Feng Yujing. Observing the rather pitiful state of Feng Yujing, he could not help but feel a sense of relief. Perhaps he had indeed altered the course of Feng Yujing's life. It was already afternoon, and it is said that bringing fruit to visit a patient in the afternoon is considered inauspicious, hence he arrived empty-handed. Feng Yujing scrutinized Ning Jie, his face reflecting deep gratitude as he said, "Thank you for your help." Ning Jie waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It was but a small effort, merely a fortunate coincidence." Feng Yujing, looking at Ning Jie with a hint of trepidation, voiced his uncertainty. Ning, have we met before?" Ning Jie had long prepared his words. He took out a cigarette and asked Feng Yujing, "Would you mind if I smoke a cigarette?" Feng Yujing shook his head and replied, "It's fine, go ahead." Lighting the cigarette, Ning Jie took a puff, delightfully squinting his eyes as he exhaled the smoke. "Indeed, we have never met. Our connection can be described as a spiritual affinity." Chapter 91. Dried Fish of the Ming Dynasty Spiritual Affinity? Feng Yujing was even more perplexed. From where did this concept arise? Had it not been for Feng Yujing selling his life to Ning Jie for the better part of his years, Ning Jie would have found it challenging to explain himself. Fortunately, having known each other for decades, Ning Jie was well aware of Feng Yujing's escapades. Including the incident where he peeped at a widow bathing, there was little that he did not know. In the winter of 1983, I came across an article in our city's newspaper that extolled the thoughts of a great man. I distinctly remembered the name mentioned therein. As Ning Jie spoke, he observed Feng Yujing's expression, and at the mention of the article, a spark ignited in Feng Yujing's eyes. At that time, I only knew the article was penned by you, yet finding your information proved elusive. This morning, a friend unexpectedly mentioned your name, after 2 years. When I heard your name linked to a heinous crime, I instinctively sensed something amiss. Ning Jie leaned slightly back, propping himself with one hand. I firmly believe that a person capable of writing such an article could not possibly commit such an act. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. Or perhaps fate did not wish to tarnish your name. Thankfully, you are indeed, as I suspected, innocent of such deeds. Feng Yujing's eyes brimmed with tears as he turned his head away, using his left hand to wipe them away. Ning Jie extinguished the cigarette and tucked the butt into his pocket, gently patting Feng Yujing's shoulder. He had pondered before arriving what kind of life Feng Yujing truly desired. Was it to repeat the past, relying on intellect while half submerged in blood? Ning Jie dismissed this notion. For every time he became intoxicated, Feng Yujing would recite with great emotion the articles he had written decades ago, his voice raspy yet poignant. For Feng Yujing, those moments might have been fleeting, the last glimmers of beauty in his life. From that point onward, even as Feng Yujing attained a remarkable status and amassed wealth, he remained shrouded in shadows. Stay strong, Feng Yujing. With those words, Ning Jie exited the hospital room. It was said that Ning Yin Wang's prosperity could, in part, be attributed to the ruthless Feng Shiyi. Ning Jie did not deny this, whether in his past life or the present. However, upon seeing Feng Yujing, the memory of him weeping sorrowfully inebriated resurfaced vividly in Ning Jie's mind. Now, all he wished for was for him to live a clean and unblemished life. Chen Gu approached as Ning Jie descended the stairs. Finished your conversation? Ning Jie nodded and earnestly entrusted. Chen Gu, I must trouble you for a while regarding Feng Yujing. Chen Gu smiled and shook his head, saying, It's part of my duty, no need for formality. Very well. Please tell Wu Gu that I am heading back. It's quite cold. You should go up first. Sure, there's a lot on your plate. You can head back first. Rest assured, I will take good care of your friend. As he got into the car, Ning Jie waved goodbye and drove away from the city hospital. 10 minutes later, team leader Wu and brother Chun ascended the stairs. Upon seeing their return, Feng Yujing's demeanor shifted from its previous wariness. Team leader Wu, I would like to inquire about something, she said. Team leader Wu was slightly taken aback. It was the first time Feng Yujing had spoken to him so directly. He nodded and smiled, saying, You are Ning Jie's friend. Feel free to ask anything. Taking a deep breath, Feng Yujing inquired, What kind of person is Ning Jie, exactly? Wu and Chun exchanged glances, both surprised by her question. He inhaled deeply, leaning closer to Feng Yujing. His expression tinged with a sense of nostalgia. Ning Jie is quite a complex individual. Upon returning to the factory, Ning Jie felt an overwhelming sense of ease. Old Zhou had deliberately placed a few individuals in the factory to assist with deliveries, ensuring that customers did not bear the burden of transportation costs, which were handled by Ning Jie himself. Although the daily expenses were considerable, this was undoubtedly the best course of action for the future. The upcoming bidding for the old city renovation did not signify the end of the garment business. In his previous life, he had been unable to seize opportunities due to limited funds, but this time was different. Once state-owned department stores fully embraced private partnerships, he could begin investing in shopping centers and wholesale markets. Observing Li Xiaodong and Wu Ye busy at work, Ning Jie playfully patted Lin Yuezhi on the backside. Lin Yuezhi shot him a mock reproachful glance and playfully pinched his waist. With so many people around, have some decorum. Ning Jie chuckled, taking her small hand and leaning closer to her ear. Why don't we head upstairs? There's no one there. Lin Yuezhi withdrew her hand, blushing, and punched Ning Jie playfully. Every day, your mind is consumed with these thoughts. Despite her words, she swayed her hips as she ascended the stairs. Ning Jie, cigarette in mouth, followed her upstairs. Once inside, he swiftly embraced Lin Yuezhi. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her cheeks flushed, her large eyes sparkling, stirring excitement within Ning Jie. Just a moment, Lin Yuezhi said, gently pushing him away. Earlier, he mentioned he would come looking for you. Did he? Which one is that? Ning Jie asked. The young man who hangs out with the toad, Zhao Shanha. He has introduced quite a few people to us. He's honest and quite capable. Upon hearing he was associated with the toad, Ning Jie quickly grasped the situation. He nodded and replied, All right, let us meet him tonight. Lin Yuezhi playfully punched him, straightened his clothes, and tidied her hair before sitting at the table to organize the accounts. Ning Jie lit a cigarette, sat by the stove, and cleared out some ashes before placing 2 potatoes and 2 sweet potatoes inside. Lin Yuezhi pointed to the cupboard and said, There's dried pollock in the small cabinet below. I bought it from Goryeo Street this morning. You can roast it if you'd like. Ning Jie's eyes sparkled with delight. Dried pollock was indeed a delightful treat. Compared to the braised pollock with tofu, Ning Jie had a greater fondness for the dried variety. With fewer bones and a resilient texture, it boasted the quintessential flavor of garlic-infused meat. Throughout this winter, they indulged in pollock, simmered with chunks of tofu, resulting in a broth of creamy, milky white. The pollock was not fishy, yet it lacked a pronounced freshness. It harmonized beautifully with tofu and fermented soybean paste, possessing neither distinct advantages nor disadvantages. Nevertheless, the locals adored it. As for the dried pollock, when lightly roasted over the stove, its meat became tearable and dry, perfect for dipping into spicy sauce while sipping on liquor. A single fish could accompany half a gin of alcohol. Ning Jie retrieved 2 slices of dried pollock and tossed them onto the stove. He then prepared a small bowl of Korean garlic sauce, instantly igniting his appetite. Just as he was busy with the pollock, there was a knock at the door. Lin Yuezhi rose and remarked, That must be Day arriving. Chapter 92. Adding fuel to the fire. Ning Jie flipped the pollock over, and Lin Yuezhi opened the door. Day, come in quickly. Ning Jie looked up to see a seemingly simple-minded young man entering the room. He gestured for Zhao Shanha to come closer, saying, Come warm yourself. Zhao Shanha, slightly taken aback, pulled a stool and sat opposite Ning Jie. Ning Jie produced a cigarette and offered it to Zhao Shanha, who accepted it and swiftly struck a match to light it for him. What brings you here, brother? Ning Jie feigned ignorance. Knowing that Zhao Shanha's visit indicated that the troublesome toad was once again causing trouble, Zhao Shanha, a man of earnest disposition, blushed and hesitantly replied, Well, Ning Gu, I was wondering if the guests I bring in the future could be credited to me. Let bygones be bygones. Let the past be with the toad. Without lifting his gaze, Ning Jie responded, Brother, my relationship with your elder brother is one of cooperation. Such a request puts me in a difficult position. Zhao Shanha offered a bitter smile, saying, Ning Gu, to be honest, not just me, many of us are struggling to get by with the toad. It's not that we lack loyalty, Your brother was quite decent before, but once money came, he seemed to transform into a different person. We, a multitude, are scouring everywhere for supplies, and he promised us 50 cents apiece. Yet in the end, he only gave me 50 kwai. Lin Yuezhi frowned and inquired, "Why so little? I've seen you bring in a good number of people. Surely you should be entitled to at least 1,000 or two." Zhao Shan aside, "My brother refuses to give anything. I have no power over it. Not just me. Many others received nothing. Ning Jie, sister-in-law. I have parents above me and younger siblings below. I must support my family. You see, after all my efforts, if I end up with nothing, it weighs heavily on my heart. I know this arrangement isn't fair, but I need to survive. How about this? I'll bring in guests, and you can give me 20 cents for each. Would that work?" Ning Jie observed the situation. Indeed, this honest man had been pushed to his limits. He picked up the dried pollock, the stove as flames blazing, and noted that the pollock had already changed color. "Would you like to eat?" Zhao Shanha shook his head, a hint of despondency evident as he lowered it. Ning Jie tore off a piece of fish, dipped it in spicy sauce, and after savoring a few chews, remarked, "As for this matter, you could certainly venture out on your own. I assure you, the financial rewards will not elude you." However, Ning Jie paused slightly, prompting Zhao Shanha to lift his head, his expression now tinged with surprise. "But what is it, Ning Jie? Just say it. I will certainly manage whatever is feasible." Ning Jie spoke leisurely. "However, if I were to grant you this opportunity, what becomes of others? You cannot deny that in this world, secrets are seldom kept. This situation, in truth, is rather simple. As long as you can clarify things with the toad, I am amenable to anything." Zhao Shanha furrowed his brows. Being honest did not equate to being foolish. He discerned Ning Jie's implication. Either Ning Jie would feign ignorance, or they would collectively sever ties with the toad. In reality, the current circumstances rendered the conflict with the toad insignificant. Many had already distanced themselves from him. With the elder departed, newcomers naturally filled the void. This world is replete with self-important fools, many of whom believe, if others cannot succeed, why should I? The toad possessed wealth, and increasingly, more people gravitated towards him. Zhao Shanha inhaled deeply. The toad was a formidable adversary. Should he genuinely offend the toad, seeking peace thereafter would be arduous. For a moment, Zhao Shanha found himself in a quandary. Ning Jie added 2 more logs to the fire, stating, "If you can resolve matters with the toad, all your previous clients will belong to you moving forward." Zhao Shanha gazed at Ning Jie in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. "Whoever introduced those clients, and the quantities they procured, my partner has meticulously noted them, fearing the day complications might arise. I assert this, if the toad acts unethically, it is his affair. He has not encroached upon my interests, yet I harbor disdain for such individuals. Thus, I can choose to return these clients to you. However, we must agree that what I provide you will certainly be less than what the toad receives. Likewise, you may become employees of my company and assist in business endeavors." After Ning Jie concluded his speech, Zhao Shanha resolved to act. Ning Jie not only intended to return their former clients, but also welcome them to work for him, a rare and fortuitous opportunity. Zhao Shanha understood that he could not accomplish this alone. He must rally the others, particularly Xiao Guang, who had suffered the most at the hands of the toad, even harboring thoughts of retribution. "Thank you, Ning Jie. I comprehend what must be done." Ning Jie nodded, and Zhao Shanha rose, stating, "Then, Ning Jie, I shall take my leave." "Very well, travel cautiously," Ning Jie replied. Once Zhao Shanha departed, Lin Yuezhi inquired, "What do you think of the toad? He does nothing all day while his underlings toil away, yet he refuses to compensate them." Ning Jie chuckled, "Such individuals are not rare. The toad is not an anomaly. As events unfold, it is not uncommon to witness foremen leading groups of laborers, only to abscond with their earnings. There are far too many of such heartless souls." Lin Yuezhi asked with a hint of concern, "Do you think Dai and the others can manage? I hope they don't end up suffering." Ning Jie tore off a piece of mackerel and handed it to Lin Yuezhi, reassuring her, "Rest assured, this kid is no fool." Moreover, since Zhao Shanha has agreed to this matter, it indicates that there are certainly many who are entangled with the toad in illicit dealings. If the toad truly takes action, his reputation will be tarnished. "Can the toad really take action?" Lin Yuezhi inquired. Ning Jie nodded affirmatively, saying, "He will undoubtedly take action. If he didn't intend to, he would have already divided the money." Lin Yuezhi turned the potatoes over and added 2 more pieces of firewood. "By doing this, aren't we provoking the toad too much? And isn't it unfair to take in Dai and his crew?" Ning Jie chuckled as he ruffled Lin Yuezhi's hair, replying, "Do you think the toad has a good relationship with us now? It's merely because he sees the money. The toad is cunning and greedy, but not foolish. Since he has proceeded this way after our last conversation, It's not merely greed. He is eyeing our business with envy. As for fairness, if you can strike your own subordinates, why shouldn't I provide them with a means of livelihood? Besides, we are in business, not engaged in street brawls. Dai and his crew will be our employees in the future. Suddenly, Lin Yuezhi looked at Ning Jie, her eyes glimmering. Oh, you. Have you already calculated all of this? Chapter 93. What are you planning to do? Ning Jie shook his head, sincerely admitting that his impression of the toad was not particularly favorable. The toad shared a similar disposition with the three-eyed leopard. His decision to collaborate with the toad stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, this lad indeed had a considerable number of subordinates, and secondly, he felt a tinge of guilt for having betrayed him in a previous life. If the toad were to lead a good life this time, Ning Jie would certainly prefer not to engage with him. However, the toad was clearly testing his limits now. Limits, much like a young lady's modesty, can be breached. Once you allow one advance, the next time, they may dare to overstep further. Thus, ever since the monk mentioned the matter concerning Xiaoguang, Ning Jie had been prepared. People, when suddenly enriched, tend to become arrogant, as is the case with the toad now. His folly lies in using his own subordinates to test Ning Jie. For the toad, this may appear to be a mutually beneficial situation, but for Ning Jie, it is akin to wielding a knife at his own throat. The two sat beside the stove, enjoying roasted sweet potatoes, and mackerel as the sun slowly set. Inside Zhao Shanna's west room, it was packed with people, no fewer than 50 or 60. Did Ning Jie really say that to you? The speaker was not particularly tall, but if it weren't for the ghastly scar running from his nose to his earlobe, he would have been considered handsome. The scar on his face seemed fresh, still scabbed over, ruining what could have been a fine visage. As his words fell, the previously boisterous crowd fell silent, eagerly gazing at Zhao Shanna. Zhao Shanna nodded, stating, Ning Jie did say that as long as this matter is clarified with the toad, not only will we receive our payments as usual, but the clients we introduced in the past will also remain ours. The scarred-faced man hesitated, saying, if we can clarify things with the toad, do we still need to seek him out? A fellow beside remarked, Xiaoguang is right. What does it mean to clarify? Can the toad truly part with so many clients? This clearly indicates that Ning Jie is reluctant to manage this matter. Indeed, I perceive little hope for this situation. The room erupted into a clamor, and the people outside joined in, creating a cacophony that left Zhao Shanna's head buzzing. Silence! Zhao Shanna shouted, and the crowd turned their attention to him. Their expressions varied. Ning Jie would not deceive us regarding this issue. To put it bluntly, your presence here today is solely due to the toad having swindled our money. Setting aside other matters, is Ning Jie not of superior character compared to the toad? The crowd nodded in unison. Having interacted with Ning Jie, they recognized his demeanor was entirely distinct from that of the toad. Humble, often sharing cigarettes, and always greeting others with a smile. In contrast, the toad appeared increasingly arrogant, his nostrils flaring with disdain. Initially, I did not grasp Ning Jie's intent when he spoke, but later it became clear. First, Ning Jie was unafraid of offending the toad. Many of us witnessed when he confronted the toad. Second, Ning Jie was concerned about preserving his reputation. His desire to speak plainly with the toad was to establish our position, independent of the toad's influence. With this, the crowd experienced a revelation. Zhao Shanha continued, Ning Jie is not intimidated by the toad. We all understand the toad's motives, though they have shaken hands and made peace. The toad is still scheming to monopolize Ning Jie's business. His refusal to pay us stems from both a genuine unwillingness and a desire to gauge Ning Jie's stance. Ning Jie's position is abundantly clear. The decision lies with us. Xiaoguang, gritting his teeth, expressed his frustration. Damn it, we must clarify this matter. Regardless of your decisions, I refuse to endure this indignity any longer. The others, initially apprehensive, found themselves stirred by Xiaoguang's fervor, feeling a sense of shared despair. Let us do it. If he resorts to violence, we will retaliate. After all, this money is certainly lost to us. Exactly. I refuse to believe that, with so many of us confronting him, he would dare to retaliate. Dahi, we will heed your guidance. Let us confront him tomorrow to clarify matters, and thereafter, we will no longer associate with him. I have toiled for 2 months, only to receive 30 yuan, barely enough to cover my travel and accommodation expenses. Observing the rising tension, Zhao Shanha quickly intervened. Let us not wait until tomorrow. It's not that I doubt anyone, but when many voices gather, if the toad learns of our intentions in advance, we are bound to suffer losses. Xiaoguang nodded, angrily discarding his cigarette, crushing it underfoot. Let us go now. Zhao Shanha hurriedly donned his shoes, and a throng of people surged out of the courtyard. At that moment, the toad was seated with Xiao Ku and his entourage, enjoying dog meat soup. Earlier that day, Xiaoko had gone to the countryside and stolen a large yellow dog. Upon returning, he skinned it and cooked it, with rice vinegar, chili powder, and salt added. A sprinkle of MSG and a dash of chopped green onions transformed the steaming soup into a fragrant dish that was utterly intoxicating. Those who have never tasted dog meat cannot truly appreciate its unique flavor. When prepared properly, it is indeed a delightful delicacy. The Korean ethnic group holds a particular fondness for dog meat, and their enthusiasm for promoting it requires little effort. As they sipped their drinks, the toad-like character retrieved a thick wad of cash from the cupboard and handed it to Xiaoko. The young men nearby, upon seeing such a substantial amount, felt a weighty tension in the air. The envious glances directed at the toad only swelled its sense of pride. Xiaoko, this is your share from the past few days, totaling 900. I'll round it up for you. The remainder can go towards a new outfit for your mother for the new year, the toad declared. Xiaoko, with a smile, tucked the money into his pocket. He was aware of the toad's dubious dealings, yet he acknowledged that the toad had a semblance of conscience, as it had not shortchanged him. Xiaoko refrained from mentioning his own commission, aware that the toad had withheld payments from others, which left him feeling discontented. He had initially resolved to confront the toad after their meal, stating that if he did not receive his payment, he would leave immediately without a second thought. The group surrounding the toad consisted of mostly unfamiliar faces, young lads around 17 or 18, as the elders had mostly departed. If things continued this way, he might share the same fate as those older ones. Perhaps he would revisit this matter after the new year. He could discuss it with Ning Jie and explore the possibility of venturing out on his own. Thank you, big brother, the toad beamed, relishing the adoration emanating from the younger men. What else there to thank? We're all brothers here. Just learn well from your brother Xiaoko. There will always be money to be made. Xiaoko maintained his composure, though internally he was filled with disdain. How shameless could one be to speak such nonsense? Was the money given to him merely a lesson in servitude? The younger men were exhilarated, as if fortune were within their grasp, raising their glasses in a fervent toast, causing the toad to float on a cloud of pride. Just as they were drinking, the door swung open, and Zhao Shanha along with a group of others barged in, instantly filling the room to capacity. The toad shivered, darkening his expression as he pointed at Zhao Shanha and Xiao Guang, rising unsteadily to his feet. What the hell do you want? Xiaoko narrowed his eyes and stood up, slowly placing a hand on his waist. The arrival of so many was surely not for the purpose of enjoying dog meat soup. The other 7 or 8 young men who usually accompanied the toad suddenly transformed into a state of excitement. Sometimes, people's thoughts diverge. While an ordinary person might feel panic at such a crowd, these young men were fueled by drink and exhilaration. They would undoubtedly follow the toad into battle at a moment's notice. Brother, are you dining? Zhao Shanha inquired, eyeing the toad. The toad, his tongue thickened by the drink, pointed at Zhao Shanha and snarled, "Don't mess with me. What is this, a revolt?" Zhao Shanha took a deep breath and asked, "Brother, about the money we earned from bringing in customers, can we have it? With the new year approaching, our families are counting on this money for a good celebration." The toad's expression darkened further, and he narrowed his eyes at Zhao Shanha. "Is this what you came for? For so many years, you have followed me, toad. Have I ever deprived you of food or drink?" Xiao Guang, filled with resentment, remarked, "Brother, we have exerted considerable effort for you over the years, and now, what have we all come to? Today, do not attempt to deceive your brothers. Can this money truly be given?" Toad, grasping a bowl on the table, hurled it toward Xiao Guang's head. Xiao Guang did not flinch or evade. He allowed the bowl to strike him. The soup within splattered all over him and Zhao Shanha. Wiping the dog meat soup from his face, the hatred in Xiao Guang's eyes grew more palpable. He gazed at Toad and said, "Brother, the last time you disfigured me, it accounted for the years of kindness you have shown. Today, you have struck me with a bowl once more. I, Li Xiao Guang, owe you nothing henceforth." Toad felt an unexpected pang of discomfort surge within him. Reflecting on the substantial sums of money, he mustered his courage and coldly scoffed. "Humph. Let me make this clear. I have already given you money. There will be no further." Zhao Shanha nodded and replied, "All right, brother, your word suffices. Let those funds be seen as our tribute to you. From now on, you shall walk your own path, and I shall tread mine." The group of younger brothers behind them felt utterly disheartened. "Brother, from now on, we are even. Do not accuse us of betrayal. We have elders above us and younger siblings below." As he watched each younger brother distance themselves from him, Toad's intoxication dissipated. It was impossible for Toad to feel completely unaffected, yet the thought of money quelled any emotional stirrings. The younger ones were suddenly displeased. Wasn't this the perfect moment to prove their loyalty? One small-headed lad pointed at Zhao Shanha and shouted, "Get lost, Zhao Shanha! What Toad gave you as a reward. What he withholds is none of your concern." What difference does it make if you lot are gone? My brother remains my brother. The world will keep turning without you. Indeed, damn it. Following my brother is your fortune, yet you act all high and mighty. Damn it, if you're not satisfied, come at me. What is so great about numbers? You think you're special just because you're with my brother? Smack. A resounding slap silenced the uproar. Zhao Shanhe could endure Toad's behavior, as Toad was his elder brother, but he would not allow these younger ones to disrespect him. Although he was not as formidable as Xiao Ku, he was not someone to be trifled with under Toad's command. The lad who had been slapped covered his face and sprang up, pointing at Zhao Shanhe, cursing, "Damn it! Get him! Brothers, take him down." To be honest, Zhao Shanhe and his companions had never intended for things to end peacefully. However, they had not anticipated that the spark for conflict would arise from a mere novice who had recently aligned himself with Toad. In an instant, the two factions clashed. The room was small, and those outside frantically pushed to enter, while those inside grappled with the younger ones, trying to drag them outside. The confined space rendered Xiao Ku incapable of showcasing his abilities. He leaped onto the Kong, shielding the Toad behind him. Initially, Zhao Shanhe and his group had no intention of attacking Xiao Ku and the Toad. However, those familiar with the chaos of conflict know that once it commences, intelligence swiftly diminishes to a mere negative. Suddenly, the lights went out, and Xiao Ku felt a sharp pang in his abdomen, followed by excruciating pain radiating throughout his body. In less than a minute, the lights flickered back on. The Toad, bewildered, clutched Xiao Ku, his head having been struck by an axe. Zhao Shanhe inhaled sharply, and the onlookers stared in disbelief at the Toad and the bloodied, convulsing Xiao Ku in his embrace. Who the hell executed this treachery? Trembling, the Toad reached up to touch his head, blood streaming down and blurring his vision. His eyes widened in terror as he pointed shakily at Zhao Shanhe and his cohorts, only for his hand to drop limply, his head tilting to the side as he fell silent. Damn it! Zhao Shanhe cursed angrily and turned to flee outside. The others, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly followed suit. Once the crowd dispersed, the few remaining on the ground slowly rose. Witnessing the grim fate of the Toad and Xiao Ku, their faces drained of color, a buzzing filled their heads, and goosebumps prickled their skin. What now? One lad pulled out a cigarette, struggling to ignite it despite several attempts with matches. Damn it! He tossed the cigarette to the ground, crushing it underfoot. What the hell? You two stay and find the sister-in-law. I'll gather reinforcements. It must have been that bastardly Xiaoguang who orchestrated this. Brother. With the big brother and Kuga gone, do you think they'll heed our call? Damn it! If the big brother is gone, I'm your big brother now. From now on. Why should you be the big brother? Exactly. Damn it, if you're not convinced, let us see who dares oppose me. In an instant, chaos erupted anew in the room, as the previously noble young men, now injured, began to bicker over who would assume the role of leader. Thankfully, the Toad was deceased. Had he been alive to witness this scene, it would have surely infuriated him. Amidst the clamor, one young man stealthily climbed onto the Kong, extracting a bundle of cash wrapped in a plastic bag from Xiao Ku's pocket, and cautiously tucked it into his own coat. Meanwhile, Zhao Shanhe and his group, seizing the opportunity, rushed home. Just as they reached the doorstep, Xiaoguang seized Zhao Shanhe, his gaze intense. Was it you who struck the Toad with that axe? Chapter 95. This matter cannot be handled this way. What on earth? The Toad is dead? Ning Jie, munching on a bun, stared in bewilderment at Fat Zhou. He had initially intended to leverage Zhao Shanhe's opportunity to sever ties with the Toad completely, intending to tarnish the Toad's reputation through Zhao Shanhe, thereby avoiding a fate of being deemed untrustworthy. Yet, who could have anticipated that the Toad would perish so abruptly? Lao Zhou wiped his hands on his trousers and grabbed a bun, taking a hearty bite. Hey, what about the sauerkraut filling? Ning Jie inquired. Don't just indulge in eating. Yu Haven Tea shared how the Toad met his demise yet. Zhou Pengzi swallowed his bun and replied, how would I know? Last night, Zhao Shanhe and his crew went out, and then the Toad's little brother was showing off, which led to a brawl. The lights went out for about 2 minutes, and in that brief span, both the Toad and Xiao Ku were killed. Xiao Ku was stabbed multiple times, while the Toad received a hatchet blow straight to his head. To this day, we remain oblivious to who struck the fatal blow. Zhou Pengzi sighed and remarked, what was the Toad thinking? He kicked his little brother aside for money, only to lose all his own in the process, and now we don't even know who took it. Ning Jie sighed. One must not be overly greedy. Greed leads to misfortune. Zhou Pengzi nodded in agreement. Indeed, with the Toad gone, his wife is in dire straits. They still have a daughter. And though the Toad left behind 2,000 yuan, what good is that? A widow and an orphan, how will they survive? Ning Jie nodded. Have the police been notified? Zhou Pengzi replied. Could we not report it? 2 lives have been lost. Zhao Shanhe and Xiao Guang are now in custody. If the murderer isn't caught, these 2 will likely take the blame. Ning Jie inhaled deeply. Don't their families have anyone to take the fall? Zhou Ponzi shook his head. Xiao Guang's parents passed away early, leaving only an uncle. Zhao Shanhe's family consists of a mother, a younger brother, and sister. Who could possibly take the blame? Ning Jie swiftly finished his bun, washed his hands, and said, "Please keep an eye on things for me. I'm heading to the police station." Zhou Ponzi frowned and asked, "Are you attempting to get them out? This might prove quite challenging. Is it worth the effort?" Ning Jie replied, "It's not about worth. I have a responsibility to see this through. I cannot let their spirits be dampened." With keys in hand, he got into his car, and as he exited the courtyard, old Zhou took a hearty bite of his bun, shaking his head with a wry smile. This fellow truly possesses a sense of loyalty. Upon arriving at the police station, Ning Jie ascended the stairs with ease and made his way to Director Sun's office. As he entered, Director Sun greeted him with a smile. "My dear nephew, you've come." His demeanor was notably more amicable than before. Ning Jie replied with a smile, "Yes, I have a few matters I wish to discuss with you." Director Sun scrutinized Ning Jie for a moment and said, "You're here regarding Zhao Shanhe and the others, aren't you?" Ning Jie responded with a grin. "Nothing escapes your notice. Have a seat. We'll discuss Zhao Shanhe shortly. Following your suggestion, we dispatched personnel to the meat processing plant yesterday. Guess what happened?" Ning Jie anticipated the outcome and played along. "Didn't he catch anyone?" Director Sun chuckled as he handed Ning Jie a cigarette. "You know how to keep this old man entertained. We did apprehend someone, a butcher. He's a born misfit, not particularly attractive, and no one wants him, a confirmed bachelor. Previously, he was caught peering into the women's restroom, exposed by a junior high girl who gave him quite the scolding. Ever since, he has harbored a deep resentment towards women, particularly young girls." Ning Jie furrowed his brow, pondering that psychological deviance sometimes requires merely a single catalyst, which may appear utterly absurd, yet it remains an undeniable truth. It is fortunate to have apprehended him, thereby preventing this individual from further victimizing innocent girls. Director Sun nodded in agreement, remarking, "Indeed, this lad possesses audacity. He takes lives as casually as one would slaughter livestock, indicating a degree of psychological abnormality. By the way, you are here concerning Zhao Shanhe, aren't you?" Sun rapped the table lightly, avoiding eye contact with Ning Jie, and continued, "The lives of both the Toad and Xiao Ku are at stake. Regardless of their reputations, this incident carries significant repercussions." Ning Jie nodded and inquired, "Uncle, is there any direct evidence proving that these 2 were the perpetrators?" Director Sun shrugged, stating, "The complications arise precisely from this point. Zhao Shanhe, along with Li Xiaoguang, were accompanied by 50 to 60 individuals, and during those 2 minutes of darkness, it was impossible to ascertain precisely what transpired. However, it is certain that the assault originated from within the room, where only a handful of people were present, some of whom were also victims. No one can elucidate the reasons behind it. Thus, we can only pursue Zhao Shanhe and Li Xiaoguang, as they were the ones who instigated the confrontation with the Toad." Ning Jie remarked, "Uncle, do you think it is possible that the victims themselves instigated the violence?" Director Sun looked at Ning Jie with a puzzled expression, responding curtly, "Nephew, your bias is glaringly obvious. How could those who were attacked possibly retaliate?" Ning Jie smiled and said, "I heard them mention that the Toad's money has entirely vanished. You see, these individuals sought the Toad not for financial gain, right? If it were about money, after eliminating the Toad, wouldn't they have taken the cash? Yet, they did not seize the money, while the Toad's funds have mysteriously disappeared. Uncle, during this period, the Toad has indeed been profiting handsomely through my connections. I checked yesterday, and it amounted to at least 40 to 50,000. With such a sum, it is inevitable that someone would be tempted, wouldn't you agree?" Director Sun inhaled sharply, asking, "That much?" Ning Jie nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Hence, it is entirely plausible that Zhao Shanhe and his associates were not the culprits." Director Sun took a deep drag from his cigarette, contemplating that such convoluted matters are the most challenging to resolve. Admittedly, Zhao Shanhe lacks a motive for murder, while Li Xiaoguang possesses a slight one, yet there remains no evidence to substantiate that Li Xiaoguang is the murderer. "Look here, Uncle," Ning Jie suggested. "Since it is all quite muddled, should we not at least seek a plausible rationale? Isn't money the most compelling reason? Whoever stands to gain the most financially must certainly have a significant connection to these events. Wouldn't you concur?" Director Sun regarded Ning Jie intently, secretly calculating the implications. With such a substantial sum lost, an investigation into the whereabouts of the money would undoubtedly ensue. If everything aligned, it could indeed simplify matters significantly. Ning Jie's interests must be acknowledged, yet he was reluctant to hastily conclude the case. Nephew, this matter cannot be handled so casually. Chapter 96. You two look familiar. Ning Jie was momentarily taken aback by Director Sun's serious demeanor, opting not to press further. This was a realm beyond his understanding, and he felt compelled to heed his uncle's counsel. Director Sun gazed at Ning Jie and sighed. My dear nephew, given our relationship, I can understand if you come to me regarding Zhao Shanha's predicament. However, this matter lacks a definitive conclusion, and thus, we cannot ascertain that these two individuals are indeed the culprits. If I were to recklessly pin the blame on someone, I would be no different from Li Tao and his associates. Rest assured, as long as Zhao Shanha and Li Xiaowang are not involved, I will not implicate them. Such an act is beneath me. Ning Jie felt a sudden surge of respect. In his previous life, he had little interaction with Director Sun. By the time he arrived in the city, Director Sun had already been reassigned due to the Feng Yujing serial murder case. It was evident that Director Sun was indeed a commendable officer. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ning Jie spoke, Uncle, about this matter. Director Sun raised his hand to interrupt him, smiling. Your visit signifies that you regard me as a senior, and I appreciate that. If this were merely a trivial issue, you would not have made the trip. However, when it pertains to matters of life and death, it requires caution on both our parts. Though I do not consider myself a paragon of virtue, I have never wavered in matters such as these. Do not feel uneasy, it is only human nature. At this juncture, Director Sun regarded Ning Jie and continued, if they indeed share a connection, there is no need for you to seek my assistance. My dear nephew, let me be candid. Whether it concerns Secretary Fu or your situation, I am reluctant to compromise my principles. Should you find yourself in jeopardy, I will certainly devise a solution, but for others, you are still young, so do not resent my admonitions. Relationships diminish with each use. Once exhausted, they are irretrievable. Ning Jie solemnly nodded. I understand, uncle. May I have the opportunity to meet with them? Director Sun chuckled. Why would it be inconvenient? Come, I will take you to them. Descending the stairs, they found the detained Li Xiaoguang and Zhao Shanha, both appearing somewhat listless yet unharmed, suggesting they had not suffered any mistreatment since their arrival. Upon seeing Ning Jie, Zhao Shanha and Li Xiaoguang exhibited signs of excitement. Director Sun patted Ning Jie on the shoulder, saying, Nephew, I have a meeting this afternoon. Once you are finished here, you may return home directly. Feel free to visit me again sometime. Ning Jie smiled, replying, Next time I visit, it will have to be at your home. His meaning was quite clear. In the future, he would not trouble Director Sun for trivial matters. Director Sun was pleased. No one wishes to act against their own will. And Ning Jie's understanding brought him satisfaction. Very well, let us share a few drinks when the time comes. After Director Sun departed, Zhao Shanha expressed his gratitude. Ninggu, what brings you here? Ning Jie glanced at Zhao Shanha and the scarred Li Xiaoguang, replying, I heard you two were in trouble, so I came to check on you. In contrast to Zhao Shanha's calm demeanor, Li Xiaoguang appeared somewhat agitated, his eyes reddening as he exclaimed, Ninggu, I did not kill anyone. Ning Jie nodded reassuringly. You both need not worry. As long as this matter does not implicate you, you will be released in a few days. With Ning Jie's reassuring presence, both of their spirits lifted considerably. What transpired last night exactly? Zhao Shanha replied with a bitter smile. Everything was fine until yesterday. The toad had not uttered a word. He had just scolded us for the trouble caused by a recent arrival, and I, unable to restrain myself, retaliated. Suddenly, the lights went out, and chaos ensued. Who could think straight in such a moment? When the lights flickered back on, I heard the anguished cries of Xiao Ku and the toad, but by then, they had vanished. Ning Jie nodded, refraining from further inquiries. He was not a police officer and had no need to delve into the identity of the assailant. Very well. You two stay put. Once you're out, come directly to my place. Thank you, Brother Ning. Ning Jie exchanged no further pleasantries and left the police station. Heading straight back to the factory, Lao Zhou was still busy with work. Early in the morning, delivery personnel arrived, suggesting that the goods had come in last night. Fatty, come over here. Fatty approached, snatching a whole box of Changbai ginseng from Ning Jie's hands. He extracted a piece for himself and offered another to Ning Jie. Pocketing the remainder, Ning Jie shot Zhou Fatty a disapproving glance, remarking, You're earning quite well now. Why do you still take my cigarettes and mooch my meals? Should I just support you? Zhou Fatty, with a skin thicker than that of a wild boar, tilted his head slightly and replied, You said it yourself. I'll just bring my father over later. Get lost, you rascal. You're not serious at all. Ning Jie took a puff of his cigarette and leaned closer to Zhou Fatty, whispering, How did the task I assigned you go? What task? Zhou Fatty looked bewildered. Ning Jie gave Zhou Fatty a light kick on the backside, exasperatedly saying, "The matter regarding Baoha." Lao Zhou smacked his forehead, saying, "Oh, I was pondering over what it was. I didn't think I had the time." Ning Jie retorted, "What do you mean by having time? Are you going to wait until someone else takes the contract?" Lao Zhou chuckled sheepishly. "I'll go tomorrow, I promise." "Tomorrow? Nonsense. There's no time like the present. We're going right now." After exchanging brief words with Lin Yuezhi, Ning Jie dragged Zhou Fatty to the car. They drove to the department store, purchasing 4 packs of cigarettes and 4 boxes of milk powder, along with various other items, before heading straight to Liangjiang town. Upon arrival, Ning Jie inquired around until he located the town chief's residence. With 2 packs of cigarettes, 2 boxes of milk powder, and a variety of goods in hand, Ning Jie knocked on the town chief's door. Before long, a woman's voice rang out from the courtyard. "Who is it?" Ning Jie called out. "Is this the home of Town Chief Yu?" The woman opened the door, eyeing Ning Jie and Zhou Fatty with suspicion. However, her expression softened significantly upon noticing the gifts in their hands. "Are you two here to see my husband?" Ning Jie nodded, saying, "Yes, we have a matter to discuss." "Is Town Chief Yu at home?" "Yes, inside. Come in. Why do you bring so many gifts?" While speaking, the town chief's wife took the items from their hands and began walking into the house, calling, "Dear, we have guests." Mayor Yu emerged, clad in a black cotton coat and puffing on a dry tobacco pipe. He glanced at Ning Jie and Zhou Pansy, then at the items held in his wife's hands. Slightly furrowing his brow, "You two seem unfamiliar. Have we met before?" Ning Jie offered a cigarette with a smile, saying, "My brother and I are from the city, here to handle some matters, and we thought to pay you a visit." Receiving the cigarette, Mayor Yu lit it with his pipe, extinguishing the latter afterward, and chuckled. "What visit? I'm just a simple countryman. It's quite chilly outside. Please, come in." Inviting them indoors, he called out, "Zuafan, could you bring some tea?" As they settled on the warm Kong, Mayor Yu placed 2 newspaper-wrapped boxes filled with peanuts and sunflower seeds before Ning Jie and Zhou Pansy. "What is your surname, brothers?" Mayor Yu inquired. Ning Jie replied, "I'm Ning, just Ning Jie, engaged in the garment business in the city. This is my brother Zhou Bin. He works near the train station, and everyone calls him Zhou Pansy." Mayor Yu's expression shifted slightly, while he hadn't heard of Ning Jie. He was aware of Zhou Pansy's notorious reputation. In the martial spirit of Northeast China, Mayor Yu regarded a capable man like Zhou Pansy with a certain respect. Given their proximity to the city, he understood the weight that city ruffians carried. The fact that Ning Jie accompanied Zhou Pansy suggested he was no ordinary individual. And there seemed to be a subtle hierarchy with Ning Jie leading. A twinge of unease crept into Mayor Yu's mind. What business could these two have with him? And could it possibly concern his daughter? It was inconceivable. She was only in middle school. Thus, what could their intentions be? This situation seemed precarious. "Brothers, let us skip the pleasantries. It's clear you didn't come here just for a chat. What exactly brings you to seek my assistance?" Ning Jie smiled and replied, "Mayor Yu, they do say you possess a keen understanding of life. You're quite right. My brother and I indeed have a request." He attempted to flatter Mayor Yu, but the latter remained vigilant. "Let us not dance around the issue. What could prompt you both to come from the city to find me?" Ning Jie cut to the chase. "Mayor Yu, I would like to inquire if anyone has contracted the Shaoqing River." Mayor Yu shook his head in confusion. Our Two Rivers town borders the Yalu River. The Shaoqing River, while long and wide, is filled with river fish, far less abundant than those in the river. Who would take the trouble to contract such a thing? There's truly no one. Are you two looking to contract the Shaoqing River? Ning Jie nodded, explaining. "I own a factory in the city and am planning some renovations, which require fine sand. It is often said that the sand from the Shaoqing River is of exceptional quality. I contemplated visiting to ascertain the truth of the matter. If no one had contracted it, I might consider doing so myself, to avoid any potential gossip later." As for the sand, Mayor Yu's curiosity deepened. There was certainly no shortage of sand along the banks of the Yalu River. While it is true that the fine sand from the Shaoqing River is superior, it hardly warrants the need to contract an entire river for the construction of a factory. People are not foolish. And he quickly grasped that this matter was undoubtedly more complex than Ning Jie suggested. Yet, he could not quite fathom the underlying issue that needed to be articulated. The current mindset of the populace had not yet evolved beyond collective thinking, and they could not possibly anticipate that, by next year, City B would be implementing urban renewal along with policies for selling and distributing housing. Although he had not fully processed his thoughts, Mayor Yu instinctively felt that this was a matter that warranted careful consideration before giving an affirmative response. The town was not solely under his jurisdiction. There was also Secretary Liu to consider. If he agreed without consulting Liu, it could indeed lead to complications. Their relationship was not one of outright discord, yet it hardly qualified as amicable. Brother, to be frank, I must consult Secretary Lu about this matter. After all, it pertains to significant resources, and I cannot make this decision unilaterally. Ning Jie nodded in understanding and replied, I appreciate your candor. How about this? I will shamelessly take the liberty of inviting Secretary Lu to dine with us today, so we may discuss our matters over a meal. What do you think? As he spoke, Ning Jie produced a red envelope from his pocket and slid it across the table toward Mayor Yu. Mayor Yu's expression shifted. He pressed his hand against the envelope, preparing to return it, but the weight of its contents compelled him to swallow his words. Taking a deep breath, he instructed, Chui Fun, please prepare 2 cabbages and simmer the blood sausage with meat. I shall share a few drinks with these brothers at noon. Chui Fun entered with tea, having discreetly eavesdropped on the conversation outside. Upon spotting the bulging envelope on the table, she instantly understood the situation. All right, I'll go and slaughter a small chicken to simmer as well, so you can enjoy your drinks at noon. Mayor Yu nodded and said, You two sit tight. I'll go fetch old Lu. Ning Jie replied, I appreciate your kindness. Mayor Yu tucked the envelope into the bedding of the storage cabinet, saying, What's the trouble? We are all family here. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Stepping down from the Kong, Mayor Yu carried 2 large bags of goods into the small room, closed the door, and slipped on his shoes as he exited. The mayor's household was quite comfortable. The teapot was made of porcelain. Ning Jie poured 2 cups of tea, and Zhou Fatty whispered, Is this really how it will proceed? Ning Jie nodded, More or less. Let us keep our voices down. Zhou Fatty nodded and began to crack sunflower seeds. Chui Fan led the girls to the backyard to catch chickens. As Mayor Yu exited the courtyard, he noticed a jeep parked nearby. Leaning over to take a look, he spotted gifts in the back seat that seemed to match the weight of his own. A slight smile crept across his face. These 2 fellows had come prepared, with double the offerings. It was merely an old, decrepit river after all. If someone was willing to contract it, that was commendable enough. As long as he could reap the benefits, he felt obliged to accept their goodwill. At this moment, all doubts were cast aside by the prospect of a generous gift. Upon arriving at Secretary Lu's residence, Mayor Yu cheerfully inquired, Old Lu, shall we share a drink? The 2 men, merely colleagues, had long held differing opinions, ultimately driven by their desire for power. Their relationship was not particularly warm, often merely superficial, sufficient for appearance's sake. In this festive season, it struck Lu as rather peculiar that you sought him out for a drink. What's the matter? Is your wife expecting? Mayor Yu's expression darkened. He had long desired a son, yet after his wife bore a daughter, there had been no further news of a pregnancy, a source of persistent dissatisfaction for him. Get lost. Are you coming or not? Once we pass this village, there won't be another tavern. Despite feeling uneasy, Lu replied, Of course I'll join you. It's not every day I get the chance to share a drink with you. He donned his clothes and shoes, asking as he stepped outside, Is it just the 2 of us? Mayor Yu responded, There are a couple of friends from the city. I need you to accompany us. Lu felt a twinge of confusion. What sort of leaders required the presence of a secretary for company? You could not reveal that these individuals were seeking assistance from them. For if Lu knew, he would undoubtedly decline outright. What kind of figures are we talking about? Is the mayor coming? Mayor Yu retorted, rather curtly, as if the mayor would visit us. You'll find out soon enough. As they passed the supply and marketing cooperative, Mayor Yu went inside to purchase 4 bottles of strong liquor. Lu was astonished. It was indeed an occasion for distinguished guests. Otherwise, given Yu's notoriously frugal nature, he would never splurge on such expensive drink. Curiosity piqued, the 2 entered Yu's courtyard. Is Uncle Lu here? Chui Fan was busy preparing a meal, to which Lu humorously responded, Yes indeed. I've come to mooch a meal, sister-in-law. Mooch. You can come for a meal anytime you wish. Come inside. It's quite chilly out here. Upon entering the house, Lu's gaze fell upon Ning Jie and Zhou Pongzi, stirring a sense of intrigue within him. These 2 appeared to be in their early 20s. Could they be scions of prominent families? It was unlikely that you would value them so highly otherwise. Ning Jie and Zhou Pongzi dusted off their hands and stood up in greeting. Mayor Yu set down the liquor and introduced them to Lu, saying, Old Lu. This is Ning Jie, and this one is Zhou Bin, commonly known as Zhou Pongzi. Lu's expression sharpened. He had heard of Ning Jie, a newly prominent figure in B City, known as Ning the King of Hell. Wealthy and formidable, even Zhou Pongzi benefited from his association. Was Mayor Yu really inviting these 2? When had he forged such ties? Lu suddenly felt the weight of uncertainty. Was this a trap? His heart raced with apprehension. Brother, this is Secretary Lu, the leader of our town. Lu's countenance shifted, realizing the implications. Trouble was undoubtedly brewing. With a tense smile, he stammered, What leader? I. Ning Jie extended his hand with a smile, saying, Hello, Secretary Liu. I am Ning Jie. Please do not take it to heart that Mayor Yu suddenly invited you here. Secretary Liu shook Ning Jie's hand and replied, It's nothing. I won't take it to heart. Mayor Yu interjected, All right, let's not linger here. Have some water and snacks. Make sure to drink a bit more during lunch. Secretary Liu, feeling somewhat reluctant, stepped onto the Kong, and Mayor Yu poured him some water before speaking. Old Liu, the reason I've called you here today is that my two brothers have a request to make. Secretary Liu's body stiffened suddenly. Here it comes. The fox's tail is showing. He forced a smile and asked, What is it? Mayor Yu explained, Well, our little Qinghe River has no one to take it on. And these two brothers want to take it on. I can't make the decision alone, so I brought you here. Secretary Liu was momentarily taken aback. This matter? A little broken river. Wait. He took the cigarette offered by Ning Jie, his mind racing. How could someone who made a fortune from 2 old ginseng trees possibly want to take on a useless little river? Could it be that there are treasures hidden in the Qinghe? No. Even if there were gold, they wouldn't be allowed to pan for it privately. That would be illegal. Secretary Liu nodded, pretending to be indifferent, and remarked, Do you really need to ask me about taking on the river? Can't you make the decision by yourself? Mayor Yu shot him a glance, thinking, Make a decision by myself? I had to fight with you just to get a fish pond for my little uncle. You act as if you can decide everything alone. Where's your face? Brothers, what do you need the river for? Ning Jie smiled and explained, I have a factory that needs renovation and requires sand. Secretary Liu nodded, skeptically asking, Do you need that much sand? The sand by the river would suffice, wouldn't it? I think it looks good. Ning Jie shook his head. The river sand is too coarse. It's not as good as this. There are places with fine sand, but they are too far from the city, and transporting it would be troublesome. At this moment, Mayor Yu said, Old Liu, it's just a river. Can you give a straightforward answer about whether to take it on? Old Zhou slightly squinted. This was clearly the effect of the red envelope and the 2 large bags of goods. Secretary Liu glanced at Mayor Yu and then inquired. The Qinghe River is quite long. Our town occupies a section, and there are 2 villages upstream. Are you taking on the whole thing, or just this part? The riverbed in those 2 villages doesn't have good sand. This section of the Qinghe belongs to the downstream, where fine sand is more abundant. There is no need to take on the upstream part. I only need this section. Secretary Liu pondered for a moment. It was not a troublesome matter and could be agreed upon. All right, if Old Yu has no objections, then I have no issues either. Ning Jie nodded and suddenly slapped his forehead, saying, Oh dear, how could I forget? Before coming to the town, my uncle reminded me to bring back some loose money, but I completely forgot. Secretary Liu, you know the town well. Could you take me to buy some? Secretary Liu felt somewhat bewildered. Why was the conversation suddenly shifting to buying liquor? Despite being a person of considerable stature, the secretary displayed an impressive quickness of thought. Upon recalling how Mayor Yu had so eagerly spoken on his behalf and had led him into a trap, he immediately comprehended that this young man had likely accepted a bribe. Having already acquiesced to the situation, he pondered why he should not take what was rightfully his, especially since the mayor had already accepted his share. Very well, I shall show you around, he declared with a smile as they exited the room. Mayor Yu, seeking to fill the silence, remarked, Your uncle is in the city as well, brother Ning? Zhou, the portly fellow, raised his teacup, blew on it gently, and took a sip. Indeed, my uncle serves as the municipal party secretary in B City. Mayor Yu's expression shifted to one of surprise. They boarded the car, and Ning Jie got straight to the point. Secretary Liu, this unexpected visit shouldn't have you toiling in vain. As the year draws to a close, perhaps there are some necessities you require for your household. As he spoke, Ning Jie discreetly placed an envelope into Secretary Liu's hands. Liu's breath quickened at the weight of the envelope, which must contain at least 1,000. He felt an urge to return the money, yet he hesitated, unwilling to part with it. After all, Old Yu had accepted his share. It wouldn't be a transgression for him to do the same. Yet, one should be wary of lowering one's standards. Once the baseline is lowered, principles may vanish, and without principles, a person is rendered ineffective. Why this formality? Secretary Liu remarked, tucking the money into his pocket, a smile spreading across his face, instantly drawing them closer in camaraderie. Then I shall not be polite any longer. Liu Gu, where is your home? I have some items for your wife in the car. Let us deliver them together before we forget after a few drinks. Secretary Liu instinctively glanced back. No wonder this man is capable of amassing such wealth. His business acumen is truly remarkable. As the clock struck 3, Ning Jie drove back home, while Zhou snored loudly in the back seat, clutching the contract. In these times, with fewer people in cars, there was little concern regarding drunk driving. Ning Jie was not overly intoxicated. Otherwise, he would have to spend the night in town. Mayor Yu's gaze had been quite insistent, almost compelling Ning Jie to stay at his home, with his daughter at his beck and call. The car crawled at a snail's pace, barely faster than a bicycle. And by the time they arrived home, night had fallen. Zhou stumbled out of the car, immediately retching, having already done so 5 or 6 times. As if he might expel his very insides. Li Xiaodong supported Zhou, while Lin Yuezhi looked at him with a mix of reproach and concern. Why drink so much? If you've had too much, you could have just stayed over. Ning Jie chuckled, pulling Lin Yuezhi in for a kiss, which flustered her, prompting her to retaliate playfully. The young children in the courtyard were making a ruckus, with Wu Ye's voice ringing the loudest, inciting Lin Yuezhi to chase him out of the yard with a stool in hand. Help your brother Zhou to your room for the night. Now, there's no one else around. You lot should tidy up and head to bed, he advised. The children were all settled on the first floor, 2 to a room. Far more comfortable than squeezing 6 or 7 into a single bed at the governor's place. To speak of hygiene, the conditions were far from ideal, with lice in abundance. If one caught them, soon the whole house would be infested. Prior to their move, Ning Jie had thoughtfully purchased new bedding for them, even taking them to the bathhouse for a good wash and having their hair combed. One of the boys was particularly frightening, that fellow. When he removed his sweater and stepped on it with his foot, it made a cacophony of sounds. Wu Ye, being a tough character, somehow acquired a spray bottle and mixed in half a bottle of pesticide, dousing these individuals from head to toe. 2 of them immediately began to retch, nearly departing this world alongside their lice. Ning Jie observed that these boys were genuinely resolute in their intentions. He went to the department store and bought each of them 2 sets of autumn clothing, along with cotton hats. They discarded their old garments, considering it a New Year's gift for them. As someone who sold clothes, how could he possibly lack attire for these boys? This group had faced discrimination since childhood, often resorting to theft, always forced to hide. Never had anyone been so kind to them. Ning Jie's gesture cemented their trust in him. Life is filled with crossroads, and at every moment, choices are made. The choice presented to them by the commander may not be the best, but it is undoubtedly the most righteous. After washing his feet and turning on the television, he found it broadcasting a comedic skit. To speak honestly, not all Northeasterners have an affinity for such performances. The contemporary acts are rather serious and worthy of the stage, though some contain lively jokes that the average person seldom hears. Ning Jie, being rather mundane, found these jokes somewhat intolerable. They simply did not resonate with his taste. Lacking an appreciation for the artistic nuances of such performances, he turned off the television. Lin Yuezhi, smiling brightly, ascended the stairs. Why is the light off? She inquired, flicking it on. She added a few pieces of firewood to the stove and filled a kettle with water from the tank using a ladle, settling herself atop the stove. Ning Jie stretched lazily, reaching for the cigarettes on the bedside, only to remember that he had finished them downstairs. Lin Yuezhi opened the cabinet, retrieved a box of ginseng, unsealed it, pulled out a stick, and placed it in Ning Jie's mouth before lighting it. He embraced Lin Yuezhi, who tilted her head and asked, "Did you not have dinner?" Ning Jie shook his head, replying, "No, I was drinking and didn't want to drive too fast." Lin Yuezhi pouted, saying, "Zhou Fatty must be starving after vomiting like that. He'll be howling for food in the middle of the night. It's perfect timing. The meat I bought this morning hasn't frozen yet. I'll make some wontons and send them down for him. Once Zhou Fatty wakes up, let Xiaodong cook them." Ning Jie nodded in agreement, suggesting, "Add a bit of dried shrimp to the broth." "Oh, I know. Don't worry," Lin Yuezhi replied, getting up to wash her hands before starting to knead the dough. After finishing the dough, she began chopping the meat filling. "Is everything taken care of?" Ning Jie asked. She nodded. "Of course, when I take charge, how could it not be?" With a playful glance, Lin Yuezhi teased, "You really know how to flatter yourself. Why aren't you watching television?" Ning Jie sighed, saying, "It's all just the same old skits, nothing worth watching. It's either patriotic lectures or the television station has already signed off for the night. In this era, television stations do not broadcast live for 24 hours. Rather, most of them transform into a mosaic of static round and square shapes during certain time slots. Furthermore, nowadays, television stations cease broadcasting every Tuesday, leaving no programs available. While some local stations may continue to operate, the majority do not." Lin Yuezhi nodded and remarked, "Indeed, I should purchase a tape recorder tomorrow, as I have saved a little money." Ning Jie sat up and suggested, "Just buy one, use the funds from the account. Don't touch your savings for now. Later, you can buy some tapes, and I will have the monk procure some of Teresa Tang's tapes for me." Upon hearing Teresa Tang's name, Lin Yuezhi's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. "All right, just remember to mention it to the monk tomorrow morning. I'll go buy it first thing." After finishing their wontons, Ning Jie embraced Lin Yuezhi as they prepared to sleep. They had already shared a bed and engaged in most intimate acts, yet they still adhered to their final boundary. People of this era could be quite bold, yet also remarkably reserved. Lin Yuezhi remained somewhat conservative. Many of Ning Jie's suggestions made her blush and exclaim her inability to accept them, though under his persistent coaxing, she reluctantly acquiesced. The next morning, after breakfast, Ning Jie drove Lin Yuezhi to the department store, where they purchased a Yanwu brand tape recorder and 2 tapes featuring songs from veteran artists like Li Gai. After browsing the department store, they drove to the monk's residence. Upon rousing him from slumber, the monk, yawning and displaying a disgruntled expression, followed the young couple to the railway cultural palace. Shortly thereafter, he nonchalantly emerged from the palace, pulling several tapes from his pocket and handing them to Lin Yuezhi. Sister-in-law, these are tapes of Teresa Tung and Alan Tam. They sing beautifully and are difficult to find. All are genuine. Thank you, brother monk. How much do I owe you? Lin Yuezhi inquired. The monk's expression shifted, and he replied, feigning displeasure, are you treating me as an outsider? You don't need to discuss money with your brother monk. Others may possess wealth, but I do not request anything from you. Ning Jie chuckled, saying, all right, enough of that. Join us for hot pot at my place tonight. The monk broke into a smile, responding, that sounds delightful. In the evening, both the monk and the scholar arrived. Earlier that day, Ning Jie had specifically purchased some lamb, and by nightfall, he had set up 3 tables with 3 copper pots. In this era, such a setup was quite niche. In the Yinbian region, the awareness of copper pots was far lower than that of dog meat soup. If one were to casually ask someone about having hot pot that evening, they would likely need to ponder the idea for a moment. If you mention drinking dog meat soup in the evening, that fellow will likely tell you he is bringing alcohol, eager not to miss out on the outing. Although he may say that, the monk and the scholar are no strangers to hot pot. They are well aware of its allure. The rest of the group does not mind either. For any meat is better than none. Here, a sauerkraut base is a must, which is a characteristic feature of northeastern hot pot. Northeasterners have a fondness for sauerkraut, a taste that some find perplexing, questioning its appeal given its sourness. When it comes to stews, dumplings, or buns, northeastern sauerkraut is almost ubiquitous in the region's culinary repertoire. Each locale has its own gastronomic culture, akin to Ning Jie's inability to comprehend why anyone would drink the unpalatable bean juice. It is essential to respect one another's customs. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. If one cannot accept it, silence is far preferable. The hot pot dining experience is delightfully warm, and after a few sips of liquor, the monk squints his eyes slightly, feeling a bit tipsy. He offers Ning Jie a cigarette and suggests, hey, how about we go to the dance hall later? Ning Jie furrows his brow, replying, I can't dance. What is the point of going to such a noisy place? The monk chuckles, it's south not my place. We won't be doing any wild dancing. A dance hall has opened at the machine tool factory, run by that fellow DeLong. I've heard it's quite respectable. Ning Jie pauses. Realizing that DeLong indeed built his reputation there, the timeline aligns. Lin Yuezhi nudges Ning Jie, her eyes sparkling. I've never been to a dance hall. Let us go tonight if we have nothing else to do. With his wife eager to go, Ning Jie feels no hesitation. They shall go. And it would be a chance to support DeLong. All right then, we'll head over tonight. Upon hearing about the dance hall, the group of young men became animated, their excitement palpable, and they hastened their eating. Ning Jie went upstairs to fetch a few packs of cigarettes, distributing them among the group. After agreeing on a meeting place, he drove with the plump fellow and the monk, along with Lin Yuezhi, out of the courtyard. The other young men rode their bicycles closely behind, all of them at an age where they revel in fun. Upon arriving at DeLong's dance hall, Ning Jie parked the car. The hall, a converted bungalow, was formerly a small state-run restaurant at the machine tool factory, with modest height but ample space. It seemed DeLong had taken it over after hours. A lamp with a shade illuminated the entrance, adorned with a white sign reading Ingchun Dance Hall. Through the thin film covering the windows, the dim lights inside were visible, casting a somewhat shadowy ambience, while outside, the melancholic strains of Jiang Hui's Farewell Coast could be heard. Upon entering, they found a table at the entrance where a man sat. Noticing Ning Jie and his companions, he inquired, here to dance? Ning Jie nodded and asked, how much is the entrance fee? The man glanced at Ning Jie's companions, Zhou Fatty and the monk, his expression changing slightly, before turning back to Ning Jie with a smile. Please wait a moment with that. He hurried inside. Ning Jie and the others exchanged amused glances, surveying their surroundings. Indeed, the room was spacious, with around 20 to 30 people dancing and a few others seated. The chairs were merely a collection of solitary stools, coated in a vibrant red paint. While artificial flowers hung in garish strings from the rafters, their kitsch appeal unmistakable. The people of this era seemed unfazed by the surroundings. But Ning Jie found it perplexing how they could listen to the melancholic melodies of the farewell coast, yet still dance the disco. In just a couple of minutes, DeLong entered the room, leading two young lads from the back. Upon stepping inside, the dim light revealed Ning Jie and his companions. He approached Ning Jie with a smile, extending his hand from a distance. "Ah, brothers, what brings you here?" Although he had no close ties with these individuals, his acquaintances being a monk and a scholar, and having a slight history of conflict with Ning Jie, there was something unsettling about their unexpected presence. Ning Jie shook DeLong's hand and replied with a grin. "The monk mentioned you've opened a dance hall, and since we have no plans tonight, we thought we'd come and lend our support." DeLong's eyes flickered as he nodded at the monk, saying, "I'm just dabbling in small affairs here, nothing compared to what you brothers have. Your presence is already a favor to me. Feel free to enjoy yourselves, and tonight, I'll treat you." Ning Jie shook his head, responding, "Since we're here to support you, we certainly must contribute financially this time. Besides, we have quite a few people with us. Let's talk about treating next time." Coincidentally, he hadn't driven too quickly, and the young lads had pedaled vigorously. In just a couple of minutes, they had caught up with him. The door swung open, and a gust of wind rushed in, followed by more than 20 excited young men who crowded into the room. DeLong's expression shifted dramatically, his lips twitching uncontrollably, and his body tensed. Engaging in this line of work, he was well aware that trouble could find him, but he hadn't anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. Just Ning Jie alone was already a handful, and with the addition of the monk, the scholar, and the portly Zhou, he felt an inexplicable sense of helplessness. Damn it! Why was it so difficult to pursue any endeavor these days? He couldn't help but harbor resentment toward the two lads who had provoked Ning Jie. Had it not been for them, would he have had to cross paths with Ning Jie? Upon witnessing the influx of patrons at the dance hall, those who had been dancing abruptly ceased their movements. Most of them were there to enjoy themselves, not to stir up trouble, and a significant portion were women, ensuring that DeLong, who could dance well, had no need to worry about others taking advantage. Taking a deep breath, DeLong's gaze wavered. "Brother, this is a place of business for me. If I have offended you in the past, let us discuss it outside, all right?" Ning Jie sensed DeLong's misunderstanding. He chuckled, saying, "What are you thinking? I said we came to support you, and besides, didn't we agree to let bygones be bygones regarding that last incident? What's this? Are you afraid to accept my business?" DeLong gritted his teeth, uncertain whether Ning Jie was sincere, yet he forced a smile, saying, "Well, there's nothing to be afraid of. I was just being overly cautious. Please don't take offense." Ning Jie smiled and shook his head. "All right. With so many of us standing here, the others are too intimidated to dance. How much is a ticket? Don't let this delay your business." Before DeLong could utter a word, the lad behind him interjected, "2 yuan a ticket." Chapter 101, Social Dance. DeLong cast a fierce glare at his subordinate, retorting, "You really talk too much." With that, he turned to Ning Jie and smiled. "Brother, let us not discuss money between us. Let us just enjoy ourselves for now." Ning Jie retrieved 5 bills from his pocket and placed them in his subordinate's hand, grinning, "I've already said I'm here to support. And if you ask for money next time, I won't be so amiable." Seeing Ning Jie's sincerity, DeLong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He chuckled, "All right then, whenever you come, there will be no charge." The dance floor buzzed with excitement once again. The group of young men eagerly leaped into the fray. Their dancing was so atrocious that even the village's shamans would have performed better. DeLong approached with several bottles of orange-flavored by Wangxi soda, distributing them to Ning Jie and the others. He then asked with a smile, "Aren't you going to join in the dancing?" Ning Jie shook his head with a wry smile. "I truly can't dance this stuff. I wouldn't want to spoil the mood." DeLong glanced at the somewhat dejected Lin Yujie and remarked, "Brother, I must point something out to you. She brought her partner, if she wants to dance. The man must muster the courage to accompany her, regardless of his skill. With someone as beautiful as her, aren't you worried someone might whisk her away?" Ning Jie paused, looking towards Lin Yujie, who turned her head away in annoyance. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing DeLong was hinting at him. He hadn't even noticed why Lin Yujie was upset. Yet, considering her reserved nature, it made sense. Although she was curious about dancing, she felt too shy to join in herself. It would indeed be a dampener on her spirits. Ning Jie nodded with a smile. "You're right, brother." With that, he took Lin Yujie's hand and stood up, addressing DeLong and the others. "I'll take my partner to have some fun. You all stay here." Lin Yujie felt a rush of excitement. Her cheeks flushed and her body slightly trembling. Leaning closer to her ear, Ning Jie whispered, "I don't know disco or breakdancing, but I can teach you something else." Holding her hand tightly as they pressed together, Lin Yujie felt her face grow even hotter, unable to meet Ning Jie's gaze. "What kind of dance is this?" Why does it feel so improper? Social dance. Let me teach you the simplest steps, he instructed. Just follow my lead. Ning Jie wasn't well versed in many dances, but he had learned social dancing in his previous life with Lin Yuzhi, who had taken classes in the early 2000s and insisted he join her. It must be said, Lin Yuzhi possessed a natural talent for dance. As they held hands, their bodies pressed closely together, Ning Jie leaned in to whisper, causing Lin Yuzhi to feel his warm breath. Each gentle word tickled her ears, making it difficult for her to concentrate. Fortunately, her innate ability shone through, and soon she was dancing quite gracefully. In stark contrast to the fervent chaos of others, the two moved like a serene anomaly, swaying gently on the dance floor. Ning Jie, with his naturally handsome and robust demeanor, quickly became the center of attention in the dance hall, complemented by the vibrant and delicate Lin Yuzhi, who resembled a bud poised to bloom. A crowd gathered around them, clapping and whistling in excitement as the pair gracefully shifted their steps on the dance floor. DeLong, taken aback, remarked to the monk, I didn't expect this guy to be so skilled. The monk nodded in surprise, responding, indeed, otherwise. How could he attract such a beautiful girl? Suddenly, Zhou Ponzi inquired, by the way, how's that nurse from the hospital? The monk's expression soured as he replied, damn it. I wasn't even angry until you brought it up. I ended up sleeping with that girl, and less than a week later, she approached me claiming she was pregnant. The nerve of her insisting it's mine. It really infuriates me. Does she think I'm naive? The scholar interjected with a wistful tone. That girl probably has no idea who the father of her child is. She's likely scouring the world for him. Zhou Ponzi burst into laughter, slapping his thigh, and the monk retorted with annoyance, what are you laughing at? At least I got to enjoy some meat. You don't even have a partner to speak of. Yet you dare mock me. Zhou Ponzi rolled his eyes in disdain, asserting, I'm not like you. I intend to find someone I can spend my life with. Someone who bear me a son or daughter, to spare me from the hassle of being hunted down for paternity. The monk, darkening his expression, pushed Zhou Ponzi playfully and snapped, get lost. As Lin Yuzhi grew more accustomed to the dance, Ning Jie began to teach her additional steps. Social dancing is quite simple, primarily revolving around rhythmic steps. With her natural talent, Lin Yuzhi quickly mastered the moves, transforming into a graceful butterfly fluttering around Ning Jie. After dancing for a while, beads of sweat adorned her forehead and nose, prompting Ning Jie to lead her to the resting area. He retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe her sweat. In those times, the luxury of tissues had yet to be invented. In some places, even newspapers were scarce, and colored toilet paper was the norm. Handkerchiefs were essential items for most women. Lin Yuzhi, still radiant with excitement and slightly out of breath, blushed as she replied to the monk's praise. It's all thanks to Ning Jie's excellent teaching. The scholar, with a hint of jealousy, chimed in, goodness, you too. Must you flaunt your affection in front of us old bachelors? He puffed on his cigarette, an envious expression on his face. The others laughed heartily, while Lin Yuzhi took a large swig of Ba Wang Ji, remarking on its delightful orange flavor, something truly rare in those times. Uncertain if it was her discerning palate or something else, she noted that later versions of Ba Wang Ji lacked that taste, instead dominated by artificial sweetness, rendering it far less enjoyable. The monk extinguished his cigarette and declared, all right, let us join in the fun for a while. Zhou Ponzi, aren't you coming? Zhou Ponzi patted his belly and replied, I can't dance. You all go ahead. The monk and the scholar seized Zhou Ponzi by the arms, pulling him up. No worries, we'll teach you. As the monk glanced at Lin Yuzhi, he mischievously suggested, I'll teach you hand in hand. Instantly, Lin Yuzhi's face flushed crimson, and in a fit of embarrassment and indignation, she brandished a bottle at the monk, who erupted into hearty laughter. The three of them stepped onto the dance floor. Although the rotund Zhu was genuinely incapable of dancing, he surprisingly exhibited a rare flair for it. The over 200-pound man mimicked their moves with surprising grace, almost resembling a dance king. Just as they were engrossed in their rhythm, the door swung open unexpectedly. Ning Jie instinctively turned to look, his gaze abruptly sharpening. Yang Datu, what on earth is that scoundrel doing here? Chapter 102. This person can be trusted DeLong, and the monk also noticed Yang Datu. They exchanged glances with Ning Jie but continued dancing, as it was not their venue, and it was not their concern what Yang Datu was up to. DeLong's eyes narrowed. Yang Datu was no good, just like the monk, as both operated dance halls. The monk's establishment had its share of underworld dealings, while DeLong's venue appeared rather modest due to his financial constraints, lacking in decorum. In stark contrast, Yang Datu's dance hall was quite different. Next to it stood two bungalows, also owned by him, functioning as an inn. His establishment was not merely a dance hall, it also housed courtesans. Many of the young women dancing in his hall were indeed courtesans under his employ, and when the mood struck, they would retreat to the nearby inn to relieve their passions, thus earning triple the profit. The clientele there predominantly consisted of outsiders, or those over 30, seeking simple pleasures. When the monk first ventured into the dance hall business, Yang Dadu had attempted to stir up trouble for him. However, the monk and the scholar possessed substantial backing, resulting in Yang Dadu not only failing to achieve his aims, but reportedly having to apologize instead. In these times, those who could thrive in such businesses often had solid connections, especially since Yang Dadu was involved in the hair-washing industry, which undoubtedly held considerable sway. While Ning Jie and the monk were there to support DeLong, he initially found it hard to believe Yang Dadu had come to offer congratulations. Clad in a mink coat, which in this era was a long style for men and clearly expensive, Yang Dadu was well known for having purchased a Santana this year. In their city, a Santana cost nearly 200,000, a rarity indeed. DeLong turned to Ning Jie with a smile, saying, "A friend has arrived. You all stay put while I go check it out." Ning Jie nodded in agreement. "Go ahead." Yang Dadu was accompanied by two imposing figures, exuding an aura that DeLong could not possibly rival. Lin Yuezhi leaned towards Ning Jie and inquired, "Who is that person?" Yang Dadu, another dance hall operator. Observing Yang Dadu donning sunglasses, Lin Yuezhi pursed her lips in disapproval. "So, that's Yang Dadu. He certainly doesn't look like a good person." Ning Jie chuckled. "Indeed. Who wears sunglasses at night, unless they are up to no good?" Although he had no personal grievances with Yang Dadu, he simply held disdain for such individuals. In the year 2000, this individual welcomed a child into the world, only to have his family annihilated in 2003, leaving only his young daughter to survive. A summary of his life would reveal a tale of retribution, a narrative entirely of his own making. From a distance, the imposing figure of Long extended his hand with a jovial demeanor, casually remarking, "Ah, Brother Yang, what brings you to my humble abode?" Yang, known for his imposing presence, removed his sunglasses and, after blowing on the lenses, used his attire to wipe them clean, showing no inclination to reciprocate Long's gesture. Long's expression faltered momentarily, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and, towering at nearly 2 meters tall, bent slightly to offer it to Yang. Yang accepted the cigarette, cast a fleeting glance at it, and tossed it to a nearby subordinate. He then produced a cigar from his pocket, which his subordinate promptly ignited with a lighter. In this era, smoking cigars had become a mere pretense, devoid of concern for brand or preparation, simply lit and puffed. After inhaling deeply, Yang tilted his head back and exhaled smoke directly into Long's face, smirking at the latter's visibly darkening expression. "You seem to lack an understanding of decorum. Running a dance hall requires my presence for a proper introduction. Am I not worthy of your acknowledgement as a senior figure?" Long suppressed his anger, forcing a smile as he replied, "My establishment is modest, and I would never presume to reach for the heights of Brother Yang. It was my oversight, and I humbly apologize. Perhaps tomorrow, if you are free, you might grace the 8 Directions Pavilion, and I shall make amends." Long adopted a submissive posture, aware that his establishment was precarious, and he sought only to maintain a steady income without inciting trouble. Clearly, Yang had no intention of granting him that courtesy. With a cold chuckle, Yang retorted, "No need for the 8 Directions Pavilion. Simply provide me with a monthly tribute of 2,000, delivered to my home by the 8th of each month. Should you fail to comply by the 9th, consider your dance hall closed." A glint of icy determination crossed Long's eyes. He was barely making 100 or 80 a day, with subordinates relying on him and others above waiting for their share. Yang's demand was evidently a direct threat to his livelihood. Straightening his posture, he implored, "Brother Yang, spare me your jest. After the new year, once I am more financially stable, I shall present you with a grand 18-inch television. My establishment is modest, and I beseech your leniency." Yang's demeanor shifted abruptly. He raised his hand and delivered a stinging slap to Long's face. In an instant, Long's subordinates surrounded them, glaring at Yang with ire etched on their faces. Despite his desire to avoid conflict, Long could no longer remain passive. Allowing this affront to pass would invite trouble from anyone who sought to challenge him. The dancers, previously engaged, now stood back, watching the unfolding drama. Panting heavily, a monk approached Ning Jie, offering him a cigarette as he remarked, "Ah, Yang's arrogance has brought trouble upon him." Ning Jie, lighting the cigarette and narrowing his eyes at Long and his entourage, replied, "It seems Yang is destined for downfall this time." The monk had limited interactions with the dragon. Upon hearing Ning Jie's remarks, he inquired with curiosity, "What makes this fellow so capable?" Ning Jie nodded and replied, "Though Dragon's family background may not rival yours, and pales in comparison to that of Yang Datu. He is loyal and quite ruthless when necessary. He has shown respect, yet Yang Datu remains pretentious. Today, Dragon will undoubtedly confront him. The monk, crossing his legs, remarked. In this line of work, mere strength does not guarantee success. Ning Jie understood the implication. Even if Dragon were to strike Yang Datu, the latter could easily leverage connections and ensure that Dragon's dance hall would face closure. Suddenly, Ning Jie turned to the monk and asked, "Did you summon me here today solely for amusement?" The monk, candidly, responded, "With an additional peer in the mix, I felt compelled to observe. It is said that this fellow is both righteous and pragmatic. Thus, I must meet him." Ning Jie, smiling, inquired, "What is your impression of him?" The monk pondered momentarily before rising decisively. This individual is worth befriending. He boldly approached Yang Datu and his entourage, calling out, "Yang Datu, what is the matter? The city is vast enough. Is there not room for your arrogance? Why act like a fool in front of my brother?" Chapter 102. Invulnerable King Yin. Both Yang Datu and Dragon were taken aback. Upon seeing the monk and the scholar, Yang Datu wore an expression as if he had ingested something distasteful, muttering to himself about this troublemaker's omnipresence. Dragon, however, felt a twinge of concern. The monk's and Yang Datu's coincidental presence this evening was rather unsettling. Although the monk had accompanied Ning Jie, Dragon sensed that his intentions were not entirely innocent. Their acquaintance had been superficial, merely nods in passing, yet now the monk was publicly supporting him and addressing him as a brother, leading Dragon to suspect that the monk had ulterior motives regarding his dance hall. Yang Datu, with a scowl, inquired, "What are you doing here?" The monk replied with disdain, "What is it to you? Do you think I need your concern about where I choose to be? Why do you persist in flaunting your arrogance? You've ruined a perfectly good dance." Yang Datu had previously suffered a setback at the hands of the monk, but that was in the context of the dance hall. Before the monk's establishment, many young men frequented the venue, their youthful exuberance igniting passions. However, once the monk's dance hall opened, the younger crowd dwindled. They had other options like the Black Four, where, in the dark, one could have a good time without spending a dime if luck was on their side. Frustrated, Yang Datu engaged in a scuffle with the monk and his companions, but neither side emerged victorious. The stubborn Yang Datu could not simply swallow his pride, so he sought assistance from others. At that time, his allies were unaware of the monk and scholar's identities, as they were merely office workers who seldom concerned themselves with a bunch of small-time ruffians. When Yang Datu's allies intervened, they faced repercussions instead. Both parties were of considerable influence, leading to a mutual cessation of operations. Realizing that this situation was untenable, Yang Datu begrudgingly conceded, and thus the matter was resolved. If it came to a physical confrontation, he was not intimidated by those young men. He had wealth, and in these times, wealth attracts allies. He was genuinely infuriated, seeking out two fierce individuals, each armed with a double-barreled weapon, disregarding any hierarchical titles. He had been holding back his frustration, eagerly anticipating an opportunity for revenge. Today, in front of such a multitude, he recognized that chance had finally arrived. In this day and age, brawls seldom involve the police. Even in defeat, one's family would show little concern upon returning home. He pointed at the monk and shouted, "You little brat, have you been given too much face? Last time, I refrained from engaging with you. But what? Do you really think you're some sort of prince? Damn it, if you have the guts. Come out and stop hiding in there." The monk, taken aback by Yang Datu's audacity, flushed with anger and retorted, "Come on, damn it. Today, if anyone shows cowardice, they won't be able to escape." Dalong grabbed the monk and said, "Brother, hold on a moment." The monk, suppressing his fury, impatiently replied, "Hurry up." Dalong looked at Yang Datu and said, "Yang, I've given you enough face today, but if you insist on opposing me, we must settle this matter. Let me see just how skilled you really are." With that, Dalong pushed Yang Datu and slightly bowed his head as he exited the nightclub. Upon stepping outside, Dalong's heart sank as he beheld a daunting crowd of over 100 people gathered on the street, sending shivers down his spine. The monk and the scholar wore grim expressions. Dalong's side had only 7 or 8 individuals, and with the addition of the two, they barely numbered 10. A 1-to-10 confrontation would surely result in disaster. Cursing himself for his carelessness, the monk felt a pang of regret, wishing he could slap himself. Why did he have to act so recklessly? Clearly, they had come prepared, and now he was left to suffer the consequences of his folly. Yang Datu sauntered out, a smug expression on his face, standing before the crowd and mockingly declared, "What a stroke of bad luck for you all. Today, my skills surpass yours." Ning Jie patted Lin Yuezhi's hand and said, "Stay inside and don't come out. I'll go take a look." Lin Yuezhi tugged at Ning Jie's sleeve, expressing her concern. It's not our business. We should. Ning Jie chuckled as he ruffled her hair. If we stand by and do nothing, who will care for us when trouble finds us later? Don't worry, we won't be in harm's way. Just listen to me. Lin Yuezhi bit her lip and nodded resolutely. Ning Jie glanced at old Zhou, who pulled a hand axe from his waist and smiled at Ning Jie. You sure know how to hide, don't you? Did you stash it in your pants? Zhou, the hefty man, rolled his eyes and replied, I hid it up your backside. Now hurry up and get out. Grasping the short blade, Ning Jie stood up and headed outside, as over 20 young men rummaged through the room, grabbing tables and chairs as they exited. When the monk saw Ning Jie and his companions emerge, he quickly urged, This is no concern of yours. Go back. Ning Jie chuckled, realizing that even at this moment, the monk was still putting on a brave front. He understood the monk's good intentions, but the disparity in numbers was overwhelmingly in favor of their adversaries, making any confrontation futile. DeLong remarked, Brother, I appreciate your sentiments, but as for the monk, today's affair was directed at me and has nothing to do with you. The monk instantly bristled, retorting, What nonsense are you spouting? Damn it. I will take care of this matter myself. Ning Jie gazed at Yang De, tilting his head while brandishing a knife. Yang De, do you even know who I am? Yang De, having never encountered Ning Jie before, furrowed his brow and inquired, Who the hell are you? Ning Jie turned to Zhou Pengzi and asked, What do they call me on the streets nowadays? Zhou Pengzi shot Ning Jie an irritated glare and replied, Everyone knows your notorious name, Ning Yan Wang. TSK, quite impressive. Yang De narrowed his eyes, saying, Ning Jie, today's situation has nothing to do with you, right? The rumors about you on the streets have become somewhat exaggerated. There is truth mixed with fiction. However, the deaths of the toad and the three-eyed leopard cannot be divorced from you. To describe you in 2 words, you are sinister. How can it not be related? DeLong is my friend, and the monk is my brother. You, with your incessant chatter, are threatening my friend and my brother. Do you expect me to simply overlook that? He continued, Enough of this chatter. The people are assembled. Prepare your medical expenses. Knives do not discern their targets. As Ning Jie stepped forward, his reputation echoed loudly, especially with the three-eyed leopard and the gang of youngsters beneath the admiral's command, who had either severed tendons or been slashed. These individuals were aware of Ning Jie's ruthlessness, and rumors had circulated that he was impervious to blades, surpassing even the monk's formidable skills, able to withstand a strike without injury. In that instant, an inexplicable fear surged within the group as they instinctively stepped back at the sight of the knife in Ning Jie's hand. Yang De's expression darkened. If today's affair concluded in this manner, how could he continue to maintain his reputation, regardless of whether it was Ning Yan Wang or Zhou Yan Wang? With so many people on his side, even the Jade Emperor would face dire consequences. Damn it, this is your own doing. I shall see if Ning Yan Wang is truly as formidable as the legends claim. Charge. If you kill me, I will take responsibility. A moment of humiliation. Brothers, please assist with a 5-star rating. Not a comment. Just click on the book information and leave a rating. Any encouragement would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 103. Yang De's blade. The moonlight cast a mottled glow, and the cold wind howled as over 100 individuals swiftly overwhelmed Ning Jie and his mere 30 companions. The monk, possessing some skills, wielded steel pipes with a resounding thud against his body, appearing unfazed, like a human beast, nearly unmatched. The reason for his ferocity lay not only in his ruthless strikes, but also in his unique abilities. DeLong, towering over 1.90 meters, wielded his hands like massive fans, reminiscent of some imagined creature from a future time in Korea. With each slap, another individual fell to the ground. In contrast, the remaining subordinates were far less fortunate. While some could fight, there were limits. Not everyone could be a leader, nor could everyone possess fighting prowess. The near 1-to-3 ratio rendered these underlings rather insignificant. Within a mere minute or two, they found themselves battered. In a brawl, what is most crucial? It is neither the clubs lurking behind nor the knives thrusting forward, but rather the imperative of remaining upright. Once you fall, rising again becomes a daunting challenge. Ning Jie wielded his short knife with agility, while Yang De sat at the front of the Santana, cigar in mouth, casting a sullen gaze upon the writhing figures, his teeth gritting audibly. In terms of status within the underworld, he undoubtedly surpassed both the monk and Ning Jie, having navigated this realm for many years as a veteran ruffian. Yet, he understood that such status is earned through confrontation. Presently, DeLong, the monk, Ning Jie, and Zhou Pengzi constituted a formidable alliance. Despite his bravado, facing this coalition left him feeling rather insecure. These young ruffians were reckless, and frankly, it was uncertain when one of them might land a knife in him. Today, He had caught them off guard, even if he emerged victorious. Should these four join forces to trouble him, the outcome would be uncertain. In a contest of numbers, few in B City would dare claim they could muster more men than the monk. Though they engaged in skirmishes, they rarely escalated to lethal confrontations, as they were loath to take each other's lives. Once today's events subsided, his business would likely suffer. Yang Datu observed Ning Jie, who appeared almost divine, and a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This fellow was exceedingly troublesome. The corpses of the toad and the three-eyed leopard had yet to decay. Who knew if he would be the next victim of misfortune? Though Ning Jie was formidable, he had few brothers at his side. What he needed most was to make an example of someone. Perhaps Ning Jie was the ideal target. Lost in these thoughts, he suddenly realized Ning Jie was approaching him. A sense of foreboding arose within him. Surveying the surroundings, only a handful of the monk's men remained upright, while his own crew lay scattered, clearly having taken significant damage. He took a deep breath, opened the car door, tossed his mink coat into the passenger seat, shut the door, and retrieved a machete from the trunk. In the crowd, Ning Jie's gaze locked with Yang Datu's. He flashed a grin, sending a subordinate flying with a kick, the short knife twirling expertly in his grip. With a slight shift of his body, Ning Jie caught the leg that had been aimed at him. Within a heartbeat, he struck 3 times, each stab piercing the opponent's thigh. The adversary clutched his leg tightly, eyes wide and face contorted in agony. A piercing scream pierced the air, causing the ruffians surrounding Ning Jie to hesitate. Useless. Yang Datu's expression darkened as he pointed the machete at Ning Jie, cursing, "Ning, come. Let your young grandfather see if you truly possess 3 heads and 6 arms." Ning Jie panted slightly, while his subordinates rushed toward the monk and his men, doubling the pressure on those already injured. Yang Datu slightly bent his body, gripping the hilt of his knife with his right hand while his left palm pressed against the blade's back. As Ning Jie approached within 3 meters, he lowered his stance and swiftly flicked his right hand upward, the cold gleam of the blade aimed directly at Ning Jie's chin. This was Ning Jie's first encounter with Yang Datu, and he was somewhat taken aback. The force behind his short knife was evidently several levels stronger than that of the three-eyed leopard and the toad. Unlike the brutes like Zhou Pongzi, this old fellow indeed possessed some skill. Many martial arts routines seen in films and television are overly complex. Traditional martial arts, particularly those involving weaponry, do not rely on intricate techniques. They fundamentally emphasize a single deadly strike. Common tactics, such as entangling or grappling, can effectively be applied to weapon combat. The combat style of those with genuine skill diverges significantly from the cinematic exchanges of sword and blade. They compete in reflexes, techniques, and the power of speed. Among these, technique, power, and speed form the foundation, what is often referred to as fundamental skills. Years later, it is said that practicing grappling techniques for a decade will enable one to fend off 3 to 5 attackers. This assertion holds merit. Through rigorous training, one cultivates muscle memory, allowing the body to react even before the brain issues a command. This explains why disciplines such as free fighting often surpass those who claim to practice traditional martial arts. Yang Datu's knife techniques were fierce, though they were somewhat rudimentary. However, such straightforward approaches can be the most troublesome. As the knife approached, Yang Datu delivered a powerful kick aimed at Ning Jie's lower region. Ning Jie shifted slightly to the side as Yang Datu's blade came again. Observing Yang Datu's skill, Ning Jie realized that the rumors about the monk and Yang Datu being evenly matched were inflated. If they truly clashed, Yang Datu would at least hold the upper hand. The reason for Ning Jie's previous disadvantage in their altercations was primarily due to the monk's dominance in the cultural palace. Otherwise, with Yang Datu's abilities, the monk's so-called equal prowess in hard qigong would certainly falter. Once more, Ning Jie raised his knife to block, then pivoted his right heel forcefully down onto Yang Datu's foot, maintaining his offensive with the right hand executing the entangling technique. Yang Datu instinctively withdrew his hand, knowing that if Ning Jie managed to ensnare him, his tendons would surely snap. At this moment, experience and reaction were crucial. Yang Datu, though still at his peak at 30, could not match the speed of the 20-year-old Ning Jie. His hand retreated, but Yang Datu neglected to protect his foot. Crack! Ning Jie's heel struck down hard on Yang Datu's shoe, the sound of bones fracturing resonating ominously. In an instant, Yang Datu's face turned an alarming shade of purple. In high-level exchanges, victory often hinges on a fleeting moment. Seizing the opportunity as Yang Datu staggered, Ning Jie bent his left arm before his forehead and lunged forward with great force. Chapter 104, We Are Businessmen. Bang! Yang Datu collided heavily with his own car, enduring a searing pain in his chest. As he straightened up, Ning Jie leaned closer, and suddenly, A resounding thud accompanied by the shattering of glass echoed through the night sky. Young Data felt as if he had been struck by a bull. A wave of heat surged from his stomach, rising up to his throat. With a sudden gasp, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolling back as he slumped helplessly against the Santana, collapsing onto the ground. The rear door of the Santana was visibly deformed, a testament to the force of Ning Jie's impact. Enough already. If you don't stop, I'll kill this bastard Yang Datu, Ning Jie shouted, causing both groups to instantly halt their actions. At that moment, only 6 individuals remained standing on Ning Jie's side: DeLong, the monk, and the scholar, along with Zhou Pongzi, Li Xiaodong, and Wu Ye. The rest of their companions lay sprawled on the ground. All 6 of them bore injuries. DeLong's cotton jacket had lost its filling, while the monk and the scholar had numerous deep cuts, their colors darkened. Zhou Pongzi was particularly worse for wear, resembling a blood-soaked rag due to his reckless approach in every fight. Upon seeing Yang Datu unconscious, his subordinates turned their gaze towards a man among them. Ning Jie recognized him. He was of similar height, with a buzz cut and a square face. This was Zhou Bin, the acknowledged second-in-command of Yang Data's crew. Zhou Bin was a rather low-profile individual, often described as somewhat lackluster in the northeastern dialect, a term not typically flattering, yet in his case, it evoked another saying: a lackluster person can produce a leopard. Zhou Bin glanced at the unconscious Yang Datu, then fixed his intense gaze upon Ning Jie, his eyes ablaze with combativeness. When the opportunity arises, let us have a go at each other. Ning Jie did not decline, responding, let's get Yang Datu to the hospital. We can't afford to lose him. Zhou Bin nodded, saying, let us go. A group of subordinates helped their fallen brother to his feet, trailing behind Zhou Bin. As Ning Jie and Zhou Bin brushed past each other, Ning Jie suddenly halted. Oh, and when Yang Data wakes up, tell him not to play tricks on me. If there is something to be dealt with, let us face it openly. I can take down San Yin Bao and the Toad. And I can certainly find a way to handle him as well. Zhou Bin's expression sharpened, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Understood. After Yang Data's crew dispersed, Lin Yuezhi rushed out of the building, grabbing Ning Jie's arm and scrutinizing him from head to toe. Upon confirming he was unharmed, she let out a sigh of relief. Are you hurt? Ning Jie shook his head, while Zhou Pongzi, feeling a bit faint, remarked, can you two lovebirds wait until later to be all mushy? I feel a bit dizzy. Ning Jie shot a glare at Zhou Pongzi and retorted, in a fight, you can't disregard everything. If you don't feel dizzy, who will? Zhou Pongzi pouted, I can't control myself. Ignoring Zhou Pongzi, Ning Jie turned to his remaining brothers, asking, is everyone all right? Brother, I'm fine. I'm okay too. Brother, I took a stab in the waist. Ning Jie twitched the corner of his mouth and said, all right. Let us conduct a thorough examination. Quickly take the injured one to the hospital. I will bring the money shortly. You, the one who got hurt in the kidney, get in the car with me. After organizing his brothers, Ning Jie addressed the monk and DeLong. Are you all going to the hospital? The 3 shook their heads. The monk, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, brother, I'm sorry that this has caused enmity between you and Yang Datu. DeLong also wore an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, Ning Jie. Given the circumstances, I owe you a favor. Ning Jie waved his hand dismissively and said, you all be careful, especially you, DeLong. Yang Datu is not a straightforward person. He might resort to underhanded tactics. Stay vigilant. The 3 nodded, and DeLong etched this warning deeply into his mind. Yang Datu was no innocent soul. He had money and was involved in dubious dealings, capable of anything. Thanks, brother, DeLong expressed. Ning Jie remained silent, pulling Lin Yuezhi into the car. Upon arriving at the hospital, they coincidentally ran into Zhou Bin. Lin Yuezhi tightly grasped Ning Jie's hand, her expression wary as she observed Zhou Bin. He glanced at Ning Jie, paid the fees, and ascended the stairs. Ning Jie comforted Lin Yuezhi by patting her hand, saying, don't worry, these people cannot act out in the hospital. Lin Yuezhi nodded, paid the nurse, who looked at Fat Zhou with disdain, saying, oh, you just got discharged a few days ago, and here you are again. Fat Zhou sheepishly smiled, explaining, I'm just getting my legs back in shape. After settling the payment for Fat Zhou and his companions, Ning Jie drove Lin Yuezhi home. On the first floor, Li Xiaodong and Wu Ye were smoking. Upon seeing Ning Jie return, they hurriedly approached him. What is up? Aren't you too tired? Ning Jie asked. Wu Ye glanced at Li Xiaodong, and Li Xiaodong returned the look at Wu Ye. Neither spoke. Ning Jie frowned. If you have something to say, spit it out. Why are you two hesitating? Wu Ye, somewhat embarrassed, said, well, brother, I was just discussing with Xiaodong that we suffered a loss today because there were too few people. If there had been more, a fight would surely have ensued. Both Xiaodong and I know quite a few people, and some have inquired about associating with you. What do you think? Should we gather some more people? Ning Jie frowned, taking a cigarette for himself. After lighting it, he said, let me ask you both a question. Li Xiaodong inquired, what question, brother-in-law? Do you think that fighting every day will bring in money? The two pondered for a moment, then nodded before shaking their heads. In these times, fighting could indeed yield income, though it was often meager. However, they recognized that compared to Ning Jie, those individuals were lacking. We are in business. I could also be like Yang De too, nurturing a band of little brothers, which would indeed be quite imposing. But once we do that, do you think we can still conduct business peacefully? Those ruffians would not stop seeking trouble with us daily, would they? We are businessmen, striving to operate honestly. Surely, those individuals cannot be so idle as to constantly cause us trouble? To me, merely drifting through life equates to courting trouble. Would you not also desire to drive a Jeep or a Santana? Their eyes instantly brightened, and they nodded vigorously. How impressive it would be to drive a Jeep or a Santana. Who wouldn't want that? If you yearn for it, then earnestly learn the art of business instead of indulging in futile chatter. However, if you happen to encounter someone suitable and respectable, do bring them to me for a visit, preferably a veteran. Chapter 105. Liuzi arrives early the next morning after delivering meals to Zhou and his companions. Li Xiaodong returned to the factory. From a distance, he spotted a figure standing at the alley entrance, looking around cautiously while riding his bicycle. Approaching with furrowed brows, Li Xiaodong recognized him. Liuzi, what brings you here? The man was Yang Yi, known as Liuzi, who also worked at the forest farm and had 5 older sisters, all calling him Yang Xiaolu. In 1985, a significant event occurred, the massive military downsizing. Liuzi, a reconnaissance soldier, was also discharged that November. In those days, even ordinary soldiers returning home could often find work through connections. However, job opportunities were scarce, even at the forest farm, where many were vying for a position. Upon seeing Li Xiaodong, Yang Xiaolu smiled and said, I came to find you. He pulled out a box of golden gourd cigarettes, offering one to Li Xiaodong, who parked his bike and accepted the smoke. I arrived earlier and saw you leaving on your bicycle. I called out, but you must not have heard me. Oh, my scarf was wrapped too tightly. What do you need from me, Liuzi? Yang Xiaolu hesitated slightly and confessed, since I've been discharged. My aunt has been trying to find me work, but there has been no news. I heard from your aunt that you're doing quite well here. So I thought I'd ask if you could help me secure a job. Li Xiaodong pondered for a moment. Although Liuzi had a few tricks up his sleeve, he was fundamentally a good person. Recalling what Ning Jie had mentioned yesterday, Li Xiaodong realized Liuzi fit the criteria of a veteran. Although he had a plan forming in his mind, he feigned reluctance and said, Liuzi, you know my sister Wenwen too. Why not ask her? I'm just trying to make a living here, and I may not have much sway. Yang Xiaolu chuckled wryly. Brother, if I could swallow my pride and seek Wenwen, I wouldn't be here asking you. I know it's not easy for you, but rest assured, if they do hire you, I'll remember your kindness. Seeing Li Xiaodong silent, Yang Xiaolu added, Xiaodong, your brother treated you well when you were young, right? What is this? Just because your brother served a few years in the military, you no longer recognize him? Li Xiaodong sighed, feigning difficulty as he replied, all right, Liuzi, wait for me at the gate. I'll speak with the boss. If they don't hire you, please don't say your brother didn't help. Yang Xiaolu sighed in relief. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Upon entering the courtyard and parking his bike, Li Xiaodong headed to the cafeteria on the first floor. Ning Jie and Lin Yuzhi were dining when Li Xiaodong arrived. Ning Jie inquired, have you finished delivering the meals? Li Xiaodong nodded, dragging a chair to sit opposite Ning Jie, and said, brother-in-law, I need to discuss something with you. Are you short on money? Ning Jie asked. Li Xiaodong shook his head and replied, not at all. It's about a man named Yang Yi from our compound. With the significant military downsizing this year, he has been discharged. Yang Yi is a decent fellow, and he's come to me seeking a job at our place. I thought to ask if you would consider it. Lin Yuzhi set down her chopsticks and asked, are you referring to brother Lu Zi? Li Xiaodong scratched his head and confirmed, yes, sister Wenwen, that's him. Ning Jie looked at Lin Yuzhi and asked, do you know him? Lin Yuzhi responded, of course. Brother Lu Zi has 5 older sisters. The eldest is named Zhao Di, the second is called Zai Zhao. With a sudden burst of laughter, Ning Jie exclaimed, if the Lu Zi you mentioned had not been born, wouldn't the youngest have to be named Zhu Zhao? Li Xiaodong, stifling his laughter, added, well, brother-in-law, the 5th sister is indeed named Zhu Zhao. Ning Jie nearly fell to the floor with laughter, while Lin Yuzhi playfully admonished him. What are you laughing at? As they shared a hearty laugh, Ning Jie remarked, if you believe he is capable, have him come over for me to evaluate. Xiaodong nodded, saying, he has been waiting at the entrance for a while. When I left the house, I didn't hear him call out to me. He is just outside the courtyard now. Ning Jie responded, all right, But if he isn't suitable, I won't hire him. Xiao Dong chuckled and assured, don't worry, brother-in-law. He is definitely reliable. By the way, could I ask a favor from you? What is it? Ning Jie inquired. When he arrives, if you find him acceptable, could you say it's for my sake? Ning Jie laughed and kicked Xiao Dong playfully, saying, you little rascal, learn quickly. Now go on, stop wasting time. Xiao Dong grinned and scampered out. Once he was gone, Ning Jie asked Lin Yuzhi, what do you think of this Lu Zi? Lin Yuzhi replied, I haven't interacted with him much, but he seems to be a good person, quite loyal and steady, rarely causing trouble. Though he does have a few tricks up his sleeve. Given Lin Yuzhi's assessment, Ning Jie felt confident in the man's character. As for having a cunning mind, in business, it was essential for him to delegate responsibilities instead of handling everything personally. All right, let us see how it goes when he arrives, Ning Jie said. Lin Yuzhi hesitated and looked at him, prompting Ning Jie to tease her by pinching her cheek. Why the long face? If something's bothering you, just say it. Well, when I returned home yesterday, my mother mentioned that several people have been seeking her out, hoping to send their children to our household, Lin Yuzhi explained. Ning Jie looked at her and asked, what do you think about that? Lin Yuzhi replied, I prefer they don't come. Our home isn't a nursery, and you're not a landlord. There's no need to support those people. Hearing Lin Yuzhi's words, Ning Jie understood her concerns. It was likely those people were reaching out to his mother-in-law, and since the children were not particularly promising, Lin Yuzhi wouldn't feel this way otherwise. Has your mother accepted gifts from others? Lin Yuzhi nodded with a hint of exasperation, saying, this old lady is truly bothersome. She takes things from others, leaving me at a loss as to how to handle it. Ning Jie smiled and replied, with the new year approaching, remind your mother to note who gave what. And we can make our rounds to return the gifts later. If there's anything similar, having some help would be beneficial, especially since we could use the extra hands. After the new year, I'll need to select a few individuals to manage business affairs. Lin Yuzhi sighed in relief, responding, all right, I'll look into it then. Ning Jie nodded, saying, indeed, our family business is expanding, and it will be impossible for me to manage it alone. Having someone trustworthy would certainly ease my burden. As the matron of the household, you must assist me. Lin Yuzhi's cheeks flushed crimson as she turned her head away, pouting, I'm not inclined to help. Brother-in-law, Liu Zi is here. 2 names have been mentioned. For those interested in roles, please leave a comment in the thread I've posted in the reading circle. I appreciate everyone who helped with the ratings yesterday. Thank you all. In the early stages, roles will not be scarce. For those interested, please leave a comment. Ensure your names are not overly complex, and do remember to add the book to your shelf. I will not consider those who do not. Thank you all. Chapter 106. This grievance cannot be swallowed. Ning Jie raised his gaze towards Liu Zi, pondering that sometimes, first impressions hold significant weight. From the very first glance, Ning Jie found Liu Zi to be quite agreeable, with an admirable aura. Please, take a seat. Ning Jie gestured towards a chair. Liu Zi, slightly anxious, nodded and took a seat opposite Ning Jie. Once seated, Ning Jie inquired, I hear you have served in the military? Liu Zi nodded, somewhat shyly responding. I spent a few years as a reconnaissance soldier. This year, with the massive troop reductions, I qualified and returned home. Ning Jie chuckled. They say reconnaissance soldiers are quite formidable. Are you skilled in combat? Liu Zi scratched his head, admitting, I'm not particularly adept at fighting. Li Xiaodong's expression shifted slightly, thinking to himself, why be so honest at this moment, Liu Zi? Moreover, how many veterans are incapable of fighting? Why the modesty now? Ning Jie was taken aback for a moment, noticing a flicker of intensity in Liu Zi's eyes, narrowing his own gaze. Have you taken lives? Liu Zi nodded without hesitation. I'm more proficient in killing than in fighting. Ning Jie offered Liu Zi a cigarette, asking, are you accustomed to drinking? Sensing Ning Jie's goodwill, Liu Zi's inherent confidence began to resurface. After years as a reconnaissance soldier, timidity was not in his nature. He took a drag from the cigarette and smiled broadly. What soldier cannot drink? Even if one isn't a drinker, after service, one can manage a bottle or two. Ning Jie's eyes brightened. This was precisely the composure he sought. With a plan forming in his mind, Ning Jie glanced at Li Xiaodong, saying, as long as you can drink, that is sufficient. Our family primarily engages in the clothing business. We aren't particularly short on manpower. But Xiaodong insists he has a good rapport with you, and that you possess fine character, so I should meet you. Suddenly, Liu Zi felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. His left hand clutched his trousers, and his breathing grew noticeably heavier. Upon meeting, I truly believe that Li Xiaodong possessed a discerning eye, for one when held you in high regard as well. Initially, I assumed their interest in your relationship was merely a means to gain favor, but it now appears that their words were grounded in sincerity. Liu Zi let out a sigh of relief, casting a grateful glance at Li Xiaodong and Lin Yuzhi, and remarked, "To be candid, finding a good job nowadays is quite challenging. It is often said that those who have served in the military can transition to civilian roles. Yet such opportunities are primarily reserved for officers. I had originally considered waiting until after the new year to seek work in the mines, and hoped that once winter arrived, I might find a position at the forestry station. However, after hearing about your situation, I decided to approach Xiaodong in hopes of striking a fortunate turn." Lu Zi spoke the truth. During the massive troop reductions, positions for those ranked platoon leader and above would typically be allocated in local assignments, and some fortunate squad leaders might secure desirable placements. Yet for the rank-and-file soldiers, the path was fraught with difficulties. Presently, there are limited positions in functional departments, and even the offspring of the elite struggle to gain entry. It is unlikely that a few years of service as a common soldier would grant one access. With opportunities in functional departments dwindling, the focus shifts to state-owned enterprises, which remain similarly competitive. Regardless of the era, in China, money and power are perpetually the keys to opportunity. Ning Jie inquired, "If you wait another year, you could surely secure a position at the forestry station, which is a stable job. Wouldn't you consider holding out a bit longer?" Lu Zi understood that Ning Jie meant no harm with his suggestion. He offered a wry smile and shook his head, saying, "While it is dubbed a stable position, one must consider the quality of the sustenance it provides. The forestry station relies on timber. Although the area appears abundant in trees, we cannot ignore the fact that they are continuously harvested year after year. A tree takes decades, even centuries, to mature, and inevitably, there will be a day when they are all cut down. What will become of us at the forestry station then? There are already too many workers, not just in forestry, but in every factory. The workforce is overcrowded. To illustrate, my second uncle works at a machinery factory, and nearly half of the workforce there is idly waiting for their meager salaries. The nation is currently undergoing reforms, and I believe this situation cannot persist for much longer. Lacking connections, I might even face redundancy, so it is prudent for me to seek alternative paths." Ning Jie's gaze flickered slightly, and his perception of Lu Zi improved significantly. Lu Zi demonstrated foresight. He was correct in his assessment. The wave of layoffs began in the early 1990s, and the decline of the forestry industry aligns closely with Lu Zi's observations. Sometimes, having vision can be more valuable than mere capability. I must admit, I am somewhat surprised by your perspective. In that case, continue working at the factory and familiarize yourself with the processes alongside Lu Zi. After the new year, I will have other tasks for you. Regarding wages, Xiaodong currently earns 150 per month. As for you, your first month will be 50, and thereafter, we shall adjust based on your performance." Lu Zi nodded appreciatively. Earning 50 a month is not insignificant in these times. "Thank you, brother." Ning Jie waved his hand dismissively, saying, "What thanks are necessary? You and Xiaodong are already on good terms, and I find you quite satisfactory as well. Just do your best. Have you eaten?" Lu Zi shook his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, "I arrived early and haven't tea eaten yet." "All right then, I haven't tea finished my meal either. Let us eat together." After finishing their meal, Ning Jie played for a while with the enoki mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms, the two little creatures growing at an astonishing rate, as if they had consumed pig feed. These two little beings also possessed quite the temperament. Although they were not yet adept at guarding, they would bare their teeth at anyone attempting to reach out to them. Once they grew a bit larger, they would undoubtedly become excellent guardians. In the hospital, Zobin sat on the edge of the bed, nonchalantly crossing his legs as he perused the newspaper. Yang De lay on the bed, receiving in 4 drip, his gaze heavy with gloom. The 2 blows from Ning Jie the previous night had nearly cost him his life. He suffered a fractured sternum and 4 broken ribs. The doctor had even asked him if he had been gored by a bull. Yang De's frustration grew. Breathing was already a challenge, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, intensifying his pain with each breath. This matter could not simply be dismissed. "Bin, I cannot swallow this humiliation." Without lifting his eyes from the newspaper, Zobin muttered, "Don't choke on it. It's winter, and digging a grave is quite troublesome." Yang De's face darkened in response. "This cannot be left unresolved." Zobin finally set down the newspaper and remarked, "News of your beating by Ning Jie has already spread. People are speculating how long you have left to live. I think it might be best to let this go. The monk and the scholar have connections. To put it bluntly, even if we were to take action against them, we wouldn't escape unscathed. Moreover, that Ning Jie fellow seems rather sinister. I've learned today that he has a particularly close relationship with Director Sun at the police station, making him even more formidable than the monk." Lighting a cigarette, Zobin took a drag and asked, "Do you smoke?" Yang De scowled and replied, "Look at me in this state. Can I even smoke?" Zobin retorted, "Brother, this is not just a miserable situation, it's rather disgraceful." Yang De2's frustration heightened, causing him more chest pain. Then tell me, if this isn't an option and that isn't either, how am I supposed to vent my anger? Zobin squinted as he inhaled from his cigarette, saying, what else is there? Apart from Fat Joe, we have only DeLong left. The truth is, this incident had little to do with Ning Jie. It was merely a matter of poor timing on our part. If we truly went after DeLong, neither the monk nor Ning Jie would intervene. Besides, weren't we initially aiming to deal with DeLong? It would serve no purpose to create more enmity, especially when we must remain discreet for now. Yang De2 nodded in agreement. When the time comes, you can bring your men and directly confront DeLong. Zobin shook his head. No, that approach won't work. Yang De2's gaze flickered slightly. Then you should go find a couple of people across the way. You can negotiate the finances yourself. Zobin did not argue further and picked up the newspaper again, crossing his legs as he resumed reading. After a while, Zobin suddenly blurted out, Admiral. Yang De2 paused momentarily, then nodded. That works. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and B City gradually became bustling with activity as the year-end approached. The Commerce Department had eased its policies, leading a throng of small vendors to gather along the river traversing B City, setting up a grand market. It must be said, the ice-covered surface of the river was quite populated, and downstream from the market was an ice skating rink where many enjoyed gliding on skates. While numerous children played with sleds, Wu Yaji set up a stall, and this time, Lai Xingfu generously provided a few additional items, which were quite trendy. Although Li Xiaodong and Ning Jie shared a closer relationship than Wu Ya and Ning Jie, Ning Jie had to concede that Wu Ya possessed significantly greater abilities than Li Xiaodong. After all, having followed the commander since childhood, his perspective and capabilities were undoubtedly superior. Business acumen also relies on innate talent, and Wu Ya exhibited a remarkable gift in this regard, particularly in management, which pleasantly surprised Ning Jie. Sitting beside the bustling market stall while smoking, Ning Jie observed Wu Ya organizing his small stand meticulously, feeling a sense of satisfaction. They were not the only ones selling clothes at the market, yet those who lingered at Ning Jie's stall invariably left with something in hand. Wu Ya, keep at it for now. When the time comes, close up and return for dinner. My sister-in-law and I will take a stroll, Ning Jie said. Wu Ya smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, replying, go ahead, brother. We'll head back when it's time. The crowd surged, with vendors on either side calling out their wares. That kid Wu Ya is impressive, Lin Yuezhi remarked, glancing at Ning Jie's profile. Yes, he speaks less than Xiaodong. But he seems more mature, Ning Jie replied. It's mainly about management. Look at the young men he brought today. Those two quieter ones are busy stacking and arranging goods at the back, while the more vocal ones in front clearly reflect what Wu Ya has taught them. People have a certain spirit. It's not limited to one area. Wu Ya is undoubtedly born to be in business. Lin Yuezhi was somewhat taken aback. It was the first time she had heard Ning Jie praise someone so highly. Is Wu Ya really that remarkable? She asked. Ning Jie nodded, saying, what he lacks now is experience. If he can maintain this momentum, his achievements will surely be substantial. Xiaodong is different. He is more suited for logistics, maintaining relationships, and organizing goods. Although he diligently learns about business, he lacks Wu Ya's innate talent. Suddenly, Lin Yuezhi's tone changed, and she shot Ning Jie a glance. Are you trying to prepare me for something? She inquired. Ning Jie chuckled and replied, I just wanted to prevent any discomfort later on. Lin Yuezhi pouted, responding, what discomfort could there be? Some people are born with wings, while others are meant to plow the fields. Forcing a plowman to fly would only lead to disaster. Xiaodong isn't foolish. He knows his own strengths. Don't worry, I'll subtly address it on my end. Lin Yuezhi, a true supportive partner, displayed her emerging qualities, though she had yet to reach the heights of her past life. Ning Jie affectionately ruffled Lin Yuezhi's hair and asked, what shall we buy? She pointed to a nearby fish stall, saying, let us get some cod to stew with tofu for lunch. The couple made their way to the fish stall, where two large iron basins held numerous carp and catfish, the water filled with ice shards. The fish, though alive, were sluggish in the cold. Beside them lay a plastic sheet, upon which were an array of frozen fish, predominantly mackerel and pollock, along with a small pile of flounder, which were rather favored in this winter season. Lin Yuezhi pointed to a cluster of pollock and inquired, Uncle, how much for this cluster of pollock? The uncle, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, replied, a cluster weighs 22 jin with ice. At 3 maos per jin, that totals 6 kwai 5. If purchased individually, it's 3 maos 5 per jin, but there's not much ice on these. Our fish is quite fresh, and the cluster is suitable. The frozen fish here are typically shaped into rectangular blocks, and as the uncle mentioned, the ice covering them is indeed minimal. How much do you need? Lin Yuezhi, squatting on the ground, sought Ning Jie's opinion. Ning Jie suggested, Let us buy a bit more. We have a large family. All right then. Let us also get some flounder and mackerel. Do you eat carp? Ning Jie shook his head disdainfully, saying, I don't eat carp. It has too many bones. The fishmonger had just finished packing fish for another customer and overheard Ning Jie's comment. He leaned in and said, I have salmon. It has fewer bones. Would you like some? Salmon, specifically the chum variety, is not commonly found here and is mostly imported from Russia. Its flesh is somewhat coarse, yet it is less bony and has a higher fat content, making it relatively popular. Is it fresh or salted? The uncle replied, It's fresh. I brought in a whole box, but the folks around here don't often recognize it. I'll take a look. Yes, come over and have a look. The two hopped onto the uncle's tractor, where he rummaged through a cardboard box and revealed neatly cut pieces of salmon. Judging by the texture, the quality appeared quite good, with visible marbling of fat within the flesh. While not exceptionally delectable, it was suitable for the younger crowd. The preparation was straightforward. Simply dust with some flour or deep fry directly. Seasoned to taste, it was far tastier than fried mackerel. What's the price? The uncle pondered for a moment before stating, I'm not deceiving you. I got this fish for 25 per box. How about 27 for you to make a little profit? Ning Jie nodded in agreement, saying, all right. Here's the deal. 10 clusters of pollock and mackerel each, and 10 jean of flounder. After you're done for the day, please deliver it to the old agricultural machinery repair factory. The uncle, slightly taken aback, frowned and remarked, after the 15th, it will start to thaw. If you buy so much and can't finish it, it will all spoil. I'll be here every day before the new year. It's better to take less now and come back for more later. Ning Jie chuckled and shook his head. We have a large family. We can finish it. This tendency to advise others to purchase less is likely a common occurrence only in the Northeast. Whether now or in the future, should you dine at a restaurant, the owner or staff will often interject, suggesting you've ordered enough and should not order more. In other places, they would be eager for you to order as much as possible, regardless of whether you can consume it. After settling the payment, Ning Jie and Lin Yuezhi strolled a bit longer, purchasing 2 bags of sunflower seeds and 2 bags of peanuts. There was also a vendor selling pork on the street. But Ning Jie merely glanced at it and pulled Lin Yuezhi away. In this era, the prevention of diseases among livestock is woefully inadequate. There exists a term referred to as rice grain pigs. Contrary to what one might assume, these pigs do not grow robustly on a diet of rice. Instead, once the pork is sliced open, it reveals numerous white cysts, and the meat itself appears darker in hue. These cysts harbor parasites, and those unsuspecting individuals who consume such contaminated meat risk infection. Alarmingly, these parasites can even proliferate within the brain, posing significant health hazards. After purchasing various items, the two individuals filled the back seat of their vehicle to the brim and drove back to the factory. Upon unloading the cargo, Lin Yuezhi busied herself with preparing the meal. She had procured a chunk of pollock and, having just returned from the department store, purchased some pork belly and blood sausage. Intending to prepare a pot of pollock stewed with tofu and another pot of sauerkraut with blood sausage and pork belly. Old Zhang, pipe and mouth, assisted Lin Yuezhi in cleaning the pollock. The fish typically comes in 2 varieties, headless and with the head intact, with the latter being more prevalent in this era. After gutting the fish, Lin Yuezhi commenced the stewing process, waiting to add the tofu. Old Zhang, seated in front of the stove, tended to the flames. It is said that the longer pollock is stewed with tofu, the more flavorful it becomes. Lin Yuezhi glanced at her watch, a recent gift from Ning Jie, an imported piece costing over 800. It was just past 9 o'clock, and they usually dined around 11:30, allowing for a 2-hour simmer. Old man, keep an eye on the fire, will you? Let it stew a bit longer, she instructed. Old Zhang grinned and nodded. Sure, not like I have anything else to do. 2 small creatures, the wood ear mushrooms and the hazel mushrooms, huddled beside the stove for warmth. It is quite amusing how domestic dogs behave, if allowed inside. They would undoubtedly rush to the warmth of the cooking pot in winter. Ning Jie grasped the neck of a hazel mushroom and pulled it back, playfully kicking it in the rear. Are you foolish? You've already roasted yourself. Can't you keep your distance? Look at the wood ear. With that, he dragged the wood ear back and kicked it as well. The 2 little critters grunted, resting their forepaws on the ground while gazing at the flickering flames, comfortably stretching and yawning. Lin Yuezhi washed the sauerkraut and said to Ning Jie, these past few days have been rather uneventful. Shall we purchase some New Year's goods and visit home? Ning Jie, glancing at Lin Yuezhi, felt a twinge of emotion. Going home sounds good. This afternoon, let us buy some items to take back, and we can bring something for your mother as well. What should we send to my mother? During the new year, let us just invite her to stay here for a couple of days. It saves her the trouble of cooking at home. Given the number of people at Ning Jie's place, especially the orphans under the commander's care who have no parents, It would be quite lonely for them during the new year without a place to celebrate. True to his nature, Ning Jie would insist on having them all celebrate together. But with a group of grown men lacking even a cook, the festivities would seem rather dull. As the proprietress, Lin Yuezhi felt unable to step away from her responsibilities. Very well, let us tidy up the house in advance. The accounting office on the 4th floor will suffice. This afternoon, I shall send Xiaodong to procure a bed and a stove. By the way, I had Xiaodong contact the timber yard yesterday to arrange for some firewood. All of its substantial pieces, comprised of birch and oak, known for their durability when burned. You may proceed with your arrangements as you see fit. Ning Jie observed Lin Yuezhi diligently at work, noting how she increasingly embodied the essence of a proprietress. Suddenly, Lin Yuezhi lifted her gaze toward Ning Jie and inquired, "Why not bring your mother and your uncle and aunt over? Did you not mention that your younger brother will not be returning home for the new year? It would be rather lonely for the 3 elderly folks to stay at home." Ning Jie shook his head and replied, "They certainly will not come. There are still numerous livestock at home. Even with our dogs, the neighbors are hesitant to feed them when no one is around, for chaos would ensue." After a brief pause, he added, "Next year, during the new year, we will return together after our wedding." Lin Yuezhi felt a blush rise to her cheeks but refrained from contesting his words. Their relationship had long been made known, and she was not one to be overly sentimental, especially with old Zhang present, making her reluctant to act coy. Around 11 o'clock, Ning Jie instructed Zhang Xiaoyan to summon Zhou Pengzi for a meal. Zhou had recently been discharged from the hospital and was currently at home with his father, though he was still recuperating from his stitches and unable to engage in any strenuous activities. By 11:30, Wu Ye and the others returned, leaving 2 individuals to manage the stall. In a hurry, they finished their meal and rode their bicycles to exchange personnel. After dining, Ning Jie and Lin Yuezhi drove to the department store, where they purchased a considerable number of items. While Lin Yuezhi could forego some purchases, Ning Jie was obliged to buy gifts for their elders, as customary etiquette dictated, despite their unmarried status. After spending some time at Lin Yuezhi's home, Ning Jie tidied the yard, and by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the 2 returned to the factory. As the new year approached, Lin Yuezhi became increasingly industrious. Upon returning home that afternoon, she commenced preparing dough for steaming buns and dumplings. To facilitate this, she had procured 6 large water tanks a few days prior, clearly intent on filling them to the brim. Bean buns were a necessity, with fillings of red bean paste and coarsely ground millet, beloved by the locals. As the afternoon wore on and the number of patrons dwindled, the workers could not bear to see the proprietress laboring alone. They joined her in wrapping dumplings and steaming buns, for many hands make light work. By evening, 3 pots of dumplings were ready, and a group of 20 to 30 individuals in the cafeteria began to relish the steaming hot buns. Lin Yuezhi, Li Xiaodong, and Wu Ye continued their efforts. As this was the time when their youthful companions displayed the greatest appetite, it was evident that 3 pots would not suffice. Meanwhile, outside the governor's courtyard, 2 shadowy figures appeared. Chapter 109. The first decree of the eldest brother. The 2 individuals circled around the governor's modest courtyard before slipping into the dark alley. Soon after, they emerged at Sister Xia's small inn, where they collected 2 thermos flasks filled with hot water before entering the building. Sister Xia, now without support following the demise of her companion, found it increasingly challenging to sustain the business on her own. Establishments like theirs belong to a gray industry in this era. With an identity card or the requisite 3 documents, one can secure a room. Without them, wealth may still grant entry. The clientele is a mixed bag, and without some personal prowess, it is challenging to maintain control. A woman of her age, just 30, resembles a ripe peach, desired by many. When the toad was around, others harbored intentions but lacked the courage. Now that the toad is gone, the number of those eyeing her has increased. Her feelings for the toad were minimal. Their relationship was merely a transactional convenience. He provided her with shelter while she offered him a place to quell his desires. Though she felt a modicum of sorrow at his death, the bond they shared was fleeting, and she, being the resilient woman she is, quickly moved on. What she requires most now is a new pillar of support. Initially, she set her sights on Defay, with her own appealing attributes. She believed that being Defay's mistress, despite his marital status, would be mutually beneficial. However, Defay looked down upon her, though he did not voice it outright. She had heard him refer to himself as a worn shoe unworthy of her. Despite her anger, she recognized the truth in his words. The 2 had arrived just the previous day. Upon entering their room, a man emerged from the adjacent one, none other than Daniel, a robust fellow from the former gang, led by Monkey. Daniel's name suited him, matching his physique. Ever since Monkey's crew departed and the toad's demise, Daniel had returned. It must be said that his audacity and appetite for pleasure were considerable. Just after Xia had been rejected by defy, she and Ning quickly found themselves entangled. Youth certainly had its advantages, as he was far superior to the toad. There was simply no comparison. Furthermore, Ning was quite the fighter. Only days ago, he had nearly beaten a troublesome outsider to death. Recently, he had been discreetly rallying a few underlings under the auspices of the Admiral and Ning Jie. He was not foolish, understanding that raw power was insufficient without a supporting crew. Besides, having been raised by the Admiral, seeking followers under his name was not a transgression. As for Ning Jie, the Admiral had once approached Ning, suggesting he assist Ning Jie with his endeavors. Such tasks were not suited for him. Setting aside the fact that Ning Jie had once struck him, the meager earnings from such work paled in comparison to the substantial sums he could make from a single trip to the train station. Who could argue that Ning was not capable of being a leader? His first step toward that ambition was to claim the former partner of another leader. With a playful pat on Xiajia's rear, he squinted and inquired, "What do you think of those two?" Leaning against Ning, Xiajia caressed his face and replied, "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with them. Their speech resembles that of the Koreans, yet the Koreans typically stay in their own neighborhoods. How could they possibly be here? I suspect they hail from across the river." Ning's gaze sharpened as he murmured, "From across the river? Have they committed a crime over there?" Sister Xia shook her head and remarked, "These two individuals are always seen carrying a woven bag, never parting with it, regardless of whether they are going out or engaged in other activities. I suspect it contains firearms." Ning took a deep breath, initially contemplating an evening venture. He now reconsidered, as he did not wish to court death. With the prospect of an audacious act dashed, he resolved to pursue alternative endeavors. He kissed Sister Xia gently and pulled her into the house. The following morning, Ning Jie drove back to the village with Ning Jie, aware that the new year was approaching. It was time to return to their hometown and prepare some festive goods to send to the Fu family. Old Fu had seen it all in his lifetime. Despite their wealth, the gifts they offered might not be particularly cherished by him. Gifts, after all, are not necessarily valued for their cost, but rather for the sentiment behind them. As the two chatted and laughed, they arrived home just before dusk. After honking the horn twice, the dogs in the yard began to bark incessantly. Ning's mother hurriedly emerged from the house, opened the gate, and upon seeing Ning Jie and Ning Jie in the car, her smile radiated with uncontainable joy. "Oh dear, what brings you two back so suddenly?" Ning Jie was the first to exit the car, and Ning's mother immediately grasped her small hand. With a sweet smile, Ning Jie replied, "Auntie, with the new year approaching, Ning Jie and I thought we would return for a couple of days to spend time with you and Uncle Air and Aunt Air." Uncle Air and Aunt Air quickly joined them, and as Ning Jie parked the car in the yard, Ning Jie called out, "Uncle Air, Aunt Air." Uncle Air grinned and nodded in acknowledgement, while Aunt Air exclaimed in delight and rushed over to take Ning Jie's other hand. "Oh, our daughter-in-law has returned. But why do you look so thin?" Ning Jie stepped out of the car and chuckled. "She has just been working hard, cooking for the workers and managing the accounts. It's exhausting." Ning's mother, with concern, remarked, "Why don't you hire someone? Look at when she's grown so gaunt." Ning Jie laughed, "Auntie, I haven't lost that much weight. I just have too many accounts to manage, and I don't trust anyone else to handle them. It will be fine in due course. All right, let us head inside." The three women entered the house, while Ning Jie and Uncle Air began unloading the items, each taking their share, Uncle Air to the front room, and Ning Jie to his own home. Once inside, Ning's mother fetched a quilt and draped it over Ning Jie's legs, asking, "You haven't eaten yet, right? What would you like? I can prepare something for you." Ning Jie replied, "Anything will do. I can eat anything." Aunt Air glanced outside and said, "It's still light out. I'll go catch a hen and prepare some pickled vegetables, as we bought meat from the supply and marketing cooperative this morning." "No need, Aunt Air. Let us just have some noodles instead." "How can that be? You're back, so Aunt Air will make sure you have something hearty to eat. It's important to nourish yourself. Looking too thin is not appealing." With that, Aunt Air and Ning's mother went to the kitchen, while Ning's mother turned on the television and adjusted the channel, saying, "You watch some TV first. We'll have dinner soon." The family began to bustle about, and Ning Jie felt it inappropriate to remain idle on the Kong. She slipped on shoes and donned Ning's mother's floral cotton coat, stepping outside to lend a hand. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after several individuals had finished their meal, Ning's mother directly reprimanded Ning Jie, while Ning Jie, clutching a blanket, forlornly retreated to the small room. The Admiral had dined out that night, and upon leaving, Ning Jie had prepared a whole lamb, which old Zhang had braised for a savory soup to enjoy. Satiated and content, the Admiral felt as though his feet were treading on cotton, humming a cheerful tune as he ambled homeward. Since these youngsters had come under Ning Jie's care, they had noticeably plumped up. Although he was merely a godfather to him, those children were no different from his own progeny. He was unconcerned about how much they earned. Their improved health brought him immense joy. As he approached his doorstep, the admiral suddenly shivered, a chilling wave enveloping him in an instant. Instinctively, he rolled aside, and in that fleeting moment, a gunshot shattered the tranquility of the night. Bang! The past few days had been somewhat hectic, but updates were resuming, and he expressed gratitude for everyone's support. The recent data had not been very encouraging, yet he remained thankful for the ratings. Immense thanks. If possible, a little reward would be appreciated. Kisses. Chapter 110. Breaking the rules. The sound of barking dogs echoed all around. The admiral's heart sank to the depths of despair. His mind raced, calculating who could harbor such a deep-seated enmity against him that they would ambush him at his own doorstep. In these times, many wield firearms, yet few dare to actually use them. This was truly a life-threatening situation. Although the admiral did not consider himself a virtuous man, he believed he had no profound grievances with anyone, leading him to conclude that this attack was not personally directed at him. He rolled twice more, landing in a ditch. And after 2 gunshots rang out, the sound of reloading followed. The admiral crouched low and darted eastward for a couple of steps, seizing the opportunity to scale the neighbor's woodpile like a cat. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots echoed, one narrowly missing the admiral's head and piercing the darkness, the searing pain instantly numbing half of his face, while the other bullet struck his calf. Tumbling off the woodpile, he fell heavily to the ground. Gay 11 gay. Curses erupted, and footsteps gradually receded. The sounds of doors opening followed in quick succession as a man from the neighboring house emerged with a flashlight, the beam illuminating the admiral's bloodied face. Old Jung. The neighbor rushed over, and the admiral clutched his left leg, grimacing in pain. As the neighbor helped him up, he asked coldly, "Was it aimed at you?" The admiral nodded, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Old Wang, go to the venue and summon Wuya back." Old Wang shook his head, saying, "Let us first go to the hospital. First find Wuya. We're not losing this moment." Old Wang's wife emerged from the house, her attire hastily thrown on, and upon seeing the admiral's bloodied visage, she gasped, "Old Jung, what happened to you?" Old Wang turned to his wife, instructing, "You get a stool and secure the door. I'm stepping out." With that, he grabbed an axe from the storage shed. His wife, concerned, cautioned, "Be careful out there. It's fine. If I don't return, don't open the door." As he spoke, Old Wang cautiously opened the door and peered out for a moment. Clutching an axe, he swiftly made his way along the wall towards the courtyard. Despite crouching low, he moved with remarkable speed and silence, clearly possessing some skill. In this era, there were many capable individuals, and Old Wang was certainly one of them. It was improbable for an ordinary person to be a neighbor of the admiral. They were akin to brothers, not from the same school, but united by their master's deep friendship from years past. His master had once been a figure in the underworld, aiding the Red Army with messages during the war. After the establishment of the new China, he chose to live incognito in the Northeast. In his younger days, he had even fought on the battlefield against the Americans, infiltrating their command center to plant explosives, ultimately losing part of his leg in the process, yet surviving against the odds. Their bond was strong, and Old Wang's line of work involved errands, with some tasks at hand. According to his master, his mentor had once mastered the art of horsemanship, which was lost after his mentor's passing. Upon reaching the courtyard, Old Wang knocked on the door, prompting the barks of the dogs within. Shortly after, Old Zhang, clad in a military coat, appeared at the door and called out, "Who is it?" "Old sir, I'm looking for Wuya. I'm his neighbor. Something has happened to his father." Old Zhang opened the small door and shone a flashlight on Old Wang's face. Noticing the axe in Old Wang's hand, he furrowed his brow and took a cautious step back, eyeing him warily. "What has transpired?" "He was shot." Old Zhang took a deep breath and said, "Please wait a moment." He closed the small door and went to Wu Ya's room, knocking on the door. Wu Ya, bleary-eyed from sleep, opened the door. "What is it, Uncle Zhang?" "There's someone outside claiming to be your neighbor, Wang. He says your father has been shot." Wu Ya felt a sudden ringing in his head. Taking a deep breath, he hurriedly called for a young man from another room. "Get up quickly. Something has happened to our father." 5 minutes later, over 20 young men rushed out of the house. Wu Ya carried the admiral to the hospital, and not long after, the police arrived. In these times, unless a knife wound resulted in death, the police rarely intervened, but a gunshot held a different significance. After a lengthy interrogation, the admiral and the police, having developed some familiarity, could not uncover the reasons behind the incident. Once the police departed, Wu Yu exchanged a few words with the brothers below, and in an instant, they vanished into the night. In less than half an hour, hundreds of thieves moved like shadows through the streets and alleys of B City, illuminated by the moonlight. Meanwhile, two figures hurriedly crossed the Yalu River, soon reaching the opposite bank. Did we fail? Yang Datu exclaimed, astonished. Those two were skilled hands from across the river. Having taken on their fair share of the dirty work, how could they have faltered against an old man? Zobin frowned and nodded, saying, although I have never witnessed the admiral in action, it is rumored that he possesses some skill. The two brothers had been lurking for a week, finally catching the admiral alone and inebriated, but still allowing him to escape. Yang Data took a deep breath, his face shadowed with concern as he inquired, this matter cannot be linked to us, can it? Zobin, equally grave, shook his head and replied, it's uncertain. That old fox, the governor, is quite adept at navigating tricky situations. I cannot say for sure. If he suspects us, we will find ourselves in a precarious position. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Yang Data's eyes as he gritted his teeth and declared, damn it, we cannot hesitate. Find two fearless souls to storm the hospital and eliminate that old ding. I will reward each with 10,000. Zobin, his expression troubled, gazed at Yang Datu and remarked, brother, this is against the rules. Yang Datu retorted sharply, rules? What rules are we even discussing at this point? Rather than waiting for his underlings to come after us, it would be wiser to eliminate him and his entire crew first. And as for Ning Jie and DeLong, send someone to set fire to their place, armed. This time, I intend to make a significant impact. Furrowing his brows, Zobin sat nearby, lighting a cigarette with a contemplative squint. Yang Data's displeasure grew at Zobin's inaction. What do you mean by this? Have I lost your command? Zobin, remember, it was I who saved your life. Zobin remained silent, expressionless as he smoked. Realizing his tone was somewhat harsh, Yang Data softened his voice, saying, Binzi, life is not easy for me either. There are others above us, and I am not merely serving my own interests. If we cannot resolve this, we are both doomed. If we succeed, I will grant you anything you desire, money, women, whatever you wish. Zobin slipped on his shoes and paused at the door. We have already broken the rules. Leave the governor to me, and be cautious. Chapter 111, defeated what? Our father was shot. Denyo stared wide-eyed, incredulous. Who did such a thing? I don't know, brother Denyo, but our father mentioned it was the Koreans. Denyo slammed his fist on the bar, cursing. Damn that Parky Dao. How dare he lay a hand on our father? I will confront him. The messenger quickly restrained Denyo, saying, brother, it wasn't he Parky Dao. Our father said it was someone from across the river. Across the river? Denyo paused, suddenly feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. His eyes widened as he glanced at the grim-faced Sister Xia beside him. Clenching his fists, he said, all right, I understand. I have seen those two. They left home today and have not returned. You need not send anyone. If they dare come back, not one will leave this door alive. I understand, brother Denyo. I will report this to our father. Once the messenger exited the room, Denyo, visibly frustrated, muttered, damn it, I never imagined those two would target my father. Sister Xia patted Denyo's shoulder, saying, enough, this is not your fault. Who could have predicted they were after your father? I will arrange for help. You need to be cautious at home. All right, go ahead. As Denyo left the room, Sister Xia sighed. This boy is grown in every way but lacks sense. Now that they have taken action, how could they possibly return? Outside the operating room, Wu Yasho sat motionless, his head bowed. His mind raced. Although the old man engaged in dubious activities, their line of work did not warrant an irreconcilable feud. The elder had always maintained that theft was permissible, but one must avoid acts that would sever ties irrevocably. To speak of other matters, no one in their hospital would resort to violence. In the past, outsiders had caused trouble in the hospital but were swiftly dealt with by the old man and expelled from B City. Could he rely on those individuals for vengeance? It was utterly implausible. But who could it be? Suddenly, he straightened up, connecting the events of the day with those at the Dragon Dance Hall. It was directed at Ning Jie. Damn that Yang Datu. Wu Yasho cursed under his breath, clenching his fists tightly. Although he was currently aligned with Ning Jie, the commander was still his father, and he felt compelled to avenge this grievance. With Ning Jie absent, he could not act hastily, lest he fall into the trap of others' gossip. Before long, the young man sent to find Dainyu arrived at the hospital. Brother, I know who did it. Wu Yasho rose, his expression darkening. Have you found the person? Not yet, but Dainyu said he knows who it is. From what he implied, those two were last seen at Sister Xia's place. Wu Yasho sighed, realizing the futility of it all. The culprits were not fools and would not return if they had failed. All right, I understand. Go gather everyone and send them home to rest. Let them return to work, and we will discuss everything once our father awakens. Understood, brother. The young subordinate hurried downstairs, and Wu Yasho gazed at the illuminated operating room. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he lifted his head. In the middle of the corridor, a figure slowly approached him. Wu Yasho felt a chill run down his spine and stood alert, deftly drawing a concealed blade from his sleeve. Zobin walked deliberately toward Wu Yasho, stopping approximately 3 meters away. "What brings you here?" Zobin glanced at the operating room and murmured, "I arrived too early." Wu Yasho's anger flared instantly as he fixed a fiery gaze on Zobin. "I was indeed correct. It was Yang Data who did this. Zobin, you and Yang Datu are both prominent figures in B City. Have you disregarded all decorum by acting in a hospital?" Zobin lowered his head, his voice subdued. "I owe Yang Datu a life." Wu Yasho was momentarily taken aback. For some reason, he perceived a hint of tragedy in Zobin at that moment. "As long as I am here, you cannot harm my father." Zobin looked up at Wu Yasho, his expression complex. "You may be mistaken. It could cost you half your life." Zobin did not refute this, but instead glanced at the operating room before fixing his gaze on Wu Yasho. After a long silence, Zobin nodded and said, "Let us find a place outside. If you win, I will leave. If you lose, I will take your father's life." Agreed. The two descended the stairs, passing through the cotton curtains of the first floor, and made their way to the backyard. The hospital's rear courtyard housed the boiler room, which was quite spacious. The lights on the third floor were still on, and the entrance to the boiler room was also illuminated, keeping the courtyard reasonably bright. Zobin suddenly halted, reaching for his lower back, where a machete appeared in his grasp. Wu Yi came to a stop as well, his sleeve sword, more akin to a dagger, resting in his hand. He had mastered the true teachings of the Admiral, specializing in nimble techniques. Zobin pivoted, propelling himself towards Wu Yi with a powerful thrust, his machete sweeping wide and forceful. Wu Yi managed to block with his sleeve sword, but staggered back a step from the force. Zobin's might was overwhelming, causing Wu Yi's hand to tingle slightly. He had heard of Zobin's reputation. Though they had never clashed, the Admiral had spoken highly of him, ranking him among the top 3 of his generation. Wu Yi had sparred with monks before, achieving a balance of skill, yet the moment he faced Zobin, the disparity became glaringly apparent. No wonder the burly Long, resembling a gorilla, had been reduced to a mere bloodied mess by this young man. He was indeed a formidable opponent. With momentum building, Zobin struck down with his machete. Wu Yi deftly sidestepped, avoiding the blade, but not Zobin's sweeping kick. Stumbling back 2 steps, Wu Yi felt as though a balloon had lodged in his chest. He exhaled forcefully, lowering his body and dashing to the left, then sharply twisting right, countering with a reverse grip on his sleeve sword aimed at Zobin's chest. Zobin's eyes glinted with a spark of combat fervor. Indeed, the Admiral's son possessed remarkable skill. He deflected Wu Yi's assault and retaliated with another swing. Wu Yi raised his sword to parry, his right hand skillfully coiling around Zobin's blade, sliding past the edge in an instant, targeting Zobin's wrist. Zobin pressed down with his machete, and the two found themselves momentarily locked in a stalemate, each wielding their weapons. In near synchrony, both launched kicks that connected with each other's chests. Wu Yi retreated 5 steps, while Zobin stepped back 2.5. The fight ceased. Zobin abruptly sheathed his machete as the sound of footsteps echoed from behind. Wu Yi's companions rushed into the courtyard. Zobin had heard the commotion and recognized that continuing the battle was unnecessary. He had not anticipated Wu Yi's resilience, and with reinforcements arriving, it was clear he would not prevail today. "Brother," Wu Yi gestured, his group encircling Zobin with watchful eyes, their brows furrowed in anger as they slowly retreated, creating a path. He looked at Zobin and uttered a few words. "A promise is a promise." Zobin nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, a promise is a promise." Chapter 112. "You owe me my father." Watching Zobin exit the backyard, Wu Yi collapsed onto the ground, clutching his chest as he gasped for breath. In less than 2 minutes, he felt as though he had emerged from a river, drenched and sticky, the wind chilling him to the bone. "Brother, what happened?" Wu Yi shook his head. These young fellows were naive. The matter concerning Yang Datu could not be openly discussed with them. Everything awaited the elder's decision. Personal grievances. "Don't worry, it's nothing serious." His companions remained skeptical, and Wu Yi offered no further explanation, accepting a hand from someone and gritting his teeth to rise. "All right, disperse. I will handle things with our father. Boss Ning has returned home and entrusted us with the business. We cannot let him down. You all head back. I will manage here." A group of individuals nodded, watching as they departed. Wu Yi ascended the stairs, leaning against the chair at the entrance of the operating room, where the light still shone brightly. He gently rubbed his chest with his hand. At midnight, the old gentleman was wheeled out and taken to his hospital room, still in a deep slumber with no signs of awakening. After fetching some water from the pantry, Wu Yi dampened a towel and carefully wiped the old gentleman's face and hands. Midway through, the old gentleman awoke, gazing at Wu Yi with a faint smile. Wu Yi breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Father, please take care of yourself. There is nothing to worry about at home, and everything is fine with Mr. Ning." The elder nodded and opened his mouth, his tongue feeling stiff. "Don't rush." Wu Ye responded, aware that the elder knew who had acted against him, his own son. A truth he accepted. Wu Ye bore a striking resemblance to him, having been educated and possessing a sharper mind, though lacking the wisdom that comes with age. "Rest now, father. We will discuss it when Mr. Ning returns." The elder nodded slowly, his eyes gradually closing, as Wu Ye kept vigil by the elder's bedside. Around 3 in the morning, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Yawning, he tucked the elder's blanket in and stepped outside, donning his shoes. Upon entering the restroom, a shadow slipped into the hospital room, glancing around before stealthily approaching the bed. The elder opened his eyes, momentarily startled at the sight of the intruder, but his expression quickly shifted to one of horror. His eyes widened as he grasped the hand covering his mouth, his body convulsing violently. In less than half a minute, the elder's breathing ceased. The intruder withdrew a dagger, flicked his left hand, and hurriedly exited the room. 5 minutes later, Wu Ye returned to the room with a basin of water. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of a blood-soaked pillow and the elder's unblinking eyes. "Father." The basin slipped from his grasp as he rushed to the bed, embracing the elder and weeping uncontrollably. The room gradually filled with commotion, Wu Ye seated in a corner while the elder's sons, tears in their eyes, observed the police gathering evidence. Wu Ye lowered his head, slowly opening his right hand to reveal a quiet kerosene lighter resting within. Clenching his teeth, he tucked the lighter, found in the elder's grasp, into his pocket and addressed his brothers. "Leave half of you here, the rest return to the factory." "Brother," they protested, faces flushed with reluctance. Wu Ye tightened his fists, his voice strained with emotion. "What? Do my words no longer hold weight? Our father is gone. I shall take charge of this family from now on. Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi will stay. The rest, leave. Get out." The news of the elder's death spread throughout B City overnight. Young Datu, squinting with satisfaction, regarded the troubled Zhou Bin and offered comfort. "Binzi, a true man does not sweat the small stuff. Do not burden yourself too much." Zhou Bin shook his head, replying, "Was it not you who committed the act?" Yang Data chuckled. "Brother, I know you would never do such a thing. Who did you enlist? He won't be shortchanged." Zhou Bin looked at Yang Datu, inhaling deeply, his face marred with worry. "The elder was not killed by our people." Yang Data's eyes widened in shock. "How could that be? Did that old man have enemies?" Zhou Bin shook his head and took a deep breath. He hoped that Wu Ye could come to a realization, otherwise. He glanced at Yang Datu and remarked, "This matter is quite troublesome." Zhou Pengzi wore a grim expression as he gazed at the admiral lying in the coffin, his teeth grinding audibly. "Who did this?" Wu Ye shook his head, his voice somewhat hoarse. "I don't know." Zhou Pengzi pulled Wu Ye aside, handed him a cigarette, and after lighting it, whispered, "Yang Datu?" Wu Ye suspected it might be Yang Datu, and Zhou Pengzi also grasped the crux of the issue. Yang Data had truly lost his mind. It was common knowledge that he bore no grudge against the admiral. He wouldn't dare to harm Ning Jie, nor himself. Instead, he had placed a knife to the admiral's throat. Wu Ye sighed and said, "Zhou Bin came by yesterday. It shouldn't be him." Was the gunshot incident instigated by Yang Datu? Wu Ye had only learned this morning that the admiral had been ambushed last night. Even if Yang Datu wasn't he the one who killed the admiral, he certainly bore some responsibility. Wu Ye nodded. "Yes, the gunshot incident was orchestrated by Yang Datu. Even though we lack evidence. Yesterday, Zhou Bin intended to kill the old master, but I managed to stop him. While I don't think highly of Yang Datu, I have a modicum of respect for Zhou Bin. He is somewhat principled." Zhou Pengzi scoffed. "Pa, principles my foot. If he had any principles, would he have come to the hospital? This matter is far from over. Once the admiral is buried, rest assured, I will bring people to confront Yang Datu and seek justice for the admiral." Zhou Pengzi was acutely aware that this affair was not without its connection to himself. Wu Ye lowered his head and said, "Let us wait for Boss Ning to return." Zhou Pengzi inhaled deeply, patted Wu Ye on the shoulder, then walked to the coffin, kneeling to bow several times before lighting incense. He gazed at the coffin, murmuring softly, "Rest easy, my friend. This matter is not finished. You can depart in peace. Even if Ning Jie does not care for the remaining children, I, Zhou Pengzi, will ensure they have food." Just as he stood up, several individuals rushed into the morning hall. The leader knelt before the admiral's coffin, weeping uncontrollably. "Father, why have you left us? Who did this to you? Tell me, father." He struck his head forcefully, then rushed to the coffin, one hand gripping it while the other slapped his own face. The onlooker's eyes misted with tears, as a few of the admiral's sons hurried to restrain him, pleading, "Dainyu, please don't do this. It will only distress father further." "Father." Daniel cried out in anguish, suddenly fixing his gaze on Wu Ye, his expression shifting dramatically. Gritting his teeth, he lunged toward Wu Ye and kicked him in the stomach. What can you do? You owe me my father. Chapter 113. Dividing the family, a group hurriedly pulled the tearful Daniel away, while Zhou Bin positioned himself protectively in front of Wu Ye. Frowning as he pointed at Daniel, what is wrong with you? Damn it. At least Wu Ye was here yesterday. Where were you, the son? At this moment. Do you dare to flaunt your authority? Are you not afraid that your father will rise up and give you a slap? Daniel struggled free, panting heavily as he fixed his gaze on Zhou Pengzi. My family's affairs are none of your business. Zhou Pengzi chuckled coldly at Daniel, saying, don't pretend with me. I am here because I have some connections with your father. Keep talking nonsense, and I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson on his behalf. Daniel gritted his teeth, unwilling to relent as he coldly stared at Wu Ye, saying, Wu, give me a straightforward answer. Will you avenge our father? Wu Ye shifted his eyes from Daniel's right hand, frowning as he asked, who should we seek revenge against? Don't think I'm unaware. Yesterday, Zhou Bin went to the hospital. This must be the doing of Yang Datu. Wu Ye replied icily, the one who killed our father was not Zhou Bin's man. How do you know it wasn't Yang Datu's people? Damn it. Are you too cowardly to face the truth? Following Ning Jie has made you weak, hasn't he? Liuzi furrowed his brow and charged forward, delivering a sharp slap to Daniel. Daniel was momentarily stunned by Liuzi's blow. Zhou Pengzi squinted at the veteran who accompanied him today, unconsciously regarding Liuzi with newfound respect. Damn it, you hit me. Daniel feigned an attack, but Li Xiaodong quickly shielded Liuzi, pointing at Daniel and his thugs, swearing, everyone stand down. If anyone touches my brother-in-law, I will fight to the death. Zhou Pengzi approached, narrowing his eyes at Daniel, stating, you cannot touch Ning Jie's people, Daniel. With your limited skills, you are not a match for us. If you truly wish to test your strength, let us step outside rather than cause a scene here. Daniel shouted at Wu Ye, Wu, when did it become the case that the Ning family speaks for us? Are you just going to stand by and watch your brother get beaten? Damn it, give me a clear answer. Will you avenge our father? Wu Ye raised his head, taking a deep breath, and replied, this matter does not yet fall on Yang Datu. At least not for now. I've said it before. The ones who killed our father were not Zhou Bin and his men. Daniel, with reddened eyes, retorted, I see you lack the courage. It's a shame our father cared for you so much. Today I declare this, whether you like it or not, I will avenge our father. If you wish to join me, then come along now. If not, you can remain here, inside and outside the morning hall. Most of the attendees were the adopted sons of the general. Apart from the 20 or so who followed Wu Ye to Ning Jie, the rest were mostly doing odd jobs. With the old man's death, they were seething with anger, and Daniel's sudden outburst ignited that fury. Damn it, I will follow you. Yes, we will follow you. Our father cannot die in vain. Let us go, let us avenge our father. Daniel took a deep breath, waved his hand, and declared, everyone follow me, let us prepare our weapons. With that, Daniel led the way out of the morning hall, followed by the 50 or so individuals, while the 20 or so who initially accompanied Wu Ye to Ning Jie remained standing there. Brother, are we not going to seek revenge for our father? Wu Ye glanced at the young man speaking and remarked, our father was not killed by Yang Dao. This matter requires careful consideration. The most pressing issue now is to await our father's burial. Everything else can be addressed later. If you trust me, then patiently wait. If you do not, feel free to pursue Daniel now, and we shall remain brothers regardless. In an instant, more than 10 individuals departed, leaving only a handful behind. Zhou Pengzi offered Wu Ye a cigarette, saying, Daniel has ill intentions. He is not here for revenge, but rather to seize a share. Wu Ye nodded with a cold smile. No wonder my father never favored him. I truly possess foresight. Zhou Pengzi patted Wu Ye on the shoulder, assuring him, do not worry. Old Ning will certainly not stand idly by. Let us wait for his return. Wu Ye sighed, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Brother Pengzi. For what? Pengzi replied, my people have gone to the factory to assist today. Xiaodong, you and your companions should return. Business is paramount. Li Xiaodong nodded and said to Wu Ye, Brother Crow, do not be anxious. This matter is far from over. Indeed, thank you, brother. After the crowd dispersed, Wu Ye retrieved a brass kerosene lighter from his pocket, inscribed with the name of the Tianjin machine tool factory. He took a deep breath and murmured, how dare you? In the deep mountains, Lin Yuezhi held a hunting rifle, gently squeezing the trigger. With a loud bang, a woodcock fluttered its wings and fell into the snow. Xiao He dashed out with a quick pounce and soon returned, proudly carrying the woodcock. Uncle Tu, with a cigarette dangling from his lips and squinting his eyes, remarked, you, young lady, have quite a knack for shooting. Lin Yuezhi smiled, responding, all thanks to Ning Jie's excellent teaching. Ning Jie took the woodcock from Xiao Hei's mouth and placed it in the basket, saying, "This shows talent. I only taught you once last time. And now you can shoot on your own." Lin Yuezhi blushed at the praise from Ning Jie and Uncle Tu, bashfully handing the rifle to Ning Jie while gently nudging him with her elbow. Ning Jie ruffled Lin Yuezhi's hair and smiled. "Ready for another shot?" Lin Yuezhi gazed at the sun setting on the horizon, shaking her head. "The sun is about to set. I won't shoot anymore." "Very well. Then let us head home." Just as the sun dipped below the mountains, darkness enveloped the land. The three, accompanied by 2 dogs, entered the yard, where Aunt Tu, wearing an apron and wielding a ladle, opened the door. "Hurry inside. Dinner will be ready soon." The enticing aroma wafted from within, and Lin Yuezhi, playfully clinging to Aunt Tu's arm, inquired, "Aunt, what delicious dishes are you preparing that smell so good?" Aunt Tu smiled and affectionately rubbed Lin Yuezhi's cheek. "Just look at you, all eager. I've made frog stew with potatoes, stir-fried woodcock, pickled cabbage with goose, and in the pot, there's braised little river fish. All right, come inside quickly. You're freezing. Your little face is icy." Ning Mother also entered with a clay basket full of chopped firewood. Ning Jie hurriedly took the basket from her, while Ning Mother held Lin Yuezhi's small hand, asking, "Are you cold?" Lin Yuezhi shook her head, replying, "I'm fine. I've just been walking, and it hasn't been too chilly." The chill in the air was palpable, and as the day grew colder, one hurried to the warmth of the Kong, wrapping oneself in a quilt to keep one's feet warm and stave off the cold. Once Lin Yuezhi settled onto the Kong, Ning's mother placed Lin Yuezhi's shoes on the stove in Ning Jie's room. Just as the meal was served, the sound of barking dogs pierced the atmosphere. Anne put down her chopsticks and remarked, "It's likely just visitors again." Upon hearing the word visitors, Lin Yuezhi's expression fell instantly. Ning Jie, amused by Lin Yuezhi's reaction, chuckled and affectionately pinched her cheek, saying, "There's no helping it. Our Wenwen simply attracts attention. Once you have children, they will no longer swarm around you." Lin Yuezhi's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head to nibble on a steamed bun, mumbling a soft acknowledgement. Ning Jie chose not to respond, though a flicker of tenderness crossed his eyes. Before long, Aunt hurriedly entered the room with someone in tow. As the group looked up, confusion flickered across Ning's mother and Uncle Air's faces, while Ning Jie and Lin Yuezhi's brows furrowed in concern. "Xiaonian, what brings you here?" Ning Jie's heart skipped a beat, sensing something was amiss. Xiaonian, panting heavily, spoke, "Your friend? Come, sit down. You've arrived just in time for dinner. Look how exhausted this child is." Zhang Xiaonian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Uncle, no, I can't eat." "Ning Jie, something has happened. The general is dead." Ning Jie's body jolted in shock, and he swallowed hard, incredulity etching his features as he asked, "How can this be? Who did this?" Zhang Xiaonian shook his head, replying, "I don't know. My brother and I just found out this morning. He sent me to find you right away." Taking a deep breath, Ning Jie pondered as Uncle Air, frowning, turned to him and said, "Does this mean you must leave?" Ning Jie nodded, an expression of regret on his face. "I had intended to stay a few more days, but I never anticipated such an abrupt turn of events." Uncle Air clapped Ning Jie on the shoulder, encouragingly stating, "If there's a matter, go back first. I'll gather your things." Rising from his seat, Uncle Air pulled Zhang Xiaonian onto the Kong and instructed, "Wife, prepare some warm water for this lad. No matter how grave the situation, he needs to eat first." Zhang Xiaonian glanced at Ning Jie, who picked up a bun and offered it to him, saying, "Eat." The three of them sat on the Kong as Uncle Air, Ning's mother, and Aunt Air began to pack Ning Jie's belongings. Ning Jie remained silent. Each bite he took was filled with gravity. He had only interacted with the general in this lifetime, and although the man engaged in unsavory dealings, he conducted his affairs with a certain integrity. Having raised over 100 neglected children single-handedly, the general, despite his formidable reputation, was among the poorest of his peers. In him, Ning Jie recognized the essence of what is often spoken of in northeast China, the principle of respect. He understood that the general was not one to harbor grudges. Even among peers, they revered him as a deity. Thus, the notion of the general's sudden death bewildered him, leading him to involuntarily associate it with Yang Datu. Yang Datu, that scoundrel, despite claiming to be a man of the underworld, shows no regard for decorum. He suffered a setback under his own command, and now uses the commander's name to intimidate himself, which is a rather plausible justification. Lin Yuezhi observed the calm demeanor of Ning Jie and sensed that the anger within him was becoming increasingly difficult to contain. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Regardless of who took action, we must provide the commander with an explanation. Do as you see fit. You are my man, and I will support you in all endeavors." Ning Jie was momentarily taken aback, looking at Lin Yuezhi's earnest expression, and he smiled as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Lin Yuezhi pouted in mild annoyance and remarked, "You're making my hair all greasy." After finishing their meal, the three elderly men completed their tasks. "Young man, are you full? There are still buns in the pot. Take more if you need." Zhang Xiaoyan waved his hand and quickly replied, "Grandfather, I'm full." The second uncle nodded and said, "As long as you're satisfied." "Xiao Jie, I have a few words of advice." Ning Jie sat up straight. Adopting a serious expression, "Please, speak, second uncle." The second uncle handed Ning Jie a cigarette and said, "No matter what you choose to do, ensure it aligns with your conscience. Personal grievances should be resolved personally, without dragging family into it. This is a fundamental principle for us Northeasterners. Avoid impulsiveness, think things through." Xiao He became the top dog not because he can fight, but because he is composed and knows when to act. "Be cautious and consider what lies ahead. Your wife, your parents, and me, your second uncle." Ning Jie nodded solemnly and replied, "Rest assured, second uncle." The second uncle waved his hand, saying, "All right, drive safely on your way. When the weather warms up, you should return, and the three of us old men will come to propose." Once the three men got into the car, the second uncle glanced at the taillights and shook his head. The child has grown up. In the car, Ning Jie, with a cigarette between his lips, asked, "When did the commander leave?" In the middle of the night, came the reply. What was Wu Ye's reaction? Zhang Xiaoyan scratched his head and said, "Not much reaction. I didn't go to pay my respects today. I came straight here. Anyway, my brother mentioned that Wu Ye showed no significant response." Ning Jie felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. He understood that Wu Ye was waiting for his return. If anyone harbored anger, it was undoubtedly Wu Ye. Though they were not blood relatives, their bond resembled that of father and son. The fact that Wu Ye could suppress his anger and wait for him spoke volumes about his depth of feeling. This vendetta, without question, must be avenged. Where did the commander meet his end? I heard he was stabbed in the neck at the hospital, nearly severing it entirely. We returned after drinking mutton soup last night. And midway, the commander was shot. He was then taken to the hospital, and subsequently, he passed away. Ning Jie's eyes narrowed. Regardless of the enmity among those in society, two rules must never be violated. First, family must never be harmed. Second, one must never resort to violence in a hospital. These are the unwritten laws. Clearly, Yang Dado has transgressed these boundaries. That old scoundrel truly deserves his fate. He may not have many men at his disposal now, but eliminating Yang Dado should pose no significant challenge. It is no longer a simple matter of a brawl. To seek retribution against Yang Dado, meticulous planning is imperative. However, given that he disregards the rules, there is no obligation for reciprocity in the realm of chivalry. At around 3 o'clock, Ning Jie arrived at the doorstep of the governor's residence, where a makeshift mourning tent had been erected in the vacant lot outside. Wu Ye and several of the governor's adopted sons were kneeling there, paying their respects. After halting the car, Ning Jie took a deep breath, entered the tent under the watchful gaze of the gathered crowd, and knelt on the ground, performing the customary 3 bows and 9 kowtows. After lighting incense and burning paper offerings, Ning Jie rose to his feet. Wu Ye approached him, offering a cigarette and stating, "Brother, I apologize for your early return." Ning Jie shook his head, lit the cigarette, and inquired, "Did Yang Dado take action?" A flicker of pain crossed Wu Ye's eyes as he led Ning Jie out of the mourning tent. With no one around, Wu Ye spoke candidly, "Brother, it was one of our own." Chapter 115. Yang Dado is stunned. Ning Jie furrowed his brow and asked, "One of our own? Are you certain?" Wu Ye retrieved a lighter from his pocket and handed it to Ning Jie. Holding the cold metal, Ning Jie examined the words Tianjin Machinery Factory engraved upon it. Momentarily perplexed, "This was taken from my father. Such engraved lighters are personal belongings. Look below for the owner's name." The presence of this lighter in my father's possession indicates 2 possibilities. Either this individual hails from Tianjin and seeks my father's life, or it was pilfered at the train station or elsewhere when a Tianjin native visited us. Ning Jie suddenly understood. At this juncture, individuals from Tianjin would rarely venture here, and Yang Dado would not bother to summon people from Tianjin to act. Moreover, I heard that someone previously discharged a black gun. Since your father is unharmed, that person has likely departed. Wu Ye nodded, exhaling a sigh, and remarked, "Thus, this must have been perpetrated by someone from within our ranks." "Who?" Ning Jie pressed. Wu Ye replied, "Daimyo. He arrived this morning and took away the remaining personnel from my father, including over a dozen who were with you. I could not prevent it." Ning Jie frowned. "This scoundrel is merely attempting to take over your father's operations?" Wu Ye affirmed, "My father has always held me in high regard. Although Dainyu possesses some abilities, my father often remarked that despite his seemingly simple demeanor, he harbors a dark heart, so he has always treated him with caution. Recently, this scoundrel has been recruiting under my father's and your name, even entangling himself with Sister Xia at the bridge. A couple of days ago, my father mentioned discussing matters with you, cautioning against future troubles. Initially, I suspected this was an internal family affair and did not consider him a suspect. However, his arrival this morning was clearly to instigate conflict. Not only did he confront me, but he also took away most of our people. Moreover, he intentionally tried to implicate Yang Datu. He can deduce that it is Yang Datu, yet he surely understands that Yang Datu did not act. Despite Wu Yu's calm demeanor, when he lifted his gaze, his eyes were filled with a murderous intent and deep-seated hatred. His right hand bore injuries on the knuckles of his index finger and thumb. Brother, as someone who frequently handles knives, you should recognize how these wounds were inflicted. Ning Jie nodded, knowing these were the scars left after a stabbing. When did the attack occur? Wu Yu gazed at Ning Jie and said, Brother, my father's affairs have nothing to do with you. I will take care of my own matters, and if I do not return, those younger brothers, to hell with it. Ning Jie, with a dark expression, glared at Wu Yu and replied, Are you speaking sensibly? What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? Your father's situation is indeed my concern. Anyone who is with me, I will certainly look after your father well. As for clearing out the house, once your father is buried, I will join you in taking action. Wu Yu, feeling somewhat troubled, responded, Brother, this is enough of your nonsense. I will find a way when the time comes. After patting Wu Yu on the shoulder, Ning Jie drove Lin Yuji back home. The following morning, Ning Jie rose around 10 o'clock and headed out in his car. He made rounds at the monk and DeLong's places. Both groups were not foolish and understood that this incident was orchestrated by Yang Datu. They also realized that had it not been for the ruckus they caused that night, the admiral would still be alive. After Ning Jie left, Yang Datu's men attempted an ambush but failed, and the news of the admiral's murder in the hospital rapidly spread throughout City B. This incident also reached Yang Datu's ears. Leaning against the bedding on his bed, Yang Datu's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. If he had indeed killed the admiral, he would accept it, but the key issue was that he had failed, and now he was unjustly bearing the blame. Zhou Bin, with a furrowed brow, lamented, I told you this plan would not work. Now look, Yang Datu has become infamous. Once they break the rules, they will not play by the rules when dealing with us. The notion that the troubles of the world do not affect family holds no weight for Yang Datu anymore. Darn it, who the hell is responsible for this? Yang Datu felt more nauseated than if he had eaten feces. He did not care much for his reputation. But bearing the blame for others was a bitter pill to swallow. Zhou Bin sighed and said, who can clarify this situation? They are clearly placing the blame on us, and whether we accept it or not, we must face it. What do you suggest we do? Yang Datu asked Zhou Bin. Zhou Bin smiled wryly. What to do? Just wait. Today, those people will surely come to our doorstep looking for trouble. Yang Datu felt a pang of regret. Damn it. We need to lay low for a couple of days. Zhou Bin rolled his eyes. Brother, can we really avoid this? I told you from the start that we would suffer losses. You refused to listen, and now there is no turning back. Yang Datu. At Sister Xia's inn, a group of young men looked at Dainyu with a sense of discontent brewing within. Ever since they returned with Dainyu, his demeanor had been one of recuperation, showing no intention of confronting Yang Datu. Instead, he had been barking orders at them. They could only swallow their frustrations, for they had chosen this path themselves. Dainyu, there are rumors outside that our father was killed by Yang Datu. Let us avenge our father. Yes, Dainyu, tomorrow is our father's funeral. We cannot let him rest in peace. Dainyu, enough, enough, enough. Dainyu waved his hand impatiently, frowning as he spoke. Do you think we are enough to take on Yang Datu? Ning Jie has returned. So let them take the lead while we follow behind. Observing the discontent among the group, Dainyu earnestly explained, You are all my dear brothers. I do not wish for you to accompany me on a path towards death in avenging our father. Since Ning Jie has come back, we shall surely take action tonight amidst the chaos to seek our revenge. If anything were to happen to you, how could I, as your elder brother, ever explain this to our father? The grievances of the group finally subsided. Around 7 o'clock that evening, a young man suddenly burst into the room. Big brother Dainyu. The monk, Zhou Fati, and DeLong have taken a large group of people to Yang Data's establishment. Dainyu furrowed his brow and inquired, What about Ning Jie and Zhou? I haven't seen them. Only these people have gone, came the reply. A sense of unease crept into Dainyu's heart as he clenched his fists, realizing that Ning Jie was acting swiftly, taking action today itself. Brother, we should go. Such an excellent opportunity will slip away. Another urged. Indeed, brother, we must not wait. Let us avenge our father. Brother, We await your command. Please respond. Taking a deep breath, Daniel grasped his axe and declared, Everyone, arm yourselves. We shall seek vengeance for our father. Chapter 116. The despair of Zhou Bin Yang Dada's dance hall is located near the train station, not far from Defei's inn. With the death of the commander, Defei showed no signs of activity, leaving Ning Jie with an inexplicable sense of tension. Yang Dada's dance hall is considerably larger than DeLong's, situated beneath the passenger station, with the dance hall occupying the lower level. It is easy to imagine the depth of connections behind Yang Dada's establishment, which operates directly beneath a passenger station. Unlike DeLong's and the monks' dance halls, Yang Dada's establishment is primarily focused on indulgence. To put it plainly, the black market dealings of the monks' territory are mere jokes in comparison. Yang Dada also runs a hair salon and an inn. Patrons can choose to visit the inn or the salon, while those who prefer the dance hall are free to find a place. Yang Dada's dance hall boasts dazzling, multifaceted lights that far surpass those of DeLong's venue. Upon entering, one feels as though their feet are glued to the floor. As the locals say, a night at the dance hall could leave your fingers pruned. The monk, Zhou Fatty, and DeLong gathered, squatting on the ground, smoking. The lights of Yang Dada's dance hall still shone bright. Zhou Fatty squinted, extinguishing his cigarette, and cursed, Damn it, Yang Dada truly does not regard us at all. I thought this old fool would at least take a few days off. DeLong, holding a cigarette, remarked, Zobin cannot allow Yang Dada to cease operations. If he does, it would solidify their culpability in the commander's murder. Xiaokai glanced around, frowning as he asked, Where's old Ning? Zhou Fatty stood up, supporting himself on his knees, and turned his neck, saying, He's drinking with director's son. He should still be at Bafengjai. The monk lowered his voice, stating, Our primary objective is to cause destruction. Let us strive to avoid any loss of life. As for Yang Dada, DeLong sighed, patting the monk on the shoulder. Since Ning Jie has advised against taking action against Yang Dada, let us first wreak havoc on his establishments before proceeding. The monk glanced back and inquired, Has Daniel not yet arrived? Not yet. Someone just delivered the news. We shall act once they arrive. The monk muttered, Why must we wait for that lad? Even if it's for vengeance, it should involve Wuya. Zhou Fatty and DeLong exchanged a knowing glance, sharing a subtle smile. The scholar bowed his head, his mind racing, and suddenly his gaze sharpened as he took a deep breath. Tonight, it seemed, someone might not walk away. Before long, Zhang Xiaobing rushed in, panting, and pointed behind him, exclaiming, Daniel and the others are here. Zhou Fatty nodded and said, All right, let us go in. A group of them, laden with items, moved silently. DeLong, the monk, and Zhou Fatty led the way, lifting the curtain and charging inside. Ah! A woman's cry rang out, causing the dance floor to erupt into chaos. A throng of women, caught off guard while dancing, scrambled towards the back door, while Zhou Bin, fists clenched, brandished his cardigan and surveyed the crowd, suddenly waving his hand. Finish them. With flashing lights flickering, the room oscillated between brightness and darkness, and the sounds of slaughter melded into a cacophony. Daniel and his crew arrived fashionably late, plunging into the crowd amidst the strobing lights. Just a few steps in, Daniel felt an arm hook around his neck. Before he could react, a knife plunged deeply into his abdomen. His eyes widened in shock, illuminated by the lights as he recognized the somber face before him. Wuya. Desperately, he attempted to struggle, but a hand forcefully covered his mouth. He yearned to glance back at his captor, but the approaching blade drew ever closer. A sudden pain at his throat caused him to convulse violently, and he vividly recalled the visage of the admiral in his final moments, terror flooding his heart. He could feel the icy blade slicing through his neck, mirroring the admiral's demise. His vision began to blur, filled with questions. How did Wuya discover his identity? He had been so discreet. How could Wuya possibly know he had slain the admiral? Gradually, he sank to the ground, his gaze fading as an engulfing darkness consumed him. He felt someone pry his mouth open, and a solid object fell into it. A lighter. In that moment, the realization dawned upon him. The battle concluded swiftly, almost one-sided. Within mere minutes, the hall's lights flickered back to life. Yang Dada and his accomplices lay sprawled on the floor, bloodied, with even Zhou Bin, drenched in crimson, leaning against the wall, a scholar's small knife embedded in his shoulder. Daniel was dead. A voice cried out, Daniel is dead. Everyone turned towards the entrance, witnessing Daniel lying on the cold ground, blood pooling around him, a lighter clutched in his mouth. Zhou Fatty's gaze sharpened. Indeed, it was Daniel who had slain the admiral. He had seen this lighter in Wuya's possession. The connections began to unravel in his mind. The admiral's children were instantly filled with rage. Daniel, damn it, let us avenge Daniel. Vengeance. Zhou Bin gazed at the lifeless body of Daniel sprawled on the ground, A chilling wave of dread surged through him. He realized it was utterly over. The defeat was overwhelmingly decisive. A mere admiral could stir up cataclysmic waves, and with Ning Jie added to the mix, it was akin to a tsunami. It is said that a military expedition must bear a just cause, and now it seemed that the justification was firmly in the hands of Ning Jie and his faction. Leaving Yang De utterly incapacitated, Zhou Pengzi and his companions swiftly intervened to restrain the admiral's sons, their own spines tingling with trepidation as they grasped the gravity of Ning Jie's demise. Ning Jie was the one who had slain the admiral, and his death would inevitably serve as the catalyst for Yang De's irreversible downfall. Chaos erupted around them, and Zhou Bin, in a moment of despair, sank to the ground, his expression clouded with bitterness. Once Zhou Pengzi and the others departed, the police fortuitously arrived. After collecting their statements, Zhou Bin, as the person in charge, boarded a tricycle that whisked him away to the police station. Wu Yi staggered to the admiral's morning hall, his body splattered with blood under the dim light. A few younger brothers, standing vigil, rushed over, concern etched on their faces. "Brother, what happened?" they exclaimed. Wu Yi waved them off and, taking a few strides to the admiral's coffin, collapsed to his knees, fervently bowing his head in remorse. The younger brothers quickly helped him up, and in the darkness, Wu Yi, with tear-filled eyes, sat in the snow, weeping inconsolably. Yang De suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over him as he glanced at the younger brother seated at the edge of the bed. "Go check on Zhou Bin," he instructed. The younger brother hesitated. "Brother, Zhou Bin told us to stay here and protect you. We cannot leave." Yang De's temper flared. "Am I your elder brother, or is Zhou Bin? Can't you follow my orders?" Just then, a young man stumbled through the door. Breathless, "Brother, it's bad. Zhou Bin has gone inside." Yang De's body trembled violently, his eyes widening in disbelief. "What do you mean? How could Zhou Bin go in there?" The younger brother, his face drawn in distress, replied, "Just now, Zhou Pengzi and the others came. And then we got into a scuffle. After someone turned on the light, we discovered Ning Jie had been murdered, his throat slit. In mere seconds, Yang De's expression morphed through a myriad of emotions. It was over, utterly over. An absurd notion suddenly struck him. Ning Jie was likely killed by their own. And perhaps Ning Jie was indeed the one who had slain the admiral. The younger brothers in the room were instantly thrown into panic. "What do we do, brother?" Yang De glared at them irritably. "Just now, you couldn't follow orders, and now you act as if you're in charge. Help me up," he commanded. The younger brothers quickly assisted him. "Drape the fur over me. Xiao Bei, you drive. Take me to the municipal party compound." Xiao Bei nodded, for they all understood that their elder brother had powerful connections. Seeing him prepare to rally support instilled a newfound confidence in them. As they boarded the vehicle, Yang De settled into the back seat, gripping a heavy leather bag tightly in his hands. Now he cannot run. If he attempts to, it would certainly lead to his demise. The only choice left for him is to ponder whether he can exchange all his possessions for a chance at survival. Burdened with heavy thoughts, Xiao Bei turned out of the alley and onto the main street. Shortly after he set off, he heard two honks, and before he could react, he felt himself lifted into the air. Bang! A tremendous crash resonated as Yang Dido's Santana was flipped multiple times, landing upside down in front of the supply and marketing cooperative. Yang Daitu felt as if his head were filled with a swarm of bees, buzzing incessantly, while the scene before him faded into darkness like the closing of a film. The sound of a car door opening broke the silence. As a ruddy-faced man in his 30s emerged from the vehicle, he swiftly pulled the unconscious Xiao Bei from the driver's seat, dragging him to the side of his own car. He then retrieved a canister of gasoline from his vehicle and poured it over the mangled fuel tank. Lighting a cigarette, he stepped back a few paces, flicking his lighter, which landed perfectly on the tank. Whoosh! Flames erupted instantaneously, and he squinted, arms crossed, leaning against the car door, watching the fire grow more intense before slipping into the vehicle. Boom! A violent explosion shattered the night sky, the fierce blaze illuminating his face. He took out a pack of North Korean cigarettes, lit one, and peered into his bag, squinting to see the stack of bills, the scent of ink masking his guilt. The golden notes dazzled him, rendering him momentarily blinded. Stretching lazily, he opened the car door and dragged the barely conscious Xiao Bei inside, driving him to the hospital. Numerous residents nearby, wielding flashlights, rushed out to witness the burning Santana and hurried back home to fetch water to extinguish the flames. After paying for Xiao Bei's hospital admission, he stuffed the bag into the back seat and drove towards the police station. As he passed a jeep, he slammed on the brakes and rolled down the window. A cloth bag was tossed inside, and upon retrieving it, he discovered 30 bundles of cash, prompting a broad grin to spread across his face. Beep, beep. He honked twice. humming a tune as he lifted the passenger seat and stowed the bag away. Upon reaching the police station, he rubbed his face, the excitement morphing instantly into panic. He dashed into the precinct, bursting through the door and shouting at the top of his lungs, "I've hit someone! I've hit someone!" The man was none other than the same individual who had previously shared a ride with Ning Jie. Rewinding time, it seemed as if fate had orchestrated this encounter. On his way back, Ning Jie fortuitously crossed paths with the man trading leather for cigarettes. In this age, many are willing to commit unimaginable acts for money. Ning Jie offered a price that was irresistible, and while the man was not skilled in murder, he certainly had a knack for collisions. Arriving at the morning hall, Ning Jie stepped out of the jeep, a large stain on the front of his military coat. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he staggered into the hall. After paying respects to the deceased with incense and paper offerings, he turned to Wu Ye and smiled. Yang Daitu was dead. Wu Ye's body trembled slightly as he bowed deeply to Ning Jie. Ning Jie hurriedly helped Wu Ye to his feet, his expression darkening as he exclaimed, "Damn it! Don't do this to me. The death of the commander is something I cannot escape from. Out of both emotion and reason, I must seek vengeance for him." Wu Ye choked back tears and said, "Brother, from now on, my life is yours." Ning Jie patted Wu Ye's shoulder and replied, "What do I need your life for? I'm not the king of hell, though it seems I might as well be called Ning Yen Wang." He continued, "All right. Go change your clothes and wash your face. I'll head back to rest for a bit. Tomorrow we will send the commander off for the last time." "Understood, brother," Wu Ye replied. Once in the car, Ning Jie suddenly rolled down the window. "If your brothers want to come back, they are welcome. But make it clear, if they're essay next time, they can go wherever they please." After burning his overcoat by the river, Ning Jie returned to the factory. He asked Uncle Zhang to prepare hot water, while Lin Yuji brought down a change of clothes. After his bath, Ning Jie, shivering from the cold, ascended the stairs, unable to shake off Lin Yuji, who was trailing behind. As he slipped under the covers, ice crystals formed on his head after just a few steps. Why do Northeasterners love bathing? It's simply unavoidable. Who has the luxury to take warm baths in the dead of winter? Frankly, one could freeze to death just by bathing. For decades to come, bathing culture in the Northeast will flourish. And every man there harbors the dream of having bathing covered by health insurance. It is truly freezing. Lin Yuji, smiling, nestled into Ning Jie's embrace and remarked, "You ran faster than a rabbit. If I didn't run, I'd defreeze solid." Lin Yuji adjusted her position comfortably, inhaled sharply, and gazed at Ning Jie with a look of reproach. "Why are you so cold? That's just ridiculous." "Hey, warm my hands," she pouted, frowning as she asked, "Is everything settled?" Ning Jie nodded and replied, "All done." Was the commander truly killed by Dinyo? With a hint of melancholy, Ning Jie said, "It was undoubtedly that rascal Dinyo." The commander likely never imagined that after a glorious life, he would meet his end at the hands of his own son. "Sigh," Lin Yuji lamented. "That uncle of the commander was such a good man. The last time I walked home at night, he accompanied me, worried I might encounter danger. Good people seldom live long." She nuzzled Ning Jie's face and added, "So let us be the calamity." Chapter 118. Zhao Shan's calculations. The next day, the commander's south funeral took place amidst heavy snowfall. Thus, a legend of B City came to an end. In the vernacular of the Northeast, the current state of B City can be described as a shallow pond teeming with turtles, overflowing with gangsters, a statement that is far from exaggerated. Despite the deaths of 4 relatively well-known gangsters, for the entirety of B City, it was as though a stone had been thrown into the Yalu River, merely creating a few ripples. This is an era filled with ruthless individuals, and in the coming years, chaos will only intensify. Yang Dadu was overturned by a logging truck, which subsequently exploded, leading to his fiery demise. While this may not seem extraordinary, these individuals are not fools. Why would a logging truck be in the city? Furthermore, the driver managed to escape unharmed. How coincidental that Yang Dada perished in the vehicle. The demise of Yang Datu was inevitably placed upon Ning Jie's shoulders. Ning Jie's reputation soared skyward, akin to a rocket taking flight. In the wake of the prefect's downfall, the once loyal supporters scattered like leaves in the wind. This time, Wu Ye did not heed Ning Jie's counsel. He understood that even if those fair-weather friends returned, there would come a day when they would depart once more. Even if they sought Wu Ye out, he would merely utter a single phrase, "The path is yours to choose." In the factory, Ning Jie found himself suddenly lacking a dozen or so workers, leaving the space considerably emptier. However, the impact on the factory was negligible. The day after the prefect's funeral, Ning Jie, bearing 2 bags of delicacies, drove to the municipal compound. As he had stated, Old Fu and the others lacked for nothing. These seemingly modest wild delicacies served to deepen their camaraderie. After a midday meal, Ning Jie drove Lin Yuezhi back home. Upon parking, he spotted a figure sitting at the entrance, Zhao Shanhe. Ning Jie held a rather average impression of Zhao Shanhe. Despite his seemingly simple demeanor, he possessed a cunning mind. Particularly after the death of the toad, Ning Jie felt a lingering sense of unease. Have you come out? Zhao Shanhe smiled and nodded, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Thanks to you, brother Ning. Otherwise Xiao Guang and I would have been in trouble. Ning Jie furrowed his brow slightly. Xiao Guang had not arrived, and given Zhao Shanhe's intelligence, he could not possibly be unaware that his words would influence Ning Jie's perception of Xiao Guang. Yet, he chose to speak as he did. Xiao Guang is quite good, isn't he? Ning Jie continued from where Zhao Shanhe left off. Zhao Shanhe nodded, stating, with both the toad and Xiao Ke gone, the leaders now are just Xiao Guang and myself. Xiao Guang has managed to gather everyone together. Ning Jie nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xiao Guang is a decent person. He should not stray down the wrong path. Zhao Shanhe chuckled. Of course not. I am not cut from that cloth. By the way, brother Ning, may I ask if I can work alongside you? Ning Jie frowned and replied, do not call me brother so readily. I recall you are several years my senior. The Toad's crew was quite significant. How can you even consider joining me? Zhao Shanhe awkwardly responded, I share a good relationship with Xiao Guang, but I cannot compete for what he desires. Ning Jie narrowed his eyes, smiling as he nodded. You two have a strong bond, indeed. Zhao Shanhe, evading eye contact, said, well, Ning boss Ning, do you think I can accompany you? To be honest, Ning Jie initially considered accepting Zhao Shanhe and Xiao Guang if they wished to follow him. However, after his release from the police station that day, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. That group had come with the intent to extort money. How could they have taken advantage of the chaos to kill Xiao Ku and the toad? At first, he suspected Xiao Guang, but then it was revealed that Zhao Shanhe and another named Shan Zi were at the front. From that day forth, Ning Jie felt that he could not accept Zhao Shanhe. If Zhao Shanhe was indeed responsible for the deaths of the toad or Xiao Ku, it spoke volumes about his character. While the toad was not of good standing, he had not wronged Zhao Shanhe or Xiao Guang beyond withholding a bit of money. For them, the toad's actions did not warrant death. What Ning Jie could ascertain with certainty was that Xiao Ku was most likely eliminated by Xiao Guang. For the scar upon Xiao Guang's face was left by Xiao Ku. Thus, the one who dealt with the toad could only be Zhao Shanhe. Recently, I have not been in need of personnel. It would be beneficial for you to accompany Xiao Guang in his endeavors. I truly cannot accommodate your presence, which resembles that of a true Buddha. Zhao Shanhe furrowed his brow and cautiously inquired, Boss Ning, have I offended you in some way? Ning Jie shook his head and countered, does the toad bear a grudge against you? Zhao Shanhe's expression shifted dramatically. He forced a smile and replied, so it is for this reason. I understand now, Boss Ning. Regardless, I am grateful for your assistance. Ning Jie nodded and stated, what I said previously stands firm. Although you do not work directly with me, for every individual you introduce, I shall provide a reward of 50 cents. A glimmer of joy flashed in Zhao Shanhe's eyes. He nodded earnestly and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Boss Ning. Ning Jie waved his hand dismissively, and Zhao Shanhe, recognizing the cue, said, I shall not disturb you further. Please attend to your matters. After Zhao Shanhe departed, Ning Jie mused. Indeed, it was Zhao Shanhe who dealt with the toad. Xiao Ku was eliminated by Xiao Guang. Everything aligns perfectly. Damn it, after all this effort, I inadvertently rescued both key figures. The toad must be fuming down below. After a slumber, the hour unknown. Ning Jie requested Lin Yuezhi to awaken him. Rubbing his eyes and stretching, he casually pulled Lin Yuezhi into his embrace. Lin Yuezhi swatted Ning Jie's mischievous hand away, exclaiming irritably, get up, Xiao Guang and the others have arrived. With a look of grievance, Ning Jie playfully bit Lin Yuezhi's face and retorted, what do they want? It's filthy. Lin Yuezhi scrunched her nose in distaste, rubbing her face against his, and said, how should I know? Hurry and get dressed. After donning his clothes, Ning Jie yawned and descended the stairs, glancing at the clock to find it was only 3:30 in the afternoon. Many individuals had accompanied Xiao Guang, all of whom had previously worked alongside the toad in selling clothes to Ning Jie, and thus were familiar faces. Ning Gu, Xiao Guang stood up with a forced smile, the scars on his face appearing rather ghastly. What brings you here? Xiao Guang handed Ning Jie a cigarette, lighting it for him as he explained. You mentioned before that we could continue to bring customers for you. After I came out, I gathered everyone to discuss and thought it best to report back to you. Amused, Ning Jie chuckled. What is there to report? Come on in. Let us head to the cafeteria. Xiao Guang's face lit up with excitement as he quickly responded. All right then, everyone, let's go to the cafeteria and have Ning Gu hold a meeting for us. Once they entered through the main door, Ning Jie seized Xiao Guang's arm and asked, Did you stab Xiaoko? Chapter 119, The Grand Gathering. Xiao Guang scratched his head and smiled. I guessed I couldn't hide it from you. Yes, it was I who eliminated him. Brother, I had no feelings for Xiao Ku, but I assure you, the toad was certainly not my doing. This scar was left by Xiao Ku. As a man, with this mark, how am I to find a wife in the future? Xiao Guang, with reddened eyes, spoke. I had my heart set on it, but upon seeing the scar on my face, the other party immediately called off the wedding. Ning Jie patted Xiao Guang on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. Let us keep this matter to ourselves. It is not the right path to take. Xiao Guang nodded and replied, Brother, I am not foolish. Xiao Ku and I are sworn enemies now. Back then, when you didn't come to my aid, I resigned myself to it, thinking my life was already ruined. But now, I see things differently. My life was granted by you, and from now on, I shall live it well, heeding your guidance. Ning Jie chuckled softly and shook his head, saying, All right, as long as you are aware of your own situation. By the way, what is going on with Zhao Shanha? At the mention of Zhao Shanha, Xiao Guang's expression darkened instantly. He took a deep breath and said, Brother, it's not that I doubt Zhao Shanha's capabilities, but I suspect that it was he who orchestrated the demise of the toad. I can only surmise that someone would have taken action against the toad, but Zhao Shanha is not one to do so. Years ago, when Zhao Shanha's mother fell ill, it was the toad who provided the funds to save her life. The toad has indeed been good to Zhao Shanha. Xiao Guang was not naive. He surmised that the toad had met his end at Zhao Shanha's hands, although Zhao Shanha would never admit to it. Xiao Guang firmly believed he was responsible. He mentioned that you were gathering people to take over the toad's position. Upon hearing Ning Jie's words, Xiao Guang was immediately incensed. That is absurd. It is clearly Zhao Shanha who wishes to inherit the toad's role, yet the subordinates do not respect him. He has stated that when the time comes, the pay will still be 50 cents for us, and we would certainly be displeased. Moreover, given the current situation, how could he possibly expect to strip us of our skins? We are not fools. Should he come to negotiate later, we might not even keep our 50 cents. Ning Jie understood the gravity of the situation and replied, Very well, let us discuss this inside. Once inside, Ning Jie distributed cigarettes to everyone before speaking up with a smile. We are all familiar with one another, so let us skip the pleasantries. The toad is gone. I do not concern myself with whether he left you any money. This chapter has closed, and we must continue our business and live our lives. To be frank, I used to give the toad 2 yuan for each item. Now, I can no longer afford that. Currently, the commission for those taking clothes from me is 50 cents per item, and you can verify this. The crowd sighed in relief. They felt quite content with receiving 50 cents per item. To put it bluntly, even those previously introduced to the toad have now come to rely on Ning Jie. Even without them, customers would still come for their goods. Even if he barred those individuals from obtaining items, the customers would not necessarily heed their commands. If you all are agreeable, we shall proceed as I suggest. Of course, feel free to express any concerns. Xiao Guang hesitated for a moment before asking, Brother, may I inquire if I could work under you? Ning Jie gazed deeply at Xiao Guang and replied, Of course, that can be arranged, but it cannot be based on commissions. There will be a base salary and dividends. My current business is modest, but there will undoubtedly be other ventures in the future. If your abilities suffice, you could eventually assist in managing the factory, much like Li Xiaodong and Wu Yi do now. As for how much one might earn later, that remains uncertain. Everyone lowered their heads, except for Xiao Guang, whose gaze was fixed intently on Ning Jie. Boss Ning, we don't have much of a plan. This might be beyond our reach. Another chimed in. Indeed, Boss Zhang, please don't take offense. We truly aren't suited for this. Almost everyone politely declined Ning Jie's proposal, speaking with great care, fearful of offending him. Only Xiao Guang said, Brother, if you don't mind, may I join you? Ning Jie had already anticipated that others would disagree and surmised that Xiao Guang would likely choose to accompany him. It's all right, Xiao Guang can work with me. The rest of you need not worry. This won't affect my relationship with you all. The group let out a collective sigh of relief, and the outcome was amicable. They were not particularly young, and in these times, the speed at which a leader could vanish was alarming. One could never know when Ning Jie might be gone, making it seem more profitable to earn a quick sum in the short term. That evening, Xiao Guang moved into the dormitory, and they all shared a meal together. Having known Xiao Guang well, which made for a comfortable atmosphere, the death of the commander gradually faded from memory as heavy snow blanketed the city. In B City, minor conflicts persisted daily, a reality they had grown accustomed to. Meanwhile, all was calm on Ning Jie's side. The death of Daniyu had been attributed to Zhou Bin, which took Ning Jie by surprise. He had expected Zhou Bin to find someone to take the blame, yet this man had stubbornly shouldered the burden himself. It must be said that Zhou Bin was indeed a remarkable character. Ning Jie's business was thriving, and as the year drew to a close, he diligently deposited money at the credit union, knowing there would be ample opportunities to spend after the new year. Following the incident involving the toad, Ning Jie's reputation had soared. People spoke of him as somewhat sinister, and the moniker Ning Yama fittingly encapsulated his essence, leaving him bemused that such a name had resurfaced. On the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month, a grand market was held by the Great River in the city. In the days leading up to the new year, the number of suppliers had dwindled, and aside from those nearby, few ventured out. After greeting old Zhang, Ning Jie and his entourage strolled leisurely towards the bustling center of the Great River, where the frozen surface was thick and dark with crowds. The authorities turned a blind eye at this time, recognizing that this gathering was a yearly tradition, not warranting excessive scrutiny. The riverbank was alive with vendors selling everything from candied hawthorn to fresh rice cakes, peanuts, and sunflower seeds, catering to the diverse tastes of the crowd. Early in the day, Li Xiaodong had set up a stall, and upon seeing the overwhelming number of customers, Wu Ye and his companions decided against browsing and instead offered their assistance. Ning Jie pulled a sled, with Lin Yuezhi perched atop. As they weaved through the throngs of people, Lin Yuezhi munched on a candied hawthorn, humming a cheerful tune, utterly enchanting. After a lengthy circuit, Ning Jie found himself sweating, not from the effort of pulling Lin Yuezhi, but rather from the sheer density of the crowd. Upon reaching the end of their journey, Lin Yuezhi finished her candied hawthorn, patted her backside, dismounted from the sled, and took Ning Jie's hand, ready to embark on a shopping spree. This marked their first year together, and it must be perfect. Chapter 120, The Past of Old Zhang. With his head resting against an oil barrel, Ning Jie turned to Lin Yuezhi, who was beside him, and asked, "Shall I buy you some fried cakes?" Lin Yuezhi whispered into his ear, "Do you want some? I can fry them for you when we get back, though mine might not taste that great." Ning Jie replied, "After a whole year of hard work, it would be nice to take a break." Lin Yuezhi playfully pinched his waist and retorted, "Do we have money for that? We still have beans and glutinous rice at home. I can fry them for you." Unable to argue with her, Ning Jie conceded, "All right then. Let us buy some chicken and goose. We don't have those at home." Lin Yuezhi nodded. "If we don't have it, we'll buy it. If we can make it, we'll make it." "Okay, I'll follow your lead." The couple purchased a considerable amount of goods, but their cart couldn't hold everything. They made a trip to unload their purchases before returning for more. After several back and forth trips, their cart was crammed full. With no other option, they drove back to the factory. After unloading, they returned to the bustling market, where they bumped into Xiaodong, who was riding a donkey. "What are you up to?" Ning Jie asked. Li Xiaodong replied, beaming with excitement, "Brother, the clothes sold like hotcakes. I'm back to gather more to sell." Ning Jie frowned. "Enough already. We've worked hard all winter. One day one tea make a difference, so don't go back for more." Li Xiaodong chuckled and sped off on his donkey. Ning Jie found him both amusing and infuriating, never expecting Li Xiaodong to leave so abruptly. Lin Yuezhi smiled and remarked, "Xiaodong really doesn't see us as outsiders, though he does have a rough approach to matters." Ning Jie nodded. "He'll learn with time. He has the brains and the insight, but he lacks the courage. That's something he'll acquire gradually." By 11 o'clock, they loaded another cart full of goods for home. Lin Yuezhi rolled up her sleeves and began preparing dinner. Cooking in large quantities was her forte, as women of this era, regardless of their culinary skills, all knew how to cook. After washing a few pieces of pickled cabbage, she shredded them and rinsed them again, stewing a pot full of pickled cabbage, pork belly, and blood sausage. Outside, Ning Jie stoked a fire. Having procured 2 pig heads and several trotters, all ordered from the meat processing plant through a monk. Initially, he had considered buying some offal, but nowadays, no one cleaned it, and while he enjoyed it, he was reluctant to deal with it. So, he decided against it and planned to buy ready-made at the department store later. Once the fire roared to life, Ning Jie propped the pig heads over the flames to singe off the hair, while old Zhang assisted with the trotters. They toiled for over an hour before finally finishing the preparations. Old Zhang stretched his back and sighed. "It's delicious, but truly a hassle to clean." Ning Jie nodded, scrubbing the heads, and remarked, "It'll take a while longer. We still need to boil them. Shall we have a drink later?" Old Zhang chuckled, "Of course. Why should I fear you?" Ning Jie inquired, "Aren't you going home for the new year?" Old Zhang paused slightly, seated himself on a stool, and sighed deeply. "Oh, there's no home to return to. Is it inconvenient to discuss?" Ning Jie asked. Old Zhang let out a bitter smile and shook his head, saying, "So many years have passed. What is there to conceal? In my earlier days, I was but a cannon fodder for others. When ginseng digging ceased to be profitable, they could no longer sustain us, the foot soldiers. I returned home to tend to the little land we had, laboring alongside my family. One year, a great flood struck. Back then, you must have not yet been born. At night, the thunder roared like cannon fire, one clap after another. Our home lay at the foot of the mountain. I gathered my family, preparing to flee uphill, but before we could exit, rocks began to rain down. Old Zhang's gaze became unfocused, tears glistening in his murky eyes. The earth from the mountain buried our home. When I regained consciousness, I found myself hanging from a large willow tree. Once the waters receded, our home was entirely gone. My parents lay trapped beneath the rubble, while my wife and 2 sons were found over 10 miles away in a cornfield. By dawn, I was left all alone. In those days, I truly wished for death. They say it is better to die honorably than to live in misery, but who truly understands the hardships of existence? Whenever I closed my eyes, my mind was filled with thoughts of my wife and children, alongside my elderly parents. Eventually, I moved to the city and settled at the factory, and now, many years have flown by. Ning Jie sighed, acknowledging the merciless nature of water and fire. Old Zhang was indeed a man of misfortune. What does one seek in life? He pondered aloud. To be honest, with you taking over this factory, I have a place to stay. If it were rented to someone else, I would likely find myself without a roof over my head. Forget about having a home. If I were to pass away one day, I wouldn't even have anyone to break a bowl for me. Ning Jie inquired, do you have no other relatives? Old Zhang, with a bitter smile, replied, how could I not? With someone like me, who would want to keep their distance? Whether they care for me is another matter. I still need a coffin and a banquet, all of which costs money. The poorer one is, the more disdain they attract, and at my age, even dogs would find me unappealing. Ning Jie chuckled, do not speak so poorly of yourself. I may not have many skills, but I can afford to take care of you. I do not pity you. You still need to work for me. And I want to bear the burden of your meals and drinks. I'll pay you less to save you from the hair salons. Initially, Old Zhang felt moved, but upon hearing Ning Jie's words, he huffed in annoyance. Get lost, you rascal. What nonsense. Ning Jie laughed heartily. When the day comes that you can no longer move, I shall hire 2 young women to attend to you. When you depart from this world, I'll be the one to break a bowl for you. Old Zhang shuddered slightly, then smiled, saying, but you must find me 2 young ladies so I can indulge in a taste of luxury. Ning Jie retorted playfully, you have quite the imagination. I will ensure to find you the most unattractive ones, just to vex you. Meanwhile, Li Xiaodong and his group returned halfway, hurriedly finishing their meal before rushing off. After some time, Wu Yi returned with a group of people. After we finish eating, let us pack up the stall. The market is about to disperse, he said, glancing at the clock. They mentioned today is a big market day, and we can set up until 3 o'clock. We shall gather our things then. The crux of the matter is that even though we have retrieved it, it is of no assistance. Now, with a day of inactivity, the discomfort pervades my entire being. Ning Jie cast a sidelong glance at Wu Yi and remarked, by the way, tell those youngsters to keep their hands clean. Wu Yi chuckled, saying, rest assured, I have long since ceased that activity. Suddenly, Old Zhang inquired, have you bought the firecrackers? Wu Yi's body trembled slightly, and he lowered his head to continue eating. This year, there would be no couplets and no firecrackers. Chapter 121. The game of landlord. Old Zhang suddenly recalled the admiral and nodded. Indeed, foregoing firecrackers and couplets is reasonable. Well, I shall go back to mooch some pig's head. I'll say the fire has gotten too fierce. You little rascal, one to believe me otherwise. Ning Jie muttered. How is it my fault? I merely stated the fire was strong, and you insisted on adding more fuel. Shut it, you chatterbox. Old Zhang fetched a small stool, seated himself in front of a large aluminum basin, diligently scrubbing the pig's head and trotters. Brother. Wu Yi lifted his head, his eyes reddened, while the nearby youngsters lowered their heads, tears streaming down their faces. What brother? Eat your meal. And you lot, what's the matter? Is your sister-in-law as cooking too bland? Add a pinch of salt if you like. The group wiped their tears and consumed their food heartily. The admiral had passed away. They were bereft of a home. Even if they lacked a home, they could not celebrate the new year with firecrackers or couplets. They had initially agreed to return to the admiral's old house for the new year, but unexpectedly, Ning Jie had decided not to use firecrackers or couplets this year. This decision instantly overwhelmed the young men with sorrow. Stop your weeping and wailing. Once you are full, hurry up and get back to work. A bunch of ingrates. I cannot be too lenient with you. Wu Yi wiped his tears, his mouth still filled with steamed buns and pickled vegetables, chuckling to himself. Still laughing, what a waste. Ning Jie lit a cigarette and dragged a stool over, wielding a shoe brush while he and the younger one scrubbed the pig's head and trotters. They toiled until past 2 in the afternoon, when Ning Jie finally split the pig head, placing it along with the trotters into the pot. He had also purchased a considerable amount of meat to prepare braised pork, Such a dish is indispensable for the New Year's Eve feast in northeast China. Preparing the pig's head is indeed a laborious task. Stifling a yawn, Ning Jie ascended the stairs, leaving old Zhang to grumble incessantly while rubbing his waist. Lin Yuezhi felt a sense of joy in her heart. Every year, it was merely her and her mother, which was rather dull. The thought of inviting her mother over made her face flush with embarrassment. Old Zhang, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, squinted his eyes, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he hummed a little tune. What a delightful pair they are. After dozing off until around 6 in the evening, Ning Jie stretched and groped for the light cord, gently pulling it. With a click, the light illuminated the room. After squinting for a moment, he donned his clothes and yawned as he got out of bed. He resided on the 4th floor, yet he could hear the raucous laughter of a group downstairs. Without even contemplating, he knew it was Zhou Fatty, drawn in by the aroma. Carrying a pack of cigarettes, he descended the stairs, and from afar, he could hear Zhou Fatty shouting boisterously, "Hey, what the hell? You can't possibly be that lucky." The voice of the monk echoed back, "If you're brave enough. Just keep your mouth shut. Soon, you'll lose even your shorts." As Xiao Dong egged on from the side, "Fat brother, just play on. Don't be afraid of him." Ning Jie pushed through the crowd and discovered several individuals had joined tables in the cafeteria, scattered with peanuts, sunflower seeds, and tea, engaged in a game of Jiajinhua. Curiously peering closer, Ning Jie observed that the monk held 3 kings in his hand, while old Zhou was still playing with his cards, devoid of any winning prospects. However, Zhou Fatty was clearly caught up in the excitement, wagering $2, then 4. Soon reaching the betting cap. In the spirit of camaraderie, they had agreed on a $10 limit. "Let us go." The monk stood and slammed his 3 kings onto the table, causing Zhou Fatty's face to turn an ashen green. "What the hell? Whose mother did you just grope? 3 rounds, 3 freaking triplets." The monk wore a smug expression. "No choice. When the luck comes, it cannot be stopped. Right, Lao Ning?" Ning Jie chuckled and placed his cigarette on the table, saying, "Well, you can smell the pig's head I'm cooking, can't you?" The monk scratched his head, chuckling, "Of course. Your culinary skills are unmatched. I came over this afternoon. The old man has been roasting meat all day." Old Zhang grumbled, "I told you to buy less, but this kid wouldn't listen, insisting on doing it himself. Look at that. All that's left for me is the bare bones while he takes the glory. I'm down there cooking pig's head while that rascal is up here grilling it. Doesn't that just infuriate you?" Laughter erupted among the crowd. Only old Zhang dared to speak to Ning Jie like that. Ning Jie rubbed his nose and said, "By the way, I spoke to the manager of the department store this morning. I'm picking up 4 sets of offal tomorrow." Old Zhang suddenly leaped up, stomping his feet. "Have you gone mad? 2 pots of braised pork, 1 pot of pig's head and trotters, and you still want to get 4 sets of offal? Just kill me. Why don't you? I can see I won't get to eat any offal. You all will feast on the freshness." Ning Jie smirked. "Your old limbs don't have much meat anyway." Old Zhang, fuming, added more firewood. "You all keep playing, and we'll clean up for dinner soon." Ning Jie nodded and turned to Zhou Fatty. "Are you going to play or not? What are you waiting for?" Zhou Fatty, caught up in a joke, suddenly darkened at Ning Jie's words. "What is there to play? I've got 3 kings, and Xiao Guang just took 2 aces. Even if I had 3 queens, I wouldn't win." Ning Jie shot Zhou Fatty a disdainful glance. "You're such a chatterbox." With that, Ning Jie snatched Zhou Fatty's cards from the table and flipped them over with a slam. The laughter in the room ceased abruptly, as if someone had gripped their throats. The monk's face darkened, even more than old Zhou's. "What the hell, Lao Ning, what hand is this? You can even flip a 2-3-5? Old Zhang and Lin Yuezhi leaned in to witness the spectacle, and upon seeing the 2-3-5, they burst into laughter. Zhou, the rotund one, laughed heartily and remarked with a mischievous grin, "Ah, who would have thought? Your undergarments are gone. You must part with a few strands of hair for me now, right?" The monk shot Zhou a disapproving glance and replied, "Lao Ning, you too? No helping others with their cards. What's the rush? Dinner is about to be served." Old Zhang waved his hand dismissively. "We still have a bit of a wait. I haven't steamed the braised pork yet. Let us play." Ning Jie rubbed his hands together and approached the table, saying, "All right then, I'll indulge in a couple of rounds with you." In the first round, Ning Jie played his cards close to his chest, while the monk played a round and then cleared the table, revealing Ning Jie's cards. As the cards were turned, the monk drew a circle and played a tractor card, while Ning Jie unveiled his cards one by one. The first was a 10 of spades, the second a spade jack, and the third revealed a 9 of spades. With a powerful combination, he secured victory. After playing 5 or 6 rounds, Ning Jie soared ahead, winning the majority, and amusingly, his cards frightened Zhou's tractor hand of 345 away, nearly causing Zhou to lose his temper. "All right, let us tidy up and eat." More than half an hour later, old Zhang finally spoke as the dishes were laid on the table, when suddenly, the heavy iron door rattled violently. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 122, Defay seeks help. Old Zhang donned his coat and headed outside, instructing, "You all sit tight. I'll see what is happening." Ning Jie set down his chopsticks and replied, "You stay put. I suspect someone is in trouble. This fellow, as soon as a meal is served, cannot remain still." As he wrapped himself in his military coat and stepped outside, the moment he opened the door, two figures, a wood ear mushroom and a hazel mushroom, trailed behind him, whining at the door. "Who is it?" The knocking outside abruptly ceased, followed by a voice. "Is this Ning Jie?" "Yes." Ning Jie approached, the voice sounding somewhat unfamiliar. Upon opening the door, he saw a young man wearing a cotton hat, panting heavily. "Ning Jie, I'm here on behalf of Defay. Something has happened to him." Upon hearing Defay's name, Ning Jie couldn't help but furrow his brow. He had a decent impression of Defay, but during the incident with the admiral, when they sought trouble with Yang Datu, Defay had remained silent, which left Ning Jie feeling quite displeased. After all, they had shared several meals at the same table, and the admiral had treated Defay well, often sending people to stay with him. Defay should have at least shown some attitude. "What has happened to Defay?" he inquired. The young man replied, "Well, Defay's brother was taken by the little landlord, and Defay went to negotiate for his release. He sent me to seek your assistance." "Little landlord?" Ning Jie paused momentarily, as he was quite familiar with that name. The older brother had gone to Bin City in '92, making quite a splash by opening several nightclubs there. He was known for his loyalty and, as he would say, had vision, rarely engaging in conflicts. Presently, the little landlord was undoubtedly a big shot in B City, operating on a different level from Defay and the monk. "Are you referring to Xiao Shandong being detained?" The young man nodded, affirming, "Yes." "The little landlord is quite particular. What did Xiao Shandong do to provoke him?" The young man spoke with a hint of embarrassment. "Well, you see, I cheated at someone else's game." Ning Jie was at a loss for words. He felt no fondness for Xiao Shandong whatsoever. Defay did not assist the commander in seeking justice, perhaps because he didn't wish to offend Yang Datu over a mere commander. However, there are boundaries in human interaction. Xiao Shandong and his brother were worlds apart. Getting caught cheating was not a first for him. When Defay sought him out, it indicated that this matter was beyond his resolution. After all, Defay alone was hardly significant enough to command respect from a local landlord. "Where is this taking place?" he inquired. "At the soda factory behind the arena." "All right, I understand. You may return for now. I will retrieve some items and head over." After closing the door, Ning Jie greeted the monks, ascended the stairs to change his attire, and took with him half a bag of wood ear mushrooms, half a bag of hazel mushrooms, and 2 packs of cigarettes. He had little camaraderie with the local landlord. Even if he were to assist in mediating, he needed to maintain a certain demeanor. After all, he was still a junior, and while he had gained some notoriety, to them, he was still just that. Moreover, he had no intention of offending the local landlord on Defay's behalf. It was not about being unable to afford the offense. It simply wasn't worth it. Once in the car, Ning Jie did not bring anyone along and drove out of the courtyard. In just over 10 minutes, he arrived at the soda factory behind the arena, parked at the entrance, and got out with his belongings. He knocked on the door, and an iron gate opened slightly, revealing a young man who scrutinized Ning Jie and said, "We can't play today. The host has matters to attend to." Ning Jie smiled and replied, "I have come to discuss something with the host. Defay is inside, right?" "I am Ning Jie. I would appreciate it if you could inform him." Upon hearing Defay's name, the young man's expression shifted noticeably, yet when he heard Ning Jie's name and noted his polite demeanor, his demeanor softened considerably. "Hold on a moment. I'll inform my brother." Ning Jie nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Thank you." The young man closed the door and hurried inside. Shortly thereafter, he returned, opened the door, and said, "Ninggu, please come in." As they entered the courtyard, the young man shut the door, walking alongside Ning Jie while saying, "Ninggu, today's situation is rather troublesome. I know you've come to mediate, but Xiao Shandong not only disrupted the event, but also assaulted someone. If it were merely a disruption, Defay could have apologized, but the assault complicates matters significantly." Xiao Shandong drew a knife. Ning Jie felt an immediate heaviness in his steps. He was suddenly overwhelmed by the urge to turn back. Disrupting someone's event was one thing, but drawing a knife was an entirely different matter. It was a blatant affront to the local landlord's dignity. With a wry smile, he shook his head and said, "Having come this far, it's too late to turn back now." The young man nodded in agreement, opening the door for Ning Jie. "I want to accompany you further." "Ninggu, thank you, brother," Ning Jie replied, taking a deep breath as he stepped inside. The layout of the soda factory and the repair shop bears a striking resemblance. featuring a 3-story building with factory spaces on 2 sides. The bustling dining hall on the first floor is spacious, accommodating numerous tables. No fewer than 30 individuals stand within, all eyeing Ning Jie with a predatory gaze. At the center sits a middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in an old-fashioned black tang suit. Opposite him stands Defy, bloodied and slumped over 2 long benches. Upon Ning Jie's arrival, Defy nods in appreciation. Ning Jie, holding back a torrent of anger, acknowledges Defy with a nod, and then turns to the little landlord with a smile, saying, "Brother Wu, my unexpected visit is rather hasty. I've brought some mountain delicacies and a couple of cigarettes from home. I hope you won't mind." Initially stern-faced, the little landlord's demeanor instantly softens at Ning Jie's words. Though Ning Jie has come to support Defy, the little landlord feels a twinge of discomfort. After all, what right does this younger generation's figure have to act as a mediator? Despite Ning Jie's rising prominence, the little landlord regards him with a measure of disdain, as he operates a business of considerable scale, especially in B City and throughout the province, where he is a significant figure. Yet, an old saying goes, a hand does not strike a smiling face, and with Ning Jie's humble approach, the little landlord feels reluctant to show hostility. "You're too polite, brother, why bring gifts? Just your presence is sufficient," he replies. Ning Jie responds with a smile, "As a younger one, I cannot arrive empty-handed on my first visit. It would be disrespectful." "Ha ha, you rascal." The little landlord stands, accepting the offerings and setting them aside before inviting Ning Jie to sit beside him. "They say you're quite the character. Seeing you today, I must admit, the rumors hold some truth." Ning Jie humbly replies, "Such praise is merely the kindness of my brothers. I am far from your stature." The little landlord offers Ning Jie a cigarette, and Ning Jie pulls out a lighter to ignite it for him. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. You're here concerning Xiao Shandong, correct?" Ning Jie nods, saying, "Defy and I share a good relationship, and having been approached for help, I must shamelessly seek your leniency." The little landlord glances at Defy and says, "Let us set aside personal matters for now. We can discuss our affairs later. Today, we must address Xiao Shandong." Ning Jie nods earnestly. "Please, Brother Wu, go ahead." He grants the little landlord ample respect. And even if the little landlord has a myriad of objections, he must concede to Ning Jie's presence. "Your brother's dealings extend beyond mere profit, nonetheless. This is my enterprise and my reputation at stake. Xiao Shandong, being a notable figure, disregarding the rules in my establishment is one thing. But assaulting my younger brother is an outright affront to my dignity. Though I may be older, I am still capable of wielding my blade." When Defy came to retrieve him, I made it clear, leaving Xiao Shandong with only one hand is not too much to ask, is it? Ning Jie nods, recognizing that had this been anyone else, they might have found themselves in a far grimmer situation. "That is not excessive." Ning Jie glanced at the visibly distressed Defy and continued, "Since you have chosen this path, you must abide by the rules. Defy, I must speak a few words to you. This incident concerning your brother is not an isolated occurrence. He is not a child anymore. You should have learned from the previous trouble with the 3-eyed leopard." Defy, descending the metaphorical ladder, replied, "I will certainly teach him a lesson when I return. That reckless fool has a knack for causing trouble." Ning Jie nodded in agreement, stating, "It truly needs to be addressed. Fortunately, we encountered Wu Ge. Had it been someone else, would they have spoken to us with such calmness?" The small landlord, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "Do not flatter me, you rascal. Today, I am granting you a favor by coming here, but we cannot simply let this matter pass." Ning Jie nodded again, saying, "Wu Ge, if you have any requests, please voice them. As long as the person can leave intact, I am amenable to any solution." The small landlord stood up, looking at Defy, and said, "My brother is currently in the hospital. You need to provide 500 yuan. Once your brother is able to walk again, he can guard my door for 3 days. And this matter will be settled." Defay's expression shifted slightly. Being asked to have his brother guard the door felt like a loss of face. This situation, while significant, also seemed trivial in a certain light, and having Xiao Shandong do the guarding felt somewhat degrading. Ning Jie observed Defy, noting his reluctance, and frowned slightly. It appeared that playing the mediator was no easy task. Defy then said, "Wu Ge, I am willing to pay the money. Today, my brother has learned a lesson. How about I host a banquet at Bafang Zhai on another day to sincerely apologize to you?" The small landlord first glanced at Ning Jie before responding to Defy. "Guarding the door for 3 days is non-negotiable. 1 day less is unacceptable. I do not need your banquet." Defy clenched his fists and said, "Wu Ge, I came here today with genuine intentions to apologize. I came alone. Could you perhaps show me a bit of leniency?" As soon as Defy finished speaking, both Ning Jie and the small landlord's expressions changed. The small landlord patted Ning Jie on the shoulder before sitting back down. Little brother, it is not that I, as your elder brother, am unwilling to grant you this favor. I appreciate your effort as a mediator, but you have witnessed the situation. From this point onward, do not involve yourself further. Ning Jie nodded, saying, please do not take today's events to heart, Wu Gu. Defay and I are friends, and I have done what I could. If negotiations fail, there is nothing more to be done. The small landlord, with magnanimity, replied, this matter was never your concern, little brother. You need not involve yourself further. Whenever you have the time, I shall treat you to a drink. Upon finishing, the small landlord turned to the still agitated Defay and coldly remarked, Defay, your face carries weight, but does mine not? To put it bluntly, you are simply a blind drifter. After all these years, I have not offended many. It is not that I cannot afford to offend, but rather that it is not worth my time. You called Ning Jie here today to grant you both face. Yet now you still wish to negotiate terms, arriving alone at that. Are you attempting to threaten me? Defay, with a stiff upper lip, replied. That is not my intention, Wu Gu. Ning Jie, regarding this matter. Ning Jie waved his hand, saying, Defay, our relationship is not particularly deep, akin to the one you share with the Admiral. I have taken care of certain matters, considering our friendship. Last time regarding Xiao Shandong, I did you a favor. And today I came here, still giving you face. However, my brother, this is not how things should be handled. You have shown me no regard at all. I shall refrain from meddling in your affairs with Wu Gu. He has extended you an olive branch, yet you insist on moving the ladder yourself. This is a matter I cannot involve myself in. You must address it alone. Defay's expression darkened in an instant. He cast a deep glance at Ning Jie, then turned to the small landlord and asked, Wu Gu, is there no room for negotiation? The small landlord waved his hand dismissively and replied, do not claim I am bullying you as an elder brother. Either you guard the door for me, or you may return to manage your people. You certainly cannot take them away. Defay nodded, his gaze clouded as he said, it is said that the small landlord is unyielding. Today, I must confront this. The small landlord shrugged with an air of disdain, then you must be swift. If your brother is not sent to the hospital soon, he may not survive. Taking a deep breath, Defay turned to leave, but the 30 or so individuals in the room swiftly encircled him. The small landlord gestured for them to part, stating, clear the way, let him manage his people. Do not claim I am bullying him with my numbers. A path was opened, and Defay hurriedly exited. Vanishing into the night, Ning Jie felt a swell of frustration. The small landlord had indeed given Defay face. Yet his brother had shattered the opportunity and offended the very person who conducts business. If he did not regain some dignity, how would he continue to operate? His dignity matters, but does that of the small landlord not? The moment Defay spoke, Ning Jie regretted stepping in as a peacemaker today. Fortunately, he understood the small landlord's temperament and had granted him ample respect. Otherwise, he would not only have failed to resolve the issue, but would have also needlessly offended the small landlord. Brother, look at how this turned out. It appears I shall have to treat for this meal, Ning Jie said with a wry smile. The small landlord chuckled, saying, enough, do not overthink it. Your elder brother is gracious towards people, not situations. You have given ample face today, and this matter cannot be laid at your doorstep. With these words from my elder brother, I feel reassured. Today has indeed been an eye-opener. You must allow me to treat for this meal. Let us not postpone it. We shall go to Bafang Zhai at noon the day after tomorrow, and the two of us will enjoy a couple of drinks together. The small landlord increasingly appreciated this young man before him. The phrase youthful exuberance is not to be taken lightly. In these times, how many impetuous youths possess such depth? Looking back at Ning Jie, he was indeed adept in both speech and action. To put it bluntly, even if Defay had simply brought 2 packs of cigarettes today, he would not have been this irate. The saying, people die comparing themselves to others. Goods are discarded when compared, holds true indeed. Very well. Let us meet at 11:30 the day after tomorrow for a few drinks. Ning Jie nodded. Today, he and Defay had resolved their differences. After the demise of the governor, their relationship had reached a nadir. He owed Defay nothing and was unafraid of offending him today. To speak frankly, there are protocols in mediating disputes. Even if one finds it unreasonable, it is inappropriate for Defay to be the one to voice it. Moreover, Ning Jie had previously asserted that he would not discuss terms with the small landlord, thus shouldering the responsibility himself. It was precisely this remark that prompted the small landlord to resolve matters so readily. If Defay had possessed any sense of decorum, he would have allowed his unfortunate brother to oversee the entrance for a couple of days, setting a table for the occasion. At the very least, it would have settled the grievances with the small landlord, perhaps even fostering goodwill. Yet, Defay's words ended up offending both parties thoroughly. The small landlord, out of respect for Ning Jie, refrained from retaliating, For Defay's slightly threatening remarks were more than sufficient to warrant a loss of face, potentially costing Defay dearly. Rest assured, though my drinking skills may not be refined, dear brother, if you are gracious enough to extend your invitation, I shall revel in the experience, even if I must be carried home afterward. The small landlord nodded with a smile. Conversing with Ning Jie was indeed a delightful experience, as he generously provided both substance and respect. Having traversed a similar age as Ning Jie, he reflected on the considerable disparity between their respective stages in life. This young man is destined for great achievements. Very well, dear brother, I shall not keep you any longer. Let us take our time and savor the journey ahead. Excellent. Then we have an agreement. The Bafang Zhai in 2 days, and we shall not part ways. After bidding farewell to Ning Jie, the small landlord's smile swiftly vanished. He waved his hand and declared, once everyone is gathered, if Defay does not arrive within an hour, we shall dismantle his shabby inn. Even if the King of Heaven himself were to descend today, I shall clip Defay's wings. I am eager to see how he will soar in the future. Upon entering the vehicle, Ning Jie lit a cigarette and drove onto the main road. Defay, believing himself to be in a position of strength, aspired to climb even higher, yet without having reached the summit, he remained oblivious to the stark contrast between the mid-mountain vista and that of the peak. Even as a notorious thug, how many of his underlings would willingly lay down their lives for him? The small landlord, however, was an entirely different matter. His followers were genuinely willing to risk their lives for him, fully aware that even in the face of peril or imprisonment, their families would be well taken care of for the rest of their lives, thanks to the substantial living expenses provided. To speak bluntly, even if the small landlord were to be apprehended, he could simply call out, and a line of supporters eager to take the fall for him would form, without a second thought regarding their own fates. Upon returning to the factory, Ning Jie parked the car in the courtyard and locked the heavy iron gate. In the span of little over half an hour, the food had hardly been touched, though the wine had been plentiful. Upon Ning Jie's return, a slightly inebriated monk waved him over, saying, Come, come, this fellow has been waiting for you. He hasn't dared to drink much. Ning Jie removed his coat and tossed it onto a nearby table before sitting beside Lin Yuezhi. He accepted the chopsticks she offered and raised his wine glass. Come, brothers, let us drink. As the wine flowed down his throat, Ning Jie felt a warm sensation enveloping him. After savoring a piece of braised pork, he couldn't help but remark, Old Zhang's culinary skills in preparing braised pork are indeed remarkable. Perhaps I should open a restaurant and have you as my head chef. Old Zhang's face flushed with excitement at Ning Jie's words, his eyes widening in surprise. Enough of this nonsense. At my age, do you still wish to exploit me? Are you trying to be like Zhou the Skinflint? A table full of people erupted into laughter. Zhou, the chubby man, set down his chopsticks and inquired, What is going on? Ning Jie replied, Xiao Shandong went to a local landlord's establishment to play Pai Gao and was caught cheating. Afterward, he ended up stabbing the security guard. Zhou frowned and asked, Did Defei send you to mediate this? Ning Jie nodded. They summoned me to act as a peacemaker. The monk shook his head, stating, In my opinion, you shouldn't get involved. Ning Jie chuckled. You're a bit late with that advice. I deeply regret going. I almost lost face. Zhou pressed, What happened? Ning Jie took a couple of bites of rice before explaining, I went to mediate. But the landlord said that there were many players present. He valued his reputation and offered 500 yuan to the injured man, insisting that once Xiao Shandong was able to walk again, he should stand guard for 3 days. The monk pursed his lips. I assumed Defei didn't he agree? Ning Jie nodded. He publicly humiliated me, not even allowing me a chance to speak. Zhou turned to the monk. How did you deduce this? The monk set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and remarked, This ice and tea hard to guess. Although you're close to Defei, you don't know him as well as I do. Xiao Shandong is his uncle's child, but they are actually biological brothers. When Defei's uncle was injured in an accident, he had only a gun without bullets, and Defei's family adopted Xiao Shandong. In the late 70s, Defei's parents succumbed to a plague, and before their passing, they urged Defei to ensure Xiao Shandong was never wronged. Later, Defei moved to the northeast with his uncle, where he established himself, and he turned out to be quite decent and loyal, gradually gaining respect. At this point, the monk raised 2 fingers, prompting Zhou to hurriedly pull out a cigarette and offer it, eagerly saying, You've got a lot to say, hurry up. The monk chuckled, taking a leisurely drag, clearly enjoying himself. I've known Defei for many years. His brother is the type that has been spoiled to the point of being useless, and Defei has cleaned up his mess more times than I can count. Over the years, whether it was major or minor incidents, Xiao Shandong could take a beating, and Defei would throw banquets or apologize, but he would never tolerate insults directed at Xiao Shandong. Zhou frowned and asked, How do you know all this so well? The monk scoffed lightly, taking a deep drag from his cigarette before extinguishing it forcefully. I used to have a good relationship with defy. Can you guess why we don't speak much anymore? Chapter 125. Family feast. Early the next morning, Xiaodong woke Ning Jie. Lin Yuezhi had already risen to prepare breakfast for the group. Today was the Little New Year, which is celebrated differently in the Northeast compared to the South. The Northeast observes it on the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month. Brother-in-law, something has happened. Wake up. Ning Jie shot a displeased glare at Li Xiaodong, propped himself up against the headboard while clutching a blanket, and lit a cigarette. What's the rush? He inquired. I just stepped out for a moment. Can you guess what happened? Did the soy sauce vendor fall into the vat? Li Xiaodong's expression stiffened, irritated. He pulled out a cigarette of his own and lit it, retorting, You really know how to talk. Ning Jie playfully kicked Li Xiaodong, chuckling. Spit it out if you have something to say. Rubbing his backside, Li Xiaodong grabbed a stool and sat at the edge of the bed, saying, While I was out getting soy sauce, I overheard the vendor mention that last night the little landlord brought a group to smash up defy's inn. Ning Jie rubbed his face and replied, somewhat exasperated, Is that all? Li Xiaodong affirmed, Yes, the little landlord has made it clear that he broke Xiao Shandong's hand. So it seems this matter is settled. Sighing, Ning Jie reflected that while the issue with the little landlord may have been resolved, according to the monk, defy had now established a deep-seated enmity with him. It was a pity that such a fine man fell victim to his own brother's actions. Against the little landlord, defy could hardly regain his pride. Dressed, Ning Jie descended the stairs, where Lin Yuezhi was leading a group of youngsters in making dumplings, while old Zhang was busy preparing offal. Noticing Ning Jie's arrival, old Zhang grumbled, Why did you buy so much offal? You must have too much money to burn. Ning Jie chuckled, I thought I'd prepare some snacks for you. Nonsense, you just have a silver tongue. Old Zhang shot Ning Jie a glare before returning to his work. While wrapping dumplings, Lin Yuezhi advised, Go wash your face. The dumplings will be ready soon. Ning Jie nodded and went to the water room to brush his teeth and wash his face. By the time he finished, the dumplings were ready to be cooked. After breakfast, the group lounged around, playing cards. Around 9 o'clock, Fu Jianye arrived. Why are you here? Ning Jie asked. Fu Jianye handed Ning Jie 2 special cigarettes that were unavailable on the market, explaining, Your uncle sent me to invite you for lunch. He knows you have a lot of people here and worries you might be busy tonight. Ning Jie accepted the cigarettes, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, I was planning to visit my uncle tomorrow. Look at how this turned out. Fu Jianye playfully punched Ning Jie on the chest, smirking. As if I didn't know you were too shy to go? Enough of this useless chatter. Tidy up and take your wife over soon. All right. I'll let my partner know, Ning Jie replied. I'll head to the courtyard. You should go early. After sending Fu Jianye off, Ning Jie went upstairs to put down the cigarettes before returning to pull Lin Yuezhi aside. What are you doing? I'm preparing dinner, she said. Ning Jie explained. Our brother just came by to say we should go to our uncle's house for lunch. Lin Yuezhi removed her apron and said, Let us hurry to the department store to buy some things. They want to be open this afternoon. Lin Yuezhi was certainly no slouch when it came to work. She understood the rules and knew how to enhance Ning Jie's reputation. Ning Jie gently pinched Lin Yuezhi's cheek and remarked, Well, you should tidy yourself up. Later, we can take a stroll together. After all this time, we Haven Tea had a proper outing. Lin Yuezhi shot him a playful glance, pouting. You're aware of it yourself. You should also change into clean clothes and present yourself properly at Uncle's place. After exchanging pleasantries with Li Xiaodong and old Zhang, the two ascended to change their attire. Once they were dressed, they descended and drove to the department store. Ning Jie realized he had seldom visited such establishments. He found it peculiar that both the supply and marketing cooperatives and the department stores of this era carried an odd scent, one that was difficult to articulate yet deeply embedded in memory. It was not exactly pleasant, but one would remember it for a lifetime. The pair spent a considerable time in the department store. Today, Lin Yuezhi was in high spirits, indulging in a shopping spree. Although there wasn't much to buy in this era, she procured a fair amount of tobacco, alcohol, sweets, and tea. Today, she was determined to splurge, opting for the pricier items, much to the envy of the store clerks. Once back in the car, Ning Jie slowly drove into the municipal party committee compound, parking in front of Fu Jianye's home. With 2 large bags of gifts in hand, Ning Jie and Lin Yuezhi exited the vehicle. Upon opening the gate to the courtyard, they approached the entrance of the villa. Ning Jie knocked on the door, and Uncle Fu, having set aside his newspaper, answered. Noticing the items they were carrying, he frowned and said, You too? Coming home for a meal and bringing so much with you? Lin Yuezhi replied with a smile. Uncle, we are indeed returning home, which is precisely why we brought so much. I wouldn't dare offer these to others. Uncle Fu chuckled at her response, taking the items from her hands and said, "You mischievous girl. All right, come inside quickly. Your aunt is about to finish the meal." Once inside, they found Secretary Hu standing up with a smile from the sofa. Ning Jie placed the items down and extended his hand to greet Secretary Hu. "It's been a while since we last met." Secretary Hu nodded with a smile. "Indeed. It has been some time. You seem to be thriving lately. I've heard your name mentioned quite frequently." Uncle Fu organized the items before pouring tea for Ning Jie and Lin Yuezhi. "Ah, Hu, this is a family gathering, so let us dispense with the formalities." Secretary Hu nodded in agreement. "Understood, Uncle Fu." Uncle Fu set the tea on the coffee table and sat opposite Ning Jie, glancing at the clock on the wall. "Where's Jianya? That lad never seems to have his act together." Secretary Hu quickly intervened. "Today, the lumberyard has been quite busy. As the person in charge of timber scheduling, it's understandable he can't return early." Uncle Fu picked up the newspaper, crossed his legs, and grumbled. "Those good-for-nothings at the lumberyard have their noses in the air, and when it comes to taking advantage, none are more ruthless than them. What face do they have to hold a celebration?" Ning Jie offered Uncle Fu a cigarette, then handed one to Secretary Hu. After lighting a cigarette, Secretary Fu set down the newspaper and addressed Secretary Hu, saying, "Hu, you have been by my side for many years. You cannot remain my secretary for a lifetime. Director Zhao of the Forestry Bureau will retire after the new year. What are your thoughts on this?" Chapter 126. A subtle reminder. Secretary Hu's body shuddered slightly. He cast a somewhat anxious glance towards Secretary Fu. It was evident that Director Zhao was not yet of retirement age, and although he held the position of deputy director, it was undoubtedly a lucrative opportunity within the forest region. Initially, Secretary Fu had brought up the topic of Fu Jianya, and upon reflection, it became clear that this was a preemptive reminder for him. The fact that Secretary Fu would inquire about his plans indicated that a decision had likely been made regarding his advancement. Despite the allure of this position, Secretary Hu felt an innate reluctance. He feared that he might falter under the weight of responsibility, and moreover, he recognized that Secretary Fu's transfer to the provincial capital was merely a matter of time. If he could accompany Secretary Fu to the capital, his return would not merely signify a deputy director's role, but rather a position of greater significance. He wore a troubled expression, hesitant to voice his refusal. Secretary Fu adjusted his glasses and, frowning, asked, "What's the matter? Do you not wish to go?" Summoning his courage, Secretary Hu replied, "Leader, I would prefer to train alongside you for a few more years. Suddenly thrusting me into the role of deputy director feels quite overwhelming." Instantly, Secretary Fu's countenance darkened. He understood Secretary Hu's intentions. He was the child of a comrade in arms, and over the years, Secretary Fu had taken him under his wing. The vacancy at the Forestry Bureau represented both a trial and an opportunity for Secretary Hu. Secretary Fu had already orchestrated a plan for him, should Secretary Hu excel. Even after Fu's departure, he would have a place in B City. If he chose to succumb to corruption like others, Secretary Fu would find a way to assign him to a less demanding position, ensuring his future security. In his realm, there would be no opportunity for shortcuts, not even for Fu Jianya. Without merit, one would remain at the forest farm indefinitely. Noticing the tension in the atmosphere, Ning Jie quickly stepped in to lighten the mood. "Come now, Uncle Fu, this is a family gathering. Fortunately, I am aware of Hu Ji's capabilities. Otherwise, I might have thought you were misusing your position, Uncle Fu." "Hu Gu, the Forestry Bureau is an excellent place. Not only the director's position, but even securing a place as an employee is fiercely competitive. I may not be in politics, but if I were, the moment you mentioned your reluctance, I would be clinging to my uncle's leg, pleading for him to let me in. Ah, my brother Jianya is still organizing the festivities at the forest farm. I can only imagine how envious he would be to learn that you are being directly transferred to the Forestry Bureau." Secretary Hu, upon hearing Ning Jie's words, suddenly regained clarity. Indeed, were it not for his father being a comrade of Secretary Fu, he would likely be striving alongside ordinary individuals, desperately attempting to secure a position at the forest farm. Now, when a directorial position was being offered to him, he was hesitant, preoccupied with thoughts of taking shortcuts. Reflecting on it, the biological son of Secretary Fu was merely a section chief. Why should he, with such a fortunate connection, fail to recognize the opportunity and instead wish to linger in a subordinate role for a few more years? He glanced at Secretary Fu, whose expression had softened, and offered a grateful look towards Ning Jie. "That won't do. I cannot bear to part from Uncle Fu, but it is not that I do not wish to go. You should simply focus on your business." Upon hearing Secretary Hu's remarks, Secretary Fu's expression softened considerably. He took a drag from his cigarette and cast a glance at Ning Jie. "This fellow truly possesses a keen intellect." Ning Jie exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Oh dear Fu, do I still have time to regret my decision to come here?" I don't need to be a director. I would be content to be a department head like my brother Jianya. Secretary Fu was amused by Ning Jie's antics and feigned a stern demeanor as he replied. What do you take your uncle for? Your Hu brother is capable of being a director, but as for your Jianya brother, although he may lack some ability, he still surpasses your Hu brother in professional acumen. You had the chance to enter politics, but chose not to. Now, you seek to do so? Not a chance. Ning Jie shrugged and said, Hu brother, look at this person. How can he be so petty? The atmosphere lightened considerably, and Secretary Hu let out a sigh of relief, silently appreciating Ning Jie's kindness. If it weren't for Ning Jie, his impulsive actions today could have severely tarnished his image in Secretary Fu's eyes. Relationships are consumables. They do not easily lose their durability due to a single incident. Secretary Hu chuckled and remarked, You are undoubtedly born to be a businessman. Uncle Fu is preventing you from entering politics because he recognizes your entrepreneurial talent. Our nation is gradually liberalizing individual economies, as the saying goes. You are a vanguard of the times, and our family is also flourishing, having served as a secretary for many years. Secretary Hu was no less adept at flattery than Ning Jie. Secretary Fu nodded and said, I've heard that your business is thriving, with many outsiders coming to procure goods from you. The small inns around here have certainly benefited, especially one called Defy. I've heard he has quite a good relationship with you. Upon hearing Secretary Fu mention Defy, Ning Jie found himself momentarily puzzled. Typically, someone like Defy would not catch Secretary Fu's attention. Without hesitation, he spoke candidly. He knows many people, so I asked him to help attract customers, offering a share of the profits in return. We cannot call it friendship. At best, it's a partnership. Secretary Fu nodded again and remarked, For us, there is little distinction between having a few good or bad people in this world. Good individuals remain numerous, and a few bad apples one tea spoil the whole batch. Therefore, sometimes, we do not find the presence of mice bothersome. Their existence indicates a bountiful harvest. However, should those mice turn into wolves, we must take up the stick and strike fiercely. Ning Jie straightened in his seat. The implication of these words was unmistakable. The absence of a true leader in City B is not due to a lack of capable individuals, but rather a prohibition against their emergence. Just like the minor landlord, who possesses some skills and connections, it was perplexing when he abruptly moved his entire family to Bin City in his past life. Now, hearing Secretary Fu's words, it all became clear. In his previous life, he was renowned not just in City B, but across the province. Wherever he went, people would greet him as Master Ning. This reputation was not solely due to Secretary Fu's influence, but also because of his ability to navigate the fine line between light and shadow. He took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. Uncle, rest assured, I am merely a businessman. My relationships are driven solely by business interests. There are certain actions I will neither take nor wish to engage in. Fu Jianya cast a penetrating gaze at Ning Jie and replied, Do not speak so definitively. Do you think others are fools? The distinction between right and wrong is not for you to determine. You are more aware than I of how Yang Saner met his demise. B City is not governed solely by your words. I am not afraid of the troubles you might bring, but I believe it is best to avoid unnecessary complications whenever possible. After all, news has already circulated that next year, the old city will undergo renovations, beginning with the demolition of the Forest Farm residential area. There will undoubtedly be many issues to navigate. How you choose to assess them is up to you. Chapter 127. Driving without drinking. Ning Jie's heart surged with excitement. The long-anticipated renovation of the old city was finally upon them. Reflecting on his previous life, he realized that although he had reaped the benefits of the urban transformation, he had possessed little capital then, merely scavenging the remains left by others. Now, however, he found himself in a different position, with considerably more resources at his disposal. Before the southern cities rose to prominence, Northeast China had long been at the forefront of reform policies. I understand, Uncle, he replied. Aunt Fu emerged from the kitchen carrying dishes, remarking, It's already the little new year, yet you still wear such a stern expression. You reprimand the children one after another. What are you trying to prove? Your competence? Fu Jianya's face flushed with embarrassment as he shot Aunt Fu a glance. He picked up his teacup, blew on it gently, and took a sip. Lin Yuezhi also walked out with dishes, having overheard the conversation. It was evident that Aunt Fu had timed her entrance perfectly, having conspired with her husband beforehand. She wasn't naive. She knew that Fu Jianya was not Ning Jie's biological uncle. Even taking into account their camaraderie forged in battle, Fu Jianya would not jeopardize his future for the sake of these two individuals. What astounded her more was that Ning Jie had previously confided in her that the Forest Farm residential area would be demolished to make way for new buildings, with opportunities for both unit allocations and private purchases. Nowadays, The concept of buying a home was foreign to many, just a few years prior. The government had encouraged personal construction, and now suddenly, the focus had shifted to selling homes. Who, in their right mind, would spend money on a house without necessity? Ning Jie had consistently urged her to keep this information confidential, and she had not taken it seriously. But now, everything had changed. She gazed intensely at Ning Jie, feeling as though he radiated a brilliance that could melt her to the core. Ning Jie quickly shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Aunt, how did my brother's potential match turn out?" Aunt Fu set down the carp, wiped her hands on her apron, and said irritably, "Don't even mention it. Just thinking about it makes me angry." She sat beside Uncle Fu on the sofa, gulped down his tea with a frown, and asked, "Old Fu, how much tea did you put in? Does tea cost nothing? Look at this dark color. It's bitter beyond belief." Uncle Fu replied with a scowl, "If you don't understand, then refrain from making foolish comments. This is Da Hong Pao that I brewed, a special gift from my former leader. What Pao or no Pao? I find it less palatable than the Monkey King's brew." Uncle Fu shot Aunt Fu a glance and muttered, "Wild boars cannot digest fine bran." Aunt Fu pretended not to hear, turning her attention to Ning Jie as she continued. "By the way, last time they introduced a girl to your brother. She comes from the city's cultural troupe. Not only is she beautiful, but also quite composed. Yet your brother is disinterested, which troubles me greatly. When your brother Janya and I were of his age, he was already running around everywhere. Just look at him now, completely unbothered." Lin Yuezhi emerged from the kitchen, holding a dish, and after placing it on the table, she stifled a light laugh. Aunt Fu, with a hint of envy in her eyes, glanced at Ning Jie and remarked, "You are truly fortunate, having such a sensible girl by your side. And she is quite lovely too, resembling a star from the television. What is that saying? Ah yes, it's all about the temperament." Lin Yuezhi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson from Aunt Fu's praise, and she shyly replied, "Auntie, I'm not as great as you say." Rising from the sofa, Aunt Fu insisted, "I speak nothing but the truth. Do you have anyone you could introduce to your brother?" As the two women continued their conversation, they returned to the kitchen. Just then, Fu Jianye came back home, and the three men in the room turned to look at him, leaving him somewhat bewildered. He rubbed his face, suddenly feeling a bit self-conscious. "What are you all staring at me for?" At that moment, Aunt Fu was walking out with a dish, saying, "What are we staring at? Your brother whose child is already in 4th grade, and your younger brother has found someone. And you, I introduce you to one girl. And you reject every single one. Now my sisters are saying that the door to our Fu family is too hard to enter. Wondering when you'll finally meet your fairy." Fu Jianye felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He truly had no interest in dating. Yet the pressure from home was relentless. His mother seemed almost enchanted, reciting her concerns to him every day until his head buzzed. He looked at Ning Jie with a mournful expression and said, "Why start dating so early?" Ning Jie shrugged, his face innocent. "I can't be blamed for this. When fate arrives, it arrives. Look at you. Your fate has come, but mine has yet to arrive." Aunt Fu removed her apron and scoffed. "Oh please. Even if the matchmaker uses a rope meant for tying wood as the red thread for you, it wouldn't help. What kind of fate can withstand your picky nature?" Fu Jianye quickly changed the subject, asking Ning Jie, "I heard you've earned over $1 million this year?" Ning Jie scratched his head, looking at Fu Jianye with a pleading expression, and grinned. "Huh, brother, how did you know I got engaged after the new year?" "What?" Fu Jianye's eyes widened in shock, realizing his own brother had outsmarted him. Aunt Fu smacked the back of Fu Jianye's head, exclaiming, "Look at your brother. He has earned so much in just 2 months and is engaged after the new year, and you're not even in a hurry." With a glum face, Fu Jianye replied, "Mom, if you can, introduce me to a couple more. What if I find someone I like?" Aunt Fu let out a cold laugh, saying, "Now you want it. It's too late. The moment they hear they're being set up with you, they won't even show up. You'll have to find your own partner slowly. In today's world of free love, if you can't find someone, you'll just have to endure the scolding." Secretary Fu hurriedly came to his son's aid, saying, "Shao Jie, during the engagement ceremony, your uncle and aunt will be there to support you." Ning Jie was more than willing. In his previous life, at his own wedding, only Fu Jianye made a symbolic appearance, while Secretary Fu didn't even attend. "That would be splendid. Thank you, uncle." Fu Jianye gave his father a thumbs up, realizing that, in critical moments, his father was indeed dependable. Secretary Fu replied, "What is there to thank? I need to experience this feeling beforehand. I don't see much hope for your brother." Fu Jianye's lips twitched. Well, this father was just like that. Not a single reliable person in the whole house. Dinner stretched into the afternoon, and Secretary Fu, being of military background and having endured countless trials over the years, rarely got drunk. Secretary who had an astonishing tolerance for alcohol, being Secretary Fu's personal secretary. Having a decent capacity for drinking was essential. As for Fu Jianya, he lagged slightly behind, but could still hold his liquor quite well compared to an average person. The three men had consumed roughly 3 jin of liquor, which was specially supplied and unavailable on the market. Lin Yuezhi and Aunt Fu enjoyed sweet grape wine, produced locally. It was perplexing how, later on, sour foreign wines dominated the domestic market, while our own sweet grape wines became niche products. Once in the car, Ning Jie slapped his face and nonsensically remarked, "Drink and drive don't mix." Chapter 128. What's the matter, Aunt? Observing Ning Jie's slightly dazed expression, Lin Yuezhi inquired, "What are you saying?" Ning Jie squinted at her, reaching out to gently touch her face. "So lovely." Lin Yuezhi's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing. Her gaze flustered. "Hey, what are you doing? Can you still drive? Should we walk back?" Ning Jie leaned closer, and Lin Yuezhi's eyes widened in surprise as she grasped his shirt tightly, slowly closing her eyes. Annoying, there's the scent of alcohol and smoke. After a considerable time, the two finally parted. Lin Yuezhi gasped for breath, playfully hitting Ning Jie's chest in embarrassment. "So annoying. Aren't you worried about Aunt Fu and the others seeing? That's so inappropriate." Ning Jie chuckled. "What's there to fear? You'll soon be my wife. Where could you run off to? Shameless. Can you still drive?" Ning Jie nodded. "I'm all right. I'm sobering up." The couple drove home, and as they stepped out of the car, Ning Jie began to sway. Normally, 3 jin wouldn't affect him to this extent. But the liquor from Secretary Fu's military days was exceptionally potent, leaving him disoriented with just a gust of wind. Upon reaching the upstairs, Ning Jie collapsed onto the bed, losing all sense of awareness. Lin Yuezhi gazed affectionately at him, helping him undress before fetching water to wipe his face and body. Silly. That's called drinking and not driving. At around 6 in the evening, Ning Jie was awakened by Li Xiaodong. Groggily, he stumbled downstairs to the bathroom, and the scent of liquor wafted as he relieved himself. Rubbing his eyes, he entered the cafeteria, where a large family awaited Ning Jie. Lin Yuezhi had painstakingly prepared 12 dishes. Alas, in the depths of winter, the offerings were primarily potatoes, cabbage, and green radishes, with scarcely any leafy greens in sight. The table was laden with meat dishes, for in this era, many families feasted on a proper meat dish only during the new year, and sometimes went years without a new garment. It was indeed rare to encounter someone like Ning Jie, who lived such a life. Li Xiaodong poured Ning Jie a glass of white liquor, but Ning Jie frowned and pushed it back. "No more. I drank too much at noon." Old Zhang tapped the table with his chopsticks and remarked, "What's wrong with a man drinking a bit more throughout the day? If you drank at noon, you ought to drink again in the evening to let it out. Otherwise, you'll feel worse later." In Northeast China, the worst advice one could heed was to let it out. If you believed that, you could expect a long day of discomfort. Alcohol was not a benign companion. Many men from the Northeast had seen their lives crumble due to excessive drinking. Those with better temperaments fared better, while those lacking self-control often took their frustrations out on their wives. Such tragedies were not uncommon in this time, with instances of domestic violence leading to wives fleeing from unbearable situations. With a grim resolve, Ning Jie accepted the cup, and after a round, he found that indeed, letting it out felt quite relieving. Around 11, he staggered upstairs, with Lin Yuezhi following closely behind, fearing he might tumble down the stairs. Once upstairs, Ning Jie washed his feet and pulled Lin Yuezhi into bed. She spent the night tending to him, washing small garments under the dim light of a lamp. The following morning, Ning Jie woke early, while Lin Yuezhi unusually slept in. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was only 7 in the morning. Typically, Lin Yuezhi would have breakfast nearly ready by this hour. Last night, he had nearly lost consciousness from drinking. He lifted the blanket to check on her, noticing Lin Yuezhi shivering from the cold as she tugged the blanket closer. Groggily, she mumbled, "What are you doing? Did you wet the bed?" With a chuckle, Ning Jie replied, "Just checking on things." Lin Yuezhi paused, her eyes widening as she processed his words before rolling her eyes and saying, "Oh please. Your brother was even more intoxicated than you." Ning Jie's expression darkened, and he playfully slapped Lin Yuezhi on the backside, then leaned in to nibble at her cheek. Grinning, "What are you doing, you old stinker?" He lit a cigarette, tilting his head back. "You rest a bit longer. I'll go downstairs to prepare breakfast for you." Lin Yuezhi abruptly sat up, pulling the blanket around her as she glanced at the clock, exclaiming, "Oh no, it's past 7. I haven't made breakfast yet. You lie down. I'll take care of it." As Ning Jie descended the stairs, he spotted Lin Yuezhi's mother cooking, with Li Xiaodong assisting her. Upon seeing Ning Jie, Lin's mother smiled and inquired, "Awake now? Why not sleep a little longer?" Lin's mother had been brought over by Lu Zi the day before, and she had celebrated the small new year with Ning Jie and the others, planning to return home after the festivities. "I'm awake, Andy. You should sit down. You've just started cooking. Don't tire yourself out. Lin's mother chuckled. How tiring can cooking be? Just stay by my side. Men shooting tea metal in the kitchen. Li Xiaodong opened his mouth, holding a spatula, and glanced at Aunt Lin. All right, I admit it, I'm a woman. After cooking the dumplings, Lin's mother handed a ladle to Li Xiaodong and approached Ning Jie. Xiao Jie, come here, I need to discuss something with you. What is it? Aunt. Lin's mother hesitated slightly, saying, well, after the new year, we should choose a date for your engagement. If you're in a hurry, we can finalize it quickly and get married shortly after. Ning Jie nodded and replied, you can arrange it, Aunt. Well, it's just that Aunt is concerned that if you were to have something now, it might seem too rushed. Ning Jie then realized that Lin's mother feared Lin Yuezhi might already be expecting. In this day and age, being unmarried and pregnant was quite shameful and would invite judgment from others. He quickly assured, don't worry, Aunt, I would never let that happen. Lin's mother sighed in relief and, in a furtive manner, pulled out a package from her pocket and placed it into Ning Jie's hands. She then patted his hand. Nodding seriously, Ning Jie, feeling the warmth rise to his cheeks, squeezed the package tightly. Lin's mother pretended to be nonchalant as she returned to her tasks, while Ning Jie stuffed the package into his pocket and left the room with his head down, appearing flustered. Upon reaching the upstairs, Lin Yuezhi was washing her face. What brings you up here? Did Xiaodong and the others get up to cook? Ning Jie replied, no, your mother is cooking. Lin Yuezhi frowned and said, she is cooking? No way, I have to go down quickly. Her cooking is notoriously bad. Ning Jie grabbed Lin Yuezhi's arm and laughed. Relax, your mother is making dumplings. Lin Yuezhi sighed in relief. Well, that's acceptable. Honestly, my mom's cooking is terrible. Ning Jie nodded, and while speaking, he handed her the package. Yeah, I know. You've mentioned it several times. What is this? Lin Yuezhi asked, looking at the contents with suspicion, her face turning crimson. She quietly said, didn't we agree to wait until we were married? Chapter 129. The 8 Great Bowls of Manchu Cuisine. Lin Yuezhi's face flushed to her neck as she hurriedly placed the contraceptive items into the drawer of the bedside table. Embarrassed and annoyed. What on earth is my mother thinking? Ning Jie chuckled. What do you think she is thinking? By the way, I need to go have lunch with the little landlord. Last time, I made arrangements with him regarding the incident with defy. Lin Yuezhi nodded and turned to the wardrobe, pulling out a new outfit and placing it on the bed. We should indeed go to this, and after lunch, let us change clothes and head out properly. By the way, aren't you going to check on defy? Ning Jie shook his head, saying, why would I? We owe him nothing. To put it bluntly, the governor helped him a lot, and when the governor left, he didn't even see him off. We don't know him well enough. If he thinks I handled that matter poorly, I'll take responsibility. I'm not afraid of one defy. You might fear troublesome matters, but you're not afraid of troublesome people. Lin Yuezhi shot Ning Jie a glance, saying, look at you, acting so capable. In the early morning, after finishing their meal, Li Xiaodong and a few companions ventured out into the streets, splitting into 2 groups. One group headed to the entrance of the cultural palace, while the other made their way directly across from the department store. These young men, restless as ever, found little solace at home, often resorting to drinking and playing cards. Ning Jie drove around, noting the bustling activity at the cultural palace, where many were engaged in the festive tradition of writing couplets, and the department store was also quite crowded. The influx of rural visitors had diminished recently, a consequence of inconvenient transportation, as a round trip could easily consume an entire day. Fortunately, the frigid northeastern winter served as a natural freezer. One could prepare meat in advance, slaughter the New Year pig, and simply store it in the snow pit. Nowadays, there was no need to rely on the collective for meat distribution. What belonged to one's family remained theirs alone. Life in the countryside had considerably improved, as families no longer faced the dire straits of famine, forced to tighten their belts. It must be acknowledged that the privatization of land has proved beneficial for the farmers. Ning Jie made a reservation at Bafeng's High, recognizing the small landlord as a person worthy of forging a deep connection. This man abided by principles. Despite his strong ties to the underworld, his era's underworld differed vastly from the current one, which had devolved into something far less respectable over the decades. Those foolish individuals clad in loafers and cropped trousers had transformed the underworld into a cesspool. Ning Jie ordered the Manchu 8 great bowls, consisting of stir-fried snow vegetables with small tofu, braised shrimp with tofu and eggs, braised pig's trotter, boiled field chicken, chicken with rare mushrooms, New Year pig stew, imperial chunjun fish, and Amama's favorite meat. In addition to the 8 great bowls, Ning Jie selected 8 more dishes, all delicacies from the mountains, resulting in a total of 16 dishes, a testament to his sincerity. At 11:30, the small landlord arrived in the private room, donned in traditional Tang attire. Accompanied by 2 bodyguards, each towering at about 185 meters and impressively built, clad in Zhongshan suits. At this time, the concept of bodyguards was not yet widespread. Those of a certain status invariably had a few standing by. The elder brother arrived punctually, while his younger counterpart had taken the initiative to make the reservation. Uncertain if it would suit the elder's taste, the small landlord shook hands with Ning Jie, remarking, "You, my elder brother, may choose houses and women, but you certainly do not choose your food. This feast is merely a gesture of camaraderie. The dishes are of little consequence compared to our friendship." The elder brother took his seat, inviting the small landlord to the main place at the table. Zhou Pengzi greeted him with a smile. "Brother, it has been quite a while since we last met." The small landlord nodded, chuckling. "You have certainly put on some weight. You must be nearing 300 pounds. "Not quite so exaggerated. I'm only 260, was the reply. Dalong served tea to the group, while Shaoli urged the kitchen to commence with the dishes. The monk and the scholar also exchanged pleasantries with the small landlord. They were all relatively familiar with one another, except for Dalong, who had little interaction with the small landlord. After pouring the tea, Dalong pulled out cigarettes and offered them around before lighting one for the small landlord. "Brother, I'm Dalong, earning my keep at the machinery factory. I hope to count on your support in the future." The small landlord regarded Dalong, nodded, and said, "They say you're a man among men. And now that I see you, you truly possess the demeanor of a general." This compliment was heartfelt. Dalong, towering at 195 meters, resembled a human dragon, his physique a testament to his muscular build. If this lad were to be placed in ancient times, clad in battle armor, he would undoubtedly be a figure of great renown. Dalong chuckled and remarked, "My dear brother, you flatter me excessively. I merely indulge a tad too much. As my father would say, I am but a simpleton of considerable stature." Ning Jie teased, "One cannot put it that way. Look at old Zhou. He truly has overindulged. At least you have grown, while old Zhou has merely gained weight." The group erupted in laughter, while Zhou, the plump one, rolled his eyes and retorted, "Am I feasting on your family's rice?" Ning Jie scoffed, "If you possess such capability, refrain from freeloading at my home." "Freeloading? It is your wife who insists I stay for dinner." The monk shook his head, a look of disdain on his face, saying, "You truly lack shame." The small landlord chuckled and said, "You young fellows are truly fortunate, living in such a prosperous era. When I was your age, my sole thought was how to fill my belly. With an elder brother above and a younger sister below, during times of famine, my mother would take us to dig for elm roots and strip the bark. In those days, I had a few brothers and friends, akin to you, always engaging in playful banter. Come autumn, we would excavate rat holes and capture rodents for a feast. Alas, a plague struck, and my brothers perished, leaving me as the sole survivor. My family was once a landlord, employing numerous workers, but during the Four Olds campaign, everything was seized. I often pondered why poverty had become a form of honor. Now, times are good. At least one need not fear others preventing one from attaining wealth. Talent brings fortune, and hunger is no longer a concern." Ning Jie raised his thumb in approval, saying, "Brother, your words resonate deeply within me. In this day and age, as long as one possesses a sharp mind, poverty is intolerable." Dishes began to arrive in succession, and the group shared drinks and merriment. The small landlord exhibited little pretentiousness. After a few cups, it was unclear whether he was genuinely intoxicated or feigning it, as he patted Ning Jie's hand and squinted his eyes. "Brother, you have stirred quite the hornet's nest with the matter of Yongdatu. Word on the street suggests that it was the monk, Dalong, and his associates who dealt with him, but those with ulterior motives could easily pin this incident on you. This was not something the elder brother should have disclosed. Yet as we share this table and I have grown older, I take pleasure in witnessing your youthful endeavors. So do not hold it against me for speaking out of turn." Ning Jie straightened in his seat, adopting a serious demeanor as he inquired, "Please, do tell." The small landlord nodded and asked thoughtfully, "Do you know who stands behind Yongdatu?" Chapter 130. New Year's Eve. How could Ning Jie be unaware of who stood behind Yongdatu? He had learned of this matter in his previous life when an old soldier annihilated Yongdatu's family. The paramount authority in B City was Old Fu, while the second in command was Lu Jiangwo, who had entered the fray in the early years of the decade. By then, he had already been reassigned to another city, and his actions had caused quite a stir, as he had brought down a genuine tiger in the anti-crime campaign. Just yesterday, Secretary Fu had nearly made it explicit. The other party was aware that Yongdatu's demise was orchestrated by him. Secretary Fu was quite clear that, in the case of others, evidence might not be significant. But in Ning Jie's case, as long as there was no evidence, the adversary could do nothing to him. Ning Jie feigned ignorance, shaking his head at the young landlord and remarking, "I truly do not know." The landlord, with a knowing look, gestured towards the ceiling before lifting his cup and gazing at Ning Jie with a jovial smile. Ning Jie raised his glass, clinking it with the landlord's, and said, "Thank you for your guidance, my brother." After both had downed their drinks, the landlord picked up a piece of hazel mushroom and chewed it thoughtfully. "Many years ago, I came to realize something. We, as individuals, have aligned ourselves with the current era. When the day arrives that we are no longer needed, it will be time to settle accounts with us. Thus, I have long since retracted my clause wherever possible. You know, my brother, I have always conducted business across the river. Although I have heard you have made quite a fortune, for me, it is but a drop in the ocean. In these times, one must either be a dog or a rat. Do you know why our city lacks a true leader?" Ning Jie shook his head, continuing to feign ignorance. The landlord, with a serious expression, replied, "It is because we are merely a group of pariahs. Others do not regard us highly. What they desire is absolute control, fearing that one day we might bite back. It is akin to herding sheep, while you may have a flock with dogs. Wolves are entirely unacceptable, for their presence would disturb the night's rest." Ning Jie understood this well and smiled as he said, "Brother, we are different." The landlord, with a knowing glint in his eye, inquired, "In what way are we different?" Ning Jie shrugged, "We are businessmen." "Ha ha." The landlord heartily slapped Ning Jie on the shoulder. Laughing heartily, he raised his glass and declared, "We, my friend, are bound by an age-old friendship. Regardless of your thoughts, I shall consider you my brother, and your affairs will henceforth be my concerns. In this life, what we lack is not friends, but kindred spirits who share our aspirations." Ning Jie downed his drink in one go, raising his empty glass, "With you saying that, as your younger brother, I shall ensure I do not disappoint." Once their meal concluded, the bodyguard drove the landlord home, while Ning Jie and his companions returned to the factory. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was New Year's Eve. The past few days had been filled with feasting and revelry, and early in the morning, a group donned in fresh attire gathered in Ning Jie's home, where 2 tables were set, adorned with peanuts, sunflower seeds, and an abundance of sweets. Ning Jie had procured a variety of sorghum candy and large white rabbits, along with several packs of no old forest candies and shrimp crisps from the department store. The group huddled together, playing a tape recorder, listening to Teresa Tang's songs while engaging in light-hearted banter. Lin Mu and Lin Yuji busied themselves on the first floor preparing the New Year's Eve dinner, traditionally served at noon, with firecrackers and dumpling making planned for the evening. The television was on, its volume set particularly low, though no one was watching. The current programming offered little of interest, primarily featuring comedic duos. The subjects of their chatter revolved around gossip regarding the size of various young ladies' figures and the indiscretions of certain young women. Old Zhang, an elderly man full of vigor, embodies the notion that a man remains youthful at heart until his last breath. Regardless of age or diminishing capabilities, he maintains a profound interest in certain matters. When noon arrived, the New Year's Eve feast commenced. To speak candidly, after indulging in meat daily for several days, the sight of a table laden with dishes had diminished their appetite. As they exchanged toasts and savored their meal, Ning Jie turned to Lin Yueji and requested, "Could you fetch me some spicy pickled cabbage and a few small side dishes?" Lin Yueji, noticing the lack of enthusiasm for meat, nodded and descended to bring back 4 plates of pickles. Their pickled vegetables, akin to the spicy cabbage, were seasoned with a salty and spicy flavor. And after a brief fermentation, they developed a delightful tang, marking the peak of their taste. In contrast, the pickled cabbage from the city was sweet, made with chili powder rather than chili flakes, which Ning Jie found unappealing. Their pickled assortment included unique ingredients such as cucumbers, napa cabbage, and small garlic cloves, complemented by green chilies, perilla leaves, and celery roots. Ning Jie particularly relished the celery roots for their distinctive flavor and substantial texture, which provided a delightful culinary experience. Upon finishing the meal, everyone returned to their rooms to recharge for the evening, ready to usher in the new year. The night promised a gala, where they could enjoy skits and performances, serving as fodder for conversation for the next 6 months. As the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, Ning Jie emerged from the warmth of his blankets. In northeast China, winter nights fall swiftly, and by 5 o'clock, the sun had already vanished from the sky. The younger crowd had long awakened and gathered in the cafeteria to prepare dumplings. After wrapping the dumplings, they ascended to their rooms, turned on the television, and awaited the commencement of the gala. A group of over 20 individuals divided into several clusters, engaging in various card games. Some played Red 10, while others indulged in 50 Kai and Chow Yao, with the remaining crowd immersed in a game of Jia Jinhua. Ning Jie glanced at his hand, an 89A flush, realizing only he and Wu Yi remained in play. Wu Yi grinned and said, Brother, it's your turn to open. I've already invested quite a bit. Ning Jie rolled his eyes at Wu Ye, replying, no worries, consider it my New Year's gift to you. Wu Ye, with a sly smile, revealed his cards, a 10 JK flush, surpassing Ning Jie's hand. Ning Jie tossed his cards to Wu Ye and gathered the pot, while the onlookers erupted in laughter at Wu Ye's misfortune. With a resigned expression, Wu Ye lamented, well, that was a disappointment. Old Zhang, puffing on his pipe, teased, what do we call this? It's a case of pride leading to downfall. At 7:58 in the evening, the group set aside their cards, their faces alight with excitement as they focused on the television, peanuts and sunflower seeds in hand, some even with cigarettes dangling from their mouths. Ning Jie glanced at the calendar hanging on the wall. It read February 8th, 1986. As the clock chimed, the television screen transformed, and the hosts, including Zhao Zhongxiang, took to the stage. The Spring Festival Gala had officially begun. Chapter 131. New Year greetings. The venue for the current gala is modest, lacking in extravagant stunts. In this year, Zhao Zhongxiang has yet to wield a needle, Liu Shaoqing has not yet engaged in tax evasion, and Wang Gang has not yet ascended to the role of He Shun. The opening song is performed by Jiang Dawei, titled New Year's Song. This year, Jiang Dawei's In That Peach Blossom Blooming Place has swept the nation, alongside The Girl from Alishan and My Chinese Heart, which have also been widely sung. It can be said that although the entertainment industry during this era was somewhat lacking, every endeavor was executed with great care, including these timeless songs, which continue to resonate even decades later. As Master Jiang Dawei sings In That Peach Blossom Blooming Place, the audience is enveloped in goosebumps. When My Chinese Heart begins, tears well up in the eyes of many, fists clenched tightly. The performances unfold one after another. This year, Master Zhao Benshan has yet to grace the Spring Festival Gala, with the comedic acts still resting on the shoulders of Jiang Kuan, Ho Yaowen, Chen Paisai, and Zhu Shimao. Regardless of future evaluations, Master Jiang Kuan retains a certain prestige from this era, particularly with the classic skit lamb skewers performed by Zhu Shimao and Chen Paisai, which leaves the audience gasping for breath from laughter. The Spring Festival Gala of this time does not resort to forced sentimentality. It focuses solely on joy. As teacher Zhao has remarked, after a year of hard work, how much impact can a night of education truly have? Even the most stubborn holdouts made their appearance on the Spring Festival Gala this year, with Master Feng Gong embarking on a remarkable 33-year journey with the event. During the grand chorus, outside, firecrackers resound, while the indoor festivities include a modest firework called Zihua Pao, resembling the thickness of a thumb, which bursts in the sky with minimal display. Lin Yuezhi and her mother, both yawning, descend the stairs to prepare dumplings. After the grand chorus concludes, the guests engage in lively discussions about the previous skit, their arms slung around each other as they make their way downstairs. Once the dumplings are consumed, the energy of the group wanes, and yawns are exchanged, along with New Year greetings. Ning Jie produces the red envelopes he had prepared earlier, distributing 200 yuan to each person, which equates to half a month's wages for those with lower incomes. Thank you, Brother Ning Jie. The group of youngsters beams with delight. Unable to contain their joy, Ning Jie waves his hand, saying, tomorrow is the first day of the new year. The streets will be filled with performances by the forestry troupe and the local art group performing folk dances. I've heard they even set up a stage for a two-person show. Get some rest. We'll go out to enjoy ourselves in the morning. These individuals, all orphans, found solace in Ning Jie after their guardian passed away, becoming their family. Nods of agreement are exchanged as they return indoors. Ning Jie embraces Lin Yuezhi as they ascend the stairs, tidying up the room filled with sunflower seed shells and peanut skins before yawning and falling asleep in each other's arms. At dawn, Ning Jie calls upon the others to load the items he had purchased before the new year into the car. He then takes Lin Yuezhi out, their first stop being Uncle Fu's home. After a brief visit with Uncle Fu, they drive out of the courtyard, heading to visit the monk and the scholar. After visiting the three families, Ning Jie proceeded to pay a New Year's visit to the home of a small landlord. The celebration unfolded like a bustling marketplace. As soon as he set down his offerings, exchanged auspicious words, and sipped tea while nibbling on a few sweets, he was off to the next household. Once he had completed his rounds, Ning Jie's pace slowed. He drove around the train station and parked outside the old shantytown, then carried 2 bags of goods into the area. Lin Yuezhi followed closely behind as they entered a narrow alleyway, barely 1.5 meters wide, with a path of about 20 centimeters carved out amidst the uneven ground, flanked by piles of snow. They trudged through the snow, finally stopping at the entrance of a small courtyard. The house was an old earthen structure, appearing quite low with a straw-thatched roof. The door stood ajar, and upon entering the courtyard, they could hear the chatter of voices from within. The courtyard was modest yet well kept, adorned with hanging red peppers and a few strings of corn. The doorway was low enough that Ning Jie had to duck slightly to enter, and Lin Yuezhi soon realized that the floor of the room was over half a meter below the ground level. Such houses are not uncommon in northeast China, with some being entirely sunken underground, typically inhabited by timber workers and loggers. Upon entering, the occupants instantly hushed, and upon recognizing Ning Jie, they quickly rose to greet him. Happy New Year! Ning Jie smiled and nodded in return before stepping into the inner room, where he spotted Zhou Fatty's father leaning against the Kong, smoking. Uncle, Happy New Year! Zhou Fatty's father, unfamiliar with Ning Jie, recognized him as a friend of his son upon seeing the bags in their hands. He promptly nodded and replied, Happy New Year, young man. Zhou Fatty hurriedly took the bags and introduced, Dad, this is Ning Jie, the friend I told you about. Zhou Fatty's father shifted closer to the edge of the Kong, and Ning Jie quickly sat down beside him. The older man grasped Ning Jie's hand firmly. Child, I've heard Xiaobin speak of you often. You've done a great service for our family. Ning Jie quickly replied, Uncle, please don't say that. Fatty and I are like brothers. His success is entirely due to his good character and talent. Zhou Fatty felt a bit embarrassed by the praise, unaware of his own merits. At that moment, Lin Yuezhi chimed in. Uncle, Happy New Year. Zhou Fatty's father pointed at Lin Yuezhi and asked, Child, is this your wife? Ning Jie nodded and replied, Yes, Uncle, this is my wife. Zhou Fatty's father acknowledged with a nod, saying, just as Fatty described. She looks like a star from a magazine, truly beautiful. Approaching closer, Lin Yuezhi then noticed that Zhou Fatty's father had lost both legs below the knees. No wonder Zhou Fatty always had to pack food to take home after dinner. After spending over half an hour at Zhou Fatty's home, he leaned over and asked, So, have you finished your New Year visits? Ning Jie shook his head. Not yet. I still have DeLong's family to visit. Planning to linger a bit longer with you and them. Zhou Pengzi comprehended the implications of Ning Jie's words and nodded appreciatively. Zhou Pengzi's father waved his hand and suggested, Xiaobin, why don't you all join in the New Year festivities outside? Coincidentally, your aunt mentioned that there would be stilt walkers today. Go and enjoy the lively atmosphere. Zhou Pengzi glanced at Ning Jie, raising an eyebrow. Ning Jie rolled his eyes and replied, All right, uncle. Since I'm driving, I'll take Pengzi for a little tour. As the three stepped out of the courtyard and into the vehicle, before they could even start the engine, they spotted Li Xiaodong hurriedly pedaling his bicycle towards them. Ning Jie and Zhou Pengzi quickly exited the car, and Li Xiaodong flung his bike aside, scrambling over to them while shouting, No, it's bad, brother. Wu has been stabbed. Chapter 132. What are you planning to do about this? Ning Jie's expression darkened instantly. What happened? Li Xiaodong, breathless and panicked, explained. We went to watch the folk dance, and afterwards, a woman accidentally stepped on Xiao Shi's foot. He merely remarked that she had delayed his landing. The man accompanying her then struck Xiao Shi. We were caught off guard and rushed in to help, but it turned out they had knives. In the chaos, they stabbed Wu Ye. Brother Lu took Wu Ye to the hospital, and we started searching for you. Ning Jie inhaled deeply and inquired, All because of a single comment? Li Xiaodong nodded, saying, You know how crowded it was today. A simple misstep wouldn't typically lead to this. The key point is that Xiao Shi was smiling when he spoke to her. Furrowing his brow, Ning Jie asked, Do you know who struck him? Li Xiaodong shook his head, responding, I don't recognize him, but I heard the woman calling him something like Chunqing. Zhang Xiaoyan, who had not yet left, approached upon hearing Li Xiaodong's words and asked, Xiaodong, are you sure you didn't team us here? Did they call him Chunqing? Everyone turned to Zhang Xiaoyan, and Zhou Pengzi queried, Do you know who that is? Zhang Xiaoyan nodded. If it is indeed Chunqing, I might know him. But I'm uncertain if it's the same person. Xiaodong, is this Chunqing about the same height as our Ning Jie and rather dark-skinned? With quite a few pockmarks on his face? Li Xiaodong's eyes brightened, and he quickly affirmed, That's exactly how he looks. Frowning, Zhang Xiaoyan remarked to Ning Jie, Brother, I can't shake the feeling that this guy acted with intent. Ning Jie furrowed his brow and asked, What do you mean? Zhou Pengzi kicked Zhang Xiaoyan lightly on the backside, eagerly pressing, Just speak up. Don't keep us in suspense. Zhang Xiaoyan, rubbing his backside with a look of grievance, explained, Well, that Chunqing is the younger brother of Dafei, the child of Dafei's second aunt. I used to hang out with Dafei for a while, and I met him once. Everyone calls him Big Fool Chun, but he is not foolish. He is just a bit tall and looks a bit silly. This fellow is quite well known in Lin City. It seems he has come here to celebrate the new year with Dafei this year. The city of Lin is not far from City B, merely over 100 miles away, serving as a prefecture-level city under B. Although the area is modest in size, The water quality is even murkier than that of City B. Ning Jie furrowed his brow. If the intention was merely to celebrate the new year, there would be no need to bring along a group of people. A glance revealed that they were most likely well prepared. The individuals from Defay's side were familiar with Xiao Dong, indicating that they had come directly from Lin City, and unfortunately, a quarrel had ensued, leading to Wu Ye being stabbed. Ning Jie's expression darkened instantly. He clenched his fists. If he were to confront Defay, it was certain that Defay would deny any involvement. This situation was forcing him to seek trouble with Deshachun in Lin City, and they seemed to have the upper hand, as he would not gain any advantage in their territory. However, for Ning Jie, the matter was not merely contingent on Defay's acknowledgement. Let's not go to DeLong's place first. I'll head to the hospital, he decided. Zhou Pengzi frowned and asked, aren't you going to confront them? Are we just going to let them slip away? Ning Jie replied, why confront them? They are undoubtedly prepared and have likely already fled. We should deal with the main issue directly. Zhou Pengzi slapped his forehead. True, damn it. That scoundrel Defay is so underhanded. Even if we find him, he won't admit to anything. Ning Jie scoffed. Does it matter if he admits it or not? Let that fellow Deshachun revel for a couple of days during the new year. This matter is far from over. Upon getting into the car, Lin Yuzhi nudged Ning Jie, saying, during the new year, don't stir up trouble unnecessarily. Ning Jie chuckled, ruffling Lin Yuzhi's hair. Don't worry. I won't cause any trouble. Upon arriving at the hospital, Ning Jie and Lin Yuzhi stood before the operating room, where a number of people were waiting. Xiao Shi, covered in blood, sat at the entrance, sobbing. Ning Jie approached him, frowning, and said, why are you crying? Wu Ye was stabbed, but he is not dead. Look at you, covered in blood. It's quite alarming. Go find a doctor to clean you up. Xiao Shi wiped his tears. Feeling wronged. Brother, I really didn't provoke them. They just came and hit me. Ning Jie felt disheartened as well. He patted Xiao Shi's shoulder, offering comfort. Don't worry, Wu Ye will be fine. I will ensure you get an explanation for this. Initially, he had planned to visit DeLong after this, but that was no longer necessary. As the clock approached 11, Wu Ye was wheeled out of the operating room and taken to a hospital room. Ning Jie pulled the attending physician aside as they exited into the corridor. The doctor clenched his fist, then discreetly tucked his right hand into his pocket. Doctor, I apologize for making you work during the new year, Ning Jie remarked. The doctor's hand rolled in his pocket, and a smile instantly appeared on his face. What are you saying? Wearing this white coat is precisely for this purpose. Rest assured, your brother is fine. The stabs were fortunately placed and did not hit any vital organs. Otherwise, it would have been a different story. Ning Jie sighed in relief, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Doctor, if anything arises, please lend your assistance. This child has had a tough life and is all alone. You can rest assured that I won't let your efforts go in vain. The doctor nodded and reassured. Do not worry, everything will be fine. Even if it is not my shift, I have already instructed someone to take care of things, and I will come by every day. After seeing off the doctor, Ning Jie returned to the ward with a gloomy expression, listening once again to Xiao Shi recount the events of the morning. Leaning back in his chair, Ning Jie took a deep breath. Lin Yuzhi observed the silent group in the room and remarked, all right, enough of the long faces. You all should head home for a meal. My brother and I will stay here. After dinner, rest for a while. Wen Xian, you come back with your brother Xiao Dong in the afternoon to relieve us. Lu Wenxuan, being the adopted son of the commander, generally looked after the children when Wu Ye was absent. Lin Yuzhi spoke, prompting Lu Wenxuan to rise from the bedside. All right, sister-in-law. We'll head back for now and return shortly. Ning Jie glanced at Lu Wenxuan and cautioned, just stay put at home. Don't foolishly think about revenge. Your brother is still here. He certainly won't allow it to go unpunished. The group nodded in agreement, leaving the ward dejectedly. Once they departed, Zhou Pengzi, Dalong, and their entourage arrived, accompanied by the monk and the scholar, all carrying various items as they entered the ward in a rush. After setting down their belongings, the monk furrowed his brow and inquired, Old Ning, how do you plan to handle this? Chapter 133. Find a reliable doctor. Ning Jie glanced at Lin Yuzhi before responding. First, we need to find Defay. The monk nodded, acknowledging that everyone understood the situation was inevitably tied to Defay. Ning Jie had no grudges with these people. They would not seek trouble across the city without reason. If Defay was not involved, such a situation would be impossible. Whether Defay acknowledged it or not was irrelevant. If he wished to distance himself, it would depend on whether Ning Jie afforded him that opportunity. Dalong sat on the bed, looking at the still unconscious Wu Ye, and frowned. Defay's inn was smashed by the little landlords. Even the Kong was overturned. This kid has no other means of livelihood. He's just staying at home. Ning Jie understood Dalong's implication. One does not harm family in times of trouble. Even if Wuya was in trouble, they could not directly confront Defy, as it would violate the unwritten rules of their world. He could not remain at home indefinitely. Starting tomorrow, anyone associated with Defy would be dealt with. For the next few days, it would be arduous for you all to accompany me as we traverse the city. The monk rolled his eyes and quipped, well, staying at home won't hurt. It will just help digest the food. Lin Yuezhi kept her head down, silent. Deep inside, she wished to spare Ning Jie from such matters. But with Wuya now injured, she could neither intervene nor contain the situation. The group continued their discussion until midnight when the door was suddenly pushed open. Everyone turned their heads, and the monk and others quickly stood up. Defy had arrived. What brings you here? To see a spectacle? Zhou Pengzi's tone was unkind as he confronted Defy, who bore bandages on his head. Defy looked around the room and couldn't help but shiver, forcing a wry smile as he said, everyone is here? Ning Jie stood up, walking towards Defy with a furrowed brow, and asked, what do you mean by this? Defy took a half-step back, his face marked by embarrassment as he spoke. I heard something happened to Wuya, so I came to check on him. Ning Jie scrutinized Defy from head to toe, nodding with a serious expression. Defy, you really are something. You had someone stab my little brother. And then you come here pretending to check on him. Quite the clever maneuver, I must say. Defy forced a bitter smile. Brother, please let me explain. Ning Jie grasped Defy by the collar and pulled him outside, causing the apple and malt beverage in Defay's hands to scatter across the floor. Once outside the ward, Ning Jie shoved Defy away. Defy, I respected you as a person of substance. Your brother set me up, and I didn't hold it against you. I even referred to you as a brother and entrusted you with lucrative business opportunities. In just over a month, you must have earned at least 10,000 yuan, right? And yet, your brother's in trouble, and I come to mediate for you, only for you to pull a stunt on me. Tell me, what gives you such audacity? Why did you have someone stab my brother? Damn it. Am I the one who helped you get into this mess? Defy looked pained and replied, Brother, I regret the situation with the little landlord. Xiao Shandong is my biological brother, and I promised our parents to protect him. I need to clarify this matter today. I was initially unaware of the situation, and as soon as I learned of it, I rushed over. Ning Jie took a deep breath and pointed at Defy, cursing, Are you trying to fool me? You mean to say your cousin could go and stab Wuya? Defy managed a bitter smile. Brother, I don't know how to explain this to you, but trust me, I did not orchestrate this. Zhou Pengzi furrowed his brow and asked, Are you implying that your brother did this? Defy gritted his teeth and nodded, then suddenly knelt before Ning Jie. Brother, I owe you an apology. Before the new year, Dachuan learned about my affair with the little landlord and came looking for me. I thought the matter was settled, but my brother told Dachuan that you were involved. This truly happened without my knowledge. Had I not heard today that Wuya was stabbed by Dachuan, I would have remained completely oblivious. Ning Jie regarded Defy with a scrutinizing gaze, a cold smile gracing his lips. What do you mean? Are you trying to shift the blame onto your brother? Defy steeled himself and replied, My brother has been taken away by Dachuan and won't be returning. I will shoulder the responsibility for Wuya's incident. I regret the past, and from now on, you can do as you wish, draw the line, and I will abide. Ning Jie extended his hand, and Defy hesitated for a moment before placing his hand in Ning Jie's. Ning Jie pulled him up with a slight force, patted Defay's shoulder, and pointed towards the ward. Wuya is still lying there. If you claim it was your brother who did it, I will accept that. You need not take further responsibility. Your brother, along with that fool Dachuan, will not escape. As for you, Defy, I respect you as a man. Disband your crew and give yourself one night to figure it out. If I do not hear from you by tomorrow, anyone associated with you will face consequences. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, at the Riverside Wild Island in Liangjiang Town, it's a one-on-one. You may choose not to attend or not to disband. I'm giving you this one opportunity. Defy clenched his teeth, feeling an unbearable sense of frustration, yet he found himself utterly powerless. As he gazed at Ning Jie and the formidable group behind him, a wave of helplessness washed over him. Ning Jie had now risen to a position where he could easily contend with the local tyrants, and he was likely to emerge victorious. If it weren't for his disappointing younger brother, he would not have found himself in such a dire situation. Upon hearing De Sha Chun declare that he had avenged him, Defy felt as though the world had crumbled around him. Particularly, the foolish yet triumphant glint in Xiao Shandong's eyes left Ning Jie at a loss for words. He dismissed De Sha Chun and sent him away with Xiao Shandong. Arriving alone at the hospital, teeth clenched. He knew Ning Jie would not let this matter rest. Anyone in his position would be unwilling to simply let it go. Yet, the thought of having all he had fought for over the years reduced to nothing by a mere word from another person filled him with bitterness. Though he felt that bitterness, the situation had already escalated beyond salvage. He had contemplated confronting Ning Jie head-on, But the thought of his brothers struggling to navigate the streets quelled that notion. Perhaps this would serve as an explanation to their parents? Defay nodded slightly, blood oozing from his cracked lips. Thank you. Sighing, Ning Jie looked at the forlorn Defay and felt a sudden pang of sympathy. This man was indeed remarkable. Had it not been for his unworthy brother, he would not have faced such a downfall. Observing Defay's retreating figure, Ning Jie suddenly spoke. Don't forget to find a competent doctor in advance. Tomorrow, I shall not hold back. Chapter 134. The Marshal and the Literary. Early the next morning, Li Xiaodong knocked on Ning Jie's door. Climbing out of bed, he exclaimed with excitement, "Brother-in-law, Defay has declared that he will withdraw from any future dealings with us." Ning Jie had anticipated this. After Defay revealed that his brother was the one behind Wu Ye's troubles, there was no need for further deceit. Defay's kneeling had extinguished any desire to pressure him further, yet Ning Jie was no benevolent soul. Defay's affairs belonged to him alone. But Xiao Shandong's misdeeds could not be overlooked. All right, I understand, Ning Jie replied. Li Xiaodong lamented, "Brother, how could Xiao Shandong be so reckless? Having such a brother who leads him to ruin?" Ning Jie retrieved a cigarette from beneath his pillow, lighting it as he leaned against the headboard. Some people are born to repay kindness, while others are born to seek vengeance. Li Xiaodong nodded in agreement. Indeed, I feel that Zhang Fan is one of those who seeks vengeance. Ning Jie chuckled softly. For a dead man, vengeance matters not. After finishing his cigarette, Ning Jie dressed, and the two strolled downstairs. After their meal, Lin Yuezhi pulled Ning Jie aside, her brow furrowed with worry. You must go at noon? She asked anxiously, ruffling her hair. Ning Jie looked at her concerned face and reassured her. In life, those who aspire to reach the summit will inevitably encounter obstacles along the way. Rest assured, there will undoubtedly come a day when we shall stand atop the mountains, and at that time, no one will trouble us. Lin Yuezhi obediently nodded and remarked, I shall await your return at home. Indeed, do prepare a sumptuous meal for lunch. The monks and others shall surely come to dine and drink. Very well. You may drive me to the hospital shortly, as I need to deliver food to Wu Ye. The doctor mentioned he can only consume liquids, and we have a bit of cornmeal at home. I shall prepare a porridge for him, sweetened with some brown sugar. Yes, let us visit him after we eat. After their meal, the two drove to the hospital. Wu Ye had awakened the previous day, lying in bed, his face devoid of color, receiving in 4 drip. Ning Jie observed the 4 with a sense of unease. The needle was not only thick but also utilized a glass syringe, requiring the needle to be heated before use, making the injection quite painful. Brother, Wu Ye said weakly. Ning Jie nodded and settled beside him. Today, I shall retrieve half of what you lost. Once you recover, the other half will be yours to reclaim. The gathering at Defay's place had already dispersed. Soon, I shall circle back with Defay, and he will come to keep you company a little later. Wu Ye managed a faint smile and nodded. Thank you, brother. Ning Jie shook his head, replying, This is my responsibility. I have assured the Admiral that I will take good care of you all. Under my watch, you shall not suffer any grievances. Focus solely on your recovery. Everything you are owed will be returned to you without fail. Once Wu Ye finished his meal, Ning Jie and Lin Yuezhi exited the hospital. Returning home, Ning Jie changed his clothes and leaned against the headboard, smoking. Before 9 o'clock, the yard became lively. He donned his coat and descended the stairs, finding the first floor and yard crowded with people. De Long, Old Zhou, and the monks, along with a multitude of brothers, had all arrived. Ever since Tai Jun partnered with Ning Jie in business, he had been away for a considerable time, only returning to Bi City as the new year approached. He had come to pay his respects yesterday, bringing numerous gifts. Though he and Wu Ye were not close, he had not visited the hospital yesterday, seemingly focused solely on making money and avoiding trouble. Yet today, Tai Jun had chosen to come. You're here quite early, Ning Jie remarked. The monk smiled broadly, stating, Of course, let us head there first to scout the terrain. We must ensure Defay does not ambush us. The monk's concerns were valid. Should Defay resort to deceit, feigning innocence while plotting in the shadows, Ning Jie would be left vulnerable and alone. Very well, let us proceed. We shall return for lunch. My partner will prepare a delightful feast for everyone. There will be plenty of wine. Lin Yuezhi watched as Ning Jie departed the courtyard. A throng of people riding bicycles, some even with passengers, making their way out of the city. Many bystanders gathered to witness the commotion. It was indeed rare to see such a collective movement from this group of ruffians. The monk had acquired a vehicle from his father, trailing behind Ning Jie, for in this frigid weather, traveling by car was certainly more comfortable. Upon reaching the riverside, Ning Jie glanced at his watch. It was only 9:40. Gazing through the car window at the island, I spotted a small group of individuals, approximately 30 in number, standing on the shore. We drove along the river path until we reached the water's edge, then gradually halted before the assembly. Defy extinguished his cigarette, inhaled deeply, and rose to his feet. As he exited the vehicle, the onlookers appeared somewhat apprehensive, observing the multitude of figures on the river, nervously standing behind Defy. These individuals were Defay's brothers. Even though he suggested dispersing, they could not bear to see him alone, circling with others. It is often said that when a tree falls, the monkeys scatter. However, despite the circumstances, there were still those willing to stand by Defy, which speaks volumes of his loyalty towards them. Nonetheless, personal sentiments aside, Ning Jie would not overlook the situation simply because Defay treated his companions well. To Ning Jie, Defay was far from impressive. After stepping out of the car, Defay looked at Ning Jie and forced a smile, saying, "You've arrived." Ning Jie nodded in acknowledgement, followed by Li Xiaodong, Lu Zi, and Lao Zhou, along with De Long, who trailed behind. Zhang Xiaoyan and his companions remained on their bicycles, circling the island on the ice before finally dismounting to join the group. Ning Jie glanced at the individuals behind Defay, to which Defay responded with a wry smile. "I've already dismissed everyone, but these brothers are concerned about me. So they came to check." Ning Jie retorted with a cold smirk. "Well, while your performance in business may be lacking, at least you treat your own brothers decently." Defay awkwardly chuckled, offering Ning Jie a cigarette. Ning Jie accepted it, lit it, and gestured dismissively. "I, Ning Jie, keep my word. Today, it will be a one-on-one match. Regardless of the outcome, I shall not trouble you or your brothers again." Defay nodded, refraining from mentioning the matter of Xiao Shandong. He harbored doubts about Ning Jie genuinely pursuing trouble with the Sha Chun across the city. Even if he did, Defay felt he had already done his utmost. What could he use to intervene? His life? Lao Zhou and the others gradually stepped back, and Ning Jie inquired of Defay, "Will it be a contest of wit or strength?" Defay inhaled deeply, replying, "Strength, I suppose. Wit implies no weapons, while strength means each person wields one weapon only." Without a second, Ning Jie nodded, feeling at his waist, producing a short blade in his hand. Chapter 135. Resumption of work. Defay regarded Ning Jie with a serious expression, the gleam of his machete reflecting coldly. It was rumored on the streets that Defay was a formidable fighter, though none present had engaged him in combat. Ning Jie was aware that Defay was a practitioner of martial arts. In this day and age, one must possess skill to survive. Mere talent is insufficient without intellect. Had it not been for Xiao Shandong, Defay could have advanced significantly in life. In his previous life, it was Xiao Shandong's recklessness that compelled Defay to return to their hometown. As they clashed, the sharp sound of impact caused the monks to furrow their brows slightly. They had witnessed Ning Jie in action, and Defay's earlier display had already surpassed that of the monks considerably. De Long, with a cigarette between his lips, remarked, "Defay possesses some talent." Zhou, squinting, added, "How could a newcomer like Defay establish himself here without some skill? It's a pity, though. If it weren't for that unfortunate brother, he would undoubtedly become a remarkable figure in the future." Over the years, Defay has made numerous acquaintances, but in doing so, he has also offended many, almost as if he and Xiao Shandong are locked in a contest. For every friend gained, an enemy is surely made. Because of Xiao Shandong, Defay has faced his fair share of criticism. Tai Jun remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "Defay is indeed a man of genuine character. What a pity." Xiao Kai crossed his arms and asserted, "Defay's current predicament is nothing but his own doing." Xiao Shandong has been coddled by his parents, growing increasingly arrogant. With his nose held high, Defay is well aware of this, but has always chosen to shield him. Despite Defay's formidable nature, how can he withstand the fallout from Xiao Shandong's indiscretions? The others nodded in agreement. Xiao Kai's words rang true. Xiao Shandong's current state is a direct result of Defay's indulgence. Dealing with such a troublesome individual, one should simply ignore him, allowing others to discipline him. Unlike Defay, who is involved in every significant and trivial matter, they continued. Just as this conversation unfolded, Ning Jie elbowed Defay in the chest, seizing the opportunity as Defay staggered back. In a swift motion, Ning Jie ensnared Defay's arm, causing his knife to clatter to the ground. The monk sighed, "Ah, it's a loss." As soon as the words left his lips, Ning Jie thrust the knife 3 times, each stab finding its mark. Defay, clutching his abdomen, collapsed onto the ground. Ning Jie retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped the blade clean, and discarded it casually. Observing Defay being helped to his feet, Ning Jie spoke emotionlessly, "Our matters are settled." Defay offered a feeble nod, and Ning Jie continued, "Inform De Sha Chun to stay low-key in Lin City and avoid venturing out. One day, if things escalate, it will not end well." Defay's gaze sharpened as he nodded, hesitantly adding, "What about my brother?" Ning Jie, with an indifferent expression, replied, "If you believe you can shoulder it, then you may also bear the burden of your brother's affairs." Feeling dejected, Defay lowered his head and muttered, "I understand." Ning Jie waved his hand dismissively. "Enough? Hurry to the hospital, you won't die just yet." Once in the vehicle, a group of them set off down the road. Upon entering the city, the group dispersed, leaving only Ning Jie and a few prominent figures who returned to Ning Jie's factory. As Ning Jie arrived, Lin Yuzhi hurriedly ran over. The moment Ning Jie stepped out of the car, Lin Yuzhi scrutinized him from head to toe. The monk and others, with a hint of jealousy, remarked, "Come on, Lin Yuzhi, stop staring. Your man is perfectly fine." Lin Yuzhi blushed fiercely, shooting a glare at the laughing crowd, and retorted, "Just wait. I'll mix some poison into your drinks." The monk exaggeratedly responded, "Goodness, you truly are fierce." Lao Zhang, leaning against the doorframe with a pipe in his mouth, smirked. How could she not be fierce? Since you all left, she hasn't moved from the doorway, becoming a stone waiting for her husband. With a flushed face, Lin Yuzhi stomped her foot, and Ning Jie wrapped his arms around her, playfully declaring, "A bunch of old bachelors, along with a few young ones, are mocking my wife. How amusing. Do you possess what I have?" The moment Ning Jie spoke, the faces of Lao Zhang and the monk darkened. Zhou Fatty clutched his chest and exclaimed, "This little rascal speaks with daggers, truly." A group of people entered the dining hall, laughing and chatting, while Mu'er and Jinma trotted into the room. Zhou Fatty squatted down and rubbed Jinma's large face with both hands, remarking, "These little creatures are growing remarkably fast." Old Zhang, reclining with one leg crossed over the other, commented, "It's not just growth. They eat more than pigs, day in and day out, devouring and excreting." The monk extended his hand to stroke Mu'er, but Mu'er bared its teeth and barked at the monk, retreating to hide beneath Ning Jie's feet. "This little creature is quite formidable. By the way, old Ning, what are their names again?" Ning Jie patted Mu'er's head and replied, "The male is named Jinma, and the female is Mu'er." Li Xiaodong, munching on sunflower seeds, inquired, "Brother-in-law, I've always wanted to ask, why these names?" The monk and others also looked on with curiosity. Ning Jie chuckled and raised an eyebrow at the monk, prompting everyone to turn their gaze toward him. The monk, looking bewildered, suddenly widened his eyes as a realization struck him. "What the?" The group stared at the monk, puzzled, and Zhou Fatty could not help but ask, "What does that mean?" The monk, with a knowing look, replied, "You'll understand when you have a partner." The group murmured among themselves, while old Zhang, noticing Jinma near him, hesitated to reach out. "Damn it, I'm about to touch a treasure." After lunch, everyone returned home. Coincidentally, Defei lived next door to Wu Ye, and it seemed as if Ning Jie had orchestrated this, as Wu Ye felt a sense of relief. Time swiftly passed to the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, and early in the morning, Ning Jie called Lai Xingfu. "Happy New Year, Boss Lai." "Happy New Year, Boss Ning. I just resumed work today, and your call comes right in." Ning Jie smiled and said, "I wanted to check if you've dispatched the goods. My stock is running low." Lai Xingfu replied in astonishment, "My brother, have you truly sold all that merchandise? You brought in 800,000 worth just before the new year." "Of course. By the way, come April or May, I'll need to add some different styles of clothing. If it's convenient, please send me a couple of each style then, so I can decide what to order." "That's no problem at all. I've already arranged for the train. The truck will load up soon and head to the train station. When you come for your next shipment, I'll include several styles for you." "That would be much appreciated, Boss Lai. By the way, do you have any leads on concrete mixers and bulldozers for construction?" "Naturally, I have connections. My brother is in the machinery business. Why do you suddenly need these items?" Ning Jie smiled and said, "A relative of mine works in the city government and mentioned they are looking to procure some machinery. I thought I'd check with you if you have any leads." On the other end of the line, Lai Xingfu squinted, only half believing Ning Jie's words regarding procurement. With policies changing daily over the past 2 years, it wasn't hard for Lai Xingfu to surmise Ning Jie's true intentions. The young upstart is increasingly full of surprises. Lai Xingfu, not wishing to shatter the moment, remarked, "I see, we have quite a comprehensive array of machinery at our disposal. Not only do we possess bulldozers and concrete mixers, but we also have excavators and potine cranes from France." Ning Jie's eyes lit up. Gathering equipment from Lai Xingfu would certainly alleviate his burdens. Lai Xingfu continued, "Moreover, we also have building materials available here. However, when transportation costs are factored in, it may not be as economical as procuring them from your location. If you require this equipment, I could speak to my brother and have him bring the necessary documents to meet with you and your city officials." Ning Jie nodded and replied, "All right, wait for my call, and I will reach out to you then." After hanging up, Ning Jie went to the post office to complete the payment, then drove back to the factory. It is often said that the early bird catches the worm. Today marks the 7th day of the new year, and already there were individuals coming to collect goods. These visitors hailed from nearby cities, likely having sold out their pre-New Year stock. In this era, purchasing power is modest, yet the population base remains significant. Furthermore, people tend to congregate, as even selling clothes in town can yield considerable profits throughout the year. Having completed the orders, collected payments, and dispensed goods, the new year had officially commenced. By the 10th day of the new year, there were consistently 3 or 2 individuals arriving daily for goods. Fortunately, ample stock had been prepared prior to the new year. Otherwise, these individuals would have been left empty-handed post-holiday. However, given the current momentum, it seemed unlikely this pace would last much longer. It was anticipated that the remaining inventory in the warehouse would be depleted soon. Nonetheless, these matters were of little consequence at present. What Ning Jie yearned for most was to establish a solid foundation for his construction company. With newfound capital, he could finally register a construction firm. Previously, he had registered as an individual entrepreneur solely due to the necessity of capital investment for starting a company in this era. When contemplating the construction company, one cannot overlook a certain individual, Zhao Manton. Zhao Manton's father was a bricklayer, and he is the eldest of 4 brothers, all of whom are skilled in masonry. In his previous life, Ning Jie encountered Zhao Manton. 2 disheartened souls came together, and through their collaboration, they managed to carve out a reputation. Zhao Manton is remarkably pragmatic. In his past life, he maintained a low profile akin to that of a contractor, even overseeing projects worth hundreds of thousands. In this era, accidents among construction workers are commonplace, not only now but for decades to come, with occasional grave incidents still occurring. Throughout their years of collaboration, while one cannot claim there were no accidents, at the very least, no lives were lost under Zhao Manton's watch. Approaching Zhao Manton directly now feels somewhat abrupt. Initiating a business partnership with someone unfamiliar could easily lead them to perceive one as foolish. On the morning of the 8th day, Ning Jie drove to Workers' Alley. This old street is filled with individuals seeking temporary work, including laborers and bricklayers, as well as those who clean latrines. In this era, it is no easy feat to make a living, especially for families with many children. Without a skill to provide sustenance, survival is nearly impossible. Fortunately, carpenters do not need to wander the streets in search of work, for they are in no short supply. According to reason, Zhao Manton had already been struggling alongside his father on the streets since 1986, yet it remains uncertain whether he can be found today. In the bitter cold of winter, there are scarcely any bricklayers seeking work, especially since the festivities have not yet concluded. Upon arriving at Workers' Lane, Ning Jie parked his vehicle by the roadside, where numerous individuals leaned on their shovels and picks. These were predominantly those engaged in sanitation work. As he strolled through the street, this group of men gathered around him. "Little boss, Happy New Year. Here to clean the latrines?" Ning Jie waved his hand and replied with a smile, "Gentlemen, I am in search of a tiler. My kitchen stove is broken, and I need some cement work. Let us not linger together." As he spoke, he distributed cigarettes while cheerfully wishing everyone a Happy New Year. After all, during this festive season, everyone is inclined towards joy, even if he did not require their assistance. It brought comfort to their hearts. Unfortunately, there were no tilers available today, only those engaged in sanitation work. The eldest among them remarked, "Little boss, there truly aren't any tilers working today. They typically return after the 15th. It's genuinely hard to find them now." Indeed, Old Wang was not exaggerating. There were indeed no tilers venturing out. "By the way, little boss, I know of a tiler with the surname Sun. His family is in Liangjiang town. Would you like me to take you to see him?" Ning Jie, upon hearing the surname Sun, promptly shook his head and replied, "No need to trouble yourself, my friend. I'm merely here for a stroll. My household has 3 stoves, so I'm not in dire need of another for cooking. No need to complicate matters." Ning Jie was not disheartened. Had someone introduced him to Zhao Manton's family, it would have been a bother he would gladly accept. However, since no introductions were forthcoming, he was not anxious about the delay. Ning Jie frequented Workers' Lane daily, and indeed, the men were correct. Tilers did not show up before the 15th. Over these days, he had grown familiar with them. Just yesterday, he had asked someone to clean the latrine, and when they quoted 3 yuan, he generously offered 5. Recognizing the hard-earned nature of their income, on the 11th day of the lunar month, the goods arrived a day and a half earlier than usual. Ning Jie was not mistaken. By the morning of the 11th, the goods were gone, leaving several individuals without their supplies, as they had anticipated waiting until the 14th. Yet, to their surprise, the delivery had come today. Ning Jie was contemplating taking Lin Yuezhi back on the 13th, but now it appeared they could return home tomorrow. They would celebrate the Lantern Festival at home, and afterward, he would bring Lin Yuezhi back. intending to bring the three elders to the city after the spring planting in May, at which point they would discuss marriage arrangements. That evening, Zhou Pengzi and a group of his younger associates delivered the goods to Ning Jie, working tirelessly until midnight to distribute everything. It was Ning Jie's first time managing such a large quantity of goods, and even Zhou Pengzi appeared apprehensive. Ning Jie was unfazed by the risk of being cheated. With over $1 million at stake, he was not worried about suppliers failing to deliver. Early on the 12th day of the lunar month, Ning Jie took Lin Yuezhi to the department store, where they gathered numerous items, not caring whether they would be needed, their vehicle nearly overflowing. Out of habit, Ning Jie drove a circuitous route through Workers' Lane, and from a distance, he spotted a familiar figure, Zhao Mandan. Chapter 137. Ah, Xiao Jie, you have returned? Ning Jie's eyes brightened as he hastily brought the car to a stop. Lin Yuezhi glanced through the window and inquired, "What is going on?" "I'm getting out to find someone. Please wait for me in the car for a moment." After exiting the vehicle, Ning Jie headed straight for Worker Street. The elder brother, who had helped him with the toilet a couple of days ago, noticed Ning Jie's arrival and called out to Zhao Mantan, "Mantan, that young boss is here." Zhao Mantan, who had been squatting, quickly stood up. The elder brother waved at Ning Jie and remarked, "Hey, brother, we have a Tyler today." Zhao Mantan, with his honest demeanor, approached, a hint of awkwardness on his face. "Hello, boss." Observing Mantan's earnestness, the others around grew anxious. The elder brother said to Ning Jie, "Boss, don't let his age fool you. His skill is quite commendable. His father is the best Tyler on this street. Although he may not quite match his father, he certainly surpasses many others. Mantan is not only sincere but also diligent in his work, ensuring there will be no mistakes." Flushed with embarrassment from the praise, Zhao Mantan shyly remarked, "Well, I charge reasonably for my work." Ning Jie couldn't help but chuckle at Mantan. He was indeed straightforward, being the only Tyler in the area, yet still mentioning affordability. The older men nearby shook their heads in disappointment. Ning Jie distributed a few cigarettes before extending one to Zhao Mantan. Mantan waved his hands. "Ah, boss, I don't smoke." Ning Jie took the cigarette back and said, "I have a clay stove at home, and I want to replace it with a cement one. I need 3 in total. Can you manage that?" Zhao Mantan nodded. "I can do it, but you'll need to provide the cement and sand. If I supply them, I'll need to charge an additional $1 for labor." Ning Jie replied, "You can supply them. $1 doesn't matter. Here's the plan. On the 17th day of the first month, come to the agricultural machinery repair factory to find me. My name is Ning Jie. If I'm not around, just ask for Li Xiaodong and tell him I sent you." Zhao Mantan nodded, albeit a bit dazed. Ning Jie then pulled out 10 yuan and handed it to Zhao Mantan. "Boss, what is this for?" Ning Jie smiled. "This is a deposit to secure your services when others come looking for work. If it's not enough later, I'll make up the difference." Zhao Mantan hurriedly attempted to return the money. "No need, boss. I will definitely come." Ning Jie waved his hand. "It's fine. I need to hurry back home. Just keep it. And remember, come over on the 17th. Back in the car, Lin Yuezhi asked, "What do you need a Tyler for?" "To replace the stove with a cement one." Lin Yuezhi looked speechless. "Well, that's a good enough reason." As the two drove out of the city, the sun began to set behind them, slowly guiding them into Beigang village. In winter, life in the countryside is relatively tranquil. A few elder women stood chatting on the street, craning their necks to see whose affluent relative was arriving as they spotted Ning Jie's car. Ning Jie rolled down the window and greeted them. "Happy New Year, Aunt Zhang, Aunt Wang, Aunt Li." "Oh, Xiao Jie. Just the other day your aunt was saying she didn't know if you would return for the Lantern Festival. Is this your wife you've brought back?" Ning Jie nodded and said, "Well, I had too much to attend to during the new year, so I didn't return. I'll head back now, Annie. If I have nothing on tomorrow, I'll visit your home." Yes, go ahead," replied the elder woman. "Oh dear, that girl is truly charming." After Ning Jie departed, Aunt Zhang spat out the sunflower seed shell in her mouth and remarked with a sour tone, "What kind of fortune does this lad have? Not only is he running a flourishing business, but he has also brought home a city bride." Aunt Wang chimed in, "Indeed, just look at her. Oh, she is so slender, tsk. Aunt Li whispered, "Let me tell you, I've heard that Xiao Jie hasn't been up to any good in the city, getting involved with some ruffians, and that girl is just his girlfriend." Instantly, Aunt Wang and Aunt Zhang's eyes sparkled as the three huddled together, soon conjuring multiple versions of the tale. Upon returning home, Ning Jie and his wife brought immense joy to Ning's mother and Uncle Air and Aunt Air. During the new year, the two families had slaughtered a pig, and Uncle Air, knowing Ning Jie's fondness for offal, hardly indulged himself. Ning's mother had prepared 2 troughs on the ground in Ning Jie's room, one filled with dark soil planted with chili peppers, now grown to the length of a finger. The other trough contained chives, which were flourishing splendidly. Aunt Air picked the chilies to stir-fry with 3 ingredients and prepared an egg soup with the chives, adding some dried shrimp. Frogs and tree chicken were indispensable, all of which Lin Jie cherished. Uncle Air had caught the frogs on the 3rd day of the new year and had been keeping them in a water bucket. As the dishes were served, Uncle Air poured a glass of wine for Ning Jie, while Aunt Air said to Lin Jie, "Wen, enjoy the frogs. Your uncle caught them on the 3rd day and has been keeping them in the bucket." He grown rather lean. Lin Jie felt a warm glow in her heart and nodded, saying, "Yes, thank you, Uncle and Aunt." This simple expression of gratitude left Uncle Air momentarily flustered. With a reddened face, he stammered, "Oh, what is there to thank for? Just eat." Before they had finished their meal, a number of neighbors began to drop by. Ning Jie hurriedly greeted each one, distributing cigarettes, and soon the house was filled with people. In the village, there are both gossips and kind-hearted souls. Good and bad people exist everywhere, and envy has been a constant since ancient times. Ning Jie politely served tea and shared cigarettes with the elder men. One elder remarked, "Xiao Jie, is it true that you've built your fortune with Lu Laosan's ginseng?" Upon hearing this, Ning Jie realized there was something amiss. As soon as the elder spoke, the others fell silent, their eyes fixed on Ning Jie. He did not conceal the truth. There are no secrets that remain hidden forever. And eventually, this matter would reach Lu Laosan's ears. Moreover, since the elder had mentioned it, it was clear that Lu Laosan was aware of the situation and had perhaps said something about it. Before Ning Jie could respond, Uncle Air, with a cigarette in his mouth, commented, "In business, once a deal is struck, it's set in stone. If there's a loss, we must bear it ourselves. If there's a profit, that's our skill." The uncle in the back nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, that's how it is. The ginseng in Xiao Jie's hands can fetch a certain price, but in Lu Laosan's hands, it's worth much less." Ning Jie inquired, "Uncle, are you suggesting that Lu Laosan is feeling discontent?" Uncle in the back room nodded and remarked, "Lu Laosan is nothing special, but his wife constantly nags, which is quite irksome." Ning Jie understood well. Lu Laosan was generally a decent fellow, yet he had the misfortune of being married to a woman known for her unreasonable behavior. As fate would have it, just as one would say speak of the devil, a cacophony of barking heralded the arrival of Lu Laosan and his wife, who entered the room, weary from their travels. "Xiao Jie, you're back?" Chapter 138. How daring as Lu Laosan and his wife stepped inside, an immediate hush fell over the room. Ning Jie greeted them with a smile. "Uncle and Auntie, welcome. Please take a seat." He pulled out a chair, but Lu Laosan's wife waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No need to sit, Ning Jie. We have other matters to discuss today." Ning Jie, offering a cigarette to Lu Laosan, insisted, "Regardless of what it is, do have a seat and enjoy a warm drink. We are all neighbors here. Everything is open for discussion." Reluctantly, Lu Laosan's wife was pulled down into a chair by her husband. Ning Jie poured water for the couple, while Lu Laosan remained silent, his head bowed as he smoked. His wife's expression fluctuated between frustration and apprehension as she cast furtive glances at him. Lu Laosan deliberately turned his face away, ignoring her. In secret, she jabbed him a couple of times with her elbow, but he remained as unyielding as a block of wood. Ning Jie observed the entire exchange, realizing that the matter was indeed instigated by Lu Laosan's wife. "What is the matter, Auntie? We are neighbors. Feel free to speak your mind." Lu Laosan's wife shot a resentful glare at her husband before plastering a smile on her face as she addressed Ning Jie. "Well, Ning Jie, I heard that you sold that ginseng you got from my husband for over 50,000? Ning Jie shook his head, clarifying, "No, it was 2 pieces. And I had one at home. Together they sold for just over 50,000. Lu Laosan's wife interjected, "Ah, so the piece your uncle sold you must have fetched around 25,000, right?" Ning Jie sipped his water and replied, "Your piece was likely worth more. I reckon the one my second uncle gave me could only sell for about 20,000. Your family's ginseng would account for a significant portion." Upon hearing this, Lu Laosan's wife's eyes narrowed. "Damn it, 30,000. She swallowed hard, her greed evident as she continued, "Well, Xiao Jie, considering we are neighbors, it would be unreasonable not to share some of that money with us, wouldn't it?" The atmosphere in the room darkened immediately. Her audacity was astonishing. Ning Jie frowned at Lu Laosan's wife, stating, "Auntie, every year people from the south come to buy ginseng in our market. Your ginseng, if sold to the supply and marketing cooperative, would barely fetch 300 at most. I purchased it at the price offered by those from the south. Once they resell it, they could easily make 8 or 9,000. Why haven't you approached them for a share? You speak of being neighbors. Yet this is how you treat our neighborly ties?" Lu Laosan's wife retorted, "You can't put it that way, Xiao Jie. If my husband had taken the ginseng to the city, he could have sold it for that much as well. You are taking advantage of us. Ning Jie regarded Lu Laosan's wife with a sardonic smile. Having heard the tales of her shamelessness, he was finally witnessing it firsthand. How could she utter such words? Aunt, since you've made your statement, let us engage in a proper discourse, setting aside whether you possess the intellect to comprehend this matter, or if you even have the fortune to engage in it. At the very least, the principle of what is bought is settled is known even to children. Furthermore, my venture to the city to sell ginseng was facilitated through a connection of mine. There are not merely hundreds, but possibly thousands of us selling ginseng in the city, both near and far. Has your third uncle been informed of this? To put it bluntly, when purchasing ginseng, my second uncle and I brought the goods to the door, and the price set by your third uncle was quite standard. No discounts were given. My second uncle and I had even conferred, knowing full well your unreasonable nature. Fearing your third uncle would face reprimand upon his return, we didn't haggle at all. So, it appears all the bargains were reaped by your family. I sold my ginseng at a high price, and you come here asking for more? How can you have the audacity? Lu Laosan's wife's expression darkened instantly. She felt no shame, only a surge of anger. What a brazen young man you are. Lu Laosan's face flushed as red as a boiling pot, and he silently rose, pulling his wife along as they exited. Lu Laosan's wife forcefully shook him off, pointing an accusatory finger at him. You, with your moping demeanor. Have you not witnessed how they belittle your wife? For heaven's sake, if you choose to walk away, then go. Let me make this clear. If you do not rectify this situation today, we might as well end this life together. Ning Jie's mother and second aunt emerged from the house, attempting to mediate. Old 3's wife, why are you so enraged? Let us converse civilly. Lu Laosan's wife, with a grim countenance, did not even glance at them but began to admonish her husband. Lu Laosan, are you listening? Today, if you do not restore my dignity, we shall no longer continue this life together. Lu Laosan sighed, gazing at his frenzied wife, feeling an unbearable heaviness in his heart. It felt as though knives were scraping against his face, inflicting painful wounds. What man desires to lose face? Being scolded by his wife in front of a group of men? He felt as though he could not stand upright. The men in the room looked at Lu Laosan with sympathetic eyes, their glances evoking a sense of inexplicable sorrow within him. Xiao Jia, this matter. Lu Laosan opened his mouth, but his words faltered midway, leaving him at a loss. His second uncle, with a scowl, kicked Ning Jie's backside, saying, You speak without restraint. Regardless of your third aunt's shortcomings, she is still an elder. Is this how one converses with their seniors? Ning Jie, clutching his backside, remained silent. The second uncle lit a cigarette, narrowing his eyes at Lu Laosan's wife, and said, I don't care whether you are reasonable or not. But what is bought is settled. If you feel aggrieved, I can simply return you a ginseng of equivalent size. If you can sell it for $1 million, I'll not utter a word. However, we must agree on this. The ginseng will be returned, and payment must be made immediately. The money that Xiao Jie sold was his own. The child spoke without much consideration, but let me tell you, if you think you can throw a tantrum here, you truly have no chance. How to handle today's situation is entirely your choice. Once you step out of this door, I remain friends with Lao San. If you truly wish to drive your husband to despair, feel free to act as you please. It is said that marrying a good woman brings prosperity for 3 generations. Lao San's wife, your Lao San is a man. At the very least, he should maintain some dignity in public. Once the door is shut, anything goes. As no one else can see, Lao San's wife wore a troubled expression, pointing at Ning Jie and declared, This matter cannot be settled like this. Either you pay up, or I will die right here in your home. Seeing that Lao San's wife was resolute in her defiance, second uncle's temper flared. He pointed at her and shouted, If you want to die, then get out and die somewhere else. Damn it, you've overstepped your bounds. Chapter 139. Chenongwa Lu Lao San's wife pulled out a bottle of pesticide from her pocket and, before anyone could react, she opened it and gulped down several large mouthfuls. Lu Lao San was instantly thrown into a panic. He snatched the pesticide away, spilling it everywhere, the acrid stench filling the room and stinging everyone's eyes. Lu Lao San, trembling, shook his wife and cried, Are you insane? Spit it out, quickly spit it out. Second uncle was equally taken aback, realizing that Lu Lao San's wife truly intended to consume the poison. This woman was utterly unreasonable. The onlookers, unsure of what to do, were thrown into chaos. Even the relatives seated inside rushed out, their faces filled with alarm upon seeing Lu Lao San's wife drenched in pesticide. Second aunt grabbed second uncle's hand and asked, What are we going to do? Second uncle hastily replied, Quickly, boil some mung bean water. And you, Lao Lu, go call the doctor. Uncle Lu hurriedly dashed out the door while Ning's mother began to prepare mung bean water. Within just a couple of minutes, Lu Laosan's wife began to foam at the mouth, her eyes glassy, clutching her abdomen in agony. Lu Laosan sat on the ground. Several people turned his wife over, and he inserted his finger into her mouth, trying to induce vomiting. In her agony, Lu Laosan's wife started to cooperate, retching violently. But having consumed only a quarter of the bottle, she was unable to expel much. Ning Jie, realizing that this situation could end tragically if Lu Laosan's wife were to die in their home, felt a sense of dread. The village doctor, Wu, was nothing more than a quack, prescribing laxatives for a cough. Even if he arrived, it would be futile. He quickly said, "We need to get San Ant onto my vehicle. I will take her to Shima." Second uncle nodded and said, "Yes, hurry to Shima. Dr. Chen there is quite skilled. As long as she can hold on until then, she certainly won't die." Everyone rushed to lift Lu Laosan's wife onto the vehicle, with second uncle and Lu Laosan accompanying her. Ning Jie started the car and sped out. Shima was separated from them by 2 mountains. The paths steep and treacherous. If they took the longer route around the mountains, it would take considerable time, at least 3 hours. And there was a fear she might not last that long. Third uncle, support San Ant. "I will take the mountain road," he declared, with tears streaming down his face. Uncle Sin nodded vigorously, holding his wife tightly. Ning Jie drove up the slope, the recent light snow still clinging to his vehicle, which was equipped with chains, making the ascent relatively effortless. He paid little heed to his surroundings, as Lu Laosan's wife was in the back, groaning and complaining of abdominal pain. In those days, drinking pesticide was almost always a death sentence. It wasn't that the poison was overly lethal, but rather that medical facilities were scarce and healthcare was undeveloped. Typically, the remedy offered was a concoction of mung bean water, which could alleviate mild toxins, but those who ingested pesticides tended to consume them in full bottles, succumbing within 2 hours. The mung bean remedy was nearly ineffective for severe cases. Fortunately, Lu Laosan's wife had ingested only a small amount, as the more lethal varieties like paraquat had yet to be introduced, and there was still a chance for her at Dr. Chen's clinic. In under 40 minutes, Ning Jie arrived at Shima village. His previous visit to Shima had been for the funeral of a relative of Lin Yuezhi, which had occurred many years prior, making the village unrecognizable compared to now. Navigating based on his memories, Ning Jie directed his vehicle toward a large courtyard nestled against the mountain, marked by several towering poplar trees by the river and 3 earthen houses, gradually aligning with his recollection. "Get out quickly." Lu Laosan's wife began to convulse, her eyes rolling back, her groans transforming into low, guttural moans. Once out of the car, Ning Jie began to knock frantically on the door. Moments later, a light flickered on, and a middle-aged man in his 40s opened the door, holding a flashlight. "Who is it? Is this Dr. Chen's house? Someone has ingested poison," Ning Jie shouted. The figure hurriedly rushed to open the door wider. Under the moonlight, Ning Jie recognized the face, which bore a striking resemblance to his future son-in-law, though it appeared more simple-hearted. "Quick, bring her inside." Dr. Chen stepped aside, and the 3 of them quickly carried Lu Laosan's wife into the house. The side room was designated for the ill, featuring a small bed suitable for 3 or 4 people, with a cabinet against the wall stocked with various medicines. A boy of about 8 or 9 entered, rubbing his eyes, and upon seeing his aunt convulsing on the bed, he furrowed his brow and asked, "Dad, did she drink poison?" Dr. Chen, checking her pulse, nodded and, after releasing his grip, began examining her eyes with the flashlight. The boy approached, placing his hand on Lu Laosan's wife's wrist, and remarked with a frown, "It's not rat poison, that's good. She didn't drink much, her pupils aren't dilated. She can be saved." Dr. Chen lifted Lu Laosan's wife's clothing, exposing her abdomen, and administered an injection. Afterward, he carefully turned her onto her side. Suddenly, with a loud retch, Lu Laosan's wife expelled a mass of dark substance from her mouth. Ning Jie couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Despite having already vomited once, she still managed to bring forth more. Dr. Chen gently patted the back of Lu Laosan's wife and addressed the young boy, "My child, please prepare a pot of detoxifying soup, using our largest pot. Brew 3 doses of medicine with the water and add an additional ounce of wolf poison." "Understood, father." Observing his future father-in-law exit the room, Ning Jie felt a wave of emotion. His son-in-law truly inherited the family lineage, his medical skills upholding the esteemed reputation of the Chen family. Dr. Chen withdrew the needle and inquired, "Who is the family of this woman?" Lu Laosan, with reddened eyes, replied, "I am." "Very well, you stay here while the 2 of you step outside." Ning Jie and his second uncle exited. Ning Jie offered a cigarette to his uncle, who took it silently, watching Dr. Chen's son as he prepared the medicine. After a few puffs, his uncle let out a heavy sigh. "Alas, why is this woman so unreasonable?" Ning Jie squinted, replying, In these times, there are many who lack reason. The medicine has been consumed. Whether she survives is no longer our concern. Frankly, we owe her nothing. His uncle, feeling a tinge of anxiety, remarked, "That may be true. Yet I cannot shake this unease." Chenongwa turned to him and assured, "Uncle, rest assured, this woman will not die. She consumed a small amount of medicine, and you brought her here promptly. After taking my concoction and expelling some toxins, she will recover." Chenongwa's words eased his uncle's troubled heart. With a smile, his uncle nodded and said, "You are Dr. Chen's son?" Chenongwa nodded. "Indeed, I am Chenongwa, the third in line, with two elder sisters." He then furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Ning Jie for a while. "Brother, I have a feeling we might become in-laws someday." Chapter 140. Truly a chip off the old block. Chenongwa's comment amused his uncle, while Ning Jie's eyes suddenly brightened. Chenongwa's words sent shivers down his spine, evoking an image of a celestial figure in his mind. He glanced back, as if peering through walls, envisioning the solitary temple atop the mountain. Yes, Chenongwa is a disciple of Lu Yi. How could a student of such a revered master, known as a living immortal, be anything less than exceptional? Ning Jie smiled and asked, "Oh, is that true?" Chenongwa's brow furrowed in confusion. "Strange, you seem to lack children in your fate. Not quite, half a child." He gazed intently at Ning Jie, as if uncovering a profound revelation. His face, illuminated by the firelight, turned pale. He suddenly lowered his head and sighed deeply. "Alas." Ning Jie inquired, "What troubles you?" Chenongwa shook his head, "It's nothing." Yet, despite his words, Ning Jie could clearly see the confusion and sorrow etched on Chenongwa's face. With a cigarette between his lips, the firelight illuminated Chenongwa's expression, shifting from sorrow to bewilderment, and then inexplicably to acceptance. Ning Jie said, "Ongwa, my name is Ning Jie. If you ever need anything, feel free to find me in the city at the agricultural machinery repair factory. You will surely locate me there." Chenongwa gazed at Ning Jie with a complex expression and remarked, "You possess an overwhelming aura of menace. Henceforth, exercise greater caution in your endeavors, lest you meet an untimely end." Dr. Chun, in a fit of exasperation, emerged from the inner room and delivered a sharp kick to Chenongwa's rear, retorting, "Your master has advised discretion. Keep your thoughts to yourself. Your tongue is as loose as a pair of ill-fitted trousers, and one day, it may very well lead to your downfall." Rubbing his behind, Chenongwa turned to Ning Jie and cryptically stated, "Fate is predetermined. When one's time comes, it is inevitable to depart. Even if forewarned, there is no need to evade it." Ning Jie shivered involuntarily, sensing that Chenongwa's words were directed at him. "Doctor." Chun then slapped Chenongwa on the neck, scolding, "Every day, you learn these trivialities from old Lu. You prattle incessantly wherever you go." Chenongwa grimaced in pain, clutching his neck, and replied, "Rest assured, once you have a grandson, I shall bestow upon him a name befitting his silence. Chen the Mute. I shall end you." Chenongwa exclaimed, bolting away. Ning Jie quickly produced a cigarette and offered it to Dr. Chun, saying, "Dr. Chun, take a breather." Dr. Chun, perspiring profusely, accepted the cigarette. Ning Jie respectfully held a flame to it, and after taking a puff, Dr. Chun scrutinized Ning Jie before nodding in approval. A fine young man, with the makings of a formidable leader. Ning Jie felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, realizing that Chenongwa's incessant chatter was hereditary. Reflecting on Chenemo, it seemed that the trio of grandfather, father, and son were indeed cut from the same cloth. Uncle approached and inquired, "Dr. Chun, how is Lu Laosan's wife faring?" "Doctor." Chun replied, "She drank little. Her life is spared, but she will certainly suffer from ailments. The pesticides and rat poisons these days are increasingly potent. Some I have never encountered before, complicating matters considerably." Uncle sighed in relief. As long as her life is preserved, that is what matters. Dr. Chun, intrigued, asked, "What transpired?" Chenongwa, eavesdropping outside, upon hearing his father's inquiry, swung the door open and entered with an eager expression, as if urging Ning Jie to speak swiftly. "Last year, I procured mountain ginseng from his family for 800, weighing less than 3 taels. Alongside a 2-tael piece from my family, I took them to the city. I had heard that the department store in the city offered a premium, perhaps 10 or 8 yuan more, and thought to earn some pocket money. To my surprise, I encountered 2 southerners and sold the ginseng." Chenongwa grimaced, a look of disbelief on his face. Ning Jie steeled himself and continued, "Ultimately, the ginseng sold for 55,000, and since then, I have established a modest living." With the Lantern Festival approaching, this couple heard the news and insisted on coming to my home for money, leading to a bit of a quarrel, and that is how things unfolded. Upon hearing Ning Jie, the 2 men displayed contrasting expressions, one of disdain, the other rolling his eyes. Ning Jie asked, Dr. Chun, what is the total amount? Dr. Chun pondered briefly before responding. These are trivial medicines. You may give me 2 yuan and 2 jiao. In this era, a life is truly worth little. Merely 2 yuan and 2 jiao. Ning Jie retrieved a 10 yuan note and handed it to Dr. Chun, who frowned and said, Do you not have any change? Ning Jie smiled and remarked, It sounds rather unappealing to place a human life at merely 2 yuan. Let us settle for a round sum, 10 yuan, shall we? Dr. Chun gazed at Ning Jie with a peculiar expression, then glanced into the inner room and raised his voice, saying, That works. At least we are recouping something. In that moment, Ning Jie perceived the shadow of Chun Mo in Dr. Chun, and he found himself genuinely fond of his bold and passionate son-in-law. A fleeting sense of nostalgia washed over him. Chen Angguo was merely 8 or 9 years old now, and Chun Mo had yet to even resemble a tadpole. He couldn't help but wonder what Chen Mo was like as a child. After preparing the medicine, Dr. Chen assisted Lu Laosan's wife in taking it. She retched several times before her breathing gradually steadied, and soon she was snoring softly on the calm. Dr. Chen took a cloth and an enamel basin, handing them to Lu Laosan. You can tidy up the room yourself. You might as well stay here tonight. The money has been provided, and her life is considered saved. As he spoke, Dr. Chen stretched his back and yawned. By the way, are you two heading home tonight? If not, I have space at my place for the night. Ning Jie waved his hand dismissively and replied, My family is waiting, so I won't trouble you. Dr. Chen yawned again and said, Very well. Then I shall not keep you. You. Dr. Chen pointed at Lu Laosan and continued, If you need anything tonight, just call for me from the East Room. Given your wife's condition, you ought to stay for a couple of days. You can settle the meal expenses later. Lu Laosan, blushing, replied, But Ning Jie has already given money. Dr. Chen rolled his eyes and said, That was for saving a life. I haven't charged you for the medicine yet. If you find it unacceptable, you can leave with the cart. Dr. Chun was not one to mince words, and he had little patience for this couple, who, despite their age, seemed devoid of any embarrassment. Lu Laosan hurriedly said, No, just tell me how much it is, and I will pay you. Turning to Ning Jie, he added, My dear nephew, could you come back in a couple of days to take us home? Chapter 141. Sleeplessness. Ning Jie furrowed his brow and replied, Let us not. I'm afraid my aunt will want my car then. Lu Laosan's expression froze, and he awkwardly said, Well, then let it be. After bidding farewell to the old man Chun, Ning Jie and his second uncle got into the car and, after an hour of winding through the mountain roads, finally arrived home. The family had not dispersed. They were all gathered, waiting for the two of them to return. As soon as they arrived, a crowd encircled them. So, how is it, old second? Is she dead? Why do you never wish well for others? Second brother. How is it? Do you need me to prepare a coffin? Goodness, you lot. Second uncle scowled and said, You all have nothing better to do. While it's true that Laosan's wife is unreasonable, she is still a human life. Rest assured, she hasn't died. If she were to perish because of our family's affairs, it would truly be the most unfortunate fate. She survived then? Inquired second aunt. Second uncle nodded and replied, She didn't drink much. The doctor said that even if she were to die, it would take a couple of days of struggle. Now she is fine and will be back in a few days. In the front yard, the elder remarked, Well, this should suffice. I doubt the third brother's wife will dare to ask for money again. The second uncle pursed his lips and replied, It's truly unpredictable. One can never ascertain the nature of such matters. Ning's mother interjected, Just now, Lu the elder came by to inquire about the situation and then went to fetch the child from the third brother's home. The second uncle furrowed his brow and asked, Sister-in-law, what did Lu the elder say? Ning's mother replied, He didn't say much. Lu the elder is reasonable but feels pity for the third brother's child. After all, at least the child has a mother. The second uncle stood up and made for the door, stating, I shall go speak with Lu the elder. He exited quietly, and by now it was past 11 in the evening. The two had returned, and the gathering dispersed. Ning Jie was busy tidying up the jeep, loathing the odor within, wishing he could simply discard the vehicle. After laboring until the midnight hour, Ning Jie finally retired to bed. Just as he dozed off, he heard the door to his room creak open. Peering towards the entrance, he spotted Lin Yuezhi stealthily approaching, lifting the covers to burrow in beside him. Lin Yuezhi grasped Ning Jie's arm and rested her head upon it, guiding his hand to her chest, emitting soft, contented sounds. How did you sneak over here? Ning Jie exclaimed. Lin Yuezhi nearly gasped, covering her mouth and retracting his hand from her chest, scolding, You should have told me if you were awake. You startled me. What do you mean? I was asleep until you came in and woke me up, he retorted. Lin Yuezhi turned over, her forehead brushing against Ning Jie's chin, sweetly murmuring, I can't sleep without you holding me. Ning Jie teased, What will we tell our mother when she wakes up tomorrow? I'll just say that a black bear carried me away in the night, she responded mischievously. Ning Jie pressed a kiss to Lin Yuezhi's lips and gently patted her back, saying, "Sleep now. Tomorrow I shall take you to the mountains." After spending 2 days in the village, the 15th day arrived. Early in the morning, the second aunt and Ning's mother began preparing the sweet rice balls. Ning Jie had always been perplexed by the distinction between Tang Yuan and Yuan Shao. After all, they referred to it as Yuan Shao, only later adopting the term Tang Yuan. True to form, they made the filling with a combination of peanuts and shrimp, a flavor Ning Jie had savored for many years, neither particularly delicious nor forgettable. While cooking the Yuan Shao, Ning's mother liked to crack an egg into the mixture, a method that would linger in Ning Jie's dreams for many years to come. It was uncertain whether this was a common practice or a cherished family secret. Nonetheless, Lin Yuezhi would later adopt this technique, always adding 2 eggs whenever she prepared Tang Yuan. After enjoying the Yuan Shao, the family chose to remain indoors, chatting with the neighbors who had come to visit. Lin Yuezhi, clad in Ning's mother's floral cotton coat, sat cross-legged on the kong, cracking sunflower seeds and gossiping with the older women. Since that night, Ning's mother no longer insisted that Lin Yuezhi sleep with her, and the following day she acted as though nothing had happened, though she still took the time to lecture Ning Jie. The villagers adored Lin Yuezhi. Not only was she beautiful, but her sweet words captivated the aunties, leaving them in a daze. As mealtime approached, the uncles and aunties took their leave, showing the courtesy of not overstaying their welcome for a meal. At noon, we savored the stir-fried dishes prepared by Ning's mother, who had thoughtfully included the last remnants of leeks and chili peppers. She understood, even without Ning Jie voicing it, that he would likely depart in the next day or two. Such is the nature of elders. They always reserve the best for their children, seldom pondering whether they themselves enjoy the meals. Aunt Air had gone out of her way to steam a plate of glutinous rice balls, a delicacy that Ning Jie relished. Although these treats were a challenge to clean up after, their delightful taste made it worthwhile. Lin Yuezhi also indulged in one, her eyes sparkling with joy, reminiscent of flavors she hadn't experienced in years. After lunch, a multitude of relatives arrived, as was their custom during these days. Lin Yuezhi and Ning Jie had been retiring to bed early, as the incessant visits from neighbors felt like a scheduled event. By the time the gatherings dispersed around 9 in the evening, Lin Yuezhi felt as though her bones were about to disassemble. The discomfort in her back was palpable, and her smile had grown rigid from the constant cheer. Nestling into Ning Jie's embrace, she murmured, "Ah, these neighbors truly feel like family, don't they? They never seem to tire of it." Ning Jie chuckled. "These folks simply seek camaraderie. Just look at those young ones. Who among them would come to our home if not for the lively atmosphere?" Lin Yuezhi planted a kiss on his cheek and inquired, "Do you have no friends?" Ning Jie exaggeratedly replied, "Of course I do. We've just returned. They surely didn't want to come empty-handed. Just wait, they'll be here by tomorrow." As Ning Jie had predicted, his friends arrived bright and early the next day. By noon, his mother had prepared 2 grand tables laden with food, accommodating over a dozen guests alongside the family. Amidst the laughter and clinking of glasses, Lin Yuezhi could see the genuine joy radiating from Ning Jie. Here, he was simply Ning Jie, while back in the city, he transformed into the formidable Ning Yanwang. The young men, roughly Ning Jie's age, exchanged blessings and spoke of their futures, yet none expressed a desire to seek refuge with him. They understood the unspoken truth, while they shared camaraderie at the table. Seeking Ning Jie's assistance would alter their relationship. In this era, emotions are remarkably pure. Though Ning Jie wished to extend a helping hand, providing them with his address and phone number, he recognized that they would only reach out in times of dire need. Some might label these individuals as foolish, while others would question the existence of such loyalty. However, in this age, emotions can indeed be that sincere, perhaps even bound by a sense of pride. Yet this reality unfolded before them in a tangible manner. On the morning of the 17th day of the Lunar New Year, Ning Jie drove the couple back to the city. Chapter 142. The embryo. By mid-afternoon, the couple arrived at the factory, where old Zhang had set up a stove in the yard. Upon seeing Ning Jie, he grumbled irritably, "What on earth are you doing here during the Lunar New Year? You must have too much money and nowhere to spend it." Ning Jie chuckled as he retrieved a cloth bag from the car and handed it to old Zhang. "What is this?" old Zhang asked. With a grin, Ning Jie replied, "It's some dry tobacco, grown by my uncle. My aunt mentioned it was cultivated with great care, and I thought you, being the stubborn old man you are, might appreciate it, so I brought some back." Old Zhang accepted the bag, acknowledging, "Well, it seems you have some thoughtfulness after all." Li Xiaodong emerged from the house and inquired, "Is my brother-in-law back?" Ning Jie gestured towards the car and replied, "There are plenty of delicious treats in the vehicle. You all should help yourselves. By the way, has Wu been discharged from the hospital? As he was unloading the items, Li Xiaodong remarked, he's back. How fortunate, as we've run out of peanuts at home. Brother-in-law, it seems you planned this well. It was all arranged by uncle and your aunt. Once the stove is set up, we'll fry them to enjoy, Ning Jie continued. Upon entering the dining hall, they found Zhao Manton still busy at work. Upon seeing Ning Jie, he smiled and greeted, welcome back, boss. Ning Jie nodded and responded, I was beginning to think you wouldn't dare show up. Zhao Manton laughed sheepishly and said, how could I not? Everyone speaks highly of your loyalty. Besides, you're not truly the king of hell. Even he can be reasonable, and Wu Ti simply take me away. Zhao Manton had become more talkative. Typically, he struggled to engage in meaningful conversation with those he was not well acquainted with, a result of what one might call social anxiety. Well, your work is commendable. Will you be able to finish today? Zhao Manton nodded, and Ning Jie offered him a cigarette. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted it. His abstention from smoking was not due to inability, but rather financial constraints. With so many young mouths to feed at home, they were once considered laborers, but now, they were merely burdens. With fewer construction projects available, few would employ their services as bricklayers since most could manage a bit of work themselves. Only larger families with higher living standards might consider hiring them, and even then, the earnings were scant. It was indeed a stretch for a father and son to support an entire household. Lighting the cigarette, Zhao Manton stated, I should be able to finish tonight. I plan to make everything level. I'm using cement from the second factory. Once the stove is completed, it will be especially neat and easy to maintain. Ning Jie nodded and asked, may I inquire about something? How many skilled bricklayers are there in your workers' alley? Zhao Manton pondered and replied, there are quite a few bricklayers on that street, but the truly skilled ones are few, maybe around a dozen. Ning Jie assessed the situation. A dozen bricklayers was neither many nor few, especially considering that laborers now included both skilled and unskilled workers. Are you familiar with all of them? Zhao Manton nodded, saying, my father is the foreman. When the machine factory was being built last year, it was my father who led the effort, and these men respect him. Ning Jie was already aware of this. Once Zhao Manton finished his explanation, Ning Jie said, in that case, discuss it with your father and have him lead these men to work for me. I will pay them for their labor. Seeing Zhao Manton's bewildered expression, Ning Jie added, I will pay them regardless of the amount of work done. Zhao Manton looked confused, his face reddening as he exclaimed, but, Mr. Ning, you would surely incur a loss doing that. The truth is, sometimes we hardly have any work for an entire month, and in desperate times. My father and I have even been forced to clean latrines. Ning Jie chuckled and patted Zhao Manton's shoulder, saying, you are truly sincere. Turning down money that comes knocking at your door. I am aware of how to manage this. Just discuss it with your father. By the way, how much do you generally earn in a month? Zhao Manton asked, a hint of shyness in his voice. My father, when times are good, makes around 70. Usually, it's just over 50. As for me, I earn about 30 a month. Ning Jie nodded and replied, tell your father that I can offer 70 a month. The skilled workers here earn 30, and your father can decide the wages for the unskilled laborers. Wages for skilled labor are settled monthly, while your father can manage the payments for the unskilled workers. If that sounds agreeable, have your father come to see me tomorrow. Zhao Manton then realized that the other day, Uncle's son, who was shoveling manure, had mentioned a boss who was constantly looking for tile workers. At that moment, he wondered who was so eager, considering it was not yet the 15th. Now, he understood that Ning Jie was not waiting for tile workers, but for his father. He gazed thoughtfully at Ning Jie. He was honest, but not foolish. Although he was uncertain of Ning Jie's intentions, the offer was certainly one his father would not refuse. Zhao Manton nodded and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Boss Ning. There's no need for thanks. Keep this matter discreet, Ning Jie replied. Zhao Manton nodded again, recalling a lesson from his father. When one does not understand the reasons behind something, it is best to listen and accept it. Ning Jie and Lin Yuezhi ascended the stairs, where the stove was crackling merrily, and the room was spotless, indicating that Xiaodong had been tidying up during their absence. Lin Yuezhi quickly said about boiling water upon entering. Take off your clothes. I'll wash them for you, she said, tossing a pile of clothes onto the bed. Ning Jie changed his attire, while Lin Yuezhi placed the dirty clothes into a large basin and shut the door to change herself. Are you hungry? Should I prepare something to eat? Lin Yuezhi inquired. Ning Jie shook his head, replying, not particularly. I'll just grill a cod and take a nap later. Would you like a drink? A drink would be fine, he agreed. Lin Yuezhi retrieved 2 cods from the cabinet and placed them on the stove, then poured hot water into a large tea mug and added half a pound of liquor to warm it. She set a small wine cup on the table. Add some firewood in a bit, and then get some rest. We wouldn't want you to catch cold. Ning Jie stepped down and playfully patted Lin Yuezhi's bottom, saying, "Tonight, let's have some hot braised pork. Check if there's any elbow meat left, and prepare a whole piece if possible." Lin Yuezhi shot him a disapproving glance, huffed, and carried the large basin downstairs. As he flipped the cod in the glow of the stove, Ning Jie contemplated his plans. Securing skilled laborers was currently his most pressing task. In these times, the concept of construction workers was virtually non-existent, and building a structure required more than just a handful of people. In B City, Zhao Manton's father was among the few who could interpret architectural blueprints. However, merely having skilled workers was insufficient. He would also need to hire professionals later on. This was a time for preparation, ensuring that each step was methodically taken. After all, it was always better to be prepared than to scramble at the last minute. Thus, it was imperative to expedite the dinner meeting with Secretary Hu. Chapter 143. May I have a word? The reason for seeking Secretary Hu was that in his previous life, it was Secretary Hu who facilitated the establishment of his construction team. In this life, as in the previous one, Secretary Hu has taken a position at the Forestry Bureau, now serving as the deputy director. As the saying goes, every chicken has its own way of peeing. Ning Jie tore off a piece of cod, dipped it in spicy sauce, and popped it into his mouth, followed by a generous gulp of white liquor. The fiery 58-degree spirit coursed down his throat like a flame, igniting his entire esophagus in an instant. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Before long, the other end picked up. "Hello, this is Fu Jianya." "Who is this?" "Brother, it's Ning Jie. What's the matter? Why call? Can't you just drop by?" Fu Jianya's voice was tinged with exasperation. Ning Jie chuckled softly and replied, "I just got home and wanted to ask you something. By the way, has brother who joined the Forestry Bureau?" Fu Jianya lit a cigarette, squinting as he inquired, "What's up? Looking for Secretary Hu?" Ning Jie began to flatter. "Nothing escapes your keen eye. I do have something to discuss with him." Fu Jianya tapped the table, frowning as he asked, "What could you possibly need him for? Are you really looking to cut timber? Spring is nearly upon us. Let us not delve into that nonsense." Ning Jie hastily responded, "That endeavor is time-consuming and labor-intensive. It's easier to deal with the underworld than to manage that. I have a team in mind, but it's certainly not sufficient. I thought I'd get everything in order beforehand so we could hit the ground running when the time comes." Fu Jianya retorted, "You little rascal. Are you treating this municipal project like it's your own affair? This is still in the preliminary stages. Why the rush?" Though he spoke in jest, Fu Jianya felt a sense of comfort in Ning Jie's early preparations for the urban renewal project. He had never concealed his ambitions in this regard, and if he were to voice them, his father would undoubtedly assist. That said, it is true that different fields can feel like different mountains. Despite Ning Jie's business acumen, the construction realm is a distinct concept altogether. Initially, Fu Jianya had some reservations, but Ning Jie's proactive stance alleviated his concerns considerably. Regardless of whether Ning Jie was premature in his preparations, at least his intentions were clear. "All right, are you free tonight?" "I'm not available tonight. I'm already drinking alone. How about tomorrow evening? We could go to Bafang's. "Sounds good. Let us meet tomorrow night, but don't get so tipsy that you forget." "Am I likely to get tipsy? You know my drinking capacity. Who was it last time that waved the white flag? Hey, you better be ready tomorrow. If you don't drink until you're flat out, I'll stop calling you brother." Fu Jianya hung up the phone in a huff, extinguished his cigarette, then reached for another while smiling broadly. He dialed again. "Brother Hu, do you have plans tomorrow night? What could I possibly need? Little Jie heard you've been promoted, and since he's back in the countryside, he insists on celebrating with you. What could he need? If there is something pressing, can our brother handle it? Let him go directly to your father. Otherwise, we'll be inundated with his chatter. All right, tomorrow evening, just head to work and then to Bafang's. Oh, and make sure to let your wife know. Don't come home too drunk or she won't let you in." After hanging up the phone, Fu Jianya's expression darkened instantly. He harbored a profound dislike for Secretary Hu, perceiving him as petty and, most importantly, selfish. The old man had previously instructed him to visit the Forestry Bureau, a request Fu Jianya was reluctant to fulfill. At that moment, Ning Jie had intervened, which made Fu Jianya resolve not to inquire about Ning Jie's intentions today. To put it bluntly, even if Ning Jie had matters of significance, it was inconceivable that he would seek Fu Jianya's assistance. As a mere deputy director, he had lost sight of his own identity. Fu Jianya had even deliberately invoked his connection to the old man, practically pressing his face against the issue. Yet Ning Jie shared a closer bond with the elder than he did. He should not overestimate his own status. All that he possessed today was granted to him by the old man. In comparison to Ning Jie, Secretary whose capabilities were patently inferior, a fact that stemmed from simply being older and having spent more time in the elder's company. Without the old man's influence, He would be fortunate to have attained a position as a section chief, a role bestowed upon him out of respect for his father. This very reason contributed to the old man's desire to assign Fu Jianye elsewhere. Should Fu Jianye succeed, he would remain the elder's confidant even as the old man ascended, but if he were to fail, it would spare the elder from the chaos that Fu Jianye might bring. After returning Ning Jie's call, Fu Jianye reclined in his chair, squinting as he noted another entry in his mental ledger regarding Secretary Hu. In northeast China, after the Lantern Festival, the new year is considered to have concluded. Early in the morning, a considerable number of people arrived at the factory to collect goods, their chatter causing Ning Jie considerable irritation. Lin Yuezhi's abacus clicked rhythmically as she worked. Ning Jie rubbed his eyes and glanced at the clock. It was barely past 8. Were people truly arriving this early to collect their goods? Without looking up, Lin Yuezhi tore off a ticket for Li Xiaodong. Yes, someone knocked on the door at 7:30. It worked out perfectly. You should wash your face and go eat something. Ning Jie yawned and lazily climbed out of bed. After dressing, he kissed Lin Yuezhi and, still yawning, made his way downstairs. After washing up and having breakfast, he stepped outside with a cigarette in his mouth. To his surprise, numerous people had indeed shown up today. A group led by Zhou Pongzi was bustling with energy, and upon seeing Ning Jie, Zhou Pongzi grinned widely and laughed. You finally decided to rise. The sun is already high. Ning Jie stretched and replied, the early bird gets caught by the eagle. Zhou Pongzi rolled his eyes and retorted, you talk too much every day. At this rate, your goods won't last long. As Ning Jie entered the warehouse, he was astonished by the number of people collecting goods. Initially, he had thought that after the new year, the pace of shipments would slow. But the current speed exceeded his expectations. However, it made sense. The Iron Army had been exceptionally busy, especially the Iron Army, who had practically traversed the neighboring provinces. It must be said that the methods of the future would undoubtedly work in the present, taking advantage of the lack of wholesale markets. Ning Jie had effectively capitalized on a market loophole. If tomorrow brought in a similar crowd, he would likely need to restock. Zhou Pongzi fished a cigarette from Ning Jie's pocket, lit it, and then tucked another behind Ning Jie's ear, pocketing the remainder for himself. Tomorrow is bound to be busy. Last night, I arranged for about 20 to 30 people, mostly from other provinces, and I suspect there are still others on the way. Ning Jie nodded, and before he could speak, Zhao Shanha's voice echoed from behind. Ninggu, may I have a word? Chapter 144. What does it amount to? Ning Jie furrowed his brows and stepped out of the storeroom. What is the matter? Zhao Shanha offered Ning Jie a cigarette, but Ning Jie waved his hand. No thanks, I just had one. Go ahead, what is it? Zhao Shanha retracted the cigarette, inhaled deeply, and said, well, Ninggu, I've taken over Yang Data's dance hall. I was hoping you could find some time to come and show your support. You've taken it over? Ning Jie scrutinized Zhao Shanha, nodding slightly. All right, sounds good. I'll drop by when I can. Zhao Shanha smiled. However, as you know, managing this alone is quite a challenge for me. I was wondering if you could lend a hand. Ning Jie was not particularly fond of Zhao Shanha. He knew that in this line of work, mere desire wasn't sufficient. One must possess some degree of capability. Zhao Shanha was still a minor player in B City, a mere drifter, but he was far from the substantial ground he sought. Ning Jie chose not to respond. He had no intention of assisting, nor did he feel inclined to do so. Zhao Shanha anticipated Ning Jie's reluctance. He leaned closer. Speaking in a hushed tone, I have connections that could eliminate Deshachun. Consider it my token of loyalty. Upon hearing this, Ning Jie's expression darkened instantly. It wasn't that he was unwilling to deal with Deshachun. Rather, he hadn't found the right moment to act. Moreover, why should Zhao Shanha involve himself in matters that did not concern him? He glared at Zhao Shanha and replied, I am a businessman, not a gangster. I can support you, but I will not engage in murder. Zhao Shanha, one must possess self-awareness. Know your place and the size of the bones you can chew. Otherwise, you might choke. He continued, furthermore, I detest others meddling in my affairs. When and how I deal with Deshachun is not for you to dictate. Zhao Shanha's face paled. He had intended to use Deshachun's life as a means of proving his loyalty, but it seemed he had miscalculated. He hastily replied, Ninggu, that wasn't my intention. I just thought that someone like Deshachun wouldn't require your involvement. Stop. Ning Jie interrupted, his brow furrowing. There's no need for your convoluted reasoning here. We are all trying to make a living. Let us maintain some dignity. Also, you're 5 years my senior. So please refrain from calling me brother. I can't bear that weight. If there's business in the future, we can proceed, but if you tarnish my reputation. Ning Jie's gaze sharpened, resembling a solitary wolf fixated on its prey, causing Zhao Shanha to feel an unsettling chill. I might just have to step in personally and dismantle the banner you've erected. Ning Jie's voice was remarkably monotonous, devoid of any fluctuations. However, the undeniable aura of intimidation and authority emanating from him quelled Zhao Shanha's thoughts of crossing Ning Jie's boundaries. Boss Ning, I understand. When I open for business another day, I shall deliver an invitation. I hope you will grace us with your presence to support the brothers. Very well. Go about your business for now, Ning Jie replied. Once Zhao Shanha exited the courtyard, the smile on his face dissipated entirely. He lit a cigarette, his countenance darkening with burgeoning resentment. Damn it. He looks down on me, truly believes himself to be the kingpin of B City. How absurd. Mounting his bicycle, Zhao Shanha grimly made his way to the supply and marketing cooperative, carrying 2 bags of items as he proceeded to the station. Stopping at the door of a residence, he knocked twice. Shortly, a young man of 18 or 19 opened the door. Eyeing the bags in Zhao's hands, he asked with a hint of suspicion, Zhao Gu, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Zhao Shanha responded with a smile. Is Defy at home? The young man nodded and replied. He just got out of the hospital and is resting on the Kong. Are you here to see him? Indeed, I heard Defy was discharged, so I came to check on him. All right then, come in, the young man said, closing the door behind them. Though a bit perplexed, he thought it odd that Zhao Shanha, having little connection with Defy, would come bearing gifts at this moment. As they entered the inner room, Defy lay on the Kong, accompanied by another young man. How are you, Fei Gu? Zhao Shanha placed the items on the Kong. Defy struggled to raise his head to look at Zhao Shanha and then pulled the cord for the light. What brings you here? He inquired, equally puzzled. As few had come to visit him during his ordeal, those who did were primarily his close associates, and he had no familiarity with Zhao Shanha. Zhao Shanha quickly settled beside Defy and said, I heard you were discharged, so I came to check on you. One should not visit empty-handed, especially for a brother. Regardless of one's financial constraints, he continued, emphasizing camaraderie. The 2 young men nearby looked bewildered, questioning the sudden closeness between their elder brother and Zhao Shanha. Defy, not one to be easily fooled, propped himself against the wall and sat up, leaning against the bedding, and pulled out a cigarette to offer Zhao Shanha. Once they lit their cigarettes, Defy cautiously asked, Brother, are you here for something specific? Zhao Shanha replied with a smile, nothing of particular significance. I have acquired the dance hall at the station, and it so happens that we shall be neighbors, so I thought it prudent to pay a visit. Defay's eyes flickered with interest. The dance hall was a veritable goldmine. He had assumed that once Ning Jie and his crew had avenged themselves, they would seize this venue, even if Ning Jie had no interest in it. Both Sing and DeLong were involved in such enterprises and would at least lend a hand. Never did he anticipate that after such a lengthy period, the hall would end up in Zhao Shanha's possession, a revelation that genuinely astonished him. Congratulations, my brother. I must extend my heartfelt wishes to you. When I recover, I shall treat you to a splendid feast, Zhao Shanha remarked with a smile. Why are you being so polite, Fei? This round of drinks is certainly on me. He continued. By the way, are you truly going to let this matter go? Defay's gaze suddenly sharpened. He scrutinized Zhao Shanha's cheerful countenance, and a sense of unease gripped his heart. He feigned ignorance, asking, What do you mean by letting it go? Zhao Shanha glanced at the bandages wrapped around Defay's abdomen, shaking his head with a smile. Forget it. Consider it as if I never spoke. Sighing, he added, Ning Jie is indeed a remarkable figure. Since his arrival, he has taken down numerous leaders. Soon, it seems that B City will be entirely under his thumb, and we will have to heed his every whim. Wouldn't you agree, Fei? Chapter 145. Giving you face to Fei remained silent for an extended period, pondering Zhao Shanha's true intentions. Logically, Zhao Shanha had previously remained obscure. Rumors suggested that the death of the toad was orchestrated by him. If that were indeed the case, then this Zhao Shanha was far more complex than he appeared. His words today were clearly directed at Ning Jie, while Ning Jie held a grudge against him. Defay acknowledged the truth. He was not unreasonable. In terms of morality, Ning Jie had not wronged either him or his unfortunate brother. Rather, it was his own siblings who had attempted to thwart Ning Jie and had repaid kindness with betrayal by stabbing Ning Jie's brother. In terms of strength, Ning Jie had already demonstrated formidable prowess, far beyond what someone like Defay could contend with. The news of Defay's withdrawal from the scene had spread, effectively severing his ties to the underworld. Now that Zhao Shanha sought him out, it implied that Zhao Shanha had also found himself at an impasse with Ning Jie. A chill surged through Defay. As far as he knew, Zhao Shanha was still reliant on Ning Jie for his livelihood. Although the specifics of their relationship remained unclear, Defay had some understanding of Ning Jie. He was a man of low profile, unlikely to provoke trouble. Furthermore, Zhao Shanha still stood before him unscathed, which heightened Defay's wariness towards him. It seemed that the speculation regarding the toad's demise at Zhao Shanha's hands might indeed hold truth. Zhao Shanhe presented himself as an honorable man while exhibiting the traits of a true scoundrel behind the scenes. His cunning was unmistakably dark and insidious. This was a matter he could not afford to entangle himself with. With a smile, Defay remarked, "If Ning Jie is capable of being the boss, it is because he possesses the strength to do so. My brother, despite the setbacks I've faced under him, none of my companions harbor grievances. As for my withdrawal, it is a blessing in disguise. I have come to realize that fame and fortune are inconsequential. What truly matters is practicality, and money is the most tangible asset, as it should not invite trouble." Zhao Shanhe's smile gradually faded as he regarded the veteran Defay, an air of gloom settling deeper within him. "You speak wisely, Fei. Well then, you should rest. I have matters to attend to at home, so I shall take my leave." As Zhao Shanhe stepped out of the courtyard, Defay's brother inquired, "Brother, that fellow doesn't he seem like a good person at all? Isn't he clearly trying to stir up trouble for you and Ning Jie?" Defay let out a couple of cold laughs and replied, "The old saying holds true. One can paint a person's face but cannot depict their heart. We may know their appearance, but not their true intentions. Brother, are we really just going to let the matter with Ning Jie slide?" Defay sighed, a hint of melancholy for the fading heroism evident in his voice. "What else can we do? It is what it is. At least Ning Jie didn't go for the kill. He hasn't banished himself from B City. After offending both the petty landlords and Ning Jie, he still manages to make a living, and that is something to be content with." After a busy afternoon, Ning Jie informed Lin Yu about his whereabouts and headed to Bafengjai. He spoke with the manager, instructing him to usher in Fu Jianye and secretary Hu when they arrived, then ordered some dishes before making his way upstairs. Although Bafengjai was not a place frequented by the average person, it was still bustling with a diverse crowd. Ning Jie may not be a significant figure, but he was known by many. By around 5:30, Fu Jianye arrived, escorted by the host. Ning Jie glanced behind Fu Jianye, but saw no sign of secretary Hu. "What is the matter? Are you unhappy that I came alone?" Fu Jianye grumbled. Ning Jie rolled his eyes, retorting, "I was just worried you couldn't keep up with me on your own." Fu Jianye tossed a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes to Ning Jie, saying, "These are from an old comrade of my grandfather. Your uncle insisted I bring you a pack." Ning Jie quickly accepted the Zhonghua, knowing that in these times, they were a rarity, often reserved for foreign exchange, and hard to come by in ordinary stores. "Didn't you bring any liquor?" Fu Jianye asked with a frown. "How can you be so shameless? If you don't want any, just give it to me." As Fu Jianye attempted to snatch the cigarettes from Ning Jie's grasp, Ning Jie protectively held on to them, chuckling, "No way. There's no rule that allows returning gifts." Fu Jianye, visibly annoyed, sat down beside Ning Jie and lit one of Ning Jie's Changbai ginseng cigarettes. After taking a drag, he squinted and remarked, "You know, regardless of the brand or price, good tobacco is always enjoyable. Some cigarettes rely solely on their reputation and lineage, but in truth, they're not worth the smoke. Reluctance to smoke leads to regret, but once lit, they can be harsh on the throat." Ning Jie's gaze sharpened as he instantly grasped the implications of Fu Jianye's words. Taking a deep breath, he responded, "Once you remove the filter, the nuances are lost." Fu Jianye looked at Ning Jie and, after a moment, chuckled and shook his head. A knock on the door interrupted them. Ning Jie called out for the person to enter, and the manager stepped in with Secretary Hu. Upon Hu's entrance, Ning Jie promptly stood up with a smile, saying, "Welcome, Brother Hu. Could you assist in serving the dishes?" "Of course, sir." The manager nodded and retreated, closing the door behind him. "Brother Hu, please sit here by the radiator. It's warm." Secretary Hu smiled and nodded. Then, after taking his seat, addressed Fu Jianye. "Jianye, you arrived quite promptly. A four-wheeled vehicle certainly outpaces my two-wheeled one by a significant margin." Ning Jie narrowed his eyes slightly. Since entering the room, he had spoken several times without receiving any response. Now, in light of Fu Jianye's remarks, he suddenly felt that keeping his mouth shut had been too lenient. In a previous life, Secretary Hu remained in City B and faced an unfortunate fate, entering prison in the early 2000s and emerging as an elderly man. He still recalled the year when Fu's grandfather, after a night of drinking, had remarked on Secretary Hu, an ungrateful white-eyed wolf. Fu Jianye's expression shifted subtly, realizing that Secretary Hu had completely disregarded his comments from yesterday. To put it bluntly, they were merely basking in the shade of his family tree. And what right did he have to feel superior for being the earlier arrival? "No worries, you've already become a director. What is there to fear about having a four-wheeled vehicle?" Fu Jianye's words caused the smile on Secretary Hu's face to falter, prompting him to hastily respond. "I haven't yet reached the level of being assigned a vehicle." Fu Jianye showed no signs of letting Secretary Hu off the hook. "I made my point quite clear yesterday, yet you still choose to feign ignorance." If I don't give you a little nudge, you might genuinely believe you're someone of significance. Fu Jianye squinted and remarked, you could easily issue a couple of orders. Don't think you're limited to just a Jeep. You could drive a Santana too. Chapter 146. The Reckoning of the Arrogant. In an instant, Secretary Hu regained clarity. Initially, he had dismissed Ning Jie entirely, believing that even the assistance he received was merely Ning Jie's attempt to ingratiate himself. He understood the implications of Fu Jianye's words, yet harbored some resentment, wondering why a country bumpkin should presume to look down upon him. Today, however, he comprehended that in Fu Jianye's circle, and even within the elder's domain, personal connections held far greater weight than mere achievements. He looked at Ning Jie with a plea, saying, look, little brother, we're all family here. And Jianye is still taking jabs at me. Ning Jie recognized that Fu Jianye was avenging him, and pushing further could lead to an unpleasant outcome. With individuals like Secretary Hu, a gentle reprimand sufficed. A harsher reprimand could provoke a bite from this wolf-like character. No worries, just a moment ago. My brother Jianye was still pretending. Soon, we shall drink him under the table, and you can drive away his four-wheeled vehicle, and we'll claim it was lost. Secretary Hu chuckled, replying, I see no flaw in that plan. Fu Jianye glanced at the cloth bag in Secretary Hu's possession and inquired, what do you have there that requires such a discreet wrapping? Secretary Hu opened the bag to reveal 2 bottles of liquor, causing Ning Jie's eyes to instantly brighten. Good heavens, a pair of Jiaobei brand Wuliangya. This is exquisite liquor, utterly unattainable in our area. Fu Jianye seized the bottles with exaggerated enthusiasm, exclaiming, good gracious. Did you bring those 2 bottles my father gifted you? Secretary Hu nodded with a smile, saying, better to enjoy them than let them gather dust. Fu Jianye patted Secretary Hu on the shoulder, stating, Director Hu, you have the right mindset. Very well, I shall pour you a bit less, and I will indulge a bit more. Ning Jie rolled his eyes and remarked, oh, spare me. It's only because you see good wine that you suggest people drink less. I know you too well. As he observed the carefree banter between Ning Jie and Fu Jianye, Secretary Hu felt a fleeting pang of envy. Once the dishes were served, the 3 of them each downed a glass of wine, instantly warming their bodies. Ning Jie, taking a bite of his meal, inquired of Secretary Hu, Brother Hu, is it enjoyable being the director? A brief flicker of pride crossed Hu's eyes, yet it was enough for the 2 men to notice. This young man had been utterly reluctant to assume the role of director. Now, however, he seemed to relish the experience. What joy could there be, with troubles looming large? Despite his words, Secretary Hu felt immense satisfaction in his heart. Had he known that being a director was this rewarding, he wouldn't have wasted time discussing trivial matters with Secretary Fu that day. In just a few days, his own storeroom was filled to the brim. Suddenly, Fu Jianye asked, by the way, Shao Jie, how is that construction company of yours coming along? Secretary Hu set down his chopsticks and let out a sigh of relief, recognizing that they were finally addressing serious business. He had pondered extensively, thinking it was something significant, only to find it was this. Secretary Hu feigned surprise and said, really? You've actually set up the construction company? Ning Jie nodded, pouring Hu a drink, and replied, indeed, I need to get my team organized first. I can't be caught empty-handed when the work starts rolling in. Secretary Hu asked, are you short on construction workers? Ning Jie nodded in affirmation, yes, quite a few. I was hoping to ask if you might have some connections. Clinking their glasses, Secretary Hu replied, you've come to the right person. A couple of years ago, when they were constructing the municipal government building and the department store, Secretary Fu tasked me with finding construction workers. At that time, it was a challenge to locate so many skilled masons, especially those who could read blueprints. The urgency of the task compelled me to post a notice, and, astonishingly, I managed to find a group of specialists. As Ning Jie poured another drink for Secretary Hu, he realized that these workers were the same ones who had introduced to him in a previous life. They were exceptionally efficient and skilled, and while he had only heard that they hailed from Baiyun County, he did not know their exact origins, whose words triggered a connection in his mind. These individuals were immigrants who had come here during the famine, originally working as masons in their village. It was sheer luck that he encountered them. Ning Jie gave a thumbs up to Secretary Hu and exclaimed, impressive. No wonder brother Hu can be a director, truly remarkable. Secretary Hu was the epitome of an official who relished flattery, and it was precisely this trait that allowed Secretary Fu to transfer him away from his side. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for Secretary Hu's connection to Secretary Fu, someone of his caliber would hardly last by Fu's side for long. With Secretary Fu poised for a promotion, he was concerned that this young man might cause trouble. Nevertheless, out of a sense of loyalty, Secretary Fu had provided him with a safety net, but what the future held was no longer of much concern to Secretary Fu. In a jovial atmosphere, The camaraderie among familiar faces was palpable. Despite outwardly feigning modesty, Secretary Hu was brimming with pride, his demeanor revealing his inner delight. Fu Jianye squinted, observing that Secretary Hu, previously restrained in the presence of the elder, had now fully unveiled his true nature. Such individuals, even if they venture far, often meet a more tragic fate in the end. Ning Jie inquired, Brother Hu, could you kindly introduce me to these individuals? Secretary Hu took a bite of his meal, wiped his mouth, and replied, Introduce? I will share an address with you. Simply go there when the time comes. That would be a tremendous help, Brother Hu. Ning Jie expressed with gratitude. However, Secretary Hu internally scoffed, thinking that merely providing an address was hardly a significant assistance. Despite his discomfort, he maintained a facade of composure, wary of antagonizing someone close to the elder. After all, time was on his side. He had ways to secure his own interests. After jotting down the address, Secretary Hu handed it to Ning Jie, and the trio indulged in their libations. By 9 o'clock, Director Hu was blissfully inebriated, gesturing grandly as if he owned all of northeast China. In contrast, Fu Jianye and Ning Jie retained some semblance of lucidity. Ning Jie settled the bill, and Li Xiaodong, waiting outside, rode his bicycle to escort Secretary Hu home. Standing beside a ditch, Fu Jianye and Ning Jie unzipped their trousers. Fu Jianye swayed slightly, evidently under the influence, and said, Listen, Xiao Jie, let me speak from the heart. One may be flawed, but one must not engage in wrongdoing. Otherwise, the heavens will eventually exact their toll. Ning Jie understood that Fu Jianye was alluding to Secretary Hu. The thought of the future compensation for thousands of forest workers, along with the tragic fates of those who perished in the bitter winter, sent a shiver down Ning Jie's spine. Chapter 147. Requesting more goods. Ning Jie was well aware of Fu Jianye's drinking capacity and his astuteness. Fu Jianye was far from intoxicated. Some matters were too delicate for direct discussion between the two brothers, and alcohol provided a convenient means of breaking the ice. Ning Jie recognized that Fu Jianye held a low opinion of Secretary Hu. Rest assured, brother, I possess a strong moral compass. I am willing to engage in profitable ventures. But I will never compromise my integrity, Ning Jie asserted. Fu Jianye shuddered, readjusted his trousers, and patted Ning Jie on the shoulder. As long as you maintain your principles, I will certainly assist you. Indeed, if you do not help me, I will cause a stir at your place. If all else fails, I shall seek out my uncle to lodge a complaint, Ning Jie joked. Ah, you're quite the character. Now hurry home, Fu Jianye replied while wobbling toward his vehicle. As he rolled down the window, he cautioned, Get home quickly and refrain from foolishly pursuing women, or I shall have your head. Ning Jie grinned and retorted, If I pursue women, I shall bring you along, and perhaps the ladies will bestow upon you a special gift. Fu Jianye's face flushed with embarrassment as he spat, Pa. Get lost. With that, he pressed the accelerator and sped away. Once Fu Jianye departed, Ning Jie chuckled as he climbed into his car, lit a cigarette, and rubbed his eyes, reflecting on the night's revelries. As he retrieved the note from his pocket, Ning Jie felt a weight lift from his heart. With capital accumulation in good standing, all that remained was to surrender to the passage of time. Driving home, he found Lin Yuezhi still engrossed in her calculations. Setting aside her tasks, Lin Yuezhi quickly rose to support Ning Jie, furrowing her brow as she inquired, How much have you had to drink? Ning Jie embraced her, pressing her against the wall and planting a kiss upon her lips, to which Lin Yuezhi responded without minding his breath reeking of alcohol. Once the kiss was shared, Lin Yuezhi tenderly cupped Ning Jie's face and said, How about you wash your feet and get some rest? I'll prepare you some honey water to drink. The accounts today are rather numerous, and I'll be working late into the night. I still wish to kiss you. Tilting her head, she pressed another kiss to his lips, coaxing him like a child. Now, hurry and lie down. I'll fetch the honey water. Ning Jie nodded, reclining against the quilt on the bed. Lin Yuezhi scooped out a spoonful of honey. In the winter chill, the honey appeared milky white, reminiscent of lard, and particularly exquisite. She retrieved a cup, poured in some hot water, then added cool boiled water from the kettle, testing the temperature with her lips before nodding in satisfaction and stirring in the honey. There, the water's just right, not too hot. Drink up. Ning Jie accepted the cup and gulped it down greedily, letting out a satisfying belch afterward. Lin Yuezhi took the cup back, prepared a basin of foot bath water, removed Ning Jie's shoes, and placed them by the stove, then crouched to immerse his feet in the basin. How is that? Is it warm enough? Not too hot. Just right. Halfway through the foot wash, Ning Jie dozed off. Lin Yuezhi undressed him, tucked him in snugly, and then poured out the foot bath water. After kissing Ning Jie once more, she returned to her work under the desk lamp, laboring late into the night. The following morning, Ning Jie awoke with a yawn to the cacophony outside. The sunlight streamed in, particularly glaring. A glance at his watch revealed it was already 8:40. Clutching a cigarette, he descended the stairs and quickly freshened up. Enjoying a bowl of porridge with steamed buns and spicy pickled cabbage, he felt much more comfortable within. After breakfast, Lin Yuezhi was in the yard, reviewing her ledger, a self-sewn pouch bulging with money hanging from her waist. Awake? Ning Jie nodded, gently pushing Lin Yuezhi's hair aside. Did you procure much today? Lin Yuezhi handed the ledger to Ning Jie, saying, far more than yesterday. Take a look for yourself. At this rate, these goods won't last long. Flipping through the pages with a smile, Ning Jie exclaimed, wow, Wang Million has acquired this much stock again? Lin Yuezhi replied, with a hint of significance, it seems he has failed in the south. Ning Jie shook his head with a chuckle. This year, we should face little competition. Come next year, it's uncertain. Market rules do not change easily, unless someone dares to shatter them and possesses the resolve to redefine the rules for others. Even if others recognize that the Lai family has turned their fortunes around solely due to Ning Jie, they would not readily attempt such a method. After all, the fashion industry is thriving, and pursuing volume, a thankless endeavor, seems foolish in the eyes of most. Every industry has its pioneer. The first to take the plunge may reap the greatest benefits, or they might face dire consequences. Lin Yuezhi nodded and remarked, I suspect so. If the market in the south opens up next year, it will undoubtedly be a significant impact for us. Ning Jie chuckled, by next year, we shall employ different strategies. Lin Yuezhi shot him a playful glance and said alluringly, you certainly have your fair share of tricks. Ning Jie, with a mischievous grin, replied, this is merely the beginning. I have even more tricks up my sleeve for tonight. Lin Yuezhi's cheeks flushed as she snatched Ning Jie's notebook from him, playfully punched him, and huffed off into the storeroom. Ning Jie, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, ascended the stairs and dialed Lai Xingfu's number, making 2 attempts before the call connected. Boss Lai, it's me, Ning Jie. Ah, brother, what's the matter? Is it about the equipment? Ning Jie responded with a smile. It's not about the equipment. That's not urgent. We can discuss that when the weather warms up. I'm calling today to place an order. What? Another order? Lai Xingfu exclaimed in surprise. According to expectations, Ning Jie's goods had barely been on the market for a few days. How could they be running low so soon? Ning Jie continued, yes, I need another million worth. And by the way, please send me the new styles you mentioned last time. No problem at all, Lai Xingfu said, slightly excited. Considering the pace at which Ning Jie was moving, achieving 50 million in annual revenue no longer seemed like a distant dream. 50 million in revenue. Such a figure was once beyond his wildest imagination. Rest assured, I'll ensure to send you a larger shipment this time. That sounds great. Thank you, Boss Lai. Whenever you come to B City, we must celebrate with a good drink. Just as they were speaking, a knock echoed through the room. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Ning Jie hung up the phone. Come in. The one who entered was Yang Xiaolu. Upon closing the door, he approached Ning Jie with an impassive expression. Did you find out anything? A few days prior, Ning Jie had dispatched Yang Xiaolu to Lin City, as he needed to exact revenge for the incident involving Desha Chun'er. However, launching a blatant attack was not something he could do. While one can be ruthless, one mustn't be foolish. Rushing in would only lead to capture, akin to the actions of a mountain thug. Yang Xiaolu nodded and replied, I found out some interesting details about Desha Chun'er. Chapter 148. Use your brain. Avoid violence if possible. Ning Jie offered Yang Xiaolu a cigarette. In his previous life, he had never heard of anyone by the name of Desha Chun'er. A thug from a prefecture-level city was hardly distinguishable from a ruffian from a county. He was not worth his attention. Curiously, he asked, please elaborate. Yang Xiaolu, taking a drag from his cigarette and squinting, said, after you sent me to Lin City, I casually found a hotel to stay in, much like the ones we have here, infested with petty thieves. One night, I apprehended a young man, deliberately creating a scene. Once I subdued a few of them, the owner of the establishment emerged. His name is Jun Sanshan, a rather imposing name, and he deals in transporting goods from across the river, maintaining close ties with the people on the other side. He seems to adhere to a code and inquired about the matter at hand. I had taken a few people's medicine fees, and then Jun Sanshan let me go. That night, I spent the night at an inn, and the following day, Jun Sanshan's men sought me out. At that moment, I mistakenly thought this fellow was trying to win me over. However, once I arrived at the location, Jun Sanshan's words left me utterly stunned. Ning Jie inquired, what did he say? As I entered the room, 2 double-barreled shotguns were aimed at my forehead. Jun Sanshan, with a grim expression, questioned, are you the fool Desha Chun sent to kill me? Ning Jie looked a bit perplexed and asked, does he have a grudge against Desha Chun? Yang Xiaolu chuckled and replied, this matter is quite intriguing. Let me explain it to you gradually. In Lin City, there are three major ruffians, Desha Chun, Jin Sanshan, and Yu Bangzi. None of them yield to the others, resembling the tripartite struggle of the three kingdoms. However, a couple of days ago, something unexpected occurred. Desha Chun had an affair with Yu Bangzi's sister. What made it even more interesting was that Yu Bangzi belongs to the Xian ethnic group, and his family vehemently opposed their relationship. Desha Chun is a single-minded and ruthless individual. This scoundrel engages in loan sharking and other nefarious businesses. He stormed into Yu Bangzi's home and issued an ultimatum: either consent to our relationship or face death together. Yu Bangzi, for reasons unknown, managed to persuade his parents to agree to this arrangement. However, with these two suddenly becoming in-laws, the previously balanced tripartite situation was instantly thrown into disarray. Although Jin Sanshan is somewhat more powerful, even he finds it challenging to contend with two foes. Despite Desha Chun and Yu Bangzi not having yet turned against him, he spent sleepless nights in fear of being eliminated by the two. Ning Jie asked, "What did you tell Jin Sanjiang?" Yang Xiaolu shrugged and said, "What could be more persuasive than directly telling him I am your man? I simply stated that I was your person, and he reluctantly let me go. All of this was conveyed to me by him, and he asked me to inquire if we could join forces against those two, for if he truly met his end, seeking revenge would be exceedingly difficult for us." Ning Jie squinted and lit a cigarette, saying, "This Jin Sanshan is rather interesting. He knows to come back and seek assistance." Yang Xiaolu looked at Ning Jie and cautiously asked, "Boss, how should we proceed with this matter?" Ning Jie suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, who was it that mentioned having connections with the opposing side?" Yang Xiaolu looked at Ning Jie in confusion and replied, "Xiao Shi had dealings with the opposing side." "Boss, are you intending to have someone from their approach to Sha Chun?" Yang Xiaolu made a motion across his throat. Ning Jie shook his head and said, "What if the person I find happens to be in business with Jin Sanjiang? Wouldn't he that make things more interesting?" Yang Xiaolu trembled and replied, "Are you suggesting we find someone to approach the opposition and, under the guise of Desha Chun's name, eliminate Jin Sanshan?" Ning Jie flicked the ash from his cigarette and said, "It's about negotiating the elimination rather than actually carrying it out. Not only negotiating, but ensuring that the talks collapse. The group of individuals across the way harbors a narrow-mindedness, valuing monetary gain over personal connections. One must ponder whether, should negotiations falter, they would seek the assistance of Jin Sanshan." Observing Yang Xiaolio's astonished countenance, Ning Jie chuckled and shook his head. "It has always been our principle not to strike our adversaries with lethal force. As you have stated, Jin Sanshan is a man of remarkable integrity, as evidenced by his approach to seek my assistance through you. Logically, given his close ties with those on the opposing side, if he were to disregard principles, he would undoubtedly have acted against them. Yet he refrains. Is it due to a fear of tarnishing his reputation? Even if the rivals were to resolve the matter with those two, they would still emerge looking foolish. Those inept individuals would never yield to him. However, if the opposing side were to breach this unwritten code, regardless of their assumptions about their relationship with Jin Sanshan, any action he takes would be justified. Do you understand?" Yang Xiaolu bowed his head in silence, taken aback by Ning Jie's sentiments. He had anticipated that with Ning Jie's current influence and connections, he would advocate for a more direct confrontation, yet Ning Jie seemed to favor a more subtle approach to vengeance. Noticing Yang Xiaolu's mixed emotions, Ning Jie reflected, "We are businessmen, not members of the underworld. Codes of conduct, after a decade or so, may become obsolete. Liuzi, remember this. Whenever a situation can be resolved with intellect, refrain from resorting to brute force. Fists should not be our trump card. They are merely a last resort when all else fails." Though Liuzi felt a twinge of discomfort, he nodded earnestly, committing Ning Jie's wisdom to memory. "Should we then send Xiao Shi to approach the opposing side?" Liuzi inquired. "Who else could communicate effectively with them?" "I recall that Xiao Xuanzi can," he responded. Xiao Xuanzi. Ning Jie's mind conjured an image of a short, wiry figure. Lu Xuanzi, known as Lu Wenxuan, is also one of the adopted sons of the general. This cunning lad, as the general once remarked, is so shrewd he hardly seems to grow. His involvement would indeed be prudent. Here's what you shall do. Summon him and have them both come together." Liuzi nodded and descended the stairs. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Xuanzi and Shi arrived. Upon sharing the plan with them, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Frankly speaking, Ning Jie's philosophy aligns closely with that of the general. Matters that can be resolved with intellect should ideally not resort to physical confrontation. The two young men, brimming with enthusiasm, pledged to execute the task, and after offering final instructions, Yang Xiaolu drove the pair out of the courtyard. Observing the 20,000 yuan in the passenger seat, Yang Xiaoyou's mind became a whirlwind of confusion. Chapter 149. Not a word understood. 20,000 yuan. In 20 bundles, claiming indifference would be disingenuous. His acquaintance with Ning Jie had not been extensive, yet, to speak plainly, if he were to abandon the two young men by the riverside, taking the money and fleeing in his car, Ning Jie, in accordance with his character, would undoubtedly spare his parents from any repercussions. Currently, the monthly wage for the workers at the forestry station is merely a little over 58 yuan. This sum of 20,000 yuan equates to the salary of an individual over several decades, and coupled with the jeep, it is likely that an ordinary person could never amass such wealth in a lifetime. He is not foolish. Ning Jie entrusts this money and vehicle to him, indicating that Ning Jie has calculated his reluctance to flee, which serves as a test of sorts for him. The thought of Ning Jie's method of dealing with Deshachun sent a shiver down Lu Zi's spine. In the face of Ning Jie, he harbored no thoughts of rebellion. Just as Lu Zi set off, Zhao Mantuan, accompanied by his father, arrived at the door. Zhao Mantuan's father could not fathom why a person like Ning Jie would engage in such a financially detrimental venture. For a man of his straightforward nature, he believed that individuals like Ning Jie and himself would never intersect in life, despite being labeled a local thug, a persona that instills both fear and disdain among the common folk. The offer Ning Jie presented was undeniably exorbitant, rendering it impossible to decline. With 6 family members in total, including 4 rambunctious boys whose appetites resembled those of 4 little pigs, satisfying their hunger was a constant challenge. In their line of work, opportunities do not abound every day. To put it bluntly, they could spend half the year idly. Recently, Ning Jie had transformed the adjacent room into an office at Lin Yujie's request, as it would be inappropriate for work and living spaces to coexist in the same area. Upon entering the office, Ning Jie poured tea for the 2 men. Zhao Mantuan's father, being a man of integrity, appeared somewhat uneasy as he regarded Ning Jie, while Zhao Mantuan was more at ease, having developed a degree of familiarity with him. "Uncle, how have you considered the matter I discussed with Mantuan?" Zhao Mantuan's father glanced at his son, took a deep breath, and felt inexplicably intimidated by the young man before him, despite his tender age of 20. Mr. Ning, may I be so bold as to inquire how you plan to profit from hiring so many workers?" Upon hearing this, Ning Jie discerned that Zhao Mantuan's father was somewhat uncomfortable, sensing an implication of exploitation. In these times, the lower strata of society remain remarkably naive and kind-hearted. Absent a reasonable explanation, they often carry a lingering discomfort. "Uncle, I cannot divulge everything to you right now, but rest assured, I will not incur losses. Let me put it this way. I intend to hire even more workers soon, and if you can lead well, your wages will undoubtedly reflect that." Zhao Mantuan's father flushed with embarrassment and quickly waved his hands, insisting, "No, that won't do. My skills are rather mediocre. I am not adept at managing people. I am more than willing to work, as long as you believe it will be worthwhile." Ning Jie nodded and replied, "We can discuss this further at a later time. I am truly unfamiliar with your line of work, aside from my acquaintance with Zhao Mantuan, and I will need your guidance. We are all family here. If the 2 of you do not keep an eye on things for me, I genuinely fear that I might be deceived in the end." Zhao Mandan's father accepted the cigarette that Ning Jie offered, feeling a bit of his anxiety dissipate. "Rest assured, I and Mandan will certainly keep watch over things. However, Boss Ning, just call me Xiao Ning," Ning Jie interjected. Zhao Mandan's father stubbornly replied, "Rules cannot be bent. A boss is still a boss." Ning Jie smiled wryly and nodded. Although the old man was somewhat rigid, he upheld his principles firmly. "All right, as you wish." Zhao Mandan's father nodded and continued, "You see, I know quite a few skilled workers. If I call them all over and there is no work." Ning Jie explained with a smile, "Uncle, we will sign contracts when the time comes. You need not worry about wages. If there is work, you will do it. If there are matters to address, you can take leave, just like in a formal establishment. If there is downtime, you can learn to read blueprints. I remember an older brother mentioning that you helped build the big building at the forest farm, right?" Zhao Mandan's father furrowed his brow and nodded, saying, "I can read blueprints, but generally, they are not often put to use." Ning Jie replied, "Uncle, regardless of their utility, you will teach them when the time comes. Eventually, they will learn to read blueprints, and I will also raise their wages." Suddenly, an absurd thought crossed Zhao Mandan's father's mind, but was quickly extinguished. How could they possibly need to buy houses in the future? Aren't they all built or rented by themselves? "All right then, since you say so, I will ensure everything is done properly." "Okay, Uncle, please help me gather people in the next couple of days. If they do not understand something, bring them over, and I will explain. Rest assured, we will not skimp on the wages." "All right, that can be arranged." After seeing off Zhao Mandun and his father, Ning Jie felt a weight lift from his heart. When Lu Zi and the others returned in the evening, he would head to Baiyun County the next day to bring over that group of experienced craftsmen. These artisans were not merely masons. They included carpenters and electricians, all invaluable assets. It is essential to note that while there is no shortage of labor in this era, high-quality labor and skilled professionals are exceedingly rare. There is no denying this. In these times, having a semi-skilled electrician in a village is quite impressive. Typically, several villages share a single electrician, and the same goes for doctors. As dusk fell, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the crescent moon hung in the sky like a tiny fingernail, casting a shadowy veil over the land. In the middle of the Yalu River, several indistinct figures gradually converged, followed by a murmur of hushed voices. Lu Zi lit a cigarette, the scattered embers flickering in the darkness. Leaning against the jeep, he could not comprehend a word of the conversations taking place. The chatter was a cacophony. What nonsense, he muttered under his breath, extinguishing the cigarette, but with a firm stomp. Gradually, Lu Zi began to discern their speech. Words like washing the pen and tie it up echoed, laced with a torrent of profanities. Liu Zi opened the car door, and the verbal skirmish on the other side intensified. He brandished his shotgun and pulled the trigger skyward. Bang! Chapter 150. Friend, the cacophony of insults abruptly ceased, soon replaced by a flurry of curses and footsteps. Liu Zi, gun in hand, regarded the figures vanishing into the darkness with a scornful expression, spitting disdainfully. 11 and Xiao Xian rushed over, and once in the vehicle, they erupted into hearty laughter. After a prolonged bout of mirth, Liu Zi offered cigarettes to the two, lighting one for himself as they commenced their journey back. The situation unfolded far more smoothly than anticipated. The adversaries, blinded by darkness, were unable to discern one from another. How about it, 11? Do they believe you are from Dashachun now? 11, still catching his breath from laughter, stammered. Why wouldn't they? Oh, Xiao Xian is quite the storyteller. The way he insulted them was simply hilarious. Xiao Xian wiped away tears of laughter and chimed in. These folks are rather simple-minded. I suspect they will be seeking out Zinsenshin tonight. 11 inquired, Sixth brother, do you think they can't just go and take out Dashachun directly? Liu Zi shook his head, replying, those people are quite cunning. Let me explain. I've just realized that what Boss Ning desires isn't whether they recognize Dashachun, but rather, as long as someone acts under that name, they will most likely attribute it all to Dashachun. 11, puzzled, asked, why is that? Liu Zi, focused on driving, explained, it's quite simple. For them, it doesn't matter who fights whom. What matters is that there's money to be made. As long as they perceive a profit, even if they harbor doubts, they will still associate the matter with Dashachun. Though 11 remained somewhat perplexed, Xiao Xian grasped the situation immediately. Sixth brother is absolutely right. Our boss is indeed quite astute. Upon arriving at the factory courtyard, the three ascended to the upper floor. Ning Jie poured water for them and offered cigarettes, inquiring, so, how did it go? Was it smooth? 11 animatedly recounted the events, and Ning Jie nodded frequently, concluding that the matter should be secure. Let us eat first. I expect we'll hear back within a day or two. At the riverside of Linshur, Zinsenshin stood bewildered, gazing at his longtime partners, their faces marred with unyielding anger. He was at a loss as to why they suddenly sought him out. What is the matter? Zinsenshin asked in a daze. The opposing party, irate, responded, today, someone approached us for a transaction, claiming he was prepared to kill you. I immediately refused. After all, we collaborated for so long, and I wouldn't betray a friend for money. Upon hearing this, Zinsenshin's expression shifted dramatically. He knew their nature all too well. They wouldn't forsake him merely due to a long-standing partnership, but rather because they had failed to reach an agreeable price. He had already sent out a call for help, and given the animosity between Ning Jie and Dashachun, it was likely they would act in unison. However, now, with someone attempting to hire an assassin against him, his thoughts swiftly turned to Dashachun and Yubangzi. Thank you, my friend. May our friendship endure forever. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhun Sinshan offered cigarettes to the three men and inquired, may I ask who is willing to pay for your attempt on my life? He referred to the instigator as that fool Dachun. Zhun Sinshan's expression darkened further, despite being at a disadvantage. He had no intention of allowing the adversaries to intervene. He was taken aback that the imbecile Dachun would break the rules and conspire to have him killed. How much had he paid? The opposition was evidently prepared, raising their right hands, and Zhun Sinshan's gaze sharpened. 50,000 yuan for his own life seemed implausible. He sensed there was something amiss. This was not the valuation of the foolish Dachun, but rather that of these individuals. Having dealt with them frequently, Zhun Sinshan had developed a keen understanding of their character. While he harbored no particular fondness for them, neither did he despise them. At the very least, as long as financial matters remained amicable, they were unlikely to turn against him. Noticing Zhun Sanshan's silence, the leader spoke. We three have come armed. If you agree to this sum, we shall take care of that fool Dechun tonight. Zhun Sanshan hesitated, his anger palpable. Yet a flicker of his moral compass remained intact. Moreover, he harbored doubts. Dechun, despite his size, was not as foolish as he seemed. He was well aware of their past connections, so why would he foolishly hire them to kill him, only to have the deal fall through? Friends, I suspect they will come looking for me tomorrow, if that happens. As Zhun Sanshan continued to deliberate, the others feigned difficulty. Upon hearing this, Zhun Sanshan's heart sank. A surge of fury ignited within him. Just 50,000. My men will take you to Dechun's place. The adversaries instantly beamed with delight. Excellent, my friend. This matter will be handled flawlessly. While this transaction was concluded, Dechun remained oblivious at home, wrapped in a blanket, engaging in playful banter with the sister of Yubang. Dechun was indeed captivated by her beauty, a rare find in this era where interethnic marriages were still uncommon, often stymied by mutual disapproval. However, Dechun was undeterred by such considerations. Beauty was all that mattered to him. Though she had seemed a naive young woman at first, she now radiated stunning allure. Suddenly, the dogs in the yard barked twice, causing Dechun to furrow his brow and tilt his head to listen. It's nothing. What could it possibly be? Dechun chuckled, leaning down to place a kiss before resuming his activities. The barking ceased, and he felt reassured. It was likely just a passerby. Both were lost in their revelry when unexpectedly, the outer door creaked open, unnoticed by them. Three shadowy figures stood outside, exchanging peculiar glances. The leader gestured across his throat, and the other two men displayed a flicker of regret in their eyes. The soft sounds made one's bones quiver, but alas, it was a missed opportunity. Gently tugging at the door, it remained steadfastly shut. At this moment, Dechun sensed the disturbance. Just as he was about to cease his movements, he felt something amiss beneath him. Bang! Chapter 151, An Unexpected Turn of Events. Dechun watched in horror as the door was forcefully kicked open. Before he could extricate himself, 3 gun barrels ominously pointed at his head. The chilling grip of death's terror enveloped him in an instant, colder than the gun's muzzle, resonating deep within his heart. This was it, Dechun's final thought. The 3 assailants acted with ruthless efficiency. Before he could comprehend the situation, they simultaneously fired their weapons. In an instant, Dechun's head erupted like a burst watermelon, splattering red and white in every direction. Yubangzi's sister, about to scream, was silenced by the smallest of the trio, who grinned wickedly. With his right hand, he brandished a knife and plunged it deep into her neck, drawing it back gently as blood sprayed across his face. Yubangzi's sister widened her eyes, choking sounds escaping her lips as crimson blood surged forth, mingling with splattered droplets. Her body convulsed, her pupils resembling bubbles burst under the sun, expanding instantaneously. The 3 men rummaged through the drawers, retrieving several thousand yuan before hastily exiting the premises. The gunfire echoed loudly, illuminating the surrounding homes as neighbors turned on their lights, inquiring about the commotion. The trio moved with agility, vaulting over garden fences, and vanished into the depths of the night within mere breaths. The news of Dechun's demise spread like wildfire throughout the city the following day. According to the code of conduct among their circle, personal grievances must never breach the sanctity of one's home, let alone result in the murder of a family member. Dechun was dead, and so was Yubangzi's sister. Yubangzi mourned in utter despair, having vehemently opposed his sister's relationship with Dechun. Yet, his sister, stubborn to the core, fought tooth and nail to be with him. At one point, she even threatened her parents with her life, declaring that she would rather die than part ways with Dechun. Now, her fate had tragically come to pass. They had indeed perished together. Yubangzi arranged for the retrieval of their bodies, and Dechun's parents arrived in the dead of night, wailing as they embraced their son's lifeless form. Xiao Shandong shuddered at the sight of Dechun's corpse, and in an instant, the mocking visage of Ning Jie surfaced in his mind. Ning Yama. It had to be him. His face drained of color, plagued by 100 ways in which Ning Jie could have orchestrated his demise. He now realized his grave error. More precisely, he was overwhelmed by fear. Yubangzi gathered the remnants of Dechun's gang and, accompanied by his own men, stormed into the territory of Zhun Sanshan. All suspicion fell squarely upon Zhun Sanshan. Regardless of their involvement, there had to be accountability for this incident, both for his subordinates and for himself. He did not require Zhun Sanshan's admission of guilt. His own conviction sufficed. He sought an outlet for his pent-up fury. and Jun Sanshan fulfilled all his requirements. Jun Sanshan had long been prepared. This was no mere skirmish anymore, as they were now equipped with everything from single-shot to semi-automatic weaponry. It has been many years since Lin's city witnessed such a grand scale of violence. The police arrived, yet they found themselves powerless to intervene. Both sides were blinded by rage, transforming the conflict into a street battle, a guerrilla war, enveloping the entire city in a haze of smoke and chaos. The root cause of all this turmoil was none other than Xiao Shandong. As he prepared to flee during the turmoil, his only thought was to escape as far as possible, indifferent to the lifeless body of Desha Chun nearby. He resembled a frightened mouse, with a singular focus on flight. Gathering his belongings, Xiao Shandong wrapped a scarf around his face, hastily choosing a side path to the outskirts of the city. Suddenly, he spun around, his eyes widening in shock. Lowering his gaze, he saw the blade plunged into his abdomen. Terror and disbelief etched across his face. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. Xiao Shandong clutched his assailant's collar tightly, his grip gradually loosening as he collapsed to the ground. Snowflakes drifted down gently. This was likely the last snow of the year. To him, the world appeared to play in slow motion, the gray sky and vast swathes of gray snowflakes slowly landing on his face. The scene before him shrank gradually, akin to a film's curtain call, until an abyss of darkness consumed him entirely. At the border, the presence of border guards was indispensable, for vehicles of border soldiers braved the snow and wind, exuding an air of relentless authority as they swiftly subdued the two factions. Everyone was bound with ropes, escorted to the city police station. As the masterminds behind the chaos, the two leaders were not spared either. Yu Bangzi, with his eyes aflame, glared resentfully at the equally subdued Jin Sanshan, helplessly shouting, "Jin Sanshan, I swear that as long as I survive this, I will kill your entire family once I get out." Jin Sanshan, equally furious, retorted, "Kill. Damn it, Desha Chun sought to have me killed yesterday. I refuse to believe you were unaware of this." Yu Bangzi snapped back, "You're full of crap. Desha Chun and I are practically relatives. Did he need to hire someone to kill you? Damn it, Desha Chun left my house just after 8 yesterday. Where would he have found the time to plot against you?" Jin Sanshan stared at Yu Bangzi in confusion. At this point, there was no reason for you to lie. Was it possible that his premonition from yesterday was indeed accurate? Desha Chun had not sought anyone to kill him? Who else could it be but Desha Chun? A ludicrous thought suddenly crossed his mind, connecting the abruptly appearing Yang Xiaolu with Ning Jie's in action, causing his heart to plummet. It was over. He had been used as a pawn. One of the soldiers delivered a sharp slap, growling, "Shut your mouths. As for your threats of family killings, you too can expect to eat lead." The jeep slowly rolled out of Lin City, driven by Liuzi, with Ning Jie in the passenger seat, a cigarette dangling from his lips, reflecting on the unfolding events. Lizard gazed at his boss with admiration, marveling at how he managed to stir the entire Linshire into chaos without spending a single penny. One of the 3 elder brothers had perished, while 2 others were imprisoned, and it was likely that their fate was not far from a similar demise. "Boss, I am in awe." Ning Jie chuckled and shook his head. Truth be told, he had anticipated that the foolish Chunner was likely to meet his end, but he never expected Yu Bangzi to dare engage in a deadly confrontation with Jin Sanshan. Even more astonishing was the revelation that both factions had resorted to firearms, with at least a dozen weapons on one side. I truly did not foresee Yu Bangzi's willingness to fight to the death against Jin Sanshan. It is unfortunate for Yu Bangzi's sister, alas. I truly did not account for her. Yang Xiaolu nodded pensively, lamenting, "What a pity. I have heard that Yu Bangzi's sister is extraordinarily beautiful and rather flirtatious. Had it not been for Yu Bangzi's constant protection, she would have likely found herself in a precarious situation long ago." Ning Jie rolled his eyes, exasperated, and replied, "The man is deceased. Refrain from speaking ill of him behind his back." Chapter 152. A dose of reality. As dusk fell, the two arrived in Baiyun County. They spent the night at a guest house and the following morning indulged in a breakfast of 2-pot pancakes, accompanied by a bowl of soybean soup with cold noodles and a plate of side dishes at the state-run restaurant. The state-run dining establishments were particularly intriguing, resembling large cafeterias. One had to first exchange meal tickets before trading them for food. Remarkably, many years later, this dining hall continued to operate in the same nostalgic manner. The highlight of this restaurant was undoubtedly the cold noodles. There were various types of Korean cold noodles, such as the large cold noodles from Jishi in Heilongjiang and the Korean-style cold noodles from Yinji, both characterized by a heavier, sweet and sour flavor. However, the cold noodles in B City differed entirely, featuring a milder taste more aligned with Korean preferences, devoid of sauce and excessively sweet broth, offering a gentler texture. Now is not the time for cold noodles. Come summer, I shall insist on savoring a bowl, Ning Jie declared. After their satisfying meal, the two resumed their journey towards Baekdusan, driving for over half an hour until they reached the intersection of a village. This village was quite substantial, established as a settlement for those who had ventured eastward in years past. In earlier times, such groups would have been dispersed, leaving only a main village, with the surrounding areas termed tons, which were smaller than villages. However, as the decades progressed, the concept of tons gradually faded. Remarkably, this village had not been broken apart. As in the 1970s, Baiyun County had planned to relocate its seat to Beigang Village, which was at a relatively higher altitude yet maintained a flatter terrain. Given the mountainous landscape surrounding Baiyun County and the entire Yalu River region, it was decided not to disperse the residents. Ultimately, Baiyun County remained in its original location due to the excessively high elevation of Beigang Village. In northeast China, it is indeed the case that as one ascends to higher altitudes, the temperature tends to drop. This explains why most villages are situated in lower-lying areas, which not only provide warmth but also proximity to rivers. Over 75% of the villages in northeast China are built alongside rivers, while the remaining 25% rely on lakes and larger bodies of water. Two individuals entered the village, inquiring along their way until they arrived at the home of the village chief. Upon expressing their intentions, the chief, Wang Baodian, accompanied Ning Jie to the brigade office. As the loudspeaker crackled to life, a piercing sound was followed by the chief's voice resonating through the air. Hello, I am Wang Baodian, the village chief. Today, a businessman from the city has arrived, seeking bricklayers, electricians, and carpenters. Anyone interested should come to the brigade office. I repeat, a businessman from the city is looking for workers. If you're interested, come quickly, or he may leave. With a final crackle, the loudspeaker fell silent. Wang Baodian took the cigarette offered by Ning Jie, nodding with a smile. Well, Ning, let us wait down below. There is no work at the moment, and the men are all at home. They will come once they hear the announcement. Thank you, Chief Wang, Ning Jie replied. Wang Baodian waved his hand dismissively and added, It's nothing. By the way, Ning, may I ask if you truly offer a salary of 60 to 70 yuan a month? Ning Jie nodded, understanding their skepticism. It was natural for them to be wary, as he had arrived without substantial proof. 60 to 70 is the base salary, and it will increase over time. Upon hearing this, Wang Baodian felt a pang of regret. 60 to 70 as a base. Is this a scam? I should have asked more questions earlier. Ning, just to clarify, you want to withhold payment once the work is completed, right? Ning Jie smiled reassuringly. That won't happen, Chief Wang. We will sign a contract stipulating that once they are employed by me, they will, except for holidays, work like the employees at the forest farm with a regular schedule. Don't think this money comes easily. When a large project arises, there may be months of hard work ahead, and you'll realize that the wages are indeed worth it. Wang Baodian nodded, still somewhat cautious. Before long, the local men began to arrive in small groups. Upon entering the brigade office, they noticed a jeep parked in the yard. Indeed, a businessman has come. Arriving in a jeep, they murmured with curiosity. As they entered, they spotted Ning Jie and Liuzi beside Wang Baodian. The two young men looked rather inexperienced for the business world, despite the taller one appearing quite impressive. As the room filled to capacity, with many unable to enter, Wang Baodian scanned the crowd and remarked, This seems to be about all the people. Ning, why don't you address them? Ning Jie nodded, standing at the podium with a smile, greeting the audience. Hello everyone, my name is Ning Jie, and I run a small business in City B. I own a construction company with an investment of 50,000 yuan. I have all the necessary documents with me and will be happy to share them with you after my speech. Hearing the figure of 50,000 yuan, the crowd's expressions shifted noticeably. In this day and age, the registered capital for establishing a company must be fully paid. Once you deposit it, you cannot withdraw it easily. Therefore, having the audacity to leave 50,000 yuan untouched is indeed a bold move. For these individuals, such an amount is genuinely astronomical. Relying solely on the few dozen acres of land at home, one can barely manage to cover basic necessities and make ends meet. Additionally, with multiple children in each household, during the era of cooperatives, families were encouraged to have many children, as they represented labor force. Now that the children have grown, the land has become theirs. But instead of contributing to the household, they have transformed into endless pits of demands, always clamoring for food. Our city is situated in a forested area, and undoubtedly, during winter, the men from our village also find work hauling timber for the logging companies. Since we are establishing a business, we must adhere to the same punctuality and dedication as the employees of the logging companies. Holidays and time off will be scheduled according to our plan. We cannot simply abandon our responsibilities without cause. We are all men here, and while I am not inclined to indulge in flowery rhetoric, I prefer to speak plainly and frankly. If any of you are willing to work, even if there is no work for a month, I assure you that I will not withhold a single penny from you. However, if the workload increases and becomes demanding, your salaries will certainly reflect that. But let it be known, should anyone abandon their duties midway, distracted by personal affairs, do not expect me to be sympathetic. I will deduct from everyone's pay. The group of men erupted in laughter, and Ning Jie surveyed them before continuing. Having delivered the stern message, he shifted towards more practical matters. Chapter 153. Hiring workers. The crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed intently on Ning Jie. Concerning wages, there will be 2 brackets, one at 60 yuan per month and another at 70, contingent upon your skills, so please refrain from objections later. Those earning 60 can certainly advance to 70, and for those proficient in reading blueprints and drafting, the salary will be 80 per month. Salaries will be dispersed monthly, with 4 days off for each month worked. Meals will be provided in the cafeteria, and I will arrange accommodations. This means that with meals and lodging covered, you will receive these wages. However, it is agreed that accommodations will be shared dormitory style. The eyes of the crowd sparkled with excitement. Although there are only 4 days off each month, the salary is indeed attractive, even if one chooses not to stay in the accommodations I arrange. Renting a place in the city is relatively inexpensive, making it quite reasonable. After all, how much can they earn from farming throughout the year? In comparison, it would be disingenuous to claim they aren't tempted by this offer. One elder brother raised his hand and asked, "Boss Ning, may I inquire about the food? I tend to eat quite a few buns in one sitting. Will meals be provided to fill our stomachs?" Ning Jie chuckled. "Not only will you be fed, but I encourage you to eat heartily. Just be careful not to overindulge." This reassurance further ignited their enthusiasm. They were all farmers, accustomed to hearty appetites. To speak candidly, many households with several children still struggle to provide enough food, often prioritizing the children's needs. "Boss, if I choose not to stay in the dormitory, can I still eat in the cafeteria?" one of them inquired. Ning Jie nodded affirmatively. "Certainly, but let me clarify. I am running a business here. You may eat, but you cannot take food with you." Laughter erupted among the crowd, as they all understood that such treatment was indeed commendable. Presently, the canteen at the forest farm required payment, while this company offered their services free of charge, which was a significant advantage over other workers. Moreover, the salary they were discussing was beyond their wildest dreams. Even in months without work, they would receive the same income. Unlike farming, which could yield nothing in poor seasons, this arrangement promised a steady income. However, some remained skeptical. Such generous terms for mere bricklayers seemed too good to be true. "Boss, we've left our families behind to come here. You wouldn't renege on payment, would you?" Ning Jie anticipated this question, understanding that no one believed in the notion of free lunches. This led to a discussion of contracts. He retrieved several copies from his bag, handing them to those who could read. "Upon signing, the company will affix its seal, and you must also provide your fingerprints. Should I fail to pay, you have every right to sue me. Likewise, this contract not only binds me, but also you. Should you shirk your duties or leave without notice, I will not pay you. Thus, you must consider whether you are capable and suited for this work." A voice interjected, "Isn't this akin to a bond of servitude?" Ning Jie chuckled. "If that is how you interpret it, I can't help that. The terms are clear. If you wish to leave, notify me a month in advance, and your wages will be honored. At the very least, we won't exploit you. To be frank, none of us know each other well. I found you through secretary who praised your work ethic, but we will have to see how it goes in practice." The crowd nodded in agreement, feeling reassured that they wouldn't be trapped or deceived. "Are there any other questions?" A man raised his hand and asked, "Ning boss, we all have land at home. What happens to it if we leave?" This resonated deeply with everyone, as it was unrealistic to expect their families to manage all the land alone. Ning Jie had anticipated this concern. He replied, "During the autumn harvest and spring planting, each of you will receive 5 days of leave. Additionally, for weddings and funerals, you will also have 5 days off, but this is limited to direct relatives. I run a company, and it's not easy. I hope for your understanding, just as I am accommodating your needs." The crowd nodded. Although 5 days seemed insufficient, it translated to 4 days off each month, which should suffice. Ning boss, can the days off be flexible? For instance, if I work 26 days in a month, can I take 4 consecutive days off? That is perfectly acceptable. As long as it works for you, it's fine." The crowd began to murmur among themselves. Ning Jie took a sip of water and lit a cigarette. After they had conversed for several minutes, he tapped the table and said, "Does anyone else have questions? If not, let us set a date for you to come together." The crowd shook their heads. Ning Jie then pulled out a notebook and addressed them. "All right, If there are no issues, come forward to sign. Once we finalize everything, you can choose your time to come, and I will tally the numbers. After a bustling morning, Ning Jie finally completed his tasks by noon. He had arranged with the others to commence work after the second day of the second lunar month, which would also afford him time to settle them in. Politely declining the village head's invitation to dine, Ning Jie and his companion drove back to the county town. After their meal, they rested briefly before embarking on their return journey. By the 15th day, the weather began to warm, with remnants of snow still lingering. However, during the day, it mostly melted. The thawing snow during the day would freeze again at dusk, creating a treacherous layer of ice. Even a Santana would struggle to traverse such bumpy roads. These roads were frequented by heavy vehicles, and in northeast China, there's a term road ruts, referring to the deep grooves created by the tires of trucks, with a bulging middle section that became particularly dire after a truck passed. Winter, at least, was somewhat manageable, but in summer, in areas where there was even a hint of running water, one would find oneself stuck in the sticky mud if not careful. Even in dry regions, a larger pothole could render travel impossible after a rain. There was no talk of road repairs yet. The economy was a pressing issue, lagging behind the demand. In a few years, China would surely experience transformation. By the time the two arrived home, night had fallen. As they entered the yard, a group of young ones surrounded them. Lin City was very close to B City, and news of events there spread quickly. They were all aware of what their elder brother had accomplished. Without shedding blood, he had decisively dealt with the 3 big shots from Lin City, a feat that most could only admire from afar. Brother, did you know? Not only did Da Chun die, but even Jin Senshan and that Yu Bangzi have been taken down. Ning Jie nodded, responding, yes, I caught a glimpse of the drama during lunch. Li Xiaodong supported Wu Ya, who looked at Ning Jie with gratitude and said, brother, thank you. For what? Ning Jie replied, exasperated. You're being overly sentimental. Li Xiaodong inquired. Brother-in-law, did you hear about Xiao Shandong's death? Chapter 154. Housing arrangement. Ning Jie exchanged glances with Lu Zi, shaking his head in feigned astonishment. What? He died? Who did it? Li Xiaodong rolled his eyes and remarked, brother-in-law, you really are dull. Ning Jie playfully kicked Li Xiaodong's backside and retorted, get lost. Every day, you act like a woman, always fussing over good news. Lin Yuji, wearing an apron, stood at the door and smiled sweetly at Ning Jie. All right, it's time to eat. After their meal, Ning Jie and Lin Yuji returned indoors. While Lin Yuji was calculating accounts, she suddenly mentioned, by the way, Lai Xingfu called today. He said the goods have been picked up. Ning Jie nodded, asking, did you make the remittance today? I did. What is difficult about that? Just look at the receipt. No need to check. My wife can handle such matters effortlessly. Lin Yuji rolled her eyes playfully and resumed her calculations. By the way, dear wife, I need to find a place tomorrow. It seems I want to be in the factory all day. Lin Yueji did not lift her head and said, go ahead. I'll keep an eye on the house. Nothing will go wrong. By the way, you can ask Dalong about accommodation. I overheard him mentioning during your last drinking session that they are beginning to split up their venue. You could inquire with him. Ning Jie nodded, recalling that the machine tool factory in the city had begun to decline. Many small factories were merging closer to the provincial capital, and their machine tool factory had completely failed by the early 1990s. The rental of the agricultural machinery repair factory already indicated the factory's current predicament. The machine tool factory was quite extensive, with several cylindrical buildings, yet most were vacant. Now, self-built houses had taken precedence, and the cylindrical buildings were leased out rather than provided free for employees. The state still adhered to a rental housing policy, with a significant change occurring in 1988, which was still years away. Most employees still struggled to accept the concept of apartments. To them, owning a house meant possession, and renting an apartment came with the burden of payment, not to mention that non-officials were not allotted housing, which was exceedingly troublesome. The next morning, Ning Jie drove to find Dalong. Dalong was still nestled in bed, and it was his younger brother who opened the door. Upon seeing Ning Jie, Dalong yawned and got up. Why are you here so early? Did something happen? His dance hall closed late, and he usually woke up around 9. Yet Ning Jie had arrived before 8. Nothing much. I have a question for you. Does your factory still have any large workshops or unleased cylindrical buildings? As he spoke, Ning Jie handed Dalong a cigarette. Dalong lit it and nodded. About that, yes, we do have some. Our factory is quite idle now. The technical backbone has been reassigned, and I fear our factory may soon fail. How large do you need? Finding something as big as your place is quite challenging, but there is indeed a cylindrical building available for stories, albeit somewhat remote, next to the grain depot. Ning Jie quickly calculated in his mind. The grain depot was indeed a bit out of the way. It would take over 10 minutes to drive from his factory, already on the outskirts of City B. However, For residential purposes, it should suffice, as it was quite difficult to find a place with a cafeteria and a yard. How can one build houses there? Dalong yawned again and remarked, "Oh, a couple of years ago, our factory planned to relocate the grinding and boring machines there. They started building the building first, and half of the factory was constructed, but then they decided to halt further development. The factory there has become desolate, and the remaining cylindrical building is quite far from the workplace, making it unappealing for rentals. It's rather forlorn." Ning Jie's eyes lit up. "There's a factory that is half-built? Is it large?" "Yes, larger than your current place. But what are you thinking? You wouldn't want to rent that factory too, would you? Isn't your space already sufficient?" Ning Jie playfully punched Dalong and said, "What do you care? Just rest assured, if I find a profitable venture, I will surely include you." Dalong pouted and replied, "If you truly wish to rent it, I'll have my father ask the factory director at noon. Once there's news, I'll let you know." Ning Jie nodded and remarked, "Of course, why wouldn't we rent it?" As he spoke, he retrieved 200 yuan from his pocket and pressed it into DeLong's hand, causing DeLong's expression to sour instantly. "What does this mean? Am I considered an outsider? Do I need to be compensated for merely inquiring?" Ning Jie shot DeLong a disdainful glance and retorted, "If you're foolish enough to consider yourself an outsider, then what about our old man? Shouldn't we take something for him? Am I supposed to pay you for this? Isn't that an insult?" DeLong pouted and pushed the money back, saying, "I have money. I don't need yours. I'm earning several thousand a month now. I'm a wealthy man." Seeing DeLong's refusal, Ning Jie simply pocketed the money and stated, "Very well, you have him inquire, and if it works out, come to my place for a drink." DeLong grinned and replied, "This matter seems reliable. All right, you should head back. I'm going to catch a few more hours of sleep." "Yes, just have someone come to find me once you have news." After leaving, Ning Jie drove to the vicinity of the granary. Just as DeLong had mentioned, about a mile away, there was a cylindrical building alongside a partially constructed factory, occupying a considerable area. He immediately took a liking to the place, knowing he would eventually need machinery and couldn't leave everything on the construction site. There were plenty of people willing to take risks for money. It was possible that something could go missing overnight. Money was trivial. The key was not to delay the construction schedule. The factory had only 2 walls up, along with a perimeter wall and an iron gate. Peering through the gate, he was taken aback to see Artemisia stalks towering over him, cluttering the yard. Fortunately, he had many bricklayers under him. Once the factory was up, they would have a space to repair vehicles. After surveying the area, Ning Jie drove home. Lin Yuezhi was busy with paperwork when she noticed Ning Jie's return, slightly surprised. "You're back so soon?" "Yes." DeLong suggested that his father inquire about a half-finished factory and a cylindrical building near the granary. "It looks quite promising, so I might rent it." Lin Yuezhi nodded, saying, "It's quite far. We need 2 people to supervise. That's a given. I will look into it. If it doesn't work out, I'll send Wu over. He knows how to handle things and will prevent any issues. I can also take a look. By the way, Zhao Shanha came looking for you, but since you weren't here, I let him go." Chapter 155. My wife's purchase. Upon hearing Zhao Shanha's name, Ning Jie's demeanor darkened instantly. What did he come for? Lin Yuezhi pulled out an invitation from her bag, stating, "Here, he mentioned that the opening is on the 22nd of the first month. He invited you to attend. Tomorrow?" Lin Yuezhi nodded, saying, "Regardless of whether we like him or not, he made the effort to come and invite us. We should at least show him some respect since we will inevitably see him again." Ning Jie reached out and playfully pinched Lin Yuezhi's cheek, saying, "My wife is quite adept at this, isn't she?" Lin Yuezhi swatted his hand away, blushing and exclaiming, "How shameless. There are so many people around." Ning Jie chuckled and called for Liuzi, who hurried into the room. "Liuzi, has there been a response from your comrade?" Liuzi nodded and said, "I was just about to mention this matter. I still have 3 comrades on their way. They are quite capable and honest. If you think it's feasible, do your best to bring in as many as possible. Rest assured, there are several who have yet to respond. This situation is rather unpredictable." Ning Jie pulled out 60 yuan from his pocket and suggested, "When you write back, include the money, 20 for each person as travel expenses. They are coming from afar to join us, and we cannot simply stand by idly." Liuzi felt a surge of gratitude. Ning Jie was ruthless with enemies, but genuinely caring towards his comrades. "Don't worry, boss, I will ensure they receive it." As they were conversing, Zhou Pengzi entered the room. Panting heavily, Ning Jie, noticing Zhou's drenched forehead, asked, "What happened to you? Did a dog chase you?" Zhou wiped the sweat from his brow and reached for the cigarettes on the table, but Ning Jie quickly snatched them away and handed him one instead. Zhou pouted and mumbled, "So stingy." Ning Jie retorted, "If you weren't stingy, you'd bring your own lighter." Zhou patted his pocket and smacked his forehead. "Let me borrow your lighter. I ran out of matches and forgot. Ning Jie chuckled as he tossed the lighter to Zhou, teasing. You should remember to bring your mouth along when you smoke. Zhou wiped his hands on his clothes, lit the cigarette, and was about to tuck the lighter into his pocket when Ning Jie interjected. That was a gift from my wife. If you're not afraid of her scratching you, then keep it. Zhou rolled his eyes and placed the lighter on the table before pulling up a chair across from Ning Jie. What is wrong with you? Why are you sweating so much? Zhou grumbled. Who would have thought it would be so hot today? Damn it. I specifically wore my thick cotton jacket and pants this morning. I nearly melted delivering a package. Couldn't you change into something else? Change to what? I only have 2 sets of heavy cotton clothes, both extremely thick. Zhou was weary of poverty. His father had worked in a mine, which collapsed during winter, crushing his legs beneath wooden beams. By the time he was rescued, the lower halves of his legs had perished. To save his life, they amputated everything below the knee when he was just 14. The mine provided a meager compensation, which was hardly sufficient. Zhou's mother suffered from lung disease, and with his father unable to earn an income, the burden of the family fell squarely on Zhou's shoulders. At 14, he fashioned a cart from wood, helping others transport goods in exchange for food stamps. That cart carried not only cargo and people, but also the body of his deceased mother. At 16, Zhou's mother passed away, and his father contemplated suicide multiple times, only to be stopped by Zhou's interventions. With a simple statement, Zhou extinguished his father's suicidal thoughts. Dad, if you die, at least I still have a father. If you go, I will truly be an orphan. It is often said that this boy is tough. But who wouldn't he be hardened by such circumstances? Humanity possesses few admirable qualities. Being orphaned or having a disabled father does not elicit pity. Rather, it often invites bullying, treating one as a soft target. In an era where few can find sufficient sustenance, who possesses the luxury of excess compassion? It evokes memories of the famine that once plagued the Central Plains, where countless souls perished by the roadside, some even suffocated for a mere morsel of food. It is human nature to bully the weak and cower before the strong. Before his mother passed, the portly Zhou was quite amiable. He would simply grin foolishly when others teased or jested with him. However, after her departure, Zhou took up the axe. For there were words no one would listen to him speak anymore, and thus he felt he no longer needed to endure those tribulations. Lacking any particular skills, Zhou relied solely on his brute strength and a reckless tenacity, gradually carving out a reputation for himself. As policies began to relax, the city management ceased their relentless pursuits, allowing Zhou to claim the train station as his own. His cart transformed into a 3-wheeled vehicle. He smashed the cart, squatted by his mother's grave, and mourned throughout the night. Consequently, even after amassing wealth, Zhou was reluctant to spend it, choosing instead to let it accumulate. I'll buy you a couple of outfits, he offered. Zhou unfastened the buttons of his cotton-padded jacket and replied, no need. One must bundle up in spring and endure the chill in autumn. You wouldn't understand. Ning Jie refrained from responding, and while Zhou puffed on a cigarette, he inquired, has Zhao Shan sent you an invitation? Ning Jie nodded. He has. I'll go and show my support tomorrow. Zhou asked, are you going? Initially, Ning Jie had no intention of attending, but upon Lin Yuezhi's encouragement, he decided it was acceptable, considering he had nothing pressing to do. My wife insists I go. Zhou looked at him disdainfully. Your wife? Why are you so afraid of her? Reflecting on Zhou's future experiences, Ning Jie's expression grew peculiar. Afraid of your wife? You nearly let her ruin you. It truly aligns with the adage that a sycophant meets a grim fate. Indeed, I fear my wife. You don't even have one, Zhou retorted. His face darkened instantaneously as he pointed at Ning Jie. What is wrong with you? Can't you handle a conversation without throwing sand? You don't have a wife. Zhou. Irritated, he snatched up the lighter and beckoned to Ning Jie. This time, Ning Jie handed Zhou an entire pack of cigarettes. Zhou extracted one, lit it, then hesitated, only to return it and toss it back to Ning Jie. Ning Jie relinquished the lighter and cigarettes to Zhou, who, with a bewildered expression, asked, didn't your wife buy these? My wife bought me several. Zhou. Stowing away the cigarettes and lighter, Zhou grumbled, you wait, I'll definitely find you a wife. I want to look, you can do that yourself. Zhou, feeling irate, declared, no, you must look. Can this opportunity be passed on to Liuzi? Zhou. Chapter 156. The origins of Lin Yuezhi. Old Zhou stormed out of the factory, seething with indignation. That scoundrel truly knows how to bully others. Lin Yuezhi entered the cafeteria, her expression one of skepticism. What is going on? Ning Jie scratched his nose, chuckling. He is upset. Lin Yuezhi rolled her eyes, judging by Ning Jie's demeanor. She could surmise that he had once again provoked Zhou. Your tongue truly knows no bounds. Ning Jie smiled and said, by the way, my dear wife, could you please go to the department store and get some fabric? We need to make a couple of outfits for Fatty. He doesn't even have a change of seasonal clothing. Sure, it's indeed a challenge to find clothes in such large sizes nowadays. Yes, let's make a few more. Once upstairs, Ning Jie reclined on the bed, listening to the radio, and dozed off. After an unknown duration, Li Xiaodong called out, "Brother-in-law, my sister wants you to come down for a meal." Ning Jie stretched lazily, realizing it was already 12:30. "All right, I'll be right down." After dressing, he descended the stairs to find Lin Yuezhi warming up food for him. A large bowl of meat and a plate of spicy cabbage were presented, alongside a platter of buns. Ning Jie glanced at the buns, a flicker of unease crossing his face. "Are we still having buns?" Lin Yuezhi, frowning with hands on her hips, retorted, "What do you mean? Are they not good?" Ning Jie quickly replied, "They are delicious. My wife makes the best." He took a bite of a bun, smiling at Lin Yuezhi. She rolled her eyes and took a seat across from him, saying, "You must eat them all. There's a vat full. Now that it's warmer, they want to keep, and we can't let them spoil." Ning Jie felt a pang of exasperation. He had mentioned not to make so many. With 1.5 meters of water tank, she had prepared a vat of dumplings and another of buns, and their family was not large enough to consume them daily. The weather was indeed warming, leaving him with no choice but to indulge. After finishing 5 buns, Ning Jie felt his stomach had expanded significantly, and he ambled around the yard for a while until he felt somewhat comfortable. "Dear wife, how about rice for dinner?" The boys in the yard brightened up, eagerly looking at Lin Yuezhi. She, hands on her hips, replied, "What rice? We still have dumplings. We're having those for dinner." The boys sighed in resignation, and Ning Jie remained silent, knowing that in the grand scheme of things, his wife's wishes reigned supreme. Before 1 o'clock, DeLong arrived on his bicycle. Handing him a cigarette, Ning Jie inquired, "What brings you here at this hour? Isn't your father still at work?" DeLong accepted the cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. "Actually, my father was eating in the cafeteria for lunch, but with all the buns freezing at home, he decided to come back to eat now that it's warmed up. Do you have any leftovers?" Ning Jie cast a furtive glance at Lin Yuezhi. DeLong understood the situation, and Ning Jie whispered, "It's all the same. I'm about to burst from eating so much." DeLong chuckled and said, "My dad mentioned this morning that the plan could be arranged. When he comes back tonight, he'll let me know to set up a meeting. By the way, you're free tomorrow, right? Zhao Shanha's grand opening. I assume you received an invitation?" Ning Jie shot DeLong a disapproving look. "Ugh, I really don't want to go. Are you telling your father I can't make it tomorrow?" DeLong grinned slyly and replied, "Yes, go and taste the atmosphere. I have a feeling Zhao Shanha is not as simple as he appears." Ning Jie nodded in agreement. Indeed, Zhao Shanha was the type who could not be judged by appearances, looking simple-minded, yet harboring a cunning heart. Ning Jie was not particularly fearful, yet found the situation bothersome. Individuals like this invariably bring trouble. Such people, it seems, are inescapable. As the saying goes, a toad may climb onto one's foot, but it neither bites nor repulses. Aptly describing this type. Indeed, let us go take a look together tomorrow. Are you coming over to my place this evening? Ning Jie cast a discreet glance at Lin Yuezhi and remarked, "Forget it. I still need to eat dumplings tonight. Otherwise, my wife will feel uneasy." DeLong nodded, giving a thumbs up. "Good man. All right. I shall not argue with you further. I will head back now, and we will go together tomorrow." "Yes, ride slowly." Around 2 o'clock, Ning Jie drove Lin Yuezhi to the department store. They purchased fabric and sought a tailor to craft garments, planning to collect them the day after tomorrow. They also bought 2 outfits for Lin's mother, who would return to the timber yard after the new year. Lin's mother's clothes did not require tailoring, as her size was easy to find, and they also picked up 2 pairs of shoes and several bags of milk powder for her. In the afternoon, they spent a considerable time at Lin's mother's house. As the weather warmed, the large firewood was scarcely needed. Ning Jie swung an axe, chopping firewood for the entire afternoon, while Lin Yuezhi tidied the house. Lin's mother was quite lazy, a trait Lin Yuezhi did not inherit. Ning Jie harbored a dislike for Lin's mother, primarily due to the inextricable ties between her and Lin Yuezhi's father, who had been imprisoned. To this day, Lin Yuezhi remains unaware that her father is still alive. Lin's mother has consistently claimed that he has passed away. In reality, he was likely released long ago. Both of Lin Yuezhi's parents hailed from Baiyun County, located quite far from the city, and were from the same county as Ning Jie. Lin Yuezhi's father worked in the timber yard, while her mother was nothing in those days. In an era when women seldom played cards, Lin Yuezhi's mother was among the rare few who did. Proficient in various games such as mahjong and paijio, she would take Lin Yuezhi, barely a month old, to gamble daily, neglecting household duties. Lin Yuezhi's father, seeing their child so young, could only swallow his grievances. When winter arrived, Lin Yuezhi turned 1 year old. Her father, engaged in logging, would hardly return home, as winter was their busiest season. Lin Yuezhi's mother reveled in her freedom. carrying Lin Yujie along to gamble every day, a situation that was quite burdensome for Lin Yujie. As the new year approached, her father's birthday also arrived. On that day, he took a leave of absence and headed down the mountain with a lumber truck in the afternoon. Lin Yujie's uncle, having indulged in some alcohol, suddenly recalled that it was his brother-in-law's birthday. He quickly abandoned the drink and purchased 2 bottles of erguotu from a restaurant for over 6 yuan. Heading to his brother-in-law's home, he reasoned that his brother-in-law would surely return from the timber yard for his birthday, and though his sister might be somewhat careless, she would not forget her husband's special day. Lin Yujie's uncle arrived at the house before Lin Yujie's father. Upon entering, he was met with the sound of Lin Yujie wailing on the Kong, while his sister stood over the stove, preparing a soup. The smoke in the room stung his eyes, and in a fit of drunken anger, he was instantly enraged. Chapter 157. The surname is irrelevant. Lin Yujie's uncle reprimanded his sister sternly, hastily setting aside his drink to embrace his niece. Upon touching the Kong, he was taken aback to find her hands icy cold. An uncontrollable surge of anger erupted within him as he held his niece, directing his ire towards his sister. Lin's mother, however, remained unfazed, dismissing the matter entirely, arguing that it was merely a birthday and forgetting it was inconsequential. After all, a hearty bowl of dumpling soup would suffice. The more Lin Yujie's uncle scolded, the more fervent he became, just as Lin Yujie's father returned home. Observing his inebriated brother-in-law in a drunken rage while cradling his eldest daughter, his mind momentarily spiraled into chaos. Without a second thought, he engaged in a brawl with his brother-in-law. Lin Yujie sat helplessly on the ground, tears streaming down her face, while her mother crossed her arms, cheering her husband on. When her husband, in a state of panic, rose to his feet, her expression shifted dramatically. Earlier that morning, when Lin Yujie refused to drink the congee her mother had prepared, her mother, incensed, shattered the bowl and then took Lin Yujie to play pai gao, leaving the fragments of the bowl scattered on the floor. Now, a shard had lodged itself deep into her brother's neck, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Her brother had perished right before her eyes. The police arrived, taking her husband away. This woman did not admit to her own negligence, adamantly insisting that it was her husband who had quarreled with her brother, resulting in his death. Such a woman had led her husband into a predicament while her brother lay dead at his hands. Ning Jie harbored little fondness for her. Subsequently, she moved from the county to the city, and Lin Yujie was led to believe that her father had died, remaining oblivious to the truth of her father's fate. For decades, her father had never laid eyes on Lin Yujie. After dinner that evening, the couple enjoyed each other's company for a while, and Lin Yujie changed into a set of autumn clothing before curling up in Ning Jie's embrace to sleep. The next day passed uneventfully, until early in the morning when De Long and others arrived, including a monk. Around 10 o'clock, a group of them strolled to Zhao Shanna's dance hall. The sign had been changed, and now it sported white paint with black or red lettering. The establishment grandly named Shanna Dance Hall. Descending the steps, the interior remained unchanged, filled with familiar performers. With the passing of young Datu, these women sought to make a living, and at Zhao Shanna's beckoning, they returned to his side. As for their fear of past tragedies, each of them bore the weight of lives lost. If they were to fear retribution, they would have perished countless times already. Zhao Shanha had gathered many subordinates, a number of whom were faces familiar to Ning Jie, having once associated with the likes of the Toad. In these times, it was common for leaders to change. These young ruffians sought reputation, and when one leader fell, they would simply seek another. Though they professed loyalty to their leader, each was, in truth, a formidable individual in their own right. As Ning Jie and his companions arrived, Zhao Shanna stepped forward, extending his hand to Ning Jie with a smile. It's truly an honor for esteemed brothers like you to grace us with your presence. It feels as though my humble abode has been elevated. Zhou Panzi glanced at the ceiling, muttering, "Indeed, there's quite a bit of dust up there." Zhao Shanha's expression momentarily stiffened, but quickly reverted to a cheerful demeanor. De Long narrowed his eyes, reflecting on the fact that in these times, those who fear neither tigers nor the foolish are often wary of those with hidden agendas. Rumors circulated that Zhao Shanha had murdered his own elder brother, tarnishing his reputation. Yet, he possessed the acumen to secure this nightclub. Now, Zhao Shanha exhibited a semblance of a leader's composure, embodying some degree of that essence. The group was not at all surprised by Zhao Shanha's rise. In this era, those who could ascend to leadership were far from foolish, possessing the requisite intellect. The exceptionally strong, mere ruffians, found no place in the spotlight. Lacking wisdom in this era of unrestrained growth would undoubtedly lead to a swift demise. Ning Jie nodded lightly, surveying the surroundings. Indeed, This establishment has improved significantly compared to before. Zhao Shanha, smiling, nodded in agreement, expressing his regrets to the monk and DeLong. I apologize for any inconvenience, as my taking over may have inadvertently affected you too. The monk chuckled, squinting, and shook his head. What inconvenience? Each to their own. If you don't run this place, someone else will. No harm done. Zhao Shanha laughed heartily, distributing cigarettes while saying, hearing you say that, my heart feels much lighter. I was contemplating how to make amends with you both. It seems I underestimated your magnanimity. Zhou Pongzi, scratching his ear, remarked. Your words are quite flowery. What? Are we having a feast today? Zhao Shanha's eyes sparkled as he replied, why not? We must celebrate. In a short while, we shall head to the old restaurant on 2nd Street. I have already reserved a table, eagerly awaiting your arrival. Ning Jie scanned the area multiple times, noting that aside from their group, no one of stature from the city had come. It was no surprise, as the others had little rapport with Zhao Shanha. In other words, his standing was simply not sufficient. In the eyes of those esteemed brothers, Zhao Shanha was, at best, a mere country bumpkin. Even with his own business and followers, he remained beneath their notice. This observation was not meant to belittle. Even now, despite being a brother, he was still ranked lower than Zhou Pongzi and others, given the notoriety of having slain his own elder brother. Unless Zhao Shanha could attain a level of strength that silenced these elder brothers, he would forever remain in the shadows. Come on, brothers, it's getting late. Let us dine first. After we are well fed and satisfied, we can return for some dancing. Since they had arrived, the group felt it was inappropriate to dismiss his hospitality. They meandered to the old restaurant on 2nd Street, removed their shoes, and settled onto the calm, while Zhao Shanha brought in several bottles of erguo too, pouring drinks for everyone. The dishes soon began to arrive. As the dishes were served, Zhao Shanha lifted his cup, his expression earnest. I sincerely appreciate you all for gracing us with your presence. Should you ever find yourselves in need, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall always be at your service. With that, they clinked their glasses, and the warmth of the liquor spread through them. Ning Jie picked up a chopstick full of bean sprouts and, after a couple of bites, asked casually, I am quite curious about something. Is your dance hall under the Zhao name or something else? Zhao Shanha's demeanor shifted slightly, his eyes flickering as he regarded Ning Jie. Unperturbed, Ning Jie continued to enjoy his bean sprouts. After indulging in meat for the past few days, he found the bean sprouts, once unremarkable to him, now surprisingly delightful. Despite their underdeveloped shoots, Zhao Shanha poured himself another drink, chuckling. Boss Ning, the name is of little consequence. It won't affect your business. Ning Jie nodded. Realizing his suspicions were correct, Zhao Shanha had returned to play the role of a gatekeeper. Yet, wasn't Yang Dadu also a gatekeeper? Regardless of their connections, this group of men was hardly of significance. No matter how tumultuous the underworld became, it remained just that, the underworld. The true terror lay in the court, a formidable machine capable of crushing everything with a mere press, leaving rivers dry and lakes collapsed. It was evident that Zhao Shanha's outreach was influenced by someone behind him, someone intent on avoiding any conflict with Secretary Fu. Dalong and the others exchanged glances, pondering the conversation between the two. The boisterous Zhou, holding his cup, rubbed his thumb over it anxiously. Ning Jie poured himself another glass and turned his attention to Zhao Shanha. To be honest, I am not particularly fond of you. However, you have yet to harm me. I prefer to avoid trouble and the intricacies of deception, regardless of whether your invitation is genuine or prompted by someone else. It is a gesture of respect towards me. We are not friends, but I have no desire to make an enemy for no reason. Let us keep our affairs separate. You pursue your endeavors, and I shall tend to mine, without causing each other inconvenience. A spark of intelligence flickered in Zhao Shanha's eyes as he raised his cup with a smile. Boss Ning, you are a man of integrity. Rest assured, even if we cannot be friends, we shall never be enemies. Ning Jie nodded in agreement. That is good to hear. The meal lasted about half an hour. Though their drinks were modest, they had consumed a fair amount of food. The old restaurant still had its charm, presenting 6 varieties of fresh greens that day, particularly the tangy cold bean sprouts, which left only broth in their dish. Afterward, Ning Jie and his companions returned to the factory, while Zhao Shanha, with a darkened expression, made his way to the municipal compound. Lin Yuezhi prepared honey water for them, and Dalong, holding his bowl, frowned. Old Ning, that Zhao Shanha is nothing but a smiling tiger. You spoke so openly today, he is sure to hold a grudge. If he can kill a toad, it speaks to his small-mindedness, and trouble is bound to follow. Ning Jie lifted his cup and consumed the honey water in one gulp, lighting a cigarette as he leaned back in his chair, exhaling clouds of smoke. I comprehend everything you've articulated. This statement was relayed to me by Zhao Shanha. Presently, Zhao Shanha has become a mere guard dog, and to show his teeth, he must first gauge the mood of others. The monk and the scholar nodded in acknowledgement. They were well aware of who stood behind young Datu. Although they did not fear that individual, they also understood the importance of not incurring his wrath lightly. Conversely, Ning Jie possessed the audacity to engage in such matters. Secretary Fu was at a prime age, and his assent was a foregone conclusion. Even if the other party held disdain, they would not dare to offend Ning Jie severely. They extended an olive branch to him. Yet Ning Jie scorned the idea of associating with such individuals. Thus his refusal encompassed not only Zhao Shanha, but also the person behind him. Ning Jie continued, Zhao Shanha is rather deep in thought. Even now, I cannot fathom why he killed that toad. I speculate that this enmity must have been sown long ago. He had previously confided in me, yet I found it untrustworthy. I say this, and he likely understands. Should he truly wish to confront me, he must first reckon with his own capabilities. However, Ning Jie paused slightly and added, this fellow undoubtedly harbors a grudge, and one cannot predict when he might strike. We brothers are in this together, and he may very well hold a grudge against you as well, particularly against Dalong and Fatty. You both ought to exercise caution. Dalong nodded in agreement. The last time Yang Dada visited his dance hall, he could not ascertain whether it was Yang Dada's own decision or if he was prompted by someone behind him. If it were Yang Dada's initiative, it posed little threat. But if it were the influence of others, then his safety was indeed compromised. Fatty, with his usual boisterousness, patted his belly and declared, do not worry. With his meager abilities, he is hardly a match for me. Ning Jie, exasperated, punched Fatty lightly and retorted, do you consider yourself invincible? No matter how formidable you believe yourself to be, are you certain Zhao Shanha won't procure a gun? When the time comes, should he fire a shot at you, your prowess will be of no consequence. Do you think you are a general capable of dodging bullets? Fatty rubbed his arm and muttered, understood. I will gather more people to accompany me. You both should remain vigilant. If anything arises, just let me know. After an afternoon spent drinking tea, as dusk set in, Lin Yuezhi began preparing dinner. This evening was particularly noteworthy. Observing that this group had no intention of leaving, she made a special trip to the department store for ingredients. In the suburbs of B City, there were greenhouses, and the vegetables available were limited to a few varieties, such as spinach and chives, which were high-yield crops, costly, and often hard to obtain. She prepared a soup with spinach and also made a cold dish, simply seasoned with soy sauce, salt, minced garlic, and a drizzle of sesame oil, creating a homely salad. This group of young men was finally treated to a proper serving of leafy greens. Having feasted excessively on meat in recent days, they were on the verge of nausea. Around 8 in the evening, having consumed a bit too much, Ning Jie arranged for Li Xiaodong and the others to escort Fatty and Dalong home. After washing his feet, Lin Yuezhi had just settled down in the adjacent room to tally accounts, fearing that Ning Jie might vomit and leave a mess. She was diligently calculating with her abacus and account books under the glow of the desk lamp. Zhou Fatty ambled ahead, followed by Li Xiaodong, Xiao Shi, and Xuanzi. Zhou Fatty lit a cigarette, waved his hand at the three, and said, all right, you don't need to follow me anymore. If someone decides to ambush, your presence won't matter. Li Xiaodong shook his head and replied, Brother Zhou, please don't put us in a difficult position. If we return like this, my brother-in-law will scold us mercilessly. Zhou Fatty pouted, clutching a small bundle in his hand, humming a tune with a cigarette between his lips. The bundle contained clothes made for him by Lin Yuezhi, along with 2 sets of autumn wear. Zhou Fatty's upbringing had been rather harsh, lacking affection, and the care shown by Lin Yuezhi and Ning Jie warmed his heart immensely. Upon entering the alley, Zhou Fatty waved goodbye to the three, saying, all right, I've reached home. You can head back. The trio nodded and turned to leave, only to be startled by the sound of hurried footsteps echoing in the alley. Instinctively, Zhou Fatty tried to swing the bundle behind him as a weapon, but at the last moment, he quickly retracted his hand and clutched the small bundle tightly to his chest. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his waist, jolting him awake from his drunken state. Guess who made the move? Chapter 159. Who could it be? He leaned forward and sprinted towards Li Xiaodong and the others. Turning back was the least prudent option. The assailant's knife had aimed straight for his abdomen, and had he not been inebriated, he might have realized that the blade could have easily sliced him open. He knew that turning around would result in several more stabs, and this was not the time for bravado. 1 against 4, the advantage was mine. Li Xiaodong and the others drew their knives and charged towards Zhou Fatty. The shadowy figure in the darkness hesitated, having expected Zhou Fatty to fight back, but was taken aback as the latter turned to flee. Damn! The assailant cursed internally as Zhou Fatty dashed away, quickly vanishing into the alley. Xiao Shi and Xuanzi chased after him. while Li Xiaodong hurried to assist Zhou Fatty. Zhou Fatty waved his hand, handing the bundle to Li Xiaodong, while grimacing in pain as he touched his waist. Damn it, who was that? Their attack was merciless. Li Xiaodong frowned and asked, Brother, could it be Zhao Shanhe? Zhou Fatty shook his head, saying, Zhao Shanhe isn't foolish enough to strike at us now. Someone else must be behind this. Damn it, this might not even be about your brother-in-law, but rather aimed at me. Li Xiaodong inquired, Brother, have you offended someone? Zhou Fatty rolled his eyes. When have I not offended someone? Damn, it hurts like hell. Hurry, take me to the hospital before I bleed out. At that moment, Xiao Shi and Xuanzi returned, panting. Xuanzi said, Brother, we couldn't catch up. That guy ran too fast. Li Xiaodong asked, Did you see who it was? No. He was too quick. 3 individuals assisted the portly Zhou to the hospital, while Li Xiaodong hurriedly paid for Zhou's treatment and rushed back to the factory. By the time Ning Jie arrived at the hospital, Zhou had yet to emerge. The procedure for cleaning the wound was rather complicated, especially with the unscrupulous individuals wielding rusty knives and stirring in excremental concoctions, merely to create a blade. In such instances, one thrust could lead to severe bleeding or even fatal infections. This was reminiscent of the infamous incident involving Master Feng Yujing, who once fatally stabbed a man in the abdomen with a peanut knife, leaving a 2-inch gash that resulted in the victim's gruesome demise. After a considerable wait, Zhou was finally wheeled out, groaning on the hospital bed, still under the influence of anesthesia. Once Zhou was settled into the ward, a yawning nurse entered, only to be met with the sight of Zhou's exposed posterior. She pursed her lips, contemplating, Is this rotund fellow smitten with me? Why does he always end up on my shift? Ning Jie chuckled at the nurse's reaction. She was a familiar face, a rather average-looking young woman with a pleasant demeanor, far superior to Zhou's previous spouse. Perhaps I should play matchmaker, he mused. The nurse, with a hint of bravado, retorted, Not a chance. With him lying there, I wouldn't even be able to reach him, and lying down would crush me. With a roll of her eyes, she remarked, Have you never seen a pig before? I can assure you, I know the sounds they make. Who will stay overnight to record the details? If anything arises, come find me at the nurse's station, she instructed. After Li Xiaodong completed the necessary paperwork, he inquired, So, is his kidney injured? The nurse replied curtly, Injured? With the layers of fat on him, the blade barely penetrated. If it weren't for the length of the knife, I doubt it would have even gone in an inch. Once the nurse departed, Ning Jie asked, Did you catch a glimpse of the assailant? Li Xiaodong nodded. They didn't seem intent on confronting us. As soon as Zhou approached, the person fled. However, I did hear them utter an expletive that felt eerily familiar. Ning Jie furrowed his brows. Logically, it was unlikely that Zhao Shanhe was responsible. Yet he couldn't fathom who bore such animosity towards Zhou. Despite Zhou's irritable temperament, he was not one to provoke trouble without cause. He adhered to a certain code of conduct, and thus should not possess any mortal enemies. You 3 should remain at the hospital. Take the day off tomorrow, Ning Jie advised. Following the incident with the admiral, he dared not place faith in the notions of propriety and ethics. The world was gradually descending into chaos. Concepts of chivalry, such as not harming families or committing violence in hospitals, had been cast aside by such individuals. Understood, brother-in-law. You should head home early, Zhou acknowledged. Ning Jie nodded and made his way downstairs to drive back to the factory. The following morning, De Long and a few others arrived, having just returned from the hospital. Upon hearing of Zhou's predicament, they instinctively sought Ning Jie for guidance. Old Ning, what should we do about this? Ning Jie shook his head. What can we do? We endure in silence. Should we confront Zhao Shanhe directly? There is no evidence implicating him, and if we act recklessly, his allies may retaliate fiercely. Furthermore, last night I pondered deeply. If Zhao Shanhe were indeed involved, he would hardly have allowed the rotund man to escape unscathed. That scoundrel would most likely have resorted to firearms. Thus, it is highly improbable that this affair was orchestrated by Zhao Shanhe. De Long extinguished his cigarette and remarked, I shall inquire further to gauge the situation. By the way, I informed my father that we would be dining at Bafangzhai this noon. You need only oversee the arrangements. Very well, you may proceed to investigate and ascertain any developments, and we shall reconvene thereafter. At noon, Ning Jie arrived at Bafangzhai to secure a table, and as promised, De Long's father and the director of the machine tool factory arrived promptly. The director, clutching a briefcase, appeared prepared, having brought along the contract. Once the dishes were served, Ning Jie poured wine for the 2 gentlemen. De Long's father raised his glass and said, Director Zhao, young Ning is my nephew. Hence, I must slightly bend the rules today. Let us toast first and then discuss business at our leisure. Director Zhao nodded with a smile, lifting his glass as he replied, Though this is my first encounter with young Ning, we are somewhat acquainted. Previously, the agricultural machinery repair factory was leased by young Ning, indicating a shared destiny. With the connection through DeLong, this matter should be amicably resolved. Ning Jie, smiling, raised his glass and said, "With Uncle Zhao's assurance, I feel reassured. Rest assured, even if this pertains to my Uncle Long, I shall ensure that Uncle Zhao's interests are well protected. Let us toast first, and then Uncle Zhao may propose a figure. As long as it is reasonable, as a nephew, I shall not contest it." After downing a glass of wine, Director Zhao picked up his chopsticks. Having swallowed a piece of monkey head mushroom, he remarked, "When DeLong mentioned this to me yesterday, I contemplated it. To speak candidly, dear nephew, while the two plots of land may be remote, we have invested considerable funds in them. Alas, had we not consistently supported the southern construction efforts, our skilled workers would have relocated with their families to the south, and that factory would have never been established. Now it stands empty." Chapter 160. You still find it quite honorable. DeLong's father, seizing the opportunity, poured more wine for Director Zhao and then offered him a cigarette. "Director, there is no venue for grievance in this matter. Regardless of direction, we are all kin. In the future, they will remember our goodwill. The factory may be vacant. Yet with my dear nephew here, at the very least, we can recoup some capital, providing an explanation for the employees below." Director Zhao glanced at Uncle Long and chuckled. "DeLong, I thought you were jesting. You truly intend to extend your reach?" Uncle Long laughed heartily, indicating that their relationship was indeed strong. He replied, "We are all family. It is merely a matter of shifting resources. As long as we do not allow anyone to grasp at our weaknesses, it is of no concern. Should you set the price too high, what will young Ning do?" Director Zhao shot Uncle Long a sidelong glance, retrieving a contract from his briefcase. "It has long been prepared. Although the factory has yet to be built, we must still proceed according to the established terms. The price is set at 420 for annual rent, payable every 10 years. Just like with the repair factory, when business arises, should that day come, young Ning shall be the first to be prioritized." Ning Jie nodded, acknowledging that the price was indeed reasonable and well within his psychological expectations. After all, the factory spanned a vast area, and the current discussions were less about location and more about size. As for the tenement buildings, the mere mention of them ignited his anger. Director Zhao raised his glass and declared, "Let us drink first." Ning Jie could empathize with Director Zhao's sentiments. Witnessing such a large machine factory arbitrarily dismissing employees and merging operations, while watching his own home being dismantled piece by piece, was undoubtedly distressing. He downed the drink in one gulp, wiping his mouth as his eyes stung with emotion. Damn it, if so many people weren't transferred out, wouldn't those employee residences be fully occupied now? As it stands, not only are they letting people go, but they are also limiting new hires. The available positions aren't even sufficient to accommodate those already in the factory, let alone outsiders. When will this support ever come to an end? Are we to wait until the mountains are hollowed out, the people have departed, and the trees are felled? What will remain of our home? Uncle Long patted Director Zhao on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Rest assured, our brothers in the south will surely remember our kindness." Ning Jie refrained from interjecting. The harsh reality was that the majority of Southerners were oblivious to the sacrifices made by the Northeast in their support of the South. 30 years, 3 decades of unconditional support from the entire Northeast region. During this time, countless resource-based cities had withered, ultimately becoming desolate shells. So many Northeasterners had left their homes. Not by choice, but out of necessity, returning to the Northeast posed no viable future. This decline wasn't exclusive to the Northeast. Numerous resource-dependent cities across the nation had similarly deteriorated, such as Datong and Shaanxi, where coal was continuously shipped out by the trainload. Only the locals were aware of these realities, while outsiders remained oblivious. Ironically, whenever something went awry in the Northeast, it was often the youth from the South who were the most vocal in their criticism. Someone once remarked online, "Did we ever ask you for help?" Of course, not all Southerners held such sentiments. Every region contains both good and bad individuals, and the unpleasant elements are impossible to eradicate entirely. Such issues stem from a lack of understanding and awareness. As the saying goes, if you give without seeking understanding, you can only move yourself, not others. Director Zhao exhaled deeply, his face flushed. He continued, "Regarding the housing, those units are quite small. Previously, we communicated to the employees that each room would cost 1 yuan 50, with the factory subsidizing 50 cents. However, for you, I must offer it at 1 yuan. You must understand, dear nephew, as there are so many employees watching, I cannot allow anyone to undermine my authority." Ning Jie nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, Uncle Zhao. Since you have stated it so, I shall not haggle. However, we must agree on the housing terms. If buying becomes permissible, I must be given the first opportunity. Director Zhao nodded, noting that currently, interest in the housing market was minimal. Even if properties were available, few were inclined to purchase apartments. Wouldn't it be more comfortable to spend some money on land to build houses, complete with yards, rather than crowding into tenement buildings? Very well. We shall prioritize you when the time comes. After finishing a hearty meal, Ning Jie cheerfully returned home, clutching a contract. In this era, the concept of real estate transactions was rather foreign to him, especially since the housing purchase policy had yet to be implemented. They were still reliant on renting. Once the redevelopment of the old city commenced, the value of land would gradually appreciate. At that juncture, substantial opportunities would arise concerning these parcels of land. And once the pilot projects were completed, the entire nation would inevitably transition into an era of home ownership. The southern regions had already begun to implement purchasing policies, while the three northeastern provinces were trailing slightly behind in their pilot efforts. Purchasing land in the south was not a feasible option for Ning Jie. Firstly, his liquid assets were insufficient, and secondly, the capitalists in the south were astute enough to recognize the future profitability of land. Thus, they would not merely wait for him to reap the rewards. Furthermore, many affluent families in the south were engaged in overseas businesses, and their perspectives were far more advanced than those of ordinary merchants. The rapid development in the south could be attributed to two primary factors: governmental support and a markedly progressive mindset compared to the north and inland regions. Nevertheless, there were still opportunities to capitalize on. Once he had sufficient funds, venturing southward could be advantageous, as one should never refuse free money. Ning Jie handed the contract to Lin Yuzhi, and the following morning he would need to deliver some funds. He climbed into bed, covered himself with a blanket, and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Lin Yuzhi perused the contract, pouting her lips and clicking her tongue in disapproval. This old fellow was truly ruthless. How could he be so merciless? Later that evening, after dinner, Ning Jie drove to the hospital. Upon arriving, he found Fat Zhou lounging in a rather ungracious position while a nurse was peeling fruit for him. Hearing someone enter, Fat Zhou turned to Ning Jie, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. "Brother," he exclaimed. Upon seeing Ning Jie, the three young men stood to greet him, with Lu Zi pulling out a chair for Ning Jie, who graciously accepted and sat down. Shortly thereafter, Xiaodong arrived, suggesting they would leave for dinner soon. "All right. Sounds good, brother," Ning Jie replied, glancing at Fat Zhou. "How are you feeling today?" Fat Zhou shook his head. "Not great, it hurts like hell." The nurse stuffed an apple into Fat Zhou's mouth. After he took a bite, she promptly retrieved it. "I must say, you seem to be enjoying this," she remarked. Fat Zhou beamed with pride. "Of course. I find being hospitalized much more comfortable than staying at home." The nurse rolled her eyes at him. "You revel in being pampered in the hospital, and you think it's something to be proud of?" Ning Jie stifled a laugh, while Fat Zhou sulked in silence. The nurse once again offered him an apple. "I'm not joking with you. Are you feeling a bit off? Should I have my aunt take a look at you?" Fat Zhou shivered at the thought. "Oh, spare me. I have no interest in that." A week swiftly passed, and the workers from Baiyun County arrived in groups. Yesterday, on the 2nd of February, they brought with them the traditional peanut and soybean candies. These treats were made by roasting peanuts and soybeans, placing them in molds, and pouring hot syrup over them, then rolling them out with a rolling pin until they achieved a delightful crispness. Ning Jie has never been fond of yellow beans, as their consumption invariably leads to flatulence. Over the subsequent decades, the popularity of such foods dwindled significantly. And aside from the tradition of shaving one's head on the second day of the second lunar month, it holds little special significance in many regions. After ensuring the welfare of the bricklayers, Ning Jie returned to the factory. As Weya's injury had not yet healed properly, he had to leave Lu Zi behind. His comrades were uncertain about their arrival, and there was evidently a shortage of manpower. Meanwhile, Zhou Pengzi remained hospitalized, with Zhang Xiaoyan assisting the elderly gentleman, providing 3 meals a day from the cafeteria, and there were no major issues at hand. That evening, Ning Jie visited the hospital, and upon reaching the upper floor, he spotted Li Xiaodong and a few others squatting in the corridor. Upon seeing Ning Jie, they greeted him, "Brother-in-law. What brings you here?" Li Xiaowang pointed, and Ning Jie furrowed his brow, straining to listen. To his surprise, he heard the unmistakable sounds of groans and creaks. Was Zhou Pengzi not concerned about the bed collapsing? When had they become so close? Li Xiaowang sighed. "They got together yesterday, and the sheets were a bloody mess. I thought the wound had burst open." Xuanzi retorted, "You thought the wound had burst? I thought they had punctured a major artery." After finishing a cigarette, a young nurse leaned against the doorframe and, upon noticing Ning Jie and the others, blushed and hurriedly left. Zhou Pengzi lay in bed, smoking with an air of pride. Entering the room, Ning Jie was overwhelmed by the odor. Aren't you worried about the wound reopening? Zhou Pengzi grinned. I don't need to move. What is there to burst? Seriously, when did you two progress so quickly? Zhou Pengzi chuckled. On the night I was admitted, she helped me with a bedpan, and by the next day, we were together. Ning Jie opened his mouth in disbelief. This woman seemed to think she had struck gold. After spending a while in the room, Ning Jie left, and upon returning home, his first act was to shower Lin Yuezhi with affectionate kisses, leaving her quite bewildered. She pushed him away, exasperated. What has gotten into you? Have you been sneaking around? Ning Jie, pouting while lying on the bed, sulkily replied. Zhou Pengzi is already with the nurse. Lin Yuezhi rolled her eyes and nestled into Ning Jie's embrace, saying, What? Are you feeling competitive about this? Having vented his frustrations, Ning Jie held Lin Yuezhi close, declaring, Once Pengzi recovers, we should go home and bring uncle and our mother here to arrange our wedding. Look at you, the path isn't easy right now. Why complicate things for them? Lin Yuezhi retorted, feeling the weight of the situation. It's just hard to bear, he confessed. Lin Yuezhi rolled her eyes again, pulling the blanket over her head as she withdrew from his embrace. The next morning, Ning Jie descended the stairs feeling invigorated. Now, Lin Yuezhi handled the ordering and shipping, managing the monetary transactions, allowing Ning Jie to take on a more relaxed role. Life continued to flow normally. As for the incident involving Zhou Pengzi, no leads had emerged thus far. After a leisurely stroll, Ning Jie drove to the forest farm. Now that the lunar calendar had entered March, the accumulated snow on the roads had begun to melt, turning into what one might colloquially describe as slushy water. As the vehicle traversed the terrain, it splattered mud with a distinct sound. Upon arriving at the forest farm, Ning Jie headed directly to Fu Jianya's office. You're here. Please take a seat and wait a moment while I finish this report, Fu Jianya said. Ning Jie picked up Fu Jianya's cigarettes, settled onto the sofa, and lit one, indulging in the smoke. Once Fu Jianya had completed his tasks, he retrieved a stack of specialized letterhead, perhaps more than 20 sheets, and placed them on the table. Take these back for your siblings to use. It will save them a trip to buy some, he added. Ning Jie smiled in response. That sounds splendid. Fu Jianya poured 2 cups of tea, handing one to Ning Jie before sitting beside him and lighting a cigarette himself. All right, let's discuss some serious matters. Fu Jianya had called Ning Jie early that morning, urging him to come to the forest farm. Although he hadn't specified the purpose, the urgency indicated that it must be something significant. Indeed, Fu Jianya soon tossed a meat bun to Ning Jie. The ginseng farm needs to construct a drying plant. Our city must build one, and subsequently, each of the surrounding counties must do the same, all to be completed before autumn this year. How many can your team handle? Isn't the town constructing one? Ning Jie inquired. Fu Jianya rolled his eyes, replying, Can you manage all those towns? Let me tell you, this matter requires meticulous attention. Even if we build fewer units, they must meet the acceptance standards. Otherwise, it will undoubtedly impact the bidding for the old city renovation in the second half of the year. Your uncle mentioned yesterday that the old city renovation will certainly allocate personnel downwards. While we cannot absorb them all, we must secure a substantial share, understood? To secure a substantial share, one must present tangible offerings. Otherwise, your uncle won't be able to advocate for us, Fu Jianya added. Ning Jie nodded, realizing this was an opportunity to enhance his credentials. Do you have an estimate of the scale? He asked after a moment of contemplation. Our city alone would require several thousand square meters. Even the counties would start at over 1,000 square meters. Given that our city is a major ginseng cultivation hub, the funding will be available, he continued, mentally calculating. After some time, he declared, I can certainly manage the city plus 3 counties, and it will be particularly secure. Under normal circumstances, I can handle these counties and the neighboring city, provided no unforeseen issues arise. Fu Jianya, cigarette in hand, furrowed his brow. After finishing one cigarette, he took a deep breath and stated, Our city comprises 1 prefecture-level city, 1 autonomous county, and 3 administrative counties, totaling 6 entities. If necessary, you can absorb all of them. Chapter 162. DeLong is hospitalized. Ning Jie observed Fu Jianya, noting the stark contrast between the current Fu Jianya and the one from his previous life. In that past existence, he had secured numerous projects with Fu Jianya. Even for those that seemed almost guaranteed, Fu Jianya would only allow him to take 80%. Now, with his confidence soaring, Fu Jianya was entrusting him with a full 120 to 130%, a veritable chasm separating this experience from the last. Amidst his reflections, Ning Jie felt a pang of regret. Had he not committed foolish acts leading to his demise in the previous life, things might have been different. Seeing Ning Jie silent, Fu Jianya patted him on the shoulder and said, What's the matter? Are you afraid? Ning Jie forced a smile and replied, Indeed, I fear I might let you down. Fu Jianye chuckled and reassured him, don't worry, just go for it. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the responsibility. As a man, you must push yourself. Ning Jie nodded gratefully and said, rest assured, brother, I will do my best. Fu Jianye nodded back, stating, all right then, I will report this for you. Just wait for my call. Carrying a bundle of letters, Ning Jie descended the stairs, got into his car, and lit a cigarette to calm his nerves. Reflecting on the hardships of his past life, he felt an overwhelming urge to cry when compared to the ease of this life. Upon returning home, Lin Yuezhi noticed the letters in Ning Jie's hands and beamed with joy. Is that why brother sent you over, just for the letters? Ning Jie playfully tapped Lin Yuezhi's nose and smiled. No, it's good news. What good news? Ning Jie affectionately kissed Lin Yuezhi, who pouted and playfully punched his chest, shyly exclaiming, how embarrassing, with so many people around. What is it? Despite her words, she melted into his embrace. Ning Jie explained, our city is expanding, and brother helped secure a project for a factory. Lin Yuezhi's face lit up with surprise. Really? Ning Jie nodded, of course. I wouldn't deceive you. I've secured everything from the county and city, but I didn't take from the townships. Our family can only handle so much. Lin Yuezhi pondered for a moment and said, in that case, brother is paving the way for you. Isn't the old city renovation a done deal this year? Ning Jie affirmed, absolutely. The old city renovation is assured. The rest is left to time. I'll have Lai Xingwang come over in a couple of days to purchase some equipment. Lin Yuezhi supported him. We must buy it. What is that saying? To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. Oh, my wife is quite clever, Ning Jie praised. What do you think? Even though I didn't attend university, I finished high school. These days, a high school diploma still holds value. It's more than sufficient to become a teacher in an ordinary township primary school. In a few decades, don't even mention 985 or 211 universities. Even graduate students might end up delivering takeout. All right, I'll call Lai Xingwang. You keep busy. Go ahead, negotiate a good price. Got it, don't worry. Once upstairs, Ning Jie called Lai Xingwang, and they arranged a time for him to head to northeast China the next day. All construction equipment must be sourced from the south. Although Tianjin has some options, Ning Jie felt it wasn't a reliable choice, and Lai Xingwang surely wouldn't overcharge him. So he preferred to choose Lai Xingwang for the equipment. After lunch, Ning Jie went to bed. It was fortunate he was still young, otherwise, it would be difficult to get up at his age. Around 9 o'clock, as Ning Jie held Lin Yuezhi, preparing to sleep, the frantic barking of Mu Er and Zhun Mo interrupted. Ning Jie quickly dressed, and shortly after, there was a knock at the door. Ning Jie hurriedly descended the stairs and rushed downstairs, where he found Li Xiaodong and old Zhang opening the small door. What was going on? Ning Jie shone his flashlight and immediately spotted DeLong's subordinate, causing his heart to sink. Something must have happened to DeLong Ning Ge. It's bad. Brother Long was stabbed. Who did it? I don't know. Brother Long is in the hospital now. He just went out to take a leak and got stabbed several times. Before he fainted, he muttered something about going out to play. Ning Jie's expression darkened as he asked, was it Zhou Bin? The subordinate slapped his thigh and exclaimed, yes, it was Zhou Bin. Ning Jie finally understood who harbored such deep animosity towards them. But hadn't Zhou Bin already been imprisoned? How did he escape? Did that rascal break out of jail? I see. I'll head over there shortly. Ning Jie got into his car, and Li Xiaodong quickly opened the main gate for him as he drove out of the courtyard. Upon arriving at the police station, Ning Jie knocked on the door. He recognized one of the officers inside and, without any pleasantries, asked, hey buddy, I need to inquire. Did Zhou Bin escape from prison? The officer nodded, saying, yeah. We've been trying to catch him for several days, but haven't succeeded. He likely fled across the river. Ning Jie took a deep breath and replied, all right, I got it. My friend, this is troublesome. He handed the officer a pack of cigarettes and drove off to the hospital. The officer's reaction left Ning Jie momentarily stunned. He stared at the cigarettes, frowning and murmuring, damn, could Zhou Bin really be in the city? It wasn't until midnight that DeLong was finally wheeled out of the operating room. He awoke a little after 3 in the morning, looking dazed as he scanned his surroundings. When he spotted Ning Jie, he sighed in relief. DeLong opened his mouth and said, damn it, I never expected that little rascal Zhou Bin would break out. Ning Jie nodded, replying, Zhou Bin is indeed ruthless. He could find someone to take the fall for him, probably anticipating a day like this. It surprised me that he didn't use a gun. Had he done so, either Lao Zhou or you would surely have been dead. DeLong agreed. Indeed, I also couldn't fathom why he chose not to use a firearm. Ning Jie looked at DeLong, furrowing his brow as he inquired, I'm quite curious about something. Given your skills, even if Zhou Bin was your opponent, it shouldn't have ended this way. DeLong scowled and said, damn it. I was drunk and went to relieve myself under the utility pole across from the shop. Who would have thought that little brat would kick me down and stab me several times? If it hadn't been for my subordinate also needing to urinate, I would have made sure to finish him off. Damn it, I didn't even have time to pull up my pants. DeLong looked at Ning Jie and warned, "You'd best be careful. That little rascal is now exposed." I suspect he didn't use a gun because he feared that would escalate matters, attracting the police. Now that he is exposed, he might be desperate enough to resort to a firearm, and even if you're made of iron, you wouldn't escape unscathed. Ning Jie nodded, feeling a heavy weight settle upon him. Chapter 163. Righteousness. Once in the car, Ning Jie lit a cigarette, his mind swirling with confusion. Zhou Bin's lurking around Lao Zhou and DeLong is quite understandable. These two often find themselves alone, while the monk and the scholar are almost inseparable, residing together for the most part except during festive occasions. Despite my own daily wanderings, I typically travel in a large jeep, making it quite challenging for Zhou Bin to orchestrate any harm against me. As DeLong aptly noted, Zhou Bin has now become akin to a wanted fugitive, a man capable of restraining himself from using a firearm, likely harboring intentions to discreetly eliminate us in revenge for Yang Datu. Such intellect and audacity command some respect from Ning Jie. Earlier, when he inquired at the police station, it was evident that they suspected Zhou Bin had fled to the opposite side of the river. It is indeed surprising that this fellow, having escaped from prison, would dare to return to the city. DeLong, having caught a glimpse of his face, remarked that had it not been for his younger brother's timely intervention, Zhou Bin would undoubtedly have killed him. With his cover now blown, it is likely that Zhou Bin will resort to desperate measures. As Ning Jie drove away from the hospital, he soon spotted a figure standing beneath a distant streetlight. This street, in proximity to the government offices, remains one of the few illuminated in winter. As he approached, his breath grew heavier. Taking a deep breath, he gradually halted the vehicle. The figure extended both hands toward him, prompting Ning Jie to exit the car. "Quite audacious of you," he remarked. "I expected you to either ambush us with a gun out of desperation or flee across to the other side. I never anticipated you would wait here for me." Zhou Bin smiled broadly, his back to the streetlight, his gaze intense. "If I had intended to use a gun, I would have done so long ago." Ning Jie's eyes flickered, reminiscent of an old friend's reunion, as he offered Zhou Bin a cigarette. After lighting it for him, Zhou Bin took a deep drag, exhaling a cloud of smoke. "Why not run?" Ning Jie inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Zhou Bin chuckled self-deprecatingly. "My home is right here. Why would I flee?" After a moment of silence, Ning Jie pressed further. "Why not use a gun?" Instead of providing a direct answer, Zhou Bin recounted, "When I was 12, a group of boys cornered me, one of whom was the son of a notorious local bully. Fast forward over a decade, and life was incredibly difficult back then. I merely wished to survive, even if it meant enduring intermittent hunger. My parents died young, victims of a plague, and I relied on the charity of others for food and clothing. When I unearthed $2 from a rat hole that autumn, they sought to end my life." Looking at Ning Jie, he grinned. "Isn't it laughable? Those $2 bought me 15 pounds of cornmeal, which was truly unpalatable and left me feeling unsatisfied. I had to mix it with bean husks just to make it edible. When I claimed the silver dollars were gone, they threatened to toss me into an icy pit. That was when my older brother intervened. He was incredibly fierce and drove them away in mere moments, and he was only 15 that year. He took me home, where he lived comfortably. That winter marked the first time I wore a cotton-padded coat, though it was a hand-me-down. Reflecting on those years, it was the coldest yet the warmest winter of my life." Zhou Bin extended his hand towards Ning Jie and said, "Light me another." Ning Jie produced a cigarette, placing it into Zhou Bin's palm. Zhou Bin lit the end and inhaled deeply, a look of rapture crossing his face. "Splendid," he mused. "Since that time, I have followed my elder brother, who often pilfered food for me and taught me the art of wielding a knife. I possessed a natural aptitude for this craft. And as the years progressed, my brother aspired to carve out a throne for himself, much like other local ruffians. Under his wing, we transitioned from 2 blades to a legion of followers, and during that era, my brother was truly formidable. He imparted the unwritten rules of our world, explaining the concept of drawing circles, cautioning against involving family in our misdeeds, and advising against violence in hospitals, never to resort to cold-blooded attacks. At that time, I viewed my brother as a chivalrous hero, until he encountered that fateful individual." Zhou Bin's gaze deepened, tinged with sorrow. "My brother took over a nightclub, began to exploit the vulnerable, opened a lodging house, and engaged in usury." His voice turned somber as he recounted. "One day, he brought me to confront a debtor, and before the man's wife and children, he severed a finger. In front of them, he sullied their dignity. I was left pondering, how had my brother transformed into this? What had happened to the principles he had instilled in me? He had once saved my life, and I believed that wholeheartedly. Yet I had forgotten the essence of honor and decorum until I met you. Zobin turned his gaze toward Ning Jie, his eyes reflecting admiration and envy. Though I am aware you orchestrated my brother's demise, I cannot help but regard you as quite remarkable. During my incarceration, I had resigned myself to my fate, until that individual sought me out, offering me a chance at freedom. Ning Jie's focus sharpened as he fixed his gaze on Zobin, inquiring, "Are you referring to the individual behind Yang Dadu?" Zobin chuckled lightly, replying, "Aren't you curious where I've been hiding all this time?" Without hesitation, Ning Jie responded, "At Zhao Shan's residence." Zobin nodded, acknowledging, "No wonder they say you possess a sharp mind." Ning Jie pressed further, "I remain curious. Did you not emerge seeking vengeance?" Zobin affirmed, "Certainly, revenge is the driving force. My brother, despite his numerous sins, was still my brother. If I were not intent on retribution, why would I have returned? But why not use a gun?" Zobin looked at Ning Jie in surprise, stating, "Is that truly difficult to comprehend? First, I fear alarming the prey. Second, I wish to undertake what I believe to be right." "Such as?" Ning Jie prompted. "For instance, the code of the underworld." Zobin replied earnestly, "The principles my brother once taught me. He has forsaken these rules, and for years, I have followed his lead. This time, I refuse to comply. I do not know if my brother can still witness my actions, but I desire for him to see that I have not forgotten the lessons he imparted." Ning Jie chuckled. "If your brother could see this, he might just spring back to life." Laughter erupted from Zobin, clutching his belly, yet as the laughter subsided, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. In the journey of life, one must possess a measure of perseverance. Ning Jie could not help but feel a sense of pity for Zobin, yet more than that, he held a profound respect for him. Such a person may appear foolish, but he is undoubtedly deserving of admiration. Had it not been for Yang Datu, they might have forged a friendship, perhaps in another lifetime. Zobin extinguished his cigarette and said to Ning Jie, "Choose a location. If I win, it will be an act of vengeance for my brother. If I lose, you can take me back. I have a bounty of 500. Damn it, my life is worth merely that after half a lifetime." Chapter 164. The curtain falls on Zobin. Ning Jie gazed at Zobin, his heart swelling with even greater sympathy. Before the age of 12, he had drifted aimlessly. After, he encountered Yang Datu and learned the meaning of brotherhood and the code of the underworld. Subsequently, he followed Yang Datu through life's tribulations. Even as he witnessed Yang Datu's gradual decline, compelled to cling to life out of gratitude for the second chance he had been given. For many years, he lived for Yang Datu. When imprisoned, that individual found a way to offer him a chance at freedom. Undoubtedly, he became a blade in that person's hand. Thus, in the twilight of his life, he was still living for another. This time, however, he defied another's will, reclaiming the buried sense of righteousness and rules within his heart. Though brief, in this moment, Zobin truly lived for himself. "Get in the car, let us find a quiet place," Zobin said with a grin. "You wouldn't send me straight to the police station, would you?" Ning Jie chuckled, opened the car door, and took a seat. What is there to be afraid of? Once in the car, the two drove toward the river, engaging in casual conversation as if they were old friends. Upon reaching the riverside, the ice had begun to break, and the sound resonated like thunder, with large chunks of ice launching into the air like cannonballs. They exited the car, and Ning Jie offered Zobin a cigarette. The two squatted by the river, smoking while observing the ice slowly morphing, their hearts enveloped in an indescribable sentiment. Once the cigarettes were finished, they drew their respective weapons, exchanged a knowing smile, and turned to take 5 steps away from each other. Boom. Crackle. A tremendous roar erupted as both turned simultaneously, akin to two leopards colliding in an instant. Zobin's knife was heavy and methodical. There are myriad techniques for killing in this world, many of which have faded into the annals of history. The one Zobin mastered is among them. The so-called grand opening and closing does not involve wildly swinging a weapon, but rather harnessing great force, with lethal intent woven through each movement. Practicing this form of knife play demands exceptional strength in both the arms and wrists. Ning Jie, possessing considerable strength himself, found himself evenly matched with Zobin. Without the experiences of his past life, Ning Jie would likely have been at a disadvantage. In his previous life, although he had honed his skills in knife play, he lacked the depth of combat experience that Zobin possessed. Unlike the dramatized battles depicted in films, their confrontation was devoid of flamboyance. Instead, it was composed of muscle memory forged through accumulated experience. Each move, though lacking in formal structure, was suffused with deadly intent. As the two blades clashed once more, Ning Jie deftly twisted his wrist, allowing the edge of his knife to entwine around Zhou Bin's broadsword, targeting his wrist. Zhou Bin abruptly pressed down with his right arm. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Jie sidestepped, bending his knees, and pressed his body into Zhou Bin's embrace. With a resounding thud, Zhou Bin was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing onto the icy surface. Seizing this moment, Ning Jie leaned in, poised to strike, when Zhou Bin suddenly discarded his weapon, gasping, "No more fighting, I can't win this. Let's take a break." Ning Jie sheathed his knife and plopped down beside Zhou Bin. Zhou Bin extended his hand towards Ning Jie and remarked, "Can't you show a little awareness? You're still not offering a cigarette. What are you waiting for?" With a smile, Ning Jie produced a cigarette and handed it to Zhou Bin. Leaning on his arm, Zhou Bin lit the cigarette and took a gentle puff. "This time I go in, I'll probably get shot," he mused, glancing across the river. "I'll give you 5 stabs, and then I'll pretend I've never seen you," Ning Jie declared. Zhou Bin retorted with exasperation, "Couldn't you just say to let me go?" Ning Jie kicked Zhou Bin lightly, saying, "You wish. You've stabbed along 4 times and chubby once. I must return the favor, it's only fair." Zhou Bin looked at Ning Jie and managed a grin, propping himself up against the cold ice. "Take me to the police station," he requested. Ning Jie furrowed his brow and asked, "Aren't you going to try?" "Try what?" "I'm awake now, just take me in. It's freezing," Zhou Bin replied. The two climbed into the car, maintaining silence throughout the ride. Upon arriving at the police station, the officers stared at Zhou Bin in astonishment, realizing he was indeed in the city. "When it's time for execution, let me know. I'll come collect the body," Zhou Bin said, shuddering at the thought. He looked at Ning Jie, nodding gravely. "The most correct thing I've ever done in my life is to set rules for you guys." Ning Jie patted Zhou Bin on the shoulder and addressed the officer. "Brother, don't make it hard for him." The officer nodded. With Ning Jie's strong ties to director's son, it was merely a matter of words. Besides, Zhou Bin was already considered a dead man. What was the point of further tormenting him? Rest assured, Ning Jie assured Zhou Bin, "Take care." "Yes, take care," Zhou Bin echoed. Exiting the police station, the sky was engulfed in darkness. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was nearly 5 o'clock. The oppressive weight of darkness before dawn made it difficult to breathe. Ning Jie inhaled deeply, opened the car door, and got in. Lighting a cigarette, he rolled down the window, allowing a gentle breeze to waft inside. His hands gripped the steering wheel as he felt a surge of emotions. As he finished his cigarette, the distant mountains suddenly glimmered with a golden rim, as if gilding the dark expanse of the landscape. Ning Jie tossed aside the cigarette, breaking into a smile. After darkness comes dawn. Driving back to the factory, old Zhang, wrapped in a coat and yawning, inquired, "So, how did it go?" "All done," Ning Jie replied. Thinking of Zhou Bin, he shrugged and smiled again. Old Zhang said nothing further, taking his pipe inside. "You should head back to sleep. Your eldest daughter's light is still on. She probably hasn't slept yet." Gazing at the lights on the 4th floor, Ning Jie felt a warmth in his heart. He nodded, closed the door, and ascended the stairs quietly. Pushing open the door, he found Lin Yuezhi still dressed, resting against the quilt at the head of the bed. The fire in the stove blazed energetically, indicating that the recently added firewood would last no more than 20 minutes. Clearly, Lin Yuezhi was utterly exhausted. After shutting the door, Lin Yuezhi suddenly awoke, her weary face breaking into a smile as she looked at Ning Jie. "You're back?" Ning Jie approached and embraced Lin Yuezhi. His voice laced with concern as he asked, "Why aren't you asleep?" "I couldn't sleep, worried something had happened to you. I added some wood to the fire, then was too tired and dozed off for a bit." "All right, let us sleep. Tomorrow, let Xiao Dong handle the shipment." The couple removed their outer garments and nestled under the covers. Lin Yuezhi rested her head against Ning Jie's chest, eyes closed, and inquired, "What is really going on?" Ning Jie recounted the incident involving Zhou Bin. Lin Yuezhi shifted slightly in his embrace, nuzzling against him to find the most comfortable position, her legs draped over him. "This matter won't be resolved without clarity. We should consult Uncle Fu at dawn." Chapter 165, Tofu. Ning Jie shook his head, stating that now was not the time to seek Fu Dage. Both Fu Dage and Fu Jianye had subtly conveyed their stance towards that individual, who seemed assured that Ning Jie would not dare to act against him, thus behaving with impunity. Ning Jie was powerless, regardless of his standing in the underworld. Now, should he take action against that person, even Fu Dage would be unable to protect him. For Ning Jie, this was undoubtedly a deadlock. "It's all right. I can handle this myself." Suddenly, he found himself reminiscing about the days when his mentor was by his side, for as long as the mentor was present. Such shadowy matters required no effort on his part. The two embraced and drifted into slumber. The following afternoon, Ning Jie was stirred awake by a pressing need to relieve himself. He reached for the bedside and found Lin Yuezhi had already gone downstairs. It was still bright outside, and the sounds from the courtyard were lively. After dressing and stepping outside to relieve himself, old Zhang had prepared a meal for Ning Jie and remarked, "Kid, the police came by this morning with some money. I gave it to your wife." Ning Jie was momentarily taken aback, asking, "What money?" Suddenly, he realized, feeling an inexplicable sense of disappointment. "Did they leave any message?" Old Zhang nodded, saying, "He mentioned that in a couple of days, once the letter arrives, it will be resolved." Ning Jie took a deep breath, his body trembling slightly as he comprehended the implications of Zhou Bin's words regarding resolution. He never expected that his greatest dilemma would be alleviated by arrival. Old Zhang continued, "And one more thing. Don't be curious about why I'm helping you. If it weren't for him approaching my brother would be a good man." He patted Ning Jie on the shoulder, adding, "I gave $20 to the lad who delivered the reward. He promised to keep this matter to himself. You owe me for that." Ning Jie shot him an incredulous look and retorted, "Do you think I care about $20? After that, he headed towards the canteen. Upon reaching the entrance, he turned back to Old Zhang, asking, "Old Zhang, care for a drink?" Old Zhang grinned broadly and replied, "Then let us have a drink." Old Zhang entered the kitchen, bustling about as he fried a plate of peanuts, which quickly cooled in the breeze. The two of them each took a bottle of erguo and sipped. Zhang raised his cup, and they both downed it in one go, alleviating much of Ning Jie's inner turmoil. Zhang picked up a peanut, chewed a few times, and said, "In this life, there are always things that seem unsatisfactory, yet must be done. These matters arrive without reason, making them difficult to accept. Sometimes, right and wrong are inconsequential. What is done, and there is no need to dwell on making amends. Even if you attempt to rectify it, it merely serves as a balm for your conscience, unable to alter the reality." Ning Jie nodded, expressing his surprise that someone could lend him a hand even in their final moments. Old Zhang, while picking at his dish, remarked, "Benevolence and righteousness. You, my boy, though your ways may seem peculiar, possess your own principles and boundaries. What one fears most is the absence of such boundaries. Even if one achieves great success, past mistakes will eventually devour you whole. Those young fellows under your guidance have pulled you from the quagmire, and even if that young commander perishes, he does so without regrets. Why? Simply put, it's about benevolence and righteousness." Ning Jie smiled wryly. "What have I done that is righteous?" Old Zhang shook his head and replied earnestly, "These youngsters today hardly abide by any rules. You're doing well enough. Not to mention whether you surpass the elders. At the very least, you stand out among these young ones." Seeing Old Zhang's thumbs up, Ning Jie chuckled. "So, I'm merely the tallest among the short?" Old Zhang laughed heartily. "That's your own words. I never said such a thing. Now let us drink." The two continued drinking until 7 or 8 in the evening. Ning Jie lost count of how many bottles he had consumed, as he simply desired to drink that day. In a daze, he allowed Lin Yuezhi to help him upstairs, squinting at her as she tended to him, murmuring, "It's wonderful to still see you." Lin Yuezhi gently kissed his forehead, and Ning Jie smiled, soon drifting into a deep slumber. "We've endured too much hardship together in the past. Back then, you would sleep so tensely, now it's so much better. You even know how to enjoy a good drink. It's wonderful to be yourself," Lin Yuezhi whispered softly, tucking him in before returning to her writing beneath the lamp. The wind howled, and fine snowflakes fell like grains of salt. The next morning, Ning Jie awoke to find Lin Yuezhi nestled in his arms, a few beads of sweat glistening on her nose. They clung to each other tightly, like intricately crafted porcelain dolls, as if they were always meant to be together. Ning Jie gazed at Lin Yuezhi's rosy lips and couldn't resist planting a kiss on them. Lin Yuezhi pouted and murmured softly, rubbing her face against his. Then, eyes still closed, she explored for a moment before a smile crept onto her lips, followed by a soft giggle. Ning Jie, feigning irritation, playfully swatted her rear, grumbling, "If your hands keep wandering, I might just eat you up." Lin Yuezhi playfully leaned against Ning Jie and said, "If you want to eat, just go ahead. I have my own matters to attend to. If you're not worried about getting dirty, indulge yourself." Ning Jie, in a teasing manner, took a bite of Lin Yuezhi's cheek, causing her to giggle incessantly. After they shared this affectionate moment for a while, Lin Yuezhi stretched lazily and glanced at the wall clock, remarking, "It's only 6:30. Aren't you going to get some more sleep?" "I can't fall asleep anymore," Ning Jie replied. "Well then, why don't you head to the market and buy some tofu? We still have plenty of pollock at home. Let us stew it for lunch." As he dressed, Ning Jie nodded and asked, "Is there anything specific you want to eat?" "Nothing in particular." "Oh, make sure to buy from that old lady, not from old Wu. The old lady's tofu is made with brine, while I always feel old Wu uses gypsum, which doesn't taste quite right." Understood. I will also grab some tofu pudding. After descending the stairs, Ning Jie drove to the back street. From afar, he spotted an elderly woman pushing a wooden unicycle cart, calling out, "Tofu." He parked the car nearby and purchased half a board of tofu and a bucket of tofu pudding, using cash, which delighted the old woman immensely. With the tofu secured in the car, Ning Jie took a leisurely drive around the city. This year, it was markedly more bustling than the last. At this time last year, few shops had opened their doors, but this year several breakfast stalls had emerged. The current breakfast offerings included steamed buns and pan-fried treats, often served with rice porridge and homemade pickled vegetables. There were also a couple of stalls selling fried dough sticks, attracting quite a crowd. The tofu pudding here was distinct from that in other places. It was akin to a sweet tofu flour, with a delightful sweetness that was both fragrant and fresh. Upon returning home, the children were mostly awake, lined up in the washroom to brush their teeth and wash their faces, a routine instilled by Ning Jie. Initially, the children struggled to adapt, but soon they became accustomed, now brushing their teeth without needing to be reminded. After washing up, everyone gathered to eat. The tofu pudding was still warm. Each person received a generous bowl, adding a splash of soy sauce and a sprinkle of chili powder, resulting in a combination that was both savory and sweet, spicy and warming upon entering the mouth. Old Zhang, while savoring his bowl, lamented, "Ah, if only we had some chopped green onions and cilantro to add." Lin Yuezhi replied, "Grandpa Zhang, we moved in a hurry last year and didn't prepare any scallions or such. By this winter, we'll have everything you desire." Old Zhang smiled broadly, saying, "You are such a precious girl. No matter how you say it, your words are always pleasing to the ear." Lin Yuezhi served Old Zhang another half bowl of tofu pudding, saying, "What you say isn't entirely accurate. I speak differently depending on the person. For outsiders, I wouldn't speak this way. My good temper is reserved for family." Old Zhang gave a thumbs up and remarked to Ning Jie, "This lad is truly fortunate to have such a wonderful wife." Lin Yuezhi gazed at Ning Jie with affection and said, "I too am fortunate to have found such a remarkable man." Li Xiaodong and the other young men were momentarily taken aback, feeling suddenly overwhelmed. Wu Yu addressed Ning Jie, saying, "Brother, today I will head to the granary to bring back Lu Zi." Ning Jie nodded and replied, "You are becoming quite adept yourself. In a moment, I will take you there. Lu Zi will stay with you for a couple of days until you get the hang of things." Understood. At that time, Xiao Shi and Xian Zi will accompany you as well. The rest will stay home with Xiaodong. After finishing his tofu pudding, Ning Jie drove out. Upon arrival at the granary, the group of farmers was busy. Having eaten breakfast early, they were tidying up the courtyard and the old building. The barracks they lived in were U-shaped, with an iron gate installed at the open end, a measure Lu Zi had arranged for. In these times, theft was common, and he had discussed with Ning Jie the need to hire an elderly watchman to reside in the room near the entrance, keeping watch both day and night. Lu Zi, with a cigarette in his mouth, was bustling about with a group of men in the courtyard, while many others wielded sickles and shovels, laboring outside the factory. They cleared away the weeds both inside and outside the premises. Snow still lay on the ground, with patches of earth beginning to emerge. Yet this did not hinder their work. Most rural folk are like this. Having received your money, they can't relax, feeling uneasy and unable to sleep soundly. Upon seeing Ning Jie arrive, the group greeted him cheerfully. Wu Yu, standing behind Ning Jie, handed out cigarettes one by one, to which the men accepted with smiles. Internally questioning, who is this lad? They had heard from Foreman Yang that more foremen would be arriving in a couple of days, and he would need to return to drive Ning Jie. They were puzzled as to why being a foreman wasn't sufficient. It seemed prestigious. Yet Yang was so keen on driving for the boss. As Eleven and Xianzi observed the crowd, they felt a thrill. What a sight, to oversee so many people. Just the thought was exhilarating. Once the cigarettes were distributed, Yang Xiaolu called for everyone outside to come into the factory. Ning Jie looked at the men standing below and smiled, saying, "You've been here for a few days now. Are you accustomed to the living and dining conditions?" "Accustomed." The group responded with broad smiles, their expressions genuine. Here, they enjoyed 3 hearty meals a day, with meat served twice daily and ample white buns to indulge in. Some had gained several pounds within just 2 days. As long as you're comfortable, feel free to voice any concerns. By the way, I'm here to introduce someone. Wu Yu, my younger brother. He will lead you in your tasks from now on. For any issues, direct them to him. Foreman Yang will remain with me for the time being to help Wu Yu acclimate. Let us all get along well. He is still young. So please be understanding and avoid any unnecessary conflicts. Rest assured, boss, we are here to work, not to cause trouble. Indeed, it's much more comfortable here than at home, though one does miss the ladies. Laughter erupted. Ning Jie chuckled in response. Let me make this clear. You all need to go to the rural credit union to open savings accounts. Once salaries are disbursed, I will take you to deposit your earnings. Don't end up spending it all on women after a year of hard work." A group of individuals laughed in agreement, while a few scratched their heads, their faces slightly flushed. Such is the nature of men. They revel in their bravado, often seeking to flaunt their wealth through frivolous pursuits. Like hiring companions, Ning Jie had no desire to see them squander their hard-earned money on such indulgences. Furthermore, he addressed the matter of gambling. He understood that they had idle time to fill, yet wagering money was strictly off-limits. With families to support, he warned them against falling into traps that could leave them without a penny after a year of toil. He made it clear that if anyone disregarded his advice, they could not blame him for their misfortunes. Ning Jie, half threatening and half warned, spoke with a tone that brought a sense of comfort to all present, for they recognized that his intentions were for their own good. He had little else to say, only urging those plagued by lice to cleanse themselves promptly. As the weather warmed, he suggested they construct a bathhouse, promising to purchase a small boiler to ensure they had access to warm water. "We are all men of dignity. We must present ourselves respectably," he asserted, emphasizing the importance of maintaining a good appearance. In a few days, they would begin learning to read and draw plans, for this knowledge was intrinsically linked to their financial prospects. He cautioned them against complacency, reminding them that while some might earn several hundred in a month, others could barely scrape by with a mere few dozen, which would be an embarrassment. After delivering his speech, Ning Jie left Wu Ye and the others behind, driving back to the factory. Upon entering the yard, he spotted the monk and the scholar, each carrying a burlap sack, engaged in hushed conversation. Stepping out of the car, they approached him with cheerful expressions. "Are we having dog meat for dinner tonight?" they inquired. Ning Jie glanced at the sack they held, furrowing his brow and asking, "Where did you acquire the dog?" The monk chuckled. "I don't know whose dog wandered into my yard, but after inquiring with the neighbors, none claimed it. I had no choice but to put it down." Ning Jie felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. In their community, dog meat was a delicacy, and there were even those who raised dogs specifically for sale to Korean restaurants. However, these ruffians typically lacked the funds to purchase a dog, leading him to suspect that the animals were often stolen. Such occurrences were alarmingly common in these times, and enforcement was nearly impossible. Though he kept dogs himself, he also indulged in dog meat, prompting him to question, "Is this for real? Would I deceive you?" The monk replied, "We've already prepared it for the pot." Ning Jie peered into the sack, astonished by the size of the dog. He handed the sack to old Zhang, saying, "Zhang, could you prepare this dog meat for us?" Old Zhang nodded, squinting his eyes as he remarked, "It's been quite a while since I've had this." The wood ear mushrooms and hazel mushrooms seemed to have vanished, likely frightened away by the sight of the monk and scholar carrying the dog. Once old Zhang finished preparing the meat, he placed it directly into the pot. The debate over consuming dog meat was always fervent, with certain regions, like Yulin in Guangxi and Yinbian in Jilin, embracing the practice. Perspectives on the matter varied greatly. As long as one did not steal from others, purchasing dog meat was not deemed objectionable. The Korean ethnic group, for instance, consumes dog meat, just as the people of Yulin and Guangxi do. They even raise dogs specifically for consumption. One cannot impose restrictions on their dietary choices. For many, it is merely a matter of novelty, and indulging in such fare occasionally does no harm. Ning Jie, however, cannot bring himself to eat even a morsel of the dog he raised, having buried all those that passed away in his household. Yet, he would not hesitate to partake of another's dog. Each individual possesses their own preferences, and as long as they do not infringe upon others, their choices are not to be condemned. There are those who merit respect, while others merely play the fool. A few individuals sat in the dining hall, where the monk passed a cigarette to Ning Jie and lit one for old Zhang. The issue concerning Zhou Bin had been resolved, the monk remarked. Ning Jie nodded, letting out a sigh. "That lad is quite chivalrous." The scholar noted, "He chose the wrong crowd. There's nothing to be done about it. Yet, that fellow is indeed fierce. I never anticipated it was he who took action." With a hint of depth in his tone, Ning Jie remarked, "In the past, instances of jailbreaks necessitated public announcements, informing every household." The scholar momentarily paused, quickly grasping Ning Jie's implication. He scoffed, "Indeed, escaping from a cage is not as simple as it seems." Ning Jie stretched, saying, "This matter is manageable. If we cannot deal with him, surely we can handle Zhao Shanha. That fellow is inherently troublesome and may very well cause an explosion one day." The monk furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "Wait, are you implying that it was that person who orchestrated Zhou Bin's predicament?" Ning Jie and the scholar exchanged peculiar glances with the monk, saying, "Addressing you as a monk is a disservice. From now on, you shall be called Big Biao." The monk, incensed and embarrassed, retorted, "Get lost. Who resembles you too? A physique of 150 pounds, with 100 pounds purely in intellect." He lit another cigarette, inquiring, "If we confront Zhao Shanha, what if he retaliates?" The scholar nodded in agreement. "It is indeed impossible for us to act directly. To speak frankly, we all drank on that occasion. That old rascal is truly cunning." Ning Jie responded with a smile. "We certainly cannot take action ourselves. There are many who wish to deal with Zhao Shanha, and he has a neighbor right beside him." The scholar's eyes brightened, yet his brow furrowed as he said, "Defy has declared he is no longer involved. Besides, he holds a grudge against us. Can he truly manage this?" Ning Jie stretched again, asking, "What do you suppose happened to Xiao Shandong?" The monk and scholar exchanged skeptical looks, with the monk questioning, "Was it not your doing?" The scholar retorted, "If he were responsible, would he inquire of you?" Suddenly, the monk and scholar exchanged glances, looking up at Ning Jie, with the monk incredulously asking, "No way, could it have been Zhao Shanha?" Ning Jie chuckled, "Now you understand why I have no fondness for Zhao Shanha. That day I, along with Lu Zi, was in Lin City, and I witnessed Zhao Shanha stab Xiao Shandong mercilessly. That fellow harbors grand ambitions. When I initially excluded him from our circle, he began opposing me at every turn, even scheming against Defy to incite vengeance upon me. Fortunately, Defy is not foolish and did not attribute this incident to me." The scholar gently tapped the table twice with a lighter and remarked, "Well, this matter has now become quite manageable. Not only does it resolve one issue, but it also addresses two. However, are you certain that Defy will not come back to trouble us in the future? Otherwise, once this matter is settled," the scholar squinted, his face betraying a glint of murderous intent. Despite his seemingly refined demeanor, he was undoubtedly a ruthless individual, capable of committing the darkest deeds. Ning Jie waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It won't come to that. Defy is not foolish, since he hasn't pinned this on me. He certainly won't act against me. Moreover, I've kept quiet about the incident with Xiao Shandong, and it was they who provoked me. I've shown him considerable restraint. We shall have dog meat for dinner tonight. I'll have someone call him over and see if he dares to eat it." The monk Zhong Wu and the scholar dined at Ning Jie's expense, and after their meal, they headed to Wu Ye's room for a brief nap. As dusk approached, Defy arrived at Ning Jie's factory carrying a roasted chicken and some pigtails. Ning Jie feigned a smile as he accepted the offerings, saying, "Why bring anything? Just come as you are." Defy chuckled, "I brought my own food, fearing you might poison me." Ning Jie laughed heartily. "Then it's a pity you didn't bring any wine." Defy slapped his forehead in mock surprise. "Oh no, it's too late to buy some now. Well, if I must perish, at least I'll go out with a full stomach." The two men entered the room, their camaraderie evident, especially considering their previous disagreements. The aroma of dog meat filled the air, with two large aluminum bowls brimming with dog meat soup. At their table, an additional plate of hand-pulled dog meat with dipping sauce was present. This sauce, known as dog food, was said to be inspired by the Xian ethnic group, and it was delightful whether paired with meat or soup. Ning Jie found a plate, chopped the pigtails, shredded the roasted chicken, and arranged 2 plates on the table. With everyone gathered, he declared, "Let us raise a toast." After Defy downed a glass of liquor, his face flushed, and he squinted at Ning Jie, a dazed expression crossing his features. Were it not for the bond with his brother, opportunities to drink with Ning Jie and the others would be scarce. He relished this feeling, yet often, the things one desires remain elusive. Ning Jie observed Defy and inquired, "Has Zhao Shanha opened his business without reaching out to you?" Defy picked up a piece of dog meat with chopsticks, dipped it in sauce, and savored it, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. "He did reach out, but I didn't go. If I sought you, would you come?" Ning Jie's gaze was piercing. Defy set down his chopsticks, meeting Ning Jie's eyes. "Initially, I had no intention of coming, but I know that some answers can only be provided by you. Did you truly kill my brother? Surely, no one would believe it was Zhao Shanha, would they?" Chapter 168. All is ready. Ning Jie regarded Defy, noting the slight redness in his eyes, glistening with unshed tears. Deep down, he did not believe that Ning Jie had murdered Xiao Shandong, yet the more he dismissed that thought, the heavier his heart felt. He sought an answer. If so, he would risk everything to take a piece of flesh from Ning Jie. If not, he would consider himself liberated. Ning Jie gazed at Defy and remarked, "To be honest, Xiao Shandong, I have countless ways to eliminate him. However, I prefer to let him live, albeit in a wretched state. Killing him would be too lenient." Defy exhaled in relief, poured wine for Ning Jie, and raised his glass. They clinked their cups and drank heartily. Wiping his mouth, Defy said, "You summoned me for a meal to discuss this matter, didn't you?" Ning Jie nodded and replied, "As you know, I detest complications. To put it bluntly, Anyone who bears ill will towards me, I seek to deal with, depending on the nature of the threat. As for you, I may not hold you in high regard, but I refuse to allow threats to loom over me. Defay inquired, is it because of the Admiral? Ning Jie nodded. Indeed, it is due to the Admiral and also because of that incident with the petty landlord. I understand your affection for your brother, but truth be told, your brother's current state owes much to your efforts. Defay offered a wry smile, lifted the bottle, and downed nearly half of it. His face instantly flushing crimson. I admit this. I shan't explain further. Your kindness in inviting me here is remembered. My brother's matter can be considered resolved. Brother, I am aware of your intentions. You've encountered someone you wish to deal with, but find challenging. I accept this. Tell me who it is, and I shall handle the rest. Consider it a debt owed to you. Ning Jie poured another glass and drank it down, squinting at Defay as he said, You likely have your answer in mind. Defay grimaced and replied, Zhao Shanha. That damn kid has always irked me. Recently, he even urged me to reinstate the roles and confront you. At that moment, I thought nothing of it. I knew I couldn't proceed with that. Little did I expect that this brat would end up killing my brother. Ning Jie chuckled. Initially, I did not suspect him either. To be honest, I was at the alley that day, waiting for your brother. I knew he could escape. My plan was to take him away and give him a good beating first. Who would have thought that before Lu Zi and I could act, Zhao Shanha already had your brother killed? This kid is quite skilled. He has concealed his abilities over the years. Defay, slightly inebriated, yet serious, asked, How skilled? Ning Jie pondered and replied, Not inferior to Zhou Pengzi. Not only Defay but even the monk and the scholar displayed expressions of astonishment. Zhou Pengzi was particularly brave, even if he couldn't fare well against the monk. They were of similar caliber. Defay and the monk had comparable skills. If Zhao sought revenge, it would not be an easy feat Defay contemplated. Discarding each idea that crossed his mind, he was alone now, capable of fleeing if necessary. However, his brothers could not be involved. Thus, this matter required a different approach for resolution. His gaze flickered with a hint of ruthlessness. Damn it, might as well flee to the ends of the earth. Who cares about morality when one is uncertain of their own survival? Revenge must come first, or he would have no face to meet his parents. Drink. Once sated, it was time to attend to business. Time raced by, and soon it was the end of March. Lai Xingfu had arrived a week prior, and Ning Jie had chosen the machinery. The order for the Dongfeng 140 from Pu Jianya was set to arrive imminently. By mid-April, Ning Jie could ensure that operations would commence in full swing. Zhou Bin was also a man of resolve. In the letter he sent to Ning Jie, he included a tape. Upon playing it, the dialogue with Yang Dato echoed forth. The other information in the letter, along with every transaction, was meticulously documented by Zhou Bin. It was evident that he had long anticipated the day when the fish would perish and the net would break. In an age where recordings required bulky tape recorders, and even the slightest sound could be discerned during recording, it was unfathomable how Zhou Bin managed to capture those conversations. One could only imagine that the individual in question never dreamed he would meet his downfall at the hands of an inconspicuous lackey. Ning Jie did not act hastily. He was waiting for Defay to take action. Should that individual enter with Zhao Shanha's intellect, escape was assuredly out of the question. To kill with a borrowed knife requires a single decisive strike, leaving no room for concern. Otherwise, one might as well take matters into their own hands. This year's rainfall arrived much earlier than usual. From dawn, a light drizzle persisted. In previous years, one would not expect rain until mid-April, with even snow possible in May. Yet this year was exceptionally peculiar. The precipitation was interspersed with snowflakes resembling coarse salt, stinging against the skin. Ning Jie's courtyard was filled with umbrellas. These merchants paid little heed to the rain or snow, having already purchased their tickets. They would depart even if met with a deluge. Lin Yuezhi was bustling about in a raincoat, and Ning Jie assisted with the deliveries, not out of concern for the meager transportation fees, but simply due to a shortage of plastic sheeting, necessitating that Ning Jie drive the urgent shipments first. They toiled until dusk, when the rain finally ceased. It is often said that a spring rain brings warmth, yet today was bitterly cold. Night fell quickly, and soon a layer of ice formed, crackling beneath their feet. As they dined in the cafeteria, the merchants who had arrived recently gathered for a meal. Lin Yuezhi, having cooked in bulk, lamented her aching back from the labor. Zhao Shanha had managed to establish a foothold. He was a man who offended no one. Despite his poor reputation, the cunning rascals understood that he was merely a pawn for someone else. To speak harshly, a single Zhao Shanha did not amount to much, but the figure behind him. Every one of those ruffians dared not cross. The dance hall that evening was abuzz with activity. Zhao Shanha knew how to entertain, bringing over a group of women from across the way. Though the other side was wealthier, surpassing their own means, they still found themselves short on cash, and currently, they were partaking in communal meals. The common folk were of a similar nature, with the truly affluent remaining the Jin family. Zhao Shanhe was discerning, even with backing. He did not let it inflate his ego. Zobin had been sent to the police station by Ning Jie, and this incident lingered in his mind, causing him great distress. He feared that Zobin might expose him, and although he knew Ning Jie was aware of the situation, he had to endure it. Yet discomfort still gnawed at him. Fortunately, as days passed, Ning Jie remained silent, and he felt a sense of relief. Who was Ning Jie really? Just a mere figure. Once I rise again, I shall certainly redeem my honor and show you my true worth. With a cigarette dangling from his lips and his eyes narrowed, the lights suddenly dimmed. It was already past the hour of darkness. In Chapter 169, Secretary Fu, as the lights faded, the music grew louder. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the sound of rustling, along with applause like claps. Zhao Shanhe squinted, pulling a recently arrived woman into his embrace. She clutched his hand, pleading in terror. Zhao Shanhe sneered coldly and forcefully pushed her onto the chair. His companions were equally unscrupulous. During this time, Zhao Shanhe had acquired quite a haul, and they too could share in the spoils. As Zhao Shanhe reveled in his conquest, a gunshot suddenly pierced through the music. His body jolted, and he collapsed onto the woman before him, a sharp pain in his back rendering him immobile. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds echoed in succession, leaving only one thought in Zhao Shanhe's mind, semi-automatic. Screams and chaotic footsteps erupted, and the dance hall descended into pandemonium. The underlings, seeing the lights, hurriedly turned them on, only to glimpse a figure hastily weaving through the crowd, vanishing from sight. The woman's anguished cries pierced the air, and Zhao Shanhe's underlings glanced in that direction, instantly bewildered. There lay Zhao Shanhe, two of his subordinates, and an unfortunate escort amidst a pool of blood. Zhao Shanhe's eyes widened, filled with a chilling emptiness and confusion. Zhao Shanhe was dead. Li Xiaodong, stationed outside the dance hall, promptly relayed the news to Ning Jie, who, with a grim countenance, drove directly to the municipal courtyard. Upon entering, Ning Jie hurriedly knocked on Secretary Fu's door. Dressed in a robe, Fu opened the door and, noticing the bag in Ning Jie's hand, inquired, "What brings you here at this late hour?" Ning Jie's face bore a grave expression, tinged with guilt as he replied, "Sir, I require your assistance with a matter." Secretary Fu glanced at the bag, nodded, and turned to enter his residence. After closing the door, Ning Jie followed him inside. Fu poured Ning Jie a glass of water and settled onto the sofa, while Ning Jie stood immobile beside him. Furrowing his brow, Fu asked, "What is the matter? Why are you standing there? Sit down." At that moment, Fu Jianye emerged, his expression dark as he scrutinized Ning Jie, asking, "What has happened? Have you stirred up trouble?" Ning Jie forced a smile and replied, "Sir, Zhao Shanhe is dead." Secretary Fu's brow furrowed further, and with a look of confusion, he inquired, "Who is Zhao Shanhe?" "The current owner of the dance hall," Ning Jie clarified. In an instant, Secretary Fu's demeanor darkened. He straightened up, his eyes narrowing with an unmistakable intensity. In a fleeting moment, Ning Jie found himself gasping for breath. Confronted by the elderly man who emerged from a sea of corpses, he felt as if he were facing an insurmountable mountain, one so formidable that it extinguished any desire to ascend. "Did you lay your hands on him?" The elder's voice was sharp and frigid, slicing through Ning Jie's very bones. "It was not my hand that struck, yet I orchestrated this situation," Ning Jie replied. The elder's expression softened slightly, prompting Fu Jianye to approach and pat Ning Jie on the shoulder, saying, "Why fret if you did not act? This fellow is behaving as if he has committed a grave error. Come sit." Ning Jie shook his head, responding, "Grandfather, I am also responsible for the matter concerning Yang Datu, but once Zhao Shanhe intervened, it was resolved. Although I did not engage directly, that individual sought to eliminate me." Fu Shuji furrowed his brow, aware of the preceding events that led to his earlier admonishment of both Ning Jie and Fu Jianye. However, he was oblivious to the subsequent developments. He reasoned that since the man was aware Ning Jie was his own relative, he would not dare to strike against him. Yet he was mistaken. He had overestimated his own judgment while underestimating the audacity of that man. Anger arose silently within him. What transpired? Ning Jie lowered his gaze and began. There was a man named Zobin, the top enforcer for Yang Datu, who ended up in prison. Recently, he escaped. Fu Shuji was aware of the escape, but had not considered it from other perspectives. In this day and age, it was not particularly challenging for a couple of individuals to flee. Then, he harmed two of my friends. When I discovered this, I took him to the police station. He He divulged this information to me while hiding in Zhao Shanha's home. Fu Shuji slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Are you foolish? You allowed yourself to be used as a pawn without realizing it." Ning Jie responded with a bitter smile. "Grandfather, I knew I was being manipulated. But when a knife is at one's throat, one cannot simply await death." Fu Shuji's countenance darkened. Yet his demeanor softened considerably as he gazed at Ning Jie with a mix of exasperation and disappointment. "Why didn't you come to me for assistance?" Ning Jie, filled with shame, replied, "Grandfather, I truly did not wish to trouble you. Initially, I thought I could endure the loss. I was fine, and it would prevent any conflict between you and them. However, after he spoke those words to me and provided me with those items, I realized this could not simply be overlooked. Grandfather, I am but an ordinary man. Should I succeed, it would at least spare your honor. If I fail, I shall bear the consequences alone, ensuring you remain untainted by my misfortune. I genuinely did not wish to burden you further." Fu Shuji's expression softened once again as he gestured toward the sofa, saying, "Sit down and let us discuss this." Ning Jie exhaled in relief and took a seat. Fu Jianya looked at Ning Jie, his lips pursed in mild irritation, yet his expression was devoid of disdain. Rather, it reflected the helpless amusement of a family member. Fu Shuji picked up the bag Ning Jie had placed on the table, set aside the tape recorder, and extracted various documents. Donning his glasses, he scrutinized them closely. The more he read, the more he was struck by the shocking revelations: smuggling, human trafficking, organized prostitution, predatory lending. These matters, when considered individually, are sufficient to provoke a tumultuous uproar. How dare he? Chapter 170, A Degrading Marriage. Gazing at the account records above, Secretary Fu took a deep breath. He was utterly certain that the individual in question was entirely capable of such deeds. However, merely relying on this ledger to extinguish that person was a daunting task. They were inherently from two factions. Either they would refrain from action, or, if they did, it would be a fight to the death. His gaze shifted to the tape recorder, and he addressed Fu Jianya. "Go fetch the tape recorder." Fu Jianya retrieved the device, a dual-function model capable of operating on batteries or being plugged in. After inserting the tape, he pressed the play button. A series of voices emerged, sending a rush of blood to Secretary Fu's cheeks as he listened intently. The voice resonated. "This month's funds should be given to my wife. I've made arrangements across the river. Next month, you need to bring over some women from that side. At that time, you can hand over the money. Those women are inconsequential. Dispose of them once you've had your fill, or resell them." "Damn it, are you the thug, or am I? If you don't repay, why don't you just go to his house and demand it? There's nothing. No women to sell, no houses to sell. If you dare ask me about this again, just wait for your demise, you worthless fool. The iron price from across is too steep this time. Next time, negotiate better. Damn it, give them what they ask for. Can we even proceed? You better tell me if we can go on." Each line of the recording was profoundly shocking. Goosebumps surfaced on Fu Jianya's skin. Was this truly a cadre? Even a lowly thug wouldn't engage in such disgraceful antics. Secretary Fu's expression darkened as he listened to the tape, which had now consumed an hour of his time, the ashtray before him overflowing with cigarette butts. After the recording concluded, Secretary Fu leaned back on the sofa, eyes shut, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly at the peak of his fury. Fu Jianya discreetly gave Ning Jie a thumbs up with this evidence. It was a foregone conclusion that they could topple that individual, and perhaps the elder would find himself promoted sooner than expected. Ning Jie forced a wry smile and shook his head, both of them hesitant to speak, their eyes fixed on Secretary Fu. After a long silence, Secretary Fu let out a heavy sigh. He opened his eyes, looking at Ning Jie, his face a blend of pride and exasperation. "You little rascal claim to be a mere commoner, yet these actions you've undertaken, are they the deeds of an ordinary person? With such a robust physique, how is it that you possess such cunning? Not only have you ensnared him, but you've also entangled your own uncle." Ning Jie awkwardly chuckled twice. Secretary Fu retorted, "Your scheming not only leaves me to clean up after you, but I also must commend you for your cleverness, you little scoundrel. How is it that you are so astute?" Ning Jie quickly responded, "Uncle, I thought it wouldn't be fair to always rely on your assistance. Although I am your nephew, I cannot keep imposing on you like this." Secretary Fu rolled his eyes and said, "All right, Jianya, you want to be sleeping tonight. Drive me to the province and pick up Secretary Li along the way." Fu Jianya's face lit up with excitement. His father was a prominent figure who had been negotiating with that individual for many years. Although he had always been overshadowed, there remained a distance before complete suppression could be claimed. Now, the moment for triumph had arrived. "Sure." Secretary Fu glared at Ning Jie, irritably stating, "What are you still doing here? Go back and get some sleep." Damn it, at my age, I still have to run around for you, you little brat. As he continued to scold, he suddenly burst into laughter. He had endured enough humiliation over the years. Now it was time to reclaim everything, with interest. Ning Jie sighed in relief, genuinely fearing a rift with the Fu family. Even if things felt a bit distant now, reconnecting later would be challenging. Well then, I'll head back first, uncle. When you return from the province, treat me to a meal. With that, Ning Jie hurried off. Secretary Fu nodded, saying yes. When I come back, I'll treat you. Hey, you little rascal, don't run away. Damn it, trying to trick me? Haha, that little brat. Fu Jianye discreetly handed Secretary Fu a roll of toilet paper. Secretary Fu stared blankly. What is this for? I'm not in need. Fu Jianye cheekily replied. Aren't you Ning Jie's uncle? Aren't you cursing his uncle? Secretary Fu's face darkened, and he kicked at Fu Jianye, who quickly dodged and ran off with a smug grin. Curse your father, you run pretty fast, Secretary Fu exclaimed, looking at the toilet paper in his hand with an indescribable sense of disgust before tossing it far away. Aunt Fu chuckled as she picked up the toilet paper, saying, well, today is indeed a day of great joy. Secretary Fu understood and smiled knowingly. He was certain his wife was secretly eavesdropping. Let us go, when you return. Call the kids over for dinner. It's been a long time since they came by. I miss that girl one. Yes, I'll go and return swiftly. As Secretary Fu left City B, a whirlwind of events began to stir within its underbelly. Upon hearing the news of Zhao Shanha's demise, the small landlord immediately drove to Ning Jie's factory. Ning Jie was coincidentally absent, so the small landlord chose to wait inside the factory. Observing this big shot, the monk, scholar, and the chubby man who had accompanied him appeared visibly apprehensive. The four of them sat at a table, with the small landlord distractedly glancing at his watch, incessantly smoking. Lin Yuezhi busied herself, occasionally bringing out peanuts and sunflower seeds, and at other times fetching apples and hawthorns, constantly refilling tea. Seeing Lin Yuezhi bustling about, the small landlord quickly lifted his cup and said, no need to fuss, sister-in-law. You should take a break. Lin Yuezhi smiled and replied, what is the rush, brother? Anyone who comes to my home at this hour is a close friend of my husband, family. So there is no need for formality. The small landlord's gaze sharpened slightly, regarding Lin Yuezhi with newfound respect. This girl was indeed beautiful. She had always been overshadowed by Ning Jie, often dismissed as merely a pretty face. However, it was now clear that she was far more than that. She was undoubtedly a supportive partner, if not for the fact that Ning Jie has taken a liking to this young lady. It would be hard to believe that his little brother, who seems far from superficial, would be drawn to her. Now it becomes clear what they say. Beauty and intelligence go hand in hand. The small landlord nodded, reflecting, sister-in-law. People outside claim you are merely climbing the social ladder by associating with Ning Jie, but in truth, it is not so much an upward climb as it is a humble descent in status. Marrying a good wife can bless 3 generations. And women like Lin Yuezhi are desired by all. Lin Yuezhi blushed and replied, elder brother, your words make me feel quite embarrassed. What is there to be embarrassed about? Ah, your man has returned. Chapter 171. Building connections. Ning Jie stepped out of the car, surprised to see the small landlord today. Logically, he should have been aware of Zhao Shanha's affairs, and given the small landlord's cautious nature and their not-so-deep friendship, it was unlikely he would seek Ning Jie out knowing he had offended someone. This situation piqued his curiosity. Brother, what brings you here? The small landlord replied helplessly. My brother, you have not heeded my words at all. I know the people behind you wield considerable influence, but this person is no slouch either. You are provoking him relentlessly. If he is determined to act against you, do you believe you could escape unscathed? When gods fight, it is the mortals who suffer. A mere spit from them could drag us in. Do you believe it? Ning Jie nodded, saying, elder brother, your visit today is greatly appreciated, and I will remember this favor. Now let us discuss this matter inside. The group entered the house, and Ning Jie pulled out cigarettes to share. Gazing intently at the small landlord, he was uncertain about the landlord's true intentions, whether he genuinely came to assist or merely to gather information. The small landlord, sensing Ning Jie's scrutiny, understood what he meant. Those present were all notable figures. In these times, who could navigate this realm without a bit of wit? With a wry smile, he said, brother, you need not be so wary of me. To speak honestly, I came today to offer you a way out. Ning Jie's expression shifted slightly, and he candidly replied, elder brother, to be frank, our relationship does not seem to warrant such a gesture. The small landlord sighed. You are correct. Our bond has not reached the point of life and death. I merely wish to see if I can lend a hand. Your elder brother has his own considerations. You possess great talent and will thrive wherever you go. As for me, I doubt I will remain in B City for long. I thought, if I could help you depart, perhaps one day, if I find myself in dire straits, I might seek refuge with you. You are one who repays kindness. And for me, this also serves to secure my own future. Ning Jie nodded, recalling that in a previous life, the small landlord indeed ventured to the neighboring province of Bin City. Although they had no interactions then, he had heard that the small landlord thrived there, becoming a prominent figure. Elder brother, you speak with sincerity. The small landlord chuckled and remarked, in this world, there is no goodwill without reason. If you were of no consequence, I wouldn't spare you a glance in life or death. What I value is your potential. How does that saying go? Cultivate broad and benevolent relationships. Isn't that precisely what it means? The small landlord's prominent position in B City is not without cause. His interpersonal relationships far surpass those of Ning Jie at present. To put it bluntly, half of the ruffians in B City have benefited from the small landlord's favor. If there is one person in B City who should never be trifled with, it is undoubtedly the small landlord. Brother, I remember this favor. Regardless of your motives for coming at this time, I am genuinely pleased. However, let us leave this matter aside. I cannot say much more. With that, Ning Jie glanced at the monk and the others, stating, until there is a conclusion, I cannot speak freely with anyone. But I can assure you, the direction of the clouds depends on the strength of the wind. This time, fortune favors me. I possess a banana leaf fan. The group exchanged glances, understanding that Ning Jie would not boast without cause. It seemed likely that this matter did not bode ill for Ning Jie, but rather heralded a significant change for the entire B City. The small landlord nodded and said, since you put it that way, as your elder brother, I shall refrain from saying more. To put it boldly, you all are my juniors. Since we have established this connection, let us strengthen it and maintain frequent contact. You will find that associating with me will yield benefits. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in the small landlord's words. He had extended an olive branch, and they had to grasp it. Around 11 o'clock that night, the group departed from the factory. Ning Jie embraced Lin Yuezhi as they snuggled under the covers. Lin Yuezhi was diligent, and with just a few words from her, Ning Jie enjoyed a delightful night. At the municipal bureau, later that evening, Director Sun was summoned by the deputy director, who delivered a single statement. Zhao Shanha was killed by Ning Jie. Director Sun was not naive. He had suspected something during Zhou Bin's prison escape. The actions of the higher-ups made it clear that as the third in command, he dared not involve himself, for he could very well end up sacrificing himself while the two higher-ups remained unscathed. He chose not to inform Ning Jie. Having realized he did not wish to offend either side, they could sort it out themselves without dragging him into the fray. However, this time was different. They were pressuring him directly to apprehend Ning Jie, which forced him to take a side. Reflecting on his previous alignment, he pondered what it would mean to choose again. Not wanting to rush to the municipal bureau, he instead turned to visit Secretary Fu. Finding the secretary absent, he subtly conveyed the situation regarding the deputy director. The light-hearted comment from Secretary Fu's wife instilled a newfound confidence in Director Sunday. Your brother Fu has gone to the province, after all these years. It's time to determine a victor. Upon hearing this, Director Sun understood the implications. He had already chosen a side long ago. He promptly secured a room at a guest house, indulging in a refreshing shower, which felt utterly delightful. Meanwhile, on the other end, the deputy director was beside himself with frustration, easily perceiving that Sun was avoiding him. This scoundrel. A sense of unease gnawed at him. The man surnamed Sun had managed to offend neither side. Even if he chose not to apprehend anyone, he ought to make an appearance. Yet now, he remained conspicuously absent. Could it be that this fellow had been swayed by the one surnamed Fu? It seemed implausible. Perhaps the latter had uncovered some compromising evidence against him. The anxiety within him intensified, yet he felt utterly powerless. Although he held the position of second in command, the current framework delineated authority with stark clarity, leaving him unable to exert influence over others. Moreover, the police had already departed to investigate the case, leaving two older officials behind at the bureau. These two were like stubborn rocks, indifferent to any mayor or governor, remaining tight-lipped under questioning. Fuming, he returned home, and, upon gazing at the landline, he clenched his teeth but refrained from making the call. Damn it, a mere local thug repeatedly sabotaging his endeavors. Did he truly consider himself a person of importance? Once the goods in his possession were delivered, both the surnamed Fu and Sun would be compelled to kneel and call him master. He would have his moment of vindication. Venting his frustrations on his wife, he soon succumbed to sleep, while she cast a discontented glance at her seemingly ineffectual husband, her hand stealthily slipping beneath the covers. Suddenly, in the dead of night, the urgent ringing of the telephone shattered the silence of the room. Chapter 172. Preparing for engagement, Zhang Zuoliang awoke with a start, hurriedly dressing as he reached for the phone at his bedside. The moment the call connected, an irate male voice erupted from the receiver. Zhang Zuoliang, are you an idiot? Don't you know to clean up your mess? You've put me in a terrible predicament. Leader, what has happened? Zhang's body jolted, cold sweat breaking out in an instant. What has happened? You'll find out soon enough. Damn it. That man surnamed Fu has taken evidence to the provincial office. You're finished. The call abruptly ended, leaving Zhang weak and crumpled on the floor. What's wrong, dear? His wife, startled, watched as he snapped back to reality and turned on the light, frantically searching for his belongings. He hastily gathered cash and said to her, damn it, stop lying around. Get up. Where are we going? It's freezing outside. What's the emergency? What's the emergency? Don't ask, just hurry up. We're going to see the old Russian. Move quickly. Awakened by urgency, his wife quickly dressed, and together they scrambled downstairs. Just as they stepped outside, a voice called out, Leader, in such a hurry to leave? Zhang's heart sank as he turned to see the smiling figure of Director Sun emerging from the darkness, and he collapsed in despair. The sun broke through the shadows, illuminating Director Sun, while Zhang sat slumped in the gloom, a picture of defeat. It was all over. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was April 10th. In the factory yard, a group of workers gazed in awe at the advanced construction equipment. Wu Ye had gathered a group of young men around the mechanic sent by Lai Xingwang, attentively listening to how to operate the machinery. This was a special request from Ning Jie, as they were unfamiliar with the equipment. While the Dongfeng trucks were relatively straightforward to learn, mastering these machines would require significantly more effort. He intentionally offered a high price to invite several skilled craftsmen to teach the children the operations, a plan that Ning Jie had previously devised. This undoubtedly provided these young individuals with an additional means of livelihood, inciting envy among the seasoned workers. Who wouldn't wish to experience such machinery? The tower crane, for instance, was something they had only seen in newspapers. Moreover, it appeared that these machines were predominantly imported, showcasing the remarkable capabilities of their boss in acquiring such rare equipment. Leaning against the vehicle, Ning Jie observed the children enthusiastically learning to operate the loaders, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. This was a semblance of normalcy, and at the very least, he had fulfilled his promise to the governor. Furthermore, these individuals possessed equipment, which would serve as capital for his gradual rise in the future. The matter concerning Zhang Zuoliang had reached a conclusion, and Ning Jie's reputation suddenly soared in B City, all thanks to the contributions of the small landlord. Relationships are not forged through mutual inconvenience, but rather through mutual success. Ning Jie felt genuine gratitude for the assistance of the small landlord, and their relationship had recently grown significantly closer. The small landlord now regarded Ning Jie as one of his own, a title that Ning Jie indeed deserved. Notably, the clothing sector was experiencing an extraordinary boom. Merchants from across the 3 provinces, and even from beyond to Mongolia and several cities within Shanhaiguan, were seeking Ning Jie for garments. Lai Xingfu had previously ventured into acting as an agent for other provinces, but many lacked the capital and the audacity. Recently, Lai Xingfu visited again, and they re-signed a contract, expanding their agency to include Hebei, Shandong, Jiangsu, Hunan, and Inner Mongolia. Now, Lai Xingfu was dispatching goods almost twice a week, with the frequency increasing, subtly progressing towards 5 or even 6 times in 2 weeks. This operation was primarily delegated to Lin Yuezhi, while Ning Jie had been busy visiting several subordinate counties, engaging in casual drinks with the local forestry leaders. Engineering is no simple matter. It is not merely about securing a project and proceeding with the documents. The execution on the ground is crucial as well. To put it bluntly, who doesn't seek a bit of gain in these times? In certain regions of northeast China, there exists a term, jiahou, synonymous with bribery, which will gradually fade into obscurity in the annals of history. Thickness refers to the depth of unity, how substantial and genuine one's actions are. Furthermore, cement and brick factories are predominantly state-owned, and while some private enterprises exist, they are small-scale with mediocre quality. These essential building materials are critical to the successful completion of projects. During this period, Ning Jie was running around daily, his head spinning from the alcohol, and it must be said that those in the office truly know how to drink. If one does not drink to their satisfaction, it is considered a slight against them. Fortunately, Ning Jie was already well acquainted with this dynamic. He had been drinking alongside Zhao Manton for half a month, pushing Zhao to the brink of excess. Remarkably, Zhao Manton had transformed day by day. Confidence is indeed something that can be cultivated. At that time, he was still filled with fear. Let alone drinking with the director or the factory manager. Even sharing a drink with the village head made him tremble. Ning Jie simply stated, "You are my employee, Henceforth, this construction work will rest upon your shoulders, and those in positions of authority will rely on you for their livelihoods. This single statement gradually dissipated Zhao Mantan's social anxiety entirely. Having finally returned to the city, Ning Jie took Lin Yuezhi along, and the two made their way back to Beigang village. The weather had warmed up, and by May, Ning Jie anticipated that he would be so busy he could hardly find his bearings. It was imperative to settle the matter of their marriage first. Lin Yuezhi had taken to brushing her teeth several times a day, nearly wearing them down to nubs. Continuing this way was unsustainable, and she resolved to indulge in some culinary pleasures as well. As dusk fell, the couple arrived home. Not long ago, he had written to inform his family of his return today, and the three elderly members awaited him eagerly. Upon disembarking, his second uncle swiftly went to fetch their belongings, while his aunt and mother ushered Lin Yuezhi inside, lavishing her with affection. After everything settled down and they gathered around the table, a few guests trickled in. Once dinner was concluded, the room was filled with numerous guests. Ning Jie took out some candy he had purchased and distributed it among them. His mother, Ning, presented a can of peach slices to Lin Yuezhi, opening it and handing her a spoon to enjoy. The little grandson of the elder in the front room was drooling, his small quilted jacket smeared with saliva. Lin Yuezhi hastily took a small bowl and shared some pieces with him. Though the elder woman protested that it was unnecessary, she quickly accepted the bowl and fed her grandson bite by bite. For children in northeast China, canned peaches are an indispensable treat. Feeling unwell? Eat some peach slices. Guests have arrived? Serve them peach slices. Craving something sweet? It must be peach slices. As they chatted, Lin Yuezhi reached into her hand-knitted yarn bag and produced 2 small wooden boxes, presenting them to Ning's mother and her second aunt. "Auntie, mother, these are bracelets I bought for you. I hope you like them." Suddenly, the room fell silent. In those days, purchasing gold jewelry was quite remarkable. Silver was also a rarity. Ning's mother and her second aunt wore expressions of affection, chiding her gently. "Why spend such money, dear girl?" Leaning against Ning's mother's shoulder, Lin Yuezhi playfully replied, "What do we earn money for, if not to show our filial piety to you? If I don't spend it on you too, I want to sleep well at night." Ning's mother, with a tender smile, reached out to caress Lin Yuezhi's face, while her second aunt turned her head away, tears glistening in her eyes. In the outer room, the second uncle sat smoking, his expression more intense than a gunman's, provoking a chorus of eye rolls from a group of uncles. The women in the room gazed enviously at Ning Jie's mother and second aunt. The elder woman in the front room remarked, "Ah, Xiao Jie's mother, you are truly fortunate. Your son is capable, and your daughter-in-law is so dutiful." Another woman from the back room chimed in, "Indeed, open them up and take a look. This girl is wonderful and leaves us all craving." What brings the greatest joy to parents? It is the day they can proudly showcase their children's filial piety to the world. Even if you spend a few coins on hair ties or a pair of socks, they can boast about it for days. Lin Yuezhi had anticipated their arrival in the evening, waiting for this very moment to present her gifts. The timing of gift-giving holds great significance. Offering them now would double their meaning instantaneously. As for the notion of wealth being discreet, it held little consequence for their family. With a yard full of hunting dogs, one would need to possess both the audacity to enter and the fortune to exit unharmed. The two opened the box, and beneath the dim light, 2 intricately carved bangles caught their eye, along with a necklace and a pair of earrings, all shimmering with golden allure, evoking profound envy. Lin Yuezhi took the box, adorned Ning's mother with the bangles, and then fastened the necklace and earrings upon her. Ning's mother had long adorned her ears with small segments of straw, as she had never worn jewelry before, yet miraculously, her earlobes remained intact. Squinting at Ning's mother, Lin Yuezhi remarked, "They are truly exquisite," with tears welling in her eyes. Ning's mother reached out to caress Lin Yuezhi's face, her voice thick with emotion as she said, "Let us hasten our engagement. I have dreamt of hearing you call me mother." Lin Yuezhi, empathizing deeply, dove into Ning's mother's embrace and exclaimed, "Mother, I shall call you mother every day. No need for dreams anymore." Sighing, Ning's mother could not contain her tears, while the nearby aunts and elder relatives wiped their own eyes, moved and envious. How fortunate the Ning family was, blessed with a good son and an equally wonderful daughter-in-law. Lin Yuezhi adorned her second aunt with jewelry, and in an instant, Ning's mother and her sister-in-law became the center of attention in the room. The older women, devoid of ill intentions, grasped their wrists and tugged at their earrings, captivated by the sight. Ning's second uncle hummed a tune as he entered Ning Jie's room, bringing out leftovers from the New Year's feast, which he typically would not indulge in. But today, he was willing to splurge. Ning Jie rummaged through the small room, emerging with 4 bottles of liquor and 5 packs of cigarettes. "Uncle, These 4 bottles were gifted, and the Wulianye is for you. The cigarettes are all Zhonghua. When you run out, I shall procure more for you. The second uncle barely stifled a laugh, yet maintained a stern facade as he replied, You little rascal. With a bit of money, you don't know how to behave. One cannot hide 2 tails of sesame oil in a dog's behind. Despite his words, he took the items and headed outside. In the front room, the elder uncle chimed in, Second brother, you truly lack spirit. You say you want tea, drink the liquor? But surely you could spare a couple of packs of Zhonghua for us brothers to savor. The second uncle grinned, foolishly chuckling as he opened a pack, placing 2 boxes on the table before scampering out. The elder uncle, smiling, opened the cigarettes, and the older brothers each took one. After lighting up, they took a few puffs. It was rumored that the Zhonghua cigarettes of this era carried a delightful fragrance. One puff would fill the room with its aroma. However, Ning Jie did not perceive any significant scent. While they were indeed smoother than some, he felt they were just average. Yet, in this era, Zhonghua cigarettes were a sign of status, and one had to maintain a high profile. As the elder uncle smoked, nodding in satisfaction, he remarked, Expensive cigarettes are indeed different. One stick is akin to losing half a kilogram of pork. Uncle in the back room smacked his lips and remarked, Indeed, it's quite enjoyable to smoke. Far better than the golden gourd. The neighbor from next door inquired, Xiao Jie, have you returned to get engaged? Ning Jie nodded and replied, Yes. I'm bringing my parents to the city to finalize the marriage before the May Day holiday. We'll be busy again by then, as I have projects on my side and not much time left. What projects? Building drying rooms for the city and county exhibitions. I expect to be occupied until autumn. The elder in the front room widened his eyes in astonishment. Goodness, you've truly made a name for yourself. You can take on such work now. Ning Jie smiled and said, I happen to know a few people, and I have a company that specializes in this. The government entrusted these tasks to me. The neighbor nodded seriously. Xiao Jie, we've watched you grow up. We know you have no ill intentions. Just be mindful, and whatever you do, do not engage in actions that betray the country. Rest assured, uncle, I am not that kind of person. If I were to do such a thing, wouldn't my second uncle drag you all to the city to skin me alive? Ha ha ha, who knows? By 10 o'clock that evening, the neighbors had all departed. Lin Yuezhi hesitantly glanced at Ning's mother, who, with a hint of exasperation, pinched Lin Yuezhi's nose and said, Don't let Xiao Jie cause any trouble tonight. He is exhausted from the long journey. Okay, Mom, no trouble. Lin Yuezhi, feeling bashful, stepped outside, and Ning's mother locked the door. Lin Yuezhi looked back at the door, her face turning even redder. She opened the door to enter the room, locked it behind her, removed her clothes, and slipped into bed. Ning Jie had been waiting eagerly, instantly wide awake. Lin Yuezhi whispered, Be gentle. Wait a moment. I need to get some tissue. That night, Ning Jie was full of vigor while Lin Yuezhi bit her lip and remained silent the entire night. The poor sound insulation of the house meant that Ning's mother, just next door, couldn't dare make a sound. Early the next morning, Ning Jie carefully closed the door as Ning's mother was preparing breakfast, and he was rummaging through the house. What are you looking for? Ning's mother asked. Without looking up, Ning Jie replied, Looking for some brown sugar, Mom. Do we have any dates left? I'll cook 2 eggs for one. Ning's mother gritted her teeth in frustration, suddenly feeling as if a cabbage had been ravaged by pigs. You little rascal. Chapter 174. Godfather Lin Yuezhi slept until after 10 o'clock. Ning Jie, exhausted from the previous night's activities, hadn't managed to catch a proper nap. Upon waking, Ning's mother, with a sympathetic look, prepared sweet date water with brown sugar, adding eggs and half a ginseng root. Shortly after drinking, Lin Yuezhi's nose began to bleed profusely, startling Ning's mother, who then made her drink a considerable amount of mung bean water, leaving her running to the restroom all morning. Plans were made for her to leave the next day, and that evening, Ning's mother directly kept Lin Yuezhi at home. This left Ning Jie yearning, tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. In the middle of the night, Lin Yuezhi stealthily crept back into Ning Jie's bed, and the two of them caused quite a ruckus until past 3 o'clock. The next morning, Ning's mother shook her head in wry amusement. Taste for the marrow, indeed, describes this young couple well. At noon, Ning Jie drove his car, accompanied by his uncle and aunt, along with his mother, as they left the village. He entrusted the house keys to the neighbor, a customary practice in rural life. One casually throws the keys to a neighbor when departing, with the assurance that upon return, the stove will be warm. Occasionally, when venturing far, neighbors tend to the garden in one's absence, exemplifying the adage that distant relatives cannot compare to close neighbors, a sentiment often observed in rural areas. By around 6 in the evening, Ning Jie and his companions arrived at the factory. The courtyard was still illuminated, and with the warmer weather, The young ones found it difficult to sleep, thus extending the time for deliveries. Upon noticing the arrivals of Ning Jie's mother and his uncle and aunt, the workers hurried over to greet them warmly. Their affectionate calls of uncle and aunt caused a slight embarrassment for Ning Jie's mother and the uncle and aunt. However, old Zhang appeared somewhat uneasy, akin to a person caught in an indiscretion. The thought of Ning Jie jokingly suggesting he would throw a basin at him left him feeling apprehensive in front of the three. Old Zhang had already prepared the meal. As Ning Jie had mentioned his return that day, initially planning to arrive before dark, yet circumstances had delayed him. In a flurry, he began cooking. With 3 pots on the stove, one containing a large goose that had been simmering since noon, tender to the point of falling apart. Once the dishes were served, Ning Jie called out to Old Zhang, "Old Zhang, have you eaten? Come, join us." Old Zhang, feeling shy, waved his hand and replied, "Oh no, you all eat, please." However, Ning Jie could tell he hadn't eaten and promptly pulled him over. Ning Jie's mother chimed in, "Brother Zhang, please sit down and eat with us." Blushing, Old Zhang nodded and said, "You all are having a family meal. I feel it would be inappropriate for me to intrude." Ning Jie rolled his eyes and teased, "What's this? Don't make me throw a basin at you." Old Zhang's face flushed deeper as he turned to Ning Jie's uncle, saying, "Oh, brother, please don't take it seriously. The child is just joking." Ning Jie's uncle, being more open-minded, recognized Old Zhang's depth of character and genuine fondness for Ning Jie. In these times, adopting godparents had become common, and it was not an unusual affair. He also understood his nephew well. If Old Zhang were of poor character, Ning Jie would not show him such kindness. With a smile, Ning Jie's uncle poured a glass of wine for Old Zhang, saying, "Brother Zhang, young Jie's father passed away early. We have all looked after him. We initially worried when he was in the city, but now that we see you, we can rest easy." Old Zhang felt a slight tremor in his body. To speak honestly, having spent time together, he had genuinely come to regard Ning Jie as a son. For some reason, upon hearing the uncle's words, a pang of emotion struck him, akin to someone gripping his nose and pressing on his chest, leaving him in distress. "Brother, old brother, let us drink first." Old Zhang nodded, downing a glass of wine. Ning Jie then remarked, "What's the matter? You should be pleased to have gained such a fine son." Old Zhang gazed at Ning Jie, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Suddenly, he turned his head away, wiped his face with his hand, and then embraced Ning Jie tightly, resting his forehead against Ning Jie's. For a long while, words eluded him. If his son had lived, he would have been 5 or 6 years older than Ning Jie and likely would have started a family by now. The matters of a wife, children, and parents had been like a thorn embedded in his heart for over 20 years. Even if he claimed to have moved on, could it truly be so simple? Since their first encounter, he had unconsciously regarded Ning Jie as his own son, projecting all the dreams he once envisioned onto him. He patted Ning Jie on the neck with a firm hand, raised his glass, and began to drink, finishing 3 cups in quick succession. After the 3rd cup, Old Zhang spoke with a sense of apology. "As a family, I shamelessly took the liberty of claiming you as my son. It's been over 20 years, and I truly..." Ning Jie had already informed them of Old Zhang's circumstances during their journey, and they were well aware of his character. Their feelings were not merely sympathetic. It was also clear that Old Zhang genuinely cared for Ning Jie and the children, making everything easier to discuss. "Dear brother, please do not say so much. In these times, we can at least say we are finally able to eat our fill. The past cannot be changed, yet the future holds promise for us." Ning Jie grinned as he poured more wine, raising his glass to Old Zhang and saying, "Godfather, let us drink to this." Old Zhang opened his mouth, trembling as he lifted his glass, tears streaming down his face once more. "Ah, all right, let us drink." Dinner stretched into the late hours, past 10 o'clock, and Old Zhang truly enjoyed himself that evening. Having wandered aimlessly for much of his life, he felt a sense of fulfillment in his later years. Uncle and Old Zhang continued to drink and chat. Despite their age difference of over a decade, they shared common interests, from mountain running to hunting. And from facial hair to the youth cadre, each had their own stories to tell. After finishing their meal, they ascended to the 4th floor. Ning Jie had already tidied the room, which was furnished with a bed and bedding. Even the water kettle and wardrobe were arranged meticulously. The stove was warming up nicely. Despite it being April, the nights were still bitterly cold. Ning Jie and Lin Yuezhi spent the entire night in playful banter. As long as Ning Jie talked, Lin Yuezhi was fully cooperative, and she performed with remarkable flair. The next day, around 7, Lin Yuezhi awoke with a yawn, descending the stairs to find Ning's mother cooking, while Old Zhang squatted nearby, tending to the fire and chatting with her. Li Xiaodong was unusually early that day as well. Upon seeing Lin Yuezhi, he remarked, "You're up, sister." Lin Yuezhi nodded, replying, You're up quite early today. Indeed, this group coming to collect goods has been arriving before 8. If you wake late, you'll miss breakfast. Ning's mother, noticing Lin Yueji's weary appearance, inquired, Wen, aren't you going to sleep a little longer? No need, Mom. I must help out soon. I have several days' worth of accounts to settle and a pile of tasks to tackle. There were no complaints about old Zhang. He was indeed invaluable. Any inconsistencies in the book could be pointed out, and the areas I hadn't addressed were essentially foreshadowing. Furthermore, regarding the character of the elder brother, let us not even discuss how clever each one is. In these times, without a bit of wit, one wouldn't survive beyond the second episode. Do refrain from uttering trivial remarks about the minor events that transpired upon your reincarnation. If you were to return, it is not the trifles that would elude your memory, but rather the significant matters. Chapter 175. The Sandfield. Ning's mother tenderly caressed Lin Yueji's petite face and remarked, My dear girl, you have endured hardships alongside Ning Jie. Lin Yueji responded with a sweet smile, What hardships? Ning Jie has become quite the catch. Young ladies are vying for his attention. Ning's mother shot her a stern look. He better not dare. I shall break his legs if he tries anything. Lin Yueji was amused by her mother's jest, laughing heartily. Just then, her second uncle and aunt arrived, and Lin Yueji greeted Li Xiaodong. As the day commenced with a flurry of activity, by 8 o'clock, the courtyard was brimming with people. Observing the piles of goods being carted away, her second uncle felt a wave of nostalgia. Thankfully, he had not hindered his nephew's venture into the market. Otherwise, the lad's potential would have been squandered. Watching the stacks of money flow into Lin Yueji's wallet filled him with pride. Behold, this is my child. After breakfast, Ning Jie took his mother and aunt to the department store, where they spent the morning purchasing an assortment of goods, from tobacco to sweets. The next morning, the entire family visited Secretary Fu's home, as it was a significant Sunday, and Secretary Fu happened to be in. Having conferred with Fu Jianye the previous day, he was filled with emotion upon seeing Ning's mother, his eyes instantly misting over. Sister-in-law, please, take a seat. Secretary Fu exhibited no airs. Having met her second uncle several times, they shared a certain familiarity. After enjoying a meal together, they visited Lin Yueji's home the following morning. During lunch, Ning Jie arranged a banquet at Baifeng Restaurant, marking the official engagement of the couple. Ning's mother did not linger. The elderly tend to worry about their chickens and ducks. Ning Jie escorted the three of them home, desiring to bring them to the city, yet it required considerable effort. Ning's mother was reluctant to part with her land, while her second uncle could not bear to leave his pack of dogs. Such were the simple concerns of the elderly. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was May Day. Ning Jie had commenced work, with workers divided into 3 groups, each setting off with a set of machinery. There were few skilled laborers available, and even though it was the busy farming season, none of these men returned home as they had promised. Knowing their boss had secured substantial work, they understood the necessity of executing it flawlessly. The farming tasks at home were left to the women, the elderly, and the children. Zhoupangzi's sandfield was also bustling, with trucks transporting sand to the city. Ning Jie paid him handsomely, though Zhou initially hesitated. However, with Ning Jie asserting that a true brother settles accounts clearly, Zhoupangzi fell silent. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, yet trouble always seems to arrive uninvited. At around 10 o'clock on May 4th, Liuzi drove Zhoupangzi back to the factory. Upon disembarking, Liuzi hurried upstairs, urgency etched on his face. Recognizing the tension in Liuzi's demeanor, Ning Jie sensed that trouble was afoot. Boss, Liuzi exclaimed, there's been a disturbance at the sandfield caused by the people from Liangjiang town. Ning Jie nodded, finding the situation unsurprising. In this day and age, securing the territory is merely a facade. The essence lies in the fierce contest of strength and valor. One cannot hope to thrive in this line of work without engaging in a few skirmishes or, at times, even sacrificing lives. Have you sought out Mayor Yu? Asked Lu Zi. Indeed, we approached not only Mayor Yu, but also Secretary Liu. Both are present, yet it proved futile. That individual shows no regard for them. Who is this audacious person? Queried Ning Jie. A fellow named De Yong, with a face full of flesh, commanding over 100 men, has detained both our personnel and vehicles. Brother Zhou has gone to rally support. Ning Jie furrowed his brow. De Yong indeed seemed a notable figure in Liangjiang town, albeit merely a local thug, insignificant beyond its borders. Such individuals are beyond reason. Force is the only language they understand. Subduing them through intimidation is the only method to ensure they do not trouble one repeatedly. Ning Jie provided Lu Zi with a jeep. The portly man could not drive. And currently, Zhou and Lu Zi were managing the transport between the construction site and the city, rendering a vehicle indispensable. Drive and ascertain how many vehicles we still have in the city. All right, boss. As Ning Jie pondered, he called Lu Zi back. Wait a moment, take this. He handed his hunting rifle to Lu Zi, who nodded, fastening the ammunition pouch around his waist before descending the stairs. Ning Jie lit a cigarette and dialed Director Sunday. Uncle Sun, what keeps you busy? Upon hearing Ning Jie's voice, Director Sun quickly responded with a smile, just idling about. What's the matter? Something urgent? How about a drink tonight? Ning Jie inquired with a chuckle. Director Sun's eyes gleamed with realization. Indeed, this young man must be facing trouble. The incident involving the deputy had stirred considerable commotion, with many believing it to be orchestrated by Secretary Fu himself, though as an insider. He understood that the evidence was provided by Ning Jie. In Secretary Fu's eyes, Ning Jie was akin to a beloved son, and though he bore a formidable reputation, he remained fundamentally honest and upright. His sudden outreach caused a flutter of unease in Sun's heart. What is it? Speak. I dare not dine until you do. He jested. Well, it's a bit of a situation. Zhou and I have secured a sand excavation in Liangjiang town. All the paperwork is in order. But then this fellow De Yong appeared, causing trouble, assaulting our men, and seizing our vehicles. With a scowl, Director Sun exclaimed, Damn it, has he lost his mind? Thinking himself a kingpin? Just wait, I'll have the Liangjiang town police apprehend him. Uncle Sun, hold on, let us consider. After a lengthy pause, Director Sun chuckled, You little rascal, you're truly something else. All right, I'll take care of it. Just inform me before you head out. Understood, Uncle Sunday. Shall we dine tonight? Eat your uncle. Be off with you. Just be cautious and don't let things escalate to the point of casualties. Or it won't be easy to explain. Rest assured, Uncle, I'll handle it. After concluding the call, Ning Jie donned his attire and descended the stairs. Upon seeing Ning Jie, Li Xiaodong hurried over. Brother-in-law, I heard there was a fight. When are we going? Other young men gathered around, their faces alight with anticipation as they looked at Ning Jie. Irritated, Ning Jie kicked Li Xiaodong in the backside and chided, Are you so idle? Why aren't you at home managing the goods? Who's watching over things while you're all here? Do you have any idea how much we're losing in a day? Li Xiaodong grimaced, holding his rear in pain. I understand, brother-in-law. All right, off you go. Ning Jie replied. Ning Jie approached Lin Yuezhi and said, I just retrieved 2,000 yuan from the cupboard. Just wanted to inform you. Lin Yuezhi nodded, feeling a twinge of concern as she recalled seeing Liu Zi carrying a gun to the vehicle. If we can avoid using the gun, let us do so, she suggested. Don't worry, I'll handle it, he assured her. Chapter 176. The ground cannon. Before long, Fatty and Liu Zi arrived, joined by Dao Long, the monk, and the scholar. Ning Jie stood up, extinguishing his cigarette, and inquired, Is everyone here? Fatty nodded. Yes, around 200 of us, all armed. Ning Jie acknowledged this. Realizing that gathering such a crowd in haste was no small feat, he turned to Liu Zi, asking, How many vehicles are still in the city? There are 6 in total, all parked on the main road, Liu Zi replied. All right then, have everyone board the vehicles and instruct the drivers to take it slow. I'll catch up shortly. We'll leave once I come down. Ning Jie went upstairs to retrieve another 2,000 yuan and called Director Sun, informing Lin Yuezhi before driving out of the courtyard. 3 jeeps set off, followed by 6 liberation trucks filled to the brim with young men in their 20s. Upon reaching the estuary of Liangjiang town, Ning Jie parked the car, and everyone swiftly disembarked. Smoking a cigarette, he smiled, saying, Make sure to identify your allies. Do not strike the wrong person. Liu Zi, distribute the armbands. Everyone should wear one. Those without will be free to engage, but let us try to avoid fatalities. Understood. Over 200 voices shouted in unison, creating a formidable atmosphere. As they donned the armbands, Ning Jie began distributing money. The young men receiving the 10 yuan bills stared in disbelief. When did fighting come with a paycheck? Indeed, while 10 yuan might seem trivial, it was significant enough to cover a month's worth of meals. Make sure to keep that money safe. If you lose it later, it's not my concern, he warned, eliciting hearty laughter from the crowd. One young man remarked, Brother, we still do it, even without the money. It's not necessary. The others nodded in agreement, chattering enthusiastically to express their loyalty. Ning Jie chuckled, saying, Let us not get distracted. I can't have you working for free. Now, let us keep it together and avoid any casualties. Back into the vehicles. The group climbed back into the trucks, with Ning Jie, cigarette in mouth, squinting as he drove. Wu Yi sat in the passenger seat, frowning in silence. He couldn't quite grasp the reasoning behind the monetary distribution. Wu Yi finally nodded, saying, Just giving out a pack of cigarettes would suffice. Isn't 10 yuan a bit excessive, brother? Ning Jie smiled and replied, Such occurrences will be frequent in the future. Everyone has their own responsibilities. To put it bluntly, if you want the horse to run, you must feed it well. Do you think these men, having received money, will keep quiet about it when they return home? Wu Ye responded, they're bound to talk about it. That will suffice, for our greatest advantage lies not in our ability to fight, but rather in our wealth. Remember, in these times, although money cannot resolve every issue, it can certainly address the majority. Therefore, do not hesitate to spend. When the next incident arises, you will notice our numbers swelling, and those who stand with us do not merely ally themselves with us, but with our riches. Wu Ye nodded and replied, I understand. Brother. After Ning Jie and the others departed, a pair of jeeps and several three-wheeled motorcycles arrived at the riverbank, all adorned with identical large-brimmed hats. As they reached the riverbank, Ning Jie spotted a group of individuals gathered around the vehicles, exuding an air of arrogance as they awaited their fate. As the vehicles halted, those in the rear leapt down, while the opposing group anxiously fixated on them. The leader, De Jong, instantly darkened his expression upon seeing the overwhelming numbers arrayed against them, which were twice their own, each armed with weapons. This situation had escalated significantly. Though he had heard of Zhou Pengzi's notorious reputation, De Jong felt a semblance of confidence. For this was his territory. How could he allow an outsider to dominate him? The reason for encircling Zhou Pengzi in the first place was to gain some sweet rewards. Gazing at the bulldozers and excavators, he felt an insatiable greed. If he could just take a bite, he would prosper. A subordinate whispered, Brother, what should we do? De Jong, his face darkened, replied with wavering confidence, It's fine. My brother-in-law is in the police. What do we have to fear? The subordinate flattered, Indeed, in our territory. Even a dragon must bow down. Exactly. What does it matter how many there are? Damn it. Just wait until we thrash them, and if anything gets broken, I'll cover it. Bolstered by a renewed sense of bravado, De Jong thought, at least he was still on home turf. Could he truly be intimidated at his own doorstep? Addressing Ning Jie from a distance, De Jong declared, Brother, are you really so brazen as to come to my doorstep to feast? Ning Jie halted, lit a cigarette, and disdainfully replied, What are you? De Jong's expression darkened instantly as he surveyed the hostile crowd behind Ning Jie, his legs quaking slightly. This situation, Ning Jie, uninterested in further dialogue, gestured to his companions, who charged forward with the enthusiasm of unleashed hounds, rushing towards De Jong and his group. What the hell? De Jong's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't a proper brawl supposed to involve some prelude? Why was this fellow disregarding the customary approach? Before he could ponder further, the two factions collided. Ning Jie remained stationary, flanked by Lu Zi, both observing the one-sided battle unfolding without any intention to intervene. Zhou Pengzi, the monk, and the scholar were akin to sheep entering a den of wolves, utterly outmatched. Wu Ye darted through the chaos like a nimble monkey, his strikes precise and merciless, targeting the flesh with excruciating accuracy, yet stopping short of lethal harm. De Jong, though possessing some skill, was outmatched in this encounter. Zhou Pengzi, fueled by pent-up frustration, seemed to enter a frenzied state, wielding his axe with reckless abandon, intent on cleaving De Jong in two. Originally, De Jong was somewhat timid, and when confronted with Zhou, who played recklessly, he lacked the courage to confront him head-on. Before long, Zhou began to chase De Jong relentlessly across the riverbank. De Jong was filled with frustration, questioning how a 200-pound man could run so swiftly, sticking to him like a stubborn adhesive. Gritting his teeth, he spotted Ning Jie in the distance, and a plan formed in his mind. Damn it, that kid looks like a big shot. If I can take him down, I will consider this battle won. With that thought, De Jong veered off and charged toward Ning Jie. Zhou, trailing behind, wore a puzzled expression. Was this kid out of his mind, unable to handle a fight, yet daring to target the fiercest opponent? Not to mention, even Liu Zi, standing beside Ning Jie, was a force to be reckoned with. Just days prior, when Park Yidao sought trouble, he was thoroughly beaten by Liu Zi, whose combat prowess rivaled that of Ning Jie. As De Jong approached within 20 meters, he turned back for a glance, only to find Zhou had vanished. An ominous feeling washed over him. Where the hell did that foolish fat man go? Suddenly, he turned around again, his expression shifting dramatically, and goosebumps prickled his skin. There stood Liu Zi, grinning while brandishing a gun, the dark barrel aimed directly at his head. What does it feel like to be threatened with a gun? For De Jong, it was a singular sensation. His legs turned to jelly, and he felt an urgent need to relieve himself. My God! In a panic, he shouted and dropped to the ground, clumsily rolling twice before crawling forward in terror. Liu Zi and Ning Jie exchanged glances and erupted in laughter. Ning Jie sauntered over, while Liu Zi kept his weapon raised. As De Jong turned to look back, he was met with the devilish smiles of the two. He desperately tried to rise, but his legs felt as limp as noodles, refusing to obey his commands. With the footsteps drawing nearer, De Jong cried out, Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Ning Jie took the gun, which was devoid of bullets. And with the butt of the gun, he flipped Daong over. Open your mouth. Daong's face was a portrait of terror as he shook his head vigorously. Ning Jie raised the gun butt and brought it crashing down onto Daong's face, instantly breaking his features and causing blood to gush forth. Open your mouth. Daong, now sobbing, pleaded, I was wrong. Big brother, I beg you, don't kill me. Ning Jie struck again with the gun butt, his expression remaining cold, commanding, open your mouth. With tears streaming down his face, Daong complied, eyes wide with fear as Ning Jie shoved the barrel into his mouth. Daong's eyes bulged with dread. Terrified that Ning Jie might pull the trigger, his words a jumbled plea for mercy. No, no. Please, spare me. Ning Jie sneered at Daong, observing his wet trousers and spitting disdainfully. I hear you're quite competent in Liangjiang town, aren't you? Daong shook his head fervently, asserting that he was far from competent, nearly at his end. You attacked me, seized my car. What do you propose we do about it? I won't dare. I won't dare. Ning Jie lit a cigarette, placing his foot on Daong's chest, the other hand steadying the gun. Now you say you won't dare? Just moments ago, where was that bravado? Damn it. I was just trying to survive. What could you possibly do about it? Daong's eyes widened in desperation as he pleaded for mercy. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Ning Jie, with his finger firmly on the trigger, watched as Daong struggled futilely. He stared in horror as Ning Jie's index finger pressed down with increasing intensity until it suddenly pulled the trigger. Daong's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, unconscious. Ning Jie withdrew the gun, wiped it against Daong's body, and spat contemptuously. With such cowardice, how dare you raid the battlefield? What a disgrace. With that, Ning Jie delivered 2 kicks to Daong and loaded another round before firing a blank shot into the sky. Bang! The entire riverbank trembled at the sound of the gunshot, causing everyone to halt in their tracks. Upon seeing Daong lying at Ning Jie's feet, the second-rate thugs from Liangjiang town were momentarily stunned. Run! Daong has been shot. Someone shouted, and like a pack of frightened dogs, they scrambled in every direction. On the ground, more than a dozen others, unable to rise, could only watch helplessly as their companions fled. They closed their eyes and feigned death. Liuzi took the gun and placed it in the jeep. Shortly thereafter, police vehicles and a tricycle descended from the embankment. The men with Ning Jie were still in a state of panic, but Ning Jie waved his hand, and they resisted the urge to flee, standing their ground. As they looked at the bodies on the ground, including Daong beneath Ning Jie's feet, the police team leader's lips twitched in irritation. In the bewildered gaze of the younger thugs, both Daong and the 10 or so individuals lying on the ground were dragged onto the police vehicle and taken away before the stunned crowd. Ning Jie glanced at the few workers operating the excavator and bulldozer, relieved they had not been beaten too badly. Handing each of them 50 yuan, he instructed, "Continue your work. We likely won't have any more visitors." "Sure thing, brother." A group of them headed back to the city with great enthusiasm. Almost simultaneously, Daong's little brothers sought out his brother-in-law. Daong's brother-in-law stormed out, only to encounter another of Daong's underlings. "Sister, brother-in-law, it's bad. Brother Yong has been taken by the police." "What nonsense is this?" "Which police?" "The town's police station." "How come I haven't heard of any action?" "The city police." Daong's brother-in-law's expression changed dramatically, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. "This is a disaster. We've really gotten ourselves into trouble." Upon arriving in the city, the group of thugs, exuberant, dispersed, with over a dozen injured among them. Ning Jie compensated each with 10 yuan. Their injuries were merely superficial, nothing serious. This left the other underlings envious, silently vowing to put in more effort next time. By the afternoon, news of Daong's predicament had spread throughout City B. Particularly the envy surrounding Ning Jie's 10 yuan compensation for each injury, which became a hot topic among the local thugs. Ning Jie's generosity turned into a common subject of conversation among these small-time criminals. In the afternoon, Liuzi's 3 comrades returned from out of town. The 3 individuals had arrived long ago. Once Ning Jie was settled, they began to assist him with various tasks. Each of them possessed commendable skills. Although slightly inferior to Liuzi, they were far from ordinary. In this era, reconnaissance soldiers were renowned for their ability to take on 10 adversaries single-handedly. Without significant prowess, one could not possibly gain entry into a reconnaissance unit. After lighting a cigarette, Ning Jie inquired, "Xiao Qiao, what did they say over there?" Xiao Qiao, whose full name was Qiao Bei, was the second most capable after Liuzi. He was steady in character, albeit somewhat reticent, yet his intellect was undoubtedly sharp. "They want to supply the goods," he replied succinctly. Ning Jie frowned. This fellow was indeed terse, only uttering 3 words. He then turned to another individual and asked, Hu Li, what is the real situation? Hu Li, nicknamed Fox, was known for his cunning, possessing a sharp mind with a fair share of mischief. Fox replied, they stated that their affairs are none of our concern, and they have no intention of engaging in trivial matters with us. They also mentioned that your reputation as Ning Yin Wang is quite effective in B City, but it doesn't carry as much weight there. Ning Jie chuckled and nodded, saying, that old rascal Peng Fei truly has a backbone. Not long ago, a merchant from T City seeking goods had approached him for assistance. This fellow had acquired a substantial amount from Ning Jie, thus earning a tidy profit. Where there is profit, envy inevitably follows. Recently, a notorious thug from T City had taken notice. Just days prior, after retrieving his goods from the train station, he was intercepted by Peng Fei's men. In these tumultuous times, seeking help from higher authorities was futile. The situation was chaotic, rife with corruption. This fellow felt quite frustrated and came to Ning Jie, hoping he might devise a solution. Ning Jie was initially reluctant to intervene, thinking that since the goods had already been dispatched, he bore no responsibility for any ensuing troubles. However, considering that the old city renovation project in T City would soon commence, he felt it prudent to involve himself, curious about the depths of T City's waters. Upon reflection, T City indeed piqued his interest. Chapter 178. A humble request for your consideration. Ning Jie tapped the table and asked, what is Peng Fei's strength like? Fox squinted slightly and replied, he's decent, comparable to Zhou Pengzi, though his reputation is somewhat tarnished. He continued, he has enmity with Lao Ba La and a fellow named Xiao Wei. The three of them are all formidable thugs of the new generation, and they are not on good terms with one another. There are two influential figures overseeing the situation. One is called Brother Feng, and the other is Old Huzi. Essentially, that is the landscape of T City. Ning Jie pondered for a moment, tapping the table as an idea formed in his mind. Here is the plan. You three will head to T City tomorrow. Claim that our clothing business is seeking an agent, and that we intend to supply all goods in T City to that one individual. This information should be disseminated widely by the three of you. Fox's eyes glimmered, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. Many eyes were coveting this piece of prime opportunity. Having agents in other provinces had proven profitable for Ning Jie, with a mere 30 cents difference per item. Do not underestimate this 30 cents. It was enough to incite a frenzy among many eager to grasp the chance. Peng Fei's jealousy stems from witnessing others prospering, leading him to contemplate a brazen act of theft. However, his intentions are far more insidious. He seeks to undermine the local vendors in T City, ultimately coercing Ning Jie into granting him agency. Such occurrences are not uncommon in these times. Throw a piece of meat, and a myriad of creatures will rush forth to take a bite. Understood. Let us take a break. Tomorrow, the three of you shall make another trip. Remain vigilant and contact home as soon as news arises. The next morning, the trio boarded a train. Liuzi had left early, driving to pick up Fat Joe, and together they headed to the sandfield. The foundation for the drying factory in the city had been completed, and at this pace, it would be operational in a month. The other drying facilities across various locations should also be finished in about 2 months, allowing for delivery well before October 1st. The major labor force in the city comprised of Zhao Mantin's crew, while the minor workers were mainly relatives of the small disciples from the likes of Monk Dalong and Fat Zhou. Presently, these minor workers lacked any technical skills and were engaged solely in manual labor. With limited job opportunities in the city, many were idly passing their days, seeking odd jobs for a meager existence. When Ning Jie opened the floodgates for employment, these young men were profoundly moved. The wages for minor workers stood at $45 a month, providing meals but no lodging. This amount sufficed for the daily expenses of an average family of 3. Dining out was a rarity, with most meals prepared at home, keeping expenditures minimal. Old man, let us have a game? Old Zhang, with a pipe in his mouth, nodded in agreement, retrieving a chess set from inside. They set up a table at the entrance of the building and began their match. Old Zhang was quite skilled. In this era, elderly chess players, regardless of their actual prowess, often memorized a few chess strategies. Old Zhang belonged to the category that relied on well-known tactics, progressing cautiously with each move. Before long, Ning Jie found himself thoroughly defeated, having no genuine interest in chess and merely indulging the old man's pastime. He was the type to regret his moves 3 steps later. Old Zhang, cursing under his breath, called him a terrible player, yet after the game concluded with dual cannons, they started anew. At least Ning Jie had some grasp of the game. Others around him had no notion at all. After listening to the radio's repetitive broadcasts, tormenting Ning Jie provided him with satisfaction for an entire day. They played 5 consecutive games, with Ning Jie failing to secure a single victory. In the 6th match, As defeat loomed again, 3 individuals suddenly entered the courtyard. "Good day. May I inquire if Mr. Ning is present?" Li Xiaodong asked the trio before him. The youngest among them replied, "We are here to discuss matters with Mr. Ning." Li Xiaodong nodded, gesturing toward Ning Jie. "Yes, over there. Brother-in-law, you have visitors." Ning Jie lifted his gaze toward the entrance and hastily swept the chessboard, realizing that old Zhang's cannon maneuver had reached fruition, leaving him with nothing in hand. "Draw, draw," Ning Jie exclaimed while rising to his feet, infuriating old Zhang. "Draw my foot," old Zhang retorted. Old Zhang cursed angrily and then meticulously arranged the chess pieces into a metal biscuit tin, sulking as he carried the chessboard into the house. "You go, Lu go. What brings you both here?" Ning Jie greeted them with a smile, noticing the unfamiliar figure standing between them, who was laden with various items, including buckets of malted milk biscuits, canned peaches, and 2 packs of 3-5 cigarettes. "Well, I just came to check on you," Mayor Yu replied with a smile. Ning Jie glanced at the man in the middle and remarked, "This fellow looks unfamiliar." Mayor Yu glanced at the man without responding, and Secretary Lu also turned his head away, showing no intention of making an introduction. "Ah, Ning boss, I am De Yong's brother-in-law. I came to apologize for my brother-in-law's misdeeds yesterday," he said, extending a hand. Ning Jie, ever gracious, replied with a smile, "What misdeeds? It's all in the past. Let's head inside and talk." He led the 3 of them to the office on the 4th floor. "Please, make yourselves comfortable, as if you were at home." Ning Jie gestured towards the sofa. De Yong's brother-in-law placed the items on Ning Jie's desk and awkwardly sat across from him. Ning Jie poured water for the 3 of them and shared cigarettes. "You go, Lu go, don't leave tonight. Let's have a proper drink." Mayor Yu shook his head with a smile, saying, "We have a meeting in town tomorrow. We must return this afternoon or we'll miss it." Secretary Lu echoed, "Indeed. Perhaps next time." Ning Jie, looking regretful, insisted, "You must at least stay for lunch. I'll have my wife prepare some dishes. We can drink a bit. Then take a nap before I drive you both home tonight." Exchanging glances, Mayor Yu and Secretary Lu shared a wry smile and nodded, acknowledging, "Since you've said so. We wouldn't want to seem ungrateful to a brother. All right, let us enjoy lunch together." Seated across from them, Zhang Ping felt utterly uncomfortable. It was clear that Ning Jie had no desire to converse with him. Although not directly ostracized, he was denied any opportunity for reconciliation. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Ning Jie. "Ning boss, my brother-in-law is rather dim-witted. Please don't hold it against him." Ning Jie nodded. "Of course, I won't hold it against him. Oh dear, I got so caught up in reminiscing with my brothers that I forgot to ask. De Yong's brother-in-law, would you care for a drink at lunch?" De Yong's brother-in-law forced a smile, saying, "Ning boss, this incident was due to De Yong's lack of foresight. Please, show some mercy and let him off." Chapter 179. Accepting defeat. Ning Jie reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs and regarding Zhang Ping with a bemused expression. "Hasn't the matter passed? What more could I do to spare your brother-in-law? Shall I gift him the battlefield and send him the machinery as well?" Zhang Ping smiled ruefully. "Ning boss, I understand your influence is vast. My brother-in-law is indeed a fool. The family is in turmoil. That simpleton has no sense. The municipal bureau refuses to release him. Could you perhaps intercede? I'll comply with any request you make, without question." Ning Jie narrowed his eyes slightly, discerning from Zhang Ping's words that he had indeed gone to the municipal bureau to plead for his brother-in-law's release. And the outcome was all too predictable. He had encountered a brick wall. Observing the expressions of Secretary Lu and Mayor Yu, it was evident that, despite their role as negotiators, they were reluctant participants. Ning Jie smiled and remarked, "My friend, please do not say that. I am merely an ordinary citizen. Matters concerning the police are beyond my purview." Zhang Ping felt a sense of unease. Ning Jie was clearly feigning ignorance while being fully aware of the situation. His foolish brother-in-law had managed to offend the wrong person, Ning Jie. Zhang Ping recognized his own complicity in this predicament. Had he not indulged his brother-in-law to such an extent? Would they be facing this calamity today? Taking a deep breath, he implored, "Ning, I genuinely come to you in earnest. Whatever your demands may be, please voice them." Ning Jie straightened in his seat, gripping the armrests of the sofa with considerable pressure. "Wait a moment. I fail to understand. If you are truly sincere in your request, does that mean I must simply acquiesce to this matter? In this world, matters are seldom so easily resolved. Had your imbecilic brother-in-law encountered someone else yesterday, do you believe they would have readily granted him leniency? You have connections at the municipal bureau. You must also be associated with the police. With your brother-in-law's audacious demeanor, do you truly think you deserve any credit? My friend, take your belongings and ensure your brother-in-law gains some awareness. Otherwise, releasing him might lead him to believe he possesses significant influence through his sister's husband." Today he may have managed to seize my territory, but who is to say he won't come back armed next time? Zhang Ping's complexion paled as he forced a smile, asking, Ning, is there truly no room for negotiation? Ning Jie nodded, responding, I understand you are merely a pawn in this game. But fear not, brother. If you feel discontent in your heart, you are welcome to come to me. As for your brother-in-law, regardless of how much we discuss today, I must ensure he learns a lesson. This is not about disrespecting brother Yu or brother Lu. I have my own dignity to uphold. If you can devise a way for me to save face, then I am open to it. If not, let us not linger on this matter. I would rather he be incarcerated to avoid future troubles. Zhang Ping inhaled deeply, proposing, how about this, Ning? I will return this afternoon to prepare 2 pigs for a banquet. Tomorrow, I will host a feast for the brothers who extract sand. And before them, I shall publicly apologize to you. How does that sound? Ning Jie pondered for a moment. After all, one must not kill without cause. Zhang Ping's willingness to take such steps indicated a genuine desire to resolve the situation. He nodded, saying, we shall have the feast at noon, and your brother-in-law will return home by evening. Zhang Ping exhaled in relief. Ning Jie glanced at Mayor Yu and Secretary Lu, stating, today, you have indeed chosen the right individuals. Had you not invited brother Yu and brother Lu, resolving this matter would have been far more difficult. Mayor Yu and Secretary Lu exchanged surprised glances, their expressions filled with gratitude towards Ning Jie. Zhang Ping nodded, expressing, thank you, my esteemed brothers. Ning, I shall not intrude any longer. I will return to prepare for the banquet. Very well, I shall arrive punctually tomorrow at noon. It would be best to prepare several tables, Ning replied. Rest assured, I will ensure the brothers are well fed. As Zhang Ping exited the factory, he released a deep sigh, rubbing his face and shaking his head in resignation. Truthfully, when Ning Jie spoke of ensuring that De Yong learned his lesson, he felt a flicker of doubt. That foolish brother-in-law has caused considerable trouble over the years. It would do him well to learn a lesson. Were it not for his wife's incessant crying and dramatic displays, he might have genuinely accepted the situation today. With a scowl, Zhang Ping mounted his 3-wheeled motorcycle and rode towards the department store. At noon, Lin Yuezhi had meticulously prepared 8 dishes, although the leafy greens were yet to be ready. The spinach, harvested early from the greenhouse, was the first to arrive, lacking in the distinct flavor of fresh spinach. It was quite a challenge for Lin Yuezhi to assemble 8 dishes. After several rounds of drinks, Ning Jie finally broached the topic of Zhang Ping's situation. Brother Yu, what does that foolish brother-in-law of his do? He inquired. He is the head of the local police in town. He is not a bad sort, but his wife's family has really taken advantage of him. His wife is quite the shrew, and that brother-in-law of his is just a complete scoundrel. To be honest, if Zhang Ping hadn't shed tears, neither Lu Ge nor I would have come. We both understand the nature of our friendship. We know we aren't so important as to warrant your attention, yet we felt compelled to show up. Secretary Lu nodded in agreement, stating, over the years, Zhang Ping has often cleaned up after De Yong. Whenever trouble arises, if Zhang Ping doesn't intervene, his wife will be off looking for someone to blame. Last year, De Yong, that scoundrel, cornered a young girl in the girls' restroom. She was merely a middle school student. Her classmates could not bear to watch and confronted De Yong. If not for a capable teacher named Xiao Bin, De Yong and his gang would have surely harmed those students. When the situation escalated, and there was talk of escalating it to the city, Zhang Ping's wife could not sit idly by. She scraped together 1,000 yuan to settle the matter privately. Ning Jie exclaimed in astonishment. Wow, this fellow is quite wealthy, able to produce 1,000 yuan so readily. Secretary Lu remarked, his family has a bit of money, but over the years, it has been squandered, leaving them with little remaining. Ning Jie nodded thoughtfully, saying, when I spoke with him, he seemed like a decent guy. Alas, he must consider himself unfortunate to be entangled with such a family. Mayor Yu concurred, indeed. It is quite a stroke of bad luck to be associated with them. Without this family, he might have already made his way to the city or transferred to another county. Ning Jie raised his glass, declaring, all right, enough about them. Today, the 3 of us must drink to our heart's content. To which they all affirmed, certainly, let us drink. The drinking continued until after 2 o'clock, when Lu Zi escorted Mayor Yu and Secretary Lu to their guest rooms. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the 2 came to, taking a moment to realize they were at Ning Jie's place. Upon stepping outside, Lu Zi stood up, announcing, you're awake. Secretary Lu smiled and nodded, yes. By the way, brother, has your boss not stirred yet? Lu Zi shook his head, replying, I don't know when he'll wake up. Before falling asleep, my boss mentioned that when you 2 wake up, he'd have me take you home. The following noon, Ning Jie arrived in Liangjiang town. Zhang Ping had arranged a lavish banquet, with 12 dishes per table across 20 tables. Quite the investment indeed. A group of young men joyfully took their seats. And after several rounds of drinks, Zhang Ping, his face flushed, approached Ning Jie with a glass in hand. He addressed the crowd with a commanding voice. "Gentlemen, may I have your attention for a moment?" The assembly of his younger companions was already aware that Zhang Ping was to apologize to Ning Jie that day. Upon hearing his call, they set down their chopsticks and turned their gazes toward Zhang Ping. Despite having prepared himself mentally for the moment, the intensity of their stares made him waver. Taking a deep breath, he began, "I am Dion's brother-in-law. My brother-in-law has had some difficulties in understanding things. And a few days ago, he had an unfortunate altercation with all of you, which led to some unpleasantness. Today, I stand in for him to extend an apology to everyone." He bowed deeply to the crowd and then turned to Ning Jie, saying, "Mr. Ning, I sincerely appreciate your magnanimity in this matter. I feel particularly remorseful towards both you and Mr. Zhou. Here, I must also express my apologies to Mr. Ning and Mr. Zhou." As he prepared to bow once more towards Ning Jie, the latter gently supported him, causing Zhang Ping to look at him in surprise, his expression filled with confusion. Ning Jie smiled and remarked, "Through conflict, we forge friendships. From now on, we are all friends." Grateful, Zhang Ping nodded appreciatively. Raising his glass, he said, "Thank you, Mr. Ning." After their meal, the matter between the two was amicably settled. Zhang Ping was indeed a person of stature. It takes a certain character to lower oneself and host such a gathering, demonstrating a willingness to avoid confrontation with Ning Jie. For someone like Zhang Ping, Ning Jie would not push too hard. Either they would not reconcile at all, or if they did, he would allow for a modicum of dignity to remain. Leaving some room for compassion and human interactions often eases future dealings. That very evening, Daong returned home, while Zhang Ping, in a rare moment of assertiveness, had dealt Daong a significant blow, to the point that even his wife could not intervene. In T-City, the trio of Fox disseminated news about their agency, and they remained at the guest house awaiting updates. Early the next morning, Xiao Wei arrived. Xiao Wei was the least affluent among the ruffians associated with Peng Fei. The news from Fox had just reached him the night before. He had intended to come the previous evening, but was barred from entry by the elderly gatekeeper. At dawn, Xiao Wei slipped the gatekeeper a pack of cigarettes along with 5 yuan, which finally granted him access upstairs. Upon entering the room, Fox looked curiously at the old man and Xiao Wei, along with 2 younger companions trailing behind him, and inquired, "Is there a matter at hand?" Xiao Wei replied with a smile, "Brother, I am Xiao Wei, here to discuss something with you." Fox immediately donned a welcoming smile, impressed by how quickly the bait was taken. "Ah, Wei Gu, please, come in." The 3 entered, and Xiao Wei shut the door behind him. Xiao Qiao and Wang Tianyi had yet to emerge from their slumber, yawning as they dressed. Xiao Wei chuckled, "My apologies for the early visit, brothers." "Early? We were playing cards until the wee hours last night. Wei Gu, is there something you need?" Fox feigned ignorance, fully aware of Xiao Wei's intentions. Xiao Wei offered Fox a cigarette and casually asked, "I heard your boss sent you to seek an agency?" Fox accepted the cigarette, nodded, and replied, "Indeed. That is the case." Xiao Wei inquired, "Given that our 2 cities are so close, why the sudden interest in seeking agents here?" Fox's expression subtly shifted. After lighting his cigarette, he sighed deeply. "Ah, if this matter were to involve someone else, I would remain silent. Your early arrival is truly appreciated, my brother. This situation does bear some relation to Peng Fei." Xiao Wei furrowed his brow and inquired, "Peng Fei? What connection does he have?" The Fox, with a hint of irritation, replied, "Isn't there a fellow named Wang Chuang in your city? He has been procuring clothing from us and has made quite a profit lately." Xiao Wei nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Indeed, Wang Chuang has been quite profitable. He even acquired a new phone. However, the last time Wang Chuang picked up goods from us, he was robbed by Peng Fei right outside the train station. Naturally, Wang Chuang was displeased and approached my boss about it. My boss then suggested that the 3 of us mediate, but Peng Fei was unyielding, which infuriated my boss, leading him to consider appointing an agent directly." The Fox cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Wei and remarked, "Brother Wei, I trust you understand the implications. I need not elaborate." Xiao Wei was initially unaware of these intricacies, but the Fox's words illuminated the situation for him. Peng Fei, with his lack of foresight and domineering nature, had prompted Ning Jie to seek someone unafraid of him, to avoid further complications down the line. After all, he and Peng Fei already had a vendetta, and he certainly could not forfeit the opportunity for income. The numerous clothing vendors in T-City associated with Ning Jie were all thriving. If this responsibility fell to him, he would dictate who could sell Ning Jie's garments in the future. This realization stirred a restless anxiety within him. He turned to the Fox and said, "Brother, I comprehend your insinuation. I came to discuss the clothing issue, Do you believe I can manage it? The fox clapped his thigh and exclaimed, absolutely. Who are you? Brother Wei? While others may fear that little tyrant Peng Fei, you certainly do not. Flattered by the fox's words, Xiao Wei felt a swell of pride. Yet, he pondered. Suddenly, the fox wore a troubled expression as he regarded Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei's heart sank, and he asked, what is the matter, brother? What do you mean by but? The fox glanced at Xiao Qiao and Wang Tianyi before responding. Well, I cannot make any guarantees regarding this matter. Our boss has instructed us to wait a week before proceeding, you understand. The fox raised his eyebrows at Xiao Wei, who nodded in comprehension. Ning Jie's intention was to select the most capable individual to take on the agency, thereby preventing future complications. Xiao Wei began to appreciate Ning Jie's strategy, as it seemed quite reasonable. Taking a deep breath, he stated, here is the plan. Brother, let us share a drink tonight. Regardless of whether your boss is amenable to collaboration, we should establish a friendship, independent of your boss's interests. The fox grinned broadly, saying, that sounds splendid. What could be wrong with that? We have an agreement. I will come to fetch the three of you tonight. It is only fitting that my brothers honor this request. Very well, thank you immensely, Brother Wei. After bidding farewell to Xiao Wei, the fox ascended the stairs and entered the room. Wang Tianyi opened the window and settled into the sofa by the window, smoking a cigarette. Fox, do you think this fellow will act as our boss desires? Chapter 181. A subtle strategy. The reserved Xiao Qiao suddenly spoke up. He will. Wang Tianyi glanced at Xiao Qiao and asked, why is that possible? Xiao Qiao tilted her head, leaning against the quilt, remaining silent, her expression one of bewilderment. Wang Tianyi rolled his eyes and turned to the fox, inquiring, why is that possible? The fox chuckled and replied, Xiao Wei is not from a wealthy background, and he engages in unprofitable ventures. As a fellow ruffian, seeing others profit must surely make him anxious. Initially, when the boss said Xiao Wei would be the first to come, I was skeptical, but now I believe it. He is not afraid of Peng Fei. He is not foolish. He understands my insinuations and recognizes that I am inciting conflict. This is what we call a subtle strategy. Wang Tianyi pouted and remarked, truly cunning. The fox laughed, saying, wait for news. By afternoon at the latest, we shall have word. After Xiao Wei and his companions had distanced themselves, his smile gradually faded. He was no fool. He knew that Ning Jie's actions were directed at that imbecile Peng Fei. The money was readily available. If he could take down Peng Fei, the rewards would follow. It was not a difficult choice. He was fully aware that accepting the agency meant declaring war on Peng Fei, becoming Ning Jie's weapon. Yet he still desired to take on this agency. He already harbored a grudge against Peng Fei. One Peng Fei did not truly intimidate him, though it left an unpleasant feeling in his heart. Others merely spoke while profiting, gaining reputation, and resolving troubles. Such tactics made him regard Ning Jie with newfound respect. Brother, Ning Jie is clearly seeking someone to take down Peng Fei. Xiao Wei nodded and said, what should we do? The money is just sitting there. If we don't act, someone else surely will. Indeed, this Ning Jie was remarkably shrewd. Sighing, Xiao Wei remarked, this isn't deceit. This is strategy. Here is the plan. You two will release the news that Ning Jie has agreed to collaborate with us, bringing everything into the open. All right. We shall go and communicate this immediately. Regarding the agency, the ruffians in T-City were watching closely. It was indeed a lucrative opportunity. And who wouldn't want free money? However, they were not foolish. With a little inquiry, they would discover how Peng Fei had robbed Wang Chuang's goods, leading them to realize that Ning Jie intended to use others as pawns. The most frustrated was Peng Fei, who originally intended to use tactics to force Ning Jie to compromise. He had not anticipated that Ning Jie would bypass such trivialities and unleash a direct assault, which infuriated him to no end. Damn it, I've made a blunder. As he was stewing in anger, a younger brother suddenly entered the room, looking anxious, and said to Peng Fei, brother, trouble has arisen. Peng Fei furrowed his brow, setting down his pai gao tiles, and darkly inquired, what has happened? Well, Xiao Wei just announced that Ning Jie has agreed to collaborate with him. Damn, Peng Fei cursed, springing to his feet in a flash. That muddy-footed fool is doing this on purpose. Does he think he can oppose me without consequence? Peng Fei was instantly enraged. He already had a vendetta against Xiao Wei, and this blatant provocation was intolerable. Brother, should we take action against him? Peng Fei, teeth clenched in anger, sat back down. His face darkened as he replied. What good would it do to attack him now? That would only play into Ning Jie's hands. Old Scar, that old rascal, has his eyes on this juicy piece of meat as well. Initially, his underling was set to procure goods from Ning Jie, and with this turn of events, he surely couldn't sit idly by. Let those two dogs fight it out first, and then we shall take them down. I refuse to believe Ning Jie won't bow his head. Damn it, in T-City, even if he is a dragon, he must still yield to me. Almost simultaneously, Old Scar received the news and felt a twinge of envy. His underling had previously procured goods from Ning Jie, which sold quite well. Although he was tempted, he was reluctant to encroach upon his subordinate's business. Now that this matter had surfaced, it was evident his underling would falter, providing him with a pretext to speak up. With a cigarette in his mouth, Old Scar squinted at the distant clock while resting his chin on his hand. Since Ning Jie was able to disseminate this information, it was unlikely he would allow the situation to be easily resolved, so what Xiao Wei mentioned was likely nonsense. At this moment, Xiao Wei's proclamation was merely a tactic to dissuade them from their intentions, enabling him to fish in troubled waters. Whether it was true or not could be easily discerned by visiting the guest house. With this thought in mind, Old Scar summoned 2 underlings and drove to the guest house. The 3 had just concluded their lunch and were engaged in a game of poker when a knock resounded at the door. "Who is it?" asked Fox from behind the door. "Are you the brothers of Ning Jie?" "I am Old Scar." The 3 exchanged glances, a flicker of delight passing through their eyes. Just a moment. Fox quickly donned his shoes and rushed to open the door, revealing Old Scar, beaming with a smile, flanked by his 2 underlings. "Ah, brother, come in." Old Scar nodded with a smile and led his underlings inside. "Have you fellows eaten? Shall we go out for a meal together?" Fox inquired cheerfully. "We just finished, brother," he replied, as he offered a cigarette, asking, "Did you come for something, brother?" Old Scar nodded, thinking to himself, "Don't you already know why I'm here?" He wasted no time and directly asked, "I've heard that Xiao Wei has secured an agency deal with your boss?" The 3 exchanged puzzled looks, with Wang Tian appearing somewhat bewildered, realizing that their boss had indeed guessed correctly. Fox shook his head in confusion and said, "How could that be? My boss told me to wait a couple of days before discussing it." "Who told you this?" Old Scar smiled slightly, his deduction proving accurate. That little rascal Xiao Wei was indeed attempting to fish in troubled waters. Rumors had spread outside, most likely instigated by that little brat himself. "Brother, I will not beat around the bush. My underling also procures clothes from your establishment, and we cannot allow others to tighten their grip on us. Regarding your agency, do you think I can manage it?" Fox hesitated, saying, "Brother, I shouldn't be saying this, but since you are being so forthright, it's hard for me to keep it bottled up. You know my boss has ties with Peng Fei, and if we take on this agency, it will surely put us at odds with Peng Fei. I know you're not afraid of him, but..." Old Scar chuckled, "Thank you, brother. I'm not intimidated by Peng Fei or Xiao Wei. As long as your boss is willing to cooperate with me, the rest need not concern him. My brethren rely on this livelihood. If Peng Fei and Xiao Wei were to take over, my brothers would be left without sustenance. I appreciate your kind intentions, my friend. Let us gather for a meal tonight and discuss matters in detail then." Fox, with an innocent demeanor, scratched his head and replied bashfully, "Well, dear brother, we have prior engagements this evening." Chapter 182. Repeating mistakes. Old Scar chuckled and nodded, instantly surmising that Xiao Wei would be hosting the dinner. "Then let it be tomorrow night. I shall be the host, and my brothers shall support the occasion." Fox hastily responded, "Very well, I appreciate your generosity. Family is family. There's no need for formality. All right, I shall take my leave now. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call. I reside behind the supply and marketing cooperative. 2 plum trees in the yard will guide you." "Understood, brother," replied Fox. After bidding farewell to Old Scar, Fox returned to the guest house. Upon entering, Wang Tianyi remarked, "Goodness, our boss was indeed correct." Fox rolled his eyes and retorted, "What do you expect from our boss? 160 pounds of cleverness. However, I wonder if those 2 old-timers will participate. If they do, it would certainly be intriguing." He dialed Ning Jie, and Lin Yuezhi's voice came through the line. "Hello. Who is this?" Fox quickly replied, "Madam Boss, it's me, Hu Li. Is my boss available? Please hold on. Here's the call for you." "Hu Li. What's the matter, Fox?" asked the boss. "Well, this morning Xiao Wei came by, just as you predicted. He spread the word right after leaving, and shortly after, Old Scar also arrived." Ning Jie nodded, saying, "Just bide your time. I suspect Feng Gu and Old Hu will be looking for you too as well. When they do, just say 3 words, 'I don't know.' Rest assured, boss. By the way, who should I bring back? Whoever can persuade Peng Fei to relinquish the goods shall accompany you." "And what if Peng Fei refuses to yield?" Ning Jie scoffed. "That rascal is accustomed to being domineering. If he were to yield, he wouldn't have sent Wang Chuang to seize them. Just wait. We shall receive news in a couple of days." "Very well. I shall call you if anything arises." "Indeed, take utmost care." After hanging up, Ning Jie reclined on the sofa, stretching lazily. The window was open, and the wind caused the account books on Lin Yuezhi's desk to rustle. Without looking up, she inquired, Who do you think Fox will bring back? Ning Jie shook his head, responding, I am not a clairvoyant. It is impossible to predict. However, it is likely to be either Xiao Wei or Old Scar. After all, Feng Gu and Old Hu belong to an older generation and are less likely to intervene. Lin Yuezhi nodded, saying very well. By the way, when you left yesterday, Tai Jun returned. He came looking for you, but you were not at home. I suspect he will return this afternoon. Ah, Tai Jun is back. Did he mention anything? I suppose it concerns the agency matter. Didn't T Wong Million acquire the agency from their side? Many of Tai Jun's clients have shifted to him. Ning Jie lit a cigarette and sighed. Ah, once the agency opens, those like Tai Jun who are out in the field will undoubtedly be affected. Lin Yuezhi closed the account book and looked at Ning Jie, saying, What are your plans? Our family's achievements today are undoubtedly due to the efforts of those individuals. As for the local province, let it be. The market in neighboring provinces has been largely developed by Tai Jun alone. Ning Jie nodded and replied, Rest assured. I have already considered this matter. I have granted the agency in the neighboring province, but I have not given away any in the Black Province. When the time comes, I will let Tai Jun choose whether he wants to take on an agency for a province or work alongside me. Lin Yuezhi nodded. About to speak when there was a knock at the door. Come in, Ning Jie responded, and the door swung open, revealing Tai Jun with a cheerful smile. What a coincidence. I was just talking about you with my wife, Ning Jie remarked. Tai Jun grinned and said, I looked for you yesterday, but you weren't around. I had matters to attend to this morning, so I couldn't come over. Ning Jie handed Tai Jun a cigarette and said, Let us skip the formalities. The agency matter will undoubtedly affect you, but I have my own considerations. We are brothers, and I have noticed the effort you have put in. I cannot let you suffer a loss. I just told my wife that you can either work with me, or I will give you the agency for the Black Province. It's your choice. Tai Jun looked at Ning Jie, shaking his head with a wry smile. You've truly placed me in a difficult position. Ning Jie continued. You know what kind of person I am. I have no desire to mingle in the chaos, just wishing to earn a steady income. You, like me, do not care much for superficial fame. Otherwise, you wouldn't be running around the world. All I can say is, if you work with me, the earnings will certainly not be less than from the agency. I have that much confidence. Tai Jun nodded, believing Ning Jie's words. He had witnessed Ning Jie's rapid rise and had participated alongside him. Ning Jie was willing to spend money, magnanimous, reliable in his dealings, and most importantly, had foresight. Although the agency matter infringed upon his interests, he greatly admired Ning Jie's approach, recognizing its long-term benefits for him. He had enjoyed considerable gains recently and accumulated a fair amount of money, yet the thought of working with Ning Jie left him somewhat uneasy. Ning Jie smiled and said, Take your time to think it over. We are all brothers here, so there is no rush in making a decision. Tai Jun nodded, stating, Sure. I will go back and reflect on it. I initially thought about saving some money to open a large restaurant in the city. I visited the neighboring province recently and saw that their large restaurant was quite successful, which stirred my interest. Ning Jie replied, All right. We will discuss it further when the time comes. After seeing Tai Jun off, Ning Jie returned to his office. In his past life, Tai Jun had run a restaurant, but that was a long time ago. The two had little interaction back then. In the early 1990s, Tai Jun went south, and after the millennium, he returned to B City to start a restaurant, which failed after 6 months. At that time, Tai Jun focused on Southern cuisine, which held a certain prestige there. But during that era, Southern cuisine struggled to adapt to the local tastes. The consumption differences between the North and South were already quite significant by the millennium, with distinct consumer philosophies. To speak frankly, the pursuit of refinement is a hallmark of the South, while the Northeast emphasizes abundance and satisfaction, reflecting divergent consumer philosophies. Transitioning from one region to another undoubtedly presents challenges. This is but one aspect. Another lies in the fact that during that time, many diners frequented the establishment. Tai Jun, having a bit of money, exuded a sense of generosity, frequently offering complimentary meals. It was not merely the complimentary meals. Many opted for credit, which was becoming fashionable. The burden of managing these credits alone was daunting, not to mention the complications posed by the local ruffians. Consequently, Tai Jun's restaurant faltered within 6 months, prompting his return to the South, never to set foot in the Northeast again. The whims of fate are indeed peculiar. While it altered his lifestyle, it seemed unlikely to change his destiny. If Tai Jun were to suffer losses in the restaurant venture, would he still be of any use to others? Chapter 183. Whatever is said comes to pass. Ning Jie sighed, lamenting that opportunities are scarce in this world, and adults must take responsibility for their choices. Should Tai Jun encounter difficulties, out of camaraderie, he might extend a helping hand. But if Tai Jun were to incur losses and then seek to collaborate again, Ning Jie would find that unacceptable. This is not a reflection of Tai Jun's character, but rather a matter of principle. Ning Jie's own principle. Should any situation arise where assistance is warranted, it would be permissible. Lin Yuezhi nodded, aware of Ning Jie's disposition, and smiled as she remarked. It seems that Fatty hasn't been around much lately. Perhaps his romantic involvement is going well. Ning Jie chuckled and nodded in agreement. In his previous life, Zhou Fatty married a woman of ordinary appearance, and their relationship was tumultuous until he amassed considerable wealth. Eventually, Zhou Fatty's wife became involved with his nephew, concocting a scheme that nearly drove Zhou Fatty to despair. Had it not been for the cleverness of his son-in-law, Zhou Fatty might have suffered grievously at their hands. Nonetheless, even after such betrayal, Zhou Fatty did not sever ties completely. He divorced her and sent his nephew to Mbai to seek fortune. Later, when Zhou Fatty's ex-wife squandered all her money and fell gravely ill, he took her back in, staying by her side until her last breath. This was not necessarily an expression of deep love, but rather a testament to Zhou Fatty's profound sense of gratitude. Having endured a difficult upbringing and witnessing his father's struggles, particularly in his later years when his father was bedridden and unable to care for himself, Zhou Fatty's wife tended to his father's needs until his passing. Zhou Fatty remembered this kindness. The nurse attending to his father now is not the same as his ex-wife from his previous life. Nonetheless, Zhou Fatty has altered the trajectory of his life. It remains uncertain whether this young nurse will treat his father with the same kindness. Zhou Fatty's life has not been easy, nor has that of the old man. As Zhou Fatty would say from his past experiences, my wife may have her flaws, but she ensured my father's peaceful departure. For that alone, her shortcomings are inconsequential to me. Ning Jie sighed and commented, the young lady seems quite admirable. However, as you know, the Fatty family is difficult to accept, especially given the complexities of his father. Lin Yuezhi nodded slightly. The peculiar odor emanating from the home of Zhou Fatty's father was certainly not something a young girl could easily tolerate. Newly married, she would already have to tend to her husband's elderly father, a task few could manage, and it required unwavering dedication for years, even decades. The adage no filial son remains by the sickbed rings true. Let us take it one step at a time. If the couple truly blossoms, it would undoubtedly be a positive turn of events. Although the young lady possesses a bit of a fierce demeanor, she excels in her work and does not appear to be of questionable character. Ning Jie chuckled and remarked, my wife is quite formidable. She possesses a sharp intellect. Lin Yuezhi rolled her eyes and retorted, oh please. Ning Jie approached her, placing his hands on her shoulders and giving them a gentle squeeze. Lin Yuezhi, exasperated, swatted his hands away and admonished, it's broad daylight. Are you not weary of being bothersome? Ning Jie grinned and replied, I'm merely helping you to relax. Ugh, shameless. Wait until the evening, she replied. Ning Jie kissed Lin Yuezhi on the cheek, just as Zhou Fatty barged in. The couple froze for a moment. Bewildered, what were the odds that their conversation would summon him? Zhou Fatty plopped down on the sofa without acknowledging them, lighting a cigarette and sighing deeply. Ning Jie and Lin Yuezhi exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resigned amusement. Zhou Fatty's demeanor suggested a heartbroken man. Ning Jie sat beside him and inquired, what is troubling you? You seem awfully downcast. Zhou Fatty, staring at the ceiling, lamented, Ning, what is love in this world? Ning Jie's expression darkened. It seemed a breakup was indeed the case. Did you part ways with the nurse? Zhou Fatty nodded, a bitter smile gracing his lips. You know my family situation well. Just a few days ago, she brought up the subject of marriage. I hold her in high regard, but I fear the implications, as I cannot abandon my father. You know how he is. His health has been deteriorating, and he can no longer even step outside. I shared our circumstances with her, and after contemplating it for a day, she asked to visit my home. Once we arrived, I could see her disdain for my father. After merely 10 minutes, she left without uttering a word. Ning Jie asked, when did this happen? Zhou Fatty's eyes glistened with tears as he replied, just now. Old Ning, I understand my family's situation, and I genuinely care for her, but I cannot harbor resentment towards her for her choice. I know I have held her back. I hope she finds someone better in the future. Beyond that, I can offer no assistance. As he spoke, tears streamed down Zhou Fatty's cheeks. Ning Jie patted his shoulder, realizing that he had likely skipped lunch given his current state. How about we go grab a bite? I haven't eaten either. Zhou Fatty wiped his tears and nodded in agreement. Let us have a drink. They descended the stairs, where Lin Yuezhi prepared 2 dishes for them, stir-fried pork with mustard greens and spicy kimchi with pork belly. As the wine was poured, each of the 2 men filled their glasses. Zhou, in a moment of revelry, raised his glass and downed the contents in one swift motion. Ning Jie followed suit. Hastily grabbing a piece of fried fish, which, to his surprise, was masterfully prepared by Lin Yuezhi, perfectly seasoned after being soaked. Zhou gazed at Ning Jie and solemnly remarked, "Old Ning, I fear that without my father, I shall never find a wife." Ning Jie felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Surely, he would find a partner. Not only had someone cared for his father, but they might also present him with a charming green woolen hat upon arrival. He suggested finding someone to look after the old man, especially now that Zhou was financially stable. However, Zhou shook his head resolutely, declaring, "Even if I were to forsake marriage, I cannot abandon my father." "What do you mean by finding someone else for him?" "Without my father, I cannot survive." Ning Jie rolled his eyes, pondering the whims of fate. It seemed inevitable that Zhou was tangled in a web of destiny. He had assumed that the matchmaker had bound Zhou with a silken thread, only to discover it was a noose. The two continued drinking until after 7. And Zhou staggered home, finding the lights still aglow. With a sigh, he attempted to compose himself as he entered, but just as he reached the door, it swung open abruptly, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chapter 184. Regained and lost. Sun Lingling emerged, carrying a basin, her brow glistening with sweat, adorned in an old garment that shone brightly in the dim light. Upon seeing the inebriated Zhou, her expression darkened. "Zhou Bin, have you lost count of the hours? Your father is at home, and yet you remain out late. Just look at the time." She cast the dirty water into the yard, hands on her hips, reproaching Zhou. "At your age, shouldn't you be more mindful of your father, who is not as mobile? If you can't stay, at least inform me sooner." "Zhou, you are truly unfilial." Zhou stammered, struggling to respond. Sun Lingling, suddenly taken aback, blushed and gently nudged Zhou, who clung to her. "What are you doing? Aren't you embarrassed?" Zhou, with a lump in his throat, pleaded, "Just let me hold you for a moment. I thought you had left with one hand still holding the basin." Sun Lingling tenderly patted Zhou's back, softly saying, "Leave? Why would I? Your father has it tough. We have been together for quite some time now. I've given you all that I can, but what I cherish most is you. I must also look after your father. Would I abandon you for him? Surely. You are not so foolish. Just treat me better from now on." Overcome with emotion, Zhou wept, prompting Sun Lingling's eyes to glisten as well. "Then why did you leave so suddenly?" Sun Lingling's expression shifted sharply. She pushed Zhou aside, causing him to stumble and fall awkwardly. Gazing at him with a mix of concern and resolve, she hesitated to approach. "If you hadn't mentioned that, I wouldn't be upset. You, a grown man, gallivanting outside daily, yet you cannot even tidy up the house. The condition of your father is not robust, and the standards of his living environment are undoubtedly high. Just take a whiff of the air in the room and observe the state of his clothing. You ought to tidy up and wash them. You claim to be busy, with no time to spare. Is it too much to ask to convey that to me? Am I not human? What is there to be ashamed of?" Zhou Fatty gaped, looking at Sun Lingling, and suddenly broke into a silly grin. Upon witnessing Zhou Fatty's foolishness, Sun Lingling couldn't help but chuckle amidst her scolding. She approached him, extended her hand, and lifted him up, patting his backside as a mother would, then gazed at him with great tenderness. "You must treat me better from now on. I will clarify matters with my parents this afternoon and will be living here from now on." As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Her parents were not easy to persuade. Although Zhou Fatty was wealthy, many still believed that a formal job was the only secure path. Unable to move beyond the old notions of speculation and opportunism, parents cared deeply for their children and would feel uneasy knowing their daughter would be taking care of an elderly man confined to a bed. Even if he were a family member, they could not bear to see their daughter suffer. Zhou Fatty nodded vigorously and enveloped Sun Lingling in his embrace. "Lingling, I am sorry. Stop being silly, come inside. I have boiled some water for you. After that, you can soak your feet, and I'll prepare some honey water for you." "Okay." Zhou Fatty entered the room, which was considerably brighter. His father had recently replaced the bedding on the heated bed and adorned the walls with fresh newspapers, eliminating any unpleasant odors. Zhou Fatty's father sat on the bed, smoking, and as he gazed at his son, they exchanged smiles, both with tears glistening in their eyes. "Father, yes, I have found a wife." "I know. Father, yes, I have found a wife." 2 flowers bloom, each on its own branch. Meanwhile, in Tea City, Xiao Wei and a few others were seated in a private room, with a table brimming with dishes. Xiao Wei had specifically gathered a few of his brothers with good drinking capacities, hoping to extract more information. This plan was not without merit, yet the trio, known as the Foxes, were not only adept fighters, but also heavy drinkers. In this day and age, few soldiers abstained from alcohol after 3 years in the military. Most were not a match for civilians, let alone these seasoned scouts. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere grew lively. The Foxes pretended to be intoxicated, squinting and swaying. Xiao Wei felt a sense of relief and smiled as he offered each of them a cigarette. Lighting the cigarettes, Xiao Wei inquired, "Brothers, has your boss mentioned what it takes to collaborate with him?" The fox took a puff, squinting as he replied, "Well, our boss said that the collaboration is actually quite simple." Xiao Wei's interest piqued, and he leaned in attentively. The fox chuckled foolishly, saying "But I cannot disclose that. It's not that I'm not loyal, it's just that I truly cannot say." Xiao Wei poured another drink for the fox, saying, "All right, let us toast to that." As another drink was downed, Xiao Wei's eyes began to glaze over, and he struggled several times to pick up the pig's head meat without success. Xiao Wei hurriedly served the fox some vegetables and cautiously inquired, "Brother, I genuinely wish to collaborate with your boss. Could you perhaps provide a hint?" The fox let out a belch, pinched a piece of pork with his fingers, and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing a few times. "Let us put it this way. This afternoon, Old Scar showed up." Xiao Wei's gaze sharpened. Indeed, Old Scar had also set his sights on this lucrative opportunity. As the fox spoke, a sense of pressure enveloped Xiao Wei. He was in dire need of money and felt anxious seeing others thrive in their enterprises. "Old Scar also wishes to partner with your boss?" The fox nodded, saying, "Of course, it's like picking up money. If it weren't for my allegiance to my boss, I would have pursued some agency myself." "What a pity," Xiao Wei asked. "Have you mentioned it to your boss?" The fox nodded again, stating, "Of course I did, Wei Go. Let me be frank with you. Your sincerity has been commendable, and I don't wish to conceal anything from you. However, I cannot divulge too much about this matter." Xiao Wei promptly replied, "No worries, brother, just share what you can." The fox continued, "Well, let me say this. What my boss desires is sincerity, you understand. My boss mentioned that after the May Day holiday, he would have me bring people back. Beyond that, I can't say more. You'll have to deduce it yourself." Xiao Wei's eyes brightened, his mind raced, instantly grasping Ning Jie's intention. Isn't Ning Jie simply waiting to see who would act first against Ping Fei? As long as Ning Jie regained his standing, whoever facilitated that would secure the opportunity for collaboration. Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Wei realized that this task was not insurmountable. After all, he had harbored a grudge against Old Scar for many years, and it was time to settle the score. Such women were indeed hard to come by these days. Chapter 185. The arrival of the Director of Education early the next morning, Xiao Wei gathered his men and sought out Peng Fei. The two had a long-standing enmity and both understood the motive behind their confrontation, each filled with animosity. "Peng Fei, we've been at odds for years, so I'll skip the pleasantries. Hand over the goods and apologize to Boss Ning. This matter can be settled." Peng Fei seethed with anger, thinking to himself, "Xiao Wei, are you a fool? It's obvious Ning Jie is using you as a pawn, yet you still come to trouble me." Nevertheless, Xiao Wei had prepared himself mentally for this confrontation. Who wouldn't he want a piece of that lucrative pie? Without further ado, he glared at Xiao Wei and cursed, "Damn it. Aren't you just Ning Jie's dog? If you want to fight, then let us get on with it. No more wasted words." In an instant, the two factions clashed. Xiao Wei and Peng Fei evenly matched, both sides well prepared, their combat prowess nearly equal. They fought fiercely for a solid 20 minutes without either gaining the upper hand, exchanging threats before retreating with their respective groups. The news of their conflict quickly spread throughout the city. Old Scar, a formidable competitor, heard of this development and wore a scornful expression. He had long organized his men, waiting for Xiao Wei to lose his composure and confront Peng Fei, after which he would make his move. A group of individuals, exuding an air of determination, made their way from the house towards Peng Fei's territory, their presence radiating an unmistakable intensity. Inside, Fox and his companions were engaged in a game of poker when a knock resounded at the door. Fox furrowed his brow and called out, "Who is it?" "Guofeng," came the reply. Fox's body jolted, and the three men exchanged wide-eyed glances, each reflecting surprise and excitement. Brother Feng has arrived. The legendary figure of the old guard has descended into the fray. Hastily, Fox donned his shoes and opened the door, revealing Guofeng accompanied by two bodyguards. A quick glance revealed the conspicuous bulge at their waists, unmistakably indicating they were armed. "Oh, Brother Feng, what brings you here? Please, come in," Fox greeted with a broad smile, ushering him inside. Wang Tianyi and Xiao Qiao also chimed in with greetings. Brother Feng nodded, while his bodyguards retrieved a chair, allowing him to recline with an air of nonchalance, crossing his legs. He surveyed Fox and his companions before casually remarking, "Your boss has quite the talent for throwing a juicy morsel into the fray, inciting fierce competition among the lot. Even I found myself tempted to join in." In his 40s, Brother Feng sported a slicked-back hairstyle and draped a trench coat over his frame, reminiscent of a certain charismatic figure. Fox, grinning, replied, "Just some trivial matters. Nothing of significance. Is there something you need, Brother Feng?" Brother Feng gestured towards the telephone on the table, stating, "Call your boss. I wish to have a word with him." Fox's expression shifted, though he maintained a smile. "Brother Feng, that's not quite how things are done." Unperturbed, Brother Feng continued. "Earlier, Xiao Wei and Peng Fei had a confrontation, neither emerging victorious. Before my arrival, Lao Bala took his men to seek out Peng Fei. Since I had some free time today, I decided to accompany them." Fox's gaze sharpened. Brother Feng's confidence suggested he believed he could handle both Peng Fei and Lao Bala with ease. Brother Feng fixed his gaze on Fox, saying, "Your boss is looking to collaborate, and I, too, am eager to earn a bit more. Lao Huzi may turn his nose up at such trivial sums, but I cannot abide letting opportunities slip through my fingers. Make the call. You are not in a position to decide this matter." Fox glanced at Xiao Qiao. Despite ostensibly overseeing these affairs, it was Xiao Qiao who truly wielded influence. Nodding, Xiao Qiao affirmed, "Go ahead and call." "Very well, Brother Feng, please hold for a moment." Taking a deep breath, Fox picked up the phone and dialed. Moments later, the call was answered. "Madam Boss, it's Hu Li. I'm looking for the boss." Ning Jie answered, inquiring, "What is up, Hu Li? Did a victor emerge?" Fox glanced at Brother Feng before responding, "Boss, Brother Feng is here with me." Ning Jie paused momentarily, then instructed, "Have Brother Feng take the phone." Fox handed the receiver to Brother Feng, who accepted it with a smile. "Brother Ning, it appears that youth indeed harbors great promise." On the other end, Ning Jie chuckled, "I never imagined my modest enterprise would catch Brother Feng's attention." Brother Feng remarked with a smile, "If this is merely a small venture for you, then what hope is there for others to thrive? My dear brother, I shall not beat around the bush any longer. I have already spoken with old Hu. He operates his business across the river, which means this territory has been entrusted to me. As for Peng Fei, he will undoubtedly have to relinquish the goods shortly. Tonight, I will accompany him to personally apologize to you." Ning Jie nodded in agreement. Brother Feng's stature was evident. To put it bluntly, the antics of Peng Fei and his associates were mere child's play, comparable only to defy, while Brother Feng was akin to a local magnate in T-City. He was well aware that those engaged in the white clay mining business were rarely insignificant players. It would indeed be troublesome for Brother Feng. "Tonight, I shall prepare a feast, and you must stay in B-City for at least 2 days before departing." "Understood, understood. We shall leave it at that for now. We will discuss it tonight." After hanging up the phone, Ning Jie rubbed his face and chuckled while shaking his head. Lin Yuezhi inquired, "What is the matter?" Ning Jie replied, "Brother Feng has entered the fray." Lin Yuezhi rolled her eyes, remarking, "Good heavens, this is akin to 3 children playing marbles, only for the principal to arrive and confiscate them all. It's a classic case of a dimensionality reduction strike." Lin Yuezhi laughed and said, "Well, Peng Fei has unwittingly become the architect of his own misfortune." Ning Jie added, "Indeed, this lad is simply too idle. Why can't he engage in reasonable discussions? Instead, he insists on causing a ruckus. Well, I shall trouble you again tonight. Is he coming over?" Ning Jie nodded. "Yes, I will head to the guest house and reserve a room. Let me know what you wish to purchase, and I will take care of it. Since I'm free, we might as well go together." "That works." The two drove to the guest house, secured a room, and settled the payment, planning to check in later when their guest arrived. They then drove to the department store, purchasing some groceries and 2 cases of wine. As they were exiting, they unexpectedly encountered Fat Zhou and Sun Lingling. Ning Jie and Lin Yuezhi exchanged glances, each perceiving a mix of confusion and delight in the other's eyes. Could it be that Fat Zhou is truly employing someone for Sun Lingling? Fat Zhou's face flushed with embarrassment as he said, "Ah, you two are here shopping as well." Ning Jie glanced at Sun Lingling and said, "I was just thinking of inviting you over for a drink tonight, but we have guests at home." Fat Zhou looked at Sun Lingling, who blushed, and she said, "Sure, I'll be at home watching over things tonight." Ning Jie teased, "Goodness, Fat Zhou. It seems you wept for nothing last night, didn't you?" Fat Zhou's expression darkened instantly, and Sun Lingling's eyes brightened as she asked, "Ah? Ning Jie? Why was he crying?" Chapter 186, Released. Fat Zhou's face turned crimson with embarrassment as he shot Ning Jie a fierce glare, pulling Sun Lingling inside. "What are you doing?" "Ning Ge hasn't he finished speaking yet?" Old Zhou retorted with annoyance. Don't he listen to his nonsense. He couldn't he possibly speak any wisdom. "You cried yesterday?" "Impossible. How could I cry?" Watching the commotion between the two, Ning Jie and his wife exchanged smiles, finding it quite delightful. Upon their return home, Ning Jie made a special visit to the monk, De Long, inviting the 3 of them to join in a night of revelry. Such a gathering was an event they could not decline, and they readily agreed to dine together that evening. As the clock struck 6, Guofeng arrived. True to his reputation as a seasoned rogue of T-City, He certainly possessed substantial means. 2 vehicles entered the courtyard, 2 jeeps and a Santana. Remarkable automobiles for a small northern town. Ning Jie and his companions greeted him with smiles. As Guofeng stepped out of his car, he immediately spotted Ning Jie among the group. He extended his hand, gripping Ning Jie's firmly. "Oh, my young brother Ning Jie. It truly seems that heroes emerge in their youth. Today's meeting has proven that the rumors surrounding you are not exaggerated. You are indeed a remarkable talent." Guofeng adopted a modest demeanor, which put Ning Jie at ease. He chuckled. "Brother, you flatter me. I have long admired your name and never anticipated that I would meet you in person today." Guofeng nodded appreciatively and gestured behind him. 2 men pulled a figure from the back of the jeep, dragging him forward until he was positioned before Ning Jie. Guofeng crouched down and removed the burlap sack from the man's head, revealing a face swollen and bruised, resembling that of a pig. "This is Wang Pengfei," Guofeng declared. "It's your first meeting with my young brother, and I bring no gifts. This fellow has wronged you, and how you choose to deal with him is entirely up to you." Ning Jie was not surprised. Guofeng had mentioned earlier that he would bring Wang Pengfei along. The fact that he was alive meant Guofeng had shown restraint. Pengfei's eyes were swollen to the size of walnuts, barely revealing 2 slits. Ning Jie crouched down, shining his flashlight onto Wang Pengfei's face, causing the already narrowed slit to close entirely. In a muffled voice, Wang Pengfei muttered, "Damn it, this time I've really messed up. You've got the brains." Dragon 4. With a sigh, Ning Jie felt no inclination to resort to violence. After this encounter, Wang Pengfei would surely find it impossible to continue in T-City. Such a person posed a potential threat. He had heard of Pengfei, a typical bully who would not relent unless utterly defeated. If left unscathed, he would bide his time, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Ning Jie smiled at Guofeng, saying, "Brother, this gift is indeed substantial." Guofeng grinned and replied, "Indeed. He weighs over 160 pounds. If it's inconvenient for you at that moment." Pengfei trembled. He was defiant, but not unafraid of death. Guofeng's words made it clear that his fate was likely grim. Yet, despite his fear, he remained obstinate. Ning Jie waved his hand dismissively. "Let us forget about it, brother. The fact that you brought him here means I owe you a favor." He seized Pengfei by the collar, hauling him upright before untying his bound hands. Once this was accomplished, Ning Jie stepped in front of Wang Pengfei, who looked at him in confusion, uncertain of Ning Jie's intentions. Fixing his gaze upon Wang Pengfei's pitiful state, Ning Jie said with a smile, "Wang Pengfei, we hold no grudge against each other. Your current predicament is solely of your own making. Our matters have nothing to do with Brother Feng. This is purely about me needing to vent. Having grown weary of the mind games, I offer you the opportunity for revenge, should you wish to pursue it. I am here for you. The reason I have chosen to release you is that I find no merit in engaging with someone of your ilk. If you truly believe yourself to be formidable, then in the future, approach me openly. Otherwise, you may find your demise a mystery even unto yourself." After speaking, Ning Jie turned to Guofeng, expressing sincere regret. "My brother, could you kindly escort him here? I didn't mean to trouble you." Guofeng, far from offended, felt an increasing curiosity towards Ning Jie. Given the current circumstances, the most effective solution would have been to eliminate Wang Pengfei once and for all. However, Ning Jie chose to spare him. This decision was not born of weakness, but rather a profound confidence in his own abilities. Guofeng nodded, placed a hand on Ning Jie's shoulder, and grinned. "You, my friend, are quite to my liking. Just ensure that you handle him as you see fit. I will merely be responsible for bringing him here. If you feel any sense of obligation, we must share a few drinks later." Ning Jie nodded in agreement. "Certainly. My brother, allow me to introduce you." Ning Jie stepped aside, ushering a group forward. "This is Monk, from the Cultural Palace. This one is Scholar, also from the Cultural Palace. The 2 plump fellows are Zhou Fatty, and the tall one is DeLong, all of whom are my good brothers." Guofeng and the others exchanged friendly handshakes, engaging in brief pleasantries. Guofeng, patting his belly, remarked, "Ah, after a long afternoon, I am quite famished." Ning Jie chuckled. "The food and drink have long been prepared. Please, my brother." Once inside, Wang Pengfei stood bewildered in the courtyard, taking a deep breath. He limped toward the corner, preparing to push his bicycle, when Lao Zhang's voice drifted from behind. "What need have you for a bicycle? Just walk back." Wang Pengfei offered an awkward smile, wincing as he touched his injured face, and dejectedly exited the gate. Lao Zhang chuckled derisively, shaking his head as he closed the door. The 2 puppies, Mu Er and Zhen Mo, emerged from the shadows. In less than half a year, they had grown to nearly the size of adult local dogs. Lao Zhang affectionately patted their heads, humming a tune as he entered the house. As the drinks flowed, Guofeng began to speak more freely. The more he interacted with Ning Jie, the more peculiar he found him. Ning Jie's every action appeared deliberate, not a mere imitation, but a habit cultivated over many years. Lighting a cigarette, Guofeng squinted at Ning Jie and curiously inquired, "Aren't you concerned that Wang Pengfei might try to undermine you?" Ning Jie looked back at Guofeng, smiling as he countered, "Are you afraid?" Guofeng was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha! You are quite the character. Just the other day, when the little landlord visited T-City, he spoke highly of you. Lao Deng praised you to the skies, claiming you are sharp and of good character. I thought he was merely boasting about you, with tales of your designs on the three-eyed leopard and the toad, driving off to Fei and stirring up chaos in Lin City. Upon reflection, it is evident that your potential is no mere coincidence." Chapter 187, Retrospect. Ning Jie smiled and raised his glass. "I wish to conduct my business in tranquility. As you well know, dear brother, in this world, the big fish devour the small, and the small consume the shrimp. If I do not prey upon them, they will conspire to eliminate me. Initially, I had no grievances with them, much like Wang Pengfei, who, in a bid to compel me into becoming his agent, is intent on putting me in a difficult position. What am I to do? To speak frankly, T-City is your backyard, dear brother. Even if I were to challenge Pengfei there, you would, for the sake of appearances, have to engage with me, would you not?" Guofeng nodded in agreement. Ning Jie's words held merit. Should Ning Jie indeed venture to T-City to confront Wang Pengfei, regardless of the multitude of Wang's faults or their personal animosities, he would still choose to support Wang Pengfei. However, the circumstances have shifted. Following this incident, if Wang Pengfei dares to confront Ning Jie again, even if Ning Jie were to challenge him, Guofeng would undoubtedly remain silent. Even if Old Hu were to stand up for Wang Pengfei, he would have to step forward to protect Ning Jie. Cooperation is one aspect. Admiration for Ning Jie is another. They are of the same ilk. Ning Jie's confidence reflects what Guofeng envisions for himself post-fame. Yes, it is confidence, an audacious self-assurance. Guofeng took a puff from his cigarette and said, "Rest assured, when you arrive in T-City, I will stand by you." Ning Jie raised his glass. "With your words, I find solace." The group continued to drink until after 10 o'clock, when Ning Jie and his companions escorted Guofeng and his party to the guest house. Inside, Guofeng engaged Ning Jie in conversation for quite some time, only letting him go downstairs when fatigue began to set in. Once Ning Jie's vehicle had disappeared into the distance, the signs of intoxication vanished from Guofeng's face. Resting his head on his arm, he stretched lazily and remarked to his second-in-command, "Brother, this Ning Jie is quite a character." Guofeng nodded with a smile and said, "This trip to B City is worthwhile. Given time, this young man will undoubtedly become an extraordinary figure. What he currently lacks is experience. By the time he reaches my age, who knows what he might become? There is no denying it. In terms of vision, we cannot compare with these youngsters." The second-in-command inquired, "Brother, can he manage the old city renovation?" If Ning Jie were to overhear their conversation, he would undoubtedly be astonished. He already found Guofeng's decisive actions somewhat perplexing. Although it could be justified for the sake of the clothing business, it felt dissonant for such a seasoned rogue to take personal action, especially during their meal. Guofeng's admiration for Ning Jie was almost palpable, further intensifying Ning Jie's sense of the extraordinary. Guofeng squinted and said, "Not long ago, a superior informed me that in the latter half of the year, our province will commence the old city renovations, starting with several cities along the river and the provincial capital. At that time, there will be dedicated personnel overseeing the project. I inquired about who would be responsible, and he mentioned that it would likely be Deputy Secretary Fu from B City. A couple of days ago, the small landlord came to me and mentioned that Ning Jie has been quite active lately, having taken over all the drying rooms in important counties and cities of B City. If it were merely for this endeavor, would that lad truly be willing to invest so much?" Guofeng lit a cigarette and chuckled, saying, "Many are keeping an eye on this sector. Although the information is tightly held, quite a few are in the know. Even I find myself eagerly waiting, hoping to catch a whiff of the benefits. Now, it seems we have a source for nourishment. If he is willing, it won't just be a taste of broth, but we could truly savor the meat." Upon returning home, Ning Jie removed his shoes and climbed into bed. Lin Yuezhi, clad in a tank top, frowned and said, "Wash your feet before getting in. I've already prepared the water for you." Ning Jie sighed, propped himself up at the edge of the bed, and Lin Yuezhi brought the water, placing Ning Jie's feet in it, causing him to yelp from the heat. Lin Yuezhi laughed heartily, while Ning Jie rolled his eyes and said, "What are you doing? Planning to nibble on me tonight?" Blushing, Lin Yuezhi playfully punched Ning Jie and, with a flirtatious glance, asked, "So, how did the discussion go?" Ning Jie frowned and replied, "It was decent, but I can't fathom why Guofeng was in such a hurry to come here. Did you notice his demeanor during dinner? It felt as though he was scrambling for excuses to justify his abrupt visit." He added, "If it had been Lao Balai or Xiao Wei behind this, I might have believed it, but with him, my trust is limited." While washing Ning Jie's feet, Lin Yuezhi gently massaged them, causing a slight shiver to run through him. And his gaze flickered. Without looking up, Lin Yuezhi said, "If you think about it from a different perspective, you might understand." Ning Jie softly inquired, "How should I think about it differently? Consider this. Do you think Guofeng is in dire need of our money?" She posed. "He might be in need, but not to the extent that would make him rush over here." Lin Yuezhi continued, "Then what could compel him to come? Our entire business? Or perhaps you as an individual?" Ning Jie chuckled. "I hardly believe he would come just for me, and our business isn't attractive enough. He knows he can't seize it. Then what do you think he could want from you? Or what makes you worthy of his visit?" Lin Yuezhi pressed. Ning Jie frowned. He had consumed quite a bit that evening, and his mind was slightly hazy. However, even in his muddled state, guided by Lin Yuezhi, he began to grasp what Guofeng was after. "Urban renovation?" he ventured. Lin Yuezhi nodded, continuing to massage his feet. "Exactly. He himself mentioned that the small landlord visited him. Clearly, the small landlord has connections. Although we've kept the urban renovation under wraps, we cannot assume it is known only to us. It's possible that someone within is contemplating having Yang Data handle the urban renovation, and your interference might have made him consider eliminating you. From this perspective, it wouldn't be surprising for Guofeng to be aware of the urban renovation plans. Last time, our uncle mentioned that the urban renovation would start as a pilot in several cities along the river, aimed at showcasing our prosperity to those across the way. Moreover, just a couple of days ago, our esteemed elder mentioned that he might soon take action. Just imagine, what could our elder possibly be up to?" Ning Jie's eyes flickered, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting, and his eyelids visibly reddened, tears welling up and threatening to spill over. "It is highly likely that our elder will preside over the provincial old city renovation project. After all, Guofeng undoubtedly has connections, and it wouldn't be difficult for them to ascertain the relationship between our elder and us. What's wrong? Why are you on the verge of tears?" Lin Yuezhi quickly stood up, wiped her hands on her clothes, and tenderly brushed away the tears on Ning Jie's face. "When did you arrive?" Chapter 188. Capable of much more, Lin Yuezhi's body trembled suddenly, resembling a little girl caught in wrongdoing. Her head bowed as she fiddled with her garment, tears streaming down her cheeks. Ning Jie, filled with compassion, embraced Lin Yuezhi, his voice choked with emotion. "Do you not realize how foolish you are?" With a pained expression, Lin Yuezhi replied, "I listened to you. I want to live well, but I can't. Ever since you left, I haven't been able to sleep at night. For there is no one to hold me, and I cannot eat properly, as there is no one to smack their lips in front of me. My great-grandson has also fallen silent, sitting under the grape trellis in a daze. I truly wish to heed your words, but I simply cannot manage." Ning Jie sighed and gently patted Lin Yuezhi's back, saying, "I found it odd recently. At times, your cleverness astounds me. I remember the first time I met you. You were so naive." Lin Yuezhi, wrapping her arms around Ning Jie's neck, playfully retorted, "You're the foolish one. Sleep." As they snuggled under the covers, Ning Jie lit a cigarette, murmuring, "You say you've come too. Chen Ryu must be in tears." Sighing, the next morning, Ning Jie and his wife rose from their slumber, yawning as they made their way downstairs to freshen up. Ning Jie then drove to summon Guofeng and the others for breakfast. Lin Yuezhi had specially prepared fried pancakes and rice porridge, and before long, Ning Jie and Guofeng arrived. After breakfast, Guofeng bid farewell to Ning Jie, declining his insistence to stay, and departed back to Tea City. Not a word was mentioned regarding the old city renovation. Since he chose to remain silent, Ning Jie would certainly follow suit. If he wished to maintain a favorable impression, then let him do so, even if Secretary Fu were to oversee the old city renovation in the provincial capital. There are far too many cities for him to manage alone. One cannot expect to take on more than one can handle without the requisite capability. At least, it was evident that he lacked the appetite for it at present. The volume of goods being sourced was steadily increasing, with more individuals coming to Ning Jie for supplies. This agency work indeed appeared enticing, yet it was also a hot potato. Not everyone possessed the ability to handle it. Lin Yuezhi was busy from dawn until dusk. There was no alternative, as Li Xiaodong could manage temporary duties, but if the entire responsibility were to fall on him, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos within a fortnight. Looking around at those nearby, there were indeed few capable individuals. Wu was overseeing the construction site, while the foxes had just returned yesterday and this morning. Each went off to supervise their respective construction teams. Suddenly, Ning Jie found himself reminiscing about his mentor. If only the steward were here. These matters would undoubtedly be managed with impeccable order, requiring little effort from oneself. However, the mere thought that the steward no longer has to contend with that tube reeking of visceral odors brings an unusual sense of comfort to Ning Jie. In this lifetime, perhaps the old man can finally fulfill his dream of becoming a poet. At noon, Tai Jun arrived, just in time to miss the meal. Ning Jie understood his intentions upon Tai Jun's arrival. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the room, Tai Jun, filled with regret, sat opposite Ning Jie and offered him a cigarette. Upon receiving the cigarette, Ning Jie gently pushed aside Tai Jun's hand that held the lighter and took out his own lighter to ignite it. Have you made up your mind? Tai Jun nodded, a hint of embarrassment in his voice as he said, Ning Gu, I still want to give it a try myself. Ning Jie nodded in agreement, stating, that is fine, but we must keep our accounts clear as brothers. With your new agency, the remuneration will certainly not be as it was before. Previously, Tai Jun earned a commission of 2 yuan per item. Now, Ning Jie was offering him 30 cents per item as an agent, while Wang Baiwan offered 40 cents. Given that he was overseeing a provincial city and had taken away 200,000 worth of goods upon departure. Taking a deep breath, Tai Jun acknowledged, I understand. It's not just 30 cents per item now, considering one person holds an entire province. Ning Jie nodded, clarifying, for others, it's 30 cents. However, since you are my brother, you shall receive 50 cents. As for how much you can sell it for, that is your skill. I estimate you should be able to add at least 10 to 20 cents without issue. Tai Jun nodded, assuring, I know, don't worry. I won't tarnish your reputation. Ning Jie retrieved the prepared contract from the drawer, stating, currently, we cannot provide you with business from our province or the neighboring one. We can only assign you the business from each province, which you have already established. Tai Jun had anticipated that Ning Jie would assign him he province and nodded, taking the contract and pen, signing without a glance at the document. Ning Jie chuckled, you're signing without even looking? Tai Jun grinned and replied, if you had intended to deceive me, you would have done so long ago. Ning Jie nodded, reminding him, I believe your desire to open a restaurant is a commendable venture. You should explore. There are several well-established restaurants in the provincial capital of the neighboring province that you could examine. The common folk are just beginning to have some money in their pockets, and they can accept slightly upscale options, but overly refined fare may not suit us just yet. Tai Jun acknowledged, yes, I will certainly give it considerable thought. Well then, I shall take my leave for now and arrange for the shipment over there, correct? Indeed, feel free to call me anytime, Ning Jie confirmed. All right, I'll head back to prepare and we'll go over there tomorrow. After seeing Tai Jun to the door, Ning Jie turned back into the room, sitting on the sofa and lighting a cigarette. Whether Tai Jun heeded his words was of little consequence. The mere act of speaking brought him a sense of tranquility. It is often said that good advice is wasted on those who refuse to heed it. Discussing it too much may only serve to irritate. Lin Yuzhi sighed, setting down her abacus and stretching her back. Ah, you've said so much, yet he likely absorbed little of it. Regardless of the outcome, at least we are acquainted. Lin Yuzhi looked at Ning Jie and said, since we have ventured into the clothing business, why not establish our own garment factory? We could then acquire a brand with some historical significance from abroad, package it well, and it would become a high-end label domestically. Ning Jie found merit in Lin Yuzhi's thoughts, yet he lacked experience in the clothing sector. Although Lin Yuzhi possessed some understanding, it was largely theoretical. In a couple of years, once we venture out, it will be a bit challenging to set this up now, he remarked. Lin Yuzhi pouted and replied, it's indeed difficult to go anywhere these days, but there are still plenty of viable options. If all else fails, we could start a bottled water factory, a beverage company, or a health supplement venture. You know, the essence of soft-shelled turtle can fetch a good price in the future, and the production cost is remarkably low. Ning Jie chuckled and said, goodness, have you turned into a money-minded person? That particular endeavor is not easy to manage, and any mishap could lead to unfortunate consequences. Let's wait until the old town revamps a bit. Right now, I can't afford to touch the little money we have. All right, then when the time comes, provide me with some capital, and I shall embark on my own entrepreneurial journey, becoming a female tycoon to support you, Lin Yuzhi declared. Ning Jie smirked mischievously and turned to shut the door. A flicker of panic crossed Lin Yuzhi's eyes as she hurriedly clutched her chest and exclaimed, what are you doing? Chapter 189. A stranglehold. Ning Jie gave Lin Yuzhi a stern lecture, using a northeastern dialect to emphasize that one must set boundaries early on, otherwise, they would only be subject to ridicule in a few years. The couple had deliberated for an entire afternoon, and Lin Yuzhi genuinely wished to pursue something of her own. In her previous life, She had been the quintessential supportive wife, largely uninvolved in business matters, but this time, she seemed determined to change that. Ning Jie understood that Lin Yuezhi wanted to share the burden with him. With her youthful spirit and a head full of ideas, she was brimming with insights. And there was no need for her to feel constrained. They were currently short on funds, but in a couple of years, he would certainly encourage Lin Yuezhi to chase her aspirations. Around 4 in the afternoon, Xiao Qiao returned. Ning Jie recognized immediately that she had news. Sure enough, as soon as she entered, Xiao Qiao blurted out, "The brick factory has stopped supplying bricks." Furrowing his brow, Ning Jie offered her a cigarette and inquired, "Why have they ceased production?" Xiao Qiao hesitated for a moment before replying, "They didn't provide any yesterday, and I only found out today. Did you inquire?" Xiao Qiao nodded. "Yes, they said there are none available, and we have to wait a month." Ning Jie inhaled deeply, quickly realizing that the brick factory's manager was playing hardball. Xiao Qiao was responsible for the drying facility in Linshi, where the foundation had long been completed, and they were now starting to erect columns and construct the building. With the rainy season approaching in June and July, they needed to complete the main structure in advance to avoid delays. The refusal to supply bricks at this juncture was clearly an attempt to tighten their grip on him. Ning Jie felt a wave of discomfort. The manager of the Linshi brick factory, Lu Weiming, had received several favors from him during their last drinking session. Yet here he was, throwing a wrench into his plans. Since this issue had arisen, it needed to be resolved, and seeking help from Uncle Fu was unnecessary. It would be absurd to trouble others over such a trivial matter. What would happen if a more significant issue arose in the future? It is of no concern. Tomorrow we shall venture forth together. Have you dined? No. Let us first partake in a meal, and then we shall proceed. At the break of dawn the following day, Ning Jie and Xiao Qiao set off for Lin City. The distance to Lin City is not great, merely a 5-hour journey by car. In winter, traversing the river could shorten the trip to 2 hours, but that is not feasible now, as they must take the old Panshan road. The 331 highway was only established in the early 2000s, at which point the entire B City route was opened up, greatly enhancing convenience. The two did not visit the construction site, but went directly to the brick factory. The factory is situated on the hillside of a village outside Lin City. Presently, there are some private brick factories, yet their quality is subpar and their output insufficient. Given the limited number of factories and the inadequacy of their equipment and technology, when the old city undergoes renovation, bricks will need to be sourced from elsewhere. Without further ado, they parked their vehicle within the factory premises, exited, and Ning Jie, empty-handed, led Xiao Qiao to the factory manager's office. After knocking on the door, a voice from within beckoned, "Come in." Upon entering, the factory manager's expression subtly shifted at the sight of Ning Jie and Xiao Qiao, a fleeting glimmer of pride disappearing from his eyes. "Ah, Mr. Ning, what brings you here?" he inquired, though his body remained firmly glued to the chair, showing no intention of rising. Ning Jie promptly settled onto the sofa, while Xiao Qiao closed the door and leaned against it. Lighting a cigarette, Ning Jie crossed his legs and squinted at Lu Weiming. Initially, Lu Weiming had felt quite self-satisfied. However, upon Ning Jie's arrival, he began to sense apprehension. Despite his earlier bravado, he now felt as though Ning Jie might be inclined to deliver a harsh lesson. "Lu Weiming, have I disrespected you?" Lu Weiming's countenance darkened as he glared at Ning Jie. "Mr. Ning, what do you mean by that? Are you looking for trouble? If that is the case, I will call security." Ning Jie coldly regarded Lu Weiming, removing his watch and neatly rolling up his sleeves. He then unsheathed a short knife from his waist and placed it upon the armrest of the sofa. Lu Weiming shuddered and attempted to flee. But as he reached the door, Xiao Qiao forcefully shoved him back. Stumbling a few steps backward, he barely had time to react before Ning Jie's massive fist struck his face with tremendous force. "Ouch! Help!" Lu Weiming screamed. But before he could utter a second cry, a tingling sensation spread through his mouth, soon followed by excruciating pain. With a tie wrapped around his hand, Ning Jie landed blow after blow until Lu Weiming was left only with pleas for mercy. "I was wrong, Mr. Ning. Brother Ning, I was wrong. Please, stop hitting me. I truly made a mistake. Father, I submit. Ning Jie stood up, placing one foot upon Lu Weiming's chest, lowering his head to light a cigarette. After taking a drag, he looked down at Lu Weiming with a mocking and disdainful expression. "Have I not provided you with ample assistance?" Lu Weiming nodded vigorously, gripping Ning Jie's calves tightly. Today, Ning Jie was adorned in a suit and leather shoes, tailored by Lin Yuezhi, costing over 500. Lu Weiming lamented. "I certainly did not skimp." Ning Jie, exerting a slight pressure with his foot, cursed. "Damn it, did I give you the right to choke me? Have I granted you any face? Ah, Boss Ning, please loosen up. Let us converse amicably, Lu Weiming pleaded, while harboring deep resentment within. Damn it. Do you truly believe I am easy to bully? I will have the police deal with you shortly. Amicably, you say? I have given you ample opportunity for a fair discussion. Yet you continue to play the fool. I can hardly stand after entering this room. If you wish to act the fool, lying down is far preferable. Boss Ning, I truly regret my actions. It was not my intention to trouble you. The demand for bricks is simply overwhelming, with many waiting in line. Ning Jie retorted with a cold smile. Do you truly take me for a fool? Use your brain. What gives me the right to secure so many projects? I treat you to meals and provide you with sustenance merely to avoid complications. Yet you foolishly believe I fear you, that I am reliant on you? I know your thoughts. You are contemplating that once I leave, this matter will not conclude, and you will seek retribution against me, correct? Chapter 190. Money remains insufficient. Lu Weiming's expression abruptly changed, forcing a stiff smile as he replied, No, no. I certainly will not trouble you. Ning Jie let out a cold laugh, then raised his foot. Lu Weiming scrambled to his feet, casting a fleeting glance toward the door as shadows flickered in his eyes. Listen here, Lu, let me make myself clear. They say the king of hell is easy to send away but troublesome to deal with. I am merely a nuisance. I am Ning, the king of hell. And crushing a minor pest is no great feat. You may certainly test whether you are that pest. We can engage in a lengthy discussion. However, I must clarify, this time serves as a lesson. Should you dare to trouble me again, it shall be no mere lesson. Lu Weiming hastily assured. I will certainly refrain from causing trouble. You just need to summon someone to bring the bricks, and I will issue the approval. Ning Jie cast a deep glance at Lu Weiming, donned his watch, secured his knife, and exited the room. No sooner had Ning Jie departed than Lu Weiming seized the phone and dialed. Hello? It's me, your elder brother. I have someone dealt with. Who? Ning Jie? That one from City B. What nonsense is this? Aren't you the captain? Ah, I see. After hanging up, Lu Weiming inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth, consumed by indignation. For a long while, he leaned wearily against the chair, muttering, Damn it, why is this brat so resilient? Damn. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiao drove to the construction site. Ning Jie noticed that although they were unloading bricks, the crew was not idle. A group was busy pouring sand. After chatting briefly with the foreman, several trucks departed the site. Around 2 in the afternoon, as a few trucks returned with bricks, Ning Jie felt a sense of relief. He was not particularly concerned about Lu Weiming's underhanded tactics. He was merely apprehensive about making another trip. In these times, the mountain roads have become exceedingly treacherous. Even one who does not suffer from motion sickness, seated in the passenger seat, nearly succumbed to nausea. The Old Pan Mountain Road is indeed formidable, particularly when descending. The sharp bends are daunting, deterring most travelers. Not to mention the fact that even after the completion of the 331 road, many drivers from outside trembled upon reaching this stretch. The river valley is so narrow, with an elevation drop reaching several hundred meters at its peak, as if a path of survival has been forcefully carved through the mountain. By the time they arrived home, darkness had enveloped the sky. Upon noticing that Ning Jie was without his tie, Lin Yuji immediately surmised that he had been engaged in some activity. Without further ado, she prepared noodles for him, accompanied by a savory mixture of chives, eggs, and clam meat. Although they were not currently in season, and despite being close to Dan City, the seafood available outside of winter was primarily salted and dried. The combination of free-range chicken eggs, dried clams, and chives produced an exquisite flavor, and Ning Jie devoured 2 large bowls with gusto. After their meal, the couple ascended the stairs to retire for the night. Time sped by, and soon it was June. It is often said that June's weather is as fickle as a woman's temperament. Once the month commenced, the climate turned pleasantly mild. A gentle drizzle fell from morning until evening, while old Zhang sat at the doorway, puffing on his pipe and grumbling, Damn it, it's like a child's trickle. Just a little here and there. Ning Jie grinned and remarked, It looks to me like you're the one trickling. Old Zhang raised his pipe in jest, and Ning Jie nimbly sidestepped, chuckling. Old Zhang, with mock irritation, retorted, How can I speak to you? You little rascal, with no respect for age? Ning Jie settled onto a small stool beside old Zhang, seizing the bowl of the pipe and unscrewing the jujube wood mouthpiece. What are you doing? Old Zhang reached out to snatch it back, but Ning Jie deftly evaded him, pulling a small red cloth from his pocket, from which he produced a delicate white mouthpiece akin to a young maiden's lantern, soft and exquisite. Ning Jie fixed the mouthpiece and handed it back to old Zhang. Where did you acquire this? It looks splendid. Ning Jie chuckled. Where else could I have gotten it? A few days ago, Lai Xingwang came by. I had him procure it from the south. Old Zhang, concerned, inquired, That must have cost quite a bit, right? Despite knowing that his adopted son was well off. The old man still hesitated at the thought of spending money. There were plenty of clothes at home, and Ning Jie had even specifically bought some for older individuals, such as undershirts, but the old man was reluctant to wear them. His current undershirt was riddled with holes. Last time, Lin Yuzhi had discreetly thrown it away, only for the old man to rummage through the garbage and retrieve it, leaving her both amused and exasperated. What does it matter how much it costs? It's a gesture of filial piety, Ning Jie insisted. The old man cracked a smile, filled his pipe, and squinting, took a puff. Indeed, jade is precious. I was considering purchasing a copper one, but you beat me to it. Ning Jie retorted playfully. You mentioned wanting a copper one last year. You've been muttering about it for half a year now, yet I haven't seen any action. Old Zhang pretended not to hear, raising his pipe to ask, when are you planning to marry that girl? No rush. We can discuss it next year, Ning Jie replied. Old Zhang nodded, feeling that it was not his place to meddle in his children's affairs. As long as the couple was content, that was sufficient. After all, they shared a life together and could not simply walk away. As they deliberated, it seemed there was little left to discuss. It would be prudent to invite your mother and your second uncle to stay for a couple of days, though the elders might not voice their concerns. Surely they were troubled in their hearts. Well, it seemed fitting to plan a trip back to fetch them in the next couple of days, but with today's downpour, it would be wise to wait until the sun had shone for a while, lest the journey become impractical. Indeed, the muddy paths made traversal arduous, and driving was even more daunting. After the two men conversed for a while, they had dinner, and Ning Jie ascended the stairs. Lin Yuzhi was busy reconciling the accounts, and after some time finally stretched and remarked, life has truly been smooth sailing. In such a short span, we have accumulated a considerable sum. Ning Jie smiled and inquired, how much do we have in the accounts now? Lin Yuzhi responded, the payments for goods have all been settled, and we still have the machinery payments pending. There are over 3 million in the account, and the goods that arrived yesterday should yield at least 400 more. Ning Jie felt a pang of nostalgia. At this time in his previous life, he was still toiling in the village. Now, life was undeniably more favorable, though the funds from the old city renovation still felt insufficient. However, one must recognize that money in this era was relatively easy to reclaim, provided there were people to facilitate it. With Uncle Fu overseeing matters, repayments were assuredly on track. When work commenced next year, he would certainly have a substantial sum remaining. Considering the current trajectory, it was evident that the old city renovation would not solely rely on projects in City B. Calculating the needs, it was clear that machinery and vehicles would be insufficient, with the most significant shortage being labor. Chapter 191, A Letter from the Master. The lack of manpower weighed heavily on Ning Jie. Indeed, skilled labor was scarce in these times, and such technical roles were often passed down through generations or taught by masters. While not exceedingly sophisticated, these jobs were not easily managed by just anyone. Lin Yuzhi approached Ning Jie from behind, placing her hands gently on his shoulders and massaging them softly. Do not fret. Things are far better than before. Remember how we overcame our struggles in those difficult years? Just think how much easier it is now. She then recalled, oh, I almost forgot to tell you. She walked to the table, retrieved an envelope from the drawer, and handed it to Ning Jie. Curious, Ning Jie asked, who sent this? Open it and see. As he glanced at the envelope, his brow furrowed in confusion. Feng Yuqing? He opened the envelope to find 2 sheets of letter paper within. As he unfolded them, Feng Yuqing's elegant yet resilient handwriting emerged. Dear Ning, it feels as though time has flown by since we last corresponded. Months have passed since returning to school, and Yuqing feels utterly lost regarding the path ahead. Coming from an ordinary background, I have always believed that education could alter my destiny, filled with self-assured ambitions. However, since the events of last year, I have come to realize the futility of being merely a scholar. I had thought that doubling my efforts would change my circumstances, yet upon arriving at school, reality struck me hard. The opportunity that was rightfully mine to study in the capital was usurped by a classmate of little renown. Upon further inquiry, I learned that his family is illustrious, with both parents holding high-ranking positions. The world is undeniably unjust. I have come to comprehend why so many individuals in the tales willingly resort to a life of banditry. Furthermore, I realize that for someone of my humble background, education may not be the most favorable path. After perusing Feng Yuqing's letter, Ning Jie let out a heavy sigh. Lin Yuzhi leaned over and inquired, isn't it peculiar how fate works? You wish to alter his destiny, yet he has already sown the seeds of following you in his heart. Even without the opportunity for further education, I suspect other matters would dissuade him from his intentions. He will inevitably gravitate towards you. With a sigh, Ning Jie replied, I was just contemplating writing back to see if I could assist him in reclaiming his educational opportunity. However, after your words, I no longer hold that intention. Lin Yuezhi smiled and remarked, aside from your family, perhaps the one you care for most is your mentor. You both complement each other. There is no sense of indebtedness. He is your dear friend, and I understand your sentiments. Ning Jie gently patted Lin Yuezhi's hand, resting his forehead against her cheek. Well, since this is bound to happen, let us not impede it. Lin Yuezhi retrieved a fountain pen from her drawer and handed it to Ning Jie, who bowed his head to begin his reply. The following morning, he drove to the post office, purchased stamps, and sent off the letter. In this day and age, correspondence travels slowly. Telephones have yet to become commonplace, and exchanges take no less than 10 days to 2 weeks. It is fortunate that Feng Yujing is returning. However, I wonder if the resentment that once defined him will dissipate, allowing him to transform into the mentor he was in his previous life, one who inspired dread. After sending the letter, Ning Jie visited the department store to procure various items before returning to the factory. Lin Yuezhi remained at the sewing machine, crafting garments for Ning's mother and second aunt. Now that Ning Jie was aware of her presence, there was no need for her to conceal her endeavors. In her past life, after acquiring wealth, Lin Yuezhi did not idle away her time. Like Ning Jie, she had an inherent affection for traditional culture. Though she may not be a master in needlework and embroidery, she certainly possessed a professional level of skill. Upon Ning Jie's return, Lin Yuezhi paused her work and asked, "Did you manage to buy everything?" Ning Jie nodded, responding, "Yes, I purchased everything. Uncle and aunt specifically chose not to accompany us. We shall stay at home for a couple of days before bringing our mother over. It will be a good opportunity to take her to see Dr. Chen." Lin Yuezhi nodded, then suddenly smiled. "Last time you mentioned seeing Chun Mo's father, I would like to see what he is like." Ning Jie replied with mild irritation. "He is just the same, all talk and no substance. In my previous life, when our mother was ill, old Master Chun had just passed away. Otherwise, I fear our mother may not have survived." Lin Yuezhi sighed indeed. It would be timely to visit aunt. Had she not reached out to me previously, I would have been unaware. At this, Lin Yuezhi sighed again, her eyes welling with tears. "Your father should be out by now. Perhaps we could inquire about him?" Lin Yuezhi contemplated for a moment, then shook her head. "Let us wait until she departs." Ning Jie nodded and tentatively suggested, "Shall we take your mother to visit old Master Chen?" Lin Yuezhi hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right." Despite harboring resentment, she recognized that her mother, after all, was her mother. Knowing that her mother would eventually pass away, she felt compelled to act, unable to remain indifferent. Her mother had made countless mistakes, yet she had raised her, and in Lin Yuezhi's eyes, her mother owed her little. "Take some time to visit your dad. It's been many years, and it hasn't been easy for him either." "Yes, let us first bring our mother over," she said, grasping Ning Jie's hand. She murmured, "I will never forget the words our mother spoke when she learned I could not bear children." She said, "Even if one is with you and cannot have children, what's the harm? If she cannot give birth, we can adopt one and raise it. Do not speak ill of one, nor think of abandoning her. She is suffering more than both of us. What woman does not desire a child? If you leave her, how will she live? That would be utterly unjust. Do you understand?" As Lin Yuezhi repeated her mother's words, a smile graced her lips, yet her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Foolish girl, focus on earning well. This time, we will directly bring Xiaobai over to raise, without relying on Lu Zheng and the others." Wiping her tears, she suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, there's that Chen Mo. We should plan ahead this time to prevent him from sleeping around with numerous girls before getting close to Xiaobai. The thought of it makes me uneasy." Suddenly, Lin Yuezhi seemed to recall something and turned to Ning Jie with a worried expression, asking, "What if Chun Mo truly ends up with Xiaobai, and they have a grandson who is not Chen Ruyu? What shall we do then?" Ning Jie's expression shifted slightly. He had never considered such matters. Although he felt a twinge of apprehension, he comforted Lin Yuezhi. "Children take after their parents. It will definitely be Chen Ruyu. Do not worry." Chapter 192. What are the plans? Lu Weiming had Ning Jie tidy things up, for some individuals are inherently ungrateful. When treated kindly, they mistake it for fear. Unless a knife is held to their throat, they remain oblivious to the concept of fear. The construction progressed as scheduled, with Lu Zi driving Ning Jie on business trips every day, often not returning home until late at night. By the end of June, nearly all the walls of the drying rooms were completed, with only the roofing and cement flooring remaining. The weather had been merciful, as it did not rain much this month. Otherwise, the timeline would have been extended. The leaders present at the construction site genuinely admired Ning Jie and his teams. Initially, they held him in low regard, both disdainful and fearful. Yet, Ning Jie's teams proved to be exceptionally skilled workers. Not only were the main workers efficient, But even the local laborers excelled under their guidance. As they remarked, this is what professionalism looks like. They could not help but regard Ning Jie with newfound respect. Indeed, this connection had proven to be a valuable asset. Just considering the trucks, excavators, and bulldozers, they had previously relied on manual labor for the foundation, mixing cement by hand, while Ning Jie had all necessary equipment readily available. What kind of cement mixer, truck, and excavator are employed for digging foundations? Not only exhibiting remarkable efficiency, but also emanating an air of sophistication? Ning Jie, however, remains unsatisfied, although his current setup is commendable in this remote area. It pales in comparison to the larger construction companies found in the southern regions and the Central Plains. Professionalism and efficiency are the qualities that Ning Jie values most. Seizing the rare opportunity of leisure, Ning Jie and Lin Yuezhi set off early in the morning to the department store. Ning's mother had recently been brought over. During the evenings when Ning Jie was away, she kept Lin Yuezhi company. However, old Master Chen was not in Westma Village, and Ning Jie had yet to see him in his ailing state, planning to take his mother for a visit in due time. His uncle and aunt had stayed for a couple of days, but his uncle had developed a rash around his mouth. On the third morning, Luzi drove them back home. Having spent a lifetime hunting, Ning Jie's uncle was closest to his hunting dogs, aside from his family. Initially, Ning Jie considered bringing those hunting dogs to the city, but he ultimately abandoned the thought. Those creatures would rather perish on the mountain than in an enclosed compound. Those who have never raised hunting dogs cannot comprehend such sentiments. Today, the couple's excursion was not merely for shopping. The department store had initiated a pilot program this year, converting the second-floor apparel counters to collaborate with individual entrepreneurs, marking a small step toward the privatization of the marketplace. Ning Jie was determined not to miss this opportunity and promptly seized the counter. They specially hired 4 sales clerks, each earning 58 yuan a month, along with a 2 yuan attendance bonus. The clerks, all in their early 20s and dressed uniformly, were quite attractive. What set them apart was the couple's progressive ideology. Their service was exemplary, starkly contrasting with the indifferent demeanor of the state-employed clerks across the way. Despite both sides receiving the same salary, Ning Jie's team enjoyed commission, earning 2 dimes for each sale. While it may seem insignificant, this incentive greatly enhanced their motivation. Encouraged by the prospect of earning those extra dimes, the clerks exhibited a notably positive attitude, maintaining smiles throughout, making the shopping experience particularly pleasant for customers who were inclined to purchase from Ning Jie's establishment. In contrast, the clerks on the opposite side appeared aloof, seemingly indifferent to sales, as their fixed salaries rendered them unconcerned about customer engagement. After a round of shopping, the couple was content with their own counter. Even if their sales techniques were somewhat blunt, it was evident that the sales clerks were actively considering how to promote their products. With such a mindset, success in business was assured. After completing their purchases and loading the car, they drove to the cultural palace, where they acquired some cassettes. Sitting on a bench in front of the palace, they observed a group of children engrossed in playing marbles, diligently digging pits, and drawing circles, fully absorbed in their game. A group of young girls joyfully jumped rope, chanting playful rhymes about kicking a small ball and the blooming of the marigold at 21. Older children gathered in clusters, balancing on one leg while clutching the ankle and leg of the other, colliding with one another in gleeful play. There were no extravagant garments or regal titles, yet the radiant smiles on their faces were indelible. In this era, material wealth may be scarce, but the spirit is undeniably richer than in times to come. One could see smiles on nearly every face, with light dancing in their eyes. In stark contrast, the weary workers of the 9-to-6 grind appeared dulled by societal pressures, resembling monochrome puppets endlessly circling a clock. An eraser had wiped away a generation's joy, while correction fluid rendered the world a lifeless pale hue. This was a dark age, yet also the best of times. Lin Yuezhi, after observing for a while, could not resist nudging Ning Jie. "I wish to jump rope." Ning Jie, with a fond smile, ruffled Lin Yuezhi's hair and replied, "Go ahead, I shall watch you." With a determined nod, Lin Yuezhi dashed back to the car, grabbing a handful of white rabbit milk candies and running to the girls' jumping rope, quickly integrating into their circle after sharing the sweets. As she leapt, transitioning from her ankles to her neck, she continually increased the difficulty, earning applause and admiration from the group of girls. Ning Jie, squinting in the sun from his bench, observed the beads of sweat trickling down Lin Yuezhi's forehead, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. At some point, a monk approached and patted Ning Jie on the shoulder, before sitting beside him with a scholar. Together, they fixated on Lin Yuezhi, who was engrossed in her joyful activity, a hint of envy flickering in the monk's eyes. "You know," Sometimes I truly envy you. You can achieve whatever you set your mind to. Ning Jie chuckled and shrugged, turning to the monk and scholar, inquiring, aren't you too content? Do you really intend to spend your lives in a dance hall? The monk and scholar fell silent, and after a pause, the monk let out a sigh. Lowering his voice, he confessed, I won't hide it from you. You're aware of the old city renovations. All your efforts are directed towards that, aren't they? Ning Jie nodded affirmatively, responding, indeed, if it weren't for the old city renovations, why would I invest so much? The monk gazed deeply at Ning Jie and remarked, my father facilitated my entry into that realm. Chapter 193. The joy of a generation. Ning Jie was not at all surprised by the monk's revelation. Not only did it align with the monk's past life trajectory, but his parents were also high-ranking officials, granting them a perspective beyond that of ordinary individuals. In his previous life, the monk had participated in the old city renovations, much like Fu Jianye, both ascending swiftly to prominent positions. While the monk's rustic demeanor was more pronounced, lacking Fu Jianye's extensive reach. It was this very earthiness that earned him the reputation of a good official among the people. In contrast, the scholar's life was considerably less fortunate. In his previous life, he had been involved in a tragic incident, later awakening to a new path as a rural teacher, only to meet a sorrowful fate at the hands of the son of the man he had wronged. Look at you. Isn't it a good thing to enter the system? You make it sound as though you're trapped, the monk lamented. Oh, my world, my youth. Ning Jie couldn't help but chuckle, pulling out a cigarette and sharing it with the monk before turning his gaze to the scholar. And you, scholar, what are your thoughts? The scholar's eyes briefly reflected confusion as he lit the cigarette and took a deep drag. My father wants me to get involved in the old city renovation, but I can't shake the feeling that it's not for me. Ning Jie, unwilling to witness the scholar's fate mirror that of his past life, observed that despite being in his 20s, the scholar still possessed a childlike innocence. He replied, look, the world changes rapidly. In the past, just living in a flat was a blessing. Who would have thought we'd one day reside in high-rises? The monk muttered, what is so great about living in a high-rise? I'd rather not go home. It's much more comfortable in the courtyard. Ning Jie rolled his eyes and remarked, you can't think of it that way. Our area is limited. Just look at how many siblings everyone has at home. Once they marry and want to build their own houses, consider how many spaces will be needed for everyone to live. And look across the river. The development over the years has been astonishing. Tall buildings, electric lights, they have everything. We can't fall behind, can we? If you engage in this work and can't endorse the old city renovation, how will you persuade others? There must be a reason the country is pursuing this. It may not be infallible, but for this era, it truly is the best choice. The monk pouted, evidently unconvinced, while the scholar nodded thoughtfully. Ning Jie continued, we can't just drift through life. To put it bluntly, these ruffians, regardless of their titles, do you believe that when the state eventually takes action, they want to be dealt with? People are gradually becoming affluent. Sometimes, robbing is quicker than working hard. How many of these troublemakers do you think will resist the urge to bully others? He patted the scholar on the shoulder. At least give it a try. How will you know if this job isn't what you want unless you attempt it? Besides, this monk here is not exactly the brightest. And if he finds himself in trouble, you'll have each other's backs. The scholar appeared somewhat swayed, glancing at the monk with a hint of defiance before nodding. All right, I'll mention it to my father tonight. Ning Jie smiled and gave the scholar's shoulder an encouraging pat. Perfect. That way, the three of us will have more opportunities to meet. The monk gazed at the cultural palace and sighed. It's a pity. All the groundwork I laid over the years has vanished. Ning Jie, somewhat irritated, punched the monk lightly and retorted, every day, you talk nonsense. I wouldn't want your shabby dance hall even if it were given to me. You treat it like a treasure. The monk widened his eyes and exclaimed, hey, you speak so harshly. There are plenty of people who would want it. Ning Jie grinned and replied, the best opportunities should not go to outsiders. De Long is perfect for this. You could just let him take it over, and when the time comes, he'll surely ensure you're well compensated. The monk rolled his eyes and spoke nonchalantly. What is the point of discussing money, my friend? It only damages our feelings. Just toss it to him when the time comes. By the way, do you want those people of mine? Ning Jie shook his head and replied, I am in business, not in the underworld. The monk looked at him with disdain. Indeed, you are a businessman. Let them follow De Long. He is righteous and will treat them well. You can tell De Long about this, and I'll pretend I know nothing. The monk cast a glance at Ning Jie, then threw his arm around his shoulder, giving him a couple of pats. From now on, Big Brother will look after you. The scholar, clearly unimpressed, remarked, do we even need you? Brother Jianye has also been transferred, so he will be the one looking after the three of us. The monk, visibly irritated, jumped up in frustration. Damn it. Just when I managed to get one up on Lao Ning, Now there's even less hope. At that moment, Lin Yuezhi, having finished her dance, approached the three and asked, "Would you like some soda?" Ning Jie took out a handkerchief to wipe her sweat and said, "Yes, I'll have orange soda. What about you two?" The monk replied, "I'll have malt soda. I'll have the malt as well." "All right, it will be ready shortly." Before long, Lin Yuezhi returned with 4 bottles of soda, 2 malt and 2 orange. Both sodas were produced by a brewery and tasted delightful. After gulping down half a bottle, the 4 of them belched in succession and then burst into laughter. The monk waved to a man lounging under the shade of a tree. "Hey, brother, I'd like 4 popsicles." The man, pushing a bicycle, approached, opened a wooden box painted white, which was covered by a blanket. Underneath the blanket was plastic wrap. The man retrieved 4 popsicles and handed them to the group before quickly closing the blanket and box. The 4 of them enjoyed their popsicles while sipping soda. The popsicles were refreshingly cool, but the soda was overly sweet, masking any other flavors. Nearby, tired children gathered, eager to buy popsicles. Not every child could afford one, and while a few purchased popsicles, others trailed behind, incessantly inquiring about the flavors. A single popsicle was shared among several children, who did not mind the unsanitary nature of their sharing. One would take a lick, then complain about how long another was taking, or criticize how someone else had bitten off a piece, causing Ning Jie and his companions to chuckle heartily. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Lin Yuezhi called the man over and generously shared, inviting the young girls and boys to line up and thank their sister for the popsicles. Each child, with eager expressions, praised her beauty and kindness, causing Lin Yuezhi's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Eventually, only 2 popsicles remained. Greedily, Lin Yuezhi took one in each hand and sat beside Ning Jie, indulging in them. Upon returning home at noon, Lin Yuezhi dashed to the restroom, and shortly thereafter emerged, clutching her stomach and sporting a sorrowful expression. Chapter 194. The arrival of the master secretary. What's wrong? Did you upset your stomach? Ning Jie observed Lin Yuezhi and felt a mix of sympathy and amusement. This girl had an insatiable appetite. Surely, she had never encountered a treat she hadn't tried before. How could eating an old popsicle lead to such misery? Lin Yuezhi pouted and said, "Indeed, it's quite bothersome. He insists on using cold water. It's not clean." Ning Jie gently rubbed Lin Yuezhi's abdomen and inquired, "Do you think it's possible that you simply ate too much?" "Humph." Lin Yuezhi, in a huff, turned over, and unable to contain her frustration, she spun around and bit Ning Jie's arm. Ning Jie playfully flicked her forehead, causing Lin Yuezhi to exclaim and then bury her head in his embrace. "You bad person, I'll get you for this." At that moment, Li Xiaodong happened to push the door open, and upon seeing the couple being affectionate, he quickly closed the door. Ning Jie, with a dark expression, scolded, "Li Xiaodong, you rascal. How many times have I told you to knock before entering?" "Knock, knock, knock." Li Xiaodong rapped on the door, and Ning Jie, somewhat exasperated, said, "Come in." With a mischievous grin, Li Xiaodong opened the door just enough to poke his head in and announced, "Brother-in-law, my aunt wants you and my sister to come down for dinner." "All right, understood. If you don't knock next time, I'll give you a good thrashing." Li Xiaodong swiftly ran off, and Ning Jie pulled Lin Yuezhi up, asking, "Shall we eat?" Lin Yuezhi nodded and replied, "Yes, otherwise there won't be anything left later." The couple descended the stairs, where Ning's mother had prepared chicken stewed with potatoes. With many family members present, she had specifically purchased 3 chickens to ensure there would be enough to go around. Ning's mother never scrimped when it came to food, especially after realizing that many of these children lacked parental figures. She became even more attentive in this regard. The children adored her, sensing the genuine warmth she offered. Both Lin Yuezhi and Ning's mother treated them as if they were family. The children would affectionately call her aunt, often entertaining her with performances, such as picking locks with cigarette paper or opening doors from the outside, leaving Ning's mother in awe. After the meal, Lin Yuezhi retreated to the restroom. Nowadays, restrooms were often pit toilets, and during summer, the odor was unbearable. Anyone who had used one could attest to the experience. Even breathing deeply felt daunting, let alone looking down. Noticing Lin Yuezhi's pained expression, Ning's mother asked with concern, "Oh dear, what's wrong?" With a pitiful look, Lin Yuezhi replied, "Mom, Ning Jie insisted I eat popsicles, and now I have a stomachache." Ning Jie, who had been engrossed in a game of chess, suddenly jolted, his eyes widening in disbelief. Before he could explain, Ning's mother had already removed her shoes and rushed over to deliver a light smack to his back, causing Lin Yuezhi to laugh heartily. Clutching her stomach, "Are you out of your mind? Eating popsicles at this time of year? Look what you've done to my daughter-in-law. I ought to give you a good thrashing." Ning Jie took off running, and Ning's mother playfully chased him for a moment before leading Lin Yuezhi back inside with a stern expression. Just before entering, Lin Yuezhi made a face at Ning Jie, her mischievousness bringing a smile to his lips. How wonderful it is to have a mother who can provide a good reprimand. Old Zhang glared at Ning Jie and said with irritation, "You're an adult now. Remember, women are delicate and shouldn't consume too many cold things. Understand? If you get sick, it won't be good." Ning Jie quickly pleaded for forgiveness, saying, "Yes, I understand. I want to do it again." Old Zhang, with a pipe in his mouth, whispered, "That girl has a voracious appetite. You must keep an eye on her. If you don't, who knows how much she might consume. Those treats are ice cold and not exactly wholesome." Ning Jie chuckled softly. How could old Zhang not be aware of Lin Yuezhi's cravings? It was not just old Zhang who understood. Ning's mother was also well aware. The two elderly gentlemen found amusement in indulging Lin Yuezhi, for when her spirits were high, their hearts also felt at ease. As they played several rounds, Ning Jie's chess skills improved, his youthful mind brimming with inventive strategies, occasionally leaving old Zhang flustered. Though he grumbled that Ning Jie's moves were atrocious, old Zhang felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down. There were several close calls where he barely emerged victorious. The courtyard bustled with people coming and going, and now and then, acquaintances would greet Ning Jie, his clients with whom he exchanged pleasantries over a smoke. Just as they were deeply engrossed in their game, a voice pierced through the air, reaching both Ning Jie and old Zhang's ears. "Ning Ge, jump the horse." Instinctively, Ning Jie made a leap with his piece, and in an instant, the tense game shifted dramatically. Old Zhang, frowning, raised his head to glare at the feeble-looking figure before him, exasperatedly demanding, "Do you not know that one should remain silent while observing a game?" Ning Jie, however, glanced up and smiled at the newcomer. Feng Yuqing, grinning, replied, "Dear sir, I am no gentleman. In this era, being a rogue is far more comfortable." Old Zhang rolled his eyes and scattered the chess pieces in frustration, declaring, "This game does not count." As Ning Jie rearranged the pieces, he inquired, "When did you return?" "I arrived this morning and came right after lunch," Feng Yuqing responded. Ning Jie nodded and asked, "Did your father not break your legs?" Feng Yuqing touched his nose and replied, "I told my father that you were short-staffed and needed my assistance. He knows you and said you saved his life. So he let it go." Ning Jie retorted with mock annoyance, "Goodness, you truly are a nuisance, pushing everything onto me." Feng Yuqing fetched a small stool and settled himself at the chessboard. Old Zhang shot a warning glare at Feng Yuqing, cautioning, "Don't give me unsolicited advice. My temper is not to be trifled with." Feng Yuqing nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, sir, I shall not meddle." The current Feng Yuqing seemed a stark contrast to his previous timid self. Such is human nature. When one sheds their shackles and unravels their constraints, their true essence is liberated. Deep down, Feng Yuqing possessed a wild spirit. Had he lived in the Three Kingdoms era, his heart would have mirrored that of Jia Su's, calculating and ruthless. He was a man who pursued his goals without regard for consequences, treating morality as insignificant. Fortunately, the present Feng Yuqing was spared the tragic fate of his past life, allowing for a glimmer of humanity within him, though the extent of it remained uncertain to Ning Jie. Ning Jie posed a direct question, "What about me? I have a partner in T-City named Guofeng, regarded as one of the top figures there. There are 3 other local ruffians, slightly beneath Guofeng, one of whom, named Peng Fei, has a grudge against me. My future endeavors will undoubtedly encompass T-City. And I once employed a strategy akin to one peach to slay 3 warriors. To my surprise, Guofeng emerged and overturned the chessboard entirely. Perhaps in the future, in T-City, it will not only be Peng Fei, but also the other 2, who will likely create obstacles. I am averse to complications. Do you possess any effective strategies?" Chapter 195. Pui Dao. Feng Yuqing squinted thoughtfully for a moment before picking up a cigarette from Ning Jie's desk and lighting one. "If it were up to me, these 3 individuals would be rendered unnecessary." Ning Jie's gaze sharpened, glancing at Feng Yuqing, while even the old man looked on in surprise at Feng Yuqing, not expecting this seemingly delicate young man to possess a heart darker than his own godson's. Ning Jie remarked, "I am a businessman." Feng Yuqing lowered his head, contemplating once more, and replied, "Currently, the most prudent approach would be to drive the tiger and swallow the wolf. Since that fellow, Guofeng, is collaborating with us, he will undoubtedly wish for our business to run smoothly in the future. However, to pursue this course, we must offer some leverage. If we provide sufficient incentives, he will surely act in our favor. Yet, if we proceed this way, our endeavors in T-City will inevitably be hindered by him. Hence we must wield both the sweet dates and the big stick." Feng Yuqing took a puff of his cigarette, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Since these 3 individuals pose a challenge, it would be wise to first demonstrate our strength by toppling one of them. allowing Guofeng to understand that we are unafraid of the others, even without his assistance. At that point, we shall dictate the terms. This is one potential strategy. Another would be to subdue one of them entirely, thereby overturning the entire board. The subdued one would be stripped of their fangs and claws, secured with chains. There is no need for them to bite. Mere noise will suffice. Old Zhang frowned, muttering, "This lad has a truly dark heart." Ning Jie nodded, acknowledging that while Feng Yujing still appeared somewhat naive, his thoughts were commendable and decidedly self-serving. In Feng Yujing's view, notions of chivalry held no value. Absolute profit was the essence of all endeavors. Although Feng Yujing's thoughts remained somewhat nebulous, they were beginning to take shape. Ning Jie moved the car out, stating, "The world is not merely about violence. It involves the intricacies of human relationships. Shaking the mountain to scare the tiger is one method, but not the only one." Feng Yujing nodded, affirming, "Understood." Ning Jie lit a cigarette, saying, "Come to work tomorrow. First, take over the factory, familiarize yourself with the logistics, and then assist the proprietress in auditing the accounts. How much do you wish to earn?" Feng Yujing chuckled ruefully. "In this regard, I truly do not care much. Just decide what you think is appropriate." "Very well, I shall determine a suitable amount. If there is nothing pressing, rest early and return tomorrow." Feng Yujing rose, stating, "I have nothing to do at home. I will familiarize myself with things." "All right, go ahead. Xiaodong, show this brother around." "Sure thing, brother-in-law." Old Zhang observed the silhouette of Feng Yujing as he prepared his yellow tobacco, striking a match and releasing the first puff of smoke. The initial taste was somewhat acrid and needed to be expelled. "This lad has quite a shrewd mind." Ning Jie nodded, saying, "I lack the time for daily intrigues. And you are not inclined to manage these affairs. Someone must handle the work." Old Zhang and Ning Jie exchanged artillery, and then remarked, "Such individuals can be formidable when utilized properly. However, if mismanaged, they are prone to inflict harm upon themselves." Ning Jie glanced at Feng Yujing, the corners of his mouth subtly lifting. "Rest assured, his brilliance shall not be directed at me. Ah, my old friend. The matters of the youth are best handled by themselves." In the ensuing days, Feng Yujing gradually acquainted himself with the factory's procedures. The tasks within the factory were not overly complex, primarily involving the incoming and outgoing shipments and invoicing. For Feng Yujing, familiarizing himself with the merchants held far greater significance. He understood that Ning Jie's counsel regarding social etiquette was a crucial lesson for him, an area in which he lacked proficiency. With Feng Yujing on board, Lin Yueji's workload was significantly alleviated, and today, Feng Yujing had already begun to assume Lin Yueji's position, stepping into the role of the accountant. Li Xiaodong felt a pang of disappointment. In comparison to Feng Yujing, his own advantages seemed almost laughable. The position Feng Yujing now occupied was precisely what Li Xiaodong coveted. He had endeavored to claim it, but over time, he realized he was utterly incapable of managing it. His mind simply could not keep pace. Ning Jie had afforded him opportunities, and not just once. He was aware that Ning Jie was relatively lenient toward him compared to others, yet he still felt a twinge of discomfort, regardless of his unease. After following Ning Jie for so long, he understood the importance of maintaining a composed demeanor and refraining from allowing personal sentiments to disrupt work. Ning abhorred internal strife above all else. As for Feng Yujing, Li Xiaodong felt a degree of respect for him. If he could not succeed, he would learn. There was no shame in that. Over these days, he had transformed from a frontrunner to an apprentice, and Feng Yujing was more than willing to impart his knowledge to Li Xiaodong, for he was acutely aware that Ning Jie would not confine him solely to the factory. One must possess self-awareness and find oneself rightful place. For Ning Jie, Feng Yujing recognized that his role should be akin to that of a steward. What was wrong with being a steward? Did not the stewards of your command considerable respect? He harbored no ambition. In fact, he had confided in Ning Jie about his strategic considerations. One day, when he possessed the capability, he would ensure that those 3 police officers, who had nearly led him to ruin, would face retribution. As for the classmate who had usurped his opportunity, he too aspired to one day bring that family down from their lofty perch. Such modest aspirations were easily satisfied in Ning Jie's eyes. Feng Yujing possessed this temperament. Aside from exercising restraint over his own ambitions, he was utterly unrestrained when it came to others. While engaged in a game of chess, Li Xiaowang burst into the courtyard. Breathless, Ning Jie looked up at Li Xiaowang, whose face was smeared with blood, rendering his already scarred visage even more menacing. "Boss, it's bad. Parky Dao has smashed our shop on Galley Street." Ning Jie's brow furrowed instantly. He rose and scrutinized Li Xiaowang, inquiring, "What of the others?" "They remain at the shop." Since following Ning Jie, he had managed several establishments in the city, with Li Xiaowang assigned to the most perilous Galley Street. Why was Galley Street deemed perilous? Because its inhabitants were exceptionally insular. Despite dwelling in the same city, they formed their own circles and seldom interacted with the Han people. Parky Dao was the formidable leader of Galley Street. This fellow possesses quite a remarkable skill, adept in the traditional martial arts of the Chao clan. Not long ago, when Ning Jie opened his establishment on Goryeo Street, Lu Zi faced off against Park Yi-Dao in a duel, where Park Yi-Dao, despite his defeat, retained a semblance of honor. Ning Jie had long anticipated that Park Yi-Dao would seek to reclaim his pride, yet he did not expect it to occur in less than 2 months. Casting a stern glance at the idle workers in the yard, Ning Jie remarked, "What are you all staring at? Get to work." The group exchanged glances, resigned to the fact that they would have to lay low at home this time. Turning to Li Xiaoguang, Ning Jie inquired, "What trouble are they causing us this time?" Chapter 196, Reluctance to contribute to the fund following Lu Zi's victory in their previous duel. An agreement was established between the two factions. Ning Jie could operate his shop on Goryeo Street, and Park Yi-Dao would refrain from causing any disturbances. In their world, reputation holds significant weight. Park Yi-Dao would not dare to vandalize the shop without a valid reason, likely having found some leverage against them. In these times, even conflicts require a flimsy excuse. Li Xiaoguang, visibly agitated, recounted, "Damn it, a woman came into our shop to buy clothes and insisted on trying them on inside. We stepped outside, telling her to call us once she was done. Who would have thought that before we could even finish our cigarettes, she burst out of the shop, wailing and accusing us of misconduct?" Shortly thereafter, Park Yi-Dao arrived with a crowd, and we stood no chance against them. They even dismantled the shop's door. Ning Jie chuckled and shook his head, recognizing the lengths to which Park Yi-Dao had gone. He beckoned to Feng Yujing, asking, "Yujing, how should we handle this situation?" Feng Yujing felt a surge of excitement. He understood that Ning Jie was testing him. This was his first opportunity to make a significant move, and he had been contemplating strategies regarding Park Yi-Dao. In fact, he had thoroughly researched all the prominent figures in B-City's underworld during this time. He pondered for a moment before stating, "This matter can be resolved easily. Even if it comes to a fight, Park Yi-Dao is not our match. However, we cannot rely solely on brute force. That would be rather futile." Ning Jie nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, you take the lead." The group's attention sharpened. From Ning Jie's words, it was clear he held a favorable view of Feng Yujing, who was now poised for a meteoric rise. Feng Yujing addressed Xiao Guang, saying, "Brother Guang, let us first close the shop and then head to the hospital." Xiao Guang glanced at Ning Jie, feeling a twinge of confusion. Close the shop and head to the hospital? Were they truly going to let this slide? Yet, he was not foolish, knowing that Ning Jie had entrusted the matter to the advisor. He resolved to hold back his discomfort. Feng Yujing, sensing Li Xiaoguang's unease, reassured him with a smile, "Rest assured, Brother Guang. I will ensure you and the brothers receive a satisfactory explanation." With that, Feng Yujing summoned Lu Zi and Xian Zi, and they all departed in a vehicle. Ning Jie watched with keen interest, genuinely anticipating what the advisor would orchestrate next. As Feng Yujing aptly remarked, the use of force may suffice. However, those individuals are akin to resilient cockroaches, seemingly impervious to demise. Today, they may feign compliance, yet in a matter of days, they could very well plunge a dagger into your back while you slumber. Thus, navigating this situation indeed poses a conundrum. Although the moniker of Ning Yama is quite effective, it is not infallible. In these times, the spirit of defiance resides within the hearts of many. As a young ruffian once expressed, no matter how formidable you may be, can you truly withstand a blade? If you can withstand a blade, can you withstand a bullet? Furthermore, the prevailing sentiment towards Ning Jie on the streets is one of trepidation, not solely due to his prowess in combat, but rather because those who have crossed paths with him typically face dire consequences. Some meet their end, while others flee. No one wishes to associate with such an enigmatic character. However, the Chao ethnic group harbors no fear of Ning Jie. Akin to how Han individuals rarely barter with the skins of yellow weasels, they possess the audacity to do so. As they would say, the deities and demons of the Han cannot comprehend their language, rendering them powerless. In times past, the skins of yellow weasels and foxes were predominantly delivered by the Chao people to the supply and marketing cooperatives. Upon arriving at Goryeo Street, Liuzi and his companions found that all the men from Park Yi-Dao had retreated, leaving numerous Chao merchants and pedestrians gathered to witness the spectacle. A few young men inside the shop were disheartenedly tidying up, as their wares had been ransacked and the door lay propped against the wall, resembling the aftermath of a wild boar's rampage. Seeing Xiao Guang and Liuzi approach, several young men hurried over, inquiring, "Brother, what did the boss say?" Liuzi glanced at Feng Yujing and replied, "Well, they're all at the hospital. Yujing is helping us regain our dignity. Familiar with Feng Yujing, who had recently taken charge of the factory's operations, they recognized him as a new figure of prominence beside Ning Jie. This group, accustomed to navigating the streets for sustenance, understood the importance of adapting to circumstances. Very well, we shall rely on Brother Yujing, they agreed. Feng Yujing, somewhat bashful, nodded and said, "We are all brothers here. No need for formality. You all head to the hospital. I will handle things here." Liuzi silently retrieved a hammer and hinges from the car, diligently repairing the door. Once completed, Xiaowang clenched his teeth and bid farewell to Feng Yujing. "Brother Feng, we shall take our leave." Feng Yujing smiled and nodded, saying, "Go on. Take good care of yourselves. Consider these days a time for rest. Let me know the expenses later, and I will settle the accounts." As they turned to depart, the smile on Feng Yujing's face vanished, replaced by a somber expression as he narrowed his eyes at the onlookers. Though somewhat youthful, his demeanor exuded a sharp intensity. Feng Yujing clasped his hands together and addressed the crowd, saying, "It seems you have all had your fill of entertainment. Today my esteemed Ning has suffered a slight. Yet we are merchants, and violence holds no allure for us. I kindly ask that you convey a message to Park Yidao. While my Ning is reluctant to engage in unsavory tasks, it does not imply that his subordinates are disinclined. Therefore, I advise Park Yidao and his associates to keep their eyes open while they sleep, lest they find their heads misplaced by morning. For my Ning still expects his share of the proceeds." Amidst the onlookers, there existed an audacious individual known as Park Yidao. Upon hearing Feng Yujing's remarks, their expressions shifted dramatically. A diminutive figure pointed an accusatory finger at Feng Yujing, exclaiming, "How dare you act so arrogantly in our presence?" Liuzi, brandishing a hammer, stood resolutely beside Feng Yujing, coldly gesturing towards the small man and inquiring, "What? Care to try?" The individual recoiled slightly, shivering, fully aware of Liuzi's formidable reputation. The mere 5 or 6 of them were utterly insufficient to contend with him. While they might not stand a chance in a confrontation, they could not afford to lose their bravado. Drawing a deep breath, he glared fiercely at Feng Yujing and his companions, issuing a threat, "You lot better watch out. If you manage to establish your business on Chaozu Street, it will be a testament to your capabilities." With that, the group stormed away with an air of defiance, soon vanishing from sight. Liuzi, with a disdainful expression, turned to Feng Yujing and asked, "What shall we do next?" Feng Yujing narrowed his eyes, replying, "Let us find an inn and rest." Chapter 197. Continuing the feast, continuing the dance. The matter of Park Yidao and Ning Jie was hardly of great consequence. Their animosity towards Ning Jie stemmed from 2 primary reasons. First, the inhabitants of Galley Street were particularly insular. Despite the passage of decades, their sense of belonging remained tenuous, largely due to the historical grievances inflicted upon them by numerous Han individuals. This was not merely a case of stirring ethnic discord. It mirrored circumstances in various locales, akin to individuals venturing onto the grasslands where the Mongols would extend warm hospitality, only to have Han guests leave with a couple of sheep in tow after indulging too liberally. Their hostility towards Han individuals was not without justification. The second reason was more straightforward. The Chosun people were far more pragmatic than the Han. They understood the value of commerce. With 2 clothing stores on Galley Street belonging to Park Yidao, Ning Jie's new apparel shop would undoubtedly impact their business. Their insularity did not prevent them from purchasing affordable clothing. They typically sourced their goods from across the street, where costs were indeed higher than Ning Jie's, despite superior designs. Today, they celebrated a perceived victory, with Park Yidao and his subordinates savoring dog meat soup at the Korean pavilion, reveling in their leisure. One of the subordinates inquired, "Brother, do you think Ning Jie will seek revenge against us?" Park Yidao, using his pinky to clean his teeth, squinted and replied, "He will surely retaliate. Let him do so. This is our territory, and we hold the authority here. If he concedes, everything can be negotiated. If not, well." Another subordinate nodded in agreement, remarking, "Indeed, to act so pretentiously on our turf. What a fool. Does he not realize how many eyes the king of horses possesses?" Park Yidao grinned, raising his cup and downing its contents in one go, then pulling a nearby woman into his embrace. Had Xiaowang been present, he would undoubtedly recognize this woman as the one who had falsely accused them. Leaning against Park Yidao, she coyly cooed, "Darling, I do not wish to return home tonight." Chuckling, Park Yidao and his subordinates were unfazed. The benefits of being the leader were evident, at the very least, in not having to worry about companionship. A group of individuals had been drinking from noon until dusk. Park Yidao embraced his partner, while a few of his subordinates, their eyes glazed from drink, staggered behind him. Upon arriving at his doorstep, Park Dao noticed a large dog lying at the entrance of his yard. Rubbing his eyes, he approached and kicked the animal lightly. The dog grunted a couple of times, panting heavily, yet it failed to rise, clearly injured. Park Dao grinned widely and remarked, "Ah, look what we have here, just what I was pondering for dinner tonight." One of his subordinates pulled a stick from a pile of firewood and, with a few swift motions, dealt with the dog. They dragged the animal by its leash into the yard, and Park Dao led his partner into the main room, turning to his subordinates and instructing, "Prepare the dog meat and call me when it's ready." "Sure thing, boss." Park Dao shut the door, took his partner to the bed, and soon, melodious sounds resonated from within the room. The subordinates exchanged smiles, their faces reflecting envy. "When will we have our turn?" "Heh, whenever we wish. Aren't there women over at Dai's place? They aren't too expensive, but we have no money. Damn it, we stole a few pieces of clothing today. Once we sell them tomorrow, we'll go together." Meanwhile, as the dog meat simmered, 3 men idled in a distant alley, smoking while gazing at the dimly lit street. Xiao Su possessed a remarkable skill. He could mesmerize dogs. This was a craft, once mastered by the commander himself, to prevent barking when intruders approached. Xiao Su was the most adept at this skill, regardless of the dog. With just a glance, it would obediently lie still, even if it were to be killed. In these times, many talented individuals remained, yet sadly, the commander had passed away too soon, leaving much knowledge untransmitted. Xiao Su inquired, "Yujing, do you think Bait and the others can find this out?" Feng Yujing, cigarette in mouth, stretched lazily. "Of course they'll find it. Don't worry, I've got someone waiting." Meanwhile, 2 burly men, each nearly 2 meters tall, anxiously searched the street. Duobao, Duobao. In the distance, a young man on a bicycle approached the two. Bait waved, and the cyclist halted. "What's up?" The most robust man spoke. "Brother, have you seen a long-haired dog about this size?" Bait gestured to Little 11, who furrowed his brows. "You mean a long-haired dog that's black with yellow legs?" Upon hearing this, Bait's eyes lit up, and he seized Little 11's arm, excitedly nodding. "Yes, brother. Where did you see it?" Little 11 replied, "I saw them drag it home. By now, it's probably being stewed." "What?" Bait was instantly taken aback, his eyes wide as he fixated on Little 11. "What did you say? You mean they killed Duobao?" Little 11 wrenched his arm away. "What are you doing?" "I just saw them pulling the dog. It wasn't making any noise." "Why are you squeezing me? If you have the guts, go confront Park Dao." Bait inhaled deeply, his teeth grinding audibly. "Thank you." Little 11 cast a glance at Bart, shook his arms, and wobbled away on his bike. Bart, gritting his teeth, shouted, "Badu, Duobao has been found." Before long, Badu emerged from the alley, glancing skeptically at Bart and inquiring, "Brother, where is Duobao?" With a face full of rage, Bart replied, "He was taken by Park Dao. Damn it. Once Duobao reaches him, he certainly won't survive." Badu instantly became furious. "Brother, let us go home and grab our weapons. We'll take them down." Bart nodded resolutely, saying, "Rest assured, this vendetta must be avenged." The brothers hurried home, and shortly thereafter, a dozen sturdy men charged out of the alley, imposing and robust. These individuals, towering above 1.8 meters, possessed arms as thick as others' thighs. B City is a multicultural metropolis, with a small population of Mongolians residing in a specific area. Despite their limited numbers, their fighting prowess is formidable. These men typically avoid trouble, rarely engaging in conflict. They had originally come from Inner Mongolia to support the pastures and had since settled here, taking root. One cannot deny that children raised on beef and lamb grow into robust individuals. Their physiques resemble that of human tanks. Suddenly, the advisor sat up straight, a slight smile gracing his lips as he stretched. Under the moonlight, the group of men strode past them, heading straight for Park Dao's residence. Dog lovers may take a detour here. Firstly, it reflects ethnic characteristics. Secondly, in those impoverished times, many resorted to consuming dog meat. And thirdly, there is no ethnic discrimination here, purely a narrative necessity. The text is intended for amusement. If you enjoy it, please help by adding it to your bookshelf, so it isn't lost later. If you can, please leave a review, and if you find it worthwhile, a little support would be greatly appreciated. Every bit helps in the pursuit of passion. Chapter 198, Drink. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden sound of knocking echoed, and a few boys squatting outside opened the door. One shouted towards the entrance, "Who's there? Open up." Bart seethed with frustration, after nurturing the grassland for so many years and finally bringing it over from Inner Mongolia. He couldn't bear the thought of those ruffians destroying it. Damn those people. Who are you to demand entry? Do you even know whose house this is? The younger brother continued to stand guard, but Badu could no longer endure it. "Brother, let us break the door down." Bart, with a dark expression, nodded and took 2 steps back, then charged forward, crashing into the door. Bang! The sturdy wooden door did not withstand Bart's force and collapsed instantly. The boys inside were taken aback. Damn it! Coming here at night to stir up trouble. Aren't they seeking death? One boy, wielding a flashlight, rushed out, cursing. Who the hell is so bold? Don't you know? Just as he began speaking, he hurriedly retreated, slamming the door behind him. At that moment, Parky Dao was awakened, donning his trousers and grabbing a knife as he emerged from the inner room. Noticing the grim expressions of his 4 younger brothers, he frowned and asked, "Who the hell is it?" One of the younger brothers replied, "Boss, there are over 10 of them, all tall and strong. Should we jump out of the back window?" Parky Dao furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Damn it, what the hell?" Before he could finish his sentence, the door was violently thrust open from the outside. And before anyone could comprehend the situation, Bart and his crew stormed into the room with an intimidating presence. Bart cast a glance at the dog's skin hanging on the wall, and his eyes instantly reddened. My precious Duobao. Damn it, they must pay for Duobao's life. A group of people charged at the 5 individuals. Though Parky Dao was capable of fighting, it was essential to have the numbers on his side. With a dozen people, no one dared to provoke them. Bart and his crew were not to be trifled with. They were brutally straightforward. If you threw a punch, you would hardly touch them before they retaliated with a slap that would send you straight to slumber. The overwhelming advantage of sheer strength, coupled with the cramped space, rendered Parky Dao unable to showcase his abilities. After a few exchanges, the 5 were swiftly subdued by the dozen men. Frustrated, Parky Dao shouted, "Damn it, Bart. I have no grievances with you. Why are you storming into my home?" Bart responded with a resounding slap, leaving Parky Dao's head buzzing. "No grievances? You brazenly cooked my Duobao. What kind of monster would do such a thing? Duobao is... Wait, are you talking about that dog?" Parky Dao suddenly shivered. Earlier that afternoon, while drinking, one of his subordinates had come to inform him that Ning Jie's people were issuing threats. He had initially thought Ning Jie was merely trying to save face, but now, with Bart's sudden appearance, everything became clear. Damn it, what a coincidence that someone's dog was injured and lying at my doorstep. And with so many people around, how could no one have taken it away? As he recalled how a few big brothers had inexplicably died after crossing paths with Ning Jie, combined with the presence of the numerous burly men in the room, a wave of dread washed over him. An inexplicable fear enveloped his heart. Strategy. Han people do not adhere to martial ethics. They play with tactics. Bart angrily shouted, "Do you even realize what you've done? Why did you kill my Duobao? That was a grassland dog I brought back from Hulunber. Do you know what a grassland dog is? A Mongolian mastiff. You can't even buy one. It was my friend, my family. And now it's in your pot. Its skin is right here." Bart delivered several more slaps, leaving Parky Dao's head ringing. "It wasn't me. It was Ning Jie. Ning Jie set me up and had people place the stolen dog at my doorstep." With tears of rage in his eyes, Bart slapped Parky Dao again, cursing, "Brother. He has a vendetta against Ning Jie. He wants us to blame Ning Jie. This man truly deserves punishment." Bart nodded affirmatively. Seizing Parky Dao by the hair at the back of his head and lifting him up, with a fierce glare, he said, "If you were a man, you would admit this matter. I might have respected you, but I never expected you would try to shift the blame onto your enemy at this juncture. You truly deserve to be punished." Parky Dao felt a deep sense of helplessness. "Damn it, it's clearly Ning Jie who has trapped me. Yet here you are, blaming me for sending you after Ning Jie. I assure you, I speak the truth. You may find it hard to believe, but upon returning home this afternoon, I discovered a dying dog lying at my doorstep. Having indulged in spirits, I acted impulsively and brought it inside, unaware that it belonged to you." Bart, with a sardonic smile, inquired, "Do you believe your own words?" Parky Dao fell silent, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. Indeed, disbelief would not alter the reality. Bart glanced at Parky Dao's right hand and coldly declared, "You have slain my companion, and I shall avenge its death." Resolute, Parky Dao retorted, "Curse it. You won't believe me anyway. At this juncture, if I were the culprit, I would confess. Yes, I am the one who killed the dog. Do as you wish." Beside them, Bado interjected, "I told you, it was undoubtedly you who did it." Parky Dao, exasperated, replied, "For heaven's sake, brother, can't you hear what I am saying?" Bart nodded, producing a dagger, and stated, "I have heard tales of your skill with a blade. You took the life of my comrade, and I shall take your hands in return. Surely, that is not excessive. Does it even matter if I deem it excessive?" Parky Dao gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Bart. "If you have the audacity, in my life. Otherwise, I shall return for retribution." Bart regarded Parky Dao as if he were a fool. "Taking a life comes with consequences. While we may not dine on peanuts, your death serves no purpose. Should you find the means to trouble me, I shall be ready. My actions are driven by vengeance for my companion. It has lost its life, while you shall lose your hands, and thus it shall be settled." With those words, Bart seized Park Yi-Dao's wrist and, with a swift motion, severed the tendons in his right hand. "You wretched fiend. If you have the gall, finish me." Park Yi-Dao struggled desperately, but Bart paid him no heed, grasping his other hand and executing the same brutal act. In an instant, Park Yi-Dao's eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. Badu observed Bart and asked, "Brother, what shall we do with the remaining individuals?" Bart squinted at the bubbling pot of meat stew and replied, "They adore it, do they not? Retrieve Duo Bao and let them feast." With reddened eyes, Batu exclaimed, "Brother." Bart smirked coldly, scooping up a ladle of scalding stew and presenting it to a young man. "Drink." Chapter 199. Expanding the endeavor. Park Yi-Dao's subordinate shook his head vigorously. Terror etched upon his face as he gazed at the steaming dog meat stew. Bart, with a dark countenance, queried, "Would you prefer 2 severed hands, or will you drink?" The subordinate gulped nervously and stammered, "No, this is not my affair. I am but a lowly follower. Let me ask you once more, drink or forfeit your hands." Badu, unable to contain his frustration, clamped his hand over the young man's mouth, cursing vehemently. In one swift motion, he seized the ladle and poured the scalding broth into the young man's mouth. The young man's eyes widened in horror, his legs flailing desperately as his trousers became soaked. Another, more timid, fainted at the sight. Useless wretches. A dozen burly men exited the courtyard, Bada clutching the pelt of Duo Bao. Moments later, several subordinates, along with a woman, emerged, and Park Yi-Dao's voice echoed in the air, "Batu, I will slay you." "Ah." In the vehicle, Feng Yuqing and Liuzi exchanged glances, both reflecting a shared amusement. Clearly, Pu Yidao had suffered a significant loss this time. By the following morning, news of Pu Yidao's downfall at the hands of Bart spread like wildfire throughout B City, accompanied by vivid accounts of his underlings' throats and mouths being scalded. A thought abruptly crossed the minds of the populace. When had Bart's Mongolian crew become so closely allied with Ning Jie? Upon learning that Pu Yidao had stolen Bart's dog, many began to speculate whether it was Ning Jie and his associates who had pilfered Bart's canine companion. With Pu Yidao's predicament seemingly resolved, he was acutely aware that Ning Jie was behind it all. However, he had no tangible evidence to substantiate that the dog had been placed there by Ning Jie. The residents of Gaoli Street, having caught wind of Pu Yidao's situation, cast a wary eye towards Xiao Guang and his associates, who were set to reopen the next day, yet felt powerless to act. Several contemplated stirring up trouble, but upon reflecting on Pu Yidao's fate, they quickly reconsidered. Ning Jie was hardly surprised by the actions of his advisor. While such underhanded tactics were not particularly honorable, they proved effective. Similar methods had been employed against the likes of the toad and the three-eyed leopard. In his previous life, he had dismissed such strategies, but after experiencing setbacks, he came to a crucial realization: whether a cat be black or white, a cat that can take a bite out of you is a good cat. It was not that he lacked the means to fight. Rather, engaging in conflict inevitably entangled one in the murky depths of underworld dealings. In this era, no one was willing to yield to another. One either emerged victorious or awaited a knife in the back. Furthermore, having lived past the turn of the millennium, he understood better than anyone the fates that befell those involved in organized crime. He knew that as long as the pillar of support remained standing, one's social standing held meaning. If that pillar fell, no amount of status would suffice. Feng Yuqing's actions had also altered the perceptions of Ning Jie's associates. Despite his polished demeanor, it was clear that Feng possessed a rather dark disposition, much like his own employer. Life continued unabated, and the demand for clothing remained a matter of personal preference. Presently, aside from household appliances, there was not significant brand recognition. However, smaller brands, particularly in beverages and health products, were gradually making their mark. In the realm of daily necessities, a gap remained. Many people's wages barely met their basic material needs. This was still an era of patchwork, where the average individual struggled for sustenance. In some impoverished areas, it was difficult to find even a decent pair of trousers. The disparity between the rich and the poor was becoming increasingly apparent, and individual capability was slowly emerging as a coveted goal. Ning Jie began to take Lin Yuezhi's proposal seriously, establishing a brand abroad and later introducing it domestically, coupled with the advertising effects of CCTV in a few years, promised substantial returns. However, he currently lacked the connections, as established clothing brands were predominantly situated in France and Italy, making overseas ventures a daunting challenge. As for the garment factories, they are not perceived as a friendly industry in the north. Such enterprises are predominantly flourishing in the south. where both labor and costs are considerably more favorable. After much contemplation, Ning Jie ultimately decided to focus on bottled water and beverages. Early in the morning, he approached Fu Jianye with a stack of documents. Fu Jianye had recently transitioned to a new department, having been reassigned from the forest farm last month, a move orchestrated by the old gentleman to pave the way for him. Upon seeing Ning Jie, Fu Jianye was slightly taken aback. This young man seldom sought him out, and whenever he did, it was rarely for a trivial matter. "Speak, what is it?" Fu Jianye said, capping his pen and pushing it aside. Ning Jie promptly offered him a cigarette, smiling as he lit it for Fu Jianye. Fu Jianye rolled his eyes and remarked, "Cut the pleasantries. Just tell me what is going on." Ning Jie rubbed his nose and handed over the documents, grinning mischievously. "Brother, take a look at my new project." Furrowing his brow, Fu Jianye scrutinized Ning Jie with skepticism. "A new project? What scheme are you concocting this time?" "Just take a look first. It's a solid venture, a legitimate business," Ning Jie assured him. Fu Jianye opened the file, his frown deepening as he flipped through a few pages. "Wait, selling water? And drinks for children? Who buys water these days? Isn't it available everywhere?" Ning Jie explained. "Just because it's available now doesn't mean it will always be so. For instance, if you're out and about, would you prefer to pay a few cents for a bottle of water that you can drink anywhere, or lug around a thermos?" "Can I use a cup?" Fu Jianye retorted, somewhat irritated. Ning Jie shrugged. "Brother, aside from those with secure jobs like yours, how many can afford a covered cup?" Fu Jianye relaxed his brow slightly, but then pointed at the beverage section. "And what is this? Calcium milk? Does it really contain milk?" Ning Jie nodded. "A little bit." Fu Jianye's expression darkened immediately. "What do you mean by a little bit?" Ning Jie elaborated. "Well, it's a kind of drink for children, you know, sweet and sour. And it's supposed to be calcium fortified." Fu Jianye looked incredulous. "Really?" Ning Jie affirmed. "Absolutely. And look at this soda. We need to have that too. It's for adults." Taking a deep breath, Fu Jianye covered his forehead. What suddenly inspired this idea? "I truly cannot grasp what you're thinking." Ning Jie scratched his head. "It's just that my customers often mention how inconvenient it is to buy water when they get on a train. There's hot water available, but they still need to buy a covered cup, which costs several bucks. It doesn't make sense. So I thought, why not sell water? That is why I came to see you." After a moment of contemplation, Fu Jianye remarked, "So this isn't merely a proposal for me to review. You've made up your mind to proceed and want me to facilitate the paperwork?" Ning Jie beamed and replied, "Indeed, the trademark and related matters are a bit complex. I'm not well versed in the procedures and would appreciate your guidance." Fu Jianye rolled his eyes, knowing full well that Ning Jie's visit would inevitably lead to increased responsibilities for him. Although Ning Jie harbored a lingering sense of risk concerning this project, he couldn't shake the feeling that it might indeed succeed. Fu Jianye glanced at the documents and inquired, "What is the purpose of all these trademarks? Nongfu Spring Waha, Baishui Mountain, Kuanyin Spring, Yibao, so many? And what is this brain platinum?" Ning Jie forced a nervous smile, realizing that these would become prominent brands in the future, necessitating early preparation. If things went awry, they could always establish additional factories and engage in commercial competition. Such tactics were not uncommon. He contemplated the prospect of establishing multiple brands, each linked to its own factory. Fu Jianye rolled his eyes and retorted, always looking for trouble. "Fine, I'll first check whether these materials comply with regulations. There are some minor issues with trademarks, but they are manageable." "All right, I appreciate it, brother," Ning Jie replied. Fu Jianye, still irritated, remarked, "Is it not troublesome? How are things on your end? By August, we should have news, and then you'll need to mobilize people for relocation." Suddenly, Ning Jie recalled something and said, "Brother, speaking of this matter, it dawns on me that if they are to be resettled, they must have a place to stay, right?" Fu Jianye frowned and urged, "Stop rambling. Just get to the point." Ning Jie had already formulated a plan and quickly explained, "This year, with the new policies, those employees will need to find housing in advance. Our city does not have enough vacant houses for them, especially for a year or two." Fu Jianye nodded, acknowledging that they had indeed considered this issue but had yet to devise a satisfactory solution. Ning Jie continued, "I was thinking, isn't there a sizable vacant lot next to the granary? I wonder if I could build modest houses there, not too large, perhaps with small yards for a temporary transition. These displaced individuals will undoubtedly feel uneasy, as they will still need to find housing during the relocation. Even if they are eventually able to return, they will have to pay for a year out of their own pockets. How much would that cost the government? Their resentment might lead to reluctance in moving, which would ultimately fall back on you." Fu Jianye nodded, recognizing the validity of this concern, and encouraged him to proceed. "What I propose is that you see if that vacant land can be allocated to me, and I will construct houses there for them to live in free of charge. Fu Jianye acknowledged, that is indeed an excellent idea, but, wait a moment, something feels off here. He scrutinized Ning Jie, suspicious of his sudden generosity. Ning Jie, with a serious demeanor, asserted, what is wrong with this? I will cover all the construction materials and labor costs myself, so you won't have to spend a dime. I am serving the people. Fu Jianye, furrowing his brow, regarded Ning Jie with an odd expression. After a pause, he realized, you've set your sights on that piece of land. Haven't you? Ning Jie's face flushed with embarrassment as he protested, brother, that is not what I meant. I'm merely trying to alleviate difficulties for the organization. Furthermore, I have invested so much that it cannot be in vain. That area is rather remote, and our city is vast. Who knows when development will reach that corner? Moreover, establishing so many resettlement houses initially, who can afford it? This is no trivial expenditure. With those houses in place, will their grievances truly dissipate? The entire province is scrutinizing our actions. If complications arise, how shall we respond? I am considering your best interests. Fu Jianye rolled his eyes and remarked, I must discuss this with your uncle. After all, the land is state-owned, and we are in a sensitive period. No other regions have ventured down this path yet. Fu Jianye felt a surge of passion. Ning Jie had struck a chord with his words, indicating that the entire province, even the nation, was watching these pilot projects. This is not solely a matter of merit, but also a precarious abyss. Success could lead to prosperity and promotion, while failure could spell ruin. Although Ning Jie's perspective seemed somewhat far-fetched, it undeniably appeared to be the most effective solution to the problem. Public discontent is notoriously difficult to quell, and their experience in constructing buildings is limited. Timely delivery is indeed a significant concern. At present, a one-year delivery timeline is certainly unattainable. If it stretches to 2 years, though rents may be modest, around 50 to 60, this still represents a considerable burden for the common people. With so many residents in City B, this expenditure would undoubtedly pose a major issue. If this endeavor can be executed well and set a precedent, it would indeed be a commendable achievement. In this era, compensation and resettlement for relocations remain a trial-and-error process, not only now, but for the next 2 decades. Disputes and controversies will abound. Embracing innovation is not necessarily a negative approach. At least from Fu Jianye's perspective, it has evidently resolved numerous issues and inconveniences. Ning Jie nodded in agreement, saying, all right, just discuss it with my uncle. Fu Jianye, still feeling uneasy, inquired, are you certain you do not require compensation? Ning Jie shrugged and replied, what compensation do I need? Once those houses are built, they will essentially belong to me. I only desire the land. Fu Jianye shot him an exasperated glare. You are clearly after that piece of land. Ning Jie chuckled, regardless of my intentions regarding the land. The question remains, have we resolved the issue? Enough, just leave. Ning Jie gestured as if making a phone call, adding, brother, call me when the time comes. Fu Jianye waved his hand dismissively, get lost. After Ning Jie departed, Fu Jianye shook his head with a smile. This young man burst forth with such wildly imaginative ideas that it left him momentarily speechless. Yet, these notions were difficult to refute. At the very least, this fellow was not solely focused on profit. He was considering both sides, which currently appeared to be a win-win situation. Taking a deep breath, Fu Jianye dialed a number. And soon enough, the elder answered the phone. Dad, it's me, Jianye. The weary voice of Secretary Fu came through. What is it?